The first thing I did after crossing into the high martial world was to constantly apply to join the law enforcement bureau every day. Everyone scoffed at this, saying why would a good person want to be a dog for the powerful? However, I just smiled faintly. All this talk about defending justice and upholding fairness is just nonsense. Joining the law enforcement bureau is merely to activate the system. Congratulations, Qin Xiao. Your 18th review has been approved. Sitting across from the reviewer, I was excited and said, thank you, Team Leader Jiang. I will definitely work hard. Defending justice? What does that have to do with me? Ding! Congratulations to the host for awakening the justice system. The functions of this system are as follows. 1. The host can see the evil value of others. 2. The host can earn justice points by performing actions that uphold justice. 3. That justice points can enhance cultivation and training methods. 4. If a criminal's evil value exceeds 100, after being killed, there is a chance to drop their cultivation methods, items, and talents. The beginner's gift pack from the system store has been issued, and the host has received 3,000 justice points. Listening to the sound of the system, my heartbeat quickened slightly, and then I looked up at Captain Jiang in front of me, only to see a frame above his head displaying a crime value of 409. Jiang Bing had abused his power for personal gain, committed intentional homicide, and violated women. During the process of capturing a wanted criminal, he embezzled top-grade body refining pills and killed 2 colleagues and 3 bystanders. My pupils trembled slightly. It turned out he was a hypocritical guy. At this moment, Captain Jiang handed over the onboarding reward and said, this is your law enforcement white robe, which you must wear when performing tasks. There is also a D-level breathing technique and a law enforcement token. Law enforcers are divided into white robes, yellow robes, and purple robes. Beyond that, I don't know. The law enforcement token can issue tasks, record videos, and has functions such as spatial storage. I reached out to take the onboarding reward, and Captain Jiang suddenly smiled and said, you are still a senior high school student. In a month, it will be the martial arts exam. During this time, you won't be allowed to participate in non-essential tasks. Work hard to strive for a better martial arts university. I stared at the crime value above his head, thinking to myself, I will definitely work hard to bring you to justice. After leaving the law enforcement bureau, I returned to my rental apartment and eagerly checked the panel. My current situation is, name, Qin Xiao, age, 18, cultivation, first stage, first level, talent, none, breathing technique, none, martial arts, D-level 5 tech grappling fist entry, D-level martial arts elusive step entry, justice value, 3,000, first, I will cultivate the breathing technique, and then use the justice value to improve my cultivation, which can save a lot of justice value. With a thought, I infused the justice value into the D-level justice breathing technique, consuming 20 points of justice value, successfully cultivating it to the entry level, and increasing the cultivation speed by 30%. My pupils trembled. The most basic D-level breathing technique was just an introduction, and the cultivation speed increased by 30%. Those martial arts aristocrats began using A-level and S-level techniques. How fast must their cultivation speed be? System, go all in. Ding, consumed 80 points of justice value. The D-level justice breathing technique reached perfection. Cultivation speed increased by 170%, and I instantly felt a massive amount of spiritual energy rushing into my body. It was truly exhilarating. The proficiency of martial arts techniques is divided into 4 realms: introductory, proficient, mastery, and perfection. Generally speaking, being able to cultivate to mastery is already a dragon among men. Even low-level martial techniques are almost impossible to cultivate to perfection. Yet, I only used 100 points of justice value to cultivate the D-level breathing technique to perfection. Suddenly sensing something was off. Why did it feel like this breathing technique could continue to upgrade? I tried to continue infusing justice value. Ding, consumed 100 points of justice value, and the D-level justice breathing technique upgraded to C-level introductory. My pupils trembled continuously. This breathing technique can actually be upgraded. Could it be because I practiced it using justice points? To verify this guess, I began practicing another martial art. Ding, consumed 100 justice points. D-level grappling fist reached perfection. I continued to choose to practice, and the prompt said, trash technique. Not even a dog would practice it. Training failed. The corner of my mouth twitched slightly. Alright, it seems not all martial arts can break through level limits. I decided not to dwell on these matters and continued to practice the breathing technique. Ding, the host consumed a total of 2,000 justice points. D-level justice breathing technique trained to A-level perfection. Training speed increased by 1,500%. I let out a long breath. The A-level breathing technique reached perfection, surprisingly having a 15 times training speed, and my cultivation also broke through. I had never felt training could be so easy. I feel that this technique can still break through to S-level, but the remaining 900 justice points are definitely not enough, and martial arts and cultivation cannot be neglected either. consuming 100 points of justice value. The D-level technique Nizong step is cultivated to perfection, consuming 500 points of justice value, and the cultivation level reaches the peak of the first stage, 9th level. After spending 3000 points of justice value, I completely transformed, reaching the peak of the first stage at the age of 18, and possessing 2 perfected D-level martial arts and an A-level perfected breathing technique, truly deserving to be called a genius. The next morning, on my way to school, I saw all sorts of people with evil values above their heads. After observation, I concluded that ordinary people have very low evil values, often in the teens or even single digits, while martial artists rarely have values below 50. The higher the cultivation level, the higher the evil value. Those from prominent families have a minimum of 100. It truly confirms the saying, when capital descends upon the world, every drop of blood from head to toe carries evil. As soon as I arrived at school, I saw my deskmate Yang Shan running over with a gossiping expression, saying, "Xin Gu, I heard that you have become successful after joining the law enforcement team. You can't forget about me. The school rankings have been updated, and you will definitely be surprised." I instinctively looked at the top of Yang Shan's head, where the system's introduction was particularly eye-catching. After several years of getting along, I still understand this deskmate quite well. I can only say that the system really knows how to judge people, I said with a half-smile. Aren't the top-ranked ones just those few people? Yang Shan smiled reluctantly. Indeed, half of the top 20 are from the Lu family, and the young lady of the Lu family, Lu Ruinan, is already at the peak of the first stage. Having a powerful father is really advantageous. However, this time is a bit different because the martial arts secret realm is about to open. Hearing the word secret realm, I immediately became interested. Yang Shan raised his eyebrows and said, "Only the top 20 students can enter. I've heard that there is an S-rank martial technique in the martial training secret realm that has never been found over the years. If I could enter the secret realm and happen to find that S-rank martial technique, TSK, I would directly reach the peak of my life." Just as Yang Shan was daydreaming, I flashed and headed straight for the teacher's office. A Mediterranean teacher, over 50 years old and drinking the blood ginseng tea sent by students, frowned when he saw me and said, "Xin Xiao, I heard you joined the law enforcement team. What are you trying to prove?" "The most important thing right now is to cultivate well and prepare for the martial arts exam. In our class, you and Yang Shan are the only two at the bottom. Aren't you embarrassed?" Looking at the 245 evil points above his head, I sneered and said, "Director Zhang, I want to participate in the trial of the martial training secret realm." Director Zhang was taken aback for a moment, then immediately laughed disdainfully and said, "Xin Xiao, do you think just because you joined the law enforcement team, you can handle it? To participate in the martial training secret realm, you must at least be at the 7th level of the first stage. What do you think you are compared to students like Lu Ruinan, Cao Wei, and Wang Xiaoyu? You have no father or mother. What do you have to compete with these talented individuals?" When it came to these aristocratic disciples, Director Zhang spoke as if he were recounting family treasures. I smiled faintly and said, "Teacher, I remember you are only at the peak of the first stage, right?" Director Zhang's face instantly turned red, and he said, "So what if I am at the peak of the first stage? Teaching you, who is only at the first stage, is more than enough for me. I am a theoretical type." I directly threw a punch, stopping just before hitting his nose, the strong wind from my punch blowing through his sparse hair. Director Zhang was left stunned at the desk, his pupils constricting, and his heart racing uncontrollably. This cultivation is at the peak of the first stage? A waste who has always been at the bottom actually broke through to the peak of the first stage, on par with the recognized talented woman Lu Ruinan. And this solid cultivation is at least not inferior to Lu Ruinan. Is this strength enough? I asked. Director Zhang's expression was conflicted. The parents of those top 20 students were all people he couldn't afford to offend. Although Qin Zhao's strength was astonishing, wasn't it foolish to offend the second generation of martial artists for him? At that moment, I leaned in and whispered, "Director Zhang, you wouldn't want the news to spread that the student who committed suicide a few years ago was driven to it by you, would you?" Director Zhang's pupils trembled violently, and he thought to himself, how did he know about this? In an instant, sweat poured down, and he forced out a smile that looked worse than crying, saying, "What did you say? The teacher doesn't understand. However, there will definitely be a spot for you to enter the martial arts secret realm." Ding! The host has defended their rights with strength and wisdom, earning 100 points of justice value. I raised my eyebrows. It turns out that this way, I could also earn justice value. Xiao Huang Chao nodded in satisfaction. Director Zhang looked nervous and squeezed out a smile. Cultivate hard and try to break through the second rank before graduation. Well, I will. I'll try to slaughter you before I graduate. Campus. Yang Shan found Xiao Huang Chao, who had just walked out of the library. "Where have you been?" "Gone in a puff of smoke," Xiao Huang Chao said. "Go to Director Chang for a friendly exchange." and then another trip to the library. Young Shan was instantly indignant. How dare you secretly study behind my back? Xiao Huang Chao shrugged his shoulders helplessly. The library is full of trashy D-grade martial arts. Looking around didn't help. Yang Shan flirted. Yo, the D-grade Gung Fu can't satisfy our Zhao de Shao anymore. Haha, sneakily telling you. I've almost touched the threshold of proficiency with the grappling fist we learned together last time. Dude still has some talent in him. There is also a gap between the bottom one and the bottom two. Just when Yang Shan was complacent, an angry shout rang out behind him. Xiao Huang Chao. The two men looked away. Only a short-haired girl and an airy, long-haired girl approached. Yang Shan was shocked. Holy, it's actually Sun Goddess and Wang Xiaoyu. Sun Ruinan's skin was as delicate as jade, and her eyes had autumn water, especially that pair of slender legs, wrapped in black silk. Between his hands and feet, he revealed a noble and extraordinary temperament. Wait, the Sun Goddess seems to be coming for you. Yang Shan suddenly reacted. Since when did you kid even cross paths with a granddaughter goddess? Sun Ruinan walked forward and said in a cold voice. Xiao Huang Chao, who told you to take Xiaoyu's spot? Give it back to her quickly and I can let you off the hook. Look at people by their sin value first. Wang Xiaoyu, sin value, 175. Mediocre. Not a good one anyway. Then he looked at Sun Ruinan again. Sin value, 998. Sun Ruinan, in collusion with the witch church, murdered 7 female classmates who were more gifted than himself through family means and gave their bodies to the witch church. Just the words colluding with the witch church are enough to execute all 9 clans. The Order of the Witch is an evil organization that opposes the order of justice. It was also the biggest enemy of the entire Red Yen Empire. Zhao Huang Chao's eyes went straight. What collusion with the witch church? He doesn't care. He cared about the nearly 1,000 sin value. Zhao Huang Chao looked out of his mind. 998. Yang Shan instantly laughed badly. What 998? 998 can't find a granddaughter goddess of this level. Sun Ruinan's face sank. Nasty. I don't know what despicable method you used to steal Xiaoyu's spot. Get your ass to the school right now and make it clear that you're voluntarily returning the spot. Yang Shan couldn't help but ask in a small voice. What quota is she talking about? A quota to enter the secret realm of martial refinement. Ha? Yang Shan froze in place. I'm still fantasizing and masturbating myself. Why are you really going in there? Xiao Huang Chao sneered and said. Who are you to ask me for restitution? Ding. The host is not threatened. Rewarded with 100 points of justice. This statement was made. Yang Shan and Wang Xiaoyu were stunned. What did he say? Don't you know that the Sun family is the most powerful in Tianhai City? He dared to speak to the Sun family's eldest miss like that. Sun Ruinan's face became even colder. Ever since he was a child in Tianhai City, no one dared to disobey him. How dare you, an orphan, talk to me like that? Many of the students passing by in the surrounding area crowded around. Holy, isn't that the third class's hangman Xiao Huang Chao? He dared to take on the Sun Goddess. It's probably a way to get the goddess's attention. Oh, he'll just die an ugly death. Xiao Huang Chao calmly said. I'm stronger than her. Isn't it right for me to go to the secret realm of martial refinement? Ding. The host defies the power of the world and defends fairness. Justice value plus 100. Chapter 4, Cleaning Up the House? You're not worthy. Tenkai I. The crowd of onlookers is growing. Yang Shan's face was filled with horror. Old Zhao, what are you babbling about? That Wang Xiaoyu is a 7th level of the first rank. Sun Ruinan sneered and said. You're better than Xiaoyu? Who doesn't know that you and that guy next to you are known throughout the school as losers? Yang Shan, why are you yelling at me? Wang Xiaoyu stepped forward and said. You're so despicable. Using unseemly means to snatch my place from my teacher, and you still have the audacity to speak up. You, Zhao Huang Chao didn't want to talk nonsense and said. Fight, lose and get out. Wang Xiaoyu was thinking. How to provoke your opponent to a contest. After all, his parents were both martial artists though, but the strength is average. Unlike the Sun family which has one hand in the sky, striking out and hitting someone for no reason gets you disciplined by the school. Who knows? The other side actually offered. Sun Ruinan sneered. Instead, Wang Xiaoyu agreed. Yes, Xiaoyu, give him a crippling beating and let him be a real punk. Wang Xiaoyu was a little worried and said. Nan, I heard he joined the law enforcement team. That's not good, is it? Sun Ruinan snorted and said. What's a little enforcer? I have a million ways to get him killed. With me, beating to death will be fine. There are guarantees. Wang Xiaoyu's eyes were filled with resentment. He had been sucking up to Sun Ruinan for so long before he got to the 20th position in the whole school. How can it be taken away so easily? Go to the martial arts ring. Life and death have their destiny. The martial arts ring, surrounded by a crowd of eaters. What kind of medicine has this Zhao Huang Chao taken wrong today? Although Wang Xiaoyu's 7th level of the first rank is a bit watery, his cultivation is there. I heard that Wang Xiaoyu flattered the sun goddess and got a B-grade martial skill, and that Xiao Huang Chao only knows D-grade martial skills at most, not to mention the vast difference in cultivation. B. Grade B. Worthy of the Sun family. The Sun family has an ancestral S-ranked martial art that is extremely difficult to cultivate, so what's a mere B rank? Yang Shan panicked in his heart and pulled Xiao Huang Chao. Old Xiao, don't be impulsive. Admit your mistake now. There might be room for maneuver. Mental note. If your boy gets knocked out of school, won't I be at the bottom of the list? Wang Xiaoyu sneered. Thinking about things? Too late. She stared at Xiao Huang Chao like she was staring at prey. Do you want to break your left hand? Or do you want to break your right hand? Xiao Huang Chao faintly said. Might as well break both arms together. Wang Xiaoyu revealed a sardonic smile. Oh, then I'll satisfy you. Whoosh. Xiao Huang Chao performs D-grade perfect mace steps. The figure flashed, swift as the wind. So what if it's a D-ranked technique? Being able to reach the perfection realm was just as powerful. Wang Xiaoyu didn't react at all. Dull expression. Xiao Huang Chao had come behind it, whispered in her ear. Mr. Wang Xiaoyu, let's start with the right hand. Then he immediately performed the D-grade perfection takedown fist. Ka. Bones shattered. Ah. Wang Xiaoyu let out a miserable scream. An unbearable sharp pain came from his right arm. What's the situation? What happened? Wang Xiaoyu's brain went blank from the pain. When she responded, the right arm is broken. Wang Xiaoyu's eyes were covered in blood, and he said hideously, I'll kill you. Before she could turn around and perform her martial arts, Xiao Huang Chao's figure was like a ghost, and he grabbed his left arm. Ka-ching! The crisp sound of bones shattering resounded once again. Xiao Huang Chao lands a leg kick. Wang Xiaoyu's arms wobbled and he could no longer lift them, twitching on the ground like a dead dog. Ding! The host defended his rights with strength. Justice value plus 300. B-grade martial arts are nothing more than that. The room was silent. The entire battle was over in less than 30 seconds. This is no longer a duel. It's not even crushing. Rather, it's a one-sided slaughter. How is this possible? That punk Xiao Huang Chao actually killed Wang Xiaoyu in seconds. Doesn't he only know D-grade martial arts? This is too strong, isn't it? It's a D-grade martial art. A sharp-eyed student saw the doorway. It's the most basic grappling fist and the misty steps. Ah, I also cultivated. Ah, how come the difference is so big? Your grappling, my grappling, seems different. Judging from the moves, it's definitely a D-grade martial art. And the reason why it has such a strong power can only be because he cultivated it to perfection. For them, a martial art, if you can cultivate to the point of initiation, you will be considered successful. Cultivate to the point of proficiency, and that's a great accomplishment. As for proficiency, that's for geniuses to consider. And the consummation. What are you thinking? It's all in your dreams. This was still a low-rank martial art. If it was a B or a grade martial art, to be able to cultivate to initiation at this age would be a genius. Xiao Huang Chao looked at Wang Xiaoyu and couldn't help but feel emotion in his heart. You said can't we do more evil? If you can't, you go and collude with the witch church as well. The sin value is so low, defeating you reaps few justice values as well. Xiao Huang Chao shrugged his shoulders helplessly. Prepare to leave the martial arts stage. Stop right there. Sun Ruinan shouted angrily. What else is there, Missy? Xiao Huang Chao said faintly. There's definitely a huge amount of justice value in killing Sun Ruinan, but you have to do it secretly yourself. Otherwise you will bear the Sun family's retaliation. Since Sun Ruinan colluded with the witch church, that Sun family was obviously involved. Sound of air sucked between the teeth, indicating hesitation or thinking over. When you're strong enough, go exterminate a door for fun. Still worried about not getting enough justice? Xiao Huang Chao's thoughts instantly opened up. Sun Ruinan said angrily, you're not being too vicious. I can't believe I wasted both of my classmates' arms. Do you really think you can be lawless just because you joined the law enforcement team? Xiao Huang Chao was speechless. Is this the legendary princess disease? Oh, it's okay for you to let her kill me, but it's not okay for me to maim her? You promised the fight for her. You let her waste me, and now that she's wasted, you're getting antsy? A crowd of eaters. Whisper. Sun Ruinan's face turned blue when he saw so many people watching. Strong words. I'll clean up for Uncle Fei today. Fei Tianxiang, Director of Law Enforcement, Tenkai City. The Sun family can be a dominant force in Tianhai City. There's even suspicion that the whole family is colluding with the witch church. This chief, what can it be? Xiao Huang Chao was also instantly interested. Can't kill you fair and square. Then let's get some justice value out of you first. Just as interest. Cleaning house? You're not worthy. He could sense it. The aura that Sun Ruinan exuded was less than the second rank. It was the same peak of the first order as himself, and one's own cultivation was infused with the system. Definitely the ultimate in extremes, plus consummate martial arts. How about a D though? It's not enough to beat up a pampered young lady? Sun Ruinan looked malicious and directly executed his strongest martial skill. She was going to let Xiao Huang Chao die directly on the martial arts stage. Is D rank perfection great? It's only a D after all. Let's show you pariahs the power of A-ranked martial arts. The Sun family has an ancestral S-ranked martial art. As the only daughter of the Sun family, naturally inherited this martial art. The reason why she doesn't use it is also simple. Didn't learn. It's so damn hard to learn. Xiao Huang Chao also went all out, prepared to deliver a takedown. The two collided. Just as they were about to clash, a burly figure stood between the two, easily catching Xiao Huang Chao's punches. Enough! The man's voice was thick, and the aura of spiritual energy flowing from his body was crushing the two. Cousin, Sun Ruinan was very upset about the man's sudden appearance. Second-ranked martial artist. Xiao Huang Chao's eyebrows trembled slightly. The opponent's cultivation and martial arts skills were above his own. Xiao Huang Chao looked alert, but he wasn't completely out of tricks. If you really can't, you can force yourself to break through to the second rank. Grasp the top-ranked Cao Wei is actually here. The Sun family's foreign relative. This is a genuine second-order powerhouse. Cao Wei looked at Xiao Huang Chao and said, peak first order? The strength is still decent. You are qualified to enter the martial refinement mystic realm. This matter, it ends here. Everyone didn't expect it. Cao Wei, as a member of the Sun family, would actually administer justice, but Xiao Huang Chao wouldn't take him for any good. Sin value, 678. The people of the Sun family are treasure boys per capita. Xiao Huang Chao nodded. Indicates that this is the end of the matter. He didn't want to force a breakthrough in a non-essential situation. This will fall into place. Cao Wei dragged the reluctant Sun Ruinan away to an unoccupied corner. Sun Ruinan jumped anxiously. Cousin, what are you doing? Why did you let that kid go? Cao Wei explained. The family master's plan is at a critical time, and that kid is from the Enforcement Bureau. Killing him in front of so many people would be a bad influence. Sun Ruinan still couldn't swallow it. That doesn't make it any cheaper than that pariah. Cao Wei revealed a grim smile. I said I couldn't kill him fair and square. But, Sun Ruinan immediately understood. Happily, she hugged Cao Wei's arm. Haha, I knew my cousin was the best for me. But, how did this Xiao Huang Chao's strength skyrocket? His cultivation level is actually the same as mine. Cao Wei thought for a moment and, perhaps some secret method of overdrawing potential was used. As we approach the martial arts exam, many heartless candidates will pay a terrible price to improve their cultivation. The corners of Sun Ruinan's mouth rose slightly as he coldly said, then let this cost to him be a little more grievous. Chapter 5 Mission, Hunting Down and Killing the Witch Cleric Martial Artists. Below the martial arts stage, the many people who were eating the watermelon looked at the teenager on the stage with dumbfounded gazes. What did Big Brother Cao Wei say just now? Peak of the first order. Didn't this guy just break through the first rank on his monthly exam last month? What kind of demonic talent is this? 1 month to the peak of the first rank. With this strength, I'm afraid it can be ranked in the top 5? Standing at the edge of the martial arts stage was Yang Shan. Frozen, he looked at his tablemate, watching the teenager's back. Listen to the conversations around you. Between the two, they were a few meters apart, but then again, they seemed to be miles apart. The former wasted duo. Now the other party was an existence that countless people looked up to. Peak first order. D-rank kung fu perfection. Yang Shan's mouth murmured. Thinking back to earlier, he was bragging to Xiao Huang Chao that he was close to touching the proficiency threshold. He was not ashamed to blush, just feel aggrieved. Why? Why are you at the peak of the first rank and I'm only at the first rank? Why is it that your martial skill cultivation is complete while I'm only an initiate? Yang Shan clenched his fists. A wave of jealousy, even resentment, grew in the bottom of his heart. Sun Ruinan, kind of proud daughter of heaven. Martial arts family. He can't be jealous, and he even wants to go as a dog. But what does he, Xiao Huang Chao, have? On stage, Xiao Huang Chao's white robe law enforcement token suddenly began to tremble. He took out the token. Team Jiang's voice came from inside. Xiao Huang Chao come to support. Location, the dense forest of sky pines on the northern outskirts of the city. Xiao Huang Chao froze. Didn't you say that it's almost time for the martial arts exams and you won't be allowed to participate in the mission? Listen to the eager voice on the other end. Something big seems to have happened. Is there a reward for carrying out a mission? Xiao Huang Chao asked sincerely. Team Jiang froze, broke down and cursed. Is this the time to ask about this? Spies from the Witch Order have been spotted. Come on. Xiao Huang Chao shrugged his shoulders and said, then there's no reward. As you know, Team Jiang, I'm under a lot of pressure with the martial arts exam coming up. The mission is definitely going. Spy for the Witch Order. There must be quite a bit of sin value on it. If you can kill him yourself, getting a large amount of justice value, not to mention, maybe even dropping high-level martial arts. More to the point, killed the thugs. You don't have to take any responsibility yourself, and you'll be honored. Team Jiang's face reddened with anger. Yes, enforcers are rewarded with merits for carrying out their missions. Promotion requires merit in addition to cultivation. With a higher position, the authority is even greater, and there will be no shortage of martial arts, treasures, or secret realms of cultivation. Xiao Huang Chao's eyes lit up. Okay, I'm coming now. Team Jiang, suburbia, dense forest of sky pines. Team Jiang and a few law enforcers, hiding behind a rock. They were uniformly dressed in white robes. Printed on the back are two big words, justice. A few people look like a mess. Team Jiang put down the law enforcement token in his hand. Couldn't help but curse. Grass. A cannon fodder still wants to get merits? You were told to come here to take a bullet. The team was filled with fear and observed their surroundings. Team Jiang, why are there so many spies from the witch church lately? In a small city like Tianhai City, even evil martial artists can't look at it. This group of enforcers, pamper yourself and take a chicken feather, were really wrestled with the villains of the witch church. Sudden assignment. Let them be as they are. If you ask me, who am I asking? Team Jiang covered the wound on his body. It's not a serious injury, but he cherished his life. What's the point of fighting for your life when you only have so much money a month? Asterisk 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 asterisk. This evil martial artist is actually a strong second order first class. 3 moves and I'm seriously injured. I have to go back and get the chief to apply for a second degree for me. The team looked at the injuries on the Jiang team and went to the hospital later to heal themselves. Team Jiang, aren't you also a second order first class martial artist? Team Jiang's old face reddened. Of course he's no match for me. It's called discretion. Get it? Let's hide. Let Xiao Huang Chao, that big-headed soldier, be the cannon fodder to draw out the evil martial artists. Suddenly, there was a gust of cloudy wind all around. A weird aura wave swept through the air. A few law enforcers sweated as if they were on the verge of an enemy. In the empty space in front of him, a dark purple mist appeared out of thin air. A short-haired man with a body as dry and thin as a dry corpse. The man looked sickly, and the corners of his mouth grinned, revealing white teeth. Gentlemen, I hear you're looking for me? At the first level of the second rank, the evil martial artist of the witch cleric appeared. Ha, enforcer? It's hard to say who's the prey. The crowd felt the pressure of the man's body. A shiver ran through his heart. The opponent's cultivation level was indeed the first level of the second rank, but the pressure that comes with it far exceeds that of Team Jiang. Don't be afraid. Being the captain of a small team, Team Jiang drank in a deep voice to stabilize the army. 1 of him, 5 of us. The advantage is ours. Who isn't a second-ranked martial artist already? I say 3, 2, 1 together, he will die. Several people looked at Team Jiang. There was a surge of security. Yes, Team Jiang hoarsely roared. 3, 2, 1, charge, for justice, kill. The 4 enforcers instantly activated their spiritual energy. The figure flashed and stormed forward. Team Jiang's words fell. Turn and run. Look back as you run. Asterisk 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 asterisk. This witch church's people are all crazy people who don't want to die. If you bunch of first-rank martial artists die, you die. But I'm second rank. I have to live. Team Jiang hadn't even run a few hundred meters, only to see a figure behind him, emitting a dark purple fog, rushing towards himself. 4 bodies lay on the ground in the distance. Team Jiang's pupils trembled more than once. What? Kill so fast? Xiao Huang Chao hurriedly arrived at the appointed place. No sign of Team Jiang. Instead, he saw a field of blood and bones. Seeing the misery, Xiao Huang Chao's head was confused. No, it can't be. This group of enforcers were all killed by evil martial artists? No. Xiao Huang Chao was beyond sad. Follow the blood trail all the way through. Eventually, in a hidden bush, the badly injured Team Jiang was found. Seeing that Team Jiang still has a breath, seeing Xiao Huang Chao arrive, Team Jiang was like grabbing a life-saving straw. Here, I'm here. Xiao Huang Chao almost wept with joy. Team Jiang, great you're not dead. Team Jiang was badly injured and spitting blood from his mouth. Seeing Xiao Huang Chao so concerned about his own safety, Team Jiang was still a little touched in his heart. I didn't realize you cared so much about me. Come on, take me back. I'll take you to eat and drink in the future. Damn, these losers couldn't even last a minute. Xiao Huang Chao walked over and crouched down. Of course I care about you. Team Jiang, you're really excellent. Team Jiang was a little embarrassed by the compliment. This is natural. That evil martial artist was stronger than me, but I still defied evil and fought to the death. Even if you're all badly injured, you don't back down. Remember, that's what I'm going to say when we get back to the station in a few minutes, and you're going to have to testify for me. Xiao Huang Chao had a faint smile on his face and shook his head slightly. The smile was extra creepy to look at. No, I mean, your sin value has increased again. How excellent. Now that's a certified experience monster. Sin value, 499. In the course of a mission, he deserted and deliberately victimized his teammates, resulting in the deaths of 4 people. Team Jiang? What's sin value? What are you talking about? Chapter 6, Comprehending the Gift. Vidra's body. Sky Pine Dense Forest. Sin value? Xiao Huang Chao, what are you talking about? Team Jiang didn't know what Xiao Huang Chao was talking about though, but a hint of an eerie atmosphere was detected. Xiao Huang Chao smiled meaningfully. It doesn't matter. Did you turn on the law enforcement video? Team Jiang? Enforcement tokens for law enforcement officers. All have this feature. Team Jiang covered up. I forgot to turn it on. If you turn on the law enforcement video, doesn't it document the fact that he ran away from the battlefield and victimized his teammates? And enforcement video of every law enforcement officer, all connected to the local law enforcement agency. It's the equivalent of a live broadcast plus a recording. Presence of law enforcement video. It's for the protection of law enforcement. Also yes, limit excessive enforcement. That's why Team Jiang turned off the law enforcement video early. Words. The corners of Xiao Huang Chao's mouth rose slightly. What a coincidence. I'm not driving either. Team Jiang felt more and more out of place. Get me out of here. Soon the evil martial artists will find us. Xiao Huang Chao revealed his morose white teeth and said, Team Jiang, how does the extreme body quenching liquid taste? Is it good? Elixir potions that assist martial artists in their cultivation. Like martial arts, they are categorized into 5 grades, S, A, B, C, and D. Ordinary body quenching liquid can enhance the strength of a martial artist's physical body, and it belongs to D grade. It's the most common auxiliary potion. The extreme body quenching liquid, on the other hand, is grade B. Martial skills that can be passed on. Potion elixirs, on the other hand, are consumables. So in a way, B-grade potions were much rarer than B-grade martial arts. Even more so, this was simply not something that martial artists like Team Jiang and Xiao Huang Chao could access. At the very least, it would have to be the Sun family, the overlord of Tianhai City, to have it. Team Jiang's pupils trembled more than once. Unbelievably, he stared at Xiao Huang Chao. Panic filled his eyes. You, how did you know about this? Xiao Huang Chao revealed an evil smile and slowly stood up. Captain Jiang of the Tianhai City Law Enforcement Bureau's 2nd team, on a mission in the dense forest of Sky Pines, fighting to the death against the evil martial artists of the Witch Order. Fight to the death and defend justice. Valiantly. Hear the last 4 words. Team Jiang's heart trembled violently. No, you can't. Bang! Xiao Huang Chao slapped Jiang Team on the side of the head. Although the opponent was a second-order powerhouse, he was already dying. Xiao Huang Chao gave him a last ride. Ding! The host upholds justice and kills a second-order martial artist, gaining 2,000 points of justice. Detected that the host killed the target with a sin value of over 100. The dropped items have entered the system store. Please pay attention to check, counting the justice value gained earlier. Xiao Huang Chao now had a total of 2,600 points. The amount of rewarded justice value seems to be based on a combination of how high or low the opponent's sin value is, as well as their strength. Xiao Huang Chao checked the system store. Grade B Martial Art, Flowing Water Rock Breaking Fist, price, 300 justice points. Grade B Treasure Extreme Body Quenching Liquid, price, 200 justice points. Saw these 2 items. Xiao Huang Chao's heart was hot. Original thought. Kill Team Jiang and get some high-level martial arts skills. I didn't realize that not only were there B-ranked martial arts. Surprisingly, the extreme body hardening liquid was dropped. This stuff could increase the strength of the flesh, which was exactly what one was most urgently in need of. Killing drops items? And it seems that it's not just the treasures and martial arts on their bodies. Even treasures that have been taken before have a probability of dropping. And that's too cheap. Grade B Martial Arts, 300 points. Class B Jumbo, 200 points. What's the difference between that and giving it away for nothing? The system couldn't help but spit. All martial arts and treasures below S rank are trash. Xiao Huang Chao, you're noble. You're marvelous. Redeem the extreme body hardening liquid first. After consuming 200 points of justice, a glass test tube appeared in his hand. It was filled with a blood-red liquid. Watch carefully. The liquid inside was found to be still writhing and boiling, exuding a powerful force of qi and blood. Xiao Huang Chao drank it down in one gulp. In a split second, a wave of heat filled between the organs. There was no pain whatsoever, yet it was as if every cell was boiling. Powerful qi and blood rushed through the roots and bones. This flesh that hadn't taken any treasures greedily absorbed the essence of the body-tempering liquid. End of absorption. Xiao Huang Chao felt his muscles, tendons, and bones metamorphose. The strength of the flesh has increased more than several times. Just a bottle of extreme-grade body-tempering liquid had such a powerful effect. Predictable. How big is the difference between those martial artists from martial arts families and ordinary people? If you were to drink this every day from the start of cultivation, a dog could become a martial arts heavenly pride. Right now, This flesh strength should barely reach the standard for breaking through the second stage. Many of the Jedi Celestials, each realm would be polished to perfection before choosing to break through. Xiao Huang Chao did not dare to procrastinate. After all, there was still a second-ranked evil martial artist hiding in this dense forest. Wait! Just as Xiao Huang Chao was about to exchange another B-grade martial skill and start cultivating it, sudden realization. There was also the extreme body hardening liquid in the system store. The selling price remains at 200 justice points. Treasures dropped from kills are permanently stored in the system store and can be exchanged indefinitely. Grass, take off straight away. Then what's the point? System, redeem the extreme body tempering liquid for me again. Ever. Couldn't even afford a bottle of body quenching liquid. Now, extreme body quenching liquid. Step on the box and drink. When redeeming the 5th bottle of extreme body quenching liquid, Xiao Huang Chao felt like his body was about to explode. If we don't break through, we'll be suffocated. The skin radiates a soft golden glow. A terrifying power of chi and blood filled the body. The gas and blood are strong and exhausting for the mechanic. Does the host still need the extreme body quenching liquid? Xiao Huang Chao shook his head. No, don't. Can't drink it. Small party dishes. Can drink. Cannot drink, don't drink. Xiao Huang Chao. Immediately after, Xiao Huang Chao felt a marvelous change within his body. The power of the digested chi and blood coalesced within the body. It then spread to all the limbs. Congratulations to the host. At the first level of cultivation, breaking through the shackles of the physical body and forging a golden body. Realization of D-grade talent, Vidra's body. I can't believe it's a gift. Xiao Huang Chao was greatly appalled. A martial artist from a martial arts family, relying on monopolizing resources, they pulled apart a gulf-like gap with ordinary martial artists. And there are true celestial pride. Not one in a million. Those who have talent are called geniuses. Even if it was a D-grade talent, it was still far ahead of ordinary martial artists. Talent. Part of it is being born with it. The other part of the martial artists, by means of hard training and chance in the latter part of their lives, can also obtain it. As far as I know, there isn't a single person in the entire Tianhai First Middle School who possesses the talent. And this talent gained by relying on the system seems to continue to be upgraded, because in the middle of the system panel, talent, D-grade adamantine body, cultivation progress 1%. Subsequently, Xiao Huang Chao exchanged another B-grade martial skill, flowing water rock shattering fist. 1300 points of justice remain. GGG. A cold and eerie laughter suddenly rang out. A dry and thin man suddenly appeared behind Xiao Huang Chao. The Witch Church's martial artists didn't leave the dense forest. He didn't rush into action. Still laughing teasingly. Ha, even killing your own captain? Is this the Justice Church? Chapter 7 Comprehending the Gift, Vidra's Body. Sky Pine Dense Forest. Just when Xiao Huang Chao helped Zhang Team, forced heroism, the evil martial artists of the Witch Church appeared. Ha, even killing your own captain? Is this the Justice Church? The dry and thin martial artist smiled teasingly. Xiao Huang Chao turned over, without changing his face. Don't slander a good man. Didn't you kill him? Incidentally, look at the other person's sin value. Sin value, 666. Nice guy. It's even higher than heroic death Team Jiang. Worthy of being an evil martial artist of the Witch Church. The dry, thin man snorted a cold laugh. This punk has average fighting skills, but he's good at escaping. He was only seriously injured by me. He didn't die at all. He was killed by you. Oh, none of that matters. The dry and thin man's eyes were grim, as if he was staring at his prey. At a young age, the peak of the first rank. You're kind of a genius. But my favorite thing is hunting geniuses. The dry, thin man was about to make his move. Xiao Huang Chao suddenly shouted. Wait! The dry, thin man closed his hand, like he was playing with prey in the palm of his hand. Just say anything that begs for mercy. I love to hear it. Xiao Huang Chao pulled out his white robe law enforcement token. Turn on the law enforcement video. Then he looked at Team Jiang's body, sobbing. Team Jiang, you were actually killed by an evil martial artist. You died miserably. He turned to the dry and thin man and said angrily. Damnable demoness clerical martial artist. I must kill you to avenge Team Jiang. The dry, skinny man was made whole. Laughter ensued. Ha ha, that's funny. Then let me see how you get your revenge. The dry and thin man catalyzed his spiritual body. The total amount of spiritual energy between the second and first rank was not even on the same level. In a split second, wild winds rose around them and the ground tore apart. The dry and thin man's feet pointed at the void and he killed strongly. Xiao Huang Chao narrowed slightly. This second-order martial artist was different from Team Jiang, the strongest person he had seen so far. Xiao Huang Chao executed 2 D-grade martial arts at the same time. Lost steps, takedowns. The figure was like a swimming dragon. He dodged the dry and thin man's strongest strike and then threw a punch. The dry and thin man reacted extremely quickly. both fists into palms, easily defusing the attack. Seeing that the attack was not successful, Xiao Huang Chao immediately backed off and pulled away. The dry and thin man's face was full of surprised incomprehension. D-grade martial arts? A peak first-rank martial artist like you only knows D-rank martial arts? Ha 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 ha, that's ridiculous. Xiao Huang Chao's demeanor was calm. A soft blue light emerged from his hands, as if a gush of water was wrapping them. Just trying out the power. Who said I only know D-ranked martial arts? Schizophrenia. Flowing rock shattering fist. The punches look gentle and slow, but they are full of explosive power. A light punch could shatter the giant rock. At the same time, this fist technique was cultivated to a great extent. With both offense and defense, it can attack and kill the enemy as well as disarm and defend. The dry, thin man put away his smile, showing a serious look. A B-grade martial art? Xiao Huang Chao came attacking. The punches were like waves of blue water, rippling through the air. The dry and skinny man rolled around and kept dodging, feeling that strong aura of offense. The look on his face went from seriousness to surprise. That punk of a captain has also used this punch. He's a little more skillful at boxing than you are. It's a pity that your B-ranked martial skill has only just been introduced. And it's also being restrained by my B-rank stance that I've cultivated to the skillful realm. Die. The dry and thin man was constantly dodging, leaving behind a trail of residual shadows, his figure like a ghost. Find the right moment. A palm strike to Xiao Huang Chao's chest. Bang! The dry and thin man's pupils trembled, gripped the grass so hard. With this palm, it was somewhat difficult to directly kill the opponent, but it was still very easy to seriously injure a first-ranked martial artist. However, Xiao Huang Chao's body was still, as if it were Tarzan. Talent, adamantine body. The dry and thin man quickly stepped back. Unbelievably, he stared at Xiao Huang Chao. No way. How can your flesh strength be so high for a first order? Even a peak first order? Could it be that you've practiced some kind of physical body martial arts? Looking at Xiao Huang Chao's smirking expression, the dry and skinny man immediately felt his scalp tingle. Talent. You have the gift. Realize this. The dry and thin man's expression changed from stunned to sinister. Never let you grow up. Peak of the first order. Still possessing the talent, and the fighting ability is still outstanding. Unfortunately, you met me. Today you will die. Xiao Huang Chao finally opened his mouth and faintly said, "Where did you get the confidence that you could kill me?" The dry and thin man stood up straight and said confidently, "Martial skills, everyone is B rank, but my proficiency is higher than yours. Cultivation, I'm second rank, you're first rank. Where did you get the chance to win?" Xiao Huang Chao looked bland. Who says, my B rank feat proficiency is only introductory? In his heart, he said, "System, cultivate the flowing rock shattering fist for me." Ding, the host has consumed 500 points of justice. You start practicing the flowing water rock shattering fist diligently, even though it's just a trashy B-rank technique, but the boxing style uses softness to overcome hardness, and there is no lack of subtlety in it. A large amount of body-quenching liquid remains in the host's body, increasing the speed of cultivating martial arts. In the 3rd year, I finally reached the proficiency realm. In the 8th year, on one occasion, I watched a waterfall rushing over rocks and realized the truth from the water dripping through the rocks. Having grasped the essence of the flowing rock shattering fist, one day he realized the truth and crossed over the realm of proficiency and reached the realm of perfection. Cultivation took 8 years to reach perfection, but in reality, fleeting. The dry and thin man watched as Xiao Huang Chao's aura continued to increase. The air around them rippled like a stone into a river. A mysterious aura flowed. You're having an epiphany. What kind of person has a martial arts epiphany in the middle of a fight? What kind of demonic monster is this? Xiao Huang Chao's eyes widened. My martial arts skills are being restrained by you, are they? Can you still restrain a B-ranked martial skill of that consummate realm? The dry and thin man's pupils trembled more than once. At this age, to be able to cultivate a B-grade martial skill to the perfection realm, it was very difficult even for a supreme heavenly pride. There is only one realm difference between proficient and perfect, but the difficulty in the middle is sky high. A martial art, except for the founder, very few people can cultivate to perfection. Proficient would have been the end of the line for everyone. Feeling the aura emanating from Xiao Huang Chao, the dry, thin man had to admit it even if he didn't want to believe it. It was indeed a B-rank technique of the perfection realm. The dry, thin man's heart flinched. What if it's perfected? There is the same chasm between a first-ranked martial artist and a second-ranked martial artist. This is not something that can be made up for by relying on a perfection, B-grade martial skill. The words came out. He doesn't believe it himself. Xiao Huang Chao burst into cold laughter. Yes? What about now? System, imbue me with cultivation. Ding, the host has consumed 800 points of justice value. Your body's blood is surging wildly, and your spiritual power is at the peak of the first rank, easily breaking through the second rank. Cultivation continues to break through, eventually stopping at the second level of the second order. Watch the other side's spiritual energy surge. The aura had completely crushed itself. The dry, thin man's mind went blank. Martial arts epiphanies during combat, and breakthrough realms while fighting. Monster. Chapter 8, The Realm of Puppets. Sky Pine Dense Forest. Monster. The dry and thin man was filled with horror. No longer could he ignite a single desire to fight. Turned and tried to escape. This kind of demonic genius. There was no way he could be an opponent himself. But where would Xiao Huang Chao give him a chance? This is, however, a treasure boy with a higher sin value than even Team Jiang. Running water rock shattering fist. Xiao Huang Chao executed a B-ranked martial skill of the perfection realm. A crack appeared on the ground instantly. A punch is thrown. The dry and thin man's torso was directly pierced through. He turned his head hard. The face was grim and agonized. And he spoke with all his strength. For the witch. Puff. The body went limp and fell to the ground. Ding. Congratulations to the host for killing a second-ranked martial artist of the Witch Church. Gaining 3,000 points of justice. Dropped items have entered the system store. Please check it. Xiao Huang Chao gently exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. Law enforcement records were turned off. 3,000 points of justice value. This is estimated to be able to directly cultivate to the peak of the second stage. It's also possible to raise the breathing method to S rank. 2 for 1. You can't have both the fish and the bear's paw. The martial arts exam is just around the corner. It was safest to directly dislike his cultivation to the peak of the second rank. Cultivating the breathing technique to S rank yields the most benefits in the long run. Choices have to be made. It's better to see what items this evil martial artist dropped first. That B-grade body martial art of his seems to be good. Xiao Huang Chao checked his system panel, only to find out. This evil martial artist, in addition to a B-ranked body technique, also dropped an item. First item. Grade B body technique, Ghost Shadow, price, 500 justice. All the same, they were both B-grade martial arts. The selling price of Ghostly Shadows is higher than Running Water Rock Shattering Fist. It also shows that the He-ghosting effect is stronger. Second item. Secret Realm, the Realm of the Golem, price, 1,000 justice points. Xiao Huang Chao's pupils trembled. In addition to the treasures that a martial artist has taken before, even the secret realm that they have entered before can be dropped. It's more exciting than hacking a legend. With one cut, anything could pop out. The host kills the dropped secrets differently from the normal ones. This secret area has been systematically optimized. All the dangers in the secret realm are minimized and it becomes a pure experience copy. Listen to the system's explanation. Xiao Huang Chao exchanged Realm of the Puppets without hesitation. And then I exchanged it for Ghosts and Shadows. But he didn't immediately enter the secret realm. There's still a bunch of things that need to be taken care of on site. He first contacted the Sky Haven Law Enforcement Bureau. Report the scene. Emphasis was placed on Zhang's heroic death. But the law enforcement side, the focus of attention isn't even on that. Operator Yang Duo, the logistics officer of the law enforcement agency, was shocked. What? You single-handedly killed a second-ranked martial artist of the Witch Clan? Although there's a second-ranked Team Jiang over here. But the Jiang team, what ingredients? She knew it all. He's got nothing to offer but to molest his female employees all day long. Even if he joined the war, the one who put out the main force would definitely be this newcomer called Xiao Huang Chao. Xiao Huang Chao didn't hide anything. Well, during the battle I broke through to the second rank. There are law enforcement videos you can view for yourselves. He pressed on with no intention of hiding his strength. If you're going to hide it, when should you hide it? Cultivate to the third rank, then reveal your strength. And there are fourth rank martial artists above you. Cultivate to the fourth rank, then reveal your strength. And there are fifth rank martial artists above you. You've gained the system yourself. Do you want to be a loser for the rest of your life? Finished with the Sky Pine Dense Forest, Xiao Huang Chao returned to the middle of his rented house. The law enforcement side of the agency was shocked and also said that after reviewing the law enforcement footage they would issue merit awards. There's another rally in a couple days. Law enforcement officers from all over the city are required to attend. There seems to be a big man arriving. However, Xiao Huang Chao didn't care about any of this. He looked to his panel. Cultivation level, second level 2. Talent, D rank adamantine body. Breathing technique, level A justice breathing technique. Feats, grade B feats ghost shadow heavy, introductory, grade B flowing water rock shattering fist, complete. Justice value, 1,500. I wonder what gains this puppet realm can bring. You can't lose money on this 1,000 justice value. Xiao Huang Chao first checked the introduction of the realm of the puppets. The Order of the Witch has many branches besides the bishop. There is a branch called the Puppet Cult that specializes in the art of puppet mastery. A certain generation of puppet cult master is approaching the end of his days and wants to break through the realm of seclusion, but ultimately ended in failure and fell in the place of seclusion. Although the puppet sect master is dead, his corpse still emits a powerful spiritual magnetic field, turning all creatures in a 100-mile radius into powerful zombie puppets. This place has also become a training ground for witch followers, martial artists below the 3rd level, and the secret realm is limited to 3 days. The puppet cult? Xiao Huang Chao had never heard of this sect, but the system said so. The secret areas purchased from the system store are optimized. There will be no danger. Xiao Huang Chao was also relieved to go in. Use the puppet's realm. The space around them swirled. A powerful spatial force directly broke through the subdimension. A light blue circle of energy emerged. An entrance to the space, which can only support one person to pass through, is formed inside the rental house. Xiao Huang Chao entered it. It was like traveling through time and space to a cluster of withered mountains. The rocks are steep and peaked. The surroundings carried a sense of eerie disrepair. Not far, there was also a jackal with dark fur and a large body. A pack of jackals, and all of them are of the 1st rank or higher. This should be a demonic beast that was infected into a demonic beast by the corpse of the puppet cult sect master. The jackal demon beast had similarly discovered Xiao Huang Chao. A low growl lunged this way. Xiao Huang Chao casts Ghostly Shadow, dodged the attack very easily. With his strength of the 2nd rank, it was very easy to deal with 1st rank magical beasts. The aura emanating from this magical beast has indeed reached the standard of a 1st rank martial artist, but that speed doesn't even reach the 1st rank. Is this what the system calls optimization? If so, not to mention 1st order magical beasts, even 3rd order magical beasts could be easily dealt with. The system's voice suddenly sounded. The host uses Ghost Shadow Heavy to dodge the attack of a 1st order jackal. Ghost Shadow Heavy proficiency increased. Xiao Huang Chao raised his eyebrows. This can also increase the proficiency of martial arts? Although, Ghostly Shadows is still at the introductory level. However, an increase in proficiency can be clearly felt. Estimate. Dodging another dozen or 2 dozen attacks would raise it to the proficiency realm. Simply using a martial art can increase proficiency. Not bad for an experienced copy. This pack of jackals was estimated to be in the hundreds, and there are other kinds of magical beasts. Cool brush. Xiao Huang Chao blasted out a fist, instantly killing the jackal demon beast. The host kills a 1st order jackal and increases his cultivation level. What intense spiritual energy! Xiao Huang Chao couldn't help but lament. Merely killing a 1st order magical beast, one can feel a significant increase in cultivation. Where is this the secret realm of calendars? It's literally a leveling copy filled with experience packs. Chapter 9, Talent Upgrade, Iron Bone Golden Body. Xiao Huang Chao recalled. Once the school organized secret adventures, it was a very basic, very simple and safe secret world. He had slain the wraith there. After you kill it, you do get a portion of psychic power. But this spiritual energy was so little that it was negligible. The main value of slaying a wraith, it's in improving combat experience, and the economic value of fur, bones, flesh and blood after the death of a magical beast. The main method of raising one's cultivation level was still to use the breathing method to cultivate and absorb the spiritual chi of heaven and earth. And in the middle of the secret world now, Xiao Huang Chao's cultivation level was still at the 2nd level of the 2nd rank. However, a noticeable increase in spiritual energy could be felt. I reckon that if I kill 50 more magical beasts, I'll be able to advance to the 3rd level of the 2nd rank. After the death of the wraith, the vast majority of the spiritual energy in the body remained in the flesh and blood. A small percentage will also be released. It caused the concentration of spiritual energy in the surrounding space to briefly increase a bit. This was why, after a martial artist killed a magical beast, they would feel like they had gained a tiny bit of cultivation enhancement, and the percentage of this tiny bit of spiritual energy released that is absorbed by the martial artist, probably between 1 in 1,000 and 1 in 10,000. And in the midst of this experience copy, a small amount of psychic energy released into the air after the death of a magical beast. It directly entered Xiao Huang Chao's body. 100% absorption. Spiritual energy gained from killing a 1st order magical beast here. It's the same as killing thousands of magical beasts out there. Xiao Huang Chao stared at the pack of jackals, excited. Kill. After a period of testing, Xiao Huang Chao also felt some patterns. Repeatedly use Ghostly Shadow on one beast. The first proficiency boost is more. The back lift is minimal. Dodge the attacks of powerful magical beasts and boost a little more. So, he summarized a set of his own. The fastest leveling strategy. No direct group kills. Instead, it provokes the jackal to attack itself. Use Ghostly Shadow again to dodge. Dodge and then kill. Utilization is maximized. Ghost Shadow Heavy proficiency increased. Cultivation upgrades. Ghost Shadow Heavy proficiency increased. After killing the 100 or so jackal packs, along with the head wolf, Ghostly Shadow proficiency increased to proficient. The host's cultivation level has increased to the 4th level of the 2nd order. The sun was setting and it was dark. Xiao Huang Chao found a cave to rest in. The secret world has a total of 3 days. The first day's cultivation progress was a bit slower. It's only the 4th level of the 2nd rank, but the cultivation of the martial skill is progressing quickly, and I should be able to cultivate to the perfection realm tomorrow. Tomorrow and the next 2 days of practicing are going to be faster. Strive to cultivate to the peak of the 2nd stage before the secret realm ends. Early the next morning, Xiao Huang Chao advanced towards the depths of the secret realm. Come to a valley. There was silence in all directions, not even a bird. Underneath the calm there is a hidden murder. Buzz! Suddenly a strange cry rang out. Between the rocks, a giant rhinoceros walks slowly, 3 times the size of a normal rhinoceros. The eyes were dark and brutal. With a strange cry from the rhino demon beast, huge herds of over 500 rhinos have come out of rocks and caves. The vast majority of these exceeded the cultivation level of the 5th level of the 1st rank. There were also many magical beasts among them that had reached 2nd order cultivation. Xiao Huang Chao? No! Why is there a rhinoceros in this mountain? It's too late to spit. The ground trembled as the huge herd of rhinos charged towards Xiao Huang Chao. Hundreds of mid-1st order magical beasts. There were also over 50 2nd order magical beasts. Xiao Huang Chao didn't deliberately use Ghost Shadow Heavy to cultivate his martial arts. At this rate, any way you can reach the realm of perfection. Running water rock shattering fist. The water gusted and then coalesced into raging waves. What a 4-2 punch. The old man is going to jackhammer tons. A fist blasted out, and the surrounding ground directly exploded. A dozen or so huge rhinoceroses directly exploded physically. One punch killed a piece of demonic beasts. This rhino demon beast was still known for its physical strength. If this were to be placed in the outside world, it would require at least a 3rd-ranked martial artist to be able to do it. After system optimization, in the middle of the secret realm where 3rd-order martial artists had to be careful, Xiao Huang Chao's 2nd-order strength could do messy kills. The host's cultivation level has increased. Host kills 10 1st-order rhinoceros magical beasts and 2 2nd-order rhinoceros magical beasts. And the progress of the Vajra's body cultivation increases by 14%. Progress of the Vajra body cultivation? Xiao Huang Chao clearly felt the strength of his flesh increase. Immediately, he checked his attribute panel. Talent, D-rank talent adamantine body, 14%. Xiao Huang Chao mused. When the progress reaches 100%, it should be able to be upgraded to a C-rank talent. It seems that this experience copy is more powerful than one thought. Slaying ordinary magical beasts can increase martial skill proficiency and cultivation, and killing specific magical beasts can additionally boost other attributes. Xiao Huang Chao simply did not attack. Use your own talent, Vajra's body, to harden against the rhino demon beast's attack. Bang! 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 A magical beast charged at Xiao Huang Chao's flesh. He backed away slightly. The ground was trampled with deep craters. The host resisted the charge of the rhinoceros demonic beast, and the progress of the Vajra's body cultivation increased by 2%. This elevation, quite a bit more than slaying a rhino wraith, after enduring a rush. His own, Vajra's body, was substantially increased. Xiao Huang Chao held on until his body was about to reach its limit. Only then did he start to make a move to kill back, while slaying magical beasts to gain cultivation and flesh strength, while waiting for the Vajra's body to recover. He then continued to take the impact. Just like that, Xiao Huang Chao played with the rhinoceros herd for the whole day in the valley. Congratulations to the host. The progress of the Vajra's body cultivation has increased by 2%. Congratulations to the host. The progress of Vajra's body cultivation has increased by 1%. Congratulations to the host. His cultivation level has increased to the 5th level of the 2nd order. Congratulations to the host. His cultivation level has increased to the 6th level of the 2nd order. Until late at night. It was only then that Xiao Huang Chao killed the group of magical beasts. Ding! Congratulations to the host. His cultivation level has increased to the 7th level of the 2nd order. Congratulations to the host. Ghost Shadow Heavy proficiency has reached perfection. Congratulations to the host. The cultivation progress of the D-level talent Vajra's body has reached 100%. Upgrading to the C-level talent Iron Bone Golden Body. 2 consummate B-grade martial arts. This allowed Xiao Huang Chao to not suffer any losses in martial arts when fighting with the same rank, even when crossing over. At the same time, the cultivation level had come to the late 2nd stage, and there was no bigger boost than the evolution of a D-rank talent into a C-rank. There isn't a single person with talent in the entire Tianhai First Middle School, and the entire martial artists of Tianhai City. There aren't many that can be found that have D-level talent. As for Class C, I'm afraid there's only one person, Xiao Huang Chao. After Vajra's body is upgraded to Iron Bone Golden Body. In addition to a substantial increase in physical strength, the power is also vastly improved. Bones are hard as steel. A fist blasted out, without using any martial arts skills, and it all carried a strong gust of fist wind. With the strength of my current flesh, putting it outside, without using any martial arts, One can fight a second-ranked magical beast with their bare hands. There's still tomorrow, the last day, and this secret world will be over. Strive to raise your cultivation to the peak of the second stage before the secret realm ends. Early on the third day, Xiao Huang Chao came to the deepest part of the secret realm. See the wraith here. Xiao Huang Chao sucked in a breath of cool air and couldn't help but spit it out. I'll put up with a rhinoceros in the mountains. But why are there still fish? A big-headed fish that rivaled a shark in size and had a head that took up half of its body volume, bouncing around on land, densely packed with hundreds of them. The scene was very bizarre. Big-headed spirit fish. They teach it in school. This fish seems mentally strong. Chapter 10, Gaining a New Talent. Manipulation. The deepest part of the realm of puppets. Xiao Huang Chao tried to make the big-headed spirit fish attack himself on its own accord. Use Iron Bone Golden Body, again to resist. It was found that the strength of the flesh barely increased. It seems that in the secret realm, different magical beasts boost different attributes. Hundreds of big-headed spirit fish in front of him. Almost all of them were at the beginning of the second order. After system optimization, vitality and defense remain the same, but attack power is greatly reduced. Thick blood does no damage. Now that's a passable experience package. Xiao Huang Chao used a martial art to kill a large-headed spirit fish. The host's cultivation level has increased. The host's mental strength has increased. Xiao Huang Chao instantly felt. The brain becomes refreshed. Mental enhancement? In addition to spiritual energy, physical body chi and blood, and so on. Martial artists can also cultivate spiritual power. Just very few martial artists would focus on this piece. On the one hand, it was because it was extremely difficult to cultivate spiritual power. The demand for resources and talent is very high. The other side of the coin was that even if it was cultivated, it didn't do much to improve combat power. There were only a very few martial artists who had special talents, or practiced special martial arts. Only then would you focus on cultivating spiritual power. For Xiao Huang Chao at this stage, spirituality doesn't do much either. But something for nothing is better than nothing. Xiao Huang Chao began to slaughter like crazy. A punch for a karami, a kick for a little friend. It took a couple hours. Clean up the 100 or so large-headed spirit fish. Cultivation rubbed off. Ding! Congratulations to the host for reaching the 9th level of the second order. Congratulations to the host. Spiritual power has been greatly improved. Xiao Huang Chao breathed a long sigh of relief. This time, the secret realm's magical beasts should be cleaned up. The harvest of this secret world, beyond imagination. Just as Xiao Huang Chao was planning to leave the secret realm, the ground shook violently. The surrounding barren mountains trembled with it. Bang! There was a loud bang and the rock exploded. A cave behind the blasted rock. An old man clad in a black robe with empty, lifeless eyes slowly stepped out. The old man was tall, over 3 meters. There wasn't a speck of meat on his body. It was completely a layer of skin wrapped around bones. A treacherous aura emanated from his body. Xiao Huang Chao's eyes narrowed slightly. Surprisingly, there are still secret bosses. This should be the one mentioned in the secret realm's introduction. That puppet cult sect leader. Even if it's life or death, the old man still carried a strong fluctuation of spiritual energy. It's hard to imagine what kind of cultivation this old man had before he died. 4th order? 5th order? No, it might be even stronger. But, here, it's useless how many ranks of martial artist you are. Xiao Huang Chao catalyzed his body martial arts. The body transformed into a shadow. Like a ghost, a split-second's effort came to the old man's side. Running water rock shattering fist. A full-force punch was thrown. Since you're already dead, be an honest corpse. Boom! A punch is thrown. Moments later, spider-web-like cracks appeared on the surface of the corpse. A light as blue as the ocean bloomed. The body of the puppet sect master was directly smashed into pieces. One moment, Xiao Huang Chao felt a rich spiritual energy and mental energy that surged into his body. The system's voice kept ringing. The host kills the puppet cult master, and his cultivation level rises, reaching the peak of the second order. Host receives a mental boost. Spiritual power reaches the standard. And in the midst of killing the puppet cult's master, you will realize the talent, D-level manipulation, not upgradable. A talent can even be dropped in the middle of a secret realm? It was only a D-ranked talent, but something was better than nothing. The final boss of the secret world has been killed. The secret world is over. A burst of light and space fluctuations followed. Xiao Huang Chao left the secret realm and returned to his rented house. Looked at the time. Same time I entered the secret world. It seems that although 3 days were spent in the secret realm, the real world passed by in a flash. The laws of time are different in the two spaces. In normal secret realms, the flow of time is consistent with the outside world. It also seems to be a result of system optimization. Xiao Huang Chao looked at his system panel. Cultivation, peak of the second order. Talent, C-rank iron bone, 3%. D-rank talent manipulation, non-upgradable. Breathing technique, level A justice breathing technique. Feats, Grade B Feats Ghost Shadow Heavy, complete. Grade B Flowing Water Rock Shattering Fist, complete. Justice value, 1,500. The harvest of the secret realm could only be described in 4 words. Scary as hell. This 1,000 points of justice value is so worth spending. Cultivation directly breaks through to the peak of the 2nd rank, and infusing cultivation with justice value alone would be more than 1,000 points of justice. The Ghost Shadow Heavy martial art is still cultivated to full level. There's no bigger boost than upgrading a D rank talent to a C rank, and gaining an additional D rank talent. Xiao Huang Chao immediately checked his newly acquired talent. Grade D talent manipulation, can control a target for a short period of time. The duration and amount of control increases with the increase of mental power. Watch this talent. Xiao Huang Chao was thoughtful. This talent can only be used on martial artists whose cultivation level is lower than mine. There's no direct increase in combat power. It's more of a supporting type of talent. Xiao Huang Chao was thinking. Manipulation is D-rated and is not upgradable. How one is going to make the most of this gift? To the best of one's ability. A martial artist who can be controlled has a high probability of not being able to carry a single move from me. And where does this gift come into play? There. Xiao Huang Chao had a flash of insight. A treacherous smile appeared. You can fish for law enforcement. Everyone looks good. He started it. Subsequently, Xiao Huang Chao looked at his 1,500 justice points again, pondering what to spend the rest on. The cultivation level is now the peak of the 2nd rank. The strength of the flesh is also strong enough to break through the 3rd stage at any time. Hesitate for a moment. Xiao Huang Chao didn't choose to break through directly. He wanted to be the same as he was in the First Order, polishing the flesh to the limit before choosing to break through. The current strength of the peak of the 2nd Order was completely sufficient. In case of danger, under desperate circumstances, he was also able to make a temporary breakthrough. If you raise the Iron Bone Golden Body to rank B, it should be the limit of the 2nd Order physical body. And so, he then consumed 200 justice values and purchased a bottle of Extreme Body Tempering Liquid. After taking it, the host has taken Grade B Extreme Body Quenching Liquid. The progress of Iron Bone Golden Body cultivation has increased by 1%. Flesh strength has increased, but the results are poor. It's not very realistic to want to rely on the Extreme Body Tempering Liquid and upgrade to a C-grade talent, so we can only look for another method. Xiao Huang Chao speculated. It wasn't that the Grade B Extreme Body Quenching Liquid was ineffective. Rather, they have developed resistance to the drug themselves. To improve the strength of the flesh, need to find other treasures. System, infuse 1,000 points of justice value and cultivate the breathing method. You need to keep 300 points for yourself. Breakthrough use in times of desperation. Ding, the host has consumed 1,000 points of justice. The host begins practicing the A-level perfection of justice breathing technique. During the first year, you realize that a rank seems to be the end of martial arts, and you can't break through to S rank no matter what. There seems to be a gap between the A and S grades. In the 10th year, you didn't give up. Dripping water through stone, to sense the connection between martial artists and aura, seems to vaguely touch the threshold of that layer. In the 20th year, the host has practiced the breathing technique to S rank. In these decades of cultivation, there is no epiphany, only the perseverance of dripping water through stones, one step at a time, back to the basics, and finally reach the ultimate. Congratulations to the host. The justice breathing technique has been cultivated to S class. Cultivation from D to S. Resonance between the host and the breath of justice. Feedback from the breath of justice. Black-robed enforcer's soul. Chapter 11. How does it feel to be betrayed by your brother? The soul of a black-robed enforcer? What is it? Xiao Huang Chao was a bit surprised. I didn't expect that there would be unexpected gains from practicing the breathing method. You can hear it in the system's prompts. This is not a reward from the system. Rather, it was a feedback of pushing the breathing method from D to S grade. View presentation. Black-robed enforcer's soul, remnants of a dead soul, with 1% of the power of the living. For 10 minutes, Xiao Huang Chao frowned slightly. Surprisingly, it's the remnant soul of a powerful martial artist. Among the black robes of the Church of Justice, I only know that there are white robes, yellow robes, and purple robes. Could it be that the back is the black-robed enforcer? He remembers. The director of the Tianhai City Law Enforcement Bureau was also merely a yellow-robed law enforcer. The exact strength is not clear. Black-robed enforcer. How many ranks of martial artist must this be? This one-time spell. It will be Xiao Huang Chao's strongest tool to save his life. Even if it's just a remnant soul. Even if it only has 1% of the power it had when it was alive. The strength of this remnant soul was still terrifying. Xiao Huang Chao rested at home for a day to consolidate his realm. Next morning, head for school. You still have to go to school. After all, there was still the treasure girl there that he had been haunted by. On the way to school, Xiao Huang Chao has been thinking. Sun Ruinan colluded with the witch church, so the Sun family was most likely involved. One needs to look for an opportunity. Go meet the rest of the Sun family and check out the Sin value situation. If one's guess is true, then we'll have to find a way to give the Sun family a clean slate. There's definitely no way for me to fight the Sun family squarely with my current peak second order strength. If we can determine the exact strength of the black-robed enforcer's soul, we might be able to use this to regiment the Sun family. It's not just a matter of strength. There still has to be a reason for the extermination. One's own talent, manipulation, can briefly control others. If the people who control the Sun family come to attack themselves, they are in a position to fight back in self-defense. No, that wouldn't fulfill the conditions for extermination either, unless hard evidence of their collusion with the witch order can be found. Colluding with the witch church, that's bound to be a crime of executing all 9 clans. Xiao Huang Chao's head spun as he thought of this. The Sun family has been entrenched in Tianhai City for many years. Since they dared to collude with the witch church, they were bound to have done everything right. Even if you can see the Sin value yourself, it is very difficult to find evidence. Xiao Huang Chao pondered the whole way. Come to school. Yang Shan paced back and forth, looking grave at the school entrance. I suddenly saw Xiao Huang Chao. Immediately, he squeezed out a smile. Still, a hint of panic could be seen in his eyes. Lao Zhao. There's something big. Yang Shan ran over with a mysterious face, patting Xiao Huang Chao's shoulder. He said, "You kid, you're actually all at the peak of the first rank. Lying to me for so long has caused me to worry my brother to death. Never mind, I'll tell you something heavenly first. A magical beast cave has been discovered on the western outskirts of the city, and that magical beast is about to die of old age, guarding a treasure. It's dying, but they're still close to second order strength." Xiao Huang Chao revealed a meaningful smile. "Are you taking me to the west of the city, to look for that magical beast cave?" Suddenly interrupted. Yang Shan froze. "You, how do you know?" "Haha, we're brothers. I'll definitely think of you first when something good happens." "How do I know?" Xiao Huang Chao gusted a cold smile looking at Yang Shan's Sin value. The other day it was only 17, and nowadays, Sin value, 121. Yang Shan, accepting a bribe from Cao Wei, lured Xiao Huang Chao to the west of the city and led him into a prepared trap. Yang Shan wanted to continue explaining. "As you know, my uncle works for the URA and he sued." Xiao Huang Chao pretended to be excited. "We're brothers. Can I not trust you? What are you waiting for? Why go to school? Hurry up and go, or someone else will grab it." Yang Shan's nervousness finally eased. "Okay, I'll lead the way. West of the city, in the middle of nowhere, all the way." Yang San has been forcing the issue. "Lao Zhao, don't worry, you're almost there. Trust me, my uncle wouldn't lie to me. Don't look like this place is all flat, but there really are magical beast caves." Yang Shan was afraid that Xiao Huang Chao would back out and want to leave, and Xiao Huang Chao didn't say a word the whole time. Suddenly, he clearly sensed that there was a fluctuation of martial aura around him. The strength is mostly in the first order, with his current strength at the peak of the second rank. This was coupled with a mental strength that far exceeded that of martial artists of the same rank. Perception is especially strong. Yang Shan frowned at his surroundings. Darkness said, "Where did Cao Wei tell me to take him? Was it not here, or has it already been traveled?" Xiao Huang Chao suddenly stopped in his tracks. "This is it. You can walk past it if you go any further." Yang Shan froze. Instant sweat. Lao Zhao, what are you talking about? We are going to find the Wraith Cave. Cao Wei is not here. No, the Wraith Cave is not here. Realizing that he had said the wrong thing, he quickly changed his tone. "Idiot, you're so slow to lead the way." An angry rebuke suddenly sounded behind Yang Shan. Cao Wei slowly walked over with a dozen people. The dozen or so. All of them are more or less related to the Sun family, and all of them were in Xiao Huang Chao's class, too. Their strengths are all in the middle of the first order. Cao Wei, on the other hand, possessed a terrifying second-order strength. Cao Wei had a teasing smile on his face. "Xiao Huang Chao, how does it feel to be betrayed by your own brother?" Seeing that the cards are already on the table, Yang Shan reddened his face and yelled, "Xiao Huang Chao, I treat you as a brother, yet you secretly obtain opportunities behind my back, and you don't blame me. On the path of martial arts, the weak are the strong, and as long as I have the Sun family's financial support, I will be able to make a name for myself." Xiao Huang Chao looked at the crowd's Sin values, all over 200. Cao Wei, a core member of the Sun family, had a Sin value even closer to 700. Xiao Huang Chao looked at the crowd with interest. "Betrayed by a brother? Ha 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 ha. Where did my brother betray me? He said he brought me to chance. Isn't it all chance?" He looked to Yang Shan and said, "Not bad for my brother to give me such a great gift." A member of the Sun family sneered. "Already scared and starting to babble? I know you're at the peak of the first rank, but there are so many of us, and there's also Boss Chao." Xiao Huang Chao looked at Cao Wei and said without haste, "Cao Wei, as I recall, there doesn't seem to be any entanglement between you and me, right? The qualification for the martial refinement mystery realm that I grabbed is also Wang Xiaoyu's, not your Sun family's. Cao Wei sneered. Oh Xiao Huang Chao, aren't you a bit too naive? In Tianhai City, the Sun family is the sky. It's everything. Anyone who disobeys the Sun family will not have a good ending. Xiao Huang Chao, just because I disliked Sun Ruinan twice? Cao Wei's eyes went cold. The Sun family doesn't need a reason to make a move. You want to go to the secret realm of martial refinement, isn't it, for the martial examination? I'll beat you into a wreck now. Let's see what you'll take for the martial exam. Chapter 12. Unfortunately, I'm also a second-ranked martial artist. Western suburbs. Xiao Huang Chao and Xiao Wei's group were at sword point. Xiao Huang Chao opened the law enforcement record. I'm an enforcer from the Sky Sea City Law Enforcement Bureau. You attacked the law enforcers for no reason. That's a felony. Cao Wei was amused in the face of the threat. He stepped forward and pointed to his face. Law enforcement video, is it? Ha ha ha. Come on. Record my face. Do you really think that the Law Enforcement Bureau of Tianhai City will have someone to help you out? Even if you report it upwards. So what? This video, it won't even reach the top. The Law Enforcement Bureau of the Church of Justice. There's a process. Video recordings of law enforcement are kept in the local law enforcement bureau. If there is an objection, the footage will be uploaded to the General Directorate of Law Enforcement in Gangnam Province. Only if there are still objections will they be uploaded to the headquarters of the Holy See. Xiao Huang Chao had a gust of cold laughter in his heart. Bunch of ungrateful idiots. He secretly unleashed his talent, manipulation. A random martial artist of the first rank of strength was controlled. This person's eyes trembled. And then he yelled at Xiao Huang Chao. How dare you disobey the Sun family? You will surely be broken into pieces. We came here today to kill you. It's a shame you don't have a family, or they'd be a skeleton by now. Cao Wei looked at the man with a face full of surprise. What's going on? Didn't you say you're here to teach Xiao Huang Chao a lesson and just cripple him? What's with the sudden need to start killing people? It's not that Cao Wei doesn't dare to kill. Rather, it was now a critical time for the Sun family head's program. It's best not to make too much of a scene. And, I, Cao Wei, am helping my cousin's son Ruinan out. Why are you jumping around here? But Cao Wei didn't make a move to stop it either. Thought it was just badgering and talking out of turn. Scare the out of this kid who doesn't know what he's doing. Xiao Huang Chao directed himself and smiled. I'm an enforcer. And you dare to kill? The mind-controlled martial artist snorted. He, so what if it's an enforcer? For you to kill and die without proof. As for the law enforcement video, the Sun family naturally has a way to take care of it. Someone's trying to kill me? Xiao Huang Chao's heart was greatly pleased. The mind control was lifted, and the screaming martial artist was filled with confusion, frowning in thought. What just happened? Why does it feel like my brain is confused? Like I even said something? Xiao Huang Chao chided loudly. You people, how dare you design the murder of an enforcer? This is a capital offense. That controlled martial artist was even more confused. He looked to Cao Wei and whispered, Boss Chao, didn't you say you'd teach him a lesson? How did it become murdering law enforcers? Aren't you overplaying your hand a bit? Cao Wei stared at him with an odd expression. Did I overplay my hand? Aren't you the one who called out and provoked? I'll get you when I get back. Cao Wei gave him a harsh word. The martial artist's face was full of aggression. What did I do? Yang Shan, who was hiding to the side, heard their conversation. The heart was happy. That's great. If you kill Xiao Huang Chao directly, save yourself a lot of trouble. Anyway, he didn't do it himself, so he had nothing to do with it. Cao Wei looked towards Xiao Huang Chao as the surging spiritual energy within his body began to surge. The intimidating pressure of a second-ranked martial artist was revealed to the fullest. A long spear emerged in his hand. The top of the lance was silver in color and beautifully engraved with floral patterns. The sharp tip of the gun carried a bit of a chill. Spiritual energy surrounded the gun. The crowd marveled at the sight of the weapon. Boss Chao is really angry this time. Mountain shattering gun. I heard that this is the weapon that the Lord of the Sun family gave to Boss Chao at his bar mitzvah. When Boss Chao uses this weapon, he'll be nearly invincible at the same level of the second rank. Cao Wei held the shattered mountain lance, the tip of which pointed to the ground. Xiao Huang Chao, today I'll let you know that there is a world of difference between a first-ranked martial artist and a second-ranked martial artist. Cao Wei let out a bellow, pointing his toes on the ground. The lance stabbed out. A little bit of cold aura, piercing the air, and the surrounding spiritual energy coalesced into a vortex. It broke through the air with a strong killing aura. Xiao Huang Chao didn't dodge and just stood there, allowing the tip of the gun to stab towards his chest. Cao Wei's pupils trembled. He never expected that Xiao Huang Chao would not hide. This shot would have stabbed the opponent in the chest. He's going to die. Getting an enforcer killed is a little tricky, but make it miserable and there will be absolutely no trouble. Cao Wei tried to move the direction of the spear tip but it was too late. Xiao Huang Chao looked calm. You're right. There is indeed a world of difference between a second-ranked martial artist and a first-ranked martial artist. But, clang, the mountain-shattering gun stabbed Xiao Huang Chao in the chest. A hole was poked in his shirt, but the tip of the gun stopped when it touched his skin. Xiao Huang Chao's C-rank talent, Iron Bone Golden Body. A dark golden glow flowed over the surface of his skin. An early second-stage martial artist of Cao Wei's goods couldn't break his defense at all. Cao Wei's heart trembled. Hold the grass. So hard. Cao Wei's forehead veins bulged as he pushed the mountain-shattering lance hard. The gun bent, but the tip of the gun still couldn't pierce the slightest bit. How is this possible? Xiao Huang Chao had a cloudy face. But I am also a second-rank martial artist. Cao Wei was sweating profusely. You broke through from the peak of the first rank to the second rank? Impossible. You've only just reached the peak of the first rank. How could you break through so quickly? No way. That's not possible. Even if he has also broken through the second rank, his strength is definitely below mine. I'm a late second order, first order martial artist. There is a chance to break through the second stage too before the martial arts exam. Why can't my attacks hurt him? Could it be talent? A terrible thought was born in his mind. Although he was a second-rank martial artist, his talent was weaker than his cousin's son Ruinan, who was 2 years younger. Even as proud as he was, in front of son Ruinan's talent, he also had to bow down. It is said, the head of the family was prepared to use resources to help pile up his cousin's talent when she broke through to the second stage. In that case, son Ruinan would become a true daughter of heaven. And now, it's not clear if son Ruinan is a proud daughter of heaven, but the teenager in front of him was definitely the pride of heaven. It's amazing that he has the gift. It's also likely that you were born with it. However, what shocked Cao Wei even more was yet to come. A strong shock of spiritual energy suddenly erupted within Xiao Huang Chao's body. The majestic spiritual energy surged and instantly wrapped Cao Wei up. You're pretty much right. I did break through. Broke through from the peak of the first rank to the peak of the second rank. Cao Wei, who was holding on to the mountain-shattering lance with all his might, froze. A breakthrough from the peak of the first order to the peak of the second order? What a niche term. Cao Wei froze for half a day before reacting to the meaning of the words. No way. No one can cross a great realm in one day. The mouth says it's impossible. But feeling that spiritual power pressure that completely crushed him, his legs had begun to shake more than a little. There was only one thought in mind. Monster. It's definitely a monster. Xiao Huang Chao revealed his morose white teeth. In Cao Wei's eyes, that was simply the devil's smile. Ready for justice? Chapter 13, Killing Cao Wei, gaining 2,000 justice points. The onlooker martial artists standing not far away. Each one looked puzzled. What is Boss Chao doing? Why haven't you scrapped Xiao Huang Chao yet? What are the two of them standing there talking about? Chao boss, that gun stabbed over. How did not hurt Xiao Huang Chao? Chao boss cannot fight? What are you talking about? Boss Chao is a second-rank martial artist. Shouldn't have used his full strength. Just testing it out. Look, Boss Chao has moved. Cao Wei turned his head against the powerful spiritual pressure. Look to the crowd behind you. Hardly. Help. Help me. The crowd of first-rank martial artists were brain-dead. What? Boss Chao said. Said to save him? No way. We definitely heard wrong. Yeah, how can Boss Chao? Bang. Xiao Huang Chao suddenly struck out. The palm of his hand was wrapped in a light blue halo, and he smacked it over. Cao Wei's head directly exploded. Plasma splatters. Ding. The host has successfully enforced the law and killed Cao Wei. Rewarded with justice value, 2,000 points. The moment he saw Cao Wei's head explode, the many martial artists felt their heads, too, buzzing. Hair. What happened? Fake it. Boss Chao was killed by Xiao Huang Chao. And it's still a second death. Dead. Dead. Ah. These dozen people followed Cao Wei and committed crimes. Some have killed people, while others are seeing dead people for the first time. But none of these people have a low sin value, and none of them are any good. Finish killing Cao Wei. Xiao Huang Chao's figure was like a ghost. A silhouette stayed in place, its form flickering. Come to the congregation. The teenager who had just killed Cao Wei still had bloodstains on his face, but the look was surprisingly calm. Because of crossing over for 2 years, the teenager realized a profound truth. This looks like the same modernized world as the previous one. Just because there is an aura, there are martial artists. There would be absolutely no safe order. The weak are the strong, and life and death become incredibly random. If you're not ruthless enough to kill someone, someone else will come and kill you. Xiao Huang Chao was like a lord, scrutinizing the crowd. Murdering an enforcer is a capital offense. Now, your turn. The crowd of martial artists trembled, their bodies dominated by fear. Even a second-ranked martial artist like Cao Wei could be killed in a single move. They don't even have the courage to run away. The corners of a martial artist's mouth twitched and his voice trembled. Xiao Huang Chao, we are classmates. This is all Cao Wei's plan and we have nothing to do. Yeah, it's all a conspiracy by the Sun family. Don't worry, we'll make sure we don't publicize it. We didn't see anything. facing the pleas of the crowd. Xiao Huang Chao sneered. Why can't we pass it on? As an enforcer of the Law Enforcement Bureau, I uphold justice and kill criminals. Isn't that a great honor? So far, the biggest threat to Xiao Huang Chao was the Sun family, the overlord of Tianhai City. The Sun family head. His strength is even more unfathomable. But I have the Black Robe Enforcer's soul. Not really so afraid of the Sun family. The big deal is that the fish is dead. Puff. A martial artist directly gave Xiao Huang Chao a knee and cried out. Please let me go. Don't kill me. Kill. The word was both distant and foreign to him. Today, it is clear that you are just following Boss Chao. As countless times before, come to bully your classmates. So ordinary that it couldn't be less ordinary. No one could have imagined that it would develop like this. The kneeling martial artist continued to plead. Whoa, I've been practicing hard for so many years just for the martial arts exam. My mom and dad have worked so hard for so many years in hopes of seeing me go to Budokan University, and I don't want to let them down. Can you understand? He started playing the emotional card. Xiao Huang Chao looked at the sin value on his head. There was a hint of disgust in his eyes. I can't understand it at all because I don't have a mom or dad. But, that introverted boy you bullied into suicide. He had parents. That girl you abused. She has parents too. You're relying on your family's connections to set these things right. And the boy's mother dies headfirst in front of the law enforcement office and no one asks questions. That martial artist's pupils trembled violently, collapsed on the floor. How do you know all this? Xiao Huang Chao shook his head slightly. It doesn't matter. What matters is this. Xiao Huang Chao throws a leg kick. Under the enhancement of the C-grade talent iron bone golden body, the kick looked like a dump truck punch. Bang! The kneeling martial artist died tragically on the spot. The host kills a criminal and increases his justice value by 600 points. The remaining martial artists all turned pale. A first-order 8th gravity martial artist suddenly shouted out, asterisk. We're all going to die anyway. Let's all join forces. The remaining dozen or so first-ranked martial artists struck out. Praying mantis. Xiao Huang Chao's figure flickered. Performing martial arts at full strength, he was like a demonic butcher, setting off a bloody storm. This one-sided crushing massacre. It's over in 10 minutes. Justice value plus 200. Justice value plus 300. Justice value plus 300. A large number of items are dropped in the system store. Please pay attention to the host. The system beeps kept ringing. Pieces of corpses. Yang Shan's pupils trembled more than once. Once upon a time, the brother who was as much of a loser as he was. Nowadays it's a completely different world from your own. Xiao Huang Chao finished killing everyone and slowly walked to Yang Shan. The eyes were cold with contempt. Is there anything else you want to say? Yang Shan's forehead rippled with veins. Do you think you can humiliate me all you want now? I don't need your pity. Seeing that Xiao Huang Chao was unmoved, Yang Shan let out a long sigh and looked up at the sky. The anger was all gone, and it seemed to be trying to open up. Old Zhao, I don't recognize you now. We're in two worlds now. But, Yang Shan released a smile. I'll try too. The Sun family gave me a C-grade martial art and a bottle of body-quenching liquid. We'll decide again on the martial arts exam when the time comes. Old Cho, Yang Shan said in a forceful tone. I will catch up with you. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. Xiao Huang Chao suddenly laughed. Yang Shan froze. What are you laughing at? Xiao Huang Chao put away his reckless laughter. Yang Shan, you still like to add drama to yourself so much. A martial arts exam? What makes you think you'll live to take the martial arts exam? Yang Shan's expression suddenly stiffened. What do you mean? Seeing Xiao Huang Chao's expression gradually become cold, Yang Shan panicked. Are you going to kill me too? Lao Zhao, I'm at your table. I'm your brother. Did you forget that we had class together and ate together and got physically punished by the teacher together before? I don't have a background. I'm just doing it for the resources of the Sun family. What's wrong with me? And you're unharmed. Xiao Huang Chao approached step by step. Yang Shan's face was filled with fear and his body trembled. No, don't. Pust. A punch. Xiao Huang Chao punched the end of his 2-year tablemate. There is no ripple inside. Xiao Huang Chao looked at Yang Shan's corpse and faintly said, the system is right. Some people have a low sin value just because they're weak. Once they are given the opportunity to persecute others, they become evil. If you can stab me in the back once, you'll do it a second or third time. Chapter 14, 7 Body Forging Martial Skills Simultaneously Cultivated. Xiao Huang Chao ignored the ground, strewn with corpses. Look to your own panel. Cultivation, peak of the second order. Talents, C-rank Iron Bone, 7%. D-rank Talent Manipulation, non-upgradable. Breathing Technique, Class S Breathing Technique for Justice, Introductory. Feats, Grade B Feats Ghost Shadow Heavy, Complete. Grade B Flowing Water Rock Shattering Fist, Complete. Justice Value, 4,000. This ambush. Not only did it leave Xiao Huang Chao unharmed, it also provides a lot of justice value. There are also many items dropped in the system store. System, check the store. The system store opens. Class D Earth Splitting Poem, 100 points of justice. Grade C Raging Bull Crash, 200 justice points. C Class Savage Body, 300 points of justice. Grade D General Body Hardening Liquid, 80 points of justice. Grade C Blood Pill, 150 points of justice. Xiao Huang Chao roughly skimmed through it. No useful martial arts skills, or treasures. With the exception of Cao Wei, they were all first-ranked martial artists. It's unlikely to drop anything good. Cao Wei, on the other hand, dropped a book of B-rank weapons and all C-rank treasures. These don't do much for Xiao Huang Chao either. He needed A-rank, or even S-rank martial arts. System, help me exchange the Qi and Blood Pill and ordinary body tempering liquid. Grade B's extreme body quenching liquid was more effective than any of these, but there was no way Xiao Huang Chao had become resistant to the drug. Redeem it and take it immediately. Ding, the host absorbs the Qi and Blood Elixir. The progress of Iron Bone Golden Body Cultivation increases by 5%. Ding, the host has absorbed the normal body quenching liquid. The progress of Iron Bone Golden Body Cultivation has increased by 3%. Xiao Huang Chao will be able to increase the treasures of Qi, Blood, and Flesh Strength, all redeemed several times. Stay stoned until you have resistance. See Grade Talent Iron Bone Golden Body, 40%. Watch the progress of the talent's cultivation. Xiao Huang Chao was very dissatisfied. Raising a C-ranked fleshly talent to B-rank should be the limit of what a second-ranked martial artist's body can withstand. Sessions. It was also the day he broke through to the third rank. Only after reaching the third rank was one considered to have truly stepped into the ranks of the strong. There were as many uninitiated in first-ranked martial artists as there were dogs. The number of second-ranked martial artists plummeted, but they were definitely not considered strong. Only a third-order martial artist. It's the real elite. The principal of Tianhai No. 1 middle school was only at the second stage of perfection. The cultivation progress of this talent is too slow. It needs to be accelerated. Xiao Huang Chao directly ignored the corpses all over the ground. Dark thoughts. Justice values can be used to cultivate realms and martial arts, as well as to shop at the system store. Unable to directly cultivate talent progress. Ordinary martial artists, competing in realms, martial arts, and so on. However, between Heaven's Pride martial artists, the competition was talent, the same martial arts skills. The effect of casting it with or without talent is very different. For example, having a thunder system talent and then practicing thunder martial arts, it's twice as effective and more powerful. With a powerful talent, fighting across levels was easy. If one really wants to stand at the pinnacle of martial arts, talent is more important than martial arts, or even the realm at hand. Xiao Huang Chao's goal. It's not about dominating a tiny Tianhai city. The entire Tianhai city couldn't find a fourth-ranked martial artist. Xiao Huang Chao began to focus on how to increase the progress of talent cultivation. Currently, the only way to increase the progress of talent cultivation is to purchase treasures that increase the strength of Qi, Blood, and Flesh in the system store. As for the cultivation mystery, experience copies in the system store. It's the kind of thing that can't be found. Hiss. Increase in Qi, Blood, and Flesh strength? Xiao Huang Chao suddenly had a flash of insight. What took me so long to figure that out? If it's just a matter of boosting the strength of Qi, Blood, and Flesh, wouldn't that be simple? System, open the system store. Xiao Huang Chao in the store a bunch of garbage feats. Sweeping a glance. Redeem martial skill, Savage Body, Brute Bull Strength, Blood Surge. Xiao Huang Chao exchanged these martial arts skills. All of them are D- and C-grade junk weapons. But, these martial arts techniques are all about enhancing the strength of the physical body. Many martial artists with mediocre talent and no background or resources. The path of forging is often chosen. Low cost, low investment, and good combat results for low-ranked martial artists. And Xiao Huang Chao practiced these martial arts. It was only to increase the strength of his physical body and energize his talent. Grade C Iron Bone Golden Body. Cultivate martial arts. Ding. The host has consumed 800 points of justice value. The host starts practicing 7 body forging martial arts at the same time. Touch and go. 80% less difficult to cultivate. In the first year, by virtue of their talent, the 7 low-ranking martial arts skills were cultivated with ease and a quick start. In the second year, cross the 7 body forging martial arts over the realm of proficiency and reach proficiency. Cite 1 to 7. Touch the class, so that you can be unimpeded on the road of cultivation, but each martial art has its own unique characteristics. Easy to start, difficult to finish. 7 martial arts techniques for forging the body. 7 different ways of thinking about forging the body. This makes your path to perfection very difficult. In the 5th year, you finally mastered all 7 different forging thoughts to perfection. Strong Qi and blood fluctuated around Xiao Huang Chao's body, like a monstrous wave washing over the scorched rock. Suddenly an aura like that of a ferocious beast erupted. Xiao Huang Chao opened his eyes. Feel the body change. the strong physical body reached an unimaginable point, even if the 7 body forging martial skills were all of low rank. However, after all of them were cultivated to perfection, the gains brought about were beyond imagination. Xiao Huang Chao checked his talent progress. Grade C Iron Bone, 85%. A breath of fresh air increases progress by 45%. Sure enough, this is the way to go. Although the low-ranked martial arts skills increase less, but the amount is large. Quantitative changes cause qualitative changes. Moreover, the justice value needed to cultivate low-ranked martial arts was very little. If I can come into contact with more A-ranked, or even S-ranked, body forging martial arts, my physical body talent can definitely be upgraded to S-rank. An S-class talent would only come out once in many years in the entire Red Yen Empire. And now Xiao Huang Chao. Not only does it clearly have a way to promote S-rank talent, and there's a strong possibility that there's more than one, after the practice is over. Justice value remaining, 2,000. Looking at the 2,000 points of justice, Xiao Huang Chao didn't know what to do with it for a while. There's a sense of having so much money that you don't know what to do with it. System, cultivate the breathing method of 1,000 points of justice value. If you don't know how to spend it, throw it in the breathing method, a one-time investment for a long-lasting return. Keep another 1,000 points of justice for emergencies. Ding, host consumes 1,000 points of justice value to cultivate the justice breathing technique. S-class breath of righteousness attains proficiency. The S-rank breathing method was close to proficiency before. Consumed 1,000 points to get to adept. 3,000 points guaranteed if you want to consummate. Think about it. Xiao Huang Chao, who had just had a bit of a mob mentality, calmed down again. An S-ranked martial art is simply a gold-swallowing beast. Xiao Huang Chao looked around at the corpses, pulled out the white-robed law enforcement token. Time to process the scene. Chapter 15. You killed all of the Sun family? Xiao Huang Chao's cultivation ended. Look at the bodies all over the floor. Pulled out the white-robed law enforcement token. Contact Skyhaven Law Enforcement. In addition to the enforcers in the Enforcement Bureau, there will also be many logistical staff. This includes the operator. The main job of the operator is to interface with the various law enforcement officers. If there was something wrong with every enforcer, they all go to their own director and deputy director, and they are simply too busy. To put it bluntly, it's a customer service job. The operator, Yang Duo, was obviously a little excited when he heard that it was Xiao Huang Chao's voice. She was also the one in charge of wiring last time. I heard Xiao Huang Chao say that he had single-handedly killed a second-ranked demoness cleric martial artist by himself. She was all excited. This is Operator Duo Yang. What's the problem? Xiao Huang Chao heard a familiar voice. The thought crossed my mind that maybe the law enforcement counterparts have fixed operators. It's no big deal. Encountered a group of martial artists provoking trouble and deliberately murdering law enforcers. A dozen first-ranked martial artists and a second-ranked martial artist. Oh yes, many of them are from the Sun family, and the rest are involved with the Sun family. When Yang Duo heard this, he was furious. The Sun family is really too much, doing whatever they want in Tianhai City. The director can't do anything about them. You're the hero who killed the demoness cleric's martial artist. How dare they make a move against you? Xiao Huang Chao gave a very agreeable I thought they were too much, too, so I killed them all. Right, it should be all. What? Kill them all? Yang Duo's voice tone was raised a few degrees. The Sun family? You killed them all? You're kidding, right? Xiao Huang Chao calmly said. There are law enforcement videos that the Bureau can view. Yang Duo froze directly in his workstation. Why did you kill them all? Deliberate murder of a law enforcer is a capital offense. So if you don't kill them, do you still keep them for New Year's? Xiao Huang Chao asked rhetorically. Yang Duo was on the verge of crying. The reasoning is this. She loathed the Sun family greatly. But the question is, after you kill, do you ever think about what happens to you? Xiao Huang Chao could hear that Yang Duo was in great difficulty. So he said, that's it, just report it as it is. Yang Duo worried. You must be careful of the Sun family's retaliation, and contact me immediately when you encounter danger. Tenkai City Law Enforcement Bureau. The director of law enforcement is in his office, and the spiral explosion ascends to the heavens. What did you say? The deacon sent down by the Jiangnan Province Law Enforcement Bureau's General Directorate is arriving today? I thought it was going to be a couple days? Deputy Chief. Where's the Deputy Chief? Damn. What a vacation at this point. The director was as anxious as a hot pan. An assistant on the sidelines explained. The Directorate General's side says that Tianhai City has been quiet all these years. Recently, a large number of martial artists from the Witch Clan suddenly appeared. They feared some plot was being hatched, and the Lord Deacon came early. Someone from above came down to check. Can the commissioner not sweat it out? Quickly inform the law enforcers below to be honest these days. Knock, knock. Yando came knocking on the door at that moment. Law enforcement officers are on a mission and reporting needs to be a process, but there's too much at stake with Xiao Huang Chao. She thought about it left and right, but decided to come straight to the chief. The main concern was that an ordinary enforcer wouldn't be able to carry the Sun family's retaliation. Director, a dozen or so martial artists deliberately plotted against enforcer Xiao Huang Chao, and were all killed by Xiao Huang Chao in return. Yander added, these people are from the Sun family. The director is breathing fire. For this kind of thing, just go straight through the process. How dare you deliberately murder an enforcer? Shouldn't this be killed? Wait, what did you say? The Sun family. It's true that what comes around comes around. At this juncture, there's this kind of thing going on. Tian High 1 Middle School, Class 3. Director Zhang sat in the middle of the classroom, being threatened by Xiao Huang Chao. His heart was not in the right place. Come to the classroom and take a look. The class of 30 or so students was half empty. Cao Wei, Xiao Huang Chao, Yang Shan, and many others were absent. Look at the empty classroom. Director Zhang was on fire, reprimanding the remaining dozen or so students. How many times have I told you? With the martial arts exam coming up, the most important thing is to stay calm. One by one, all of them are so impatient that they don't even come to class. So what's the test for? Taking advantage of Xiao Huang Chao's absence, Director Chang began to vent his emotions. I would especially like to criticize Xiao Huang Chao by name. It's almost time for the martial arts exam, and you have to show off to join some law enforcement team. Academics and martial arts exams come first. Look at how it's drifting now, not even coming to class. This kind of person won't get ahead even if he gets into college. Some students had seen before that Xiao Huang Chao finished off Wang Xiaoyu, couldn't help but fight for him. So many people didn't show up for class, and Xiaowei didn't show up either. A student muttered in a low voice. Director Zhang glanced at it. Aha, not the Sun family. Immediately chortled. You don't look at your own cultivation. What qualifications do you have to talk about people's Xiaowei? Xiaowei was first in his grade every year, so can it be the same? He still has the Sun family to pave the way. What do you have? You also want to join the law enforcement team like Xiao Huang Chao and go on a mission. Ha! Sun Ruinan, who was sitting in the front row, had a hint of an icy smile on her pretty face. Only she knows. Why didn't these people from Xiaowei come? It was also known that Zhou Wang Nest might never be able to come to class again. Sun Ruinan immediately agreed. Director Zhang is right. Teacher is also looking out for us. We all know how important the martial arts exam is. Joining the law enforcement team on a mission is very dangerous. If there's an accident at this point in time, a lifetime could be ruined. Director Zhang is worried about our safety. Director Zhang couldn't be happier. Hate to burst into 2 lines of tears. Look, they're both students. Why is there such a big gap? Other people, Sun Ruinan, not only has a good family background, but is also considerate of her teachers. What about you guys? A bad smile spread out from the corner of Sun Ruinan's mouth, pretending to be worried. Director Zhang, you said that Xiao Huang Chao won't have any accidents on his mission, right? Director Zhang snorted coldly. It's only right to have an accident. Oh, I'm sorry guys, I've let you down. A voice with a teasing smile rang out. Xiao Huang Chao appeared at the door of the classroom without warning. He leaned against the doorway, bland and fully clothed. However, visible blood can be seen on the corners of the clothes and shoes. Sun Ruinan's pupils trembled and his expression stiffened. Why is he at school? Didn't cousin bring someone there? Where's the cousin? Did cousin not block Xiao Huang Chao? Blood. If it's not blocked, then why is he still covered in blood? Sun Ruinan stared dumbfounded. The 2 men looked at each other. The moment his eyes collided, Sun Ruinan immediately withdrew his sight in fear. The heart trembles more than once. A terrible thought grows within. Director Zhang didn't give him a good look. Still no to come back to class. I don't remember so many days when you've been on leave for a mission. You're counting today as an absence and getting a demerit. Where's that deskmate of yours, Yang Shan? Did he go out with you? Chapter 16, Sun Qing, sister of the head of the Sun family, 3rd class of Tenkai I. When Director Zhang asked why Yang Shan didn't come to school, Xiao Huang Chao faintly said, dead. The corner of Director Zhang's mouth twitched. Dead. Xiao Huang Chao, you are classmates after all. It is not okay to joke about this kind of joke. It's fine to fight in private, but now you're playing mouthy with me? He's really dead. Xiao Huang Chao repeated. Director Zhang frowned tightly. How do you know he's dead? You saw it. I just don't believe it. A big living person. Of course I saw it. I killed it. A simple sentence. It instantly froze Director Zhang. The whole class had a brain buzz. What did he say? He killed it. What a joke. May. Looking at Xiao Huang Chao's indifferent expression, it didn't seem like a joke at all. Then, what about Cao Wei and the others? Director Zhang asked. Xiao Huang Chao shrugged his shoulders helplessly. Cao Wei and the others teamed up with Yang Shan and intentionally murdered law enforcers, which is a capital offense. So, all killed by me. One moment. The crowd's brains went blank. All killed? That's Cao Wei, the #1 second-ranked martial artist in the entire school. Or the Sun family. They were all killed just like that? Thought everyone who didn't show up for class was skipping. I didn't expect to escape straight to hell. Xiao Huang Chao ignored the crowd's fearful gazes. Walked to your place. As he passed Sun Ruinan's seat, he leaned in and whispered, Miss Sun, the next. May be your turn. Sun Ruinan was silenced and her delicate body shook violently. The gaze that raised his head to look at Xiao Huang Chao was tinged with fear, resentment, and anger. Shell teeth tightly biting red lips, coldly said, Dare to kill my cousin. You'll be the next to die. The class shrank and bowed their heads. Xiao Huang Chao as he passed by himself. It was as if they could all feel it. A piercing cold chill. This lunatic killed nearly half the class. Even his own tablemates, even Cao Wei of the Sun family, dared to kill. They no longer have the brains to think. Xiao Huang Chao was able to kill the second-ranked Xiaowei. What level of strength had he reached? It just felt overwhelmingly scary. Who wouldn't be afraid to stay under the same room with such a killing god? I haven't done anything yet, and I've somehow moved up a dozen places in the rankings. It's not that I'm trying too hard. It's that my fellow killers are too crazy. The fastest way to improve your grades is to address the problem at its source. Xiao Huang Chao returned to his seat. The class was so silent that they didn't even dare to breathe out loud. 2 classes in a row, even between classes. No one moved and stayed in their seats. From time to time, sneaking glances, sitting in the corner of the classroom, Xiao Huang Chao. Anyone caught peeking would be covered in sweat. The fear that continues to fester in the classroom. It was as if space had been frozen. Director Jiang sat at the podium. It's not right to talk. It's not right to walk. His legs kept trembling and he didn't even have the strength to stand up. Until, Xiao Huang Chao. A deep, angry voice. Suddenly it rang out in front of the classroom door. A middle-aged man with a round body and thinning hair appeared in the doorway. The crowd's eyes went over to it. Director Jiang saw this man. It was more like seeing a savior. What brings you here, headmaster? Director Jiang knowingly got up in a hurry. I can't wait to escape the classroom now. Principal and Donghai glared at Director Jiang. Look what your class did. Director Jiang smiled cheekily. Now just don't let him stay in a classroom with this god of killing. In a classroom. Beat and scold me any way you want. Director Jiang hid behind Donghai, and Donghai looked at Xiao Huang Chao, the few remaining hairs on his head exploding in anger. Xiao Huang Chao, come out. With an indifferent expression on his face, Xiao Huang Chao shrugged his shoulders and followed him out. As soon as Xiao Huang Chao left, the class breathed a sigh of relief. My god, that maniac is finally gone. What does the principal want with him? What can it be? Then it must be that he killed Xiaowei and a dozen others. Why do I feel that this is a bit implausible? Isn't he a peak first rank? Xiaowei is a second rank martial artist. Don't believe it? Then you were too scared to breathe just now? The aura Xiao Huang Chao emitted just now is too scary. For the first time I felt what is called a killing aura. Do you think Xiaowei is not dead? Definitely not dead. He's a second rank martial artist. Or, the martial artist who spoke stole a glance at Sun Ruinan and whispered. Or the Sun family. You have a point. And I also think there's too much doubt about this. The student, who was lying on the window opening, looked at the many people gathered at the entrance of the school, cursing, and yet think it's unreliable. Xiaowei's mom is carrying a coffin to the school gate. School entrance, Xiaowei's mother. It was also Sun Ruinan's great-aunt, the sister of the head of the Sun family, Sun Chang, carrying a coffin. With a large group of martial artists, they blocked the entrance to the school, pulling a long banner, killers pay for their lives. Hand over the murderer Xiao Huang Chao. Passers-by, students in the school building, all craning their necks to watch. Sun Chang had already brought a large group of people with her, plus the onlookers of the passers-by, surrounding the school. Passers-by whispered around, isn't this Sun Chang, the president of the Sun Hua group and the sister of the Sun family head? Why are you blocking this side of the school? Murder for life? Who died? Who else could it be with Sun Ching crying like this? It must be her precious son. Her son is that martial arts genius Cao Wei who was claimed to be second only to the daughter of the head of the Sun family? Hiss. Didn't I hear that Cao Wei was the first student in the entire Tianhai city to break through the second stage? This was killed? My god. A second-order genius martial artist, whose mom is the president of the group and whose uncle is the head of the Sun family. Who's so bold? Although Sun Chang was a member of the Sun family, her martial arts talent was really average, which has resources stacked up. Even after all these years, he was still only a first-ranked martial artist, so he went into business and helped the head of the family to control the business company. Being in Tianhai and backed by the Sun family, there was no business competition to speak of. Easily monopolize all the city's highly profitable industries. Sun Ching at this time, there was none of the usual bossy, arrogant posturing. The moment he learned the bad news, he broke down and cried straight away. The eyes were still red and swollen from crying. The Sun family was a martial arts family after all, and strength was honored. Not being able to do anything with her own talent, her son was all she had to hope for. Since she was a child, she has been very pampered by Cao Wei, and it is good to see that Cao Wei has not let her down. But today, all hope is lost. Tsunaru defied all odds, going crazy and blocking the entrance to the school, and Donghai hurriedly brought Xiao Huang Chao to the entrance of the school. It was clearly the principal, clearly a peak second-order martial artist. At the sight of Sun Cheng, who was only a first-rank martial artist, his face was filled with respect. "Ms. Son, he is Xiao Huang Chao, the culprit who killed your son." Chapter 17. I see that you are the one who wants to rebel. The entrance to Tianhai No. 1 Middle School. The moment Sun Cheng heard the words Xiao Huang Chao, instant tears were streaming down his face, and his eyes were red and glazed over. With open teeth and claws, he rushed towards Xiao Huang Chao, hissing, "You murdering demon, give my son back his life." This statement was made. The whole room was in an uproar. Hold the grass, Cao Wei is really dead. The nephew of the Sun family's head, Sun Qing's son, and there's still someone who dares to touch him in Tianhai City? Bad. This is going to be a turmoil in Tianhai City. Who's this guy? Looks like a student too. He must die. Die? You're too naive. It's not like you're not aware of the Sun family's methods. Death is a luxury. Facing Sun Qing's open jaws, Xiao Huang Chao ducked to avoid it. Sun Qing fell over himself. Xiao Huang Chao was not the least bit afraid and said lightly, "I am an enforcer of the Tianhai City Law Enforcement Bureau. Are you going to attack an enforcer as well? This is a capital offense." At this point, it was only onlookers who realized Xiao Huang Chao's true identity. In addition to being a student at Tenkai 1, he is also an enforcer. The crowd whispered, "Enforcers? Truly, according to the law enforcer's law, every single member of the Sun family deserves to die. Who doesn't know the relationship between the Sun family and the Law Enforcement Bureau? And who can judge them? This young enforcer dares to lay hands on the Sun family. A newborn calf is not afraid of tigers." The crowd was cold. Xiao Huang Chao enforces the law against the Sun family, which has been doing wrong. They don't feel that the move was all that righteous. It's just a self-described mature and darkly sarcastic comment. "Oh, young." Sun Qing's eyes were filled with blood, and her face still bore traces of tears that hadn't dried. "A capital offense? Kill me. Then kill me now. Don't you dare." Xiao Huang Chao's eyes narrowed. A murderous aura surged. Sun Qing's sin value, 960. Almost as good as Sun Ruinan. As the sister of the head of the Sun family, it was also the most central figure of the Sun family. So how could the sin value be low? Seeing this, and Donghai immediately scolded. "Bold, Xiao Huang Chao, why don't you quickly kneel down?" Although Donghai was too old and hadn't fought for a long time, his chi and blood were weakened. But after all, it was a martial artist who had been stuck at the peak of the second rank for many years. Immediately, he released his spiritual pressure, suppressed Xiao Huang Chao's killing intent. However, Xiao Huang Chao was stalwart. "Who isn't a peak second-order martial artist? I'm not wrong, so why should I kneel?" The host is brave enough to fight back. Justice value plus 100. And Donghai saw that the number of onlookers was increasing. Exasperated. "And say you're right? I'm asking you if you killed Cao Wei. He only cares about Cao Wei's death. As for the dozen or so other people who did the evil, dead is dead." Sun Ruinan ran out of the classroom at this time, helping up Tsunaru. Looking at the crowd, he said, "Xiao Huang Chao is usually not right at heart. Recently, I got some chances and my cultivation has skyrocketed. Just secretly look for an opportunity to kill my cousin Cao Wei. Heaven forbid that such a person should still be alive." And Donghai rebuked in a deep voice, "Xiao Huang Chao, ironclad evidence. What else do you have to argue about? Get on your knees." Xiao Huang Chao sneered in a gust of laughter. "Ha, irony? Just by one of your mouths. You call that evidence?" Watching Sun Chang's expression grew colder and colder, and Donghai's heart trembled in fear that she would settle the score on her own head. "You killed Cao Wei. Isn't that ironic? Xiao Huang Chao, you're a student and I'm the principal. Are you trying to rebel? So many years. What student is not respectful? Even the children of the Sun family. Whether or not he looked down on himself in his heart, he was still treated with courtesy on the surface. What right do you have to be so wild in front of yourself? A powerless martial artist who at best has managed to break through to the second rank by fluke? Who knows?" Xiao Huang Chao took out the white robe of law enforcement from the white robe law enforcement token and put it on. Asked rhetorically, "Right now, I'm an enforcer and you're an ordinary martial artist. Bold, I think it's you who wants to rebel." And Donghai's face was red with anger and ferocity, but a hint of confusion also grew in his heart. This kid clearly broke through the second rank by fluke. Why was he so calm under the pressure of his own peak second rank martial artist? Xiao Huang Chao looked at Sun Cheng. "I did kill Cao Wei, but aren't you curious as to why I killed Cao Wei?" The passers-by, who were watching, pricked up their ears. They could hear it from the conversation. 2. This student named Xiao Huang Chao. Not only was he an enforcer, he was likewise a gifted martial artist. You can break through the second order at this age. Looking at the entire Tianhai city, it was a premier heavenly pride. But why would such a person go after the Sun family? And he killed Sun Qing's son. Xiao Huang Chao responded. Cao Wei, Yang Shan, and a dozen others, colluded with each other in a deliberate plot to put me to death. Murdering an enforcer is supposed to be a capital offense. Whether it was self-defense or punishment of a criminal, I was justified in killing him. Upon hearing that it was her son who was the one who was in the wrong, Sun Qing instantly exploded. Your bull ting me. My son is so good, how could he be trying to kill you for no reason? Xiao Huang Chao smiled and said, that's something you'd have to ask your good niece. Sun Chang looked at Sun Ruinan in surprise. Sun Ruinan looked flustered. Qing, Auntie Qing, let me explain. This is all Xiao Huang Chao's fault. He bullied me first and my cousin stood up for me. Sun Ruinan suddenly reacted. It seemed to have found a break in Xiao Huang Chao and immediately threw the pot all over the place. Excitement cried out. You said your cousin tried to kill you and that's why you killed him back. He lied. Cousin's purpose in the beginning was to teach a lesson, not even trying to kill you. This is a fight between students at best, and you're killing people viciously. You're more mischievous than even the witch church's martial artists. Xiao Huang Chao had expected it. Yes? The white-robed law enforcement token bloomed with light. Drop a video in the air. Let's see if this group of them want to teach a lesson or try to kill me. In the video, it was that, the martial artist who had been controlled by Xiao Huang Chao using his talent, manipulation, who was screaming madly. He threatened to break Xiao Huang Chao into pieces. Xiao Huang Chao's methods are very despicable. But so what? Wicked people have their own grind. To deal with the wicked, you must be more wicked than they are. Sun Ruinan saw it. The gang that Cao Wei brought with him said that he would kill Xiao Huang Chao. Even after Xiao Huang Chao said that murdering a law enforcer was a capital offense. Still unafraid, he even brought out the Sun family as a backer. In an instant, Sun Ruinan's face turned pale. No, that's not what was said in the beginning. If Cao Wei is really in a hurry during the fight, kill Xiao Huang Chao. She would only smile contemptuously. And now, Xiao Huang Chao is still alive and Cao Wei is dead. Small accusations were made by onlooking passers-by. The Sun family is so lawless that even the Law Enforcement Bureau can't control them. Could it be true that the Law Enforcement Bureau is actually all under the control of the Sun family, just like the rumors? Recently, Tianhai City is not peaceful. There have been martial artists from the Witch's Order. Could this be related to the Sun family as well? Chapter 18, Peak Strength of the Second Order. School entrance. Heard the passers-by around him discussing whether the frequent appearances of the Witch's Order were related to the lawless Sun family. It was supposed to be a wild guess by the people who were eating it. The speaker doesn't have a heart, but the listener does. Sun Ruinan, Sun Chang, and even Andonghai. The three of them changed their faces at the same time. Andonghai Sin value, 895. Charge, collusion with the Order of the Magi. Xiao Huang Chao looked at the crowd with cold eyes. The Sun family and Tianhai I have all colluded with the Witch Church. Combine this with the recent frequent appearances of the Witch Church. Xiao Huang Chao had reason to believe that they were plotting a huge conspiracy. Just in time, law enforcement video footage was shown of Xiao Huang Chao smashing Cao Wei's head with a slap. Sun Qing, who is a mother, the sight of his son's gruesome death was bloody. Emotional breakdown in an instant. Tears were streaming down his face. My son, kill him for me. And Donghai roared as he saw more and more people gathering. Xiao Huang Chao, you still don't know what's wrong? What is wrong with me? If they want to kill me, am I to be slaughtered? Xiao Huang Chao asked rhetorically. And Donghai's face darkened with anger. Now that Cao Wei is dead and you're unharmed, isn't it still your fault? Xiao Huang Chao couldn't help but sneer. Oh, if I'm weak, I deserve to be killed. Is that the truth? And Donghai saw that everyone around him was supporting Xiao Huang Chao, and his heart was getting panicked. How dare you argue? Xiao Huang Chao's eyes were cold. Then I tell you, that's the point. Weakness is to be bullied. And Donghai said in exasperation. How did you read all those years? Is that what they teach you in school? I'm stronger than you now, so I can just bully? You can try, Xiao Huang Chao said indifferently. And Donghai seized the opportunity and struck immediately. Today I'm going to clean up Tianhai No. 1 middle school. Most of the many Sun Clan fighters that Sun Chang had brought with him were late first-rank martial artists, and there was no shortage of second-rank martial artists among them. They all swarmed. Anton C came in for the kill, performing his best B-grade martial art. Big Dipper Fist. Don't look at Andonghai's fat body, but the punching style is severe. A fist shadow coalesced in the air with killing intent. After all, he was a peak second-order martial artist, and his strength should not be underestimated. The students in the school building, one by one, stared in disbelief. It's the first time I've seen the principal take a shot in all the time I've been enrolled in school. The principal did it. A peak second-order martial artist. Xiao Huang Chao is in dire straits. What kind of martial art is this? I can feel the wind of the fist even from this far away. Xiao Huang Chao's hands were behind his back and his figure flashed, like a ghost constantly flickering. All of Andanhai's punching winds were dodged, hitting above the ground and leaving a crack. Andanhai froze. Good. So fast. What kind of stance martial skill was this? It was even faster than an A-rank stance. It wasn't that Xiao Huang Chao's ghostly shadows was too strong. Rather, there wasn't a single weak technique that had been cultivated to the consummate realm. Suddenly, an ice-cold voice sounded behind Andanhai. Headmaster, you taught us not to be distracted while fighting. Xiao Huang Chao's fist was wrapped in a light blue light. A punch lands to the back of Andanhai's head. This punch, it didn't seem to be vicious, and was even a bit soft and feeble. But a punch to the body feels like thousands of punches. The power of the fists kept coming, impacting the flesh. Xiao Huang Chao frowned slightly. The hand doesn't feel right. Is this spirit gear? The so-called spirit tools are much rarer items than martial arts, treasures, and so on. Infuse items with spiritual energy, thus aiding in combat. Commonly, there are weapons with swords, guns, clubs, and battle armor, among others. The reason why spirit tools are rare, it's because it's very difficult to make and consumes a lot of human and financial resources to make one. However, the advantage was that the spirit tool could be used all the time as long as it was not completely destroyed. It could even be a family heirloom. Pass it down from generation to generation. Andanhai wore a spirit tool that warded off most of the attacks. He snapped his head back, his expression grim. Then have you forgotten that I taught that when fighting you have to take all circumstances into account, including spirit tools? Andanhai suddenly counterattacked with a one-handed eagle claw, digging straight into Xiao Huang Chao's heart. Xiao Huang Chao didn't move a muscle. The addition of the 7 body forging martial skills showed its effect at this moment. The iron bone golden body, which was close to a B-grade talent, instantly erupted with a terrifying power of chi and blood. The skin was as hard as metal, and Andanhai had already used his maximum strength, but he couldn't shake a single bit. His pupils trembled. You have a spirit tool too? No, this is flesh strength. Cold sweat broke out on Andanhai's back. Even a peak second stage magical beast could not have such a strong defense. Xiao Huang Chao released the terrifying power of chi and blood in his body with all his might. Like a ferocious beast, many of the first-ranked Sun Clan martial artists were directly shocked. Individual second-ranked martial artists, joining forces to surround them. Xiao Huang Chao casts ghostly shadow again. The figure kept dodging, throwing punches as it did so. Flowing water rock shattering fist, plus terrifying physical strength. A hard punch shattered Andanhai, the spirit tool hidden under his clothes. Pieces of precious metal, falling from within the suit. The metal shards still had wisps of spiritual energy on top of them. No, my spirit tool. Even though he was the principal of Tianhaino, one middle school, but a spirit tool was also very precious to him. All of his assets together could not even be worth a single spirit tool. Xiao Huang Chao sneered. And there's still time to ache for spirit tools? Boom! A punch is thrown. Andanhai fainted on the spot. After all, it was a peak second-order martial artist, so it was still a bit difficult to kill it with a single punch. Ding! Seriously injure Andanhai. Plus 1000 justice value. Serious injury to a Sun family martial artist. Justice value plus 200. Serious injury to a Sun family martial artist. Plus 100 justice value. The system's beeps kept ringing. Seeing that the strongest Andanhai had fainted, the remaining first and second rank martial artists surrounded Xiao Huang Chao, but none of them dared to step forward. One moment, the room was silent. Both the passers-by on the sidelines and the students watching the drama in the school building, all stunned and dumbfounded. This principal was defeated? Geez, students giving an old fat down. I'm afraid there's never been anything like this in the history of Tianhaino. One middle school, right? And Lao Fei is a peak second stage martial artist. So, wouldn't that mean that Xiao Huang Chao has also reached peak second stage? Didn't you say that you only broke through the second stage? What kind of demonic cultivation speed is this? Cao Wei didn't die unjustly. Sun Ruinan was scared and stepped back. Once the loser he despised, the class loser. Now it was a great realm above his own. In particular, he exchanged glances with Xiao Huang Chao, feeling the overriding and resolute killing intent in his eyes. His delicate body couldn't help but tremble. Xiao Huang Chao walked towards the two women, Sun Qing and Sun Ruinan. None of the surrounding martial artists dared to make a move to stop them. Sun Qing could no longer care about her son's death. She was only a first-ranked martial artist, paralyzed and cowering backward on the ground. Xiao Huang Chao faintly said, mobbing and assaulting law enforcement. Now, it's your turn. Chapter 19, The Sword of the Enforcer. The entrance to Tianhaino, one middle school. The original crowd of onlookers and eaters, backed up a long way. all the way across the street. Two peak second-ranked martial artists exchanging blows could easily injure innocents. And the chi and blood emanating from Xiao Huang Chao was like a terrifying ferocious beast that made them not dare to approach. Among the crowd, an unassuming crippled old man with slightly narrowed eyes. A glint flashed in his deep, sunken eyes. The mouth murmured, 18 years old, at the peak of the second rank, and also possessing a C-rank flesh talent, and crucially a heart that won't give in. Good seed. Xiao Huang Chao approached the two girls, Sun Cheng and Sun Ruinan, step by step. A half-aged woman, mature and charming, a youthful beauty, the dream goddess of countless students. But Xiao Huang Chao's eyes grew colder and colder. With their backgrounds, even if they say they're going to kill themselves, they're just a bunch of troublemakers. It's also hard to execute two people. However, both have high sin values, and seriously injuring them will earn them just as much justice value. Stop! A cry of rage. Everyone looked in the direction of the voice, only to see a leap of more than 10 meters. His body took off into the air and came in front of Xiao Huang Chao, blocking the way. The man was tall and thin, with slender eyes and prominent cheekbones. Just the face alone gave off a sinister and venomous feeling. Bold Xiao Huang Chao. Murder in the street. Do you still have the dogma of the order of justice in your eyes? Xiao Huang Chao sized up the person in front of him. The other party's spiritual energy fluctuations were a cut above his own. It was impossible to tell the exact cultivation level, but it was bound to be a third-order martial artist. Estimated cultivation around the early third stage. Look to his sin value. Sin value, 844. Charge, collaboration with the magical order. Nice guy. Here comes another one colluding with the witch church. Are there any good people left in Tianhai City? All wicked. Could it be a certain high-ranking martial artist in charge of the Sun family? Xiao Huang Chao sneered. What's wrong with me enforcing the law as an enforcer? Who are you to stop me? So what if it's an early third-order cultivator? And let's not talk about it. Nowadays, Xiao Huang Chao's physical quality had long had the ability to break through the third stage. Only the realm was not the perfect extreme. The remaining justice value would allow him to break through at any time. Even if it doesn't break through, he also didn't think that he wouldn't be able to defeat a third-ranked martial artist by relying on his perfection technique and C-rank physical talent. The two girls, Sun Cheng and Sun Ruinan, saw this person. The panic and fear settled down instantly. Sun Ruinan looked at Xiao Huang Chao with a bad smile on his face. Ha! Still showing off his status as that law enforcer when he's dead to the world. The tall, thin man's eyes narrowed slightly. Enforcer is it? Spin. There was a flash of light in the man's hand. A 3-foot green blade surfaced in his hand. The sword was made of a special metal and had a milky yellow halo around it. At the hilt, the word law enforcement is engraved. There was no doubt that this was another spirit tool. The man with the long sword in his hand had his temperament change, full of solemn majesty. Look at the long sword. The onlookers were appalled. Hold the grass. It's the enforcer's sword. What was that? This is a weapon that can only be equipped by high-ranking enforcers, and in addition to being a spiritual tool in its own right, it is a symbol of status. Passers-by recognized it. Xiao Huang Chao, who was an enforcer, naturally knew that this person is a yellow-robed enforcer. Xiao Huang Chao was not clear about the specific path of birth. Just know that you have to upgrade from a white robe to a yellow robe enforcer. In addition to having to meet certain requirements in terms of cultivation, you also need to have a meritocracy in place. The man laughed coldly in bursts, his gaze filled with disdain. Are enforcers a big deal? Being an enforcer means you can do whatever you want? I'm ordering you in my capacity as the deputy director of the Tianhai City Law Enforcement Bureau. Seriously injuring so many people. Get back to the station immediately to be investigated. Now, do I still qualify? Deputy Commissioner? Xiao Huang Chao has only joined the Law Enforcement Bureau for a few days. I don't know anyone except the heroic Xiang team. But, so what if you're a deputy director? Not qualified, Xiao Huang Chao said indifferently. This statement was made. The whole room was appalled. You dare to dislike the deputy commissioner's words? This kid has eaten his heart out, hasn't he? The deputy director was also slightly stunned. Xiao Huang Chao said without haste. They mobbed and attacked me. They're the ones who should be taken back for investigation. And you, as the deputy director of the Law Enforcement Bureau, can't enforce the law impartially. I suspect you're colluding with the Sun family. Now, Xiao Huang Chao's gaze was biting. I'm going to bring them back to the Law Enforcement Bureau for interrogation. Along with you. His own strength at the peak of the second rank might not necessarily lose to a third-rank martial artist. Besides, he himself still had the ultimate crushing trick, the black-robed enforcer's soul. Although it was unknown what strength the black-robed enforcer had. However, the remnant soul was certainly more than enough to deal with a third-ranked martial artist. Xiao Huang Chao's words caused the entire room's brain to go down. What did this enforcer say? He's a rookie just starting out and he's going to arrest the deputy? The new generation has straightened out the workplace, and now they're coming to straighten out law enforcement. This enforcer is fierce. The deputy commissioner burst into a rage. Where do you get off judging me? All I see is that you have seriously injured a lot of people, and now you're going to do it to innocents. Xiao Huang Chao asked rhetorically, jumping to conclusions indiscriminately. You, and who is in a position to judge me? The deputy director waved the C-rank enforcer's sword in his hand. Two sword chi cut through the air and landed in front of Xiao Huang Chao's feet. Boom! The ground was directly torn apart. The deputy director was full of provocation. Now tell me, where are your qualifications? I'm a third-ranked martial artist, so I'm qualified to judge you, to decide whether you live or die. That now. Tell me, where did you get the qualifications from? A second-ranked martial artist? Just as Xiao Huang Chao was about to make his move, suddenly there was a piercing sound in the sky. A long sword sped through the air. The surrounding area was wrapped in intense sword chi, carrying the sound of gusting swords. The terrifying pressure caused everyone's hearts to tremble. Even Xiao Huang Chao was filled with scorn. Like a meteorite landing, the long sword had not yet landed. The ground then began to sink like crazy. Pust! The long sword plunged into the ground and exploded around it like a spider web. It directly shook the deputy director out. The longsword emanated a dark purple light. The hilt of the sword is similarly engraved with these two words, law enforcement. The deputy director was lying on the ground, and the intense pressure made him feel that he was being stepped on. Unable to stand up, his pupils trembled as he stared at the long sword in front of him, thrust into the ground. Hardly. This is the purple robe. The yellow-robed enforcer's sword is C-ranked, and the purple-robed one is B-rank. The two were not on the same level at all. From their power to their aura, there were only two yellow-robed enforcers in Tianhai City. One is himself and the other is the director. As for the purple-robed enforcer, this little Tianhai City doesn't deserve it. Then, the identity of the owner of this long sword was obvious. Deacon of the General Law Enforcement Bureau of Jiangnan Province. Chapter 20. Is your son's life more noble than anyone else's? Knock knock. The enforcer's sword, emitting a dark purple light, was stuck in the ground. A gust of fluctuation emanated towards the surroundings. Like a thunder pool. Hard control of everyone. Everyone's hearts trembled and their bodies stiffened, not daring to move. The sudden turn of events caused Xiao Huang Chao to be a bit surprised. Feeling that purple longsword, it emitted a sword aura like an abyss. Xiao Huang Chao's face was grave. With his cultivation realm, he could not even speculate on the strength of the swordmaster. He couldn't help but wonder, could he deal with the swordmaster if he used his bottom card, Soul of the Black-Robed Enforcer? The answer is not known. Among the mute onlookers, a crippled old man trudges out of the crowd. The voice was not loud, but it was thick and powerful, and everyone in the room could hear every word clearly. The old man looked at the deputy director and said lightly, "Is this sort of the old man qualified to judge you? Unusual people don't feel any difference in old people. However, if one was a martial artist, one could feel that the old man's aura was frighteningly strong, like a mountain or an abyss. It is awe-inspiring." Xiao Huang Chao couldn't help but be a little surprised when he looked at the old man's sin value. Sin value, 7, single-digit sin values. That kind of sin value is hard to see in an unusual adult, not to mention a martial artist who had cultivated to such a realm. A martial artist's cultivation was meant to compete with the heavens and the earth, and to compete with other martial artists. The higher the realm of the martial artist, even if he was not a bad person, the sin value would be relatively high. Such a single-digit number of powerful martial artists was unexpected to Xiao Huang Chao. The heart of a naked man is flawless within. The deputy director was inwardly terrified. "Very sensible," said the man. "I didn't know that Lord Deacon had arrived in Tianhai City ahead of schedule." The old man's face was expressionless. "Pull out the enforcer's sword from the ground. I ask you, am I competent to judge you?" The deputy director was sweating with his head down. "Dang, sure did. Why do I have it?" the crippled old man asked rhetorically. The onlookers passers-by don't know what a deacon is though, but they could all see that the old man's identity was extraordinary. The deputy director's voice stuttered. Because. The deputy director couldn't speak and cursed angrily in his mind. "Didn't you say that the deacon would arrive in Tianhai City in a few days? Why did he arrive today?" The old man answered for the deputy director. "Because I am a purple-robed enforcer and you are a yellow-robed enforcer. I have the right to judge you." "Yes?" The deputy director scowled. The old man burst into a rage. "Asshole! The original purpose of the Holy See's creation of the Law Enforcement Bureau was to regulate the martial artists of the Red Yin Empire, regardless of the cultivation level of the law enforcers, and regardless of the high or low level of those who break the law. This is an iron law. His Holiness the Pope has personally said that even a first-rank martial artist has the right to judge the royal nobles, even if it's the royal family of the Red Yin Empire." As the deputy director of the Law Enforcement Bureau, What are your intentions in joining forces with local powerhouses to suppress an ordinary law enforcer? The old man let out an angry cry. The deputy director was scared out of his wits. I wouldn't dare. Don't dare? Poof. The old man grunted coldly. The witch cleric martial artists of Tianhai City frequent the city. To say that there's no mole in this, it's categorically impossible. Inspection must be preceded by self-inspection. The Skyhaven City Law Enforcement Bureau's self-investigation starts with you. From now on, you are dismissed. The old man raised his hand. The enforcer's sword, in the deputy chief's hand, was directly sucked over. You can come back for it when the case is settled. The deputy director grimaced, but didn't dare to make the slightest complaint. Did my son die in vain? Sun Chang was filled with resignation. The crippled old man had seen too many powerful nobles. He couldn't see other people's sin values like Xiao Huang Chao though, but with most people, you can basically tell what the character is like in 2 glances. The old man asked rhetorically, hasn't your son ever killed anyone else? Have you not persecuted others? Are other people's lives not lives? Is your son's life more noble? No matter how stupid Sun Chang was, he could see that the old man in front of him absolutely could not be messed with, even if it was his own brother. The Sun family head could not afford to mess with this person. Sun Chang's mouthful of silver teeth was almost on the verge of being clenched. Eyes wide open, he waited for Xiao Huang Chao. I will never let you go. Xiao Huang Chao smiled. Step forward and control Sunaru with a takedown. Coincidentally, I won't let you off the hook either. Mobbing, come back with me for interrogation. The son was killed. He came over to look for the murderer himself, and instead he was taken back by the murderer. Sun Chang was almost going crazy. My brother is the head of the Sun family. I'm going to kill you. I'm going to kill you. Sun Ruinan's face was cold. Let go of Auntie Ching. Xiao Huang Chao looked at her with a dazed look on his face. Almost forgot. There's you. Sun Ruinan's eyes cringed. The voice was as thin as a mosquito. I wasn't involved in the disturbance. Xiao Huang Chao was very domineering. Is that reason enough for me to suspect you were involved? On what grounds? Just go with. Xiao Huang Chao's figure flashed, and 2 punches gave Sun Ruinan a faceplant, directly fainting. Just because I'm better than you. He looked around at the enforcers who had followed the deputy director. What are you waiting for? The criminals are subdued. Why don't you arrest them? Ding. Host arrests Sun Ruinan and Sun Chang. Justice value plus 2,000. Although arrests were made, they were not really sanctioned. Sun Ching might be sentenced, but it won't take long for the Sun family to come out with some maneuvering. As for Sun Ruinan, it's more like just going through the process and he'll be released. But Xiao Huang Chao doesn't care about that. It doesn't matter if it's Sun Ruinan or the Sun family. His aim was not to bring to justice, but to annihilate them all. The many law enforcers looked at each other. It was supposed to follow the boss over here to hold up the fort. As a result, the boss was dismissed from his post, and the daughter of the head of the Sun family, the Sun family's own sister, was beaten until she fainted. All the people wanted to cry. Feeling Xiao Huang Chao's icy gaze, the law enforcers rushed forward, handcuffed a few people and brought them back. A crowd of onlookers and students in the building. It took a long time to come back. The Sun family's disturbance was thought to be the demise of Xiao Huang Chao. After all, the Sun family is recognized as the overlord of Tianhai City. But Xiao Huang Chao today, punch by punch, broke all the protective layers of the Sun family. Principal and Donghae is protecting you? Directly knocked unconscious. Law enforcement protecting you? Send the deputy director of law enforcement straight in. After this, Xiao Huang Chao realized more deeply the importance of strength. Monopolies, lineage, power and privilege. These mountains that loom over the common man cannot be shaken off for the rest of his life. But with absolute personal strength, it would be able to shatter these mountains with a single punch. Finish processing the scene. Xiao Huang Chao looked at the crippled old man and respectfully said, "Many thanks to Senior for coming to the rescue." It wasn't the old man's strength that Xiao Huang Chao respected. Rather, he has such great power and a single-digit sin value. He knows he's not a good person. If I could see the sin value on myself, it would certainly break 1,000. But he had a heartfelt respect for the fact that in this chaotic world, he was still able to remain true to his roots and uphold justice and goodness. Chapter 21, Martial Dao 4th Stage, Flesh and Blood Realm. Many thanks to Senior for coming to the rescue, Xiao Huang Chao said. The crippled old man gave him a look, nor did it seem to be unhappy, but it was a naturally serious and solemn look. Not smiling. There's no need to thank me, even if I didn't make a move. I'm afraid that early 3rd stage martial artist wouldn't be a match for you. Grade C physical talent, and at a young age, he was able to cultivate a grade B technique to perfection. In the old man's eyes, Xiao Huang Chao's cultivation at the peak of the 2nd rank was not surprising. He had also seen more demonic martial artists much younger than Xiao Huang Chao, but with much higher cultivation levels. However, it was rare to be able to cultivate a Gong method to the perfection of B rank. Xiao Huang Chao was a bit surprised. He didn't expect that the old man would be able to see through himself just by watching him strike. Just a fluke, Xiao Huang Chao responded. The crippled old man said in a serious tone. Youthfulness is not a good thing, it is easy to be too strong. There are many geniuses, but a genius who can't grow up is ultimately just a flash in the pan. Sometimes you have to learn to curb your sharpness. Xiao Huang Chao smiled, gathering up the sharp edges, tending to the powerful, clinging to the rich and powerful, and turning a blind eye to the evil martial artists? If I only think about clearing my head, no matter how high my realm is, I will only think about clearing my head. Some things just have to happen once, and then a million times. I'm afraid that Senior is not such a person either. Xiao Huang Chao knew this chaotic and ed-up world too well. You want to stick to the bottom line and not do evil, and you want to be smooth and not offend anyone. It's impossible. It's either that or be complicit. Either you stick to the bottom line, one wrong step and you're doomed. The lame old man, on the other hand, being a purple-robed enforcer, still only had a single-digit sin value. It has to be the latter. The old man didn't expect Xiao Huang Chao to say something like this. After freezing, a smile suddenly appeared on his serious face. Ha ha ha, you're still a senior, right? My name is Jong Hong Xan, deacon of the Jiangnan Province Law Enforcement Bureau. Come find me after the martial arts exam. In the order of justice, in order to become a purple-robed deacon, one needed at least a 5th-order cultivation. Xiao Huang Chao speculated. The old man wasn't an ordinary 5th-rank martial artist yet. It was most likely a peak 5th rank. Yes, Elder Zhong. I also have some questions I want to ask. Elder Zhong greatly admired this young man. He resembles himself when he was young, but he's more talented and smarter than he is. Say it. The two walked companionably in the direction of the law enforcement agency, chatting as they went. Although Xiao Huang Chao had a system, he still knew too little about this world. For the first 2 years, one could only get a glimpse from among the textbooks. Xiao Huang Chao respectfully asked. The late generation has many confusions in the matter of cultivation, and I hope that Senior can answer one or two of them. Elder Zhong nodded slightly. Xiao Huang Chao asked, for each major realm, is it necessary to polish the flesh to the limit before breaking through? Or is it better to break through when you can and encounter the next bottleneck earlier to have more time to polish? Elder Zhong was a bit surprised. Why would such a basic question even come out of the mouth of such a genius? Your family, they didn't teach you that? Xiao Huang Chao replied. No father, no mother, no resource background. Zhong Lao froze for a moment. Originally, I thought that a genius like Xiao Huang Chao, even if he didn't come from a famous family, at the very least, it was a famous martial arts family in the area. It's good that there isn't. The path of cultivation is meant to be a struggle with heaven and earth. Without a family, without attachments or resistance, you can let go instead. Spin. Zhong Lao began to answer his questions in earnest. The physical body, the carrier of spiritual energy. Even at the same realm, the total amount of spiritual energy in a martial artist's body cannot be the same. When the physical body reaches the extreme before making a breakthrough, it is far more powerful than the same rank in battle, and the future achievements will be higher. What is a gift? Different stages manifest differently. For you martial artists of the first 3 stages, the strength of the physical body's roots and bones, enlightenment, and the body's affinity for spiritual energy, the differences in these attributes categorize people's talents into 3, 6, 9 classes. To put it bluntly, it was the strength of the physical body, the speed of martial arts learning, and the progress of breathing method cultivation. Xiao Huang Chao had a huge advantage in all these 3 points. Pure physical talent, justice value infused martial skills, S-rank breathing method, relying on a system that creates top talent in the first 3 orders. What about after the 3rd rank? Xiao Huang Chao asked. Zhong Lao faintly said, 3rd to 4th order is a huge watershed, and it's too early for you to be exposed to that. It's not surprising that the first 3 stages cultivate even faster. After the 4th stage, the speed of cultivation of martial artists decreases drastically. If you polish your realm well now, the road ahead will be much smoother. Xiao Huang Chao was thoughtful. In the entire Tianhai city, the strongest martial artist was only at the peak of the 3rd rank. This shows how big this watershed of 3 or 4 orders is. At the same time, he had a twinge of disbelief. As far as I know, the paths of martial practitioners' cultivation are divided into many kinds. There are physical cultivation, sword cultivation, as well as thunder law, fire law, and so on. If every stage of breakthrough is extremely demanding on the physical body, wouldn't everyone be a physical cultivator? Elder Zhong patiently explained. The path of martial arts is extremely complex to cultivate, but it can also be summarized simply. Train your muscles, bones and skin externally, and your breath internally. After practicing all of these, only then will you be considered to have made your way to the top of the martial arts path. There are different paths for later stage martial artists, but they all need to have their foundations polished and finished in the early stages. After thinking about it, Zhong Lao decided to talk more with Xiao Huang Chao. You're at the peak of the second stage now, and you won't be very far from that step. Do you know why there is such a big difference between the third and fourth orders? Xiao Huang Chao shook his head. Zhong Lao continued. The first 3 stages are just ordinary martial artists, while at the 4th stage there's a brand new designation, the Flesh and Blood realm. This is the first difficult level of martial arts cultivation, the external training of sinews, bones, and skin. A martial artist refines his or her physique to the extreme before arriving at the blood and flesh realm. Spirit power alone is not enough. If the physique is sloppy and barely breaks through the 4th rank, it's very likely that you'll be stuck in the 4th rank 1 realm for the rest of your life. Xiao Huang Chao drifted off. It was only now that he realized why there were only peak 3rd rank martial artists in the huge Tianhai city. Then what standard does the specific physique have to reach? Xiao Huang Chao asked. The question made Zhong Lao freeze. After martial artists arrived at the peak of the 3rd rank, they all did their best to improve their physique until there was no room for half a step forward before choosing to break through. As for specific criteria, Mr. Chung thought back to the so many cases he had seen. Another careful look at Xiao Huang Chao. Mindfulness. This kid is gifted and a bit high-minded. Gotta make it difficult for him. Without using spiritual power or martial arts. 1 arm is 108,000 pounds. This was not a requirement for an ordinary martial artist to break through the 4th rank. Rather, it's what those top-tier heavenly prides demand of themselves. A martial artist at the peak of the 3rd rank who could reach this level. In the future, it was highly likely that he would be promoted to the 5th rank, or even the 6th rank. Chapter 22, Fei Tianxiang, Director of the Law Enforcement Bureau. 180,000 pounds? That's quite a tall order. Xiao Huang Chao was a bit surprised. Since acquiring the system, he had never tested his arm strength. Measured it a long time ago when I first broke through the 1st rank. It's only barely up to 1,000 pounds. That's not even a fraction of what it takes to break through to the 4th order. We'll have to find some time to take a test, Xiao Huang Chao thought to himself. But he wasn't worried either. He has a C-rank talent, Iron Bone Golden Body. He could also cultivate the body tempering technique infinitely and dislike his physique anyways. The corners of Zhong Lao's mouth twitched slightly. 180,000 pounds in 1 arm. Just a little harder? The Law Enforcement Bureau has a testing place, so you'll know when you take a test at that time. Zhong Lao faintly said. Xiao Huang Chao suddenly asked again. What is the strength of the black-robed enforcer? The question spanned a wide range, and Elder Zhong frowned slightly. Black-robed enforcer. That press was beyond the boy's reach. The director of the Jiangnan Province Law Enforcement Directorate hadn't reached the black robe level either. Zhong Lao still responded. If in the case of not taking into account merit and only counting cultivation, the 1st to 2nd rank martial artists are white-robed enforcers. 3rd to 4th ranked martial artists are yellow-robed enforcers. 5th to 6th ranked martial artists are purple-robed enforcers. And the black robes are going to reach the 7th rank. Xiao Huang Chao's eyes flashed with a brilliant light. The reward he had obtained from deducing the Ji breath of justice to S rank was actually the remnant soul of a guaranteed 7th ranked powerhouse. Then, can 1% of the power of that 7th ranked martial artist beat a peak 3rd ranked martial artist? Zhong Lao was puzzled as to why he would ask such a strange question. Think of it only as the curiosity of a teenager stuck in a small town, exposed to the outside world for the first time. You underestimate 7th ranked martial artists too much. Even 4th ranked martial artists are no match. Xiao Huang Chao was happy in his heart. This remnant soul was his backbone to face the Sun family. The two exchanged words as they did so. Come to the Tianhai City Law Enforcement Bureau. The director of the Law Enforcement Bureau, Fei Tianxiang, stood at the door early to greet him. Deacon Zhong, my subordinate didn't know that you arrived in Tianhai City today. Director Fei Tianxiang had a fawning smile on his face. Fei Tianxiang was over 60 years old, but looked not too different from an unusual 40. The body exuded thick qi and blood. Xiao Huang Chao felt the fluctuation of spiritual energy emanating from the other party. Above himself, be much more powerful than the deputy director. There was a high probability that this person was also a peak 3rd order martial artist. He looked at Fei Tianxiang's sin value. Sin value, 999. Charges, collaborating with the Church of the Magi, accepting bribes and killing people. The introduction to the charges is long and exhaustive. Xiao Huang Chao was not surprised that the director had also colluded with the witch church. In the middle of this seemingly peaceful little city, the Sun family, the Law Enforcement Bureau, and Tianhai No. 1 high school are all colluding with the witch church. There must be a plot in it. Combined with the frequent appearances of the witch church martial artists recently, it can be categorical. This huge conspiracy that has enveloped Tianhai City is about to fall. Zhong Lao said coldly. No one, I'm coming so you can prepare for the inspection ahead of time. Yes? Fei Tianxiang's body trembled slightly. Subordinates don't dare. I'm also shocked and angry, and at the same time hurt, at what the deputy commissioner did. I didn't realize he was doing official power collusion right under my nose. My subordinate will definitely purge this unorthodox trend. This kind of horse's talk, Zhong Lao had heard too much of it and faintly said, I will report truthfully to the Directorate General, and leave it to their judgment as to what to do. I'm here to investigate the matter of the Witch Order's martial artists. Take care of yourselves. Fei Tianxiang nodded repeatedly. He then looked at Xiao Huang Chao with a face full of relief. You have killed a second-ranked martial artist of the Witch Cleric alone, awarding you a D-rank merit. The rewards have already been distributed. You can view them with your law enforcement token. Good job. There's an intensive training after the martial arts exam. Come back from the intensive training and let be the captain. Lead the team alone. I believe in your ability. Xiao Huang Chao immediately checked his law enforcement token. Inside were 3 grade B martial arts and a grade B Qi and blood elixir. Fei Tianxiang came forward to look together and said, it's almost time for the martial arts exam. Choosing a new technique now will make it hard to improve in a short period of time, and may even have side effects. I recommend you to choose the B grade Qi and blood pill. It can increase your strength for a short period of time and is more useful for the martial exam. Fei Tianxiang's recommendation is very pertinent. However, Xiao Huang Chao didn't hesitate to exchange a B-grade body forging martial art, body of Xin He. For a while Fei Tianxiang was a little embarrassed about his face. Xiao Huang Chao laughed and said, I'm sorry chief, poor kids are scared of being poor and haven't been exposed to any good martial arts techniques. Hard to practice? One can directly infuse the consummation with the justice value. Enhance your progress in the cultivation of your talent. Regarding the future watershed between the peak of the Third Order and the Fourth Order, Xiao Huang Chao didn't have much to worry about. What he needed most right now was a high-ranked martial art, Class A, or even Class S. The more the merrier. Compared to other martial artists, one's greatest advantage was the rapid cultivation of martial arts. Currently, there was only one way for Xiao Huang Chao to access martial arts, the secret realm of martial arts trials before the martial arts exam. It was rumored that the secret realm possessed S-ranked feats. The corner of Fei Tianxiang's mouth twitched slightly. No good martial arts skills. You beat up An Donghui and the deputy director? Zhong Lao glanced at him without saying much. Just think of it as Xiao Huang Chao's youthful exuberance to rise to the occasion. Subsequently, the crowd went inside the law enforcement office. A memorial service was held for the heroic Zhang. This was immediately followed by a discussion about the frequent appearance of martial artists from the Witch Church. All of them are playing some official language. Xiao Huang Chao listened to the drowsiness. The meeting continued until late that evening. Zhong Lao was baffled, completely unable to figure out what the Witch Church was plotting. Xiao Huang Chao shook his head helplessly. I'm sure your old man can't figure it out. A werewolf kill. Just you a priesthood. The rest are all deep-water wolves. The meeting was adjourned. Xiao Huang Chao was led by Elder Zhong to the Law Enforcement Bureau's testing grounds. It's an enforcers training martial arts center. Enforcers coming to test and train need to apply in advance. Under the leadership of Elder Bell, any application was waived. An old man and a young man came to a giant crystal, diamond-shaped crystal, crystal clear, radiating a special energy substance. Xiao Huang Chao reached out to touch. The crystal cannot be touched directly and a resistance is felt when approaching the crystal. The closer the distance, the greater the resistance. Similar to iron absorbers repelling at the same pole. The strength test crystal wasn't precious either, but it could withstand up to 1,000,000 pounds of impact. Therefore relatively formalized testing sites are equipped with one. Xiao Huang Chao moves his body in preparation for the test. Elder Zhong watched from the sidelines. He was also a little curious as to how much power this teenager with the gift of flesh would reach. Zhong Lao said, you are now at the peak of the second rank, and with a single arm strength of 30,000 pounds, you can break through into the third rank. Xiao Huang Chao suddenly asked curiously, Elder Zhong, what is the limit of a second-rank martial artist's physical body? This question gave Zhong Lao a hard time. In general, martial artists, in the early stages of cultivation would not overly pursue physical strength. Only when he stepped into the peak of the third stage would he slow down his cultivation, temper his flesh, and impact the fourth stage of the blood and flesh realm. But look at the curious and somewhat worshipful gaze of the teenager. Elder Zhong was embarrassed to say he didn't know. Ahem, this well. The limit of a second-rank martial artist's flesh is 50,000 pounds. SS. Sound of air sucked between the teeth, indicating hesitation or thinking over. Zhong Lao couldn't help but feel a little nervous in his heart. There were very few martial artists who could reach 100,000 pounds after the peak of the third rank plus a long time of tempering their flesh. Would it be too much for me to say that the limit for a second-order martial artist is 50,000 pounds? Never mind. He doesn't know anyway. Chapter 23, Upgrading B-Grade Talent, Flesh and Blood as One. Inside the law enforcement agency test site, looking at Xiao Huang Chao, who was eager to try, Elder Zhong asked indifferently, what was your last test of arm strength? Xiao Huang Chao clenched his fists and said, 1,000 pounds for the first rank one tested, said a bellowing voice. Without using spiritual power, he blasted out a punch with pure physical force. hitting the top of the test crystal. Clang! The crystal trembled slightly. The numbers on it then jumped around wildly. Then stop at 32,512. Elder Zhong frowned slightly. You're 1,000 kilograms of strength at the first rank. How come the peak of the second rank is only 3,000? 30,000. Elder Zhong rubbed his own eyes and looked at the numbers above incredulously. 30,000 pounds in one arm? Zhong Lao couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air, staring at Xiao Huang Chao like he was looking at a monster. Xiao Huang Chao was full of innocence. Isn't the limit of the second rank 50,000? This punch of mine is only 30,000. Talent? The always serious and high-strung Zhong Lao had an odd expression. Ahem. Those who can reach 50,000 are a very small portion of the top geniuses. 30,000 is also very good. Was there 30,000 at the peak of the second order back in his own day? I think it's just under 20,000. For an unusual peak second order martial artist, being able to have a strength of 10,000 pounds, the strength of the flesh was enough to break through the third rank. The force of 20,000 pounds was already considered a very solid foundation. Only a small number of ambitious martial artists would choose to do so. The true test of a martial artist's flesh was not in the second stage ascending to the third stage, but rather the third stage breaking through to the fourth stage of the blood and flesh realm. He didn't even dare to think that Xiao Huang Chao, who had a strength of 30,000 pounds at the peak of the second rank alone, how easy it would be to break through the flesh and blood realm in the future. Xiao Huang Chao, however, said with great dissatisfaction, 30,000 pounds isn't the right time to break through to the third stage. I still need to continue polishing to the limit. Zhong Lao's face was filled with black lines. What 50,000 pounds at the peak of the second order? That was simply his own casual nonsense. It's actually 30,000 pounds is good enough. One has to learn to be content. Blindly pursuing the limit may be counterproductive. It's time-consuming and delays one's progress in cultivation. Zhong Lao was very worried. In the event that one's words were misguided and delayed a top genius, one would feel guilty for the rest of one's life. Xiao Huang Chao's eyes narrowed. No, it won't take long. Xiao Huang Chao checks his panel. Cultivation, peak of the second order. Talent, C rank iron bone, 85%. D rank talent manipulation, non-upgradable. Breathing technique, S rank justice breathing technique, proficient. Feats, B grade feat Shin Nai body, introductory. B grade feat ghost shadow heavy, complete. B grade flowing water shattering rock fist, complete. Justice value, 4,500. The C rank talent, iron bone golden body, was only one step away from being upgraded to a B rank talent. And the B-grade body refining martial art, Xuanhe's body, that he chose for his merit reward. It's the stepping stone to this final step. To Xiao Huang Chao, B-grade, C-grade, or even a grade martial arts. None of it is directly useful in the middle of a real battle. However, practicing these martial arts can enhance talent, and this point is crucial. System, give me the ability to cultivate the body of the Xian underworld, Xiao Huang Chao secretly said. Elder Zhong commented persuasively. Being young is all the more reason to keep your feet on the ground. Come on, you go back and figure it out for yourself. Xiao Huang Chao stood before the test crystal and said, Elder Zhong, I want to try again. Elder Zhong suddenly sensed an unusual aura rising from Xiao Huang Chao's body, continuously circling within its body. A sense of mystery filled the air. Zhong Lao's insight is extraordinary. Immediately, he felt the source of the aura. This is the body refining martial skill you just chose, Xuanhe's body? Elder Zhong frowned slightly. Strength tests don't mean anything if you use martial arts. However, Xiao Huang Chao's eyes were slightly closed, and the sense of mystery continued to burst forth. Zhong Lao's pupils trembled more than a few times as an afterthought. This is entering the state of epiphany. A moment of epiphany that transforms a scaly dragon into a dragon. For any martial artist, an epiphany was a dream come true, whether it's a cultivation realm or a martial art. Once you enter the state of epiphany, it will all skyrocket. And for Xiao Huang Chao, all it takes to have an epiphany is to slaughter a few damn people. Ding! The host consumes 500 points of justice to cultivate the body of Xianwei. The body of Xianhei is only grade B, but it is a martial art created by a top martial artist who observed the ancient beast Xianwu and gained some insight. The mystery of it involves a hint of the secret method of the ancient ferocious beasts, and it is extremely difficult to cultivate. In the first year, the host arrived at the peak of initiation quickly with the experience of many body refining martial arts training. In the second year, an epiphany led to frequent breakthroughs, crossing the realm of proficiency and reaching mastery. Rapid breakthroughs that make you feel that the body of the Xianwei is nothing more than that, but it's hard to move an inch after arriving at proficiency. In the fifth year, you still stop at the early stage of proficiency, and every time you cultivate the body of Xianwei, it's as if there's a behemoth monster staring at you. In the 10th year, you relied on strong perseverance. Day by day, month by month, step by step, you will deduce the martial arts only proficient in the peak, only one step away from perfection. But you know very well that this is a step that you may not be able to reach for the rest of your life. In the 11th year, you went out to practice and met a demonic beast with Xuanwu bloodline, and when you fought to the death with it, you broke through the shackles and cultivated the body of Xianmei to the peak of perfection. Xiao Huang Chao opened his eyes. A domineering aura swept out from around his body, constantly using his justice value to cultivate martial arts. Xiao Huang Chao had also figured out some patterns. The justice value consumed to cultivate the same martial skill was not set in stone. Depending on the difficulty, chance, and environment of the martial art, the amount of justice value consumed will be determined. Take this practice for example. It took 10 years for the body of Xianxian Underworld to go from introductory to proficient, and from proficiency to perfection. Because of the chance encounter, it only took 1 year. If it wasn't for that one chance, more justice will be consumed. Xiao Huang Chao secretly guessed. If, for example, I practiced fire martial arts and was in an environment filled with the element of fire, the amount of justice consumed might be greatly reduced. Ding! Host's D-grade martial arts technique Xuanhei's body cultivation is complete. Talent cultivation progress increased by 30%. Ding! The host's C-grade talent Iron Bone Golden Body has been cultivated to great success and upgraded to B-grade talent Flesh and Blood Ruoi. Xiao Huang Chao once again looked at his system panel. Cultivation, peak of the second order. Talent, level B Flesh and Blood, 15%. Level D talent manipulation, non-upgradable. Breathing technique, S-rank justice breathing technique, proficient. Technique, B-grade technique Xian Nai body, complete. B-grade technique ghostly shadow, complete. Justice value, 3000. After the talent upgrade, Xiao Huang Chao's chi and blood had reached an unimaginable level. One could even feel every cell blossoming with a powerful life force. It's as if whatever injuries one sustains are automatically healed. Level B talent, Flesh and Blood is 1. Not only did it enhance the strength of the physical body, but it also brought with it a terrifying healing ability. Chapter 24, 80,000 pounds in one arm. Inside the law enforcement agency test site, watching Xiao Huang Chao's breath climb up, Zhang Lao looked dumbfounded. You directly cultivate the body of the Xuanha body to perfection in one epiphany? However, there is more to it than that. Another stream of qi that far surpassed the body of Xianhei erupted from Xiao Huang Chao's body, like a ferocious beast's qi and blood boiling. Even the air around him began to fluctuate. A mysterious aura close to the mysteries of the martial Dao flowed continuously. Zhang Lao felt the mystery, and his bottleneck that had been dormant for many years showed a hint of loosening. Observing others breaking through the realm would be of great benefit to one's own martial path. But what Zhang Lao couldn't figure out was, my own realm is much higher than Xiao Huang Chao's, so why would I have an epiphany from observing his broken realm? This isn't a martial realm breakthrough for you, it's a talent breakthrough. Even the well-informed elder Zhang was filled with incredulity at this moment. Some martial arts talents are possessed innately, while others are acquired by chance at a later stage, though there are instances where the talent is upgraded later because of some chance. Not for nothing, but very rare. Martial artists are a small percentage of the general population, and among martial artists, those with talent are about 1 in 100,000, and talent upgrades are less than 1 in 100,000 cases. If you have talent, you are already a genius among men. Talent upgrades were far more important than realm upgrades. It's the equivalent of stripping. It was the first time that Zhang Lao had witnessed the evolution of a martial artist's talent. Zhang Lao muttered, C-grade talent upgraded to B-grade talent. This kid is really a monster. This level of talent, even though it's only a physical body talent, it's still enough to be among the ranks of first-tier heavenly prides. Xiao Huang Chao stabilized the flow of qi within his body. Level B talent, Flesh and Blood is 1. It had already reached the limit of the second stage fleshly body and could break through the third stage at any time. But he wasn't in a hurry. Drink! Xiao Huang Chao moved towards the test crystal and blasted out with a punch. No spiritual power was used, pure physical power. The force of this punch carried a dominating punch, closer to the crystal proper than the last punch. The wall behind the test crystal was punched out with a crack. The numbers in the crystal jumped around wildly. It ended up at 80,021. 80,000. Zhang Lao couldn't help but roar out. 80,000 pounds at the peak of the second order. This meant that he would inevitably be able to reach 100,000 pounds in one arm when he broke through the third rank in the future and reached the peak of the third rank. This was not to mention the deepening of the quenching of the flesh after arriving at the peak of the third order. The increase in his physical body brought about by the growth in spiritual power and realm alone was enough to bring him to the top level. Xiao Huang Chao looked at the numbers on the test crystal and was satisfied. Pretty much what I expected. After the talent evolves into B rank, it can break through the limit of the second rank. Elder Zhang, who had recovered from his shock, couldn't help but be confused as well. Why was this kid's B-rank talent so much stronger than other martial artists' B-rank talents? He had seen many martial arts freaks with amazing talent. A B-grade physical body talent martial artist was far inferior to Xiao Huang Chao's physical fitness. It would have to be A-grade at least to match that. Why is that? What he doesn't know is this. Xiao Huang Chao's B-grade talent relied on a body-tempering martial skill that had been cultivated to perfection, evolved up from the D level. The perfection body-tempering martial technique increases the strength of the physical body. It also increases the progress of talent cultivation, allowing the talent to evolve and increase the strength of the physical body again. The double increase had led to the current state of B-rank talent comparable to A rank. After deep thought, Elder Zhang asked, "Will you be my student?" He did not want to see such a good diamond by the dirty world to damage. Talented, persistent, clean background. More to the point, there is a bite of injustice in the heart. Xiao Huang Chao was slightly stunned. Spin, hands and fists. The student pays his respects to his teacher. He had the system, but still lacked background resources. It needed high-level martial arts, and more access to heavenly materials and opportunities. And the old man in front of me. The strength is guaranteed to be a 5th-ranked martial artist, while being a person of integrity. This would greatly help one's law enforcement to gain justice value in the future. Elder Zhong, who had originally only come to Tianhai City to guide his work, was in a good mood as he harvested his favorite disciple. "I'll be in Tianhai City all this time. If you have any problems with cultivation, you can come to me. After the martial arts exam, come to the Jiangnan Province Law Enforcement General Bureau to find me and pass on your secret techniques," said Zhong Lao as lightning flashed around his body. Wisps of lightning entwined with an aura of destruction. "I majored in thunder. You don't have the thunder talent though. It's the flesh talent. But a strong physical body also has many convenient aspects for cultivating the thunder technique, and the body is able to withstand the more intense thunder element." The student understands, Xiao Huang Chao thought in his heart. His own physical body talent was obtained from taking the extreme body tempering liquid, plus practicing body tempering martial skills. If one were to cultivate the thunder technique in the future and take thunder element related treasures, is it possible to awaken the thunder talent? However, all of this is an afterthought. The most important thing in front of him was to improve his strength, to cope with the upcoming secret realm of martial arts and martial arts examination. The Martial Refinement Secret Realm is a secret realm that is open to low-ranked martial artists, full of spiritual energy, and has a very low danger factor. The main function is to absorb spiritual energy to enhance the realm. He plans to head to the secret realm of martial refinement, breaking through the 3rd rank in there consumed even less justice value, and try to find the legendary S-ranked martial arts techniques. Secret realm of martial refinement can raise one's strength, once again, a notch. Next, there is the most important martial arts examination. Farewell to old man Zhong. Xiao Huang Chao left the Law Enforcement Bureau. In front of the Law Enforcement Bureau, meet a middle-aged man who has been waiting here for a long time. The man's face was square, with thick eyebrows and sparkling eyes, wearing expensive customized suits that put the lanky figure on display, with an aura of unruffled oppression. And beside the man stood a young, beautiful girl. This young girl was none other than Sun Ruinan. The middle-aged man took a big step forward and said, "Hello, I'm Sun Ruinan's father, Sun Badian." The voice was thick and powerful, carrying a sense of righteousness and majesty. Sun family head, Sun Badian, similarly being a peak 3rd-order martial artist. The sense of oppression brought about by Sun Badian was much higher than that of Fei Tianxiang, the director of the Law Enforcement Bureau. Xiao Huang Chao's eyes narrowed and he was instantly alert. The Comer is not good. He himself beat his daughter, then his sister, and killed his nephew Cao Wei. Hiss, why do you feel more like the villain of No Evil? Master Sun family, looking for me for something? Sun Badian introduced himself as Sun Ruinan's father, but Xiao Huang Chao didn't call out Uncle Sun or anything like that. Instead, he spoke directly to the Sun family head, because in his eyes, that Sun Ruinan, who is known as the daughter of Heaven's Pride, is no longer on the same line as himself. He had the capital and the backbone to have a conversation on an equal footing with the Sun family head. Chapter 25, The Sun family apologizes. Master Sun family, looking for me for something? Xiao Huang Chao calmly said. Sun Vaishan's eyes looked straight up without avoidance, and there was sincerity in his eyes. My daughter and you had some conflict earlier. I understand the cause and effect, and indeed it was my daughter who was wrong in the first place. He pulled the reluctant Sun Ruinan aside. Apologize to Cho. Dad, who am I to apologize to him? It's clearly him. Nan. Sun Badian let out a roar, frightening Sun Ruinan to immediately shut up. Apologize. Sun Baishan's attitude was very tough. Sun Ruinan's teeth clenched her red lips, her face flushed with annoyance. Very stiffly, he bowed at Xiao Huang Chao. I'm sorry, what happened before was my fault. There was a conflict between students and the other parent was sensible enough to bring their child to apologize. Xiao Huang Chao, however, did not feel the slightest bit of discomfort and said lightly, "Just know you're wrong." Sun Ruinan's expression twisted. "What's wrong with you?" But it had to be held back due to the majesty of his father. Sun Badian glared at his daughter with hatred and rebuked. "Go back and reflect for me." Spinning around, he looked at Xiao Huang Chao again. As the head of the Sun family, he had actually lowered his voice to a student. "The house was busy and it was my negligence that made this happen. I was angry when I heard about it. Too, Cao Wei is to blame for his death, for his lawlessness and for murdering the law enforcers. We will certainly not pursue this matter. And my sister, Sun Chang, is indeed a bit bossy, and she's still locked up in the enforcement bureau. I'm not going to get involved in this." "Just," Sun Badian whispered. "It is also true that my youngest daughter did not know any better and was not involved. I used a little bit of leverage to bail her out of law enforcement early, and I hope you're past it, too. Otherwise, the immediate martial arts exam may delay her for the rest of her life. And as a parent, I hope you can understand. Of course, our Sun family will definitely compensate you as well, according to the normal law enforcement bureau trial process, coupled with the influence of the Sun family. There's no way Sun Ruinan will be okay." Even so, Sun Badian still found Xiao Huang Chao and spoke sincerely, hoping to gain the other party's forgiveness. "The sincerity of the attitude is evident. The nephew is dead. I'll let it go. She is to blame for her sister's arrest. I just hope you let your daughter go and don't delay the martial arts exam." Anyone else would have no reason to refuse. Xiao Huang Chao suddenly smiled. "What are you talking about? Sun family master? Sun Ruinan and I are on good terms. It's just a small friction between classmates. It's not like I'm some great evil person, so how could I possibly hold on to it?" Sun Badian revealed a smile and pulled out a card from his pocket. "Here's $1 million. It's considered the Sun family's compensation for you, so please be sure to take it. Money is also important in martial arts training, especially for lower-ranked martial artists. It could be used to purchase treasures and lower-ranked martial arts." Xiao Huang Chao was not polite and accepted it directly. A black luxury business car drove over and stopped behind Sun Badian. "Then I'll leave you to find your classmates." The father and daughter left in a car. Xiao Huang Chao looked at the speeding away limousine, and his eyes suddenly turned cold. It was naturally impossible for him to be fooled by Sun Baishan's sugary words. Sun Baishan's sin value, 100. Charges, collaborating with the Church of the Magi. Murder, fire, rape, murder and captivity. The source of darkness in the entire city of Tianhai. It all originated with this man. He was also the only person with a sin value of a sudden 1,000 that Xiao Huang Chao had seen. Sin values are judged very flexibly. It's not that killing someone necessarily has a high sin value. The system will determine a person's sin value based on, among other things, the cause and effect, the motive and reason for the killing, and what the person did. Such an attitude from the Sun family makes it all the more suspicious. The more they keep a low profile and collect themselves, the more it means they are planning something big. 1,100 sins. Xiao Huang Chao's eyes gradually went insane. Thinking inside, how much justice would it be worth to exterminate the Sun family? Behind Xiao Huang Chao, the roof of the Law Enforcement Bureau building, a crippled old man stood at the window, his eyes looking flatly at the piece. Inside the black limousine, Sun Ruinan puffed out his cheeks and sulked with his hands on his chest. Sun Badian couldn't help but laugh as he looked at his daughter's adorable appearance. "Nan, still angry?" Sun Ruinan grumbled in complaint. "Who am I to apologize to that punk?" Sun Badian smiled awkwardly. "Don't look at the fact that in front of Xiao Huang Chao, he plays the role of a strict father. But in fact, in private, he pampers Sun Ruinan very much. Making a play is not for that boy, but for the deacon sent down from the general authority." Sun Ruinan looked slightly surprised. Sun Badian continued. "That old man has taken Xiao Huang Chao as his disciple, and was just staring at us from the building. Those fools from the witch order exposed their whereabouts and drew the attention of the general directorate, causing us to tuck our tails in as well. Nan, just bear with me. It's not long before the martial arts exam. The sacrificial array on the witch church's side is almost ready. As soon as the martial examination begins, our Sun family will soar. The martial arts exam is held once a year, but for this year's martial arts exam, the Sun family has been preparing for 10 years. Sun Ruinan knew that he had to keep the big picture in mind, but he still couldn't swallow it. He all but struck out at me. He must be made to pay." Sun Badian sighed helplessly. He knew his daughter's temperament too well and wouldn't be satisfied until he avenged her. "It's not that simple. Create an accident and get his parents and relatives killed. He an orphan," Sun Ruinan said. "And, get his very close friend killed? A very close friend?" Sun Ruinan's willow brows frowned slightly, and there was only one candidate in her mind. He did have a deskmate, second to last in the year. They were kind of in the same boat before. "Then kill him." Sun Baishan's brows stretched. "His table mate is dead, killed by Xiao Huang Chao." The corner of Sun Baishan's mouth twitched slightly. "This kid has a pretty hard heart. Hey, never mind, Sun Batty sighed, then said in a cloudy voice, then just kill him, do it covertly, and the deacons of the General Directorate won't find out. That night, inside a rental house, even though he took $1 million from the Sun family, Xiao Huang Chao was in no hurry to get a better residence. Still crammed into cramped cheap rentals, Xiao Huang Chao didn't rush to break through the third rank. Instead, he continued practicing, breathing for justice. Tomorrow is the day the secret realm of martial refinement opens. Spiritual energy is even more abundant in there. Cultivate the breathing method to perfection and break through the realm before entering the secret realm. System, continue practicing the justice breathing method. Ding, the host has consumed 2,000 points of justice value and has begun practicing the justice breathing technique. In the first year, you deduced the D-rank breathing technique to S-rank proficiency, which gave you a great deal of confidence and made you ready to cultivate it to perfection with a single effort. In the 5th year, you've tried everything, but you still can't touch the final realm of breathing. In the 8th year, you put a lot of effort into your breathing techniques. Your cultivation stagnated, and you began to break down and go crazy. In the 12th year, the years have gone by, and the breathing method has become a demon for you. In the 2nd decade, in the midst of madness, peering into the truth, in the midst of collapse, rebuilding confidence, and after breaking down, finally reaching the ultimate S-class justice breathing technique cultivation is complete. Chapter 26 Blue Daryl of the Blue Family. Inside the rental house, Xiao Huang Chao breathed a long sigh of relief. A surge of spiritual energy swept around. Between one breath and the next, the surrounding spiritual energy surged into his body like crazy. The host cultivates the S-rank justice breathing method to perfection, increasing the cultivation speed by 5,000%. Xiao Huang Chao didn't need to actively cultivate at all. Even if one slept in a place that was barren of spiritual energy, the spiritual energy in one's body would continue to rise. This was the power of a perfected S-class breathing method. This was also the topmost existence among all breathing techniques. A martial artist would usually only choose one breathing technique to aid in their cultivation. Replacing it in the middle of the day can have a huge impact on you. What 30 years in the East and 30 years in the West? That only exists in fantasy. The real world is 30 years of river, 30 years of river, 30 years of graveyard grass. Even if you're a 1 in a million genius, at the beginning of his exposure to cultivation, he had no resources and was forced to choose a crap breathing method. You won't accomplish much in your life. Xiao Huang Chao is now, no matter if he compared it to any of the top lineage geniuses, only stronger in his breathing method. Compared to martial artists without breathing techniques, the cultivation speed has increased by 50 times. Feeling the changes within his body, it was just one final dying step away from being a third-order martial artist. Xiao Huang Chao looked at his system panel. Cultivation, peak of the 2nd order. Talent, level B flesh and blood, 15%. Level D talent manipulation, non-upgradable. Breathing technique, class S breathing technique for justice, perfection. Technique, B grade technique Xian Nai body, complete. B grade technique ghostly shadow, complete. Justice value, 1000. There's not much justice left, though, but tomorrow, there will be an abundance of spiritual energy within the martial refinement mysteries, so we might be able to break through to the middle 3rd stage in one fell swoop. The neighboring city of Tianhai City, Sanlin City, the Blue House, House Master, Master of the House, the butler of the Blue family ran wild with excitement, holding a secret letter in his hand. The Blue family's head frowned slightly and said in displeasure, "What's all the yelling about? Daryl is meditating and practicing. Don't disturb her." The butler immediately controlled his voice, but still couldn't help but be excited. Family Master, Miss has been enrolled by the Wind Sword sect on an exceptional basis. The Wind Sword sect was a martial arts sect that ranked in the top 3 in Jiangnan province. It was far from being comparable to a small city powerhouse family like theirs. The Blue family head was astonished, took the missive and let out a laugh. Ha ha ha, yeah. Daryl's cultivation at the peak of the 1st rank was broken. This is a true martial arts genius. Sun Badian of Tianhai City keeps bragging about how great his daughter is. Even more powerful. Can you be looked upon by the Wind Sword sect? Daryl Blue and son Ruinan. Both women were the only daughters of martial arts families. From a young age, he has been favored by thousands of people and endless resources. And they're all beautiful. The crowd inevitably compared the two women in one piece. Though not in the same Budo school, the two women have also been secretly competing since childhood. Several exchanges crossed paths. Blue Daryl was always slightly behind son Ruinan. The Sun clan's martial arts were too overbearing, and their killing power was even more astonishing, especially for low-ranked martial artists. It was almost close to becoming a demon in Lan Ruoshi's mind, but things took a turn for the worse last year. Lan Ruoshi accidentally comprehended the sword intent and began a year-long seclusion, subsequently awakening the C-rank kendo talent. He was spotted by the Wind Sword sect and was admitted to the program on an exceptional basis. This directly made her and son Ruinan people of two worlds. It was only that this news had been suppressed by the Blue family and had not been circulated. During this period of time, Lan Ruoshi had continuously closed her doors to consolidate her sword intent. Until this moment, the gate to the retreat grounds opened. Inside, a woman in a short dress with long hair like a waterfall came out. The woman's cherry mouth and nose, her eyes cut water, and her figure was tall. A pair of snow-white legs were round and slender. This person was none other than Lan Ruoshi, the daughter of the Lan family. The aura was powerful, with wisps of sword chi surrounding it. This was not the aura that a first-rank martial artist should have at all. The Blue family head looked at his daughter and was ecstatic. Daryl, your sword intent has improved again? It doesn't matter if you didn't break through the second rank. Nowadays your strength is invincible in the same rank. Daryl Blue looked at his father and guffawed. Although I'm at the peak of the first rank, the second rank can also be easily killed. She was suppressing her cultivation. Wanting to break through the second stage was as simple as drinking tea and water. She was accepted into the Wind Sword sect and didn't need to take the martial arts exam to get into any martial arts universities. In a few days, he would be heading to the Wind Sword sect to pay homage to his master. And tomorrow's martial refinement mystery. She wanted to put an end to so many years of fighting. Tomorrow at the martial refinement mystic realm, with one sword, I will let Sun Ruinan know the gap between you and I. Throughout the 5 cities of Tianhai and Linsong, there were a few senior students who broke through to second-order martial artists, but the only ones who can really be called geniuses are these 2 only daughters. Tomorrow is the competition for the first talent of the 5 cities. The Blue family head smiled bashfully. Ha ha, how can his son Baishan's daughter be compared to mine? After awakening her C-rank kendo talent, my daughter was the first genius of the 5 cities. The next day, where Tianhai City meets Sanglin City next door, elite students from martial arts high schools in 5 nearby cities had gathered here, only because of the opening of the secret realm of martial refinement. There were hundreds of students, and Xiao Huang Chao was among them. He observed the elite martial artists from other cities. Most of these 100 or so people were mid to late first rank, with a small number of second-rank martial artists. But the ones with truly high talent were not these martial artists who had broken through to the second rank early. Instead, they were those peak first-order martial artists. They were constantly suppressing their cultivation and polishing their realms. Only the direct descendants of martial arts families had the capital to do so. After the secret world of martial arts training is over, many second-ranked martial artists were bound to appear in the 5 cities. But none of these people posed any threat to him. Xiao Huang Chao. At the same time, he observed a phenomenon. The martial artists in other cities also follow that the higher the martial artist's realm, the higher the sin value is in general. But compared to Sky Haven, they're way lower. Many of the second-ranked martial arts teachers who led the group generally had a sin value of only a few dozen. As for some martial artists from martial arts families, the high sin value was only around 100. And Tianhai City, where there are often hundreds or even thousands of cases, is much too good. As soon as a woman in a light blue dress made her entrance, it then drew a crowd. The daughter of the Sanglin Blue family, Lan Ruoshi, is here. Good, beautiful. Ever since Lan Ruoshi went into seclusion last year, I've rarely seen her appear. Who do you think is more powerful compared to Lan Ruoshi and our granddaughter goddess? Whenever the 2 women appeared at the same time, they were inevitably compared by the crowd. Lan Ruoshi also walked straight towards the direction of Tianhai No. 1 middle school. Come to Sun Ruinan. Both men met with hostility in their eyes. He, it's been a long time. I thought you had sat down at the retreat site. Sun Ruinan mocked. Daryl Blue was not to be outdone. I'm afraid that if I don't come out, any jumper can be number 1 in the 5 cities. Today, I will let you know the gap between you and me. Chapter 27, Opening of the Secret World. Today, I will let you know the gap between you and me. Blue Daryl's voice was icy cold, but the smell of gunpowder was strong. Seeing the 2 proud daughters of heaven fight, the crowd had a great time. I can't wait for the 2 of them to pull their hair out and fight right now. Sun Ruinan's pupils crossed, and a fierce spiritual energy shook out. Subsequently, a gust of sword chi was wrapped in the spiritual energy, like a harsh blade cutting through the air. A sonic boom rang out. The Sun and Blue families, both majored in the way of the sword, but the Sun family is a bit more robust. Yeah, that's exactly what I want. Sun Ruinan's smile was filled with arrogance. A person with clear eyes was incomparably shocked after feeling that sword aura. This is kendo talent. Heavens, the Sun Maiden Goddess has actually comprehended the sword Dao talent. Worthy of the Sun family, the foundation is really strong. It's not a natural talent. It's necessarily an acquired one. It's either an accidental realization or a pile of resources. The guesses in the minds of the crowd were all more in favor of the latter. Already amazingly talented, martial arts, breathing techniques, and cultivation speed are far beyond normal. And now also comprehending talent. This is the first person in the 5 cities that deserves it. A peak first-ranked martial artist is even more powerful than a second-ranked martial artist. Many second-ranked martial artists from other cities, feeling Sun Ruinan's murderous sword chi, they were all ashamed of themselves. Sun Ruinan raised her pretty face. Exactly. D-rank talent berserk sword chi, confirmed in person. The crowd secretly marveled. There's no way around it. The talent thing is just too rare. Lan Ruoshi's beautiful eyes flashed with precision. In a split second, short skirts move without wind. Sun Ruinan's berserk sword chi was instantly suppressed. A gust of sword chi that was like ripples of blue water vibrated through the air. This sword chi was softer and more dense than Sun Ruinan's. The surrounding area of a dozen meters or so was enveloped in sword chi. There was even a hint of sword intent mixed in with the sword chi. The highs and lows are immediately apparent. Sun Ruinan's heart trembled. You've also comprehended the gift? With the Blue family's resources, it was impossible to smash out a martial artist with talent. Did. What kind of chance did she get? Grade C talent. Aqua sword body. Blue Daryl's voice was flat, but full of superiority. Heavens, there's actually a second genius with talent among the 5 cities. Grade C kendo talent. This is even higher than the Sun Maiden Goddess. Having a D-rank sword Dao talent will allow you to enroll in the Wind Sword sect, and I'm afraid that a C rank will allow you to break the rules. There wasn't a single sword cultivator martial artist in Jiangnan province who didn't want to join the Wind Sword sect. It is also said to be a very rare D-grade talent in Tianhai City, which is just the entry threshold of the Wind Sword sect, and it's not a guarantee that you'll pass the test. If you wanted to join the Wind Sword sect 100%, you had to have at least C-rank talent. Sun Ruinan's face turned blue, and her beautiful eyes were filled with jealousy. Talent is not the only element that determines a martial artist's strength. She let out a soft gulp, and messy, furious sword chi surged wildly around her. Since she was a little girl, she had been overpowering Lan Ruoshi, and she was very unconvinced in her heart. Desperately exerting their talents, they were even prepared to use their martial arts. Her pretty face turned red before she barely managed to fight off the cloudy Lan Ruoshi. The sword chi competition between the two became more and more intense. A sword chi collided in the air and exploded. Many of the surrounding mid to late first-rank martial artists were somewhat unable to resist Yubo. Xiao Huang Chao stood inconspicuously amongst the crowd, his expression cloudy. This one sword chi was lingering though. However, hitting his flesh and blood Ruoi was like a hair's breadth. Okay, all stop. An old voice suddenly rang out. The sound was not loud, but it clearly reached the ears of every martial artist. A sudden fluctuation of spiritual energy impact separated the two women who were fighting. An old man wearing old glasses and hunched over slowly approached. The old man's chi and blood were decaying, but his spiritual energy was thick and powerful. With a mere flick of his hand, he broke the sword chi of Lan Ruoshi and Sun Ruinan. See this old man. 5 cities, 7 martial arts high schools, 140 students and a dozen lead teachers. All became respectful. This person was the retired old principal of Tianhai City's No. 1 martial arts high school. He also founded several schools and martial arts centers in the 5 cities. Arguably the number 1 person in martial arts education in the 5 cities. Highly respected by students and teachers. At the same time, he was also a powerful third-order martial artist. The name was He Lai, and no matter what powerful and prestigious families, they all had to respectfully address Principal He. After retiring, he mainly manages the major trial secret areas among the 5 cities. The crowd was respectful. Hello Principal He. Principal He looked at the crowd with a smile. This class is still so energized. There's strength to be used when we get into the secret realm. Xiao Huang Chao looked at Principal He in front of him. Sin value, 75. Another look at Daryl Blue. Sin value, 30. Hey, Xiao Huang Chao couldn't help but sigh. Why are all of them normal people? Can't they have more treasure families like the Sun family? Principal He raised his palm. The space around them fluctuated like ripples in the water. The entrance to the secret realm of martial refinement was opened. Principal He cleared his throat, in the kind of voice that made others sleepy whenever he opened his mouth. Unhurriedly, trailing off, he said, before entering the secret realm, a brief introduction to everyone. The martial refinement mystery realm, for the most common martial arts practitioner training mystery realm. Under normal circumstances, very powerful high-ranking martial artists fighting each other, creating space-time cracks and the death of a high-ranking martial artist, after many years will form the martial refinement mystery realm. The secret realm of martial refinement wasn't only found in the 5 cities, it existed in many regions. The secret territory is full of spiritual energy, suitable for cultivation to break through levels. With luck, we might even find treasures left behind by high-ranked martial artists. Many years ago 5 purple-robed enforcers surrounded a severely injured 7th-ranked high-level martial artist of the Demoness cleric. In the end, they all died together and formed this secret place. The number of magical beasts within the secret territory is very small and their strength is not strong, but everyone still needs to pay attention to safety. Anything can happen within the secret The body of the evil martial artist from the witch order was never found. According to speculation, A rank or even S rank martial arts exist in the place where the witch cleric's martial artists fell. This statement was made. Many students are starting to boil. Many martial arts families only possessed one A-grade martial art as a family heirloom. If you can find S-ranked martial arts, you will soar to the heavens. Principal, he reminded. Although the witch cleric's martial artist has fallen for many years, he is after all a 7th-ranked powerhouse. Accidents can happen and there are certain risks, so if people are lucky enough to come across it, they should still do what they can. After all, staying alive is the most important thing. Alright, everyone, let's get ready to enter the secret realm. Lan Ruoshi glanced at Sun Ruinan with a provocative look in her eyes. Being suppressed by Sun Ruinan for many years, he had been holding his breath in his heart. Comprehending a C-rank talent was the capital of her pride. Within the secret realm, we'll fight again. Sun Ruinan subconsciously glanced at Xiao Huang Chao in the crowd. Then he looked at Lan Ruoshi again with a cold smile on his face. Yes, she had prepared enough means to ambush Xiao Huang Chao within the secret realm. Dying in the secret world. Who knows how? As for you, Daryl Blue, die together. Chapter 28. Why are you staring at me? The time for the martial refinement mystic realm to open is only one day. Let's not waste our time. People, looking for vain treasures. If you can meet it, it's your own luck. Don't force it. Seizing this day to absorb the spiritual chi of heaven and earth to consolidate or break through the realm is the most prudent choice. Principal, he reminded the crowd. The martial refinement secret realm was the most ordinary secret realm though, but as long as it's a secret realm, it's precious. He didn't want this group of young martial artists to waste their chances for nothing. Most of the students knew about the opening of the secret realm of martial refinement long in advance, all squeezing the realm without breaking through, waiting for this moment. Good luck to all of you in your martial arts endeavors. The secret world is officially open. The crowd stepped into it. In a burst of light and strange sights, another space was entered. Within the secret realm of martial refinement, all martial artists were randomly transported to different locations. On top of a mountain, Xiao Huang Chao looked thoughtful, feeling the sensation of a spatial shift when he had just entered the secret realm. Is this the power of the laws of space? It's almost like traveling. Looking at the endless rolling hills, Xiao Huang Chao couldn't help but lament. 7th-ranked martial artists fighting each other can actually tear such a huge piece of space out. A high-ranking martial artist, who lifts his hand and reverses the mountains and rivers, turning the sun and moon upside down. All of this is just in the books. What it means to hold the sun and the moon in one's hand, and what it means to turn the world upside down, is materialized in this moment. I thought it was just a cramped spacetime rift, but this is simply a complete side of the world. Xiao Huang Chao retrieved his thoughts. He had business to attend to. Xiao Huang Chao had planned to look for this legendary S-class martial art, but seeing it with his own eyes, the huge martial refinement mystic realm, he directly gave up this idea. The secret world is too big and time is too short. Just one day. It would be a pure waste of time to go looking for S-ranked martial arts. How nice to have this time to practice and cultivate more and take in more spiritually rich air. Xiao Huang Chao had also done some research when he entered the secret realm. There are nearly 100 feng shui caves, large and small, in the secret mountains and rivers. Due to its unique location and flow of spiritual energy, it causes the cave to be extraordinarily rich in spiritual energy. It's much better there than the cultivation places that many martial arts families, specially built, have. There are nearly 100 feng shui caves and not every one of them will be found. And again, more than 100 students entered the secret trial. There are more wolves than meat. Only the strong have access to it. Xiao Huang Chao wanders the mountains and rivers in search of caves. Between every breath and inhalation, there were countless amounts of spiritual energy forcibly pouring into one's body. The peak of the second rank realm might be about to break through if one didn't pay attention. It's not the time for a breakthrough yet. At least we have to find a suitable place. There should be a sense of ceremony. After half an hour of searching, finally find the feng shui cave in the middle of a mountain stream. As they approached the cave, the surrounding temperature dropped quite a bit, and the spiritual energy became more abundant, secluded, serene, cozy, and rich in spiritual energy. It was literally made to break through realms. Xiao Huang Chao just approached the cave. An angry cry came from inside. A woman's voice came out. Who dares to approach? Get out of the way. In the shadows of the cave, out walks a schoolgirl in a school uniform. Budo school uniforms are different from cultural school uniforms, with more diverse uniform designs. The white shirt outlined a proud figure with delicate features, wearing a fresh short hair, overflowing with youthful vigor. The woman stared at Xiao Huang Chao with an unkind gaze. Just after clearing out the magical beasts inside the cave, someone comes to grab a spot. The woman glanced at Xiao Huang Chao's school uniform. Tianhai First High School? Tianhai City was the city with the strongest overall strength among the 5 cities. But so what? Who is not an elite if they can enter the secret realm? And the only ones in Tianhai know. One middle school who are worth scaring are son Ruinan and Cao Wei. That Cao Wei, it is said, seems to have been shot down by the law enforcement team for committing something. As long as it's not son Ruinan, I'm not afraid of anyone coming to take the position. Since you dare to come and take the position, don't presume that I will show mercy. Sin value, 31. Xiao Huang Chao was filled with disappointment. You only have a cultivation of the 8th level of the 1st rank. What makes you think you can hold it? Being directly exposed by the other party's cultivation meant that the other party's realm was above his own. But the short-haired woman wasn't the least bit flustered. On what grounds? Because of course, in the cave behind the short-haired woman. Slowly 6 people came out. 7 people share a cave. These 7 people were all first-rank martial artists. They knew very well that it would be difficult to defend the cave by themselves, especially if you also need to meditate and practice. You're even more vulnerable to sneak attacks. Then they joined forces to form a team. That's a good thought, Xiao Huang Chao commented, eyes fixed on a fat man in the crowd. Sin value, 101. Barely over the top. The short-haired woman was valiant and proud. All together. I'll let you know today. Woohoo brother, I was wrong. Don't fight. Caves for you to practice on. We're rolling now. 7 people were beaten and bruised. After exchanging blows for no more than 30 seconds, they were all at up. The short-haired woman wanted to cry. How come this guy is also a second-ranked martial artist? Xiao Huang Chao stroked his chin and walked over to Fatty. I'm not a great evil person, so I won't make it difficult for you to cooperate obediently, said. 2 slaps on the fat man's face. The already obese face swelled up high again. Xiao Huang Chao frowned slightly. Not enough strength? 2 more slaps. The system's voice sounded again. The host seriously injured the robber. Justice value plus 100. It's only 100 points, but a fly in the ointment is still meat. The fat man was dumbfounded, covering his burning face. Brother, because of what? Why are you hitting on me? Seeing that you are not happy, Xiao Huang Chao was succinct. The fat man was so fearful that his fat body trembled. Good reason. Xiao Huang Chao looked at the 7 people and said, hold your horses. I'm a reasonable man. I'm just borrowing your premises for a little while, and I'll return it when I'm done. The 7 people who remained outside the cave entrance were filled with puzzlement. The secret realm of martial refinement was only 1 day in total. What do you mean? You're leaving after practicing? Is there such a thing as finishing cultivation? The crowd was puzzled, but also scared, and they all dutifully stayed outside the cave entrance. The other side. Sun Ruinan and Lan Ruoshi both sought out cultivation caves separately. One after another, they began to cultivate. Lan Ruoshi felt the abundant spiritual energy within the cave, and the realm that he himself will break through with just 1 foot on the doorstep. Cultivating in this environment, you'll definitely break through the 2nd stage in 3 hours. Sun Ruinan, watch me break through the 2nd rank in minutes. Kill Xiao Huang Chao first, and then go find that blue Daryl. Xiao Huang Chao, system, use all of your justice value to start cultivating the realm. Chapter 29, Land of the Fall of the 7th Order Powerhouse. Blood Prophet. Xiao Huang Chao was in the middle of the cave. Ding, the host has consumed 100 righteousness points to begin meditation training. S-class justice breathing technique perfected. Cultivation speed increased by 5,000%. Detecting abundant spiritual energy in the surroundings. The speed of cultivation increases by 1,000%. Under the double increase, the cultivation speed directly increased by 500 times. In a split second, the spiritual energy of the entire martial refinement mystic realm began to flow towards one place. Spiritual energy condensed into a sea of clouds in the sky, like a heavenly river hanging upside down. Daryl Blue, Sun Ruinan, the 2 women who were meditating and cultivating, preparing to break through the realm, start sweating. The bottleneck of the 2nd rank was far more difficult than they had imagined. How come it's getting harder and harder to practice? Under the constant flushing of spiritual energy, how was it that this realm that had clearly loosened up was instead harder to break through? And the spiritual energy around here. Sound of air sucked between the teeth, indicating hesitation or thinking over. It's getting thinner. Have they all been absorbed by themselves? Do you need this much spiritual energy to break through the 2nd stage? Could it be that 2nd rank was different from that of an ordinary martial artist? Aha! That must be it. Arms crossed. I'm awesome. Xiao Huang Chao is in the cave. The short-haired woman and her companions watched as spiritual energy coalesced in the sky, materializing with the naked eye, like a heavenly river flowing this way. Even if they just stayed outside the cave, their spiritual energy concentration was a cut above that of a normal cave. The short-haired woman was filled with shock as she glanced at the cave. What is this? This? The companions were also greatly shocked. It seems as if the spiritual energy of the entire secret realm is flowing this way. Did the big guy do it? What kind of strength is this? It's too terrifying yet. It's not so much strength as it is background. What kind of breathing method does Big Brother cultivate that he mobilizes the flow of spiritual energy in the entire secret realm? A martial artist draws the spirit into the body by exhaling and breathing. After the spiritual energy entered the body, it flushed the 5 viscera and 6 bowels to raise the cultivation level. To use a blunt analogy, it's like cured bacon. A long time of immersion and the accumulation of small amounts gives the physical body spiritual power as well. After the spiritual energy entered the body, only a small portion of it would melt into the flesh and blood, and most of it would dissipate naturally. Since it is difficult to increase the fusion rate, increase the inhalation. This is the origin of pranayama. Using breathing techniques, you can access spiritual energy on a wider and more powerful scale than normal meditation and exhaling. An ordinary D-rank breathing technique could take the spiritual energy within 10 meters of the surrounding area and quickly inhale it into the body. And at the moment, Xiao Huang Chao had actually pulled all of the abundant spiritual energy from the entire secret realm. The short-haired woman's pupils trembled more than a little. This is absolutely impossible. What kind of breathing technique can pull such a wide range? Could it be an S-rank breathing technique? The crowd hadn't even come into contact with a B-grade breathing method. One can only guess if that would be the S-class that one can only dream of. But, even if it's an S-rank breathing method, it's not so exaggerated, right? Can it be that it's an S-class breathing technique and cultivated to perfection? Someone made a guess. The crowd hadn't come into contact with the S-rank breathing technique, and even more so, they didn't know what it was like to cultivate the breathing technique to perfection. Don't know anything, just that it's awesome. Actually, even an S-ranked breathing technique at the perfection realm couldn't do it to make the entire secret realm's spiritual energy flow. This is in conjunction with the upper system to achieve the effect. Within the secret realm, there is an abundance of spiritual energy, so you begin to cultivate for a breakthrough. On the first day, you find a feng shui site and start practicing to impact the realm. The S-rank perfect breathing method, abundant spiritual energy, and extreme peak realm all made this breakthrough very easy, and you let your guard down and started practicing. However, you accidentally entered a state of deep epiphany meditation, missed the time to leave the secret realm, and were trapped in it. On the 7th day, your epiphany and meditation ended and you broke through to the 3rd level. Your cultivation level came directly to the 2nd level of the 3rd level, but everyone left the realm, and you're the only one who's been orphaned. Xiao Huang Chao? I'm an orphan. The secret world is nice, but it doesn't stay open. It is because the environment within the secret territory is very unstable. Strong fluctuations were full of danger, and it was difficult for martial artists to survive, let alone cultivate. So only wait for the secret world to stabilize before opening it. The practice continues. Although this is a secret realm for low-level martial artists to practice, you can't break through the space. You can only wait for the next time the realm opens before going out. But the good news is that this is a secret realm for ordinary 1st and 2nd rank martial artists. You have the strength of a peak 2nd rank. You won't have much problem surviving. Both come and go. You begin to continue practicing. In the 2nd month, your cultivation level has successfully broken through the 3rd level of the 3rd order. In the 3rd month, you broke through 2 realms in a row, and your cultivation broke through the 3rd rank and 5th level in one go. But you also noticed that the spiritual energy began to gradually become thin, and the speed of cultivation was greatly reduced, so you decided to look for other opportunities within the realm. In the 4th month, your cultivation did not break through, but the increasingly unstable spiritual environment made it difficult for you to move forward. In the 6th month, you continue to fight against the harsh environment, gradually adapting to it, and the strength of your flesh has gained a considerable amount of strength. 10% increase in the cultivation progress of the B-grade talent Flesh and Blood Ruoi. The cultivating Xiao Huang Chao's eyebrows trembled. It can even enhance the strength of the flesh? It was kind of a surprise. In the 7th month, your cultivation breaks through the 6th level of the 3rd order and you make a major discovery. You keep moving in a southwestern direction and find a weird cave under a mountain shaped like a broken finger. In the area near the cave, the grass and trees are withered and magical beasts are rampant, but the spiritual energy is extraordinarily abundant. You go deeper into it and are surprised to find that this is the place where a 7th order powerhouse fell. Xiao Huang Chao's heart trembled. One's own cultivation realm. It was surprising that one could still find the place where a 7th order powerhouse had fallen. This system cultivates martial arts and cultivation. It's not just an infusion boost, it's more like a push. Various opportunities may be encountered in this, and there's no risk involved. It is very likely that there are S-class martial arts skills inside, and while you are excited, an unexpected situation suddenly occurs. Xiao Huang Chao? What's the contingency? Is there any danger in there? System, balance is insufficient. To know what happens afterward, please renew. This is not clearly bullying. His own justice value is not enough. Never mind. At least we know where the 7th ranked martial artist fell. Xiao Huang Chao ended his cultivation. The spiritual energy in his body was raised by several notches. The cultivation level had reached the 6th level of the 3rd rank. Raising his hands and feet carried spiritual power fluctuations. The body's chi and blood also increased quite a bit. Just by spending 1100 justice values, he gained such a big boost and important information. The wave. Blood money. Some people make a bloody profit, and some people make a bloody loss. Not long ago, in another cave, Lan Ruoshi was almost on the verge of cultivating her mind. No matter how hard one tried, the bottleneck of the 2nd rank did not loosen in the slightest. The spiritual energy around them was still getting thinner and thinner. Put. Blue Daryl spat out a mouthful of blood. What the hell is going on here? She walked out of the cave in a devastated state, only to see a sight she would never forget. Chapter 30, Proud Blue Daryl. Inside the martial refinement mystery, Lan Ruoshi, who had been unsuccessful for a long time in impacting the 2nd rank, leave the cave and prepare for a change. However, he saw that the spiritual energy in the sky condensed into clouds. Frantic surges in one direction. Spiritual energy is abundant to the point of materialization. Pale blue light spreads across the sky in a powerful image. What's going on here? It was also the first time that Daryl Blue had seen this phenomenon. After a brief moment of shock, she suddenly reacted. No wonder I failed to impact the 2nd order. It turns out that changes have occurred within the secret realm, and the spiritual energy is all flowing in one direction. I told you, with my talent how could I not even break through to the 2nd stage? Although Lan Ruoshi was the eldest miss of the Lan family in Sanglin City, but actually carries an inferiority complex in his bones, he himself would always lose out to son Ruinan from his family background, talent, and even appearance. Now he comprehended a C-rank talent and had been enrolled by the Wind Sword sect in an exceptional manner. It made her proud inside. But that pride is very fragile. Failed to impact the 2nd stage and almost shattered his Dao heart. Now that I know it is not of my own making, I am in a good mood. Since the spiritual energy flows, the person has to move along with it. There is such an abundance of spiritual energy there. With my talent I might be able to directly break through to the 2nd level of the 2nd rank. Lan Ruoshi's figure flashed and followed the direction of the flow of spiritual energy. Outside the cave where Xiao Huang Chao cultivated, the short-haired woman and her companions stayed outside the cave and practiced. With Xiao Huang Chao's spirit of attraction, even if they were outside the cave the spiritual energy was still abundant. But several people were unable to concentrate on their cultivation, shocked to the core by the through and through tactics of the big man inside the cave. Suddenly, a silhouette's feet pointed at the cliff and gently landed on the ground. The woman had a short light blue dress and white silk stockings on her slim and slender legs. There was a hint of pride in a pair of autumn water-cut eyes. The short-haired woman saw that someone had come to her place of cultivation. Instead of being nervous, he was excited. What brings you here? Senior sister Daryl? Did you succeed in breaking through the 2nd stage? The few people who were kicked out by Xiao Huang Chao and Lan Ruoshi were the same students in Sanglin No. 1 middle school. Having heard what was said, Lan Ruoshi's pretty face was slightly red and her expression was a bit embarrassed. Ahem. A little accident happened while practicing, and I'm still a foot short of the 2nd rank. Lan Ruoshi's eyes suddenly flashed with a hint of surprise. He himself had only been here for a short while before he felt that the bottleneck of the 2nd rank had loosened. This place really is a cave, she added. I can break through the 2nd rank with my hand now. The short-haired girl and her companion beside her were filled with adoration. Wow, worthy of being Sister Lan Ruoshi. Definitely the number 1 person in the 5 cities. Lan Ruoshi enjoyed the pursuit. Her pretty face could not hide her proud look. Xiaoyu, why aren't you guys practicing inside the cave, instead of outside? The short-haired girl named Xiaoyu was very frank. Not strong enough to hold the cave. Although it didn't guard the cave, that big guy inside gathered spiritual energy. It's not bad for them to rub some psychic energy out there. At this point, Xiao Huang Chao finished his cultivation and walked out of the cave. Mouthfuls. The time for the secret realm to open is too short. We must quickly go and look for the place where the 7th rank powerhouse fell. There were S-ranked martial arts techniques there that one could only dream of. Like Sun Ruinan, her family had an ancestral S-ranked martial art, but she couldn't learn it. Xiao Huang Chao is different. As long as the justice value was sufficient, even the most profound martial arts could be easily cultivated to perfection. Just as Xiao Huang Chao was thinking, suddenly a sharp sword chi broke through the air. Xiao Huang Chao moves his body to the side and avoids it easily. The sword chi hit the rock wall behind him, leaving a deep sword mark. Lan Ruoshi was holding a 3-foot green blade, which was emitting a faint fluctuation of spiritual energy. It was clearly a spirit tool as well. Sword chi floated around Lan Ruoshi, and the hem of her clothes rose slightly. Combined with her delicate features, there was really a hint of a female sword fairy. You're the one who robbed Xiaoyu and the others of their cave? Xiao Huang Chao was a little excited when he was attacked. Another experienced delivering gremlin has arrived at your door. It just so happens that his justice value is depleted and needs to be replenished. As a result, when he saw that it was Blue Daryl, he instantly lost interest. The expression could not hide the disappointment. With that little sin value on her, she wouldn't even get a justice value reward for killing her herself. That's right, I robbed it, Xiao Huang Chao graciously admitted. Lan Ruoshi let out a cold smile, and the sword chi of the long sword in her hand continued to coalesce. Within the secret realm, students are indeed allowed to fight each other, but since you dare to rob other people's caves, be prepared to be robbed. Xiaoyu by his side didn't know what cultivation level Xiao Huang Chao had though, but definitely not weak, immediately pulling on Daryl Blue. Fear of a lose-lose situation. Sister Ruoshi, he's not weak, and he's a student of Tianhai No. 1 Middle School. It's okay not to say. Upon hearing that it was from Tianhai No. 1 Middle School, Lan Ruoshi's wariness increased. She raised her chin slightly, arrogantly. Tianhai First High School is it? You can't. I'll give you the chance to get Sun Ruinan to back you up. Xiao Huang Chao didn't intend to tangle with this group of people and had business to attend to. Don't thank me. I'll leave this cave for you to cultivate. I have things to do. Seeing the other side going, Lan Ruoshi did not hesitate to hand out a sword. This cave was meant to be our Sangling one. Don't try to escape. Xiao Huang Chao's eyes were cold, asking for trouble. Facing Blue Daryl's sword with the talent of Sword Dao, Xiao Huang Chao didn't even use martial arts or even spiritual energy, prompting the power of chi and blood. A punch is thrown. The powerful force of chi and blood collided with the sword chi and exploded in the air. Strong fluctuations vibrated outward in a circle. Xiao Huang Chao was stalwart. Blue Daryl, however, flew backwards. After landing on the ground, he retreated back and forth, but it was Xiao Yu and the others who supported him. Xiao Huang Chao glanced at him and faintly said, "Be thankful you didn't do anything bad in your first decade or so, or it wouldn't have been as simple as a few injuries." Having said that, Xiao Huang Chao performs the martial art, Ghostly Shadows. A silhouette stayed in place, and the main body headed towards the southwest at a very high speed, searching for the place where the 7th-ranked powerhouse had fallen. Only Blue Daryl and the others were left behind. One student was shocked. Is this person so strong? Surprisingly, even school sister Lan Ruoshi couldn't stop it. The companion nodded slightly. Yes, I didn't realize that Tianhai No. 1 Middle School, aside from Cao Wei and Sun Ruinan, even had students with such a strong strength. With such strength, it must be a second-ranked martial artist, right? Lan Ruoshi stood up, her pretty face blushing as she listened to the discussion of her schoolmates. He's a second-ranked, and a martial artist who majors in body refining. This kind of martial artist is just very dominant in the early stages. If I break through the second stage, he's definitely not my match. The people around him were a bit unconvinced, but they still agreed. That's right. Senior sister Lan Ruoshi is a swordsmanship genius with C-rank talent. Daryl Blue patted the dust on the hem of her skirt. He's just shortcutting you guys and robbing your cave and blessed land to break through to the second stage ahead of time. When I break through the second rank, neither he nor Sun Ruinan will be my match. Xiao Yu hesitated for a moment, but still said, "Senior sister, in fact, the reason why spiritual energy is so dense here is because..." At this moment, a strong aura suddenly surged out of Lan Ruoshi's delicate body. The surrounding spiritual energy surged madly into his body. Lan Ruoshi's beautiful eyes flashed with a golden light. The time has come to break through the second stage. Chapter 31, The Sun Family's Plot. The secret realm of martial refinement is open for a limited time of 24 hours. Nearly 20 hours had now passed. At this time the vast majority of martial artists stuck in bottlenecks. With the help of the rich spiritual energy within the secret territory, those who should have broken through had also broken through. There's no breakthrough, and there's no hope for the remaining 4 hours. The vast majority of martial artists then left the cultivation cave. Wander around within the secret realm and take your chances. Somewhere within a cave, Sun Ruinan opened her eyes, her beautiful eyes carrying a touch of scarlet. Berserk sword chi erupted in all directions with a loud bang. A powerful and domineering aura suddenly rose up. Sun Ruinan's expression was weak. Sweat soaked his shirt, and strands of hair stuck to his fair face. Finally broke through the second rank. There was the precious medicine given by Pops, plus the abundant spiritual energy within the secret area. The original plan was to break through in 2 hours tops. It took a full 20 hours now. Almost went off the deep end to break through a second order. Seeing Sun Ruinan's successful breakthrough, 2 people wearing school uniforms and looking no different from ordinary students walked in. "Congratulations to Miss for successfully breaking through the second stage," the two said in unison. Sun Ruinan is in a very bad mood. "Uncle Gong, Uncle Ho, have you found Xiao Huang Chao's whereabouts?" These 2 people, they were both core members of the Sun family. All of them were old third-order monsters who were over 100 years old. Through the art of disguise, and then secretly met with the school, got 2 places and mixed into the secret realm. They came in, of course, not to practice. Instead, it's murder. The man called Uncle Gong said, after Xiao Huang Chao entered the secret realm, He seemed to have clashed with the martial artists from Tsong Linno, one middle school, and then he has been heading in the southwest direction, which is our bearing. Sun Ruinan was holding his breath in his heart, so he happened to take it out on Xiao Huang Chao. Xiao Huang Chao, think you can provoke the Sun family just because you have some talent? It took too long to break through to the second stage, giving you an extra 10 hours or so. Uncle Gong hesitated for a moment and said with an odd expression, Miss, the fact that breaking through the second stage is so difficult is not your problem. Rather, the spiritual energy of the entire secret realm is all flowing in one direction for some unknown reason, and the thinness of spiritual energy around here is no different from the outside world. At those words, Sun Ruinan almost broke down on the spot. How come? Why didn't you tell me earlier? I saw that you were in deep meditation and cultivation, and I didn't say anything for fear of disturbing you. Uncle Gong was a bit vain. Sun Ruinan ground his teeth and flowers. A lot of profanity came to his lips and was swallowed. These two were, after all, third-ranked martial artists with a high status in the Sun family, and it points to these two for business. Sun Ruinan covered her chest in anger, rising and falling in waves. Forget it. Immediately follow me to Xiao Huang Chao. This time, we have to kill Xiao Huang Chao first, and then kill Lan Ruoshi that. All who stand in my way must die. Uncle Ho looked a little worried. It's fine to kill an unsupported Xiao Huang Chao. Although he has a great relationship with that deacon, he's an outsider after all and won't be able to stay in Tianhai City for long. But if they kill Lan Ruoshi, even if they don't have any evidence, the Lan family won't let it go. Sun Ruinan straightened her hair and spoke condescendingly. How can the District Blue family fight against our Sun family? Uncle Ho carefully surveyed his surroundings and whispered, Miss, the family master and the people from the Demoness cleric have already set up the sacrifice formation in the martial examination area. As long as the sacrifice formation is activated as soon as the martial examination begins, the family head will break his shackles and enter the flesh and blood realm. At that time, among the 5 cities, no one will be able to stop our Sun family anymore. A little impatience goes a long way. However, Sun Ruinan didn't care at all. It's highly likely that Lan Ruoshi will be enrolled by the Wind Sword sect without having to take the martial arts exam. As soon as the martial refinement mystic realm is over, she will be heading to the Wind Sword sect. I shall kill her. Martial refinement secret realm, southwest direction, sprinting all the way. It took Xiao Huang Chao more than 10 hours to finally find the place. Look at the broken mountains in front of you. It was a pillar of strength compared to the surrounding dwarf mountains, but it's like being cut across. This should be the mountain shaped like a broken finger that was mentioned during the system's cultivation. Fractured mountain peaks. Obviously not a natural collapse. Rather, it's the trauma left by fighting between high-ranking martial artists. At the foot of Broken Finger Mountain, a strong miasma filled the air, which carried toxins that slightly paralyzed the body. Xiao Huang Chao catalyzed the power of flesh and blood. A thin barrier of qi and blood coalesced on the surface of the body to ward off the flatulence. In the midst of the miasma swamp, a second-ranked magical beast with intense poison, the demon swamp frog, floated out. This object was incredibly menacing. Even a third-order magical beast could lose count in front of it if they were not careful. But to Xiao Huang Chao, who possessed a terrifying physique, this amount of toxin was simply not enough. Ghostly Shadow, Running Water Rock Shattering Fist, Body of Genji. 3B rank consummate martial arts were used at the same time. Ghosts and Shadows, feet pointing at the swamp for a quick leap. Flowing Rock Shattering Fist to kill a demonic beast that sneaks up on you in the middle of a fight. Then, he used his Xin Nian body to protect his body against the toxins of the demon swamp frog. Quack dash, quack dash. One by one, the devil marsh frogs were killed, and Xiao Huang Chao suddenly felt some pity in his heart. This kind of demon swamp frog, even though it's only second ranked, is very rare. If this is encountered in a system-optimized experience copy, killing it should result in a good reward. In the realistic mystery realm, the magical beasts were killed without much reward. With sparks and lightning along the way, Xiao Huang Chao easily made his way through the swamp to the entrance of the cave below the foot of the mountain. Standing outside the entrance to the cave, Xiao Huang Chao couldn't help but shiver. A cold and eerie aura came over him. It was as if there was a horrible monster in the middle of the cave, staring at itself. The more dangerous it is, the more exciting it is. This just shows that S-class martial arts are among them. Step inside the cave. The surroundings grew colder and colder, and every drop of water that fell on his body was like being stabbed with an ice pick. Come to the deepest part of the cave. A White Bone sits cross-legged. White Bones was still wearing rags on his body. Could this be the fallen 7th-ranked powerhouse? Rumble. The cave suddenly trembled. Cobwebs cracked in the rock walls, and in the midst of violent shaking, the mountain collapsed. With his hard body, Xiao Huang Chao charged up through the collapsed mountain, standing on top of a ruined rubble. The corpse was not buried in it, but was sitting cross-legged in the middle of the ruins, no more than 100 meters away from Xiao Huang Chao. Xiao Huang Chao stared at the corpse bones with a slightly wary expression. Don't play God. I know you're not dead through. Come out with the remnants of your soul. The white bones suddenly emitted a gust of eerie, dark purple fog. The fog kept circling and rising in the air. It eventually coalesced into a shadow with no features and a slender body. The remnants of a 7th order powerhouse. According to Elder Zhong, this kind of residual soul was comparable to a 4th stage martial artist. Even stronger. Chapter 32, Sun Family Attack. Where the 7th order powerhouse fell, powerful remnants of souls revived from the white bones. At the moment of awakening, a terrifying pressure descended. The heavens and earth suddenly changed color, and the rubble constantly trembled. Xiao Huang Chao looked grave. Is this a 7th order powerhouse? Even after many years of life and death, he still possesses such terrifying power. The remnants of the soul hovered in the air, carrying a vestige of its life. Ignorant juniors with greed in their hearts, presuming to come and get their hands on the martial arts I left behind. Hearing this, Xiao Huang Chao guessed. It's not that no one has found the place where the 7th ranked powerhouses fell before, but they all died here. You're dead anyway. It's a waste to keep the martial arts, so why don't you hand it over to your descendants, as a way of accumulating some virtues for yourself? The remnant's soul instantly went berserk. Countless dark purple auras transformed into a sharp blade and exploded out in all directions. No, no, this is a martial art that the Witch Lord has rewarded me with, and it can only belong to me. Xiao Huang Chao instantly felt a powerful pressure. The soles of his feet crushed rock and dented downward. The body of the Xuanhe. Xiao Huang Chao performs a martial art. Attacks of this intensity were difficult to resist with the flesh alone. The shadowy tortoise armor was erected in front of it, and a subtle totem flowed on it. Xiao Huang Chao parried the attack while thinking quickly in his head. Although S-class martial skills are precious, they shouldn't be so important to a 7th ranked martial artist that even the remnants of their souls, after death, keep thinking about guarding them. Or is there something special about this S-class martial art? Just as Xiao Huang Chao was thinking, the remnant soul suddenly flashed behind it, its shadowy arm transforming into a spike with a hideous and terrifying face. Even if I die, I will guard the honor of the Witch-sama. With a mournful hiss, the spike stabbed at Xiao Huang Chao's heart. The speed was far beyond that of an ordinary 4th ranked martial artist. Xiao Huang Chao's back went cold and he immediately cast Ghostly Shadow. The body dodged to avoid the attack. Even though Xiao Huang Chao's reaction had been very quick, he was still injured by the spikes. A huge bloody hole appeared in his left shoulder, but Xiao Huang Chao looked calm. The blood boiled in his shoulders, every drop throbbing with joy. The wound healed at a rate visible to the naked eye. This was the effect brought about by the grade B talent, Flesh and Blood Ruoi, powerful self-healing ability. As long as the realm gap wasn't too great or the wound was fatal, it could be healed quickly. Xiao Huang Chao looked grave. This remnant soul is far more powerful than I thought. The strength of the 4th rank is not something I can fight hard against these days. When he was at the peak of the 2nd rank, he was able to cross over and defeat an early 3rd rank martial artist. However, nowadays, the 6th level of the 3rd rank, even if one cultivated to the 9th level of the 3rd rank, I'm afraid that it would be difficult to resist a martial artist of the 1st level of the 4th rank. Between the 3rd and 4th orders, it was a completely different world. None of the martial artists of the first 3 orders had specific realm names, and it's at the 4th order that the real metamorphosis takes place. Flesh and Blood Realm Martial Artist. The Black-Robed Enforcer is at least a 7th ranked martial artist. The Black-Robed Enforcer's soul might be able to deal with the 7th ranked martial artist in front of us. You want to defeat the remnants of the soul and get the S-ranked martial arts skills that may have special effects. One can only pull out one's crushing treasure. But, is it worth it to use up your bottom card for this martial art? The city of Tianhai is in crisis. The head of the Sun family, Sun Badian, was a martial artist infinitely close to the 4th rank. Fei Tianxiang, director of the Law Enforcement Bureau, a peak 3rd order martial artist, and the Witch Church spies hiding in the shadows. Xiao Huang Chao was using the Black-Robed Enforcer as a means to save his life. I really don't want to use it until I have to. If on this remnant soul, it's just an ordinary S-ranked martial skill, I won't hesitate to leave. But an S-ranked martial skill that a 7th ranked powerhouse would die trying to guard is definitely not ordinary. Xiao Huang Chao made a mental weighing of the pros and cons. 1. This S-class martial skill was very special, but after all, it was only a martial skill and could not be used as a life-preserving base card. Perhaps, in the future, when one's realm rises, this S-ranked martial skill exerts a greater effect than the remnants of the soul, but one has to have a life to live until then. 2. Same as the remnants of a 7th order martial artist, but there was also a gap in strength between the remnant souls and the remnant souls. In case he couldn't do anything about this residual soul even after using the soul of the Black-Robed Enforcer, wouldn't that be a lost cause? 3. The huge amount of justice value and martial resources that can be gained if one uses the remnants of his soul to exterminate the Sun family. For yourself at this stage, these resources are even more important. The pros and cons are clearly analyzed. But people are greedy. Xiao Huang Chao is no exception. The martial skill that a 7th-ranked powerhouse swore to guard. Should we put up a fight? Suddenly, two powerful forces came from behind himself. A sneak attack with a hidden arrow. Xiao Huang Chao gave a slight sideways glance. Compared to this remnant soul, this level of sneak attack was simply not worth mentioning. Xiao Huang Chao dodged the attack with a flash of his body. Only behind him, three figures appeared. Son Ruinan and Uncle Gong and Uncle Ho, respectively. Uncle Gong's face suddenly changed as he looked at the terrifying remnants of the soul. I didn't expect that you would have found the place where a 7th-ranked powerhouse fell. Uncle Ho showed a greedy look. Legend has it that he carries an extremely special S-class martial art. If it can be used by us. Uncle Gong immediately interrupted his fantasy. No, this remnant soul far exceeds the strength of an ordinary 4th-stage martial artist. Not to mention that even if the family head, were to come, we would never be an opponent. Xiao Huang Chao narrowed his eyes and sized up the three. Those two had faces that were no different from ordinary students though, but that cultivation of more than the 3rd rank was definitely not an ordinary person. In an instant, Xiao Huang Chao understood what was going on. He looked at Sun Ruinan with interest. Oh, I didn't realize you wanted to kill me so badly. Under the pressure of a 4th-ranked powerhouse, Sun Ruinan was even a bit unsteady. Her pretty face was pale with fear. Humph, this is all your own fault. The man with the name Hao still didn't want to give up. Xiao Huang Chao easily dodged his own attack just now. Even though it was just a test, it could show that this kid's strength was not bad. He shouted, "Kid, why don't we join forces to deal with this remnant soul? And we can let you off the hook after we get the S-ranked martial skill." The corners of Xiao Huang Chao's mouth rose slightly. Yeah, after saying this, his body flashed and immediately fled the place, leaving behind a sentence. You guys fight first, I'll come and collect your bodies later. He had been on the fence. The arrival of the Sun family made him immediately give up the idea of seizing the S-ranked martial skill. A man's heart is not enough to swallow a snake. There's a next one if you miss this S-ranked martial art, but there's only one life. Being taunted by Xiao Huang Chao, the man with the surname Hao grimaced. Miss, let's hurry up and escape this place too. Remnants can only move around the fallen lands. It couldn't be beaten, but the 3rd rank could definitely escape. The crowd traveled all the way in the opposite direction. The people of the Sun family accelerated and blocked Xiao Huang Chao's path in front of them. Xiao Huang Chao stopped and looked at the two 3rd-ranked martial artists. The sin values are all over 500. Feeling Xiao Huang Chao's cold gaze, Sun Ruinan retreated behind the two 3rd-ranked martial artists. Xiao Huang Chao, new grudges and old scores are settled together. Now I'll let you know what happens when you offend the Sun family. It's just the 2nd rank of the district. It's just a mole in front of the Sun family. Chapter 33, It's Fate. You have to accept it. Inside the martial refinement mystery, Xiao Huang Chao was surrounded by two Sun Clan 3rd-ranked martial artists. Without panicking, he pulled out the white-robed enforcer token. Turn on the law enforcement video. Do it outside for fear of falling foul of it. So go through all the trouble and ambush me within the secret realm. Don't you know there are law enforcement videos? Sun Ruinan couldn't help but let out a big laugh. Xiao Huang Chao, how much longer will you be naive? Do you really think that a video is evidence? Do you believe that if we kill you, this law enforcement video will disappear forever in the Law Enforcement Bureau and no second person will see it? Only living people are entitled to see law enforcement footage. If Xiao Huang Chao is alive, this law enforcement video is evidence of Sun's murder. If Xiao Huang Chao dies, the law enforcement video will disappear into the Law Enforcement Bureau for some uninformable reason. If anyone asked about this afterward, they would only say that Xiao Huang Chao had never turned on the law enforcement video at all. The reason why Sun Ruinan was so bold was that she was determined that Xiao Huang Chao would surely die. Xiao Huang Chao started his movie star mode. Murdering an enforcer is a capital offense. Your Sun family has murdered law enforcers 3 times. Aren't you afraid of the Law Enforcement Bureau's sanctions? Sun Ruinan looked at his opponent's defiant appearance and revealed a teasing smile. In Tianhai City, our Sun family is the law. I know you're not an ordinary 2nd-rank martial artist, but a peak 2nd rank. Honestly, the talent is far beyond what I can compare it to. Ha! But as long as I kill all the people ranked in front of me, I'll still be the #1 genius of the 5 cities. The pride in Sun Ruinan's heart was different from Lan Ruoshi's. She won't be devastated when someone is more talented than she is. Her pride comes from her family. It's like the billionaire's 2nd generation, who will not have any ripples in his heart when he sees his classmates who are better and smarter than he is in their studies. So what if you're good at school and smart? Don't you still have to come and work for me after graduation? Xiao Huang Chao's gaze was sharp, like he was staring at his prey. Before the abuse, a sudden interest came. So the way for you to become the #1 genius is to kill all the martial artists in front of you? Sun Ruinan didn't feel the slightest bit ashamed of this behavior, even nodded proudly. There was pride between the looks. Kill you first, then kill that blue Daryl. Who made me? At birth. In a martial arts family. And who made you? At birth. Unsupported. This is life. Gotta admit. Xiao Huang Chao's eyes were glazed over with a murderous aura. If monopoly is the yoke of the common man, then I will break that yoke with my own hands. Son Ruinan only felt funny. My Sun family has been accumulating martial artists for generations. And you say you'll break it? Ignorant. In front of you are two third-ranked martial artists. Where did you get that from? Uncle Gong, Uncle Ho, please. The two of them activated their spiritual energy, and their disguise makeup faded away, and they were two old men with a head full of silver threads. Despite old age, the chi and blood show no signs of decay. The depths accumulated over the years made the two of them one rank stronger than the average early third-stage martial artist. The two old men's faces were flat, not putting Xiao Huang Chao in their eyes in the slightest. The old man surnamed Gong just said lightly, "Have a good birth in your next life." The two old men struck at the same time, attacking from both sides. One was a sword cultivator, and one was a physical cultivator. The two silhouettes were like meteors cutting through the sky, as if they were breaking through. On one side, there were countless sword shadows, and on the other side, chi and blood were boiling. Xiao Huang Chao looked as usual. Is a third-ranked martial artist strong? Xiao Huang Chao no longer held back, releasing the surging power in his body to his heart's content. At the 6th level of the 3rd rank, he had the power to fight even at the peak of the 3rd rank. A body of the Xianhui protects his body. Perform running water rock shattering fist to fend off attacks from both sides. One punch shattered thousands of sword shadows, and one punch broke the strong flesh. Clunk. The two third-ranked martial artists. Their figures stagnated. The pupils trembled more than once as they felt the terrifying power erupt from the teenager's body. The old man surnamed Gong, who was a sword cultivator, did not take the enemy lightly. The first hand is his strongest killing move. But now, not to mention killing the teenager with a single strike, the sword chi that he was so proud of couldn't advance a single bit at all. How is this possible? Xiao Huang Chao grinned, revealing his morose white teeth. Sword cultivation is known as the most lethal of all cultivation systems. But you can't even break through my defense. So what are you going to kill me with? The old man surnamed Gong had a ringing in his ears. The old face was filled with fear. No, why is this impossible? Xiao Huang Chao raised his fist and was wrapped in a light blue glow. The fist manifested a gust of shadows in the air. Want to know why? Xiao Huang Chao throws out a jab. The deep depths all exploded at this moment. The dense spiritual power pressure directly crushed the old man at the early 3rd stage. The moment the old man's hanging heart died completely. You are even a 3rd-ranked martial artist as well. How old is he? Didn't you go to school with Miss? Although Tianhai City is only a small remote city, but he had also met many elite martial artists from top universities. At this age, he was only at the upper or lower 3rd stage of cultivation, 6th in the 3rd rank. That's the answer. Xiao Huang Chao's tone was flat. The powerful fist wind directly stirred up countless sword chi. The old man didn't even pull out his own spirit tool, and died directly on the spot. Another physical cultivation 3rd stage martial artist was held down by Xiao Huang Chao's palm. The boiling power of chi and blood was like a pet facing the king of the forest in front of Xiao Huang Chao. The suppression in his bloodline prevented him from exerting a single ounce of power. The old man surnamed Hao's body trembled more than once, opened his mouth, but couldn't make any sound. A handful of years old and you're out bumper to bumper. A simple punch directly penetrated the body of the old man surnamed Hao. Blood dripped down Xiao Huang Chao's arm and above the hem of his coat. Xiao Huang Chao shook his hand and threw the body out. Ding! Host kills 3rd order thug, rewarded with 500 justice values. Ding! Host kills 3rd order thug, rewarded with 500 justice values. The two criminals have a sin value of over 100. The rewards are stored in the system store. The host should pay attention to check. Together, the two of them totaled 7,000 points of justice. This was by far the most rewarding time for Xiao Huang Chao, and there are tons of rewards dropped in the system store. But there's no time for that right now, because there's a bigger prey. Xiao Huang Chao raised his head and looked at Sun Ruinan in front of him. The latter had already gone weak in the legs and collapsed to the ground. Two 3rd order martial artists were seconded. Xiao Huang Chao strolled towards Sun Ruinan. The young man had a clean face, but in Sun Ruinan's eyes it looked like a man-eating demon. The beautiful young girl was paralyzed on the floor rubbing back. Sharp stones rubbed against the white legs and pierced the delicate dress. No, don't kill me. Proud as Sun Ruinan was, she was in tears at the moment. My father is the head of the Sun family. Oh, Chapter 34, The Chase. Sun Ruinan looked wretched. Without his usual high and mighty arrogance, bean-sized teardrops fell down. Woohoo! My father is the head of the Sun family. Woohoo! Xiao Huang Chao looked at the heartbreakingly beautiful young girl who was crying, like a kitten curled up in a heap. Where is your father? This is the secret place. No outsiders interfering. Isn't that what you want? Sun Ruinan's pride shattered. If she regained her senses, she must be convinced that Xiao Huang Chao would not dare to strike because of his fear of the Sun family. But at the moment she was scared out of her wits. Don't kill me. I'll do anything you want. I can marry you, so that you can join forces with the Sun family and let my father support you. You should like it as much as anyone else, right? People who live are different. People who are about to die are all one be like. Sun Ruinan raised her proud breasts and tore her skirt, revealing her snow-white, round legs. I can serve you. I'll do anything you want me to do. Feeling the teenager in front of him, the killing intent grew stronger and stronger. Spiritual energy slowly rose and coalesced. Where's the sense in that to call it quits? Sun Ruinan instantly broke down and let out a hiss of pain. By what right? Why should I die? Why should I be killed by you? Woo, I'm the only daughter of the Sun family. I have a future. Woo. Xiao Huang Chao finally spoke. Said something Sun Ruinan had said only a short while ago. It's fate. Gotta admit. Xiao Huang Chao thumped Sun Ruinan with a jab. Suddenly, an intense golden light erupted from Sun Ruinan's body. Energy close to the peak of the third order sputtered outward. Such a drastic change made Xiao Huang Chao not even react. He was knocked back dozens of meters, and a long wound split open in his chest, but not a single drop of blood flowed out, healing quickly under the strong talent. A huge pit was left where Sun Ruinan was. The ground around them spread like a spider web, and 1,000 meters away, a wretched figure was frantically fleeing. Xiao Huang Chao gazed over. Is this a life-preserving spirit tool? Worthy of being the only daughter of the Sun family, she still has this kind of treasure on her, blocking a fatal blow and also erupting into a full-force blow close to the peak of the third rank. This has to be at least a C-rank disposable spirit tool. Spirit tools are precious. Disposable spirit tools are even more valuable. But it's all just an exercise in futility. Within the secret realm, no outsiders intervened. Xiao Huang Chao would never let go of this good opportunity. A martial artist who just broke through the second rank and still wants to escape? The other side. Sun Ruinan looked frightened and fled frantically. She didn't even bother to think about whether or not that hit just now had blown Xiao Huang Chao to death. She just wanted to run away quickly. The secret world has one last bit of time before it ends. Just get out. Before the tears dried, Sun Ruinan gritted her teeth. Xiao Huang Chao, I will make sure you die. Suddenly, Sun Ruinan was stunned when he saw a light blue silhouette appear in front of him. Ahead, Lan Ruoshi similarly saw Sun Ruinan, who was speeding ahead, and her eyes stared. Haters will be glad to see each other. Spiritual energy fluctuations flowed up and down Lan Ruoshi's petite body. Looking at the aura, it was obvious that he had broken through the second stage. A D-ranked treasure spirit sword was clearly held in his hand. Sun Ruinan, I didn't expect you to break through to the second rank as well, but you still won't be my match. The fight for the first person of the 5 cities should come to an end today. Look at the sword. She desperately wanted to prove that she was the most talented martial artist among the 5 cities. It was almost like a demon in her mind. Today, I will break this demon of the heart with my own hands. The wretched-looking and hideous Sun Ruinan hissed like mad. Get out of my way. Get out of my way. A duel? I'll decide on your big fight. There's a monster chasing me back there. However, these words reached Lan Ruoshi's ears, but he thought it was so that he would not stand in the way of her martial arts path. The corners of Lan Ruoshi's mouth rose and she snorted. After comprehending the gift, you and I are not even in the same world. Lan Ruoshi catalyzed her entire body's spiritual energy and erupted with a powerful aura. A sword was handed out. This was also her strongest sword. Feeling the surging spiritual energy in her body after breaking through the second stage, she felt that she was now invincible in battle. Just when Blue Daryl was confident, she realized something was wrong. Until the two were about to collide, Sun Ruinan did not have any intention of making any moves. The opponent's body, almost straight towards the tip of his sword, slammed over. Without any defense, this sword was almost certain death. For a moment, Lan Ruoshi lost her face in fear and hastily withdrew her sword. She did hold some grudges against Sun Ruinan, but she definitely didn't dare to kill the other party. How can a fight between students involve human life? Are you crazy? Or are you afraid to face me? Lan Ruoshi retracted her sword and rebuked angrily. Sun Ruinan pushed Lan Ruoshi away as soon as he could. His hair disheveled and broken. Off. Get the hell out of here. There was a burst of spiritual killing intent coming from behind, like a hurricane raging around. The sense of oppression was very powerful. It was too late for Lan Ruoshi to ask, and Sun Ruinan looked back with a panicked and fearful expression. With a push away from Daryl Blue, he continued to run forward for his life. Daryl Blue was confused, completely confused as to what is going on. Just a mouthful. A blast of breath swept all the way across the room. Like a shooting star, it carries a fiery power to destroy everything around it. Lan Ruoshi was directly knocked backwards by the impact of the airflow and crashed into the rocks behind her. A teenage figure swept past her. Seeing the young man's clear face, Lan Ruoshi's expression was stunned. Isn't this that student from Tianhai First Middle School? This powerful aura. Could it be that he has already reached the peak of the second stage? Daryl Blue was horrified. Originally, he thought that if he arrived at the second stage of cultivation, that teenager would be no match for him. Now that he had arrived at the second stage, he felt the other party's strength more clearly, only to realize that the gap was so great. However, what shocked her even more was yet to come. Xiao Huang Chao directly ignored her and went straight to Sun Ruinan. Sun Ruinan turned her face sideways, that pretty face so fearful that it was almost on the verge of twisting. No, don't, my dad is. Boom! Xiao Huang Chao threw a punch without hesitation. The pretty face that has haunted countless boys, the face that has made countless victims want to eat their own skin. It instantly exploded into a mist of blood. Under the gaze of Blue Daryl's frozen expression, a headless body fell to the ground. Ding! The host kills the Sun family's eldest daughter, Sun Ruinan, and is rewarded with 5,000 justice values. Dropped items, already stored in the system store. Xiao Huang Chao glanced at the corpse on the ground. The look was complex. You're right, it's fate. Without the system, it would have been me on the ground. The bottom feeders will never get a square look. But now, I will kill until there is no monopoly. After saying that, he shook off the plasma on his hands, and his eyes became incomparably decisive. Chapter 35, Killed by Me. Ah. A scream that pierced his eardrum suddenly came from Xiao Huang Chao's ears. Daryl Blue curled up in the corner. The pupils looked at the corpse, the teenager, with horror in their eyes. You killed Sun Ruinan with one move? She couldn't be more clear about what strength Sun Ruinan had. He himself had always regarded it as an archenemy, but now it was instantly killed. Then could he himself last a single move in the hands of the teenager? He himself was naive enough to think that as long as he defeated Sun Ruinan, he would be the number one person in the 5 cities in terms of talent. The moment, her proud heart was completely broken. The talent that one is so proud of is a joke in the eyes of others. More than that, she was terrified. It wasn't Xiao Huang Chao's strength or talent. Rather, he had the audacity to actually kill someone. Dared to kill the only daughter of the Sun family. The image of Sun Ruinan's head exploding kept floating in his mind. Aren't you and Sun Ruinan both direct descendants of martial arts families? Isn't the path of martial arts always going to be smooth and unbelievable? Aren't they all provided with endless resources? Aren't we all guarded by someone when we're completely grown up? How to die? Sun Ruinan followed her father and did a lot of bad things, and the number of lives in his hands is even more numerous. As for Lan Ruoshi, she was more like a flower growing up inside a greenhouse. Where had she seen such a bloody scene? You killed Sun Ruinan? Lan Ruoshi said in incomparable horror. The man in question, Xiao Huang Chao, looks like he's fine. A simple The teenager didn't say another word. The young girl didn't speak again either. It's just a teenager with a heart of gold. And a huge wave rose in the young girl's heart. The breeze carried a faint scent of blood in the air, blowing the hem of the teenager's coat. Look at that back. Lan Ruoxu covered his chest, feeling a sinking feeling, like there was a boulder pressing down on it. That upright back was like a wall that covered the sky and could not be surmounted in one's lifetime. Who the hell is he? What kind of training does he have? And why did you kill Sun Ruinan? And how did he dare to kill Sun Ruinan? Countless questions rose in his mind, but he didn't dare to open his mouth to ask. Just hide in a corner, curled up and hugging his constantly shaking body. Pride is extinguished, like a lost dog with nothing to fall back on. It didn't take long. Faint ripples in the air. An exit that emanated the power of spatial laws was opened. The secret time is over. Everyone leaves the secret realm. The border between Tianhai City and Sanglin City. Many lead teachers, waiting anxiously outside. The martial arts exam was just around the corner, and this secret realm experience was directly related to the students' martial arts exam results. Some people fly off the handle and others will get nowhere and be pulled a long way away. Many of the students' parents, too, were waiting outside. Retired Principal He, sitting in a recliner, looking relaxed. Managing the secret realm for all these years, he had been very relaxed. Principal He, long time no see. How's your health these days? Principal He's slightly closed eyes opened. Immediately, he got up and laughed. So it's the Sun family master. I'm sorry for the delay. The person who came was none other than Sun Badian, the head of the Sun family. Naturally, he had come to pick up his baby girl. Sun Badian showed a look of trepidation and assisted Principal He. You must not call me that. When I was a student, you were my teacher. A smile piled up on Principal He's furrowed and wrinkled face, but there was a hint of caution in the depths of his eyes. Been among the 5 cities for many years, he knew too well what kind of virtue the Sun family had. Even himself when he was the principal of Tianhai No. 1 middle school, Looking at Sun Badian, who had shown amazing talent at a young age, he had a terrifying thought. That is, a life for yourself. Let the Sun family cut off the next generation. Unfortunately, he finally didn't make a move himself. Now that I'm older, I regret more and more my indecisiveness. Principal, he smiled faintly. Your daughter's son Ruinan's talent is not even remotely close to what you had back then. The Sun family is truly full of talents. Sun Badian said modestly. My youngest daughter is foolish and still needs more guidance from Principal He. Principal He, who was not in Tianhai City now, suddenly wondered. I've heard that Tianhai First Middle School has produced another martial artist with amazing talent? Is out of one. It's a shame he's going to die in the middle of the secret world. Sun Badian had a sneer in his heart. Yes, his name is Xiao Huang Chao, and not only is he a student, he's also an enforcer for the Law Enforcement Bureau. The talent is going to be a little more than my little girl. Principal, he had heard some rumors. Rumor has it that Xiao Huang Chao killed Sun's Cao Wei. That person was a genius martial artist whose talent was second only to Sun Ruinan's among the Sun family's current generation of children. If the rumors are true, this son has such guts and courage. In the future, it might be an important role in bringing down the Sun family, provided one can live to see it. In recent years, the 5 cities have also been strange, with many geniuses dying young. Many young martial artists have inexplicably died or disappeared. I hope Xiao Huang Chao won't be like that. Principal, he opened his mouth to knock. He has no proof though, but in his heart, he decided that the disappearance and death of these talented martial artists had nothing to do with the Sun family. I certainly hope so. Sun Badian agreed against his will. The secret realm is open. Suddenly there was an excited cry. The crowd stopped what they were doing and looked up at the exit of the secret realm. Everyone was curious as to what enhancements the students gained in the secret realm. Watching one student after another walk out of the secret realm. Some people look excited, others hang their heads. Each has its own chance, its own destiny. Sun Baishan's brows furrowed slightly. Among the crowd, there was a delay in finding his daughter, until he saw a blood-stained teenager walk out, heart thumping. There were few students whose clothes were stained with blood. It was inevitable that many people fought against the Wraith. But this man is different. This man is Xiao Huang Chao. Lan Ruoshi walked out of the secret realm right behind Xiao Huang Chao. She thought that Xiao Huang Nest would frantically flee after exiting the secret realm. Unexpectedly, not only did he not escape, he also strolled towards the direction of the Sun family. Sun Baishan's face was filled with confusion. Why isn't he dead? Could it be that Nan didn't find him in the secret world? How could he not have imagined the result of being countered? After all, the ones who followed them in, there were also 2 third-ranked martial artists. Principal he is our Tianhai No. 1 middle school's genius Xiao Huang Chao. Sun Badian frowned slightly, and there was a slight confusion within him. Why was he somewhat unable to see the realm of the teenager? This is the middle of the second order? Is it hard to believe that it's a late second stage? How he guessed. He would not have guessed up to the 3rd degree. Principal, he nodded in satisfaction. At a young age, the chi and blood are so strong, and the realm is even of the 2nd order. Oh, 2nd order cultivation. Not bad, not bad. Principal, he couldn't tell for a moment just how many weights this kid was at the 2nd rank. Sun Badian asked tentatively, did you see Nan in the secret place? Xiao Huang Chao nodded. See? Sun Badian was even more confused in his heart. See? Shouldn't they have missed it? We met. Why didn't Xiao Huang Chao die? Xiao Huang Chao calmly said. Killed by me. Chapter 36, Brother Sun, you must not be killed. Killed by me. The teenager clouded his words, like a thunderbolt exploding flat on the ground. Those around them who heard it, brains are buzzing. Killed? Who was killed? Who was killed? Weren't they discussing Sun Ruinan just now? It can't be that the young lady was killed, can it? Sun Badian and Principal he, their faces froze at the same time. It was a line so jokey that it couldn't resemble a joke anymore, but coupled with the teenager's calm tone, it carried so much truth. Sun Badian squeezed out a forced smile on his frozen expression, but the tone was tinged with seriousness. Mr. Xiao Huang Chao, this kind of joke can't be taken lightly. Xiao Huang Chao raised his head, displaying the blood on top of his clothes. There was a little bit of ground meat stuck to it. Your daughter brought 2 third-ranked martial artists to kill me, and all of them were killed by me in return. There is so much information in that statement. Many people didn't react for a moment. What takes a third-ranked martial artist to kill? How did the students of the 5 cities enter the secret realm, and how did it involve a third-ranked martial artist again? The bystanders couldn't understand it. It was impossible for Sun Badian to not understand. The pupils gradually changed. His face turned slightly green, his arms began to tremble, and his entire person was terribly gloomy. Xiao Huang Chao continued. Don't you get it when I make it so clear? If you don't believe your daughter is a murderer, I also have law enforcement footage here that documents the entire process. The Blue family head, who was watching the show from the side, looked at his daughter and asked, Daryl, did this really happen in the secret realm? Blue Daryl was in a trance and nodded woodenly. The image of Xiao Huang Chao punching Sun Ruinan to death kept surfacing in his mind. It was almost on the verge of becoming a nightmare she couldn't get out of her head. Principal He, who had sharp eyes on the side, reacted from his shock. With one hand, he shielded Xiao Huang Chao behind him. My goodness, what's the time for law enforcement videotaping? Does evidence matter? This kid is talking nonsense. Let's bring him to the Sanglin City Law Enforcement Bureau first. Sun Baotian's face turned blue. You? Seriously? True. Xiao Huang Chao's tone was forceful. Since he dared to kill Sun Ruinan within the secret territory, he wasn't afraid of the Sun family's retaliation. Elder Zhang was still in Tianhai City, and this group of people didn't dare to act recklessly. Even if he desperately wanted to kill himself, he still had the talisman of the soul of the black-robed enforcer. You, Principal. He turned around and glared angrily at Xiao Huang Chao. It's okay for the Sun family to do wrong. Why are you still such a tiger? Ha ha ha. Ha 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 ha. Sun Baotian suddenly laughed epileptically. Everyone around them started running backwards in fear. Crazy, crazy. This teenager actually killed the Sun family's only daughter. Run. The Sun family's head will go crazy soon. Sun Baotian's face was hideous, and his terrifying cultivation was evident. The ground beneath his feet was deeply sunken. It was the first time that Xiao Huang Chao had felt, so viscerally, the impact of a top martial artist. On the bright side, the Sun family head was at the peak of the third rank, but the real power is definitely much more than that. Sun Baotian's eyes were glazed over. Xiao Huang Chao, I'm going to whip you into shape and make you beg for death. Sun Baotian, who did not conceal his aura, was like a humanoid demonic beast. His body's qi and blood were strong beyond words. Xiao Huang Chao's heart was also stunned, not to mention that his cultivation was higher than his own, but even his qi and blood had surpassed him. Principal He's pupils trembled slightly. He knew Sun Baotian very well. This person was exceptionally gifted. Breaking through the fourth stage and arriving at the qi blood realm was almost a foregone conclusion. However, due to an accident in his early years, his root bones were damaged, and he could only stop at the peak of the third stage for the rest of his life. However, the current aura fluctuation was clearly not that of an unusual peak third stage martial artist. You arrived at the half-step qi blood realm? The damage from that accident is irreversible. It's absolutely impossible to break through the slightest bit. How did he do it? Principal He didn't have time to think about that. Angrily, Sun Baotian, are you going to ignore the law? Xiao Huang Chao is a law enforcer. He said it was your daughter who committed the murder before. What the facts are to be decided by the Law Enforcement Bureau. What are you doing? Sun Baotian punched Principal He, knocking his opponent back. Principal He was also a third-ranked martial artist, but Sun Baotian didn't even use a martial art for this punch. The gap between the two is visible. Old undead thing. Give you face to call you principal? Not give you face, you are an old dog. Do you really think you deserve to be my teacher just because you've taught me? If you don't get out of the way, I'll kill you too. Principal He protects Xiao Huang Chao to the death, inch by inch. Don't you dare. I'm no match for you, but I have students all over the 5 cities. Are you really not afraid of killing me and causing public outrage? Sun Baotian grabbed Principal He's face with a slap, his arm slightly hard. 5 cities? He, among the 5 cities. Who dares to offend the Sun family for a dead man? I pressed the 5 cities in my eyes, and now I'll kill you to see. All of them will be buried with my daughter. Sun Baotian lifted Principal He with one hand, while the other hand stored up power to blast his fist. Boom! Sun Baotian's hand suddenly stopped in the air. Xiao Huang Chao dashed to Principal He and took the punch for him. Flesh and blood Ruoi is catalyzed to the extreme. The body of the Xianxian underworld was also used. Sweat oozed from Xiao Huang Chao's forehead as he blocked a single punch with both hands, his arm veins bulging. The power of their qi and blood collided with each other, and a red lightning bolt exploded in the air. Sun Baotian looked at Xiao Huang Chao with a face full of surprise. Flesh talent? To be able to block one of my punches at this age, this fleshly body will almost certainly break through the 4th rank in the future. For a while, Sun Baotian began to twist inside. Back then, I had this kind of strength. If it wasn't an accident, why would one need to struggle at the 3rd rank for all these years? Jealousy, anger, aggression, all sorts of negative emotions are intertwined. He tossed Principal He aside. Another punch was thrown at Xiao Huang Chao. The body of the Xuanxue instantly shattered. Xiao Huang Chao retreated dozens of meters and was slightly injured, a trace of blood flowing from the corner of his mouth. Flesh and blood Ruoi is recovering quickly. Sun Baotian's expression changed from one of awe to one that was mixed with a hint of fear. 3rd order cultivation. At least a B-grade fleshly body talent. No wonder it's dead. Can't keep you. With the pain of losing his daughter, Sun Baotian urged his martial arts. Right lands a jab and is looking to strangle Xiao Huang Chao on the spot. Xiao Huang Chao's expression was indifferent, not fearful in the slightest. Prepare to use the Black Robe Enforcer's soul. Although Sun Badian was strong, the sense of crisis he brought to Xiao Huang Chao was far less than the residual soul of the 7th-ranked powerhouse in the Secret Realm. That was an existence that was even stronger than an ordinary 4th-order Qi and Blood Realm powerhouse. Sun Badian must die. Go to hell. Sun Badian hissed hideously. Xiao Huang Chao stood with his arms folded and said indifferently, "You're the one who died." The two were about to fight to the death. Stop, stop, stop. Dozens of figures sped in. These dozens of people are dressed in white robes with the word justice printed on the back, and the man at the head was wearing a yellow law enforcement robe, holding a 3-foot green blade in his hand. He carried a spirit sword on his back, falling from the sky. The sword was placed across his chest to block Sun Baishan's full force strike. Boom! The sword wielder was beaten to a pulp, spitting blood from his mouth. But it's good to be in the way. He braced himself against his sword and slowly stood up. Brother Sun, calm down. Calm down. Unkillable. The person who came was none other than the director of Tianhai City Law Enforcement Bureau, a peak 3rd-order martial artist, Fei Tianxiang. Chapter 37 Equality for All. Sun Badian, the head of the Sun family, and Xiao Huang Chao, the enforcer. When the two were about to fight to the death, Fei Tianxiang, the director of the Law Enforcement Bureau, arrived just in time. Throwing in half of his life, he barely managed to block Sun Baishan's full force strike. Brother Sun, calm down. Sun Badian was like a furious lion as he came over with an aggressive manner. Fei Tianxiang, what do you mean? He killed my daughter. If you dare to stop in front of me again, I'll even kill you together. Xiao Huang Chao added a very mouthy comment. She got herself killed. Fei Tianxiang glared angrily. And you cut the crap. He jogged forward to stop Sun Badian and whispered, Brother Sun, calm down. Don't forget our plan with the martial arts exam coming up. Sun Badian hesitated for a moment, but the anger in his eyes did not diminish. I'll kill him now and the plan will be completed just the same. Fei Tianxiang looked around nervously and lowered his voice. You can't kill him. The Lord Deacon of the Directorate is nearby. Why do you think I suddenly appeared here? If Xiao Huang Chao's life is in danger, his old man will definitely step in. Sun Badian gasped heavily and glanced behind him at Xiao Huang Chao, who was acting like nothing. The eyes were almost on the verge of dripping blood. Should we just let it go? Fei Tianxiang brought the latest secrets and whispered, Lord Deacon won't stay in Tianhai City for long. Someone from above will transfer him. When the martial arts exams are over, we're still in charge within the 5 cities? It won't be too late to kill him then. Sun Baishan's brain was filled with blood and he inhaled deeply to calm himself down. After so many years of planning, we can't afford to lose everything at the critical moment. It must be endured. After many years of sinking and floating, he is considered to be the kingpin of his generation. Hands clenched, nails dug into palms, blood dripping. Oomph. A cold grunt was a way of saying that the matter was over. Fei Tianxiang let out a long breath. Good thing it didn't affect the big picture. He turned his head to look at Xiao Huang Chao with a complicated, but more helpless expression. Hey, 18 years old, 3rd-ranked martial artist, so amazingly talented, but also too much of a troublemaker. White-robed enforcer Xiao Huang Chao, repeatedly decorated. Amazing genius, cultivation level of 3rd-ranked martial artist. Promoted to yellow-robed enforcer in accordance with the rules and regulations of the Jiangnan Province Law Enforcement Directorate. I hope you will continue your efforts to maintain peace and justice in the Red Yen Empire. Strike that. Fei Tianxiang took out a brand new set of enforcer equipment, yellow law enforcement robes, yellow robe law enforcement tokens, and C-grade spiritual tools, yellow robed enforcer's sword. There's also a promotion reward that will be handed out sometime later. Xiao Huang Chao took the spirit tool. It was only C-rated, but it was his first weapon. The moment he received the spirit tool, the sword trembled slightly, its point sharp. With the spiritual tool's treasure sword, I still need to find a way to get a sword Dao martial skill, Xiao Huang Chao thought in his heart. Thanks, Chief, I will uphold justice and kill all the thugs. Director Fei Tianxiang sweated for a while. Very mellow road. The hostility doesn't have to be so great. You are now a yellow-robed enforcer, the same level as me, so there is no need to be so polite. Theoretically, we have equal rights. Your stage is not in the tiny city of Tianhai. Mental note. It's true that your stage is not in Tianhai City, but you won't leave it alive. The day of the martial arts exam, all must die. Xiao Huang Chao nodded slightly. Sun Baishan's eyes were filled with resentment and indignation. This time Fei Tianxiang saved your life. Next time you won't be so lucky. Xiao Huang Chao put away his spirit tools and said in a slightly provocative manner, I hope you figured out that it's you who is being saved a life. If Fei Tianxiang doesn't come, Xiao Huang Chao used, soul of the black-robed enforcer, Sun Badian would surely die. But he didn't want to kill Sun Badian so quickly until it was absolutely necessary. He and the director of law enforcement, colluded with the Order of the Witch. It was highly likely that there was a high-level martial artist from the Demoness cleric hidden in the middle of this heavenly sea city. If you forcefully kill Sun Batian, you will be in danger yourself. Sun Batian rightly regarded Xiao Huang Chao as showing off his tongue. With a cold grunt, he turned around and prepared to leave. Wait, Xiao Huang Chao's voice sounded slowly. Did I let you go? Sun Batian's forehead was rippling with veins. What more do you want? Fei Tianxiang's heart trembled and he almost didn't stand still. An ominous feeling rose in his heart. What the hell is this little ancestor up to? The teachers and students, who were onlookers, also cast curious gazes. The death of the Sun family's only daughter was already shocking news. This kid was lucky not to be beaten to death by the Sun family's head, and he's still looking for trouble? Xiao Huang Chao's expression was flat, as if he was talking about a very normal thing. Sun Batian, head of the Sun family, attacked law enforcement officers and spoke provocatively. Bring him back to the Law Enforcement Bureau for investigation. This statement was made. The whole room stared in disbelief at what they were hearing. Brother, you killed the Sun family's only daughter and they let you off, but you still want to arrest them? Have you always been this brave? Being so humiliated, Sun Batian was furious. Do you know what you're talking about? Xiao Huang Chao was not afraid in the slightest and asked forcefully in return. Do you realize what you're saying? Are you going to resist law enforcement? Do you know the consequences of resisting law enforcement? Even if Fei Tianxiang is more smooth and wants to put things to rest, all of them are pissed off at the moment. Xiao Huang Chao, don't you go too far. How did I go overboard? Isn't what I said the truth? Xiao Huang Chao asked rhetorically. Everyone was sweating for Xiao Huang Chao at the moment. Most people even think that Xiao Huang Chao has gone too far. Fei Tianxiang questioned. Are you hurt? Be forgiving. The head of the Sun family has just lost his daughter, so his emotions must be understood. Xiao Huang Chao burst into cold laughter. Ha! Emotional? To understand? What is the purpose of the existence of the law enforcement agency if they all use this rhetoric? Because of the emotion of striking out at another person, you're not held accountable? He tried to kill me, but because I'm not dead, he's not breaking the law? Does that make sense? Just because he's the head of the Sun family? Fei Tianxiang said sharply. How can you be so ignorant when someone's only daughter has lost her life? Xiao Huang Chao snorted. His daughter brought 2 third-ranked martial artists and violated the law by entering the secret realm to kill me, and I followed the normal law enforcement process to kill back. What's wrong with this matter? Just because I enforce the law normally, he's entitled to come and attack me? If it's all like this, what law enforcer would dare to enforce the law? Xiao Huang Chao looked to the general faculty and students. The reason for this is still because he is the head of the Sun family. People try to think, if your child breaks the law and is sentenced to death, would you dare confront the law enforcement system? What happens to you if you fight it? Is the director of law enforcement himself coming over and sending you away with a good deal of persuasion? Is that possible? Arrested and caught in for you long ago. The first article of the founding law of the Church of Justice, all men are equal. Chapter 38, Arrest of Sun Batian. Xiao Huang Chao said, all men are equal. Deafening. This is so simple that even a 3-year-old knows it. Everyone knows it and everyone ignores it. Many people who felt that Xiao Huang Chao's approach was a bit excessive. It's all about being on your knees too long and getting weak in the knees. Thinking that, being the head of the Sun family, they are naturally more privileged than commoners like themselves. Actually, such meritorious nobles, martial arts families, they do enjoy, indeed, privileges they should not have. They're used to it. The people are used to it. The emergence of Xiao Huang Chao is the breakthrough of this abnormal normal. Some were infected by Xiao Huang Chao and filled with passionate fervor. Some people began to think seriously about whether it was reasonable for martial arts families to have privileges. If you have strength, you should be privileged. If that's really the case, what is the significance of the existence of the Church of Justice, which countless people believe in? What is the significance of the Red Yen Empire's existence? When Fei Tianxiang saw the crowd begin to reflect, he was immediately flustered beyond measure. When the people begin to think, it is the day of destruction for those in power. Xiao Huang Chao, I am now ordering you as the director to stop your nonsense immediately. Xiao Huang Chao flashed his yellow robe law enforcement token. Call them by their first names. Fei Tianxiang, don't forget who you are. Everyone is a yellow-robed enforcer. You said yourself about reciprocity of rights. Now play the big tail in front of me. You. Fei Tianxiang's face flushed red and he clenched his back teeth. Xiao Huang Chao looked at Sun Batian. Sun family master, come with me. Sun Batian had already tried his best to restrain his anger. And you deserve to have me come with you? Suddenly, a female student from the outer city suddenly shouted, you have violated the laws of the Church of Justice and will be sanctioned. All men are equal. No privileges. A star can start a prairie fire. More and more students began to raise their arms. All men are equal. No privileges. The teachers, on the other hand, were reticent, being verbally abused. Sun Badian clenched his fists tightly. Originally, before the martial arts exam, the Sun family was going to keep a low profile, but because of Xiao Huang Chao, they have been lifted into the public eye. Rumble! A thunderbolt suddenly flashed in the sky. Like a sinuous dragon, it tore through the sky. The roaring thunder created a strong fear deep in the hearts of the crowd, an instinct that originated from the creatures. The sky was filled with thunderclouds that covered the sky, as if it was the end of the world in terms of oppression. What's happening here? My God, is this a rift? The crowd was in a panic. Several thunderbolts fell from the air, transforming into a sharp blade of thunder that landed precisely around Sun Badian. A thunder blade coalesced with each other, forming a thunder net that wrapped around it. Sun Badian tried to struggle to escape, and just as he reached out and touched the thunder net, he was instantly bounced away. A crippled old man, limping, came out from among the crowd. A hoarse laugh escaped his dry throat. Combined with the thunder in the sky, the sound echoed in bursts. It is well said that all are equal and there are no privileges. The person who came was none other than the deacon of the Jiangnan Province Law Enforcement General Bureau, the purple-robed enforcer Jong Hong Xan. Everyone felt the old man's powerful sense of oppression and didn't dare to make a sound. Fei Tianxian looked nervous and bowed his head. Lord Deacon, it's my fault for not doing my job well. Zhong Lao's tone could not be heard as happy or angry. No, you did a great job. Fei Tianxian just raised his head to reveal a smiling face. Who knows? Zhong Lao's next sentence immediately made his heart half cold. You have stirred up public anger, which is a sharp weapon for overthrowing powerful families and a precursor to the downfall of officials. A lightning pattern floated out around the dry and thin body of the aging Zhong Lao. Thunder blossomed in his eyes. Sun Badian, can you serve the sanction? Sun Baishan's face was filled with fear. It's as if all you have to do is say the word no. That old man can make himself go up in smoke with the snap of his fingers. I submit. The system's voice rang in Xiao Huang Chao's head. Ding, the host is not afraid of power, upholds the law and cooperates with the law enforcers to arrest Sun Badian, head of the Sun family, rewarded with 3,000 justice values. Xiao Huang Chao's eyebrows trembled. He had not killed Sun Badian himself, nor had he even seriously injured him. Just by cooperating with Elder Zhong to arrest him, 3,000 points were rewarded. Zhong Lao said indifferently, take them away and escort them to the Law Enforcement Bureau building to await interrogation. The hammer is set and the song is over. The Sun family fell completely. The crowds of onlookers, who were feeling a great sense of joy. At the same time, he was also shocked that the teenager was amazingly talented. Xiao Huang Chao. These 3 words will surely resonate through the 5 cities from today. It may not take years. This name could also potentially intimidate the entire Jiangnan province. Xiao Huang Chao looked at the old man and clasped his fists in salute. Teacher, I'm sorry for the trouble. Zhong Lao shook his head, his face kind. No, you're doing fine. The Sun family is just an insignificant one among the thousands of martial arts families. But you were able to take this step today and fight to the end. And I hope you will stay true to your heart in the future. A glimmer of light flowed through Elder Zhong's suddenly deep eyes. Stare carefully at Xiao Huang Chao. Your physical talent has enhanced again? Talent enhancement was more important than realm enhancement. Xiao Huang Chao nodded. In the middle of the secret realm, it was a fluke to get some chances. Zhong Lao smiled and narrowed his eyes. He had really picked up a treasure this time. I majored in thunder. If your physical talent can reach a rank with Thunder Forge, the strength of the physical body will reach an unimaginable level. And there's even a not-so-small probability of comprehending a lightning talent. Even if one doesn't comprehend it, an A-ranked physical body talent cultivating lightning techniques is no weaker than a C-ranked lightning talent. Xiao Huang Chao clasped his fists. The student keeps this in mind. Elder Zhong was filled with a satisfied smile and nodded slightly. Your realm breakthrough was too fast. Go back and consolidate your cultivation. With the downfall of the Sun family, Tianhai City can also be peaceful for a while. So prepare well for the martial arts exam. After the martial arts exam is over, I'll officially pass on the Thunder Law to you. The reason why Elder Zhong didn't pass on his Thunder Law now, it was the fear that exposing him to them before the martial arts exams would be counterproductive. Martial arts are too varied, affecting martial arts test scores. The crowd dispersed. The new generation leader of the Sun family, Sun Ruinan, died in Cao Wei. Sun Badian, the head of the Sun family, and his sister, Sun Chang, were both imprisoned. Everyone thought the Sun family had completely fallen. But there are dark currents, a real crisis that never cuts in half. Inside the rental house, after experiencing so many things, even Xiao Huang Chao, who had the 6th level of cultivation of the 3rd rank, felt exhausted. I went home, took a hot shower, and sat cross-legged on my bed to meditate and recuperate. A few hours later, the state was back on top. This time, the martial refinement secret realm harvest was so large that it was a bit exaggerated. He looked to the system panel. Cultivation, 3rd order. 6th gravity, Talent, Level B Flesh and Blood, 25%. Level D Talent Manipulation, non-upgradable. Breathing Technique, Class S Breathing Technique for Justice, Perfection. Technique, B-Grade Technique Xian Nai Body, Complete. B-Grade Technique Ghostly Shadow, Complete. Justice Value, 15,000. 15,000 points of justice. And the Stuffed System Store. Chapter 39 S-Class Martial Skill 10,000 Swords. Comprehending the Sword Dao Talent. Inside the rented room, Xiao Huang Chao looked at his 15,000 justice points. The corners of his mouth turned up wildly. For a while I didn't know how to spend it. In addition to these, the Enforcement Bureau also rewarded a C-Rank Spirit Tool, the Yellow Robe Enforcer's Sword. The Enforcer's Sword, for many enforcers, was not a primary combat spirit tool, more of a status symbol. Xiao Huang Chao didn't have any other handy weapons at the moment, so he used them first. Check out the system store. This time, killing 2 third-order martial artists plus the little rich girl's son Ruinan. The system store drops a large number of items. Kill the old man surnamed Hao and the old man surnamed Gong. A grade A body forging martial skill, and a grade A sword Dao martial skill were dropped respectively. Class of Phantom Sword Dance, 800 points of justice. Grade A Dragon Buster, 1,000 points of justice. Being of the same A rank, Dragon Song Buster was sold at a higher price and was obviously more effective. It was even a high-grade body forging martial skill that Xiao Huang Chao was currently in dire need of. Without hesitation, he exchanged it for the Dragon Song Buster. Now that I have a spirit sword, I can get a sword Dao martial art. Just as Xiao Huang Chao was about to exchange it, eyes were suddenly drawn to another spot. Wait, this is S-Class 10,000 Swords, 3,000 points of justice. Xiao Huang Chao's pupils trembled. S-Class Martial Arts. He suddenly remembered. The Sun family has an ancestral S-ranked martial art. Is this the one? This should be a martial skill dropped from killing Sun Ruinan. Xiao Huang Chao was full of excitement. This was the first time he had come into contact with an S-ranked martial art. S-Class martial arts are extremely difficult to cultivate. Sun Ruinan had been exposed to it since he was a young boy, and nowadays he hadn't even reached the introductory level. But none of this is a problem for yourself. The higher the sin value, the higher the probability that the kill will drop a precious item. In addition to martial arts, there are also quite a few expendable treasures. Xiao Huang Chao couldn't help but lament. The direct descendants of this martial arts family are all medicine pots one by one. Grade B Precious Golden Congo, 500 points of justice. C Grade Treasure Savage Bull's Essence Blood, 200 justice points. Grade A Treasure Fruit of Heavenly Spirit Sword Heart, 1,000 points of justice value. The System Shop, a page with 12 compartments. This time, 3 kills had dropped more than a page of items. Just this first page alone, it had already dazzled Xiao Huang Chao. Redeemed, Dragon Song Buster, and S-Class, 10,000 swords. A total of 4,000 justice points are consumed. A martial arts skill costs 3,000 points. Expensive yes, but definitely worth it. Xiao Huang Chao didn't rush to cultivate. Eyes rested on, Grade A Precious Genshin Fruit, 1,000 points of justice value. Effect description, can be taken when the realm reaches the first level. After taking it, it will increase the comprehension of the sword way. Xiao Huang Chao frowned slightly in thought. Increase your comprehension of the way of the sword? As I recall, Sun Ruinan was untalented before. Suddenly displaying a D-grade sword Dao talent today, he's obviously taken some heavenly material. Although the Sun family is the overlord of Tianhai City, but not rich enough to get an S-class treasure for his precious daughter. In a certain way, A-grade treasures were far more precious than A-grade martial arts. After all, the treasure thing was a consumable item that was gone after use, and martial arts could be passed down. Then Sun Ruinan's acquisition of talent may have originated from this heavenly spirit sword heartfruit. There's no shortage of justice points anyway. First, I'll convert one to taste the salt. What if he had also comprehended the sword Dao talent? If one doesn't work, then another. Consumables can be redeemed over and over again anyway. Spending money is set in stone. Improve the strength of your flesh first. Go back to figuring out kendo talent. Xiao Huang Chao spent a lot more justice value to exchange treasures such as the Golden Congo, Essence Blood of Magical Beasts. For example, to enhance the strength of his physical body. Grade B talent, Flesh and Blood, 25%. Grade B talent, Flesh and Blood, 45%. 20% increase. Xiao Huang Chao went back to exchanging treasures with minimal effect. System, cultivate the A-grade body forging martial art, Dragon Song Buster Body. Ding, the host consumes 1,500 justice points to cultivate the dragon's bastard body. In the first year, although the Dragon's Trouble Overlord body is a grade A martial art and quite difficult to cultivate, you quickly reach the introductory level by virtue of your many forging experiences and your strong physical talent. In the third year, steady, the Dragon's voice dominating body reaches the level of proficiency. In the fifth year, The Dragon's Trouble Overlord body was cultivated to the proficient realm. The road ahead. It's pretty smooth, but you know, practicing to be proficient has just begun. In the 8th year, you begin to touch the threshold of perfection, and perhaps in the near future you will be able to glimpse its mysteries. In the 10th year, you've succeeded in your training, recalling 10 years of cultivation, which, though grueling, is fairly usual. Ding, the host's dragon's voice body cultivation is complete. 35% increase in cultivation progress of B-grade talent Flesh and Blood Ruoi. Xiao Huang Chao breathed a long sigh of relief. The cultivation progress of Flesh and Blood Ruoi has reached 80%. It's about to advance into an A-rank talent. This time, cultivating martial arts only consumed 1500 points, much less than expected. The reason for this is not hard to figure out. One possesses a B-rank physical body talent and has cultivated the body forging martial skill to perfection many times, and has sufficient experience, so it consumes less justice value. Flesh cultivation, stopping at 80% of the progress of Flesh and Blood Ruoi. Subsequently, Xiao Huang Chao began to concentrate on the study of swordsmanship. He didn't rush to cultivate S-ranked martial arts. Instead, we'll take the Heavenly Spirit Sword Heartfruit first. If you're lucky enough to realize your talent, practicing sword martial arts will save a large amount of justice value. Take out the Heavenly Spirit Sword Heartfruit. The body was round and crystalline, with fluorescent light flowing from it, transmitting a mysterious aura. It says it's a fruit, but it's more like some kind of ore. Xiao Huang Chao barely stuffed it into his mouth and it melted in his mouth, like agar in the mouth. Immediately afterward there was a rush of heat through his body. A wave of pure energy madly rushed through the limbs and bones. The energy was not soft, even a bit violent. Xiao Huang Chao immediately used his qi and blood power to forcefully suppress this energy. The body emitted a faint glow, and a rune flowed around it. It went on for half an hour before it gradually subsided. It was like a soft sword qi helping to forge one's body and comprehend the way of the sword. Ding! Congratulations to the host for realizing the D-rank sword Dao talent, Berserk Sword Qi. Xiao Huang Chao's eyes flashed with precision. A violent sword qi scattered in all directions. This physique of his own seems to comprehend the gift easily. It's the same as Sun Ruinan's Kendo talent. It's D-rank Berserk Sword Qi, but mine can be upgraded. Xiao Huangchao exchanged another Heavenly Spirit Sword Heartfruit. Repeat the process. D-rank talent Berserk Sword Qi, 40%. The first A-rank Jumbo, comprehending the Sword Dao talent. The second one boosted the cultivation progress by 40%. The third one, a 30% boost. The fourth one, just 10%. The potency of the drug is greatly reduced. Xiao Huangchao stopped exchanging. After all, this thing was 1,000 apiece. Not cheap. Subsequently, Xiao Huangchao exchanged another A-grade martial arts skill, Phantom Sword Dance. This set by down. Justice was down to 4,000 and cost 11,000. But money, it's earned to be spent. Justice values have no value unless you take them and boost them. System, cultivate A-ranked martial art, Phantom Sword Dance. Chapter 40, one sword sweeps away 10,000 miles of snow. 10,000 swords return to one to enlighten the Taoist heart. Exchange 3 martial arts skills, worth 3,000, 1,800 respectively. A total of 4,800 justice points. Redeeming 4 Heavenly Spirit Sword Heartfruits, 4,000 justice points. Cultivate, Dragon Sounding Body, consumption, 1,500 justice points. Redeem some treasures that increase the strength of the flesh. Consumption, 700 points of righteousness. Remaining, 4,000 points. Xiao Huangchao suddenly felt a little spent super. With this amount of justice value, you can first train Phantom Sword Dance, and then train the S-ranked 10,000 swords. Is that enough? But his own line of thinking of consuming the value of justice was definitely the most cost-effective. The justice value consumed by cultivating 10,000 swords was definitely much higher than Phantom Sword Dance. That's why I'm practicing the Phantom Sword Dance first. Raise your Kendo talent to C rank. This saves a lot of justice value when practicing 10,000 swords. The thought process is correct. What, not enough money to spend? Clearly not enough money to earn. Ding! The host consumes 500 points of justice value and cultivates the A-class martial art Phantom Sword Dance. Xiao Huangchao, 500 points? Is this martial art so easy to cultivate? In the first year, you took 4 Heavenly Spirit Sword Heartfruits in one breath, with a large amount of Sword Dao sensations remaining in your body, and practiced Sword Dao martial arts, reaching the proficient realm directly in the first year. Xiao Huangchao came to a realization. It turned out that the medicinal effect of the Heavenly Spirit Sword Heartfruit was still present. It cost 4,000 to redeem 4 of them. A bloody good deal. In the third year, the heart of the sword was penetrated and the Phantom Sword Dance was perfected. That's the end of it? Is that the beauty of kryptonite? Ding! Host's A-class martial arts skill Phantom Sword Dance cultivation is complete. D-rank talent Berserk Sword Qi, Training progress increased by 40%. D-rank talent advanced to C-rank talent. Blood sword intent, 20%. Sword intent of blood, strong kills, and fights with wars to stop wars. This fits perfectly with the path that Xiao Huang Chao wants to take. System, continue cultivating for me, 10,000 swords. The host consumes 3,000 points of justice value and begins to cultivate the 10,000 swords. With the help of the Heavenly Spirit Sword Heartfruit and the C-rank Sword Dao talent, your speed of practicing Sword Dao martial arts has greatly increased. In the first year, you easily reached the introductory level. In the third year, you deduced and practiced hard step by step to reach the realm of proficiency, but then you also noticed that the speed of cultivation was greatly reduced. In the seventh year, you managed to cultivate to the proficient realm, but you also encountered a huge bottleneck. The difficulty of cultivating S-class martial arts is far beyond imagination. 17th year? 10 years have flashed by, and you're still in the realm of mastery, unable to advance a single step. In the second decade, 10,000 swords returning to the soul has been used by you very skillfully. You also think that you thoroughly understand this martial art, but never reach the perfect realm. You can't even imagine what the effect of a perfect S-class martial art is like. In the 21st year, you have suffered, wandered, despaired, and sought hope in despair, and in this year you decided to close the door. 31st year, 10 years in seclusion. You still haven't made a breakthrough, but there's a huge change in your mindset. You no longer seek the realm, but feel the martial arts. You no longer demand perfection, but hold the sword in your hand. Whether you are proficient or perfect is no longer important. The sword is the sword in your hand, and the person is the person in your heart. Sword fighting, not looking for results, just doing it. This year, the end of the year is approaching, and you realize the way in the middle of the snow. One sword sweeps away 10,000 miles of snow. 10,000 swords return to the heart of Taoism. S-class martial arts. 10,000 swords. Cultivate to perfection. Xiao Huang Chao opened his eyes. At such a young age, it actually carries a hint of a back-to-basics mood. The system has been deduced and practiced for more than 30 years. It was as if he himself had really spent these 30 years of bitter cultivation. The heart of the sword is penetrating, and the sword is extraordinary. It was clear that he had just comprehended the Sword Dao talent, but at this moment, he seemed like a Sword Dao master who had been practicing hard for many years. The sword is deep. Ding! Host's S-ranked martial arts skill 10,000 swords returns to perfection. C-ranked Sword Dao talent cultivation progress increased by 79%. C-grade blood sword intent, 99%. 99%. Just one last step away from achieving a B-grade Sword Dao talent. Xiao Huang Chao looked at the progress bar and smiled bashfully. Not to be harsh, not to be chagrined, not even to feel sorry. The first day to comprehend the gift of the sword. Upgraded directly from grade D2, just one step short of grade B. He had been very satisfied. The martial arts under the S rank are each unique, and the moves are broken by the moves. But having reached the S rank, there are many great Dao senses incorporated into the martial arts. To cultivate to perfection, it's not just about faster and more powerful moves, it's about a deeper level of martial sense. Xiao Huang Chao collected his breath and consolidated his senses. Hours later, the breath stabilized completely. He opened his eyes as if newborn and transformed. Looked to the system panel. Cultivation, 3rd order. 6th gravity. Talents, B-level flesh and blood Ruoi, 80%. C-level talent blood sword intent, 99%. D-level talent manipulation, non-upgradable. Breathing technique, Class S breathing technique for justice, perfection. Feats, S-class martial arts skill 10,000 swords, complete. A-class martial arts skill phantom sword dance, complete. A-class martial arts skill dragon sound overlord, complete. Justice value, 500. 2 A-grade completions and 1 S-grade completion. Plus, a fleshly body talent that was close to a rank, and a sword talent that was infinitely close to B rank. The realm hadn't been raised, but the combat power had been raised several notches. How do I spend the remaining 500 points of justice? Xiao Huang Chao mused. Thinking that, he simply took the 500 points and threw them directly into the cultivation realm. 500 points of justice value, and the surroundings weren't a spiritually rich place. It was possible to cultivate to the 7th level of the 3rd order, or even only the peak of the 6th level of the 3rd order. No fly is too small. It's a bit of a shame to cultivate the realm like this. Xiao Huang Chao looked through the system store. This time, Martial Refinement Mystery Realm. A total of 13 items were added to the system store, and there are 12 item display columns on one page. This 13th item just happens to be on the 2nd page. When he saw this item, Xiao Huang Chao's pupils trembled. I can't believe. Drop this. The secret realm of martial arts, 500 points of justice. That's right. Drop the secret realm of martial refinement. 2 3rd order martial artists and Sun Ruinan. All 3 entered the martial refinement mystery realm. While all 3 had high sin values, the probability of dropping the martial refinement mystery is not small. I don't know which good Samaritan dropped it though. Sold for 500 justice points. Just about spent. Although the justice value is depleted. When you enter the secret territory, you can't use the justice value to cultivate with the abundant spiritual energy inside. But there can be a treasure in here that is more important than the cultivation realm. An S-ranked martial skill that even a 7th-ranked martial artist with only a remnant of his soul left in death still wanted to guard. After being optimized by the system, not to mention the remnant souls, even if a real 7th-ranked martial artist came, he would not be afraid. System, help me redeem the martial refinement mysteries. Justice value spent. Xiao Huang Chao immediately entered. In the system optimized, martial refinement secret realm. Chapter 41, Hymn to the Witch. Once again, he entered the secret realm of martial refinement. Time is still only 1 day. This time, the location where Xiao Huang Chao was teleported to was very far from the place where the 7th-ranked martial artist fell. But he didn't need to spend time practicing. 1 day was enough to get there. After a long day of traveling, we've arrived at Broken Finger Mountain again. Only it was in ruins at this point. A white bone sat on top of the ruins. As Xiao Huang Chao stepped on this ruin, the temperature around them plummeted, and remnants of souls came out of the white bones. The huge body of the remnant soul covered the sky. The residual soul's voice was thick and low. You are too greedy to come here again. Now get out of here or I'll make you stay here forever. Xiao Huang Chao clearly felt that the strength of the remnant soul was greatly reduced. It was only about the middle to lower 3rd order. The system is optimized, and it seems to adjust the strength of magical beasts, remnants of souls, and other enemies within the secret area based on their strength. I couldn't beat you before, but now I have the system. A sword sheath emerged in Xiao Huang Chao's hand, and his 5 fingers rested on top of the hilt. The green peaked sharp blade was slowly sheathed. Just by sheathing the sword, there was a flow of sword chi, a circle as if condensed by blood, suspended around the body, wrapped in a circle. Sword intent of blood. Each sword chi carried a strong killing intent within it. The remnants of the spirit found the end and immediately struck out. The sky seemed to collapse as the huge palm clenched in the air, a punch that shatters the void. Xiao Huang Chao sheathed his long sword and immediately performed the martial arts skill, Phantom Sword Dance. In an instant, thousands of swings were made. The body of the sword was quick to produce residual shadows. A sword shadow was like a whirlwind, and with the sword intent of blood, the color of blood flowed. The huge fist just landed on top of Xiao Huang Chao's head. It was then cut into pieces by countless sword shadows and exploded with a rumble. The solidified remnants of the soul suddenly scattered. It's like a swift wind blowing colored clouds. Along the arm, Xiao Huang Chao killed his way up. With just one contact, the remnant soul was filled with disbelief. Impossible. No way. You're only a 3rd-ranked martial artist. How were you able to break up my soul body? Xiao Huang Chao was like a shooting star swooping upwards. In a flash, he killed in front of the remnant soul's face. It's not that I'm too strong, but you're too weak. The remnants of the soul also finally realized what the problem was. Even if he died, this remnant soul possessed the power of a mid-4th stage martial artist. And at the moment, it was as if there was a shackle that one could not observe that sealed one's power. This power completely exceeded his perception. What kind of power is this? The remnants of the souls roared madly, their voices filled with fear. Xiao Huang Chao doesn't talk nonsense to him. Directly perform the S-class martial art, 10,000 swords returning to the father. In an instant, tens of thousands of longsword silhouettes hovered in the air like a battleship. Xiao Huang Chao swung his sword forward. Tens of thousands of longsword shadows mimicked his movements and swung over at the same time. A sword chi cut through the air and whistled. Rumble. Between the constant bombardment, the remnant soul completely collapsed and dissipated between heaven and earth. Dissipation mass. His voice of defiant anger still echoed in the heavens and earth. No, this is the martial art that the Witch Lord rewarded me with. Mine. For the witch. The sound seemed to fade away until it disappeared completely. Xiao Huang Chao slowly landed on the ground and took a deep breath to regulate his body's breath. Kendo, worthy of being known as the most lethal martial art. Physical cultivation, offense and defense. There was strong physical strength and not bad defense. Sword cultivators, on the other hand, are the most extreme in their attacks. Although the residual soul's cultivation is suppressed, its vitality is strong. If one continues to use one's physical strength, one would probably have to wrestle with him for a very long time before one could tell the winner from the loser. Xiao Huang Chao danced a swordflower and put away his spirit tools. A martial arts skill was found from White Bone's arms. The covers are yellowed and the page corners are curled, obviously after a long time. Protected by the white bones in his arms, along with the remnants of his soul warming and protecting him, he has barely been preserved to this day, and the names of the martial arts are even stranger. Hymn to the Witch? The other side. It was 1 or 2 in the morning. Tianhai City is just a small city and doesn't have much nightlife. There were no pedestrians on the dew-drenched streets, and only a few cars occasionally passed by. Law enforcement agency jail. This place specializes in imprisoning martial artists who have broken the law. Only a small number of on-duty enforcers remain at night as well. A man wearing a black sweatshirt and a duck-tongued hat arrives at the prison gates. The enforcer on duty looked around with a nervous expression and snapped at the man, whispering, "Hurry up and get in there. You only have 20 minutes. At the law enforcement officer's violation, the man in the ducktail hat came to a cell. This kind of cell that held martial artists was painted with special spell formations inside. It is used to suppress the spiritual energy in a martial artist's body. Of course, not all martial artists can be suppressed. Higher-ranked martial artists require more advanced spell formations and cost more to build. The enforcer on duty opened the cell door directly. The prisoners held inside weren't thinking of escaping either. Nowadays, there was still an old monster of the guaranteed Fifth Order living in Tianhai City, and to break out of jail at this time was to seek death. The duck-tongued man enters the cell. Slightly raising his head, he revealed a pair of shady and venomous triangular eyes. The corners of his mouth rose slightly with a hint of mockery. How did the Sun family head, who had a hand in Tianhai City, become a prisoner now? Inside the cell, the person imprisoned was none other than Sun Badian. And this duck-tongued man who acted strangely was an evil martial artist of the Witch Church. Although he was jailed, Sun Badian still carries an air of arrogance. Humph, so what if I go to jail? I've done what I promised you guys, and I hope you'll keep your word as well. The duck-tongued man let out a harsh, raspy laugh that was creepy to hear. GGG, you think we're the vile, shameless, moralistic Church of Justice? Ha, put your arm out. Sun Badian did as he was told and rolled up his sleeves. The duck-tongued man stretched out his palm, and a purplish-red light flowed, then slowly condensed a spell formation. The other one held Sun Badian's arm, and the palm that had coalesced into a spell formation pressed downward. Strike a small spell formation on top of Sun Badian's arm. Sun Badian looked at the phalanx shaped like a totem and asked, "What's the point?" The duck-tongued man explained with his hands in his pockets. The martial examination venue has already been set up with the witch sacrifice formation. On the day of the martial arts exam, sacrifice the lives of the students of the 5 cities. A portion of that power, sacrifice to the Lord Witch, and another portion of that power returned to the sacrificer. And this spell on your arm will steal a small portion of power from it. Don't underestimate this small portion of power. It's enough to help you break through the 4th rank. This is what Sun Badian has been planning for years. In order to break through the 4th rank, he had almost reached the point of heartlessness. After the incident, he would inevitably be hunted down by the entire Justice Church. But he didn't care about that anymore. And after breaking through the 4th rank, he turned around and joined the Witch Church to gain asylum. Seeing that Sun Badian looked a bit disgruntled, it seems to feel like after all you've done, you've only ended up with a fraction of the power. The duck-tongued man was also a bit displeased. Don't feel at a disadvantage. The materials for arranging the witch sacrifice formation were collected by your hard work over the years. But with the sacrifice ceremony, the hardest part is not setting up the grand formation, but activating it. In order to activate the sacrifice formation, you must master the S-ranked martial skill, Witchism. Ever since the Demonis-sama fell into a deep sleep, this martial art is almost about to be lost. There are only a very small number of highly respected old men within the church who hold 1 or 2. We also pay a great price for inviting these life-threatening old men to come out. Chapter 42, The Conspiracy of the Sun Family and the Witch Church. Him to the witch? There was a slight curiosity about Sun Badian in the prison. It was the first time I had heard such a strange martial art name. The duck-tongued man thought that we were all on the same rope anyway, so he simply said more. This is a martial art that was personally passed down by the Demonis-sama before she fell asleep. Set up the sacrifice formation, chant the Witchism, and sacrifice all the creatures within the formation. Let's put it this way, although the conditions for sacrifice are harsh, it is possible to cross over. And it's crossing 2 great realms. A 3rd-ranked martial artist can sacrifice a 5th-ranked martial artist, and a 5th-ranked martial artist can sacrifice a 7th-ranked martial artist. Hearing this, Sun Badian's heart burst with horror. 5th-ranked martial artists were also strong, but it wasn't like he hadn't been exposed to them before. But the 7th order, that could almost only be looked up to, like a godlike existence. And by utilizing this grand formation, a 5th-ranked martial artist was actually able to sacrifice a 7th-ranked martial artist. Sure, the conditions for the completion of the grand formation were harsh and required preparation time, and it was unlikely that a 7th-order martial artist would be foolish enough to stand inside and offer you a sacrifice. But it was enough to prove the power of Witchism. The duck-tongued man continued. If the one being sacrificed does not leave before the completion of the great formation, he is marked as a sacrifice and cannot escape in any way. Even a 7th-order powerhouse doesn't walk when he can. One could only obediently be sacrificed by a 5th-ranked martial artist. After the sacrifice array completes its sacrifice, about 40% of its power is contributed directly to the magician Isama. About 10% of the power that went into the bard, the higher the proficiency of the witchism, the higher the power the chanter can gain. And it is said that reaching the perfection realm can give you 40% of the same power as the witch sama. Unfortunately, the original version of this martial art has been lost, and the group of old guys who mastered the witchism nowadays have learned the remnants. To be able to reach the initiation level, even if one's cultivation is low, one's status within the church is quite high. This time, we've invited 3 old things who have mastered the introductory level, witchism. Do you realize how much we've paid? Sun Badian stroked his chin and began to think deeply. Years of planning and success is close at hand. He had to be careful. Then how can you be sure that the students taking the martial examination will obediently stay within your great formation? Why, it was plotted for years. Although the martial arts exams are standardized across the province, they are not the province's students together. The martial arts exams are held within a secret, artificially created territory. It is not possible to create, at the same time, an artificial mystical realm that accommodates an entire province. So it's several neighboring municipalities taking the test together. The exact city in which it is located is randomized from year to year. This year, the 5 cities martial arts examination was finally randomized to Tianhai City. It was only then that the Sun family had the opportunity to set up a trap at the martial arts examination venue. The duck-tongued man flashed a confident smile. We created the illusion in advance. Sun Badian had one last concern in his mind. And, what about the deacon who came down from that directorate? Purple-robed enforcers? At the very least, they are of the 5th rank. The feeling that old man gave me when he struck out at me wasn't an unusual 5th-ranked martial artist at all. The duck-tongued man gave a sinister smile. It's as if everything is within its own machinations. Oh, don't worry. That old man won't stay in Tianhai City for long. Inside the rented room, Xiao Huang Chao checks out the introduction of witchism. Watching for a while was a head-scratcher. My current strength of the 3rd rank allows me to sacrifice a 5th-rank martial artist. Strong is strong, but it's too much to ask. Just this material for setting up a big formation. Took a look at the material. It was full of heavenly treasures that I had never heard of. I wonder how many years it would take me to collect them all. Even after collecting them, one was not a formation master. Crafting formations was extremely time-consuming and demanding in terms of talent. Take a step back. Even if one finished collecting the materials and found a reliable formation master to help and complete the formation, and who does one sacrifice oneself to? Cultivating S-ranked martial arts requires a large amount of justice value. Xiao Huang Chao is now penniless. It can't be used for a short period of time after practicing it, so it's put aside for now. After the fall of the Sun family, life returned to peace. There are still half a month to go before the martial arts exam. All the scholars used this last time to improve themselves. Even if the score could be 1 point higher, the fate could change. Xiao Huang Chao, on the other hand, rarely comes to school and spends most of his time on missions. Capture martial arts fugitives as well as spies from the witch order to earn justice. Enforcer squads are usually configured in 4-person configurations. 1 captain, 3 players. Sometime, out on a mission. Captain Zhao, we received information from an informant that this out-of-state fugitive is in this abandoned building. Xiao Huang Chao nodded slightly. This fugitive, his strength is close to the 3rd rank. Everyone should be careful. The 3 nodded. One of the law enforcement officers was about to turn on the law enforcement video. Xiao Huang Chao frowned and asked with some dissatisfaction, "What are you doing?" The deputy director was dismissed. Apart from the director, Xiao Huang Chao was the only yellow-robed enforcer within the law enforcement bureau. And everyone knows that this master has a scary background, and there is a big shot from the general administration above him to cover him. All the people were very afraid of Xiao Huang Chao. The enforcer who was suddenly questioned was a bit at a loss for words. I turn on the law enforcement video. What's the problem? The other 2 both gave a puzzled look. Xiao Huang Chao sighed helplessly, with a tone of hatred. Do you know why I was able to soar in cultivation and become a yellow-robed enforcer in a short period of time? The man shook his head. Xiao Huang Chao lowered his voice and explained. Think of it, the fugitive has the strength of something approaching the 3rd order. Can there be less martial arts treasures on them? There might even be spirit tools. According to the rules and regulations of the law enforcement agency, what should be done with seized filth? That enforcer immediately replied, surrendered for forfeiture. Yeah, but do the people up there know what kind of treasure this fugitive has on him? Watching Xiao Huang Chao's eyebrows fly, it dawned on the crowd. Corruption. Instead of turning it in, you should embezzle it yourself. If one could take, for oneself, the treasure on every criminal captured. Still afraid of a lack of cultivation resources? The crowd immediately understood, and none of them turned on the law enforcement video. Team Zhao, I will definitely saddle up and follow you from now on. Haha, being nudged by Team Zhao is better than a cultivation epiphany. As expected of Team Zhao, subordinate understands. The 3 revealed a greedy look. Suddenly, the cement on the roof of the building suddenly fell. There was a rumble and a crack. A martial artist with a wretched appearance and bloodshot eyes descended from the sky. He licked his lips. Damn law enforcers, you don't have to see if you have the life if you want to arrest me. Manhunt for fugitive shows up. The three enforcers were obviously a bit flustered. Target sighted. Gosh, he seems to have broken through the third rank. Don't be afraid. There's Team Zhao, who was also a third-order martial artist. Where's Team Zhao? Xiao Huang Chao appeared behind the three enforcers at an unknown time. There was a sinister sneer on his face. Ha! Xiao Huang Chao looked at the sin values above the heads of the three enforcers. 301, 299, 311. Do you guys know why I picked you three to be on the team in the first place? Chapter 43, Law Enforcement. It's normal to have casualties. In the middle of an abandoned, rotten building, Xiao Huang Chao's words leisurely resounded behind the three. The three enforcers were all stunned. I don't know why Captain Zhao would ask this question at this time. Xiao Huang Chao asked himself. Because you three are too good. Of course. In the hands of three men, 17 ordinary human lives and 4 innocent martial artist lives. Corruption, burning and looting. TSK. But really, fantastic. One of the more responsive enforcers sensed that the atmosphere was off. Sneakily, he picked up the law enforcement token and prepared to open the law enforcement video. Jab. Xiao Huang Chao instantly drew his sword. A sharp sword light flashed by, and no one saw clearly what happened. Only the enforcer, who was about to turn on the law enforcement video, landed on his arm. Blood spray. The man lay on the ground, wailing in pain. The other two went weak in the knees and completely panicked. Zhao, Team Zhao, what are you doing? Are you going to kill a fellow officer? Murdering a law enforcement teammate? That's punishable by death. Xiao Huang Chao grinned at the corners of his mouth. Without the law enforcement video on, who knows I killed them. Brush. Killing intent of blood coalesces on top of the long sword. The cool sword body was glowing with a slight reddish light. 3 heads fell to the ground. Xiao Huang Chao's gaze was cold as he looked at the 3 still hot corpses, his heart fluctuating nothing. Go to hell and think about why you were killed. Ding. Host kills 3 first-order martial arts criminals. Rewarded with justice value, 4,000. That fugitive martial artist who broke through the 3rd rank. There was some confusion in the look. Didn't you say you're here to arrest me? Why are you fighting amongst yourselves? Suddenly, he laughed maniacally. Ha ha ha, is this the enforcer? Abusing each other and straw men. What's the difference between you people who wear the robes of law enforcement and fugitives like me? Killing even your own teammates is more than me. Xiao Huang Chao pulled out his law enforcement token and said indifferently. Let's answer your first question first. No difference. And then the second question. The corners of Xiao Huang Chao's mouth rose slightly. What killing teammates? Didn't you kill them? Immediately afterward he turned on the law enforcement video. Lighten up and start acting. It's all my fault. Coming a little late and letting you murder my teammates. I should have known better than to leave them alone. Fugitive? Tenkai City Law Enforcement Bureau. Xiao Huang Chao's clothes were stained with blood as he walked down the corridor. The icy temperament combined with the smell of blood emanating from his body. The people passing by avoided it. Come to the director's office. Xiao Huang Chao looked at Fei Tianxiang and opened the door. The fugitive Li Chuan broke through to the 3rd rank and has been killed by me. After the matter of the Sun family passed, the smooth Fei Tianxiang tried his best to make good relations with Xiao Huang Chao so as not to cause any more trouble. Worthy of being Captain Zhao. A case that the law enforcement bureaus in the provinces couldn't solve. You finished it in 1 day. This is a great achievement. I will definitely report to the top. Xiao Huang Chao interrupted him. Also, 3 of my teammates died heroically, so please help me reconfigure 3 of my teammates, as before, and let me pick. The smile on Fei Tianxiang's face instantly froze. The corners of his mouth kept twitching. Another death? Xiao Huang Chao gave a light-hearted Team Zhao, although your efficiency in accomplishing missions is high, the death rate is a bit high, isn't it? Fei Tianxiang was a bit skeptical. None of the enforcers who went out on missions with you came back alive. Xiao Huang Chao shrugged his shoulders, indicating that he was helpless as well. Law enforcement, it's normal to have some casualties. Too many law enforcers have died, and he, the commissioner, has to take the blame. Fei Tianxiang was a bit anxious. You call that a little? 3 waves of enforcers have died this month, Xiao Huang Chao said meaningfully. Although the Sun family head is in prison, the Sun family's case is not over. Keep looking into it. It should involve quite a few people. Since the director feels that I'm not qualified as a captain, then instead of arresting criminals and being idle, let's investigate the follow-up of the Sun family's case. Fei Tianxiang gritted his teeth and secretly slandered. This kid blackmails himself with this every day. But still, he said with a leathery smile, how could I possibly think that Captain Zhao is unqualified? It's just that. Next time you're on a mission, just pay attention to safety. Before the martial arts exam, before the dust settles, it must be endured. Going forward, the 5 cities were relatively quiet. The only thing that was called a big deal and was talked about was the Blue family in Sanglin City. Lan Ruoshi, the only daughter of the Lan family, did not take the martial arts exam and directly worshipped under the Wind Sword sect. It is said, when Lan Ruoshi worshipped the Wind Sword sect, he was valued by one of the elders of the sect and accepted as a close disciple. This means that the Blue family will be flying high. Many martial arts families have shown their goodwill and made their way to the door to congratulate them. Wind Sword sect. Above the cliffs, a cloudy wind whistled. A blue light silhouette, sitting cross-legged, eyes closed, cultivated. Wisps of sword chi surrounded and floated around. The person practicing was none other than Lan Ruoshi. Compared to half a month ago, Lan Ruoshi's aura skyrocketed by a large margin. Talent on display. Beside Lan Ruoshi, there stood a slightly older mature beauty. The beautiful woman was wearing a light pink wraparound dress. Her shapely and voluptuous figure was on display. She observed Blue Daryl's breath and spoke. The heart of the Wei is unstable. Daryl, are you hiding something? It's easy to breed demons in your heart if you go on like this. Daryl Blue opened his eyes. After half a month, she still couldn't forget the image of Xiao Huang Chao abusing Sun Ruinan. She and Sun Ruinan, since childhood, have been in a competitive relationship. The other guy is almost on the verge of becoming a mirror of himself, and Xiao Huang Chao broke the mirror in front of her. I'm sorry, master. The beautiful woman was an elder of the Wind Sword sect and Lan Ruoshi's master. She told the beautiful woman as much as she could about what had happened. The beautiful woman sniffed and slowly said, that teenager who willed Xiao Huang Chao has undoubtedly become your heart's demon. If you don't defeat him, it's impossible for you to go far on the path of martial arts. If you defeat him, you will be transformed and your realm will soar. Blue Daryl asked with great lack of confidence. But, he's really powerful. Can I defeat him? The beautiful woman laughed her head off. She rubbed Daryl Blue's hair affectionately. Daryl, you're more talented than you think. And you're still my disciple. Let him, Xiao Huang Chao, be as strong as he is. He definitely won't be a match for you. Lan Ruoshi thought of her master's powerful strength. There's also the Wind Sword sect's endless resource allocation. There was a surge of confidence. She looked in the direction of Tianhai City and muttered, Xiao Huang Chao, I'm already the shut-in disciple of the Wind Sword sect's elder. And you still need to take the martial arts exams. Go to a martial arts university, and follow the path of an ordinary martial artist. The gap between us is only getting bigger. Chapter 44 Forced Redeployment. Time flashes by. Soon came 2 days before the martial arts exam. Everything was as calm as ever. Wukao students do psychological counseling for this life-changing moment. Xiao Huang Chao was busy arresting criminals. Jong Hong Xan Zhang Lao has been investigating the matter of the witch church spies. Fei Tianxiang, director of the Law Enforcement Bureau. Sun Badian, head of the Sun family, and in Donghai, principal of Tianhai No. 1 Middle School, conspire in secret. Make final preparations for this multi-year plot. In the small city of Tianhai, there were dark clouds, each with their own thoughts. Until this night, Chang Sr., who stayed at the Law Enforcement Bureau and didn't leave, repeatedly viewing the case file of the Magical Order spies. Nowadays, a number of first and second order witch church spies have been arrested and killed, but he always felt that it couldn't be that simple. Suddenly, his purple robe law enforcement token rang out. It's a message from the Directorate General. Jong Hong Xan, I now order you to rush back to the Jiangnan Provincial General Bureau in the fastest time possible. The voice on the other end of the main office was very strange. It sounded like a young man with a clear voice. Elder Zhang frowned. Alert! Who are you? The General Directorate sighed. The new Deputy Director of the Jiangnan Province Law Enforcement Directorate. Purple-robed enforcer White Dragon. So young, parachuted into the Jiangnan Province Law Enforcement Bureau Directorate General Deputy Director. It could only mean that this youth had a frightening background. White Dragon? The White family? Zhong Lao thought secretly in his heart. As if he felt that the other party didn't believe him, White Dragon added, you can always contact the director to verify my identity. Zhong Lao said faintly, no need. Why did you transfer me back? No one is stupid enough to impersonate the General Directorate. It's risky and easy to spot. Shiro took on a caustic tone. And you have the nerve to ask? A mere Sky Sea City. How long did you? A purple-robed enforcer. Waste there? It's a waste of resources. Elder Zhong did not get angry at the other party's attitude and calmly said, Tianhai City has been calm for many years, and now that spies from the witch church have suddenly appeared, what's wrong with me coming to investigate this matter? The White Dragon snorted coldly. And the results of your investigation? Almost a month has passed and only a few first and second ranked martial artists have been captured. An ordinary yellow-robed enforcer can do this kind of thing. Zhong Lao, they may be plotting a huge conspiracy. It's a mixed bag of fish and dragons here. It'll take a little time. The White Dragon mocked with unbridled disparagement. What conspiracy? What great things can a group of first and second ranked martial artists do? Zhong Hong Xan, You're getting old, fantasizing about imaginary enemies all day. All the other purple-robed enforcers, they are all running to the frontline battlefields, while you spend all day leisurely in Tianhai City, playing house with a bunch of low-ranked martial artists. The new officer cracks the whip 3 times, facing such an unreasonable rebuke from a junior much younger than himself. Jong Hong Xan was as calm as usual. Good, the martial arts exam is in 2 days. I'll go back when it's over. What in 2 days? Don't you understand orders? Come back now. White Dragon was aggressive. I'm worried about accidents over here in the martial arts exam. I have to guard here. Jong Hong Xan said. The White Dragon was not the least bit aggressive. Damn, how many candidates can there be in such a small city? In all these years, when has there ever been an accident? Come back now. Are you going to disobey the orders of the directorate? This statement was made. Jong Hong Xan was silent for a long time. White Dragon impatiently yelled. Where is everyone? Mute. Ha, speak. Ryoko. Jong Hong Xan opened his mouth. Okay, I'll go back now. Just a tiny change in his tone. But White Dragon, you need to be clear about one thing. Listening to Jong Hong Xan's thick, low, and slightly icy voice, White Dragon, who was far away from the main office, couldn't help but shiver. The position of Deputy Director of the Jiangnan Province Law Enforcement General Bureau represents not power, but responsibility. If something happens in Skyhaven, I'll put this on the White family's head. Having said that, Jong Hong Xan then broke the connection of the law enforcement token. Pack up and get ready to go back and resume. Before leaving, he left a message for Xiao Huang Chao. Tell him to be careful with the martial arts exams. The White Dragon within the General Directorate of Law Enforcement of Jiangnan Province, listening to Jong Hong Xan's last words with killing intent. Stormy, a mere purple-robed enforcer, a 5th-ranked martial artist, still dares to retaliate against the White family? If you dare to come to the White House, I'll be the first to get you killed. 2 days later, the day of the Unified Martial Arts Exam for all of Gangnam Province. Location, Tenkai City. All 100,000 martial artists from the 5 cities had gathered here. Martial arts exams are slightly different from cultural exams. Any martial artist under the age of 20 could register for the martial arts examination. As the martial arts exam venue, it is conducted in an artificially created space, so the entry fee is not low. Most martial artists from average families would choose to finish his senior year of high school and take his first martial arts exam at the age of 18 or so that he is more certain. Among these 100,000 martial artists, there were 10 to 20,000 martial artists who hadn't even reached the first rank. A martial artist of this level was purely here to make up the numbers. The remaining martial artists, on the other hand, were basically of the first rank. When the realm reaches the first rank, you have a chance to get into Budokai University. If you want to have a stable college to attend, you have to be at least 3 times in the first order. As for second order, or even higher, third order martial artists, together, the 5 cities have only about 100 people. These people were basically martial artists who were stuck at the upper age limit of the martial examination, which was 20 years old. Not too long ago, Cao Wei was a second-order martial artist, while Sun Ruinan's peak first-order realm was hailed as the first genius of Tianhaino. 1 middle school. It's because of the age gap. Cao Wei was already 20 years old, while Sun Ruinan had just turned 18. In addition to the 100,000 students taking the martial arts exam, all the big names among the 5 cities were present. Every year, they were invited over for the martial arts exam, act as a notary public to witness the fairness of the martial arts exams. There were also invigilators sent down from above. The invigilator is responsible for opening the spatial secret realm, maintaining order in the examination room, and so on. Invigilators are generally not bad. The invigilator dispatched to Tianhai City this time was a peak 3rd rank martial artist. The invigilator stepped up to the top of the podium. At the bottom, in the front row, sat the big names among the 5 cities. In the back are candidates waiting in line to enter the exam room. Xiao Huang Chao was among them. He looked at his system panel. Cultivation, 3rd order. 6th gravity. Talents, B rank flesh and blood Ruoi, 99%. C rank talent blood sword intent, 99%. D rank talent manipulation, not upgradable. Breathing technique, class S breathing technique for justice, perfection. Feats, S-class martial art witchism, uninitiated, S-class martial art 10,000 swords, complete, A-class martial art phantom sword dance, complete, A-class martial art dragon song overlord, complete. Justice value, 20,000. That's most of the month. Xiao Huang Chao's B-rank talent, flesh and blood Ruoi, was just 1 step short of being upgraded to an A-rank talent. Not only that, but you've also saved up 20,000 justice points. Half of them were contributed by colleagues from the law enforcement agency, who died heroically. Thanks to my colleagues. Chapter 45, Martial Arts Examination Illusion. During this period of time, Xiao Huang Chao barely used his justice value. The martial arts examination site is a secret realm created artificially. Not only are there tests inside, there are also opportunities, and the concentration of spiritual energy is higher than the outside world. In previous years, there were many martial artists who broke through the realm at the time of the martial examination. Shi luck, too, was part of a martial artist's strength, so there weren't a lot of opportunities within the martial arts examination venue. Be careful with your money, save up your justice value, and use it at the time of the martial arts exam. Xiao Huang Chao shrugged his shoulders and stifled a cold shiver. It wasn't that I was nervous about having to take a martial arts test. Rather, Xiao Huang Chao surveyed the surrounding grounds. There was always a hint of weirdness. How come when you come to this venue, there's always a weird feeling? At that moment the invigilator on the stage spoke. In the 1024th year of the Red Flame calendar, the Unified Martial Arts Martial Enrollment Examination of Jiangnan Province will begin soon. Before we begin, let me say a few notes. Point 1. This examination is fair and impartial, and will be overseen by a group of respected martial artists from the 5 cities. They are Fei Tianxiang, Director of the Tianhai City Law Enforcement Bureau, and Dong Hai, Principal of Tianhai No. 1 Middle School, Guo Lin, Director of the Tsanglin City Law Enforcement Bureau, and the head of the Tsanglin Lan family. If any cheating is detected, you will be immediately disqualified from the exam and face sanctions from the Bureau of Enforcement. In the 5 cities, the heads of martial arts families, heads of law enforcement bureaus, principals, and other important figures in the martial arts world were all present. Point 2. There are many magical beasts within the martial examination grounds. Kill magical beasts and gain points, which are also your martial arts exam scores. The exam is 3 days long. If you are in danger, you will be teleported away from the examination venue by crushing the teleportation stone issued. It will also be considered the end of the martial arts exam. This was followed by some details of the martial arts examination. These details have been repeated countless times by students' teachers in the midst of school. The invigilator clasped his hands together. I wish you all the best of luck in the golden ranking in the martial arts. The invigilator then performs a special martial art. Open the entrance to the martial arts examination site. However, after the martial art was performed, no changes appeared in the scene. Hundreds of thousands of eyes, curious and confused, stared at him. The invigilator was confused and a little flustered. There can't be any slip-ups in the martial arts exams. Strange, why isn't the entrance to the secret realm of martial examination open? He had been an invigilator for many years and had never encountered such a situation. There was no response until 3 or 5 minutes later. The surrounding space rippled. It kept spinning like a vortex and then stabilized. The entrance to the space, which opens in front of the line of students. Everyone make this entrance in an orderly fashion. The invigilator shouted, but with a slight frown. It always felt like, this time, opening the portal had a very strange feel to it. As students line up to enter the martial arts exam venue, the site is also synchronized with the opening of the live stream. Since it is an artificially created secret realm, there is a bit more authority for human manipulation to intervene. You can get footage from it, live on the air. Countless parents of the candidates outside the arena were nervously staring at the broadcast screen. In the picture, look for your own child. In the middle of another space, Xiao Huang Chao observed his surroundings. Mountains and rivers, lush vegetation, and every now and then you could hear the cries of distant birds and magical beasts. It could also be clearly felt that the surrounding spiritual energy was more abundant. Not far away, under the foot of the mountain, there was a magical beast cave. A hint of danger emanated from the shadowy cavern. All of this was in line with his knowledge of martial arts examination venues. There is opportunity and always a sense of crisis. Maximize the simulation of the wilderness and Warcraft battle scene, but it's also a little strange because it fits the perception so well. Like, one cannot find the apple of one's fantasies. At the same time, Xiao Huang Chao felt a trace of familiarity. It wasn't that the surroundings were familiar, but that there was an iffy aura flowing between heaven and earth that he seemed to have felt before. Something's not right. This martial arts examination venue is too weird. Combine this with the fact that Zhong Lao was suddenly transferred, and before he left, he let himself beware of the martial arts exam. Xiao Huang Chao became more and more cautious. Bang! Suddenly a fist wind, without warning, struck. It appeared almost instantly. Xiao Huang Chao can't avoid it. It's straight to the body. The sneak attack was swift but weak. Xiao Huang Chao didn't even use his martial arts skills. He only used his talent, flesh and blood Ruoi. Then it was easily resisted. Xiao Huang Chao felt that burst of fist wind and pondered. The wind of the fist contains spiritual energy, and there are moves and styles. This is obviously not a magical beast, or some kind of trap, but the work of a martial artist. And judging from the power, this martial artist only has the power of a second or third level of the first rank. Facing a martial artist of this realm, with Xiao Huang Chao's current physical strength, standing still and letting him hit can't even kill him. However, Xiao Huang Chao couldn't figure out how a martial artist of this level had attacked himself by what means. Don't say sneak attack in the dark. Didn't even know where the other guy was until he got hit himself. Suddenly, 3 sword chi from different directions suddenly struck Xiao Huang Chao. Even with his previous experience, he thought he had been very vigilant. Facing a sudden attack, it was still impossible to dodge, but the attack was still not strong, and it was blocked very easily. These 3 sword chi, using different martial arts, are clearly the work of 3 martial artists. The martial artist's cultivation is estimated to be only at the early stage of the first rank, so why can't he dodge himself? Xiao Huang Chao carefully recalled how he felt when he was hit. The eyes fluttered open. It's not that I can't hide. Rather, it's this attack that appears when it hits me. He had previously fallen into a misconception. It was always assumed that someone had snapped and was too fast to avoid. In truth, the speed of the attack is unknown, but it does appear only in the middle of the hit. There's only one way to do this. Illusion. The Witch Order has infiltrated the city of Skyhaven and a plot is brewing. Zhong Lao was suddenly transferred and told himself to beware of the martial arts exam. Before he entered the secret realm of martial examination, he felt that his surroundings were strange. And after he entered the martial arts examination venue, he suddenly felt a familiar aura, combined with previous indications. A bold guess surfaced in Xiao Huang Chao's mind. The only thing to do now is to make sure this is an illusion. He immediately cast Body of the Xian Underworld to defend himself against the sudden attack. Used the S-class breathing technique at the same time. The body was like a whale swallowing, crazily inhaling the spiritual energy between the surrounding heaven and earth. A few moments of cultivation later, there was almost no growth in cultivation. Xiao Huang Chao's eyes stared. Spiritual energy is very thin between this heaven and earth. The so-called abundance of spiritual energy is also just an illusion in the middle of the illusion. Illusions could only deceive the senses, but spirit power concentration could not be faked. Ha ha ha. Xiao Huang Chao laughed out loud in excitement. So, this is the Witch Church's plot. Unfortunately, all of your efforts have been made for me. From start to finish, everyone is in the middle of an illusion. The site of the martial arts examination conference is an illusion, and the place the candidates entered was not the secret realm of the martial examination at all, but another illusionary realm. That hint of familiarity. Then, the witch sacrifice array. The Witch Church tricked the candidates into the illusion and set up the witch sacrifice formation, preparing to sacrifice 100,000 candidates. System, cultivate, witches him, to perfection for me. Chapter 46, Hymn to the Witch. Complete. Ding, the host has consumed 10,000 points of justice value and has begun practicing the witches hymn. Hear this message. Xiao Huang Chao's eyebrows twitched violently. 10,000 points of justice? What kind of martial arts is this? A money grab? The amount of justice value needed for this is far more than the 10,000 swords returning to the palace, which is also an S-class martial art. In your first year, you started looking through the witches hymn, and you couldn't understand a single word in it. It was an ancient script, so you started by learning the language. In the third year, through your continuous investigation, you finally found the date of the text. The history of that era is recorded only in words, and there is no way to learn the text. Not knowing what these strange symbols express stops your learning. In the 7th year, you hunted and killed more and more Witch Church martial artists, and also learned a lot of the Witch Church's martial arts, giving you a whole new perception of their martial arts training system of this sect. In the 265th year, you reached the peak of your martial arts achievement. Due to your talent, your strength has not reached the top level in the world, but you have integrated the strengths of 100 schools of thought and perfected your martial arts skills, so that your understanding of the path of martial arts is unrivaled. It's hard to refine your realm, and you've spent a lot of time drilling martial arts techniques, from D to S rank. In the 320th year, your realm has still not improved, but except for individual extremely rare martial arts techniques such as mutilated and orphan books and family secret methods, all the remaining martial arts techniques have been perfected, and your understanding of the path of the martial arts has gone up to a higher level. It was also in this year that you inadvertently opened a strange martial art you had acquired in your youth, the witches hymn. After many years, you clearly remember that this martial arts text is an ancient language that has been lost, but you turn it over today, only to find symbols inside that you seem to be able to understand. You're pretty sure that you haven't studied or even touched the texts of the system at all over the years, but at the moment, you do understand part of what the symbols represent. In that moment, you realize, what is written in the witches hymn is not an ancient language, but a form of symbols to show a kind of martial arts experience. The symbols are not words, have no specific meaning, and cannot be translated, but only those who have the same experience, see the symbols, will have a sense of realization. The heart has the same feeling. The following year, from the time you acquired the witches hymn to today, 303 years later, it's finally an official introduction. Each symbol represents a tone, and each tone contains a unique sense of the martial arts. By means of chanting, to communicate with the witch to send down the supreme power. In 305, you have been initiated into the witch's hymn, but you have chanted it several times without any response. 306 years. In this year you gathered all the materials for the witch's grand formation, made the formation, chanted again, and the heavens descended with divine power, striking directly within the formation. You have discovered that the power of the witch's hymn is not only related to the witch's hymn's own proficiency, but also to the strength of the witch's sacrifice array. In 316, after 10 years of constant refinement, the witch's hymn reached the level of proficiency. 326, another 10 years have passed, and the witch's hymn has reached the realm of mastery. But in the past 20 years, you've been sacrificing death row prisoners, making witch sacrifice formations, and emptying your family's coffers. This is the most costly and resource-intensive of all the martial arts you've ever practiced. Hundreds of accumulated reserves can only be cultivated to proficiency. You no longer have enough resources to support your continued cultivation. Unwilling to do so, you decide to go deep into the headquarters of the witch church and secretly search for clues about the witch's hymn, because you know that even if you have unlimited resources, you can't cultivate to perfection, and there must be other ways to cultivate. You entered the general church as an undercover agent and learned a shocking news in the middle of one of the rituals. The witch has been asleep for many years and her whereabouts are unknown. At that moment, you figured out a lot of things. The so-called witch's hymn is just a special means of resonating with a witch who is nowhere to be found, and stealing a trace of power from a sleeping witch. And the witch sacrifice formation is like a coordinate to give the witch a strike position. When the sacrifice is over and everyone has withdrawn, you come alone to the center of the altar and look at the statue of the witch. According to a certain lord in the Church of the Witch, this is not an ordinary statue. It contains the power of the witch, and is the witch's protection for the entire church. So you had the thought, what would happen if you sacrificed this statue, using the witch's hymn, to the witch's power? This matter is risky, but you are an undercover agent of the Order of Justice, and this stone statue is very dangerous. You are obligated to destroy the statue. With your last remaining resources, you set up the witch sacrifice array around the statue. You look at the statue, and there are no features, only a female body. You slowly open your hands and chant. Suddenly, the sky and the earth changed. Your eyes went black and you fell into a coma. I don't know if it's a dream or reality, but you see a woman, wrapped in black mist, walking slowly and whispering in your ear, "Wake me up." Ding, the cultivation is over. The witch's hymn has been cultivated to the perfection realm. Xiao Huang Chao snapped his eyes open. His pupils trembled slightly, and a cold sweat seeped out of his forehead. It was like an endless nightmare. It was the first time he'd ever had that experience. But the good thing is, the witch's hymn is practiced to perfection, though it consumed 10,000 justice values. But after truly experiencing the difficulty of cultivating the witch's hymn, Xiao Huang Chao only felt that this 10,000 was not expensive to collect at all. The witch's hymn is not only consuming resources to cultivate, but it's even more of a crisis to go deeper into the witch's cleric headquarters later on in order to impact the consummation. From among the textbooks, the witchcraft and wizardry, plus this one experience, the witch was like a god to him. It's a good thing it's cultivated with the system without any danger. Otherwise, suddenly, in Xiao Huang Chao's mind, he involuntarily recalled the woman wrapped in black mist. A laugh as clear as a silver bell, but with a hint of eeriness, sounded in his head. Ha 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 ha, I found you. Xiao Huang Chao was in a trance. The laughter came to an abrupt end. This voice was the same as the voice that was heard when the system was cultivating. Which? Xiao Huang Chao's back, shocked out of a cold sweat. Practice on your own with the system. Surprisingly, it also affects your real self. What exactly is the strength of this legendary witch? 9th order? Or the legendary 10th order? Xiao Huang Chao wasn't sure what would happen after being targeted by the witch. Darkness said, before standing at the apex of martial arts, try to deal with this mysterious witch as little as possible. Whatever the implications, at least Xiao Huang Chao's goal at the moment was achieved. The witch's hymn, complete. Chapter 47, Are you collaborating with the witch church? The scene of the martial arts examination assembly. Big names from the 5 cities, as well as tens of thousands of parents, were there watching the broadcast. Yet this year's martial arts exams filled everyone with confusion. There was a burst of noise. The big shots in the front row were all filled with confusion, and some even had angry faces. What's going on? Did the martial arts exam have an accident? The head of the Blue family in Linsong City looked at the invigilator sent down from above. With an unkind gaze, he asked coldly, "Invigilator, shouldn't you give an explanation?" Although his own daughter did not take the martial arts exam. However, there were also many Blue family sons and daughters who were within the secret realm of the martial examination. Yet now, real-time transmission to the outside screen. It's empty. No matter how the screen shifts perspective, the only thing that could be seen was the mountains, hills, and water within the martial examination mysteries, as well as the magical beasts walking aimlessly. Not a single student martial artist in sight. This can't be right. The invigilator was sweating and panicking at this point. He has presided over dozens of martial arts exams in different urban areas. There have never been any accidents. This group of big shots are here just to go through the motions. The crowd had been in a state of mind that it was not a matter of concern. It could be seen that there were accidents in the martial arts examination, and they were all staring at each other. Whispers of discussion. Only the Tianhai City crowd had a sneer, if anything, at the corner of their mouths. Principal, he said angrily. What's impossible? The facts are right in front of us. There's nothing wrong with the images coming from within the martial examination mysteries. It can only mean that the students who took the martial arts exam didn't enter the secret realm at all. Where the hell did you get them? Problems with the Wukao. The invigilator has primary responsibility. The invigilator was in tears. It scares him more than anyone else to have this kind of problem. I'll report it. Fei Tianxiang, the director of the Tianhai City Law Enforcement Bureau, suddenly stood up, hands slammed on the table in a change of pace, angrily. Report on report on report on report. When something goes wrong, you know to report it. Let me say it's serious. Now that the student's life and death are unknown, do you have to go through the process of reporting it? Can you solve the problem immediately if you report it? Those big shots up there, do they need to be verified? And how long does it take to rush to Tianhai City? I'm asking you if you're trying to pass the buck. Being questioned by a series of questions, the invigilator's hands were tied. I'm definitely not trying to pass the buck. Fei Tianxiang smiled and nodded. In that case, find out why quickly. Everybody help out too. The invigilator nodded repeatedly. The crowd also helped. After all, many of the martial artists participating in the martial arts exams were the children of worldly families. There was also an inextricable connection with all of them, and even their own sons and daughters were within the secret realm. There was a lot of commotion. Fei Tianxiang directly transferred all the enforcers of the Law Enforcement Bureau, all of them, to the scene, ostensibly to maintain law and order. But the big man on the stage frowned slightly. How does this look a little like deterrence? About half an hour later, in the midst of the crowd's constant rows, an old man from the outer city who specialized in formations discovered the end. Here, everybody, look. He found the materials for arranging the formation at the edge of the venue, as well as some odd runes that were already on the verge of fading. The crowd gathered over. The Blue family had asked, "What is this?" The old man who specialized in formations explained, "This is an extremely rare formation. It's time-consuming to set up, and it looks a bit like an illusion formation." Upon hearing that it was an illusion, some of them immediately reacted to what was going on. Principal, his face changed dramatically. Someone has set up an illusion in advance, and when we enter the venue, as well as when the martial examination students enter the secret realm, they are all in the middle of the illusion. When the secret realm of martial examination opens, another space entrance opens at the same time. Under the enchantment of the illusion, the entrance to another part of time and space that this group of students entered made us believe that we had entered the illusion. The witch church set up a trap here a long time in advance. The crowd was in the venue, but it was wrapped in a layer of illusion. The secret realm of the martial examination, and the temporal portal created by the witch church opened at the same time. The entrance to the secret realm of martial examination was outside the illusionary realm, trapped in the time portal, within the illusion. The Blue family head looked at Fei Tianxiang angrily. What's going on? Fei Tianxiang looked evasive. If you ask me, who am I asking? The Blue family's head said in a deep voice. Whether it's an illusion, or creating another time trap, this will take a lot of time. This is your area of Skyhaven. Why do you think I asked you? How do you do your work? Letting the enemy create traps right under your noses. Principal, his gaze was sharp as a sword. A while back, the witch church spies were running amok. Could your Tianhai City Law Enforcement Bureau be colluding with the witch church? The silent Fei Tianxiang immediately became anxious. You dare to slander law enforcement officers? You will be held legally responsible. Do you have proof? What do we want by colluding with the witch church? Do you think your life is too long and want to die early? Principal, he bellowed. All stop arguing for a moment. The first order of business is to figure out how to get the kids out. One more second of delay puts their lives in danger. The scary thing is not that the enemy makes an ambush in advance. Rather, there is no way to know where the enemy is or what he is up to. General Directorate of Law Enforcement, Gangnam Province. Jong Hong Xan, the purple-robed enforcer, suddenly received a call from the director. An accident occurred at the 5 cities martial arts examination, suspected to be the work of the witch church, and 100,000 candidates are nowhere to be found. Extra manpower is now being sent to the 5 cities. Do you want to join us? The chief director made a point of contacting Jong Hong Xan before making his move. In each region, There were powerful family forces that had been passed down for hundreds of years, those who can become the director. In addition to strength, are all people who are smooth in dealing with things. He knew that the forced transfer back from the 5 cities had led to some arguments between Jong Hong Xan and the new deputy director. Jong Hong Xan is very concerned about the 5 cities. Then he thought, this time when there is an accident in the 5 cities, take him with you. Who knows? Jong Hong Xan did not show any surprise, but instead was unexpectedly calm. The reply also came as a great shock to the chief commissioner. No, it's already too late. Jong Hong Xan's calmness sent a chill down the chief director's spine. The tone was strong. Jong Hong Xan, what do you want? Jong Hong Xan's tone was cold, with a hint of anger. Do nothing. Let the people who are responsible for this be responsible. After saying that, Jong Hong Xan broke the contact. The other side. The director who was busy with the 5 city martial arts exams. A slap on the table angrily. Damn. It's a critical time. And every one of them won't listen to the call. A subordinate to the side asked, Chief, are you going to 5 cities with us? The director couldn't help but curse. Go what go? I have to go back. If I don't the backyard will be on fire. Chapter 48, The Great Witch. The site of the martial examination assembly was shrouded in an illusionary realm, causing the students to not enter the secret realm of the martial examination at all. Instead, they went into another space. The same illusion exists within this space, allowing students to mistakenly believe they are in a secret trial. But in fact, there was only one huge formation in this space, and the spell formation was none other than the witch sacrifice formation. The huge formation slowly rotated, dark red streams of light scattering in all directions. This dark place looked eerie in the red light. In different corners of the phalanx, there stood 12 third-ranked martial artists of the Witch Church, maintaining the spell formation. In the forefront, 3 old men in purple and black robes with stooped figures and withered faces. A cold, hoarse, eerie laugh escaped his lips. These 3 people were precisely the few martial artists who had mastered the witch's hymn within the witch's cleric. Even if it's just the introductory realm, it still gave them a lofty position within the Witch Church. One of the old men said, Jia, 100,000 fresh blood. The Great Witch will be very happy. The other old man's body, which was like a withered tree branch, trembled continuously. Ah, what a wonderful life. It's as if I can already feel the joy of the Witch-sama. Reward your people with supreme power. The 3 looked at the center of the spell. There stood 100,000 martial arts exam candidates. They didn't know they were trapped in a phalanx. Keep moving in different directions, dodging and attacking, but it actually stayed in place. They thought they were fighting against magical beasts, but the martial arts techniques they were actually using all hit the martial arts examination students around them. This one lost lamb is so fresh. An old man licked his dry, cracked lips, his eyes sickly. It's a pity that they can't witness their own deaths, that the most wonderful moment of their lives is missed. The other old man said, It's almost time. Prepare to use, witch's hymn. Praise be to the Great Witch. All 3 slowly raised their hands at the same time. The expression on his face was full of sincerity as he prepared to start chanting. Suddenly, one of the old men noticed something was wrong. In the center of the sacrifice formation, among 100,000 people, a teenager, walking slowly in the direction of the trio. He may just be walking in a fantasy world, but again, it was coming in a straight line towards the 3 old men. It struck them as odd. What's wrong with this kid? Did he break through the illusion? There's no way anyone can see us. This illusion is strong enough to trap a 3rd-order martial artist. Plus it's relying on the witch sacrifice formation, so even a 4th-order martial artist can be trapped. But this kid's eyes are looking straight at us and coming this way. It doesn't look like he's walking in an illusion. The one coming towards them was none other than Xiao Huang Chao. Oh, guess if I saw you guys? A light sentence was accurately transmitted to the ears of the witch cleric's martial artist. The 3 old men's bodies shook violently at the same time. Obviously, the teenager stepped out of the illusion. You, how could you possibly break through the illusion? Relying on the witch sacrifice formation, even the 4th rank is impossible. Could it be that you have an unusual mental type of talent? Xiao Huang Chao walked towards the trio without haste. An eerie sneer tugged at the corners of his mouth. It doesn't matter how I broke the illusion. The important thing is that I have to thank you guys for sending up such a great gift. One of the old men revealed a hideous smile. You're right. It doesn't matter how you broke the illusion. The witch sacrifice formation has begun to operate. You will be very honored to be a sacrifice for the witch-sama. They were just shocked that Xiao Huang Chao had come out of the illusion, but there wasn't the slightest panic. The illusionary spell formation was just the equivalent of putting a fragile shell on the outside of the witch sacrifice formation, as long as the dedication ceremony is unaffected. The other 2 beside the old man who spoke. Slowly, he raised his hands. In a raspy voice, he began to chant, "O great witch, you are the salvation of the foolish and dirty world. Your sweet and wonderful voice has brought me back to my lost self. The sound resonates with the spell. A single note materializes at the moment, unconsciously ringing in his head, a solemn hymn from the distant past. The old man standing in the center had a sickly smile on his face. Let you witness your own death. And what an honor to have you hear the hymn composed by the witch-sama herself before you die. Kid, is there anything you want to say before you die? Xiao Huang Chao pulled out his ears. Of course there's something I want to say. You guys sing so hard. Asshole, how dare you defame the hymn of the magician Asama? The old man angrily rebuked. A maniacal smile slowly surfaced on Xiao Huang Chao's face. He raised his own hands. Your singing is blasphemy against the witch. Let you feel it. Real pleasure. The great witch, Xiao Huang Chao shouted out in an ear hiss. Buzz off. The entire heaven and earth trembled with it. The witch sacrifice formation began to shake violently. Those figurative notes from earlier turned into pieces and dissipated in an instant. All the martial artists of the witch church on the scene. At the same time, the heart stuttered. It was as if the heart was vaguely gripped by something and it was hard to breathe. What's going on here? How come my witch's hymn isn't working? The three men were alarmed. If before, seeing Xiao Huang Chao walk out of the illusionary realm was just some curiosity, and now, it's fear from the depths of the soul. Xiao Huang Chao opened his hands and raised his head. Those clear eyes carried a ghostly purple light. Pray that you forgive my sins. I have lost everything, and now I have your grace. I was lost and now I am guided by you. I was blind to evil thoughts, but now I am enlightened by you. Many dangers, Purgatory Row. I am no longer afraid. The sea of blood and the mountain of daggers. Walking with death. Everything. For the witch. Out of nowhere, a burst of drums resounded, as if from a distant heaven, guiding the suffering world. Accompanied by the chanting of Xiao Huang Chao, the light emanating from the witch sacrifice formation reached its extreme. The three old men, all of them, were shocked. This is the witch's hymn? You even know the witch's hymn too? Impossible. Even within the witch order, the witch hymn is nearly lost. Not only did they recognize that what Xiao Huang Chao was chanting was none other than the witch's hymn, it was also deeply felt that the other party's proficiency was far beyond his own, even reached the realm of perfection. Such a flawless hymn was the first they had heard in their lives. Xiao Huang Chao turned his head to look at the 100,000 candidates in the center of the sacrifice formation. He could clearly see the sin value of each head. Of these, more than 3,000 had a sin value of more than 200. They are as much sacrifices as these martial artists of the evil church. O great witch, send down your supreme divine power and cleanse the earth of its sins. Chapter 49, Half-Step Qi in Blood Realm. Wash away the sins of the earth. Xiao Huang Chao's chant ended. In the outer sky, dark clouds and fierce winds rose. The thick black clouds were so low to the ground that they seemed to press down on the heads of the crowd, reaching out to touch them. A dull and depressing feeling filled the heavens and earth. Everyone unconsciously raised their heads and frowned tightly. Principal He, who had seen a lot of things, spoke up. Why is this heaven and earth filled with an evil spirit? A beam of light descended from the sky with a powerful pressure, and the ground shattered and sunk downwards. Everyone looked up in deep despair. This power was definitely not something they could resist, but when the beam was about to descend, it stayed above their heads and shattered the space barrier. That location was exactly where the martial examination students had previously entered the secret space. The beam of light shattered space and entered within the secret space, directly reaching the witch sacrifice formation. At this point, within the witch sacrifice formation, the supreme divine power descending from the witch was extremely strong, but the strike target was very precise. More than 3,000 students with a sin value of over 200 were annihilated on the spot. At the same time, 12 third-ranked martial artists of the witch church, as well as 3 old men who had mastered the witch's hymn, were sacrificed away together. This power exploded right in front of Xiao Huang Chao's eyes. Although it did not hurt him in the slightest, it set off huge waves in his heart. Xiao Huang Chao's pupils trembled more than once. This kind of power, which far exceeded his knowledge of martial artists, could be called a miracle. Subsequently, at the end of the sacrifice, a second force descended from the air. The beam of light descending at the moment was much softer than the first force. Halfway down, the beam split into one large beam and a dozen smaller ones, landed in different parts of Tianhai City respectively. This was the effect brought about by Witch's hymn. Witch's blessing. After the sacrifice is complete, half of the power is offered to the witch. The other 40% or so of the power landed on the bard, Xiao Huang Chao, and the dozen or so small beams of light landed on Sun Badian, Fei Tin Xiang, and Donghai and the others. They work with the witch order to obtain special secret spells. Steal a small portion of power from it after the sacrifice is over. Xiao Huang Chao felt the baptism of the demoness blessing power. The pillar of light enveloped the whole body and washed over it repeatedly. The blood and cells in his entire body were boiling madly. An unprecedented power continued to merge with itself. The flesh gradually solidified. The strength of the body rapidly skyrocketed. And the sword Dao comprehension also rapidly increased. Xiao Huang Chao looked at his system panel. The values in there are leaping fast. B grade talent Flesh and Blood Ruoi, 99%. Enhancement, talent upgrade. A grade talent Indestructible Body, 1%. B grade talent breaks through to A grade. It's only 1% away from a breakthrough though. But 1% is much harder to cultivate than the normal 1%. A-level talent. Looking at the entire Red Inferno Imperial Kingdom, they were all called the Sons of Heaven's Pride. Not only that, flesh strength is still breaking through. A-rank talent Indestructible Body, 1%, 5%, 15%, 20%. The strength of the flesh rapidly skyrocketed, until it stops at 80%. The higher the talent level, the more difficult it is to improve it. Reaching a rank talent and cultivating any D or C ranked body hardening martial arts would result in almost no growth. Even if one cultivated in a grade body tempering martial art, the effect would be average. This growth of 80% is extremely important. If I were to cultivate an S-ranked body refining martial art, I would probably be able to break through to an S-ranked fleshly body talent. The power rush of the Pillar of Light continued. Sword Dao talent was also skyrocketing. C rank talent Blood Sword Intent, 99%. Enhancement, talent upgrade. Upgrade of C grade talent Blood Sword Intent to B grade talent Slaughter Sword Intent, 1%. B grade talent Slaughtering Sword Intent, 1%. 7%. 24%. B grade talent Slaughtering Sword Intent, 99%. In terms of Kendo talent, directly from a C rank top talent, upgraded to a B rank top talent. It was only a hair's breadth away from an A-ranked Sword Dao talent. Both talents have been boosted significantly. The Witch's Blessing is not over. The energy that was blessed down converted into spiritual energy and exploded within the body in a flash. 3 orders of 6. 3 orders of 7. The 3rd order of 8. 3rd order 9. Xiao Huang Chao's pupils trembled as he realized that it was not good. No, the flesh body hasn't been polished to the extreme. It's too much of a disadvantage to break through the 4th order flesh and blood realm now. Xiao Huang Chao's current physical strength was enough to break through the 4th rank, and it wouldn't affect his ability to break through the 5th and 6th orders in the future. But his goal is much more than that. Elder Zhong once said that all 3rd order 9th level martial artists, the purpose was no longer to cultivate and absorb spiritual energy, but to constantly polish and temper the flesh, until the strength of the flesh reaches its own limits. His own physical body talent had already reached the late A rank and was not far from S rank. At the very least, he would have to wait for the S rank flesh talent to break through again. Xiao Huang Chao's forehead exploded with veins as he desperately suppressed his cultivation. The surging spiritual energy was compressed without limit. But even so, the cultivation level kept breaking through. 3rd order 9 middle. 3rd order 9 late. For the first time, Xiao Huang Chao experienced that having too much spiritual energy in one's body could also give one a headache. Keep it down. Xiao Huang Chao showed his teeth and desperately tried to suppress it. Suddenly a weak force of qi and blood leaked out, like a flood breaking through a dike. Can't hold it down. Bang, bang, bang. The qi and blood materialized, turning into a blood mist that continuously erupted. The peak of the 3rd order 9 realm broke through once again, qi and blood exuding. This was the precursor to breaking through the 4th order flesh and blood realm. Moment of truth. Xiao Huang Chao was in a hurry. Fusing the majestic and unconsumable spiritual energy in his body with the ever-expanding qi and blood, 2 very different forces collided with each other and neutralized each other. From initial rejection to gradual integration, there was a faint reddish light in the spiritual energy, and it was much more powerful than ordinary spiritual energy. Spiritual power and qi and blood power can actually fuse. After the fusion, the release of spiritual energy carries a qi and blood enchantment, and the destructive power is even stronger. Xiao Huang Chao was like opening the door to a new world. The fusion of 2 different energies not only makes them stronger, it also maximizes the compression of the energy volume. This also meant that he was able to store more energy within his body. Stronger burst, longer range, under constant fusion and compression. Xiao Huang Chao finally put the brakes on at the end. His cultivation stopped at the half-step qi blood realm, without truly breaking through the 4th stage. The so-called half-step qi and blood realm was actually a realm that martial artists had fictionalized themselves. A peak 3rd order 9th heavy martial artist who had been cultivating for years could not break through the qi and blood realm. However, after many years of hard cultivation, and with a strength far exceeding that of an ordinary peak 3rd order 9th heavy martial artist, there is a hint of qi and blood being released, and it is called the half-step qi and blood realm. Xiao Huang Chao collected his breath and let out a long breath. The enemies killed by Witch's don't seem to count as their own kills, so the system doesn't reward justice values. After all, the Witch's is just a chant to get the sleeping witch to strike. Although there is no justice value, the 2 major talents, as well as the realm, have gained a huge boost. As for the value of justice, Xiao Huang Chao's eyes flashed with a cold light. The Sun family will provide for themselves. Chapter 50, Slaughtering 4 Cities. Tianhai City. Law enforcement agency, Lie, prison. Inside a special cell. A pillar of dark purple light fell from the sky. The shroud is over the prisoner. This man. It was none other than Sun Badian, the head of the Sun family. Ha ha ha. Ha 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 ha. Feel the extreme power that washes over your body. Sun Badian let out a maniacal laugh. It finally worked. It finally worked. Because of the dark wounds in his body, he was unable to break through the flesh and blood realm for life. And today, finally, the shackles will be broken. Pure chi and blood power surged outward crazily. The dark wounds in his body healed and his chi and blood reached their peak. The walls that have stood in their way for years have finally fallen today. Sun Badian, the head of the Sun family, broke through the fourth stage of the flesh and blood realm. Sun Baishan's eyes were glowing red, and his entire person was as maniacal as a wild beast. 5 cities. No one can stop me anymore. He looked at the walls of the prison. It's a cage tailor-made for martial arts prisoners, but it was only a low-level prison for the first 3 orders of martial artists. Sun Badian punched the wall and the sunlight from outside shone in. He had never felt such a warm and welcoming sunshine. Today, the grudges are all gone. Inside the martial arts examination venue, the crowd saw a strange beam of light falling from the sky, but it stayed in mid-air to break the space barrier. Many are still rejoicing in the aftermath of the robbery. It's a good thing that thing didn't just land, or no one would have been able to stop it. The crowd looked at the sky, the gap in space that had opened up. The mind is both fearful and terrified. It's horrible. If that beam comes down, all may die. That space gap seems to be the space that martial arts exam students enter. What kind of strange movements are happening inside? Surprisingly, it has attracted such a terrifying power. Principal, he suddenly reacted, and his body shuddered so violently that he almost didn't stand still. The Blue family head on the side immediately assisted. Principal, what's wrong? Principal, he gasped violently and trembled. No, it's not good. 100,000 martial arts exam students are all dead. The entire room was in an uproar at these words. There were incredulous glances. Principal, he was not the strongest in the scene though, but definitely the most insightful. His words had to be taken seriously. The Blue family head was dumbstruck. You, how did you see it? Principal, he was devastated. We've all been tricked. Someone set up an illusion at the site in advance, so that instead of entering the secret realm of the martial examination, the students entered the space they prepared in advance, in utilizing a secret method to kill all 100,000 martial arts examination students. It was as if the Blue family head had been drained of his strength. Among those 100,000 students, there were many sons and daughters of the Blue family. All of them are dead. A heavy blow to the Blue family's heritage. Even if there were no people from the Blue family, the death of all 100,000 martial arts examination students from the 5 cities was enough to chill people to the bone. Who did this? Why? The Blue family head couldn't control his anger. Principal, he was in tears. The Order of the Witch. They would often perform sacrificial rituals and take living human beings as sacrifices. 100,000 students from our 5 cities were used as sacrifices. 100,000 students. But, Principal, he looked at the seats of the bigwigs in Tianhai City with his eyes wide open and said, relying on the witch church alone, it is absolutely impossible to complete this sacrifice. There's a mole. The crowd responded. The bigwigs from the other 4 cities all looked at the Tianhai City crowd. The Blue family head stepped forward and questioned. Fei Tianxiang, as the director of the Tianhai City Law Enforcement Bureau, is there nothing you want to explain? The Blue family head released the spiritual energy and chi and blood within his body. It's clear that they want to do it. He and Fei Tianxiang were both 3rd order 9th level martial artists. However, as the overlord of a city, he was 1 step stronger than Fei Tianxiang. Fei Tianxiang stood up and stretched. The look was lazy with a hint of scorn. It's hard for me to explain it to you because, that's what we did. This statement was made. The whole room froze. More than anger, they couldn't believe that the gang would admit it so graciously. The Blue family's head said in a deep voice, do you realize what you're saying? At this moment, the people of Tianhai City, one by one, stood up. Showdown rebellion. Well. The Blue family head said 3 good words in a row. The family heads and law enforcement bureau chiefs of the remaining 4 cities all gathered around. There were a total of 8 3rd order 9th level powerhouses, plus the other masters of these cities. There were also a dozen or so mid to late 3rd order powerhouses, as well as dozens of 3rd order martial artists. 4 cities lay siege to the city of Tenkai. Principal, he walked in front and angrily scolded, colluding with the witch church and plotting to murder 100,000 students. His crime is punishable. Facing the siege of many experts, Fei Tianxiang was not afraid at all. Oh, it's not certain who will kill who. At this moment, several beams of light landed in the sky, descending on Fei Tianxiang, and Donghai, and other Tianhai City people. They were stamped with the spells of the witch order. stealing a small portion of power from the witch blessing. All of the people's cultivation levels were raised. Fei Tianxiang advanced from the 9th level of the 3rd order to the half-step Qi blood realm, and Dong Hai, who had leapt from the early 3rd stage to become a late 3rd stage powerhouse. Not only that, many of the Sun Clan's 3rd-ranked martial artists had been upgraded. The Blue family head's pupils trembled violently. 3rd stage. No, this is half-step Qi blood realm. Fei Tianxiang had a gust of cold laughter on his face. Since we plotted to trap and kill 100,000 martial arts examination students, haven't we thought of a way back? Principal He's beard and hair floated up, and his decaying Qi and blood suddenly erupted with unprecedented intensity. He was ready to burn out his life. We have 8 3rd order 9th level martial artists here and a dozen late 3rd order martial artists. Even if you reach the half-step Qi blood realm, so what? 100,000 unjust souls. You must be buried with them. Principal He took one step forward and brought them to justice even if he died. At this point, a red stream of light flashed in the sky. It landed between the people with a bang. A wave of heat came over me. Before Principal He, who was at the forefront, could see who was coming, he was suddenly strangled. When the smoke cleared, the crowd was all taken aback. Sun Badian. Principal He kept struggling, and even though he burned out his life, he couldn't shake a single bit. Sun Badian had a sardonic smile on his face. Old man, that day when my daughter was killed, you stopped in front. You enjoy sticking up for pariahs, don't you? Yeah, I remember. Back in school, you liked to take sides with these pariahs, and forced me to apologize to them on my knees. Principal He's face flushed red as he put his strength together and said, I was wrong. Sun Badian revealed a smug smile. Now you know it's wrong? Principal He showed his teeth. I should have just killed you right then and there. Sun Baishan's face turned cold as he clenched his palms. Click. Straight away, he snapped Principal He's neck. Kill them all. All of the witch cleric martial artists who had been ambushed in the shadows appeared. 33rd ranked martial artists, plus his own 4th order cultivation. He wants Slaughter of the 4 Cities. Chapter 51 Graduation Work. The scene of the martial arts examination assembly. Blood filled the air and corpses were everywhere. The martial arts families of the 4 cities other than Tianhai City were slaughtered in a frenzy. Sun Badian is here, killing the head of the martial arts family. The Order of the Witch moved in the shadows and went straight to their mansions and began to burn and loot them. It's bound to snatch the underpinnings of these 4 cities. Sun Baishan's foot stepped on the invigilator's chest, towering over him with a teasing look in his eyes. The invigilator was seriously injured and spoke in a deep voice of anger. It won't be long before the enforcers from the Jiangnan Provincial Directorate arrive, and none of you will be able to escape. He possessed a cultivation of the 9th level of the 3rd order. In this tiny 5 cities, it would have been the first echelon of powerhouses. Nay, now someone had broken through the 4th order flesh and blood realm. The difference of one realm had reduced himself to a mole. In the face of the other party's threat, Sun Badian did not panic in the slightest. Oh, you don't need to bother with such a small matter. Before the General Directorate's people arrived, we had already defected to the Witch Church with the 5 cities underpinnings, set up the Witch Sacrifice Formation and sacrifice 100,000 candidates. Relying on the cultivation of the sacrificial breakthrough, he plundered the 5 cities underpinnings and then defected to the Witch Church. This was the entire plot that the Sun family had plotted with the Witch Church. The invigilator's eyes were full of remorse and resignation. It's also full of self-loathing. 100,000 wronged souls. Sun Badian, you will be punished by heaven. Sun Badian stomped down. The chi and blood power of a 4th order flesh and blood realm was simply not something a 3rd order martial artist could resist. The invigilator's chest was instantly sunken, and the sound of clacking and cracking bones came from it. Mouth open, blood gurgling out. Sun Badian coldly snorted in disdain. Poof, wrath of God? Who else in the entire 5 cities can stop me? Suddenly, a sword chi coldly attacked from behind Sun Badian. The sword chi was harsh and old-fashioned, silent yet strong and deadly. Sun Badian stared back and stood with his arms crossed, his expression calm. The Blue family's master sword united like a silver dragon breaking through the air. Fei Tianxiang and Indonghai, who were standing beside Sun Badian, acted at the same time. Almost instantly, it knocked the assassinating Blue family head to the ground. The head of the Blue family was hibernating in the dark, looking for the right moment to prepare for a fatal blow. Nay, the strength gap is too great. Facing the Blue family head that he once needed to look up to, Indonghai mocked. Isn't this the head of the Blue family, which is claimed to be second only to the Sun family? Why is he lying on the ground? The Blue family's head of the family was disgruntled. Indonghai, as the principal of Tianhai No. 1 High School, how many students from your school died in the secret realm? Don't you have any guilt at all? Not only did Indonghai not feel guilty, he laughed out loud. You're so naive for being the head of a family. What's with the guilt? There is always only one thing that a martial artist seeks, and that is greater power. For power, anything can be given up. The other 3 martial arts families' family heads are dead, so you go and accompany them too. And Donghai killed the severely injured Blue family head with a single blow. That martial arts family that he once needed to constantly flatter, now it is also trampled underfoot. Ha 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 ha. And Donghai, who had spent half of his life as an obedient man, felt the pleasure of power, laughing more and more maniacally. Suddenly, and Donghai's laughter came to an abrupt end. A chilly cool breeze was felt at his back. The coolness penetrated the bone marrow, with a hint of murderous intent in the middle, like a terrifying beast staring back, ready to hunt. And Donghai's body stiffened as a drop of cold sweat slid down his neck. Principal, thank you for teaching me that last lesson. As a martial artist, you can give up anything for power. A voice that was very familiar, yet one that Donghai had never thought of in any way appeared in the background. He turned his stiff neck and saw the familiar and clean-cut face. Xiao Huang Chao. Put. A long sword with a yellowish glow pierced through Donghai's abdomen. Bright red blood dripped continuously down the tip of the sword, and Donghai's pupils trembled more than once as he looked down at the long sword in his abdomen. No, don't. Xiao Huang Chao's speed was so fast that everyone didn't react. It wasn't until the long sword pierced the obese belly that the surrounding Sun Badian, Fei Tianxiang, and the others reacted. Xiao Huang Chao grinned at the corners of his mouth. Are you satisfied with my graduation work? Strike that. With a lift of his long sword, Xiao Huang Chao directly cut Donghai in half. Blood spurted and showered the teenager's white face. Ding! Host kills the villain Donghai. Justice value plus 5,000. The young man held his sword in one hand and stood with his arms folded. The eyes scanned the crowd flatly. Fei Tianxiang looked like he had seen a ghost. Xiao Huang Chao, how did you appear here? Weren't you sacrificed? Xiao Huang Chao faintly said. A fluke. But you guys aren't so lucky. What's going on? Could it be that there was a problem with the witch church's sacrifice formation? Nope. The sacrifice should have been successful. Otherwise it would be impossible to increase one's strength. The 100,000 candidates should not have been all sacrificed. There were leaks. Xiao Huang Chao was one of them. Fei Tianxiang and the others were stunned. But Sun Badian wasn't so calm. The hatred of killing a daughter is not shared. Ha ha ha. So what if you survive? I was regretting that I couldn't kill you myself. But I didn't realize you weren't dead yet. Sun Badian took one step forward, leaving a footprint on the ground. The thick power of qi and blood was constantly exuding. Xiao Huang Chao's eyes stared. Qi and blood realm? Didn't you say Sun Badian couldn't break through? Xiao Huang Chao immediately tried to understand what was going on. The Sun family was willing to sell their lives to the Witch Order, and perhaps the method to break through the 4th rank was the reward. But what about the 4th Order? Xiao Huang Chao was now half a step into the Qi blood realm. 2 top-tier talents, S-ranked martial arts and the consummate realm. It's not easy to overcome the 4th rank by crossing the level. Die. While Xiao Huang Chao was pondering, Sun Badian came stepping into the air like a ferocious beast. The Sun family's ancestral sword recipe, and Sun Badian himself was known for his powerful sword qi. And now, he didn't use his sword, but instead, he used the thick qi and blood power that was only unique to the qi and blood realm. Like crushing a mole cricket, it crushed Xiao Huang Chao to death. A light red blood aura surrounded Sun Badian's arm, and he carried a terrifying pressure between his hands and feet. Many of the people who survived looked up into the sky, their faces pale. In the small Tianhai city, a 4th-ranked martial artist going crazy was enough to destroy the entire city. Not to mention that behind this 4th-ranked martial artist, there was also the Tianhai City Law Enforcement Bureau, the Sun family, the Witch's Order, and a host of other martial artists. It's over. The Sun family might have to blood sacrifice all the living beings in the 4 cities. What about the Jiangnan Provincial Law Enforcement Bureau? Can't anyone stop them? It's no use. It's too late for them to get here. Oh, I don't want to die. Where's that teenager? He just killed Donghai in seconds. Hey, it's hard. There's a world of difference between the 3rd and 4th orders. Xiao Huang Chao, who stood behind Donghai's corpse, calmly looked at Sun Badian. Qi and blood externalization? What a coincidence. I can do it too. Chapter 52, Silver Python Sword. Ha ha, go to hell. Sun Badian's complexion was incomparably manic. Raising his palm, he slapped it down, and the power of qi and blood rolled in. Just when Sun Badian thought that Xiao Huang Chao would, in an instant, turn into rotten meat, Xiao Huang Chao raised his palm to block the punch. Fists and palms collide. Sun Badian was instantly dumbfounded. Block? How is that possible? Xiao Huang Chao's small arms were green with veins. Next moment, Xiao Huang Chao's body instantly erupted with a dense qi and blood power. Its stance did not lose out to Sun Badian in the slightest. The entire body was wrapped in red light, and his aura rose sharply and furiously. The space fluctuated as the two forces continued to collide. Although he was half a step into the Qi blood realm and possessed the power to fight at a cross level, it was not easy to receive this punch. Xiao Huang Chao secretly lamented in his heart. It was worthy of being a martial artist who had polished himself for many years at the half-step Qi and blood realm. Even if it wasn't a physical cultivation martial artist, this power was definitely comparable to other unusual early fourth-stage martial artists. Compared to Xiao Huangchao's emotion, Sun Baishan's pupils plummeted, filled with shock. You are also in the Qi blood realm? Sun Badian opened his mouth. That brash aura was instantly suppressed. How old is he? A fourth-ranked martial artist? I'm afraid there aren't too many people with this kind of talent in the entire Jiangnan province. Looking at Xiao Huangchao's smirking expression, Sun Badian suddenly reacted. No, you're not in the Qi and blood realm. You're only at the half-step Qi and blood realm. That's why you're able to do the Qi and blood externalization. Determining that his opponent was only a half-step in the Qi blood realm, Sun Badian didn't breathe a sigh of relief. Instead, he got more nervous. The other party's half-step Qi and blood power of the Qi and blood realm was unexpectedly not inferior to his own in the slightest. In time, if the other party really took that step, how terrifying their strength should be. Half-step Qi blood realm is enough to kill you. Xiao Huangchao's voice was icy cold, and he once again exerted force. Sun Badian caught the force and bounced away, both sides pulling away. When many martial artists below saw the scene, they all shared the same expression as Sun Baishan's. Qi and blood outward? That teenager is actually at the Qi and blood realm as well. He's a student from Tianhai No. 1 high school, just 18 years old. Qi blood realm. It's also possible that it's a half-step Qi blood realm. A half-step Qi and blood realm can possess such powerful Qi and blood power? After the crowd was shocked, hope surfaced on their faces. However, many martial artists who had seen more were still pessimistic. So what if that teenager was really in the Qi and blood realm? Sun Badian was a veteran martial artist, and if he didn't have a dark wound on his body, he would have broken through the Qi blood realm a long time ago, settled down for years and hit the ground running. I'm afraid that his strength is not just as simple as the ordinary Qi and blood realm. After both sides pulled away, Sun Badian stood with one hand negative, his expression grave, the hand behind him, constantly trembling. The two appeared to be evenly matched, but in fact, he knew very well that if he continued to wrestle, he would definitely lose. A half-step to the fourth rank is only a half-step after all. Without truly crossing over into the Qi and blood realm, you will always be nothing more than an ant in my eyes. The opponent's Qi was strong, but Sun Badian didn't think he would lose at all. The corners of Xiao Huangchao's mouth rose slightly. Yeah? Then why are you pulling away? If you don't have enough Qi and blood, you should eat more goji berries to make up for it. Sun Baishan's face darkened. Ridiculous. The power of Qi and blood is only a minor path after all. Let me show you the true strength of a fourth-ranked martial artist. After saying that, Sun Badian raised his hand. Inside the Sun family's ancestral hall, a wooden box instantly exploded. A silver light broke through the air, disappeared into the air, and like a meteor, fell from the sky. It fell into Sun Baishan's hands. It was a slender silver sword with a thick blade, as if it had no open edge, carved with two python dragons, and the sword hummed. The moment Sun Badian gripped his sword, his aura continued to rise. Silver python sword. It's the Sun family's ancestral B-grade spirit weapon. Many aged martial artists' eyes could not hide their fear when they saw that long sword. Years ago, the Sun family's ancestors relied on this B-grade spirit weapon to kill their way through Tianhai City. At that time, the heads of several big families in the entire Tianhai City were all peak third-order martial artists. The Sun family's ancestors had relied on a B-grade spiritual weapon to suppress a group of third-ranked martial artists, bloodshed many powerful families, and allowed the Sun family to dominate Tianhai City. Sun Baishan's long sword raised his hand, and an incomparably domineering sword chi swept away. A faint dragon's roar could even be heard as he swung his sword. Xiao Huang Chao similarly took out a long sword from his enforcer token. The long sword was surrounded by a pale yellow light, and the gust of light contained a sense of majesty. Class D Enforcer's Blade. Obviously, this is preparation for sword to sword. What a coincidence. I also have a spirit weapon. Sun Badian was stunned, then laughed out loud with arrogant disdain. Ha 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 ha. D-grade? You have the nerve to pull out a trash spirit weapon issued by the Law Enforcement Bureau that shatters at the slightest touch? Xiao Huang Chao carefully surveyed his weapon and said, it's not great, but it's enough to deal with you. Sun Badian no longer wasted any more words as his spiritual energy gathered on top of the silver python sword and shouted violently. 9 pythons covering the sky. He immediately executed his best A-grade martial skill. His body disappeared into the air with the sword, and a dragon's roar made the earth tremble. Countless sword chi erupted from the sword's body to condense the shape of a python in the air. With an appalling aura, many first and second-ranked martial artists on the ground had their legs constantly trembling under the intense pressure. The gusty wind blew the corners of Xiao Huang Chao's coat, and the teenager's eyes became incomparably clear. Just as the opponent's attack was about to fall, he raised his longsword. In the process of raising the longsword, 1, 2, dozens and dozens of longsword shadows stayed on top of the trajectory of the longsword's movement. Great, a martial art phantom sword dance, complete. The movement was slow, yet it seemed like it was fast out of countless residual shadows. Bang, bang, bang. Countless sword shadows and the python's shadow collided with each other. Sun Badian originally thought that he would end this battle with a crushing defeat. However, the other party's sword Dao attainments were not weaker than his own in the slightest. How many other cards does he have that he doesn't know about? Drink! Sun Badian shouted violently and once again erupted in intense sword chi. He didn't believe that he couldn't deal with a hairy kid with the A-ranked martial arts that he had cultivated to proficiency. The sword chi of both sides continued to wear down until the blades collided with each other, the blades rubbing together with acidic teeth sounds. Miso! One moment. Xiao Huang Chao erupted into hundreds of sword body shadows, wrapping Sun Badian up. At this moment, Sun Badian also finally saw what martial skill his opponent was using. Phantom sword dance? This was the same as the 9 pythons covering the sky that he had used, and it was the same A-grade martial skill. There was also this book in the Sun family's martial arts library, but he had only managed to cultivate it to the point of initiation. The phantom sword dance was extremely difficult to cultivate, and at the introductory, proficient, and adept realms, there wasn't much difference in power between it and the 9 pythons covering the sky. Those extremely difficult to cultivate martial arts would only show their true power when they reached the consummate level. Could it be that this kid has cultivated the phantom sword dance to perfection? Chapter 53, Provisional Breakthrough. Skillful Realms S-Class Martial Technique. Could it be that this kid had cultivated the phantom sword dance to perfection? Just as Sun Badian was lost in thought, Xiao Huang Chao's aura changed abruptly, and a domineering and incomparable sword intent spread out. The smell of blood in the air seemed to thicken. Its domineering power made even Sun Badian have to avoid it. Sun Badian retreated back and forth, his pupils trembling more than once. Sword intent? You even comprehended sword intent? The daughter of the Blue family was looked upon by the Windsword sect precisely because she had comprehended a trace of sword intent. At around 18 years of age, to be able to comprehend sword intent, one could be considered a dragon and phoenix among men. Sun Badian himself was almost at this age when he began to touch the threshold of sword intent, and Xiao Huang Chao's application of sword intent was very skillful. This was not at all just touching the threshold, but rather a great accomplishment. The way Sun Badian looked at Xiao Huang Chao was no longer looking at a back. Instead, it's a completely unknown monster. Xiao Huang Chao manipulated the slaughtering sword intent around himself as he pleased. After having the system, the talents are getting stronger and stronger. The more he could feel it, the more important talent was. Martial cultivation with or without talent was a completely different world. Without a talent for sword Dao, let alone sword intent, releasing sword chi was as difficult as heaven. Possessing a grade B sword Dao talent, the comprehension of sword intent was like drinking tea in water. And the reverse palm view pattern. Xiao Huang Chao didn't answer Sun Baishan's question and faintly said, "You should have one last killer move. The Sun family's ancestral S-class martial skill. Use it, or let you die in peace." Sun Baishan's face sank as his palms tightly gripped the sword in his hand. The Sun family's ancestral S-ranked martial skill was something he wanted to use, but the cost was a bit too great. There was a world of difference between S-ranked martial arts and A-ranked martial arts. Even if one was lucky enough to cultivate an A-ranked martial skill to perfection, one would not necessarily be able to cultivate an S-ranked martial skill to the point of initiation. And every S-ranked martial skill was an extremely special existence. Sun Badian had learned the sword since he was young, and at the age of 16, he was taught by his father to learn the S-ranked martial art. 10,000 swords. Decades had passed, and he himself had only been initiated, one step away from proficiency, but had not crossed over in more than a decade. His own father barely reached proficiency until his death. In the large Sun family, currently only he, Sun Badian, was the only one who had cultivated the ancestral S-class martial skill to the introductory level. It could be seen how difficult it was to cultivate S-class martial arts. Moreover, due to the overbearing power of S-class martial arts, users who were unable to skillfully master them and went about using them in the middle of a spell hastily could bring about great hidden dangers. Sun Baotian's expression was tangled. Whether to flee, carry help, or, in a normal sparring match, whether it was a competition of physical body or sword Dao, he was crushed in all aspects, and if he continued to fight, he would definitely lose. Xiao Huang Chao said casually, "It's a pity that Sun Ruinan didn't cultivate into an S-ranked martial skill, or else he would have been able to struggle a little longer in my hands." Hearing these words, Sun Badian was instantly enraged, his entire body resembling a raging lion. Escape? The man standing in front of him is the murderer of his daughter. As a father yourself, you want to run away? Sun Badian may be a good father, but Xiao Huang Chao doesn't care about that. He's a good father, not his own. Countless families have been torn apart and countless souls have died horribly. Xiao Huang Chao. Today it's either you die or I die. The successive confrontations had caused Sun Badian to be severely depleted, and he used all the remaining spiritual energy in his body in a desperate attempt. In a split second, heaven and earth changed color. Thick dark gray clouds curled and hovered in the air as if they might fall to the ground at any moment. The distance between heaven and earth was shortened, and the thick, dull, oppressive feeling made everyone feel as if a huge stone had been pressed against their hearts, making it difficult to breathe. Countless corpses were lying on the ground, and the scene was like an apocalyptic scene. Sun Baishan's face flushed red. Already at the end of his strength, he shouted with all his strength. One, sword, return, zone. For big words, like a great bell, resounded through heaven and earth. Many martial artists' bodies involuntarily shivered when they heard the name of this familiar yet unfamiliar martial art. It was known that the Sun family had an ancestral S-ranked martial art, but no one had ever seen it used at all. 10,000 swords? It's that S-ranked martial art. It was also the only S-ranked martial art in the entire Tianhai city. Is this really the effect achieved by martial arts skills? S-class martial skill. Now that teenager named Xiao Huang Chao will definitely die. Pity, top talent. But unfortunately it was defeated in martial arts. No, not really. Someone stared carefully at Sun Badian, who was performing martial arts, and discovered the clues. He's not skilled at performing S-ranked martial arts, and the raging sword chi around him would even hit himself. It's highly likely that he's only at the introductory realm. Coupled with the fact that he was too exhausted from the previous battle, he was unable to utilize the true power of his S-ranked martial arts. Although they hadn't come into contact with S-class martial arts, they had practiced martial arts of other grades. Normally, martial arts that had only been cultivated to the point of initiation could not be used in a real battle. The entry-level realm is highly likely to miss the mark and be counterproductive. Only when a martial art is cultivated to the realm of proficiency can it be considered truly mastered. Hearing this analysis, the crowd instantly regained hope, all expecting Sun Badian to make a mistake. Sun Badian looked hideous. In full bloom cannot guarantee 100% success of the 10,000 swords, let alone the end of today's strength. A silhouette of himself, detached from his flesh with difficulty. When he had split himself into 6 shadows, the first shadow had already been unable to sustain itself and started to dissipate. The rest of the vapors, one could not control them perfectly, and the sword chi released by the vapors could hit one's body if one was not careful. The 10,000 swords returned could release up to 10,000 of their own shadows, and now they had only released a few themselves. Sun Baishan's face reddened and his eyes glazed over. Looking at Xiao Huang Chao, he couldn't wait to eat his flesh and drink his blood. I'm going to kill you. Sun Badian felt a dizziness in his brain, and in an instant, his physical body detached itself from hundreds of shadows. Each silhouette was like a loyal soldier, standing silently in the air. Sun Baishan's pupils lit up. Breakthrough! Breakthrough! I broke through to the proficiency realm. Once at his peak state, he would release up to 30 void shadows at once, and now, hundreds of them are released directly. He had never felt that releasing and controlling these shadows was as easy as it was today. Ha 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 ha, God help me. Darkness. A figure secretly observed the battlefield, their expressions calm as if they were watching a show. At the moment of desperation, the S-ranked martial skill breaks through to the proficiency realm. This time we won't have to make a move. This Sun Baishan's talent isn't bad. Bringing it back to the Witch Clan will still be of great use. It's almost time. The people from the Law Enforcement General Bureau might be arriving if we delay any longer. Kill this teenager and prepare to clear the scene. Many martial artists saw Sun Baishan's clinical breakthrough, which was like a bolt from the blue. No, he actually broke through to proficiency. Hey, make a difference. Oh, I don't want to die yet. Chapter 54, Crushing Victory. 5 city martial arts exam sites. Sun Baishan's S-ranked martial skill was cultivated to proficiency, and the martial skill was accomplished. Hundreds of Sun Baishan's silhouettes stood in the air, each one holding a silver python sword with an extraordinary sword aura. It was like a sword fairy descending from heaven. Sun Badian resumed that domineering aura of looking out of the corner of his eye and looking down on the crowd, looking down on Xiao Huang Chao from above. Didn't you want to see an S-ranked martial art? I really used it. Why are you silent again? Xiao Huang Chao laughed and said, isn't it called 10,000 swords returning to the palace? How did you use the 100 swords returning to the palace here? Sun Badian snorted coldly. How can a mole know the power of an S-ranked martial art? Sun Badian manipulated hundreds of shadows and stabbed Xiao Huang Chao together. It was as imposing as 1,000 horses and armies rushing in. Xiao Huang Chao just stood in place, not dodging, not even raising his sword in defense. To outsiders, he seems to have conceded defeat and accepted his death. 100 swords fell. Whoosh! Xiao Huang Chao's body instantly shattered, not blocking it for a fraction of a second. However, Sun Badian wasn't complacent. he froze in place. How does that touch? Feel wrong? Did you really kill Xiao Huang Chao yourself? Would he, a man who had risen from the bottom, really be so willing to suffer death? Sun family master, this force is a bit poor. Xiao Huang Chao's voice suddenly sounded leisurely from the rear. Sun Badian was creeped out and immediately turned back and slashed at Xiao Huang Chao's body. Whoosh! Xiao Huang Chao's body shattered once again, but he reappeared on Sun Baishan's right side. Sun Baishan's brain buzzed and suddenly reacted. This is a vapor? The first and second time he hit himself, it was Xiao Huang Chao's virtual shadow? What kind of martial art is this? Can you dodge indefinitely? And so on. Why was the aura released by this shadow so familiar? An extremely frightening conjecture brewed open in Sun Baishan's heart. Could he also? No, absolutely not. This is the Sun family's ancestral martial art. Even if he did come into contact with the 10,000 swords returning to the sect through some means, but it's an S-ranked martial art. It was impossible for him, an 18-year-old with even the most demonic talent, to use it with such ease. Xiao Huang Chao didn't let him keep guessing and told the answer directly. This is your Sun family's ancestral S-grade martial art? 10,000 swords. Strike that. A shadow detached itself from Xiao Huang Chao's body and instantly skyrocketed to hundreds. Sun Baishan's mind went blank. In his heart, he was incomparably certain that the martial skill that Xiao Huang Chao had performed was none other than 10,000 swords returning. This is the return of the 10,000 swords? No way. How could you possibly know this martial art? Xiao Huang Chao grinned. It was given to me by your baby girl. Of course. Ding. The host punishes the criminal. Sun Baishan's Taoist heart is broken. Rewarded with 2,000 points of justice value. This also rewards justice value? It seems that all punishments made against people with high sin values are judged successful and rewarded with justice values by the system. Sun Baishan's eyes were glazed over. The entire person was extremely insane. Xiao Huang Chao, I will definitely break you into pieces. He forcibly overdrew his origin and manifested 500 shadows, which were majestic, but they always gave off a feeling of lack of substance and outer strength. Xiao Huang Chao had also had enough fun and didn't intend to continue wasting time, fully urging the 10,000 swords to return. In a flash, tens of thousands of Xiao Huang Chao's shadows spread across the sky, as if they were roaming the heavens, judging the world. S-ranked martial skill grand circle. Sun Baishan's heart was beating violently. No matter what, he couldn't believe that an 18-year-old would be able to cultivate the Sword Dao S-rank martial skill to perfection. But the facts were right in front of him, and now he couldn't care less. Launching a final strike at Xiao Huang Chao, the roiling sword chi collided with each other, sending up a fierce ripple. Xiao Huang Chao almost crushed Sun Badian in an instant. Sun Badian roared in a deep voice. All the martial artists of the Sun family make their move. Law Enforcement Bureau, aren't you guys going to make a move yet? If I die, you guys will be next. Moment. The Sun family, the Tianhai City Law Enforcement Bureau, the Witch Church, all the martial artists poured out. Hundreds of second-order martial artists, dozens of third-order martial artists, and there were even a few peak third-order martial artists among them. Aside from Tianhai City, the third-ranked martial artists in the four cities were almost slaughtered to death. Now Xiao Huang Chao was facing almost all of the top experts within the 5 cities. Sun Badian didn't intend to rely on this group of martial artists to be able to kill Xiao Huang Chao, but rather to consume him. In the end, the other party was not a genuine 4th-ranked martial artist, and he had consumed a large part of it. So how much spiritual energy could be stored in the other party's body? Xiao Huang Chao's eyes slanted as he looked at the hundreds of martial artists who were killing them. His eyes slightly reddened. Intense bloodthirsty killing intent stirred around his body, and the entire person became extremely bloodthirsty. Think you can win by sheer numbers? 10,000 swords return. Phantom sword dance. Xiao Huang Chao displayed an astonishing talent as he executed both an S-ranked perfection martial skill and an A-ranked perfection martial skill at the same time. The tens of thousands of shadows separated from the 10,000 swords returning to the sect. They mimicked Xiao Huang Chao's sword stance and performed the phantom sword dance. The power was far inferior to the main body, but there were many of them. The phantom sword dance, which was originally a ranged attack martial skill that relied on extreme sword skills and speed to unleash a large amount of sword chi in a short period of time, was coupled with the 10,000 swords returning. In an instant, the thick dark clouds in the sky were all stirred by the sword chi. A sword chi continued to gather, converging into a sword chi tornado that swept through the heavens and earth. Xiao Huang Chao, who was in the center of the storm, was like a sword immortal descending to the earth, looking out of the corner of his eye. All the second-ranked martial artists who were close to the sword chi storm had their bodies explode almost instantly. It turned into a mist of blood and floated away between heaven and earth. Individual third-ranked martial artists tried to resist, but it was all in vain, becoming a corpse with 1,000 holes under a fierce sword chi attack. Ding! Host kills second-ranked martial artist Wong Yu, rewarded with 1,000 justice values. Ding, host kills second-ranked martial artist Zhang Shuani, rewarded with 1500 justice values. Ding, the host killed Li Wenba, a third-ranked martial artist with a sin value of 423, rewarding him with 500 points of justice, and the dropped items have been entered into the system store. The system's voice kept ringing in his head. Every sound that rang out was accompanied by a body dropping. The blood-colored sword chi and the blood mist fused with each other, appearing even more crimson. Clank! Xiao Huang Chao slashed down with his sword, and now Sun Badian was alone. He raised his silver python sword to fend it off, his arm trembling more than once, his body already wrapped in the other party's bloodthirsty sword intent. Sun Badian's eyes were filled with fear, which was the fear of death. He yelled desperately, "Lord Messenger, come and save me, Lord Messenger." Even though he called for help, he got no response. Xiao Huang Chao's eyes narrowed as he surreptitiously surveyed the mountain not far away and smiled knowingly, then said, "It seems your messenger-sama has slipped away first." Chapter 55, Heroes? 5 City Martial Arts Exam Sites. The Lord Messenger that Sun Badian cried out in his mouth was obviously someone from the Demoness Cleric. As for why they didn't show up, the answer is obvious. Xiao Huang Chao showed no mercy. After beating Sun Badian to a standstill, a sword sealed his throat and separated his corpse. That once unrivaled, dominating Tianhai City, even the 5 cities, had now turned into a corpse that was still warm. Ding! The host kills Sun Badian, a criminal with a sin value of over 1,000, rewarding him with 10,000 points of justice value. Xiao Huang Chao raised his eyebrows. 10,000 points of justice? When it came to the justice value rewarded for killing Sun Ruinan, it was only 5,000 points. Sun Badian's sin value was not much higher than Sun Ruinan's, but the rewarded justice value was twice as high. Justice value rewards, in addition to being based on the opponent's sin value, it should also be judged comprehensively based on the gap between the opponent's strength and their own, or even the power behind them. Xiao Huang Chao thought in his heart. The best proof of this was the fact that he himself had rewarded more than 2,000 points of justice value for killing an early second-stage martial artist in the first place, and nowadays, killing a mid-stage second-order martial artist was only rewarded with 1,000 points of justice value. Either way, this harvest can be described as horrible as hell. Hundreds of martial artists, plus Sun Badian. The reward for the justice value alone surpassed 100,000. This wasn't even counting the various spiritual weapons, martial skills, treasures, and so on, that were dropped in the system shop. 100,000 justice values. It's probably enough for me to cultivate to a 5th-ranked martial artist, although I don't know how much more will need to be consumed later on. At least I won't have to worry about justice values in the short term. The surviving martial artists of the 5 cities looked up at the sky. There was a dreamlike feeling as he looked at the lanky body floating down. Sun Badian is dead? Many tears of joy. Whoa, great, we survived. Is this Sun Badian really dead? Xiao Huang Chao slowly landed on the ground from the air. Nowadays, his cultivation was not enough to fly, so he could only briefly linger in the air. The surviving martial artists from the 5 cities cautiously sized up Xiao Huang Chao. Admiration with a hint of fear. Click! A crisp sound. The yellow-robed enforcer's sword in Xiao Huang Chao's hand broke. After all, it was only a D-grade spirit weapon, and it was already very good to be able to hold on until now in the face of such a high-intensity battle and the release of superb martial skills. The law enforcement sword was not a powerful spiritual weapon in the first place, and more often than not, it was a status symbol that served as a deterrent. The crowd saw the long sword in Xiao Huang Chao's hand brittle and cracked before they noticed that he was holding a law enforcement sword. He's an enforcer? It was only after learning that he was an enforcer and seeing the sword in his hand brittle that the hint of fear in the hearts of the crowd dissipated. It was as if that sword was the murder weapon, the most dangerous weapon, and it didn't seem to be much of a danger when the sword shattered. The crowd of martial artists slowly approached. Hero, you're the hero who saved 5 cities. Oh, thank you. You saved us. Hero, hero, heroes. A cry of hero, the voice of one layer higher than the other. Xiao Huang Chao himself, on the other hand, was looking at the crowd with a face full of indifference. He has a justice value system and can clearly see the evil in people's hearts. Another person who has climbed up from the bottom and knows the ugliness of human nature. He didn't enjoy the crowd's praise in the slightest, nor did he find it tiresome, but rather an indifferent disregard. In ancient times, a great flood flooded the city. After the waters had faded, the first thing people did was not to rescue the victims, but to build a temple of the Dragon King to seek solace in their hearts. It's like these guys. They were originally lambs waiting to be slaughtered under the Sun family's butcher's knife, but now they were saved by the appearance of Xiao Huang Chao. Many died and they survived. Did they really thank Xiao Huang Chao from the bottom of their hearts? I'm afraid there are very few who are sincere. They praised and thanked Xiao Huang Chao in the same way that they built the Dragon King temple after the Great Flood, just so they could get by inwardly. Xiao Huang Chao ignored them and directly sat down cross-legged and began to recover his spiritual energy. The battle with Sun Badian had used up almost all of his strength. When the crowd saw Xiao Huang Chao begin to recover his spiritual energy, they were somewhat at a loss for a moment. Almost all of the big names among the 5 cities were killed in action. At that moment, a beautiful woman boldly stepped forward. The woman was shapely and wore a long wraparound dress as she cautiously stepped forward. Judging from the fluctuations in spiritual energy emitted, it should only be a first-ranked martial artist. Hello Deacon. Law enforcement, may I ask where my child is? Xiao Huang Chao suddenly opened his eyes. The beautiful woman panicked and apologized. No, I'm sorry, my children are students taking the martial arts exams. How is he? How are they doing? Xiao Huang Chao glanced at the sin value above the beautiful woman's head. Only single digits. He trailed off. Most of them are fine. They'll be out in a minute. The witch church had set up a spell formation in advance and lured the 100,000 martial arts exam students into the space they had set up to sacrifice them. Xiao Huang Chao then went along with it and sacrificed a portion of the students who had committed crimes great enough to warrant the death penalty. That space is very fragile and won't last long. The two had just finished their conversation. A burst of spatial fluctuations arose around them. Tens of thousands of students came out of the space full of confusion. Aren't we going to take the martial arts exam? Where is this? How come you're back? Holy, did I get disqualified from the exam? Cancelled my ass. There must have been some kind of accident. All the candidates are out. Ah. Some students screamed as they saw the remains of numerous bodies lying on the ground. There are dead people. That corpse is the head of the Tianhai City Law Enforcement Bureau. Oh my god, what's going on here? The scene was noisy and the students panicked. Parents, who had been waiting in agony, saw the students coming out and rushed up in a panic, looking for their children. Mom, what's going on here? Why are you crying? Come on, come home with mom. It's not safe here. Son, dad's taking you home. Many parents hugged their children and cried. There were also some students who came out only to see the cold corpses of their parents and wail to the heavens. It didn't take long. The crowds at the scene gradually left, unwilling to stay in this dangerous place, at least back in their own city. There are still law enforcement bureaus to maintain law and order. Is the current law enforcement bureau really trustworthy? Tianhai City's law enforcement bureau had actually followed suit and defected to the witch church. The song is over. Eventually there were only a few hundred parents left at the scene, looking around but ultimately unable to find their children. Many rich and powerful martial artists died in this battle, and these remaining hundreds of parents are all people who have some power and have survived. They walked jointly to Xiao Huang Chao. Where are our children? Chapter 56, Human Nature. 5 city martial arts exam sites. The scene was a mess, and the smell of blood still hung in the air. The crowds at the scene dispersed, leaving only a small number of a few hundred parents who were still alive and had not found their children. They stepped forward and surrounded Xiao Huang Chao. Where are our children? The statement was less of an inquiry and more of a question. They hid behind it when the battle, which was like an apocalypse, was not over. When it was over, they stood on top of the ruins in their glorious clothes, scrutinizing and questioning others. This group of people, called the elite, these several hundred people were almost exclusively martial artists, and there was even no lack of second-ranked martial artists. Even if they are not martial artists, they are all elite lawyers, doctors, company presidents, and so on. Xiao Huang Chao raised his eyes and cleaned the crowd. This group of people, unlike the Sun family, were not as guilty as the Sun family, but none of their sin values were low. They are generally in the upper 200 range. Crimes committed with a sin value of 200 are punishable by death. It's true that what goes around comes around. Xiao Huang Chao spoke faintly. If you don't find the baby, it should be dead. Xiao Huang Chao's was like a bolt from the blue, causing the crowd to freeze on the spot. How is this? How is this possible? They had lost the courage to live when they saw Sun Baishan's killing spree. And now, after getting a life back, and realizing that the students taking the martial arts exams are all fine, there is great sadness and joy. As a result, now, they are told that their child is dead. If hope is never seen, there can be no disappointment or sadness. Are you kidding me? Why would my baby die? Yeah, all the other family's kids are alive and well. What the hell happened? I need an explanation. Xiao Huang Chao had never held much hope for this group of ordinary martial artists, or ordinary people. With this attitude they have today, it's natural that they won't be disappointed. The Sun family colluded with the Demonist Church and designed to trick all the students taking the martial arts exams into an alien dimension before sacrificing away their lives with the sacrifice formation. I am limited in my ability to save everyone. Xiao Huang Chao's words were very calm. He wasn't at all afraid of this group of people realizing that the person who actually offered the sacrifice was none other than himself. because no one would have thought that an ordinary martial arts school student would know the Witch Church's long-lost S-class martial arts technique, which is him. Much less would anyone have thought that they would be so heartless as to sacrifice those students. Xiao Huang Chao was not only not afraid, there was not even a hint of guilt in his heart. A woman with curly brown hair and a bloated figure stepped forward and tugged on Xiao Huang Chao's collar, storming out. "You're kidding. Why should their child come out alive and my child have an accident? By what right?" Xiao Huang Chao's eyes were ice cold, and an icy killing intent was released. The woman was frightened and immediately let go. "I'm not obligated to make sure all your children are alive." "No, no, no." A middle-aged man in a decent suit with gold-framed glasses and a slim figure walked out. He lifted his glasses and said, "No, no, no, Xiao Huang Chao, you may have some things wrong. As an enforcer of the Tianhai City Law Enforcement Bureau, you have the obligation to protect the safety of the general public. Although they are martial artists, they are also children and students. Even if you sacrifice, you must ensure that they live. This is a dereliction of your duty according to the laws of the Order of Justice." Xiao Huang Chao looked at the man and faintly asked, "Who are you?" The man locked eyes with Xiao Huang Chao, his gaze full of confidence without the slightest bit of fear. "My humble self, Yang Quan, is one of the founders of the advanced law firm in Tianhai City. I'm just a regular guy, but..." He pulled a simplified version of the laws of the Order of Justice from his briefcase and said confidently, "But because of this Torah, there can be a fair dialogue between us. Even though you are a martial artist, you must obey the law, especially since you are also an enforcer." Lawyer Yang also made a point of pointing the law in front of Xiao Huang Chao's face. It's like a zombie movie where the Taoist priest takes a charm to squash the zombies. He was very certain in his heart that even if the other party was a powerful martial artist, as long as he still wanted to hang around in the Red Yen Empire, he would have to treat himself respectfully, or else he would sue him until he was in jail for the rest of his life. Xiao Huang Chao couldn't help but cackle with laughter. He was being amused by the naivety and cuteness of the group. "Ha ha 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 ha, what? You still want to sue?" Seeing the other party mocking him, Lawyer Yang said in a cold voice, "If you don't give us a reasonable explanation, it's a dereliction of duty on your part, and we will definitely join forces to take you to court." The woman with the curly brown hair hastened to agree. "Right, it was your duty to protect us, and now that you've failed in your duty, you must pay the price. The Sun family has been in Tianhai City for so many years, arrogant and domineering, burning and looting, and no one has ever wanted to go over and speak the law with them. But this group of people dared to stand up and use the law, to threaten Xiao Huang Chao. It was only because, in their hearts, they had decided that Xiao Huang Chao would protect them and would definitely not make a move against them. People are good at being bullied." Xiao Huang Chao suddenly stood up. The crowd immediately stepped back in fear. Lawyer Yang immediately pulled out his cell phone to record the video and chided, what are you doing? I'm recording all of this. If you dare to force yourself to use martial arts, you will definitely be sanctioned by the Jiangnan Province Law Enforcement Directorate." Xiao Huang Chao looked into the distance and said, "I'm kind of curious. You guys are threatening me so much. If you're in danger later, will you beg me to save you? Say ye, if he beg me, shall I save or not?" Lawyer Yang grimaced and said, "What threats? Don't be a bloodhound. We're all just making reasonable claims." The crowd chimed in. "Yeah, you're law enforcement. You get paid. You're supposed to do the job. If you had other skills to make money, would you still be an enforcer? You're all about force and you're not going to protect the people. What else are you going to do?" The crowd was so vocal that they were almost on the verge of drowning Xiao Huang Chao with spittle stars. The corners of Xiao Huang Chao's mouth rose slightly. "Sorry, I enforce the law based entirely on my mood." Lawyer Yang's eyes lit up, fearing that his cell phone lens would shake, and he held the phone with both hands, seized Xiao Huang Chao's handle and happily said, "Everyone can hear it. It's his own words. He enforces the law depending on his mood, and you are completely derelict in your duty and threatening the common people. This video is proof. You're done." Rumble. Before Lawyer Yang could finish his sentence, thunder rolled in the sky, the thick dark clouds rolled up again, and the wind howled more than once. All of this signals danger to come. The cell phone in Lawyer Yang's hand clicked and shattered directly. Everyone looked around in panic. "Hair, what happened? Could it be that Sun Badian is not dead? How can it be? His body is still there." Chapter 57, The Power of the Remnant Soul. 5 city martial arts exam sites. Thick, dark clouds continued to roll across the sky. 2 black figures landed on the ground from the sky. Boom! The ground shattered into 2 huge deep craters, and a dozen or so of the surrounding troublemakers were shaken to death on the spot. One of the 2 was short and fat, the other tall and thin as a skeleton, but the attire was uniform, wearing a black cloak and exuding a ghastly aura. "Jia Jia Jia, it was this kid who killed Sun Badian." The thin man's voice was ice cold as he let out a bizarre laugh. The short, fat man in black looked up and down, To have such thick chi and blood before even stepping into the chi and blood realm. This kid is at least a grade A flesh talent. This kind of flesh is best used for sacrifice. Xiao Huang Chao was not the least bit surprised by the appearance of the two. The two of you should be the Lord Messenger that Sun Badian spoke of. What a way to hold your tongue. Holding it back until now to show up. The thin man sneered and said faintly, how about sooner or later? You can still turn over? Xiao Huang Chao said. Aren't you guys just afraid of whether there are other people behind me or not? So you don't dare to come out? Why are you talking in such a grandiose manner? Don't worry guys. I'm alone and have no other reinforcements. But I am curious. You have colluded with the Sun family for so long, and you let Sun Badian give up so easily? Fatty revealed a playful smile and said, Sun Badian, what's the use of keeping a trash who even needs a magical maiden's blessing to break through the fourth stage? Our witch church's plan is just to harvest the lives of young martial artists in the 5 cities. But now, you seem to have some unimaginable secret in you, and you're much more valuable than Sun Badian again. Hearing this, it was only when these troublemakers heard out that these two-steppers were evil martial artists from the magical girl cleric. The witch order. Why are there still martial artists from the witch church? Among these people, there were a few second-ranked martial artists, and they could clearly perceive that the spiritual energy released from these two people was quite a bit more powerful than Sun Badian. The bottom line is that there are also 2 fourth-ranked martial artists. A single fourth-ranked martial artist had almost annihilated the entire 5 cities in a group. This time 2 appeared and it was still a mess. Aren't you an enforcer? Do it now. Isn't it your duty to kill the witch order? Lawyer Yang sat on his butt on the ground, his legs shaking more than once, and said, come on, do it. What are you waiting for? Xiao Huang Chao said with a smirk. Counselor Yang, don't you still have the code of justice in your hand? Quickly use the code to sanction them. Take them to court. Lawyer Yang's face was pale and he was holding his breath. Have you forgotten who you are? Does someone like you deserve to be an enforcer? You, barely. With a wave of the thin black man's hand, Lawyer Yang's body instantly split apart, from the top of his head to his crotch, and was split into 2 pieces in a very balanced manner. Noisy, the thin black man said faintly. Xiao Huang Chao nodded with great approval and said, you're thinking what I'm thinking. Xiao Huang Chao snapped his fingers, and although he didn't have an aura long sword right now, he still erupted with many sword chi even though he had the sword Dao talent in his body. These troublemakers were chopped into 2 pieces in no time. Xiao Huang Chao's maneuvering gave the witch churches a frozen look. No buddy, aren't the bad guys us? Why are you killing? The thin man froze. You're pretty ruthless. Aren't you afraid that the Order of Justice will find out about your killings? The corners of Xiao Huang Chao's mouth rose slightly, and it was hard to hide the fervor in his eyes. As long as you're dead, no one will know. The thin man smiled disdainfully. Die? You mean by relying on your strength of 1 out of 10 plus your half-step chi blood realm cultivation? The fat man on the side said. Do we just kill them, or do we bring them back alive? Both of them had already started discussing how to dispose of Xiao Huang Chao. Xiao Huang Chao stretched his back and faintly said, 1 4th-ranked triple and 1 4th-ranked quadruple. Against the 2 of you, it's not a loss to use it. These 2 men's sin values were on par with Sun Baishan's. The 2 are guaranteed to be 20,000 justices. Add to that the equipment that had fallen off his body and the fact that he was in bad shape and had to stay alive. No matter how you consider it, it's not a loss for you to use your last card. The soul of the black-robed enforcer. Xiao Huang Chao used his last card, the remnant soul of a guaranteed 7th-ranked martial artist. Even if it was just the remnants of a soul, it was enough to deal with 2 4th-ranked martial artists. The thinly built man in black did not realize the danger in the slightest, and coldly said, what was that man muttering about? Fatty seemed to notice something was wrong and said, hurry up and do it. If we delay any longer the people from the Law Enforcement General Bureau will really come. Rumble. The very moment they raised their hands, they froze at the same time. There was a terrifying aura coming from his back, as if an ancient beast was staring at him from behind. That terrifying breath pressure was chilling, and this level of power was beyond the 2 men's knowledge. Neck stiffening, he turned his head and looked behind him, only to see a huge soul suspended in the air, exuding black mist, but without the slightest sense of weirdness and hideousness, filled with endless majesty. Hollow eyes defy the world. After years of wear and tear, the power of the residual soul was only the strength of a peak 4th order martial artist, but that level of power would not change. A genuine 7th order martial artist's pressure. The moment the black-robed enforcer's residual soul was summoned, Xiao Huang Chao himself froze. He couldn't imagine that this was the kind of power a body of flesh and blood could unleash, like a god that could only be looked up to. Xiao Huang Chao's eyes were filled with an obsession with power as he muttered, is this the aura of a 7th-ranked martial artist? The fat black man's brain went blank. Surprised, how could a martial artist of this level appear in a place like this? As for how the other party appeared, whether it was a strong person's doppelganger or a remnant soul, the two of them had absolutely no energy to think about this. The power that the remnant soul could truly exert was only that of a peak 4th rank martial artist, but neither of them had ever been so afraid when facing a 5th rank martial artist. Completely incapacitated, the remnants of the spirit raised his arm, and the huge palm fell from the air like a hill. Pust. With a palm down, the two men flew out hundreds of meters backwards in an instant, spitting blood from their mouths, and the bones in their bodies shattered one by one. The two men did not die immediately, but lay on the ground completely giving up resistance. In fact, facing the power of this peak 4th ranked martial artist, the duo couldn't fight, but if they could overcome their inner fear, escaping might have a chance of survival. But now, it's too late. Ding! Host kills 2 4th order martial artists, rewarded with 20,000 justice values. Both criminals have a sin value of over 100, and the dropped items have entered the system store. The system's voice rang out. Xiao Huang Chao let out a long breath and sat down on the ground. Everything is finally over. The threat to Tianhai City has been eliminated, but the larger world, the undercurrents fluctuate. Chapter 58 Power and Influence. General Directorate of Law Enforcement, Gangnam Province. Shan Liang, the director of the Law Enforcement General Bureau, hurriedly ran back to the Law Enforcement General Bureau. He had originally been out on a mission and had learned of the news that 100,000 candidates from the 5 cities were about to be sacrificed. There's a lot at stake. It's 100,000 lives, after all. But there was something even more important than these 100,000 lives, and that was the fact that his own new deputy director, White Dragon, seemed to have something to do with this matter. Jong Hong Xan, with that strange temperament, wouldn't care what kind of family Bai Long had or what kind of characters he had behind him. Once the two fought out any injuries, this matter could be more important than 100,000 ordinary martial artist lives. The 5 cities were the ones with 100,000 students taking the martial arts exams that could have been massacred. But of these 100,000 people, how many of them could cultivate to the 3rd rank and how many to the 4th rank? And how many people can break through to the 5th ranked martial artist? Not a single one, I'm afraid. And both White Dragon and Jong Hong Xan were purple-robed enforcers, guaranteed 5th order powerhouses. Director Shin Liangshin is not considered to be a person of great treachery and evil. He is just an extremely selfish and calculating person who weighs the pros and cons. Before anything happened, he would give the highest priority to his own interests, even if it was just to get himself one more point of profit. He would not care at all about other people's deaths or lives. He also relied on this character, step by step, from the bottom, without any family background, relying on talent and smoothness, climbed to the position of Jiangnan Province Law Enforcement General Bureau Director. Shen Liang panicked and ran back to the Law Enforcement General Bureau and came to the office of Deputy Director Bai Long. He violently pushed open the door and saw that White Dragon was sitting peacefully in a chair, even crossing his legs and leisurely sipping his tea. Seeing that the director hurriedly ran over, Bai Long didn't have any intention of getting up and continued to lean back in his chair, laughing. Yo, what is it that Director Shen is in such a hurry for? Director Shen was used to White Dragon's sightlessness and didn't dwell on these details. Are you okay? He had thought that when he came back, he would see Jong Hong Xan and Bai Long fighting and twisting together. No, it should be Jong Hong Xan who unilaterally beat up Baek Lung. Shan Liang, White Dragon, and Jong Hong Xan were all purple-robed enforcers. However, as the same purple-robed enforcer, there was also a gap in strength. Shen Liang only knew that Jong Hong Xan's strength was above his own, but he did not know exactly how. The last time I saw Jong Hong Xan use his full strength was 10 years ago. That clocked the peak of Hong Shan's 5th rank and fought to the death with a martial artist who had just broken through to the 6th rank. It was also that one battle that left Jong Hong Xan with an illness and a disabled left leg, which was jokingly referred to as a limp. I heard that after that battle, the damage caused to Jong Hong Xan was so great that it was difficult to raise his cultivation, and even his Dao heart was damaged. I wonder if I've broken through to the 6th order by now. Shiro hadn't realized the seriousness of the problem and asked with a smile, what can I do? Shen Liang was a bit fuming and looked out the door, walked in beside White Dragon and lowered his voice. It's just the two of us here, and you're going to play dumb? I sent Jong Hong Xan to the 5 cities to investigate the case of the Witch Order's espionage, and there's no reason why you have to evacuate him. He just withdrew not long ago, and this kind of thing happened over in the 5 cities. The Witch Cleric sacrificed 100,000 candidates. If this kind of thing isn't handled well, it might alert the Justice Cleric's headquarters. Don't tell me you don't even know what's going on in the 5 cities. Shiro waved his hand, looking unconcerned. Director Shin shouldn't panic when it comes to things. Of course I know about this matter. Don't worry, the side of the 5 cities is fine. After all, it's just a group of 4th-ranked martial artists making a small fight. Things were stopped by a martial artist who broke through to the 4th rank on the verge of a breakthrough. The students died just a few thousand. The general public died a few tens of thousands, and the few families in the 5 cities were pretty much killed by the witch church. Xin Liang reddened his face and said in a deep voice, over 100,000 people died before and after, and you call that okay? The white dragon shook his head slightly, the look in his eyes tinged with a bit of contempt. So what if you are the director? After all, you're just a mudblood. Your vision is far from good. Chief, it seems you're not aware of the pissy way the guys up there do things. It doesn't matter how many people die, as long as no high-ranked martial artists or top geniuses die. Even if millions of ordinary people die, it's just a thunderous punishment from above. It's harmless. What can a million ordinary people do alive? Will they be able to deal with the witch order or the wraiths on the border? At most, it will be on the news. A national notification. Reprimand our Jiangnan Provincial Directorate for a few sentences, and then randomly pull a powerless and unprofessional with an official position that is not low to take the blame. Hearing these words, Xin Liang's face sank. Apparently, he himself is also a wrongdoer with no power and a high official position. It's not his turn to take the blame for this one though. But in case there is a bigger slip-up in the Gangnam Provincial Directorate in the future, a heavier weight figure will be needed to come out and take the blame. Will it be your turn then? And when that time comes, will there be anyone who can help themselves? Looking at White Dragon's smiling, clouded expression, Xin Liang realized even more. What bull Jiangnan Province General Director? In front of hundreds of thousands of years of family heritage. Their own is not. Power, influence, these are too important for one's own good. When White Dragon said these words, he was also knocking Xin Liang. Don't think that just because you're the director and I'm the deputy director, you can tell me what to do in front of me. I can parachute in a deputy director, and I can make you, the director, disappear out of thin air. Xin Liang's tone eased a bit, and his attitude was even said to be a bit flattering. Being the director, he actually bent down slightly next to the White Dragon and said, if there's nothing on the side of the General Directorate of the Justice Church, there's another trouble on the way. Xin Liang did not dwell on the fact that the witch order attacked the 5 cities, which seemed to have a connection with the White Dragon, or even with the forces behind the White Dragon. That's what makes him smart. So what if there's a connection? Can't you move them yourself? He didn't care who would win in the end between the witch order and the justice order. Working for anyone who doesn't fight is a fight. What matters is how one can move up the ladder. Shiro asked with interest. What else is wrong? Xin Liang said. Jong Hong Xan, although White Dragon was from Jiangnan Province, he stayed in Kyoto all year round and did not know much about the internal situation of the Jiangnan Province Law Enforcement Directorate. It was only known that Jong Hong Xan had a solitary personality and was also a purple-robed enforcer, and that there seemed to be no other forces within the province of Jiangnan Province. Xin Liang continued to explain. Jong Hong Xan's temper is very eccentric and he only recognizes the dead truth. I've never seen such a stubborn person in my life. Back then, a martial artist who had just broken through the 6th rank wanted to try out a new martial art, and the aftermath accidentally injured an ordinary person. But that person was only seriously injured and didn't die. But Jong Hong Xan even went head over heels to arrest that early 6th order martial artist, and fought with the other party to the death, ultimately ending up with a lifelong illness. That early 6th order martial artist had just broken through. His foundation was unstable, and seeing as Jong Hong Xan looked like he was going to fight for his life, he chose to ambush the law and was locked up in prison for over a year. Chapter 59 Jong Hong Xan's Closed Door. General Directorate of Law Enforcement, Gangnam Province. Put. Hearing this, Shiro spewed out a mouthful of tea. Covering his stomach in the seat, he rolled over and laughed. Ha 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 ha, is this for real? Xin Liang nodded with incomparable certainty. The White Dragon's laughing body kept trembling as if he had heard a great joke. Ha 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 ha, a 6th-ranked martial artist who accidentally injures an ordinary person is locked up inside a prison? Ha ha ha, how can the world be so funny? That 6th-ranked martial artist is also too suffocating. It's also the first time I've heard that someone as stupid as Jong Hong Xan. I thought he was just withdrawn, but I didn't realize it was a brain problem. Xin Liang was tired for a while. Was this what it was like to spend time with a rich male? This wouldn't have happened if Jong Hong Xan hadn't transferred out of the 5 cities, and I heard that he even took on a disciple over there. He'll probably come after you. Shiro put away his smile and sneered. How dare he? A peak 5th-ranked martial artist who also dares to be an enemy of the Bai family? Xin Liang said. But he is Jong Hong Xan. Ah, who knows what to do if he is sick again one day and has to arrest you? Then let him die. Looking at Bai Long's confident appearance, Xin Liang was very sure that the Bai family had the strength to make a 5th-order purple-robed enforcer die a strange death without God knowing it. Xin Liang couldn't help but lament. AI. Back then, Jong Hong Xan was also the top genius in the entire Red Yen Empire, with boundless scenery. It's a pity that it had to be strong and landed a dark injury. Now breaking through the 6th rank is a problem. Xin Liang envied Jong Hong Xan's talent. If he himself had this talent, he would probably be thinking about how to break through the 7th rank by now. White Dragon said faintly. The world has the least shortage of geniuses. No genius can grow up without the shelter of a lineage. Shen Liang nodded with great approval. So, the 5-city side. Do we still need to send someone over to deal with it? White Dragon said. Don't worry about this matter. I've already sent someone to make things right. Shen Liang was very worried that this Wu Er was really there to make good or to silence him. A long sigh. Do what you like. The White family behind the White Dragon can give him unlimited pockets anyway. Being a loner myself, one wrong step and you're doomed. White Dragon said. Keep an eye on a clock Hong Xan for me, and if there is anything unusual about him, report it to me immediately. The corners of Shen Liang's mouth twitched slightly. I'm giving you some face, and you're still climbing up the ladder, aren't you? I'm the director, reporting to you. A deputy director? It's too much of a bully. Okay, I will definitely keep a close eye on Jong Hong Xan. Shen Liang licked his big pussy face and smiled. It can't be helped. Who made them the 2nd generation of martial arts? After leaving White Dragon's office, Shen Liang happened to pass by Jong Hong Xan's office. Jong Hong Xan's office is very cluttered and piled with various volumes. Enforcers who had reached the yellow robe level and above would usually have their own enforcement team. It ranges from a few to dozens or hundreds of people. In order to cope with all kinds of emergencies, the high-ranking law enforcers themselves have a great deal of power. And Jong Hong Xan's law enforcement squad was very small in number, with only 4 people including himself, and the other 3 were his disciples. When Shen Liang entered the office, he only saw a yellow-robed enforcer organizing the dossier. The yellow-robed enforcer immediately stopped what he was doing when he saw the director arrive and said, Hello Chief. Shen Liang nodded and said, Wong Yu, you just broke through the 4th rank. Are your roots solid? Wong Yu, Jong Hong Xan's 3rd disciple, had just broken through the 4th order Qi and Blood realm some time ago. Although he was only a 4th-ranked martial artist, he had followed Jong Hong Xan on many missions and was very experienced in actual combat. Wang Yu's mind was alive, and he said with a smile, Master has always told me to suppress my cultivation and not to break through impatiently, and now there are no problems with breaking through the Qi and Blood realm's roots. Shen Liang nodded appreciatively. Breaking through to the 4th-ranked martial artist at the age of 25. This talent is somewhat enviable even to me. In the future the achievements won't be lower than those 2 senior sisters of yours. Hearing this, Wang Yu's face darkened in mourning. I wouldn't dare to compare myself to those 2 demons. One broke through the 4th rank at the age of 18 and the other at the age of 16. I can't catch up even if I'm exhausted. Of Jong Hong Xan's 3 disciples, Wang Yu was the 3rd disciple but the oldest. The ranking of disciples is not according to age nor strength, but only related to the time of worship. The corners of Shen Liang's mouth twitched slightly. Although he had heard the story of breaking through the 4th rank at the age of 16 many times, he was still shocked to the point of feeling unbelievable every time he heard it. Even the pride of those ancient families in the capital. I'm afraid that's the level they're at. Where on earth did Jong Hong Xan find these demonic disciples? And all these people are still dead set on following this brain-dead master. Wang Yu, who had the worst talent, had broken through the 4th rank at the age of 25, and were all a bit faster than they were back then. He himself was someone who was about to touch the threshold of a 6th-order martial artist, which meant that Wang Yu would be a 6th-order martial artist at the very least in the future. He, Jong Hong Xan, had had a burst of luck in his life, and estimated that he was only at the 6th rank. Gee, taking on an apprentice is really a discipline. After beating around the bush for half a day, Shen Liang finally said the purpose of his visit. Where's Elder Zhong? Out arresting prisoners again? Wang Yu is long, tall, and limber, and his face is still honest. With a small flat head, but with a delicate and clever mind. He knew what the other party was up to from the moment he saw Shen Liang come in. Master, his old man is in seclusion. Shen Liang frowned. A retreat? After such a big mess in the 5 cities, doesn't Elder Zhong hold a grudge against White Dragon? What are you doing in seclusion at this time? Shen Liang didn't go back to the bureau before he thought this side was in ruins. Who knew that one of the parties involved was reclining in a chair drinking tea and the other was practicing seclusion? How did this turn out to be nothing like what one thought it would be? The more it went beyond expectations, the more worried Shen Liang became and asked further. What is Elder Zhong doing in seclusion now? Could it be that he's about to break through the 6th rank? A cold smile flashed in the depths of Wang Yu's eyes, fleetingly shaking his head again. I don't know what his old man wants to do. Shen Liang nodded with some disappointment, but Wang Yu then spoke again. But, it shouldn't be a breakthrough to the 6th rank. Master's closure should only be for a day or 2 before he comes out. Shen Liang was even more incomprehensible. What can you do with a day or 2 of closure? A day or 2 of cultivation progress is, at best, an adjustment. Okay, then you're busy. Late at night, Tianhai City. After the Sun family rebellion, the infrastructure of Tianhai City and the 4 surrounding cities did not suffer damage, but a large number of people and martial artists died. Jiangnan Province opened up emergency assistance and policing in Tianhai City. Enforcers from the General Law Enforcement Directorate came over to keep the peace, but no one ever approached the key figure, Xiao Huang Chao, until late that night. A man and a woman, both dressed in black professional suits, are stationed outside an old residential building in a slum neighborhood. This is it, isn't it? Well, try to take the live ones back, and if they resist, kill them. Chapter 60, Star Rock Explosion, Tianhai City. Inside a cheap rental room in the slum area, Xiao Huang Chao sat cross-legged on the bed. Regarding the fact that people from the Law Enforcement General Bureau came to Tianhai City today to maintain law and order, and that no one had come to find him for questioning even though he was the only surviving law enforcer of the entire Tianhai City law enforcement team, Xiao Huang Chao did not feel any surprise or amazement. This was because Jong Hong Xan had already sent him a message today before he closed the door. The General Bureau is complicated, and the Sun family's mess involves a lot of people, so I've already sent someone to fetch you. It seems that the Sun family's chaos is more than just a Sun family. Xiao Huang Chao can figure these things out too. A small Sun family didn't have the ability to stir up such a big mess, as opposed to having other family powers or more complicated relationships behind them. Those high and mighty people might not be the masterminds of this Sun family's turmoil, but the Sun family was able to hook up with the witch's order, and there was no shortage of their maneuvering behind the scenes. Xiao Huang Chao couldn't help but mutter to himself. It seems that it's the same in any world. There's no real unity of position. There's only the deceitfulness of each. There were higher-ups within the justice clergy who colluded with the witch clergy, and they didn't really want the witch clergy to replace the justice clergy. They just chose to cooperate for the sake of momentary benefits. The true followers of the church, few and far between, are really there for their own benefit. Xiao Huang Chao also pretty much believed in the ethereal angels that the justice clergy had offered up, and the magical girls that the witch clergy had offered up, and he believed more in his own strength, all for the purpose of becoming stronger yourself. Xiao Huang Chao looked at his system panel. Cultivation, 3rd order great perfection. Talents, grade A indestructible body, 99%. Grade B talent slaughtering sword intent, 99%. Grade D talent manipulation, non-upgradable. Breathing technique, Class S breathing technique for justice, perfection. Feats, S-Class martial art witchism, complete. S-Class martial art 10,000 swords, complete. A-Class martial art phantom sword dance, complete. A-Class martial art dragon's voice overlord, complete. Justice value, 130,034. The Sun family rebellion was over, and although the martial exam had been spoiled, he had a full 130,000 justice values. Whether or not he went to a martial arts university didn't mean much to Xiao Huang Chao. He had his own system anyway. As long as one had justice value, one's strength could be increased infinitely. In addition to the justice value, the system shop is stuffed with all kinds of martial arts, treasures, and spiritual treasures. There was even Sun Baishan's silver python sword inside, a B-grade spiritual treasure. This was enough for Xiao Huang Chao at this stage. Even if he breaks through the 4th rank in the future, a B-grade spirit treasure would be enough. But Xiao Huang Chao didn't go for the redemption because, why redeem it when you can just pick it up? Xiao Huang Chao looked at the long sword in front of him. The sword was engraved with python patterns. The sword was thick and heavy, and when he urged it, it was accompanied by a buzzing sound. After killing Sun Badian, Xiao Huang Chao directly put this spiritual treasure into his law enforcement token. If exchanged amongst the stores, a B-grade spirit treasure would require close to 10,000 justice value. The price of spiritual treasures, and it's expensive, to far exceed the martial arts and treasures. Inside the system store, C-grade martial art rock skin art, 300 justice value. B-grade martial art spirit water sword technique, 1,000 justice value. Grade A martial arts star rock blast, 2,000 justice value. The store was filled with all sorts of martial arts and treasures that dazzled Xiao Huang Chao. Currently, one's cultivation level is a half-step chi and blood realm. Breaking through the 4th stage is just a foot short of the threshold, and one can break through at any time. But before I can do that, I need to raise my physical talent to S rank first. An S rank talent of any kind, when looking at the entire Red Inferno Empire, was in the ranks of the top heavenly prides. Any family of the world will reach out to you, even for a first-class family in Kyoto. If they could have 2 or 3 S-class talented descendants, they could at least ensure that the family would maintain for 1,000 years without declining. Xiao Huang Chao exchanged an A-ranked martial skill, Star Rock Explosion, from among the system store, and then used his justice value to pull it up to full strength. Ding! The host eliminates 2,000 points of righteousness and cultivates the Star Rock exploding body. In the first year, you possess top grade of physical talent. Practicing a grade A body refining martial art was very easy for you, and in just 1 year, you reached the proficiency realm. In the second year, without any accident, you cultivated to the realm of proficiency, but encountered a bottleneck at the time of the realization of perfection. For many times to practice martial arts your has long been accustomed to, and then simple martial arts. Want to practice complete are very difficult, even if you have A-level talent is the same. In the third year, the Star Rock explosive body can increase the hardness of the skin, which is equivalent to coalescing a layer of armor on the skin indication, and detonate it when the hardness reaches its peak without harming itself. 3 years of training, so that you have found the martial arts skills to cultivate to the consummation of the sudden progress, and other increase in the physical body of the martial arts have a slight difference. How to maximize the power of the Star Rock Blast, the key in the cohesion of the degree of hardness of the armor. If the hardness can be cultivated to the peak, the Star Rock exploding body will certainly reach the perfect level. In the 5th year, 2 more years passed, and through these 2 years you gradually found a way to improve your hardness. Every time in the use of martial arts, the body will always feel a deficit. The surface of the cohesive armor. In fact, there is a question at Qi and blood converted from. The stronger the Qi and blood in the body, the tougher the cohesive armor will be, and the more powerful it will be when detonated. Same as other physical cultivation martial arts. In order to exert power, one needs to rely on one's own Qi and blood power in addition to spiritual power, cultivation, etc. And the Star Rock burst body is equivalent to a conversion machine, transforming chakra power into solid armor. You firmly believe that you are already a top-level A-grade talent, and that your Qi and blood are enough to bring your martial arts to the fullest level, and that since the Star Rock explosion is a conversion machine, in addition to your own Qi and blood, you need to increase your efficiency. Now elevated to the consummate level, there is only one problem left to be solved. If the utilization rate of one's own Qi and blood is increased, in the 8th year, you have finally figured out the trick of applying the power of Qi and blood. The power of Qi and blood has similarities and differences with spiritual power, and you can't use the power of Qi and blood with the same mindset as you use spiritual power, or else it will result in a large amount of wasted Qi and blood power. In the 11th year, you summarized a set of thoughts on the power of Qi and blood that is uniquely your own, allowing you to apply the power of Qi and blood as if you were applying spiritual power, so you are comfortable with it, and your Qi and blood changes, outbursts, and endurance have all been developed to the point of being at the peak of excellence. For you, it's not just what a martial art can bring, it's a change in the whole fighter. A dozen years have passed by in a hurry, and while you were practicing the use of the power of Qi and blood, you incidentally cultivated the Star Rock exploding body to the level of perfection. Ding! Congratulations to host Star Rock Blast for perfecting his training. Chapter 61 Delicate Sword Heartfruit. Tianhai City. Inside a cheap rental house, Xiao Huang Chao opened his eyes and a faint burst of Qi and blood swept out from around his body. So the power of Qi and blood can still be used this way. The system had been practicing for 11 years, and it was as if he had personally practiced for 11 years, a feeling that was incomparably real. This kind of system reward is not about shoving everything at you all at once, but really having a sense of time. The hardship and internal depletion of cultivation were clearly perceived. Only after experiencing the lows and tribulations can you perceive more clearly how to use it. This cultivation, blood earns no loss. Not only did I cultivate my martial skills to perfection, but I also comprehended how to use the power of Qi and blood. So it turns out that there were so many mistakes I made when I fought against Sun Badian before. In that battle, Xiao Huang Chao himself had consumed most of it before being killed by Sun Badian. Now reviewing the whole battle, he himself was simply a dirt cheap style of fighting, with no skill relying solely on numerical crushing. If he were to fight Sun Badian again, he was confident that he could kill him by consuming 1/3 of his spiritual energy and Qi and blood. Comprehending the use of the power of Qi and blood was far more useful than an A-ranked consummate martial skill. This time it happened to be comprehended by mistake. Blood, money, amount, etc. This A-grade body refining martial skill has been cultivated to perfection. Why is my physical body still stuck at 99% of A-grade? Previously, when one's talent was at grade A, one could raise their talent by about 10% or even more by cultivating an A-grade body refining martial art. And now, not even 1%. Xiao Huang Chao carefully felt the changes in his body. The strength of the flesh and Qi and blood have all been enhanced, but the talent has not. It seems that if you want to break through your physical body talent to S-rank, you must cultivate an S-rank martial art yourself. But S-ranked martial arts are not that easy to get. In the middle of his own system store, there were basically D and C grade martial arts. There were 7 or 8 B grade martial arts, and only 1 A grade martial art, Star Rock Explosion. It's still getting it from those 2 emissaries of the Witch Church. Hey, although the physical talent didn't grow, the power of Qi and blood increased, and I also comprehended the correct way to use Qi and blood, so these few thousand justice values spent aren't a loss. Xiao Huang Chao then exchanged some treasures in the system store, all of which were treasures that restored spiritual energy, Qi and blood, as well as healing wounds. Exchange in advance. Put in the law enforcement token in case of trouble. Anyway, these things are not expensive. Before and after spending less than 2,000 points of justice value, Continuing to browse the system store, Xiao Huang Chao's eyes were suddenly drawn to a treasure that caught his eye. Grade B treasure Linglong sword fruit. Price, 2,000 justice points. Linglong sword fruit? This should be the treasure that fell after killing Sun Badian. Aside from Sun Badian, there didn't seem to be any experts using swords. You can also see it in the pricing among the system stores. Spiritual weapons treasures martial arts. But this pricing is too one-sided. In the middle of the real world, it's even more complicated. An S-ranked treasure could transform a wastrel into a genius, but an S-ranked martial art could create a not-so-small family power. It's true that treasures are rarer and more expensive, but they are, after all, disposable things, and they are rare precisely because they are disposable, and martial arts can be passed on. This was also for the fact that no matter what the situation was, as long as they were of the same quality, spirit weapons would always be the most expensive. Not only can they be passed down, but they are very rare and extremely difficult to forge. The higher the grade, the rarer the spiritual weapon. The most powerful forger in the world today could only forge a grade spiritual weapons, which also required a certain amount of luck. Those S-class supreme spiritual weapons were all passed down from ancient times until now. Spirit fruits related to the sword Dao are very rare themselves, and I didn't expect the Sun family to get their hands on quite a few. Xiao Huang Chao exchanged Linglong sword fruit without hesitation. Most of the treasures that enhanced qualifications were body-quenching fruits, body-quenching liquids, thunder spirit fruits, fire spirit fruits, water spirit fruits, and so on. A Linglong sword fruit went down. B-grade talent bloodthirsty sword intent, 99%. It was still 99%, but Xiao Huang Chao could clearly feel that the Linglong sword fruit wasn't useless, and unlike the previous feeling, this time the sword talent had clearly improved, just not by 1%. Xiao Huang Chao was overjoyed and immediately exchanged another Linglong sword fruit. Kendo talent is still at 99%. There is a boost, but not much. It seems that it's far more difficult to raise the sword Dao talent than the physical body talent. It's not that the Linglong sword fruit is ineffective. The enhancement is obvious. It's just that the talent hasn't been upgraded. If you want to raise your sword Dao talent to grade A, you need to take a grade A sword Dao class treasure, or learn another grade A sword Dao class martial art, or a chance. Every talent upgrade is a hurdle. If Xiao Huang Chao had already raised his sword Dao talent to grade A, and then took the Linglong sword fruit, his talent would definitely increase by more than 1%. It was just that at this stage, the Linglong sword fruit wasn't enough to help one step over that hurdle. Thinking clearly about this, Xiao Huang Chao was no longer entangled. It was only a matter of time before the talent was upgraded anyway, and as long as there was still enough justice value on hand, there was no worry about that. What's wrong with having money and not having anywhere to spend it? Knock, knock. At that moment, the door to the room suddenly slammed. Ka! The door to the room opened and a man and a woman in formal attire entered the house. When Xiao Huang Chao saw the two, his expression immediately tensed up and he said in a deep voice, "I don't seem to have invited the two of you in." After the two came in, Xiao Huang Chao immediately checked the sin values above their heads. Wang Yen, sin value, 588. A supernumerary of the Jiangnan Law Enforcement Bureau who assassinated several law enforcers for the powerful families. Zhang Chang, sin value, 631. Both are guilty of similar charges. It seems to be a hawk and dog raised by a martial arts family, specialized in assault and assassination. Coupled with the status of non-staff member of the Directorate General of Law Enforcement, DGLE, it is possible to impersonate a DGLE enforcer on the outside. Wang Yen opened the door. Law Enforcement Officer Zhao, we are special agents sent down by the Jiangnan Province Law Enforcement General Bureau to deal with the Sun family's chaos. Please cooperate with our investigation. The two of them were desperately trying to suppress their spiritual power fluctuations, but the subtle fluctuations released were still keenly detected by Xiao Huang Chao. Both of them were fourth-ranked martial artists. It was hard to tell exactly how much weight. It looks like there's going to be a fight coming up. Even if both of them were late-stage 4 martial artists, as long as they weren't the kind of martial artists who were at the 8th or 9th level of the 4th stage, he or she would be able to escape with certainty. If you can't beat me, you can't run away? Anyway, his own flesh was strong, and what this strong flesh was best at, besides resisting injuries, was escaping. Xiao Huang Chao sneered and faintly said, "Enforcers from the General Directorate of Law Enforcement? Where are the credentials? Where's the law enforcement token? Show me." The man named Zhang Chang threw the law enforcement token to Xiao Huang Chao. It was a yellow-robed law enforcement token. Xiao Huang Chao didn't even look at it and threw it back. Since the other party dared to escape, they were naturally prepared, and there was no point in discerning truth from falsehood. The law enforcement tokens are all prepared. It seems like you guys are quite well prepared. Chapter 62, I'm still an intern. Inside a cheap rental house in Tenkai City. The law enforcement tokens are all with you. It seems like you guys are quite well prepared. Xiao Huang Chao's words immediately angered the two. Wang Yan, who had long wavy hair and a proud figure, had a flirtatious face with seductive eyes, but at this moment, she coldly scolded. What do you mean? Are you questioning our identity? We've already proven our identity, and for you to question it again is to challenge the legal authority of the Church of Justice. Xiao Huang Chao was all used to this kind of hatchet job at the drop of a hat, solely not arguing anything with the other party, just a few snide remarks. Of course I believe you are the men sent down by the Directorate, just lamenting how timely you guys came. The Sun family's chaos was just resolved by me and you guys came to my door. That's efficient, TBH. After saying that, Xiao Huang Chao directly headed for his own bed and stretched provocatively. Zhang Chang didn't bother with him and said, you should know that Tianhai City is a fringe city in Jiangnan province, and the General Directorate is far away from here. You said that the Sun family's chaos will have been solved by you, so I have some things to say to you, Xiao Huang Chao lazily said. Oh, what words? Wang Yan's attitude plummeted, and she suddenly chided loudly. Xiao Huang Chao, the yellow-robed enforcer of the Tianhai City Law Enforcement Bureau, what should be the offense? Said immediately released a strong spiritual power fluctuation, rumbling sound, the room was the wall appeared a crack. The lazy look on Xiao Huang Chao's face was swept away, and he immediately released the power of his chi and blood to resist the other party's spiritual pressure. You can be sure, a fourth order triple and a fourth order quadruple, 1 for 2, tough but a bit of a chance, but if they wanted to escape, the other side couldn't stop them at all. In a flash, the power of chi and blood directly overpowered the opponent's spiritual power and did not cause damage to the surrounding walls. Perfect chakra control. Wang Yan and Zhang Chang both put away their spiritual power pressure and were shocked inwardly. Didn't they say that the other party hadn't reached the fourth order chi and blood realm? Why was the power of chi and blood so powerful, even going above himself? Even if the other party was a physical cultivator, this kind of chi and blood power couldn't possibly appear in a third-ranked martial artist. Moreover, for the first time, I heard that the power of chi and blood could easily overpower the pressure of spiritual power, unless the opponent's chi and blood power far exceeded his own. In fact, Xiao Huang Chao was able to make it this far. In addition to his own chi and blood power being strong, it was even more crucial in the control of chi and blood that he had just learned. It's all for naught if you don't know how to use it, no matter how much power you have. Suppressing the two men, Xiao Huang Chao faintly said, what is my offense? Wang Yan immediately said, as an enforcer, you failed to stop the Sun family's rebellion in time. This is your dereliction of duty. Behave yourself and come with us to the General Directorate for investigation. Tie your hands? I'm afraid it won't be the Directorate General that returns after he ties his hands. There are so many law enforcers in the entire Tianhai City. You guys don't go to check me? I just joined the law enforcement agency and I'm not the chief, so how can I be derelict in my duties? If you don't take a look at my achievements during the time I've joined the Enforcement Bureau, arresting so many martial artists who use martial arts to disrupt the ban, can this be considered dereliction of duty? Zhang Chang said in a cold voice. But in the entire Tianhai City Law Enforcement Bureau, you're the only law enforcer who survived. Everyone else is dead. Are we to hold the dead accountable? If they are still alive, we will naturally not let them go if we are impartial. The Sun family colluded with the demoness cleric, sacrificed 100,000 candidates, and killed countless people and martial artists. Such a ridiculous thing happened in your Tianhai City. As the law enforcer of Tianhai City, haven't you been derelict in your duties? The Justice Cleric distributes a large amount of cultivation resources to you law enforcers every year, and this is how you do your job. A traitor under your nose and you can't even notice? It's not called dereliction of duty. It's called what it is. The other party was aggressive, and Xiao Huang Chao snorted with a wry smile. And on what basis? Special Agent, do you conclude that I am derelict in my duties? Zhang Chang said confidently. Naturally, it's the laws of the Justice Cleric, which contains laws that specifically regulate law enforcers. Xiao Huang Chao did those things, really exposed, pulled out and beheaded 10 times is not enough. Having traveled all day in the death penalty law, it was natural to know the code of the Order of Justice by heart. Knowing the law is what facilitates breaking it. In the Code of the Congregation for the Doctrine of the Righteous, it is stated, ordinary martial artists who wish to join the law enforcement department must fulfill the screening system of the local law enforcement department. If those who do not satisfy the system, but have good performance and a positive attitude, they may be admitted as supernumerary officers on an exceptional basis, at the behest of the Law Enforcement Bureau, but with no resource rewards. Supernumerary personnel can skip the internship period and be directly recruited as full-fledged law enforcers if they cultivate at a later stage, fulfill the requirements for law enforcers and have meritorious performance during the period. Enforcers normally eligible to join the Enforcement Bureau have a 3-month probationary period, during which their primary responsibility is to learn about the law and the requirements of law enforcement, and to apply to their local enforcement bureau for a brief period of law enforcement eligibility. After the transition, as a full-fledged law enforcer, you have to shoulder the responsibility of upholding justice, protecting the people, etc. Stop. Zheng Chang interrupted impatiently. I'm a special agent of the General Directorate, and you're here to put me on the law? I'm no more familiar with these than you are. Now that your dereliction of duty mouth has been established, just say whether you're coming with us or not. Resisting law enforcement is an added offense. Then we're going to have to take a strong-arm approach. Xiao Huang Chao teasingly looked at the two and said, "You're right. There's a dereliction of duty for a major accident in an area under the supervision of an official law enforcement officer. But, I'm not officially an enforcer. I'm still in my internship." These words immediately made the two of them dumbfounded. What? An internship? You're kidding. You're a martial artist who's almost cultivated to the 4th rank, and you've arrested so many criminals, and you're telling me that you're just an intern? Xiao Huang Chao said smilingly, "This kind of thing what good to fake. When I joined the job, you check it will not be found. I just joined the Law Enforcement Bureau 2 months. There is still a month of internship period to be able to turn regular. When the trouble of the two take care of it. The Code of the Order of Justice clearly states that as a trainee enforcer, my primary responsibility is to learn. Do you know what that means? It would be a dereliction of duty if my knowledge of Torah was not well learned. Both of you, if you really want to trouble me, do you want to test my knowledge of the law? If I learn it in general, perhaps if you report me upwards, the higher-ups will judge me to be derelict in my duties." Xiao Huang Chao was already trying to hold in his laughter, but he still couldn't help but laugh out loud. That laughter was very harsh in the ears of Zheng Chang and Wang Yan. The two thought to egg on the bones, directly to Xiao Huang Chao captured. If resistance to their own unjustified hands, who knows? This guy can't really pick a bone in his egg. Chapter 63, Sisterly Shuya. Inside a cheap rental house in Tenkai City, Zheng Chang and Wang Yan both had blue faces. Aggressive himself, ready to arrest the other guy on trumped-up charges. Who knows? This mojo was really gone hearing Xiao Huang Chao. At this time, Wang Chang suddenly noticed. Xiao Huang Chao had a spiritual weapon placed by his side. The sword was long and thick, emitting a faint fluctuation of spiritual energy. It was clearly a not bad spirit weapon, but that was not where his attention was directed. Instead, on the other side of the room, a spirit weapon that was so broken that only the hilt remained. It could be determined from the hilt that this was none other than the enforcer's sword, but it had shattered, leaving only the hilt. This was left over from today's duel between Xiao Huang Chao and Sun Badian, thinking that it was always a spiritual weapon fragment, and it was also issued by the Law Enforcement Bureau. Maybe they'll have to recycle it later or something, so Xiao Huang Chao brought it back by hand. Zheng Chang immediately grabbed the handle and chided. "Xiao Huang Chao, as an enforcer, where is your enforcer's sword? Know what it means to lose the enforcer's sword? This is a felony. The enforcer's sword is not just a spiritual weapon. It's the law enforcement power issued by the justice cleric to all law enforcers, and it's a symbol of identity. If the lost enforcer's sword is picked up by unscrupulous people who use that status to jeopardize the country, it's a discredit to the righteous order, and you'll have sinned greatly. Come back with us to investigate." Xiao Huang Chao glanced at the hilt of the sword at his side and said, "Who said the law enforcement sword was lost? Isn't it over here?" Zheng Chang said, "Who knows if this is real or not? The only way to verify the enforcer's sword is the layer of light uniquely belonging to the justice cleric given by the sword's body. Now that the sword's body is gone, who would believe it if you casually take an imitation hilt and say it's the enforcer's sword?" Xiao Huang Chao said indifferently, "When I fought with Sun Badian, my sword was damaged, and many of the people saw the scene, so if you casually ask, you'll know whether I'm telling the truth or not." Zheng Chang smiled. After staying up for so long, the other party had finally taken the bait. "Okay, then please come with us to the General Directorate of Investigation. According to the laws of the righteous order, damage to a law enforcement sword, if it is damaged for a legitimate reason, needs to be investigated and examined by the General Directorate to make sure before a new saber is issued. So, you still need to come back to the main office with us, even if you're still in your internship." Xiao Huang Chao's face sank. He hadn't originally planned to be able to spend this night peacefully, so he didn't bother to think carefully about how to deal with the other party's difficulties. "Going around in circles just to take me away. Ha, and what if I refuse?" After saying that, Xiao Huang Chao's breath dramatically increased. A faint red halo surfaced on the surface of his flesh, and a dense killing intent continuously filled the room. This killing intent was so pure that it had lost its reverence for life, causing more than a few trembles. Zheng Chang shouted angrily in a deep voice, "Xiao Huang Chao, what are you doing? Are you preparing to resist arrest? Both of us are 4th-ranked martial artists. We don't have to take any responsibility if we miss and kill you." They would have been prepared to take a strong-arm approach and arrest each other, but that was limited to the fact that before he came, he had thought that the other party was just an ordinary 3rd-ranked martial artist. And now, from the other party's spiritual power fluctuations, It could be seen that it was a bit stronger than an unusual third-stage consummate martial artist, but it hadn't reached the level of a fourth-stage martial artist. But that wasn't an ordinary third-ranked martial artist. The power of chi and blood was excessively strong, both crushing himself as a fourth-ranked martial artist. It would be best if the other party would tie their hands. Otherwise Zhang Chang really did not want to start a conflict with the other party. It's not a good idea to be afraid. Xiao Huang Chao sneered. Weren't you guys going to do it in the first place? What? Scared now? Wang Yan's cultivation level was a bit higher than Zhang Chang's, and immediately cooperated with Zhang Chang to release the pressure together, saying, together. So what if he's not an ordinary third-ranked martial artist? We're too close to mid-fourth-ranked martial artists, and we still can't take one of him? Both sides had their swords drawn. Just as the battle was about to break out, bang! The windows in Xiao Huang Chao's house suddenly cracked open. Zip, zip, zip. A purple thunderbolt was released, and the thunderbolt carried a destructive aura that all creatures would inspire fear deep within their genes when they saw it. Lightning spread throughout the room like a spider web. Xiao Huang Chao's eyelids trembled. The power of this lightning was terrifying. Even if he had such a powerful physical body, he couldn't resist it head-on. What is the cultivation level of the suddenly appeared martial artist? Peak 4th order or 5th order? However, he soon realized that these lightning bolts that covered the room would all circle around and lock onto both Zhang Chang and Wang Yan as they approached him. Friendlies. Almost immediately Xiao Huang Chao made a judgment. Ah! What is this? The two of them, Zhang Chang and Wang Yan, shouted out filled with fear. The power of thunder directly trapped the duo and continuously attacked their flesh. The defense released by the two was instantly shattered. Almost in a flash, a silhouette killed its way in through the window. You can tell it's a woman by the size. The woman stepped on the void and came to the two in an instantaneous step. Her palms were wrapped in thick lightning and such, and the lightning was constantly pulsing. Bang bang, two punches. It directly penetrated through the bodies of both Zhang Chang and Wang Yan, the extreme power of thunder instantly destroying their internal organs along the wound. The entire battle lasted less than 10 seconds before the two were killed in seconds. On the verge of death, Zhang Chang saw clearly the appearance of the visitor and was filled with incredulity. You dare to offend the white family. The woman smiled playfully. If you die, no one will know it's me. Goodbye. The woman pushed, and two electrified, charred bodies fell to the ground. The woman pointed one foot on the ground, and just a moment ago, she was murdering people ferociously, but now she turned around playfully and smiled at Xiao Huang Chao with a hefty smile. Xiao Huang Chao carefully sized up his opponent. The woman had a perfect figure. Her legs were round and slender. She wore a ponytail. Her delicate face was almost perfect. Her crescent-like eyes seemed to smile, and she carried shallow dimples beside her face. Although he knew that the other party was not hostile to him, Xiao Huang Chao still did not take it lightly. After all, the strength of the other party was there. Even if he wanted to escape, he probably wouldn't be able to. You are. The woman cocked her head and looked at Xiao Huang Chao with the same curiosity. Whispering, he muttered, "Wow, what a handsome face. What are you talking about?" Xiao Huang Chao suddenly said. The woman hastily bah-humbugged a few times, though with a gentle cough, looking extremely formal and with a playful, cute look. My name is Li Shuya. Hello there, young master. Junior brother? Xiao Huang Chao was very surprised at this title. Li Shuya nodded with great certainty. My master is Jong Hong Xan, and you are the new disciple that master has taken in. Naturally, it's my little senior brother. Ah, he, quickly call out a senior sister to hear it. Chapter 64, Immortal Forces. Inside a cheap rental house in Tenkai City. Sister? Xiao Huang Chao was a bit dazed for a moment, and took a closer look at Li Shuya. The battle had just ended, and a faint electric light was still flickering around the petite body. In terms of the quality of the electric light and the habits of using it, there was indeed some resemblance to Master Jong Hong Xan. Then he looked at the sin value above Li Shuya's head. Sin value, 12, judging from the battle just now. Having the power of a close to 5th order martial artist but only a dozen or so points of sin value. This kind of martial artist was few and far between when looking at the entire Jiangnan province. Li Shuya laughed. Tianhai City shouldn't stay for long. The people who came over to assassinate you should be more than one wave. Master asked me to come and pick you up. Let's go back to Jinling City quickly. Jinling City was the capital city of Jiangnan province, a city several times larger than the 5 cities combined. It was also the city with the highest quality of martial artists in the entire Jiangnan province, with many martial arts families, even old families that had been passed down for thousands of years, mixed with fish and dragons. A 4th-ranked martial artist could walk horizontally in the 5 cities, and if he became as heartless as Sun Batian, he could even destroy the 5 cities. And in Jinling City, a 4th-order martial artist would have to do his job with his tail between his legs, and there were 5th-order and even 6th-order martial artists. So what kind of waves could a 4th-order martial artist in the district set off? Xiao Huang Chao thought for a moment and said, Good. The 5 cities were so small that there was no longer any point in his continuing to stay here. He himself now needed an A-grade sword Dao treasure or martial art to raise his sword Dao enhancement to A-grade as well. As for the S-class body tempering martial skills, Xiao Huang Chao did not have the luxury for the time being. That thing is extremely rare and rare goods, not to mention in Jinling City, even in Kyoto. S-class martial skills, and specifically required to be body forging, the entire Red Yen Empire turned over, could not even see how many copies could be found. Xiao Huang Chao no longer dwelled on these things, practicing if he had it and waiting if he didn't. While following second senior sister Li Shuya on her way to Jinling City, Xiao Huang Chao couldn't help but ask, those 2 assassins who came over to assassinate me, what were they referring to when they spoke of the White family? Li Shuya had heard his master talk about some of his little brother's situation, is an orphan, no father, no mother, there is no force behind, completely rely on their own step by step to the present, but also has been living in Tianhai City, for the outside world is naturally not much cognitive. Li Shuya patiently explained, whether it's a family power or an organization, the common ones are generally divided into no entry, third rate, second rate, and first rate powers. Like your Tianhai City's Sun family, it belongs to the forces that are not in the mainstream. Forehead is not right. In the end, the Sun family's head, Sun Badian, broke through the 4th ranked martial artist, and there are still inherited S-ranked martial arts in the family, which can barely be considered as a 3rd ranked force. Generally speaking, only 2nd-rate forces possess the inheritance of S-ranked martial arts, but the overall power of the Sun family is too weak, and only Sun Badian has finally broken through to the 4th rank in the entire family. Xiao Huang Chao secretly smacked his lips as he listened. The Sun family, which had a hand in Tianhai City, was the nightmare of countless martial artists, and as a result, when looking at the entire Qian Empire, it was only a mere unimpressive strength, and Sun Baishan's final breakthrough to the 4th rank in cooperation with the Demoness cleric was only barely a 3rd-rate force, and that estimation was at the end of the 3rd-rate forces as well. Xiao Huang Chao also roughly heard and understood that the high and low ranking of forces was based on the strength of the overall martial artist as well as the heritage base, and was judged comprehensively. Like the Sun family, they belonged to the category of those whose strength was not very good, but were lucky enough to get a copy of the S-class martial skill, 10,000 swords returning to the palace, inheritance. Li Shuya continued, within a family or organization, having a 5th-ranked martial artist with an S-ranked martial skill inheritance, as well as a certain amount of heritage, can be considered a 2nd-rate power. A power that has many 5th-ranked martial artists and can steadily cultivate a few 5th-ranked martial artists in each generation, or a power that has a 6th-ranked martial artist, can be called a 1st-rate power. Xiao Huang Chao nodded and said, there should be others above the 1st-class forces, right? Li Shuya smiled lightly, revealing her dimples, and said, that's for sure. It's only ranked as a 6th-ranked martial artist at the moment. Above the 1st-class forces, there are 3 more. Respectively, they are the 1,000-year families. As the name suggests, forces with an inheritance of more than 1,000 years, and where the 6th-ranked martial artists have never been interrupted or have 7th-ranked martial artists for that 1,000 years. Further up is the transcendent power, inherited for thousands of years. The 7th-ranked martial artists have never been interrupted, and there are several 7th-ranked martial artists in every generation. Above the transcendent forces are the immortal forces, with an inheritance of more than 10,000 years and a history of giving birth to 10th-order powerhouses. Immortal forces are existences that truly cover the sky with one hand. Their movements determine the entire country's destiny, and this group of people is very powerful and very dangerous. Xiao Huang Chao couldn't help but be mesmerized by that magnificent world as he listened to his second senior sister's description. Should there only be one immortal force in the entire Red Inferno Imperial Kingdom, the Justice Cleric? The matter of the Justice Church having produced a 10th order powerhouse was simply like a myth being passed down by word of mouth to the general public and martial artists. There is nothing more classic than the story of the 10th order powerhouse of the Church of Justice fighting the witch in a battle that darkens the sky and cracks the earth. It ended with both sides going down together. Naturally, the witch church also belonged to the immortal forces. Li Shuya's eyes grayed and she put away the smile on her face, shaking her head slightly. The Justice Cleric is indeed an immortal force, but it's not the only immortal force in the Red Yen Empire. Xiao Huang Chao was also very sensible, and seeing that his second senior sister had no intention of continuing, he didn't bother to ask what other immortal forces there were. These things were still too far away for himself, who had yet to step into the 4th-ranked martial artist. The two of them were silent for a moment, and Li Shuya suddenly spoke. Oops, almost forgot. In addition to the 3-2 first class, Millennium, Transcendent, and Unending forces there is another force you need to pay more attention to. That's the Ancient Race. Not all forces are involved in floating on the surface, with their strength known by outsiders. Over 10,000 years of the Red Yen Empire's history, many powerful clans were also born midway through. choosing to retreat and hide in seclusion at its peak. The ancient clan has a long heritage. They specialize in many long-lost secret techniques. Their specific strength cannot be judged. After all, in the course of 10,000 years of history, some of the families that were brilliant back then have now had their legacies severed, while some not only still continue the brilliance of their forefathers, but also rise to the next level. The ancient clan is very ancient and mysterious. Its strength is unknown. It may wither away into an unimpressive force, or it may still be in existence comparable to a transcendent, or even an unending force. No matter what, you must be careful when you meet people from the ancient clan. They cannot be figured out by common sense. Xiao Huang Chao nodded slightly. Li Shuya said, the Bai family in Jinling City is a 1,000-year-old inherited family, and even among the 1,000-year-old families, it is still a leading existence. Chapter 65, Senior Sister with Terrifying Talent. Li Shuya continued to explain with Xiao Huang Chao. Among all the forces in the entire Jinling City, the Bai family is able to be ranked in the top 3, and the Millennium family's heritage is terrifying. There are a number of 6th-ranked martial artists within the White family, which would already fulfill the requirements of a 1,000-year family. And, Li Shuya paused, looking around in a very cute and careful way. It is said that within the White family, there is still an old monster whose cultivation has reached the 7th rank. It is possible that that old monster has already died, and the White family is deliberately releasing the news to bluff people. Or it is possible that that old monster is really still alive. TSK, a 7th-ranked martial artist. If he's really still alive, that would be terrifying. Xiao Huang Chao nodded slightly, with a slight surprise in his heart. I didn't realize that a small Sun family in Tianhai City had connections with the Bai family in Jiangnan province. However, from the looks of it, the Sun family was nothing more than an insignificant pawn of the Bai family, the kind that could be discarded at any time. Xiao Huang Chao suddenly asked, Second Senior Sister, what is your cultivation level? Li Shuya crossed her arms and lifted up her flat chest with a haughty face. Peak of the 4th order. Hey, awesome, right? I'm even one step away from breaking through to the 5th rank, but it's a pity that my master keeps saying that my foundation is unstable, and he's dead set on not letting me break through. The corner of Xiao Huang Chao's mouth twitched slightly. 4. Peak 4th ranked martial artists? How old is Li Shuya? Looking just a few years older than himself, his cultivation had unexpectedly reached the terrifying peak of the 4th rank. This kind of talent in a small place like the 5 cities, not even one would come out in a few hundred years. Sun Baishan's lifelong hope was to break through the 4th stage and become a cheap blood realm martial artist, while his lifelong wish was with others. He might have just reached adulthood and broken through at will. That's where the talent gap comes in. It's more of a geographical disparity. It was impossible to have any contact with a genius of this level in a lifetime in Tianhai City. This was also the reason why Xiao Huang Chao wanted to travel to Jinling City. Xiao Huang Chao then asked again. Then 3rd senior brother and eldest senior sister. What cultivation level are they? Li Shuya said smilingly. Your 3rd senior brother. Ah, he has mediocre talent and is only at the 4th stage of initiation today. But master, his old man, is very demanding of us? Except for his 3rd senior brother, who has very low requirements. Even if he only broke through the 4th rank, master didn't have any dissatisfaction, and even praised 3rd senior brother for his efforts, always saying that 3rd senior brother's future accomplishments wouldn't be below those of elder sister and me. Humph, master is clearly biased. Xiao Huang Chao looked complicated. With his understanding of Zhong Lao, his old man didn't look like he would be biased. 3rd senior brother was older than both 2nd senior sister and eldest senior sister, yet his cultivation level was much lower. Jong Hong Xan also said that his future achievements would be high, guessing that this 3rd senior brother was also a freak with a perverted physique. There are many special physique are late power. The early stage is mediocre. Once you cross that hurdle, life is like hanging. Cultivation miso up, just like the current self. What about eldest sister? Xiao Huang Chao asked. Mentioning that horrible big sister, Li Shuya's little brain immediately dropped, full of despair. Eldest senior sister she is simply a monster. Her talent is extremely terrifying. I have always suspected that she is not from some powerful ancient race. Breaking through the 4th rank at the age of 16, his cultivation has now reached the 5th rank. It's not clear how much the specific 5th rank is. The corners of Xiao Huang Chao's mouth twitched madly. 16 years old, 4th degree, now it's the 5th order? When he himself hadn't yet awakened the system, in his world, Sun Ruinan was already an overwhelming genius. At the age of 16, he reached the level of a 1st-rank martial artist, and at the age of 18, he reached the peak of the 1st rank and was about to break through to the 2nd rank. It was already out of reach for myself, and his own eldest senior sister, whom he had yet to meet, had already accomplished Sun Ruinan's father's lifelong dream of becoming a 4th-stage Chi blood realm martial artist at the age when Sun Ruinan had broken through the 1st stage. Is there really a genius in this world who has such talent without relying on a system? This This talent, could it be an S-rank talent? Li Shuya shook her head and said, I don't know. From the time I joined the division until now, I haven't seen eldest sister a few times. Eldest senior sister just closes and retreats every day for a few years, and when she comes out once, she does something big and goes to the border of the Red Yen Empire to hunt and kill a few great demons. She then relied on hunting great demons to stabilize her realm, and then continued back to her seclusion. Many people don't even know that my master has 3 disciples, and eldest sister is the only one of the 3 of us who hasn't joined the Order of Justice. This makes me think even more that she might have been born into some ancient clan and couldn't join the Justice clan because of family restrictions. Don't think that eldest sister's talent is everywhere, although I don't know her exact type and level of talent. Based on her cultivation speed alone, if we look at the entire Red Yen Empire, even those transcendent families in Kyoto, there are very few geniuses of this level. Accepting an apprentice is a skill, and Jong Hong Xan has practiced this skill to the extreme. Xiao Huang Chao was secretly staggered. If he hadn't awakened the system, I'm afraid that he wouldn't have come into contact with this level of genius in his entire life, not to mention the fact that he had now become his own eldest sister. Where is Master now? The General Directorate suddenly transferred him away from the 5 cities, and then the Sun family rebellion broke out in the 5 cities, and 100,000 candidates had to be sacrificed, and with his old man's character, it's unlikely that this matter would just go away. Xiao Huang Chao suddenly asked. Mentioning this matter, Li Shuya put away the smile on her face and became serious, with a touch of worry in the depths of her eyes, saying, if there was nothing else, Master would have come to fetch you himself, but his old man is in seclusion. Breaking through the realm? Xiao Huang Chao asked. Li Shuya shook her head and said, just in go fight. You already know about the White family. The White family's second youngest, Bai Long, parachuted in the Jiangnan Province Law Enforcement Directorate as a deputy director, transferring Master away from the 5 cities. It was Bai Long who gave the order. Apparently, Shifu was going to the White House to fight. Xiao Huang Chao's expression also became grave as he said, Airborne Deputy Director? A Tianhai City Law Enforcement Bureau Chief has a frightening amount of power. And this is just a small city. The Deputy Director of the entire Jiangnan Province Law Enforcement Directorate. Such a transcendent position. This white dragon even said to parachute in? Li Shuya nodded. Xiao Huang Chao continued. How can Master say that he's also a purple-robed enforcer of the Justice Cleric and a member of the General Directorate? So the Bai family shouldn't be able to do anything about it, right? Even if the Bai family is a power that can be ranked in the top 3 in Jinling City, don't they have to worry about the General Directorate? Li Shuya shook her head slightly and said, you know one thing, the Justicarium is powerful, that is the business of the Justicarium. In Jinling City, the Jiangnan Provincial Law Enforcement Directorate also belongs to the top 3 forces, but is ranked below the Bai family. Zhao Huang Chao. Chapter 66, Goodbye Jong Hong Xan. As Zhao Huang Chao and Li Shuya chatted, the 2 of them had already arrived in Jinling City. Zhao Huang Chao didn't rush to report to the Jiangnan Province Law Enforcement General Bureau. It wasn't safe anywhere right now, and the only place he could go was Zhong Lao's residence. Zhong Lao lived in the suburbs of Jinling City, where the mountains and water, beautiful scenery, and few outsiders to disturb. Jinling City is located in the plains, and some of the few hills in Jinling City are in this neighborhood. Ancient and original architecture, classic large courtyard, no gilded and luxurious buildings, calm and light, refreshing and relaxing. Zhao Huang Chao stepped into the courtyard. It was hard to imagine that in a metropolis full of skyscrapers like Jinling City, Master, his old man, was able to find such a feng shui treasure. Coming, a deep and calm voice suddenly rang out from within the room, low but mid-range. Only a lame old man slowly walked out of the house. His hair is gray and his eyes are shining. Zhao Huang Chao was a little surprised. Compared to the last time he saw Zhong Lao, the whole person's aura was raised quite a bit, becoming even more unfathomable, like a deep, bottomless lake. Li Shuya immediately bent over and bowed, putting away her playful demeanor and said respectfully, Greetings, Master. Zhao Huang Chao also followed Li Shuya's movements and said, 4th disciple Zhao Huang Chao has met Master. Elder Zhong slowly walked over to the 2 and said, Looks like you little girl, you've talked a lot to your own senior brother along the way. Li Shuya spat out her tongue and said, Master, your old man has not received a new disciple for a long time. This is not to see the youngest disciple excited. On the way to chat a little more, Elder Zhong didn't blame. Among the 4 disciples it was Li Shuya who had the most jumpy personality. He just smiled helplessly. Then his eyes turned to Zhao Huang Chao. The old man's eyes, as if they had magic power, could penetrate everything in the world and were full of wisdom accumulated over the years. Jong Hong Xan's purple-robed enforcers. The purple robes ranged from 5th order and 6th order martial artists. Zhao Huang Chao couldn't believe to death that Jong Hong Xan was an ordinary 5th ranked martial artist. Even his second apprentice brother was on the verge of breaking through the 5th rank. and his eldest apprentice brother had even arrived at the 5th rank of cultivation, and with the old man in front of him, he couldn't detect a single trace of spiritual energy leaking out. He was already on the verge of the 4th rank. The 5th rank was not out of reach, and an ordinary 5th rank martial artist simply could not bring about such a feeling. When you face the old man yourself, it is like an ancient and lofty mountain before you. The old man carefully surveyed Xiao Huang Chao and slowly said, "You're still really surprising me. Your physical talent should be close to breaking through S rank, right? And you've also comprehended the sword Dao talent, dual talents in one's body. Not bad, not bad." Xiao Huang Chao was horrified in his heart. His own secrets were in front of the old man, and the other party found all of them just by looking at them. Xiao Huang Chao said, "It's just a fluke. How difficult it is to break through the S rank." Comprehending the sword Dao talent is also due to the fact that the Sun family in Tianhai City majors in the sword Dao, and I unintentionally comprehended it when I was in contact with the Sun family. Li Shuya's eyes sparkled with brilliance. When she came into contact with Xiao Huang Chao, she only felt that the other party's chi and blood power was strong, completely unlike a martial artist of the 3rd rank, and estimated that the other party should be physically gifted. I didn't expect the other party to be dual talented, but also a top-ranked A-ranked physical body talent, just a hair's breadth away from breaking through to S rank. Li Shuya marveled. Wow, junior brother is surprisingly so strong. Dual talents? Wouldn't that be the same as eldest senior sister? Elder Zhang glared without a good look and said, "If you don't work hard, you'll be at the bottom in the future. And as a second senior sister at the bottom, you're still not working hard to cultivate?" Li Shuya pouted and whispered, "I'm not afraid. There's third senior brother patting anyway." Jong Hong Xan grunted and admonished, "That kid Wong Yu is in a special situation. In the future, as long as he steps over that hurdle, you won't be able to catch up at all." Li Shuya knew that his master usually said very little, but once he nagged, it was endless, and he quickly changed the topic. "Master, didn't you say you were in seclusion? Is it over so soon?" Mentioning the main event, Jong Hong Xan's face sank slightly as he said, "It's just a white family in the district, so it won't take this long to close the door." He looked at Xiao Huang Chao and said, "Tomorrow, you follow me, and Master will give you a gift for meeting me." Li Shuya was a bit worried. "Master, do we really have to go to war with the Bai family?" The Bai family was an old, 1,000-year-old family, with several 6th order martial artists within the clan, and rumor had it that there were also old monsters who were 7th order martial artists. Of course she believed in her master's strength, but the dark wounds on her master's body had never healed, and she was really worried about adding other wounds. Xiao Huang Chao followed suit. "Master, haven't I come back alive and well?" The 5 cities weren't too traumatized, and those who died were maggots attached to their bones. They monopolized the cultivation resources of the 5 cities, leaving the other martial artists of the 5 cities with no way out. Their disappearance might still be good for the 5 cities. Jong Hong Xan shook his head slightly and said, "My battle with the White family is not for you, and I don't care if those who died in the 5 cities were evil or good, but when the dignity of the Torah is trampled upon, someone must stand up for it. If even we, ourselves, do not act according to the law, and judge others only according to our own personal wishes, then what difference is there between us and the clans that work for the tiger?" Jong Hong Xan said with seriousness. Xiao Huang Chao, "Son, everyone has their own standards of good and evil. The same person deserves to die because some people think he's a tenfold demon, and some people think he's a good person. Everyone is right and no one is wrong. But wouldn't the world be in chaos if everyone judged other crimes as they wished? We are martial artists. We have a chance to save ourselves even in the chaos. But what about those ordinary people? They don't have the power, and in the event of unrest, they'll just have to wait for death. Then what's the point of them living? Life and death are entirely on someone else's perception. Can they live to believe? I know that there are many people with evil intentions within the Order of Justice, but the enactment of the Yi Code of the Order of Justice does give many ordinary people hope to live. As martial artists, we are meant to guard this hope." Xiao Huang Chao agreed with what Jong Hong Xan said. He didn't feel that this was a holy mother, which in turn had a great enlightenment in it, but he also knew very well that it was impossible for him to be like his master in his own life. Jong Hong Xan sighed quietly and looked to the sky. "I don't ask you to be as stubborn in the future as I am an old fart. I only hope that you, in the future, will stand at the top, and when the countless people of Dawn see it, the feeling you give them is not one of despair, but of hope to live." Chapter 67, Traveling to the White House, Jiangnan Province, Jinling City. The next day, purple-robed enforcer Jong Hong Xan's mansion. Xiao Huang Chao woke up in the morning and saw the two standing in the courtyard. One person was second senior sister Li Shuya, and the other was a man, big and tall, with a flat head and a very honest look. But Xiao Huang Chao could tell at a glance that this man was not really the kind of honest person who did not fight back or scold. He carried a touch of shrewdness in the depths of his eyes, but it did not make people feel bored. This should be his own senior brother, Wong Yu. After all, if they were Elder Zhong's disciples, none of their character would be too bad. Wang Yu's talent wasn't bad, it was also an A-ranked lightning attribute talent, but his cultivation was very slow to improve. Greetings third senior brother, second senior sister. Xiao Huang Chao respectfully stepped forward to greet him. Xiao Huang Chao is also not a cold and violent temper that will do it when he sees someone, but under certain circumstances, he must do it himself in order to survive. He also wants to have 3 or 5 close friends around, and he doesn't want to be on edge all the time to be on guard against someone trying to murder him. Wang Yu hemmed and hawed and said, "We're all family, there's no need for so much etiquette. My name is Wang Yu, just call me directly by my name." Li Shuya immediately protested. "No, you must call me senior sister, such a handsome little brother." Every day Li Shuya shouted, "It is too raw, you must shout your own senior sister to have a feeling." Wang Yu sized up Xiao Huang Chao and said, "You're physically gifted, aren't you?" Xiao Huang Chao nodded. Wang Yu said with a dazed look on his face, "No wonder the power of qi and blood is so powerful, and the talent of the physical body is also good. Second senior sister and I are both gifted in the thunder system, and we followed our master to learn the thunder technique. You have a physical body talent. You can use thunder to forge your body. Not only will you be able to rapidly increase your physical body strength, you might even be able to have an epiphany of the thunder laws by chance. Cultivating thunder system martial arts. What is spelled out in the end is the strength of the physical body. Only a strong enough flesh can withstand more thunder power." Xiao Huang Chao nodded slightly and said, "Many thanks for informing senior brother." Wang Yu smiled and waved his hand. "Don't call me senior brother, huh? I am the oldest in the division but the youngest in terms of seniority. I have always been shouted at as senior brother. It was awkward at first, but now I am used to it. Just call me by my first name, or if I'm a few years falsely older than you, you can just call me you." Li Shuya patted Wang Yu's head with a big grin and said, "Ha ha, that's just how he is. He's a proper fake polite every day. You don't have to be too formal here." Xiao Huang Chao nodded. "Okay Li Shuya." Li Shuya immediately reddened her face and said, "Call out senior sister. It's fine to call me sister if you can't. Don't just call me by my full name." Calling him senior and brother makes him a full name to me, doesn't it? Good you Xiao Huang Chao. Looks like a white boy. Did not expect so dark. Okay, all stop. A low voice came from inside the house as Jong Hong Xan limped out. Those deep eyes carried a touch of cold killing intent. The three of them immediately stood up straight and put away the smiles on their faces when they saw their master's appearance. Wang Yu said softly, "Master, are we moving now? Should we avoid the eyes of the Directorate General of Law Enforcement so we can end the fight before the Directorate General comes over and stirs up the water?" Wang Yu looked big and thick, but he was the one who considered everything most thoughtfully. Jong Hong Xan snorted coldly and said, "Avoid? No, it's just to show them. Sometimes showing strength is the best deterrent. It's been too long since we've done anything. These people are getting more and more lawless. I want the entire Jiangnan province to know that Jong Hong Xan is not old, much less dead." Jong Hong Xan still had a certain reputation in the entire Jiangnan province, not only because of his strength, but also because of his personality. Not many people would like that kind of person, much less have a close friend. Jong Hong Xan also knows very well that what he is going to do. It is impossible to have friends, but only a lone wolf. Many people were afraid that Jong Hong Xan would stalk them to death, so they did things in a restrained manner. But in recent years, this group of people's actions have become increasingly large, and it is simply a blatant violation of the law and discipline. Jong Hong Xan made them tighten up a bit by shining his sword this time. Back then, that battle between Jong Hong Xan's peak 5th rank and a 6th rank martial artist, although it left Jong Hong Xan with a dark wound that was difficult to heal, making every step of cultivation extremely difficult. But there are certain benefits, and over there is Jong Hong Xan's fame playing out. Let many people know that there was still such a mad dog within the Jiangnan Province Law Enforcement Directorate, one that will go out of its way to tear into you as soon as it smells an offending scent on you. Wang Yu looked deeply at his master. Honestly, he didn't know what exactly the strength of his master was now. Blatantly going to the White House to settle a score? The White family is a top 1,000-year-old family with a deep heritage, so it's a toss-up whether or not they can beat it. The second youngest member of the Bai family was also the deputy director of the Jiangnan Province Law Enforcement Directorate, and if he went to the Bai family, the directorate side would definitely get involved. Even if Master was a purple-robed enforcer, the general directorate side was probably on the White family's side. There are still 2 or 3 6th-ranked martial artists inside the main office. Wang Yu's head was spinning for a while, but the master had already decided, and he himself could only choose to support it. Go to the White family, Jong Hong Xan said. Xiao Huang Chao followed behind the crowd. His heart was inevitably a little excited. He was about to witness a battle between high-ranked martial artists. General Directorate of Law Enforcement, Gangnam Province. Director Xin Liang hurriedly rushed back to the main office, came in front of White Dragon's office, and directly broke down the door. Ah! A woman's scream came straight from inside, only to see that a fourth-ranked female enforcer, unclothed, was lying on top of the white dragon. Seeing someone suddenly open the door and screaming in shock, Xin Liang was instantly dumbfounded. Yuta, don't you have a husband? The female enforcer named Yuta hurriedly put on her clothes and hurriedly left. He even glared at Xin Liang and snorted coldly on his way out. A pang of bitterness ran through Xin Ling's mind. He himself was at least the director, at least a purple-robed enforcer, a fifth-ranked martial artist. Even a woman that Shiro was casually playing with dared to glare at himself. Hey! Shiro was in no hurry to get dressed, and said, don't you know how to knock when you enter? White Dragon knew that Xin Liang must have something to report in such a hurry. Knocking? Interrupting you from screwing around in the office, are we? Never mind, bear with it, big things matter. Xin Liang took a deep breath and said, latest intelligence, Jong Hong Xan has ended his seclusion and left his residence with several of his disciples, heading over toward the Bai family. Instead of panicking, the White Dragon frowned slightly and said, what are they doing going in the direction of the White House? He would never have imagined that a mere purple-robed enforcer would want to go after the White family no matter what. Shen Liang was speechless for a moment in his conscience and said, with Jong Hong Xan's character, I guess he went to fight. Chapter 68, Blocking the Door. Jinling City, Jiangnan Province, 1,000-year legacy family. The White family. The Bai family residence was lofty, like a palace fortress. The doorhead is magnificent and domineering, erecting two heavenly wooden pillars. The pillars are made of extraordinary materials, which are 5,000 years of divine wood after being struck by heavenly thunder. The Bai family purchased the wood at a high price. On top of the sacred wood were carved two lifelike divine dragons, hovering and guarding the side. Below the sacred wood are 110 flights of stairs, each with an elaborate staircase. Directly in front of the stairs, there is an engraved inscription, taken from the wood method of Northwestern Zen Buddhism, which means blessing the family with all prosperity and immortality. As he approached the gate of the White House, he could smell a refreshing fragrance. Xiao Huang Chao wrinkled his nose, sniffing the air. Wong Yu, who was on the side, explained, this fragrance is the fragrance released by the 10,000 years golden lotus. The golden lotus itself is not some divine medicine or herb, but to live to 10,000 years is indeed rare and extremely expensive. Although the golden lotus is not a divine medicine, it has accumulated a large amount of heaven and earth aura over the course of 10,000 years, releasing a scent that can enhance the strength of the physical body when inhaled over a long period of time. There are even rumors that the Bai clan used the 10,000-year golden lotus as the eye of a spell formation, and deep within the Bai clan's ancestral land, a supreme spell formation was set up to receive the spiritual chi of the heavens and the earth, turning the Bai clan into a cavernous blessed land. All White family disciples can cultivate with half the effort. Xiao Huang Chao secretly smacked his lips. This kind of trenchant spending could only be done by a 1,000-year-old inherited family. On the side, Lei Shuya grunted twice with some disdain. It's all just a bunch of sidetracks, and this practice will at most make more martial artists of the first, second, and third ranks. If you want to break through to the fourth stage and beyond, relying on this spirit-gathering grand formation won't help at all. A martial artist who relied on the spirit-gathering grand formation to break through to the third rank was also hopelessly at the fourth rank in this lifetime. This kind of grandiose handiwork of the Bai family has but little effect on enhancing the overall power of the family. More than anything else, it was to show off the family's status and heritage. A few people were just about to approach. He was stopped in his tracks by a group of martial artists at the entrance. The White family's gatekeeper martial artists were all third-ranked martial artists. Stop! What do you do? This is the White family's important land. Get the hell out of here. There were 4 people from Jong Hong Xan, 1 purple-robed enforcer and 3 yellow-robed enforcers. There was no way that these 2 third-ranked martial artists didn't know about it, as all 4 of them were wearing law enforcement robes. That's right, Jong Hong Xan had come in his law enforcement robes, and he was coming to apprehend the murderer in the name of the General Directorate. In fact, Xiao Huang Chao was a little confused as to what exactly his master, wearing his law enforcement robes, was coming over for. Obviously came over to find the opposite side of the trouble. Although the White family's second youngest, Bai Long, is very likely to be involved in the Sun family's chaos, but there is no evidence. If you really want to try the other side through the means of law enforcers, you should also investigate and get the evidence first. Is it really okay to go straight to the door without any evidence? Xiao Huang Chao wanted to not understand, but did not question Jong Hong Xan. He believed that his master could not be aimless, and that he must have his own plans for acting in such a manner. So without much ado, he dutifully stood back and watched. Jong Hong Xan didn't open his mouth, and Wong Yu chided, "Open your doggy eyes and see that we are law enforcement." Takeshi sneered twice and said, "So what if it's an enforcer? This is our Bai family's chassis. Get the hell out of here and don't force us to use force. Do you think that just because there's a purple-robed enforcer, you can flaunt your power in front of the Sun family?" You think you can go anywhere when you bring an old man with you? Whoosh! A rigid and intense hurricane flashed by. Xiao Huang Chao's figure instantly arrived in front of the two people like a ghost. The sin value on both of their heads exceeded 300. Xiao Huang Chao grabbed one person's neck with one hand and pressed the two against the wall as he spoke in a deep voice. Law enforcers enforce the law. When is it your turn to speak? Do you know what the charge is for insulting a law enforcement officer? I can take you to the law enforcement bureau to be tortured and then locked up for a year and a half. The martial artist who was grabbed by the neck was about to suffocate, his eyes covered in blood, and he threatened in a deep voice. You're dead. Daring to make a move against the Bai family in front of the Bai family's gate. There's no way you'll live through today. Xiao Huang Chao's eyes lit up. Yeah, dare to threaten the law enforcers. The offense is aggravated. I'm going to put you under arrest now. Mouths said they were going to make an arrest, but Xiao Huang Chao cut the two men loose straight away. Why are you loose? Waiting for the two to resist. Fruity. The two martial artists who were released immediately pushed their spiritual energy to use their martial arts to come over and counterattack. Xiao Huang Chao sneered and faintly said, arresting and assaulting a law enforcement officer is punishable by death according to the law. Having said that, Xiao Huang Chao was not soft-hearted and directly drew out his silver python sword. The sword floated, a silver light flashed in the air, and then 2 columns of blood were spewed out, 2 heads rolled down, and the White family's watchman martial artist was killed on the spot. On the side, Jong Hong Xan's eyes were unperturbed. This was undoubtedly offending the Bai family, but he had come here today to ask about the Bai family. Li Shuya's beautiful eyes contained a smile. Although she looked like a harmless human being, she was also a martial artist who was about to cross the 5th rank. She had killed far more people than Xiao Huang Chao, and had seen more criminals and more darkness in human nature than she could count. Junior brother is still really killing it. Wang Yu also nodded in recognition and said, this is a very good way to provoke the other party first. The other party will definitely speak out. Insulting the law enforcers isn't a big problem, but if you go up to the top, you can also catch the other party's tail. And if the other person says something like kill you or something like that, then it's not insulting the law enforcer. It's threatening the law enforcer, which is a big offense. And then they go and arrest the other person. Usually people who say things like that are bound to be arrested, and arrests increase the sentence. But the arrest of a martial artist can also be described as assault and battery on a law enforcer, which can be a capital offense. Wonderful. Killing the Bai family's people this way, and the other side is dumbfounded. At least from the normal law enforcement procedures, there can't be any problems picked out. The gate of the White House opened and out came a burly man with a big body. The burly man was bare-chested, covered in tattoos. His head was pointy, with a small amount of long hair, and his inverted triangular eyes looked very menacing. How dare you kill someone in the White family? Are you tired of living? Xiao Huang Chao stood in front of Zhong Lao and the others, the breeze blowing the corners of his clothes and floating in the air as he looked at the burly man and faintly said, who are you? Call out someone from the White family who has a say in the matter. My master Jong Hong Xan visits and this is how your Bai family receives him? The burly man was holding a double axe, his entire flesh and muscles bulging as an intense force of chi and blood pounded and swept up layers of dust. A mere 3rd-ranked martial artist dares to come to the Bai family to provoke? I am the White family's town gate general, Zhou Hu. The aura that Zhou Hu erupted was not an unusual 4th-order martial artist. It was at least a mid to late 4th-order martial artist, and it was also a body-refining martial artist. Xiao Huang Chao was not afraid in the slightest and snorted coldly. It's just a security chief, and you're making a general? Chapter 69 Battle against Zhou Hu. Jinling City, Jiangnan Province, the gate of the White House. Hearing Xiao Huang Chao's provocation, Zhou Hu, the White family's head of security guards, immediately became furious, his entire body glowing with a faint red light, and his fierce chi and blood power erupted without restraint. It's like a maddened beast. Wang Yu said, be careful. His strength is at least the 5th level of the 4th rank. The gap between him and you is too great. You back off first and I'll do it. Wang Yu cultivated the thunder method and was also considered half a physical cultivator at the same time. Although he had only just entered the 4th rank, he was experienced in actual combat and was sufficient to deal with a 4th rank, 5th weight martial artist. Wang Yu just took a step forward. Zhong Hong Xan stretched out his big hand and blocked him, faintly saying, your little brother can do it. Xiao Huang Chao drew out his silver python sword and shivered it in the air, shaking off the blood on it. A slight sword sound continuously echoed in the air. A bloodthirsty sword intent continuously echoed in the air, and the smell of blood in the air seemed to be a few points thicker. Xiao Huang Chao exuded an icy killing intent that caused more than a few people to chill. Although Zhou Hu was a tiger, he wasn't a pure idiot, and to be able to become the White family's caretaker security chief, strength and brains existed side by side, and he was the first to sense Xiao Huang Chao's unusualness. His body was thick with chi and blood power, just like a tiger descending from a mountain, but it seemed that he had not yet managed to exude his chi and blood. This kid should be a martial artist of the third stage of the Great Circle or half-step Qi blood realm. A sword cultivator? Zhou Hu thought darkly in his heart. He knew that Xiao Huang Chao was so young and had such achievements, compared to being a genius as well, with talents above his own. But no genius who hasn't grown up is a genius. Your own cultivation strength is here. So what if you're a third-order great perfection or a half-step Qi in blood realm? Martial artists who hadn't arrived at the fourth rank were ultimately mole crickets, and there was a world of difference between the two. As for himself, he was still not an ordinary fourth-ranked martial artist, but a fourth-ranked fifth-ranked martial artist. In the early stages of martial arts, physical cultivators were all very dominant, and the time when this dominance was most obvious was in the Qi and blood realm. After passing the Qi and blood realm and reaching the fifth stage, the advantage of a physical cultivation martial artist would slowly decline, and there was even a considerable disadvantage compared to other martial artists of the same cultivation level. Zhou Hu snorted coldly and said, "A mere third-ranked martial artist dares to come over and provoke? Sword cultivator is it? Do you really think that just because you have some sword talent, you can fight beyond your level? Let you feel the difference in hard power today." After saying that, Zhou Hu took large steps forward, and with each step, the ground shook slightly. Berserk Qi and blood power continuously rolled around the periphery of his body, and the two large axes in his hands were wrapped in spiritual power, releasing an astonishing power. Obviously these two large axes weren't unusual weapons either, but rather spiritual artifacts of a not-so-low quality. Every time Zhou Hu danced his great axe, a circle of Qi and blood fluctuated outwards. Qi and blood release was the most basic requirement for a fourth-stage Qi and blood realm martial artist, but Zhou Hu was not only able to achieve Qi and blood release, he had even learned Qi and blood wrapping his fists or weapons with the power of Qi and blood. Attach Qi and blood to your weapon so that you don't need to be distracted from controlling the power of Qi and blood when you fight, and you only need to dance your weapon to deal attacks with Qi and blood damage. This fighting style, the upper limit was not as high as Xiao Huang Chao's control of Qi and blood at will, but it was convenient and simple, and many martial artists were able to learn it. A fourth-ranked martial artist who was able to perfectly control the power of Qi and blood would not even be able to find one in 100,000. The corners of Xiao Huang Chao's mouth rose slightly as he said, "It's just a fourth-ranked martial artist." He held his sword in one hand, and his bloodthirsty sword intent instantly exploded. Xiao Huang Chao immediately executed the B-grade martial skill, Ghost Shadow Repeat. His figure was like a ghost, constantly flashing. Coming to Zhou Hu's side, he stabbed out with a sword, wrapped in an astonishing amount of sword chi constantly bursting out into the surroundings, leaving a deep sword mark on top of the long pillars at the entrance of the White family. The silver python sword and Zhou Hu's great axe collided with each other, bursting out countless sparks that continued to splatter. It made a squeaky, sour-toothed sound. The two briefly exchanged blows before immediately pulling away from the body. Zhou Hu's eyes narrowed slightly as he secretly sized up Xiao Huang Chao. The mind darkened. This person was holding a long sword, and his swordsmanship was unique in its subtlety. At first glance, there was nothing special about the sword, but upon closer inspection, one would realize that it was by no means comparable to an ordinary blade. The body of the sword is broad and heavy, as if it contains endless power. However, when this person swings the sword, it can burst out amazing power. Each sword is like a thunderous momentum. People dare not underestimate. Zhou Hu was no longer gullible and was ready to show his real skills. Zhou Hu kept storing up his strength, and the power in his body kept circling around, and the power was even astonishing. Zhou Hu swung his axe again and bellowed under his breath. Split Mountain Strike. One could only see an axeman with the power of majestic Qi and blood slashing towards Xiao Huang Chao. Xiao Huang Chao's eyes flinched, his footsteps shifted strangely, and his entire body spun like a gyroscope, his silver python sword transforming into a piece of sword shadow blocking in front of his body. Clang! The axe on and sword shadow intersected, erupting a powerful airflow that blew the corners of the crowd's clothes hunting. Xiao Huang Chao took advantage of the gap. His body's spiritual energy was running wildly. He knew that it was difficult to win against Zhou Hu with a frontal strong attack, and he had to look for his breaks. Suddenly, he noticed that every time Zhou Hu swung his axe vigorously, there would be a momentary opening in his defense on his right side, so he intentionally sold a break to lure Zhou Hu into a full force strike. Just as Zhou Hu's right axe chopped down, Xiao Huang Chao's figure flickered, avoiding the sharp edge, and then like lightning, he bullied to Zhou Hu's right side, and his silver python sword stabbed straight out. Zhou Hu was so shocked that he could only dodge sideways in an emergency, but he was still cut on his arm by the sword. At this time, Zhou Hu roared, ignoring his injuries, and swung his double axes crosswise, forming a barrier to prevent Xiao Huang Chao from further attacking, and the two once again fell into a standoff stalemate. A hint of viciousness flashed in Zhou Hu's eyes. He knew that he would definitely lose if he continued like this. Suddenly, he gripped his axe with both hands, reciting words under his breath, and his body was flooded with a dazzling red light. which actually seemed to materialize like a layer of armor attached to his body. It turned out that he was performing his family's secret life-preserving stance, the Blood Rage battle armor. Once this battle armor was turned on, the strength and defense would skyrocket several times in a short period of time, but it would be weak for a long period of time afterwards. Seeing this, Xiao Huang Chao frowned slightly, feeling bad in his heart. He gripped the silver python sword tightly, pointing the tip of the sword towards the sky, and droned under his breath, "Phantom sword dance." In an instant, the sky was covered in dark clouds, and countless sword chi continuously erupted outwards, killing towards Zhou Hu. Zhou Hu was undaunted as he rushed towards the thunderbolt with his blood fury battle armor on top, and with a swing of his great axe, he unexpectedly blocked the attack with a hard hand. Taking advantage of Xiao Huang Chao's shock, Zhou Hu quickly approached him, and his two axes came down at the same time. Xiao Huang Chao couldn't dodge and could only cross his sword to resist. However, Zhou Hu was immensely powerful at the moment, directly pressing Xiao Huang Chao to retreat. There was a bang. Xiao Huang Chao was careless, and the long sword in his hand was flicked out. Zhou Hu thought he was winning and scoffed. "As a sword cultivator, your long sword has been sent flying. Suffer death." Chapter 70. You're not a sword cultivator. You're a body cultivator? Jiangnan Province, Jinling City. In this very instant, above Xiao Huang Chao's face, which had always been ancient and unperturbed, a chilling cold smile suddenly spread out. Only seeing him take a deep breath, the muscles on his entire body were like ignited gunpowder as they violently began to bulge. That body that originally looked rather slim was as if it had been injected with a mysterious and powerful force, rapidly expanding and growing at a speed visible to the naked eye. In the blink of an eye, that once weak figure had disappeared, and his stature had become stout. At the same time, a terrifying pressure that seemed to come from an ancient era suddenly descended. This pressure was like an overwhelming beast that had been sleeping for millions of years suddenly awakening, opening its huge mouth that covered the sky and letting out a deafening roar. Wherever its sound waves passed, the air was torn apart, forming a ripple visible to the naked eye. And in front of this force that was so powerful that it was suffocating, the surrounding space also began to undergo violent twisting and deformation as if it had been greatly squeezed. The originally flat and smooth surface of space was now like a piece of kneaded dough, constantly stretching and folding. Light also lost its original propagation path in this twisted space, sometimes refracting strange colors, sometimes disappearing without a trace. Zhou Hu's eyes widened. "You're not a sword cultivator?" Xiao Huang Chao grinned, revealing his morose white teeth. "Who said I'm only a sword cultivator? Today, I will let you see my physical cultivation methods." Saying that, he resisted Zhou Hu's axe with his physical strength. His palm grabbed the blade of the axe, and blood flowed down his arm, but his face didn't change. Just the moment the sharp blade in Zhou Hu's hand swung down, he suddenly felt an unprecedented resistance coming from the axe. It was as if his axe was not hacking at flesh and blood, but smashing on top of impenetrable steel. In an instant, Zhou Hu's eyes widened. His face was filled with disbelief, and his heart even set off waves of shock. How is this possible? However, before Zhou Hu could recover from his shock, only to see a flash of coldness in the eyes of Xiao Huang Chao on the opposite side, followed by a violent swing of his thick and powerful right arm. Like a ferocious beast, with a stern and incomparable aura, he fiercely blasted out a punch towards Zhou Hu. As this punch was struck, the surrounding air was violently stirred up, emitting a burst of ear-piercing whistling sounds. It was as if a wild dragon was roaring. And what was even more frightening was that this punch contained the terrifying power of the A-rank talent, the Undying Body. This power was strong enough to make any enemy tremble with fear. Zhou Hu hastily tried to block with his other axe, but he was shocked to the point that his arms went numb and he retreated. Just to the side, Senior Sister Li Shuya and Senior Brother Wong Yu stared with wide eyes, their mouths open enough to stuff an egg, their faces filled with disbelief. How could they not have imagined that the side that had just been at a disadvantage and seemed to have no power to fight back would be able to turn the entire battlefield around in the blink of an eye? This sudden change left them stunned, and for a moment, they didn't know how to react. The two stood frozen in place, their gazes locked onto the breathtaking scene in the center of the battlefield, their hearts secretly pondering, how on earth did this happen? Wong Yu couldn't help but say, even though I'm gifted in the lightning system, I'm also considered half a physical cultivator. And I'm still a physical cultivator who has stepped into the Qi and Blood realm, but there's no way for my Qi and Blood power to be comparable to Senior Brothers. Master said that Junior Brother possesses A-rank physical talent. I'm afraid this is close to S-rank, right? Wang Yu had not seen an S-class talent. His mysterious eldest sister might possess an S-class talent, but he had never seen his eldest sister go all out. However, Xiao Huang Chao's A-ranked fleshly body talent was definitely stronger than any A-ranked fleshly body talent he had ever seen. The retreating Zhou Hu was more than horrified in his heart. Aren't you a swordsman? How did you suddenly become a physical cultivator again, with such a terrifying physical talent? What the hell is the point of practicing the sword? A force of 10. though all things considered. Amongst the higher-ranked martial artists, sword cultivators were more powerful, and physical cultivators only dominated amongst the lower-ranked martial artists. That means the sword cultivator's ceiling is higher, but as the saying goes, one force is worth 10, as long as the power is great enough. Any fancy sword moves are all bull *********. Xiao Huang Chao pursued the attack and threw a few more punches, each of which accurately hit Zhou Hu's weak points. Although Zhou Hu had the Blood Fury battle armor, he was gradually outmatched under Xiao Huang Chao's strong attack. Zhou Hu's eyes widened as he cursed angrily. Damn it! He took a deep breath, intending to fully mobilize the surging power of qi and blood that was latent within his body. However, when he tried to guide this powerful force, he was shocked to realize that no matter how hard he tried, the qi and blood force that was supposed to be galloping out like a wild horse was as if it was being firmly choked by an invisible hand, and he couldn't move in the slightest. This situation caused Zhou Hu to be alarmed in his heart, and a fine bead of sweat instantly appeared on his forehead. It was important to know that he had always had absolute control over the power of qi and blood in his body, but now he was facing this mysterious and powerful opponent in front of him. The power he was so proud of had actually been suppressed to death so easily, unable to exert even a single ounce of it. The once untouchable and pretentious Zhou Hu. At this moment, his proud self-esteem was like a glass that had been broken by a heavy hammer, scattered all over the place, and could no longer be put together. And in the midst of all the debris on the ground, the only thing left was the endless fear that kept coming in like a tidal wave. It was as if this fear was a large, invisible hand that tightened around his throat. Looking at Xiao Huang Chao attacking and killing, like a terrifying ancient beast, his own body trembled and couldn't move. Death. The fear of death spread throughout his body. Zhou Hu actually still had the power to fight, but Xiao Huang Chao's terrifying physical body coupled with his intense killing intent suppressed his heart and crumbled. Xiao Huang Chao gathered the power of his qi and blood and struck with all his might. Zhou Hu's pupils trembled more than once, and he opened his mouth. No, don't kill me. Xiao Huang Chao glanced at the sin value above Zhou Hu's head. Sin value, 533. Xiao Huang Chao said in a cold voice. Once upon a time, countless others have said the same thing in your presence. I'll let you feel that despair today. Xiao Huang Chao's fist was about to fall in the nick of time. Rumble. The White family's main door suddenly opened, and a strong stream of air erupted from within. Powerful spiritual power fluctuations stirred the air around them, and the qi and blood power released by Xiao Huang Chao could not be resisted at all. It was like a hurricane whistling by. How dare you, harlot! Chapter 71, Bai Feng, head of the Bai family. The gate entrance of the White House. The door suddenly opened and a low voice came from inside. A middle-aged man with a furious expression slowly walked out from the door, or more accurately, floated out. The middle-aged man's feet did not land on the ground and he was suspended in the air, the hem of his body moving without wind. The middle-aged man stood there, and the years seemed to have left some traces on his slightly changed face, but this did not affect in any way the majestic air of unruffled authority that emanated from him. His height was slender and upright, just like a vigorous green pine, giving people a sense of heaven and earth. His body was well-proportioned and robust, and every muscle seemed to contain endless strength. He slightly raised his head and chest, raising his hands and feet with a unique air of superiority, so that people could not help but feel awe. This kind of aura is not intentional, but is naturally formed after a long time of being in a high position and controlling power. From his deep eyes, you can see the calmness and wisdom after weathering the storm, as if everything in the world can hardly escape his insight. There was no doubt that this middle-aged man possessed an extremely powerful strength. He was like a silent mountain, standing there quietly but bringing invisible pressure to everything around him. This person was none other than the head of the Bai family, a martial arts family with a 1,000-year legacy, Bai Feng. After Bai Feng appeared, Xiao Huang Chao didn't have the intention to stop. His fist still smashed straight towards Zhou Hu. Bai Feng's eyes went cold, and with a wave of his sleeve robe, a spiritual energy pie flew out and rolled towards Xiao Huang Chao's wrist. Xiao Huang Chao sensed the danger and had to change direction. That punch smashed into the ground, and dust flew up, and the ground sunk into a large chunk. Bai Feng didn't use his full strength because he sensed Jong Hong Xan's presence. As the local snake power in Jinling City, the Bai family has been inherited in Jinling for 1,000 years. There is not just the purple-robed enforcer Jong Hong Xan. This was the first time the two had met, but Bai Feng had heard the story of Jong Hong Xan, although he didn't know exactly how strong he was. But anyways, the other party was a purple-robed enforcer, so they had to give some face. After all, the Bai family should not be too arrogant at this time and needed to keep a low profile. As for Bai Feng himself, he was looking at just the image of a middle-aged man, but a martial artist's age couldn't be judged by his appearance. He is actually over 100 years old, long past that age of contention. He looked at Xiao Huang Chao and faintly said, "Your Excellency is fighting in front of my Bai clan's gate and attempting to take someone's life. Isn't it too much of a disregard for my Bai clan?" Xiao Huang Chao stood up straight and secretly sized up Bai Feng. This person's strength was unknown, but it was absolutely certain to be above the second senior sister, so it was definitely a martial artist of the 5th rank or above. Combined with the other party's identity as the White family's head, it was estimated that he should be a 6th-order martial artist. Exactly how it compared to his master's strength, Xiao Huang Chao couldn't estimate it because both of them were far above himself. In the face of the Bai family head's pressure, Xiao Huang Chao was not afraid in the slightest, the yellow robe of law enforcement behind him dancing in the wind. The law enforcement officers of the Justice Cleric have the right to inspect all martial artists within the territory of the Red Yin Empire. I've come to the Bai clan to investigate the case, and your Bai clan guards dared to threaten and attack the law enforcers. This is a capital offense. Bai Feng's eyes were slightly cold, and the pressure that erupted from his body grew stronger as he angrily said, I'm talking to you calmly, purely for Jong Hong Xan's sake. Do you really think that you can make everyone fear you with this yellow robe? It's simply a fool's dream. Don't forget how much weight you really have. Humph. Even if he's guilty, it's not your turn to punish him. This is the Bai family territory. After saying that, Bai Feng immediately erupted with the pressure of a 6th-ranked martial artist, and for a time, the gravity of the surrounding space continued to skyrocket. Zhou Hu, who was on the side, was directly on the ground, his face deformed and suffering, and Xiao Huang Chao was the one whose body suddenly erupted with extremely terrifying physical strength. The most powerful thing about the A-rank talent, indestructible body, wasn't the strength, but the ability to recover, immortality and unlimited recovery. At that instant, only Xiao Huang Chao's body trembled violently. Immediately after that, a layer of light so thick that it was like blood slowly emerged around him. The blood-colored light was like a blazing fire, or a surging sea of blood, wrapping his entire person tightly within it. And at that moment, the powerful pressure from the 6th-ranked martial artist on the opposite side of the room also roared in like a Tarzan crushing an egg. It was as if this pressure was able to crush all objects that blocked its progress, and it rushed straight towards Xiao Huang Chao with unparalleled power. However, what was shocking was that in the face of such a terrifying pressure, Xiao Huang Chao didn't flinch in the slightest. On the contrary, the blood-colored light on his body actually began to fight against it fiercely. Every collision triggered an earth-shattering roar and energy fluctuation, causing the entire space to tremble. What was even more unbelievable was that Xiao Huang Chao's amazing chi and blood regeneration ability was on display at this moment. No matter how severely traumatized he was, as long as that blood-colored light still existed around him, the chi and blood in his body would rapidly recover and regenerate at a speed beyond normal human imagination. Even Bai Feng, who was watching the battle from the sidelines, couldn't help but stare at this terrifying ability, secretly marveling in his heart. Naturally, Bai Feng hadn't used his full strength, or else no matter how powerful Xiao Huang Chao's physical talent was, it would be impossible for him to resist. It's just to give the other guy a run for his money. However, Xiao Huang Chao's talent really shocked himself. Bai Feng said darkly in his heart, could this teenager be an A-rank physical talent? Not right. A great physical talent cannot have such a strong body, not to mention that he has not yet broken through the 4th rank. Could it be yes? No, it is not like that. It is estimated that it is the top A-grade talent. As a martial arts family with a 1,000-year legacy, the Bai family's main inherited martial arts were sword Dao and physical cultivation. Among the White family's descendants, physical cultivators made up a large portion of the family, and another third of the martial artists were sword cultivators. Among them, there were also amazingly talented people with A-grade physical talent, but none of them could compare to Xiao Huang Chao. Elder Zhong struck out at this time. He was only seen waving his hand slightly with a bland expression, and that seemingly light action contained endless power. In an instant, a powerful and invisible aura erupted from him like a raging torrent, rushing straight towards the 6th-ranked martial artist. Pressure released by Bai Feng, the two violently collided in the air, emitting a dull thud, as if the entire space was trembling for it. However, surprisingly, Bai Feng's 6th-ranked martial artist pressure, which was enough to chill countless people, was actually defenseless in front of this force, just like fragile paper encountering a blazing fire, quickly being disintegrated and dissipated into nothingness. Xiao Huang Chao on the side had originally felt that heavy mountain-like pressure pressuring him to the point where he could barely breathe, but at this very moment, with the other party gently waving his hand, all the pressure suddenly disappeared into thin air. He only felt his whole body loosen up, as if the 1,000-pound burden he had been carrying had suddenly been lifted. Bai Feng couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air, staring at Jong Hong Xan in surprise. What exactly is this old man's cultivation level? I heard earlier that after the battle back then, he left behind a dark wound and was stuck at the peak of the 5th rank in his cultivation, inching forward. Could it be that he's already broken through the 6th rank? That's not right. You don't look like a 6th-ranked martial artist. Bai Feng was very cautious and didn't do anything right away, but instead faintly said, you guys suddenly barged into my White House. You have to give an explanation, right? Chapter 72, Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. You guys suddenly barged into my White House. You have to give an explanation, right? Bai Feng's tone was cold, but with these words, it was obvious that he was somewhat softening. It wasn't that Bai Feng was really afraid of this Jong Hong Xan. As a martial arts family with a 1,000-year legacy, the White family's heritage was terrifying. Although not all of the top combatants were currently within the Bai clan, there were currently 4 6th-ranked martial artists sitting in the Bai clan's residence. How could one possibly fear a mere purple-robed enforcer? Rather, the White family was currently at a critical juncture and could not be too arrogant. Jong Hong Xan slowly stepped forward, and Xiao Huang Chao knew very well that the things that followed would not be something he could participate in. He retreated behind his master, and immediately there was a real exchange of blows between the strongest of the strong. Xiao Huang Chao looked at Bai Feng, the head of the Bai family. Sin value, 1300. Charge, entrenched in Jinling City for many years, secretly supporting many forces and controlling the general administration of law enforcement of Jiangnan province, helping himself to sweep away his rivals, and secretly connected with many cults such as the Witch's Church, only to make the Bai family a transcendent family head. Xiao Huang Chao raised his eyebrows slightly. This Bai family head was a bit different from Sun Badian. The Bai family head presumably knew that he had no hope of advancing to a 7th-ranked martial artist in this lifetime, so he planned to make the Bai family a transcendent family head. The system introduction also mentioned that White Maple had cooperated with many evil forces. Obviously, they were not like the Sun family, plotting some shocking conspiracy with the Witch Cleric. And even more so, they were not pawns of the Witch Cleric. They work with all forces for only mutual benefit. It may be that today the cooperation is over, and tomorrow it may answer the call of the Justicialist Church to besiege the Justicialist Church. For them, I'll work with whoever gives me favors, but being a pawn is never an option. It was believed that with the Witch Church's heritage, it was impossible to say that any family could become a transcendent family just by making it so. Bai Feng stared at Jong Hong Xan and asked, "Tell me, what law did my White family break when you came to enforce the law?" At this time, many things flashed through Bai Feng's mind. The White family's backroom dealings, burning and looting, say no more. But because the Jiangnan Province Law Enforcement Directorate had almost become a puppet of the Bai family, everything was done tightly and without leaving any loose ends. Just as Bai Feng kept thinking, he was even beginning to feel a bit weak. Jong Hong Xan's sentence almost directly broke his defense. Jong Hong Xan said lightly without any expression on his face. 3 years ago, the Bai family started construction in the Fangzhou forest in the northwest of Jinling City to build a mega-sized martial arts arena. And at the time of the start of construction, some villagers were unwilling to demolish the building. There was a conflict with your White family's martial artists. When these words came out, Bai Feng couldn't help but lose his temper a little, staring wide-eyed and sticking his neck out. Meaning, just this? I thought it was collusion with the Witch Church that was discovered, or the assassination of the Kyoto Law Enforcement Bureau headquarters, the special agent sent down to be assassinated. Or maybe it was colluding with the 10,000 Beasts cult to create a border beast tide of turmoil, leading to the deaths of millions of border people and more than 100,000 border generals in battle. So you're talking about this? I thought you were holding me back and dragging me up. Who knew you were pulling me up? Ahem. Bai Feng coughed a few times and said, "This matter I do remember some follow-up. The day after the conflict, my Bai family sent people to negotiate with the local villagers, a group of unruly people. What ancestral hall there is not willing to demolish? Is not that the compensation payment is not in place. After renegotiating the compensation, they all moved faster than rabbits. What? Is this matter also illegal? You can go back and check the records. We started the construction and everything was in compliance with the formalities." Xiao Huang Chao, Lei Shuya, and the others in the back were also wide-eyed and directly dumbfounded. "It's not master. It's the White family. Such a behemoth. Entrenched in Jinling City. You can't bring them down by taking this out. It's like when a gangster crosses the street and runs a red light, bringing a large group of police officers to give them a siege. What's the point?" Jong Hong Xan slowly nodded his head and said, "This I know naturally, but on the day of the conflict, your family's martial artist mistakenly injured a villager, and you forced them to suppress the incident through your martial artist status." Bai Feng swung his sleeve and said angrily, "A load of crap. Injured, not killed. Pay some money. That group of unruly people will naturally understand. Is my Bai family still short of this amount of money? Besides, as I said, the follow-up has been negotiated with the villagers to release the compensation payment. Doesn't this compensation payment cover the medical expenses and compensation of the injured person?" Jong Hong Xan nodded. "Naturally, it's contained. But this medical fee and compensation money did not fall into the hands of the injured villagers, but was instead misappropriated by the martial artist who did it. And I have clear evidence of that. There's a full set of statements, videos, etc. of the parties. Do you want to check and see?" Back then, After this insignificant little incident, Jong Hong Xan found the person concerned, understood the whole story, and after collecting all the evidence, he gave this compensation out of his own pocket. All the families in the whole city of Jinling, all the evidence of all the crimes, big and small, he has kept. Many powerful families thought that those crimes had passed, but in fact they were all kept by Jong Hong Xan. He knows that these families are intertwined and collude with each other, and he can't bring them down for a while. Instead, they may expose themselves to danger. That's why he's been saving this evidence for the right time. Jong Hong Xan was in an excellent position, being a purple-robed enforcer himself. Even if he was stubborn and was the only enforcer who dared to capture the martial arts families, these martial arts families would more or less concerned about him and wouldn't dare to be too arrogant. But if one displayed an absolute threat, or even threatened the survival of their entire family, at that time, they wouldn't care what level of law enforcer they were, and they would try to screw themselves even if they had to use some means. So Jong Hong Xan's approach was to make them afraid, but not too afraid. They are afraid and can suppress their arrogance, but if that fear reaches a certain limit, they then go crazy and take some extreme measures. Bai Feng's face flushed a shade of red and green. He himself was at least the head of a 1,000-year-old inherited martial arts family, a 6th-ranked martial artist. I can't believe you're pulling the rug out from under yourself over a common man's medical bills here. Shame on yourself. Then what exactly do you want? Bai Feng said in a deep voice. Jong Hong Xan faintly said, "It is natural to catch the real culprits and return justice to the people." Bai Feng was furious. Joke. The murderer from 3 years ago, or such a trivial matter. So many people in my Bai family, who still knows who it is? Jong Hong Xan said, "This kind of small matter naturally doesn't need to worry Bai family master. Open the gate of the Bai family. Let us go in and check them one by one." Chapter 73, The End of Intolerance. This kind of small matter naturally doesn't need to worry Bai family master. Open the gate of the Bai family. Let us go in and check them one by one. Jong Hong Xan said faintly. This instantly caused Bai Feng to burst into a rage. 3 years ago a martial artist who injured ordinary people. This small matter he didn't want to care about at all. And don't bother to harbor the man. If he could hand it over, he would immediately give it to Jong Hong Xan. But the problem was that he didn't know, at this point, who this person really was. How dare you? My white family's important land. How can you just go in and out? Within my white family's ancestral land there is still the old ancestor in seclusion. Can I still let you disturb the old ancestor's seclusion? The old ancestor in the Bai family's mouth was the 7th order martial artist who had released the news to the outside world. Whether or not there was still an old monster of the 7th order alive in the white family, this was something that no one knew. There were only whispers that this old monster was still alive. However, there were some who suspected that the news might have been put out by the white family themselves, in order to fox around. Let the outside world be afraid of the news of the 7th-ranked ancestor. Even if someone doubted it, it was useless because no one could get a good read on whether or not a 7th-ranked martial artist was alive, even if presumably already seated. But what if? I'm afraid that no one in the entire Jiangnan province would be able to bear the wrath of a 7th-ranked martial artist. No fear of the worst. Bai Feng's words with Jong Hong Xan at this time were also meant to warn the other party that his own family was a 7th-ordered ancestor sitting in the middle. But who is Jong Hong Xan? How could he be threatened? In a hushed voice. So, the white family is planning to resist law enforcement? Do you know what the consequences of resisting law enforcement are? The head of the Red Inferno Empire has authorized the Justice Synod to have full authority over the martial artists in the country, enforcing the law and overseeing the law. We are all well aware that the Red Yen Emperor's national clan forces are heavily entrenched, causing great harm to ordinary martial artists and people. The Order of Justice has intentionally suppressed family power in recent years. If you, the Bai family, are willing to obey the law, aid in the nation building of the Red Yen Empire, make common cause against cults such as the Demoness Cleric, and to deal with the magical beasts on the border, then the Justicariat will certainly vigorously support it and help it. But if there is dissent, what consequences this is you should be clear. Individual resistance to the law is an added offense, but if it's a family resisting the law, this is not resistance to the law, but plotting against the law. Bai Feng's face was grim. This guy had obviously come over to pick a fight, unable to do anything else. Bai Feng could only secretly transmit his voice. It was bound to be impossible for him to let this group of people enter and exit the White House gates at will. In fact, there's nothing unseemly within the White family, but if one opens the door, he knew very well that the Law Enforcement Bureau would enter the White House every now and then to search on various trumped-up charges. When the time comes, it will have a very big impact on the development of the Bai family, and it will also seriously affect the reputation of the Bai family in Jiangnan province. Bai Feng secretly transmitted his voice to the others within the Bai clan. Not much longer. A crippled martial artist was escorted out bound and gagged. Bai Feng said indifferently, "This is the martial artist who, back then, injured the villagers and took the compensation all by himself." Bai Feng looked down at the martial artist and said in a deep voice, "Smearing the White family, do you plead guilty?" The incident on the White family's side was getting bigger and bigger, and many melon-eating passers-by had gathered here. What happened here? I don't build it, I just got here. It seems like the law enforcement team has come to trouble the White family. Grip the grass. Did I hear you right? Looking for trouble with the White family? The Bai family is a martial arts family with a 1,000-year legacy, and this is someone who dares to look for trouble? Do you guys think it could be that there's some new action from above, preparing to liquidate the White family? Holy, that's unless the White family has done something that the above can't stand and touched the bottom line, and the justice cleric is going to start purging them. It's also true that the behemoths like the Bai family that are entrenched in the Jiangnan province, even the Law Enforcement General Bureau looks at their eyes and breaks the law and turns a blind eye to it, really unless it's touching the bottom line, and the justice cleric is going to start to liquidate it. The crowd was talking about it. What bottom line are you guys saying that the White family has touched? Could it be colluding with the Witch Church and committing treason? I've heard that there are local small clans over in the 5 cities that colluded with the Demonist cleric and almost killed 100,000 candidates who took the martial examination. Hiss, this group of people are really getting bold. Could it be that the White family is connected to this incident as well? Shoo, keep your voice down, don't you want to die? Before the matter is finalized, you guys better be careful with your words. Beware of the White family's future liquidation after they've survived. Bull *********. It's not at all the intention of the above. If it's really the intention of the headquarters of the Justice Church, just come to this point of martial artists, 1 purple-robed enforcer, 3 yellow-robed enforcers. This amount of people isn't enough to stuff the White family's teeth. Yeah, just these few enforcers, but the Bai clan is claiming to have several 6th-ranked martial artists sitting around. What's going on here? What's wrong? Don't you see what's going on when you look at that guy? The speaker pointed his finger towards Jong Hong Xan. Many people immediately understood what was going on when they saw Jong Hong Xan present. Jong Hong Xan's stubbornness is notorious in Jinling City. The fact that he came out to the White House to work on the case was obviously either from above or he was in over his head. Holy, Jong Hong Xan, he actually came to find trouble with the White family. If it's Jong Hong Xan, then it makes sense. But, coming to trouble the Bai family, isn't this purely looking for death? Previously, I had always heard that purple-robed enforcer Jong Hong Xan had a problem with his brain, and I thought that a 5th-order martial artist with a problem with his brain could have what kind of problem? But now that I've seen it, there is indeed a problem, and it's a big problem. Many of the people who were watching the event gathered more and more. Bai Feng looked at Jong Hong Xan and said, "Now that the culprit has been caught, are you satisfied?" Jong Hong Xan nodded slightly. The Bai family master is deeply righteous, and has cooperated with the law enforcement team in a big way. So on behalf of the Law Enforcement General Bureau, I'd like to express my gratitude to you. Jong Hong Xan did not bother to dwell on whether the prisoner, who was caught coming, was really a murderer or not. The odds are that it's just dragged out to take the fall. But under the majesty of the White family, the man will bite the bullet and say he's the culprit. Bai Feng said in a cold voice without a good mood. Don't give me a high hat. Now that you've caught the culprits, take your men and get out. Jong Hong Xan said without haste. Okay, let's move on to the next case. Bai Feng's eyelids fluttered. What the hell? And the next case? It's not over yet, is it? Jong Hong Xan said faintly. 6 years ago, the White family. Wait, Bai Feng interrupted with a deep, angry voice. He didn't care what case Jong Hong Xan would come up with to speak. Anyway, it was an old story. A small sesame seed problem. The other side is obviously deliberately looking for trouble at the door. If this can be tolerated, what can't be tolerated? Bai Feng was furious. Jong Hong Xan, you are deliberately coming to the door to provoke today, aren't you? Say, what the hell do you want? Chapter 74, you are not in a position to judge me. Say, what exactly do you want? Bai Feng said in a deep voice. Jong Hong Xan is as calm as ever. The hole is like the water in a deep pool. The ancient well is not wave, so that people cannot see the depth. As an enforcer, I'm naturally here to enforce the law and apprehend criminals. Jong Hong Xan didn't directly state the purpose of his visit, but circled around with the other party. The other side will definitely not agree if the purpose is stated now. Negotiation is also skillful. Just talking is not going to get you anywhere. It has to be fought and then talked about afterwards. Bai Feng's face flushed a shade of red and green. The other party was clearly teasing him. Boom. Suddenly, an extremely powerful and violent air current erupted violently like a volcanic eruption. The entire space was shaken and stirred by this amazing power. Only Bai Feng's figure shifted, his body emitting a palpitating aura, and his terrifying pressure as a 6th-ranked martial artist instantly enveloped the entire arena. In the face of the other party's unknowing provocations over and over again, the anger in Bai Feng's heart had long since blazed to the extreme. He could no longer endure this wanton humiliation and offense, and his eyes glared angrily at the enemy in front of him, Jong Hong Xan. Nightly, Jong Hong Xan, do you really think that I, Bai Feng, don't have the slightest temper to speak of? You must give me an explanation for what happened today. At the same time, a raging white light seemed to emerge behind Bai Feng. That light surged like a torrent of water in a steady stream, manifesting his heart to firmly defend the honor of the Bai family. Our Bai family has never been one to be bullied by others. Will we tolerate a madman like you to insult here with impunity? If you don't give me an explanation today, don't even think about leaving. With this roar, the true Qian Bai Feng's body was like a wild horse running wild, and the air around him became heavy and oppressive because of this powerful aura. The surrounding onlookers who were originally bustling and mingling, after witnessing Bai Feng's sudden outburst of anger, each and every one of them instantly quieted down as if they had been cast under a spell of immobilization. They stared at Bai Feng with wide eyes, full of shock, the horror in their hearts surging like a tidal wave, wave after wave hitting the defenses of their minds. Some couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air, while others were so nervous that they clenched their hands tightly into fists, and their palms were even oozing with a trace of cold sweat. The entire scene fell into a dead silence, with only Bai Feng's angry roar still echoing in the air. The White family head is furious. This terrifying pressure. Is this the strength of a 6th-ranked martial artist? Several years have passed since the last time I saw the Bai family master strike. This strength is no longer that of an ordinary 6th-ranked martial artist. The Bai family master's talent is truly terrifying. With such a powerful talent, and supported by the terrifying underpinnings of the Bai clan, his future accomplishments are unlimited. This kind of pressure, it's estimated to have reached the mid-6th stage. The White family's rise has been unstoppable. This Jong Hong Xan is finished. Years ago his cultivation was stuck at the peak of the 5th rank, and even if he had a major chance later on, he would at most be able to step into the 6th rank. AI. It's a pity. Back then Jong Hong Xan was also a top genius whose talent was even more powerful than the Bai family head. I once heard that Jong Hong Xan's talent back then even shocked Kyoto, and the justice cleric wanted to incorporate him into his headquarters and secretly cultivate him, but unfortunately, he later suffered a secret injury. His talent fell apart, and his cultivation stagnated. Otherwise, Jong Hong Xan wouldn't still be in the Jiangnan Province Law Enforcement Directorate. Facing Bai Feng's anger, everyone thought Jong Hong Xan was going to be finished. Only Xiao Huang Chao, who was standing behind Jong Hong Xan, noticed the end. He realized that the hem of his master's coat didn't even swing, and his entire aura hadn't been affected in the slightest by the other party's fury. Bai Feng's seemingly terrifyingly powerful 6th-ranked martial artist pressure stirred the sky and the earth. But in fact, all the shockwaves disappeared silently and without warning as they approached Jong Hong Xan. Even himself and his elder brother and sister, standing behind the master, were not affected in the slightest. The two of them had yet to fight, and from master's calmness, it was clear that this Bai Feng was by no means master's opponent. But there was also a hint of doubt in Xiao Huang Chao's mind, whether it was from the mouths of passers-by or from senior sister Li Shuya's mouth. It was known that master had suffered a dark injury due to a battle back then. This is the main reason why he became a crippled old man. That battle caused master's talent to be damaged and his cultivation to stagnate, stuck at the peak of the 5th rank. But why, when faced with a mid-6th stage martial artist, was he still able to be so calm? What is the secret of the master? Father, don't be angry. Just then, a low voice suddenly sounded. A martial artist figure swept through the air. Everyone felt a violent pressure arise above their heads, so terrifying that they couldn't lift their heads, only to see a silver light glittering in the distant sky, and upon fixing his eyes on it, it turned out to be White Dragon leading his awe-inspiring law enforcement squad as they slowly approached. The White Dragon wore an incredibly ornate suit of silver armor. The armor shone with a dazzling light, as if it was forged from countless stars. Each piece of armor fit his strong frame, outlining his powerful and majestic silhouette. This was clearly not ordinary armor, but a high-quality spirit weapon. He held a silver dragon lance tightly in his hand, the tip of the lance shining with cold light, like a roaring silver dragon leaping out. The lance was not only a deadly weapon, but also a symbol of White Dragon's power and majesty, and above his broad back hung a deep purple robe. The robe danced with the wind, its color deep and rich, reflecting the silver armor on the White Dragon, making him look even more extraordinary and valiant. Both were similarly purple-robed enforcers, and White Dragon's set looked extremely gorgeous, valiant and majestic, like a young god of war. He looked down on the crowd. Aside from White Dragon, his enforcement squad consisted of 2 purple-robed enforcers and 12 yellow-robed enforcers. Such a luxurious lineup is jaw-dropping. When Bai Feng saw his son coming, he put away his spiritual power. After all, his own son is now the nominal deputy director of the Law Enforcement Bureau. There are many things he would be better suited to step in on than himself. Bai Long pointed his spear in his hand at Jong Hong Xan and said in a deep voice, Jong Hong Xan, do you know your offense? Killing a member of my white family. This is a heinous crime. Jong Hong Xan raised his eyes, a touch of annoyance appearing in his deep eyes, and said, You are not qualified to judge me. The white dragon burst into a rage. We're all purple-robed law enforcers together, and I'm still the deputy director of the Law Enforcement General Bureau, so I'm not qualified? Just then, another purple light flashed from the sky. After landing, the visitor was also a purple-robed enforcer, but with a higher status. He's not qualified. What about me? The person who came was none other than the director of the Law Enforcement General Bureau, Shan Liang. Chapter 75 Jong Hong Xan's terrifying strength. The White family in Jinling City. After White Dragon arrived, Shen Liang was also there in person. Things are getting bigger and bigger, and there are more and more onlookers and eaters. Shen Liang chided in a deep voice. He's not qualified. What about me? Jong Hong Xan, hurry back to the general administration with me. You've gone too far in this matter. The onlookers were talking. Holy, to think that even the director of the Law Enforcement General Bureau is here. Jong Hong Xan is completely finished. Jong Hong Xan doesn't seem to have any power behind him, and the only one who can help himself is the Law Enforcement Bureau. Now that Bai Long, the second youngest member of the Bai family, has come over with a law enforcement team to encircle the area, and even the chief director has personally come to ask for punishment, Jong Hong Xan is now completely and utterly isolated. Nonsense, it must be isolated. He's facing the Bai family, a martial arts family with a 1,000-year legacy. In Jinling City even the Law Enforcement Bureau has to look at the Bai family's eyes, and Shen Liang, as the head of the Law Enforcement Bureau, must look at the big picture. If we annoy the Bai family, I'm afraid that the Law Enforcement Bureau will all be unable to move an inch in Jinling City. Jong Hong Xan is confused. Originally he had a great future, top talent. This kind of talent made countless people envious, and even the headquarters of the Justice Cleric paid attention to him. If he had joined the Justice Cleric's headquarters and been nurtured by a large pile of resources, coupled with his talent, he might even have reached the peak of the 6th rank by now, and now his own boss, Shan Liang. I'm afraid he's not even qualified to sit at the same table with him. Unfortunately, such a great future was destroyed by his own hands. It's all about character. His intransigent character has led to his current downfall. Many people inevitably sigh. Originally a generation of pride, but now it is a pity to end up like this. Everyone thought that the chief director had come in person, and that this was the time for Jong Hong Xan to give in. Who knows? Jong Hong Xan just lightly glanced at Shen Liang and calmly said, "You're not qualified either." The moment these words came out, it was like a thunderbolt piercing through the sky, instantly exploding in the entire venue. Everyone present was shocked by the sudden words. Their jaws dropped and they sucked in a breath of cool air. For a moment, the originally noisy and boisterous scene became silent. Everyone stared at the person who spoke, Jong Hong Xan, with wide eyes and full of unbelief. Jesus, is this guy crazy? How dare you say such things? The director of the Law Enforcement General Bureau. That's a person who holds a lot of power and an honorable position. How dare someone speak out of turn and say that even the director of the General Law Enforcement Bureau isn't qualified? This is simply contempt and provocation to the entire law enforcement system. Who in the world is so arrogant and conceited that they dare to let out such ungrateful remarks? Aya. You guys see what's going on with this Jong Hong Xan? Has he suffered some heavy blow? How can he be so stupid? He is simply incorrigible and incorrigible. I really don't know what kind of stuff is in his head. Is it all mush? This level of stupidity is unbelievable. In my opinion, even if a god were to descend to earth, it would be difficult to save his rotten brain, only to see the white dragon on the side. After seeing Jong Hong Xan being so unaware of the sky and the earth, the corner of his mouth rose slightly, outlining a cold smile of disdain. His icy gaze was like a cold blade piercing straight towards Jong Hong Xan, then slowly opened his mouth and said, "Director, you can just stand and watch for the time being. No need to do anything. Just leave these guys who don't know how to die to me to clean up. Today, I will definitely let him know what reverence is." With that said, a powerful and stern aura emanated from White Dragon, as if the air around him had become heavy due to his aura. The silver dragon lance in White Dragon's hand pointed at Jong Hong Xan and said, "Jong Hong Xan, if you arrest now, even if you are a purple-robed enforcer, no one will be held accountable if I shoot you down on the spot. Suffer death." Jong Hong Xan faintly said, "Just come as you are. I know you're powerful, but you're ultimately a purple-robed enforcer, and I have 3 purple-robed enforcers on my side." Just as the words fell out of his mouth, he only saw that White Dragon's figure flicker, instantly transforming into a white lightning bolt that sped towards him. In his hand, he clutched a silver glittering, chilling silver dragon lance, the tip of which flashed with a chilling cold light. With a roar from the White Dragon, he lunged towards his target like an arrow off the string, with a thunderous momentum and an unrelenting determination, vowing to kill his enemy in one fell swoop. White Dragon showed his terrifying strength. A mid-5th order martial artist. At this age, this cultivation level, it was enough to be called a top genius. Heavens, could he already be in the middle of the 5th rank? White Dragon's talent is as terrifying as it is I'm afraid it's already no worse than his big brothers, right? I'm afraid that we don't even need the Bai clan to initiate. The second youngest member of the Bai clan and those purple-robed enforcers will be able to kill Jong Hong Xan, only to see that the white dragon leapt violently. With a posture as athletic as lightning rushing into the clouds, he gripped the lance tightly with both hands, the tip of the lance flashing with a cold light, as if it contained endless power. In an instant, a powerful and incomparable aura erupted from the white dragon. Raging like a volcanic eruption, he bellowed under his breath, "Dragon Breaker Kill." These 3 words were as deafening as a thunderbolt. With White Dragon's roar, the lance in his hand instantly blossomed with a dazzling light, its power unheard of. That light was like a torrent, sweeping toward the front with a mountainous momentum. Wherever it passed, the wind and clouds changed color, and the earth and sky trembled. The air around them was stirred and tumbled by this powerful force, forming a huge vortex. The ground is flying sand and stones, trees uprooted. The whole scene is as horrible and shocking as the end of the world. The white dragon, on the other hand, was in the center of this chaos, like a god of war descending into the world. Majestic. In that instant, the silver dragon lance in white dragon's hand flashed with an icy cold light as it sped towards Jong Hong Xan like lightning. The shot carried an overpowering momentum and a determination to kill, as if to stab the enemy in front of him. However, just in the nick of time, Jong Hong Xan, who had been standing still, finally made a move. He only saw his figure slightly sideways, avoiding the sharpness of the silver dragon lance like a ghost. At the same time, his right hand quickly probed out and accurately grabbed the gun barrel, and with a flick of his fingers, he directly flicked the white dragon away. White dragon was startled in his mind and quickly adjusted his posture. Another spear stabbed out, with heavy shadows, blocking off all of Jong Hong Xan's evasive directions. But Jong Hong Xan's hands were like electricity, and he even directly grabbed the gun. White dragon snatched it back with all his might, but found that it wouldn't budge. Jong Hong Xan's eyes flinched as he let out a low gulp and lashed out. White dragon only felt a huge force coming from him, and his body flew backwards uncontrollably. Seeing this, the few purple-robed enforcers immediately rushed forward to surround Jong Hong Xan. Jong Hong Xan stomped the ground with both feet, and his entire body leaped high into the air with a flip. An intense shock of spiritual energy was released from his palm, striking the charging purple-robed enforcers with precision. At this moment, Jong Hong Xan slowly landed on the ground, and the aura emanating from his body grew stronger. The whole room, silent. Chapter 76 S-Grade Martial Skill, Sun Long 9 Heavens, the Gate of the White House. Countless people were shocked beyond belief when they saw Jong Hong Xan's terrifying strength. What kind of cultivation is this? He surprisingly isn't stagnant in his cultivation. How is this possible? All along everyone thought that he had already reached the bottleneck of cultivation, and no matter how hard he tried it would be difficult to advance another inch. But the strength shown before us has completely overturned our previous perceptions. What is it about him that makes him so powerful all of a sudden? Could it be that he's been hiding his true strength? Or did he get some rare treasure or mysterious inheritance, thus realizing a breakthrough in his cultivation? It was really shocking and puzzling. White Dragon is a mid-5th stage martial artist and has countless high-quality magic weapons with him. Not to mention he's more than one person. So many purple-robed enforcers are no match for Jong Hong Xan alone? Is the peak of the 5th rank that powerful? Or did Jong Hong Xan break through to the 6th rank by chance? Hiss! What kind of luck is this? Leaving dark wounds, stagnant cultivation and still breaking through the 6th rank? Shan Liang, who was standing just a short distance away, was currently filled with panic, and his body was even trembling slightly due to his extreme fear. His eyes were wide open as he stared intently at the two men in the middle of a fierce battle in front of him, a heart that had long been in his throat. One must know that he himself possessed a cultivation level of the peak of the 5th rank, but even so, upon seeing the scene in front of him, he could clearly feel the powerful and suffocating power fluctuation. Without a doubt, Jong Hong Xan had definitely managed to break through to the 6th rank. The gap in strength at this level filled Shin Chen's conscience with despair and a sense of powerlessness. Shen Liang couldn't help but think in his mind, if he really had to lead that group of purple-robed enforcers to arrest Jong Hong Xan by his own strength, then I'm afraid the end will only be as miserable as the White Dragon. After all, Jong Hong Xan was not a character to be messed with. His strength was unfathomable, and although those purple-robed enforcers were usually formidable, they could hardly play their roles when facing such a strong enemy. Once the operation fails, not only will the entire law enforcement team be disgraced and humiliated, but it may even bring death to himself. No! A mournful and desperate hiss resounded through the clouds, as if it was going to tear the entire world apart. White Dragon, who had regained his feet, stared with eyes so wide that they almost popped out of their sockets. His face was red with veins, like a hideous earthworm crawling all over his forehead and neck. This is absolutely impossible. Another roar of rage was deafening. At this moment, the White Dragon was like a furious lion that had been enraged to the extreme. A chilling aura emanated from his body. As the second youngest member of the Bai family himself, he had been a star-crossed existence since he was a child. This district Jong Hong Xan, who was also a purple-robed enforcer, could not possibly be defeated by the other party himself. Undeterred, Shiria gets back to his feet. Only his face was gloomy and watery, his eyes were rounded, and his mouth violently let out a low and shocking roar. San Long Jiutian. This furious cry was like a thunderbolt exploding beyond the clouds, shaking the entire heaven and earth. Just as those 4 words resounded through the clouds, the entire heaven and earth trembled and changed color. The wind whistled and swept in, kicking up a sky full of sand and debris, as if it were surging like a shock wave. The originally clear sky was instantly covered by dark clouds, and the sunlight was completely blocked out, leaving only a dim and gloomy sky. A dazzling bolt of lightning cut through the sky, accompanied by deafening thunder. It was as if the heavens were displaying its unparalleled majesty and power in a frightening way. The earth began to tremble violently, as if it was going to be torn into pieces by this powerful force. People gazed in horror at the sight before them, their hearts filled with feelings of awe and fear. The 9 heavens of the Cthulhu dragon? Isn't this the White family's ancestral S-ranked martial skill? Heavens! This second youngest member of the Bai clan has actually mastered the 9 heavens of the Tsang dragon, and judging from the level of proficiency, he may have already reached proficiency. This is the first time in my life I've seen someone use an S-ranked martial art. It's said that S-ranked martial arts are capable of overcoming the enemy. I wonder if Jong Hong Xan can carry it off this time. The winds and clouds of heaven and earth are constantly changing. The power of the White Dragon's S-class martial skill was appalling. However, Jong Hong Xan was still standing there, his pair of eyes ancient, listening to the roaring of the pale dragon, and said indifferently, "The martial skill is a good one, but it's a pity that it's spoiled in your hands." In that vast and boundless, deep and lofty sky, at an unknown time, an immense and incomparable pale dragon silhouette actually began to slowly coalesce. This pale dragon silhouette was lifelike, as if it was real. It snaked and circled its body, tumbling recklessly above the 9 heavens. Each time it tumbled it brought up a howling gale and the sound of rolling thunder. Along with the movements of the Tsang dragon's shadow, a low and shocking dragon's roar rang out one after another, like 10,000 drums beating together, resounding through the sky, directly shocked people's eardrums raw pain, almost deaf. This burst of dragon roar seemed like a roar from the ancient times, containing endless majesty and power. At this moment, the Tsang dragon's shadow was constantly absorbing the aura and energy between heaven and earth, constantly building up its own might. As time passed, the light emanating from its body became more and more dazzling, making it impossible to look directly at it. Finally, when the might accumulated by the Tsang long shadow reached its peak state, only to see it violently open its bloody mouth and let out an earth-shattering roar before swooping down like a bolt of lightning. Straight away, he lunged towards Jong Hong Xan below. Jong Hong Xan finally moved at this moment and gave a deep and angry cry. Heavenly punishment! In a split second, the calm and collected old man violently erupted with a terrifying aura that caused more than just trembling. Like the gods and devils of the heavens descending to earth, the terrifying pressure made people prostrate. Jong Hong Xan stood there silently, and within his eyes that were as deep pools, lightning flickered continuously as if it were a silver snake. Each lightning stroke seemed to tear this darkness apart, and in the sky at that moment, the thick dark clouds were like being stirred by a big invisible hand, tumbling and surging ceaselessly. These dark clouds accumulated more and more and pressed down lower and lower, giving an oppressive feeling of being so heavy that one could hardly breathe. Only Jong Hong Xan's eyes were like electricity as he straightened his body, exuding a powerful aura. In a deep voice, he droned, "Humph, a mere pale dragon. How dare you stand above the 9 heavens? It simply doesn't know the heights of heaven." His voice was as loud as a flood bell, echoing between heaven and earth as if it was going to shatter the entire firmament apart. Chapter 77, Heavenly Punishment. The Gate of the White House. Right at this moment, the many onlookers witnessed Jong Hong Xan truly display his own shocking means. In an instant, cries of astonishment rang out one after another. Thunder method. Surprisingly, it's a lightning method unique to Zhong Hong Mountain. Someone was so excited that their voice trembled a little. This terrifying and overwhelming power of thunder. It's inconceivable. What kind of heaven-defying talent does he possess to be able to do so? Another person's face was filled with astonishment, and his mouth was wide open as if he could stuff an egg into it. This dazzling and eye-catching thunderbolt is like divine punishment descending from the 9 heavens, causing one's heart to be filled with fear and one's body to involuntarily tremble more than just a little. Another person's face turned pale and his legs went weak, almost collapsing to the ground. How can this still be called an ordinary martial art? It's clearly a punishment technique descended from the heavens, and no one can resist its power at all. The crowd's exclamations rose in waves. Everyone was deeply shocked by the scene in front of them. Their gazes locked onto Jong Hong Xan for fear of missing any of the wonderful moments. In the beginning, the crowd felt that this battle was already beyond doubt. How could Jong Hong Xan have any chance of winning against the powerful law enforcement bureau? Everyone shook their heads and sighed, deciding that he was bound to fail miserably this time. However, just when people didn't have any hope, Jong Hong Xan began to show his shocking strength. He was seen to be as erratic as a ghost, and every move and every style contained endless power and subtle techniques. The members of the Law Enforcement Bureau, who were originally aggressive and unbeatable, had actually gradually lost the upper hand in front of him. As time passed, Jong Hong Xan fought more and more courageously, while those from the Law Enforcement Bureau had more and more difficulty in resisting his offense. It was only at this point that the crowd woke up like a dream, wide-eyed. He looked at this incredible scene in front of him. It turned out that there really was someone in the world who was able to fight against the entire huge law enforcement bureau by virtue of his own strength, and it looks as if he still has some power left in him. Perhaps, this time, the White family will really suffer. Rumble. It was accompanied by an earth-shattering, deafening roar. The sound of explosive thunder was like a roar from the ancient times, suddenly resounding above the vast and boundless nine heavens. It was as if it was the voice of judgment that the heavens had sent down on all things in the world, heralding a frightening heavenly punishment that was about to descend on earth. The unrivaled Sunlong still hovers high in the sky between the nine clouds, its immense body stretched out sinuously, like a towering mountain range. Its body was covered with a layer of scales as hard as iron, flashing with a cold, chilling light that sent shivers down one's spine. However, in the face of this sudden thunderbolt, Sunlong was defenseless. In an instant, a lightning bolt as thick as a dragon slashed straight at the pale dragon. That thunderous light carried a terrifying power, like destroying the heavens and destroying the earth, instantly tearing apart the surrounding air. A huge vortex of energy was formed, but Sunlong instinctively opened its huge mouth and spewed out blazing flames in an attempt to resist this thunder power. But the thunderbolt was as powerful as a bamboo, easily penetrating through the defense of the flames and ruthlessly hitting the Sunlong's body. For a time, lightning and thunder were interspersed, and the entire sky was illuminated as bright and blinding as day. The Sunlong was fighting fiercely against the power of the thunder as it twisted its body and struggled to wield its sharp claws to try to break free from this bond. However, after only a few moments of work, the Sunlong was gradually unable to defeat the endless lightning. Countless lightning bolts continuously struck its body like dense rain, gradually enveloping it completely. In the end, the originally majestic figure of the Sunlong was completely engulfed by the endless thunder and lightning. Only a mournful wail could be heard coming out from that sea of lightning and electricity, echoing between heaven and earth, making people's bones creepy. And at this moment the pale dragon can only do the last dying struggle in front of this powerful natural force. Everyone present, whether they were battle-hardened powerhouses or fledgling novices, all without exception were deeply shaken to the depths of their souls by the scene unfolding before them. Their eyes were wide and their mouths were open, as if time stood still at this moment and the whole world was left with only that jaw-dropping scene. Some even forgot to breathe due to excessive surprise, and their bodies stiffened as if they were statues. Others had their hearts beating so violently that it seemed as if they were about to burst through their chests and pop out. This shock was like a violent storm sweeping in, completely shattering the original cognition and imagination in people's hearts. A loud bang was heard, like a landslide. The originally majestic and imposing Sunlong's shadow was instantly shattered, and that white dragon who just performed an S-class martial art. At this moment, it was also like a kite with broken strings, falling straight down from the high sky. He landed heavily on the hard ground. Blood continued to gush from his mouth, as if a scarlet fountain, shocking to the eyes. Not only that, but his body was convulsing uncontrollably and slightly on the ground, each tremor accompanied by a groan of pain. The heavenly thunder that descended from the sky was like a relentless giant sword that ruthlessly struck the white dragon. The damage and fear brought about by this strike had been deeply seared into the depths of his soul, becoming a shadow that could never be erased. No, this can't be. How could you possibly break through? The 6th rank. The white dragon was filled with fear. Jong Hong Xan was undoubtedly a 6th-ranked martial artist for being able to break through his Sunlong Jotin so easily. Jong Hong Xan was still ready to continue. Boom! A fierce and incomparable sword chi killed. The sword chi brushed across the ground, leaving behind a long gully, with wisps of intense sword intent still emanating from within the gully. How dare you! Bai Feng shouted angrily. The person who released the sword chi was also none other than him, only to see that Bai Feng had a long sword in his hand at some point, with a slender body and a snow-white hilt, and an icy cold intent was constantly being released, as if he wanted to freeze the entire world. The icy coldness that penetrated into the bones caused everyone on the scene to tremble. Bai Feng, the head of the Bai family, majored in the way of the sword, and the sword in his hand was called the Heavenly Spirit Iceblade, top-grade A-grade spiritual artifact. Gusts of cold currents continued to rage, and it was as if the heavens and earth were about to be frozen. Xiao Huang Chao's pupils shrunk slightly when he saw this scene. What a strong sword intent! Even if that person was just standing there, the sword intent released could suppress his own bloodthirsty sword intent. Xiao Huang Chao said darkly. Bai Feng's talent shouldn't be at the S rank. It's probably a top A-ranked kendo talent. Feeling the cold sword intent around him, Xiao Huang Chao tried to release, bloodthirsty sword intent, to resist. Suddenly, Xiao Huang Chao's eyebrows trembled. The kendo talent that was stuck at grade B, 99%, seemed to have loosened up. Chapter 78, The Furious Bai Feng. The Gate of the White House. White Dragon was easily defeated by Jong Hong Xan, a fellow purple-robed enforcer, and White Dragon was in critical condition. In the nick of time, Bai Feng stepped in, only to see Bai Feng slightly raise his hand. A cold light appeared, and a long sword with an ancient yet powerful shape slowly emerged in his hand. The body of this sword flickered with an icy cold light, like a bright cold star in the night sky, causing people to not dare to look directly at it. A terrifyingly extreme coldness emanated continuously from the sword body, instantly sweeping through the entire space. This longsword was none other than the Bai family's ancestral greatest spiritual treasure, the Heavenly Spirit Ice Blade. As one of the top-tier A-grade spiritual treasures, the terrifying pressure it emitted was simply suffocating. The many onlookers present only felt their hearts tighten, an unspeakable fear surging through their minds, and some even involuntarily trembled, their legs weakening, almost collapsing to the ground. It should be known that in the entire Jinling city, although greatest spiritual treasures were not rare, greatest spiritual treasures at the top level like the Heavenly Spirit Iceblade were a rare existence. It was no exaggeration to say that there were very few people in the entire city of Jinling who could possess such a treasure, and perhaps just a handful of them. Looking at the Heavenly Spirit Iceblade itself, the body of the sword was as white as jade, crystal clear as if it was a flawless sheep's fat jade. However, this beauty contained endless danger and coldness, as if 10,000 years of cold ice never melted. When Bai Feng held the hilt of the sword, the incomparably powerful sword intent on his body echoed with it, and the two fused together perfectly. For a moment, the might of the Heavenly Spirit Iceblade grew even more powerful, and it was actually like a long-sleeping ancient ice god suddenly awakening, bringing with it the power of destroying the heavens and shaking everyone's mind. Only Bai Feng's face was as gloomy as water, and he shouted in a deep, angry voice with wide eyes and a face full of rage. "How dare you!" This roar was like a thunderstorm on the ground, and it was like the sound of a great bell that rolled from the 9 heavens, blasting in the ears of the crowd. The sound was so loud and powerful that it shocked the onlookers to cover their ears and show pain, and some of them were even unsteady and nearly fell to the ground. "Jong Hong Xan, don't you dare bully people too much!" Bai Feng's eyes erupted with fire, staring straight at the person in front of him as he continued to roar loudly. At this moment, his chest was rising and falling violently, and he was clearly furious to the extreme. "I have already tolerated you again and again, but by no means am I letting you come to wantonly trample on my bottom line, let alone letting you come to stomp on my nose. Do you really think that my Bai family is a soft persimmon that can be crushed by others? Let me tell you, the Bai family will never allow anyone to insult it." When he said the last sentence, Bai Feng almost shouted it with all his strength, and the endless anger and majesty contained in those words seemed as if it could set the surrounding air on fire. The terrifying pressure of the 6th-ranked martial artist erupted all the way out without reservation, just like a volcano erupting. At this moment, Bai Feng was like a lion that had been completely enraged, his hair standing on end, his eyes wide open, and a deafening roar coming from his mouth. As his might was unleashed, the hard ground unexpectedly sunk hard, forming a large pit that was too deep to see the bottom, as if the earth was also trembling in front of this powerful force. At the same time, a burst of palpitating spiritual power fluctuations rippled out in all directions like ripples, which were also mixed with wisps of bone-piercing coldness, spreading outwards in a steady stream. However, in the face of such a horrifying scene, Jong Hong Xan still looked as normal, calm and collected like a towering mountain, only to see him gently waving his broad palm. Those originally surging countless cold chi were as if they had met their nemesis, instantly disappearing without a trace. Not even a trace was left behind. From the beginning to the end, Jong Hong Xan always gave people a feeling of stability like a mountain, unfathomable. Regardless of whether it was the White Dragon who had faced the aggressive White Dragon who had led several purple-robed law enforcers to come together to make inquiries, or the later director of the Law Enforcement Bureau, Shan Liang, who had personally stepped in and come to pursue responsibility, or even this top powerhouse in the Bai clan family today, Bai Feng, who had acted exceptionally calmly without the slightest hint of panic or emotional fluctuation. He was like a mysterious and deep endless abyss. No matter how hard the onlooker tried to peer into it, it was difficult to reach its true depths and the bottom line of its strength. Jong Hong Xan was still the same, calmly saying, "I'm a purple-robed enforcer from the Jiangnan Province Law Enforcement Directorate, and I've come for no other reason than to enforce the law." Bai Feng's face reddened with anger. "To enforce the law? How can you say that? All those things you're fighting for were years, if not a decade, ago, stale and rotten. It's all trivial. Even if Pak Feng wants to cooperate in the investigation, there's no way to find out. If you're here to pick a fight, just say so. Only to see that Bai Feng's originally fair face at the moment even slightly flooded with a layer of black, as if it was covered by dark clouds generally gloomy and terrifying. At this critical moment, deep down in his heart, he actually did not want to cause any trouble. However, this in no way means that he will be bottomless to retreat again and again, and tolerate the anger. In an instant, Bai Feng flicked his wrist, and the long sword in his hand cut through the air like lightning, bringing up a sharp sound of breaking air. As the sword waved rapidly in the air, the surrounding air seemed to be instantly frozen, condensing into pieces of crystal clear frost that drifted down like snowflakes. Humph, since you insist on provoking trouble, then I won't blame my sword for disowning you. Bai Feng's eyes widened angrily, and he let out a stern cry from his mouth, his voice as deafening as a thunderclap. It's really been too long since I've moved my muscles, so much so that nowadays, even these unimpressive cats and dogs dare to come to our Bai clan to wreak havoc and flaunt their power. As he spoke, he pointed the long sword in his hand towards the other party, a chilling light flashing in his eyes. Today, I will take you to open the knife, in order to set the record straight. Also let the entire Jinling city clearly understand that our Bai family is not a soft persimmon that can be bullied by others, but also has a real strength that cannot be underestimated. After he spoke, Bai Feng's aura steeply soared, like a volcano about to erupt, emitting endless pressure and fury. The countless onlookers were both scared and curious. The Bai family head is actually going to make a move. One is a purple-robed enforcer, representing the Enforcement Bureau, and the other is the Bai family head, representing the Bai family. Is it possible that these two forces are going to tear their faces off? A passerby couldn't help himself. Are you kidding me? The Law Enforcement Bureau is going to tear itself apart from the White family? Does it deserve it? You're afraid that you don't know the gold content of the Bai family in Jinling. The Law Enforcement Bureau are all just puppets of the Bai family. This Jong Hong Xan is purely looking for death. Chapter 79, Proficient, Subtle, Exceeding God, Half-Step Perfection, The Gate of the White House. No one thinks Jong Hong Xan will survive the day. Shen Liang in the crowd sighed and shook his head, couldn't help but lament. It's a pity that the once top genius is going to be buried here today, possessing top-notch talent but not a good brain. I can't save you if you want to send yourself to death. That's right, Shen Liang wasn't here to deal with Jong Hong Xan. On the contrary, he was here to save Jong Hong Xan. Shen Liang is not some great evil person. More often than not he is just a reflection of the dark side of the ordinary person's heart. Born at the bottom, he wants to climb up. Many things can only tend to the trend. Turn a blind eye. But really, he hadn't done anything to hurt the world. What ordinary person isn't? Who doesn't have darkness in his heart? But it's not all darkness. There's always some conscience. Shen Liang had rushed here today to stop Jong Hong Xan from making a big deal out of it. Not to mention not thinking of coming to trouble the Bai family. As long as Jong Hong Xan is brought back, I believe that the Bai family will not hold on to it. After all, who doesn't know Jong Hong Xan's character? Totally nuts. Why get upset with a crazy person? Besides, this lunatic was also a purple-robed enforcer with a certain amount of strength, and a dog jumped over the wall when it was in a hurry. But now, it's too late. Jong Hong Xan seriously injured Bai Long and even tried to take his life. Even though Bai Feng, the head of the Bai family, had already revealed his bottom line, Jong Hong Xan still didn't know how to provoke. In such a situation, even if he, the director, steps in, he cannot be protected. Shen Liang could only sigh and shake his head. Circle after circle like ripples of spiritual energy fluctuations were continuously released outward from Bai Feng's body, and the powerful energy seemed to be tearing the surrounding air apart, only to see that Bai Feng's eyes, which were originally as deep as pools of water, were actually blooming with dazzling white light at this moment, which was like a cold moon in a cold night, cold and sharp, so that people didn't dare to look directly at it. At the same time, with the surge of spiritual energy in his body, the temperature around him also dropped dramatically in an instant, and even the air began to condense a thin layer of frost. And at this moment, the heavenly spirit ice blade held tightly in Bai Feng's hand was shining with a dazzling extreme light that was as bright and dazzling as the stars in the sky falling down to the mortal world. Accompanied by this light, a powerful and incomparable sword chi quickly coalesced. These sword chi were not as ordinary as what was commonly seen, but were composed of countless tiny frost particles, which slowly drifted in the air like a piece of crystalline snowflakes, beautiful but containing a deadly danger. Only a low gulp could be heard from Bai Feng's mouth. With one sword, I can take your life. Although the voice of this sentence was not loud, the cold killing intent revealed in it was such that everyone present could not help but be chilled by it, only to see Bai Feng's hands tightly gripping the heavenly spirit ice blade that was flickering with cold light. His arm muscles tightened, and he fiercely exerted his strength to lift it high into the air, stabbing it fiercely towards the air. In an instant, the sky seemed to be torn open, and pieces of crystal clear snowflakes sprinkled down like goose feathers. These snowflakes were not ordinary snowflakes. Each piece contained a chillingly powerful sword chi. The power carried by a single small piece of snowflake was enough to easily kill a third-ranked martial artist with ordinary strength. As Bai Feng shouted out of his mouth, "Heavenly Snow One Sword," the entire space seemed to tremble for it. A buzzing sound immediately resounded in the minds of the onlookers, as if thunder had exploded. They wore stunned faces as they stared incredulously at the scene in front of them. Someone lost his voice and exclaimed, "It's actually the Heavenly Snow One Sword." Another person murmured with a horrified face, "This is the unparalleled sword move that the Bai family master relied on to make his name." Still another person marveled, "This is a top-notch grade A sword martial art." Back then, the Bai family had crossed the level to challenge a martial artist, and the two of them fought to the death. And at the critical moment, the Bai family had used the Heavenly Snow Sword to turn defeat into victory. That battle was also Junior Bai Feng's Battle of Fame. To the great shock of the Jinling martial arts community at the time, the Bai family had produced another unicorn son. Scene. There were martial artists with uncommon martial arts cultivation who watched from afar and speculated, looking at the stance of the sword stance, has the White family master reached perfection? The moment these words came out, the people around couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air. Ah, the realm of perfection. This was still the consummation of an A-grade martial art. How many people in the entire Jinling city could do this? They looked up to Bai Feng's transcendent status, but they had forgotten that back then, he was also a proud son of heaven. And another old man on the side slowly shook his head and said, "No, not a consummation. Martial skills are divided into introductory, skillful, proficient, and consummate. 4 realms, but in fact, the introduction is simple, and proficiency is also the point where most martial artists can do it. It can be said that the martial arts that an ordinary martial artist can truly hold are all in the proficiency realm, and reaching proficiency is 1 in a million. Cultivating a martial skill to proficiency, for that martial skill alone, is at the level of a grandmaster everyone, and consummation." The old man revealed a look of despair in his eyes and said, "Throughout history, almost only the creators of martial arts have been able to reach this realm, and aside from the creator, even a C rank, or even D rank martial skill that one sees has to have great chance added to it in order to reach perfection, and it's very rare for A-class martial arts to reach perfection throughout history. Only absolute talent, coupled with chance has a slight chance. There is only a difference between the perfection and proficient 1 realms, but it is a world of difference. Reaching perfection, it's almost a whole new martial art." Listening to this esteemed old man's explanation, the martial artist on the side couldn't help but ask, "Not even the Bai family head's famous stance has reached perfection?" The old man shook his head slightly, and there seemed to be some despair in the young man's eyes as he couldn't help but ask again, "If it hasn't reached perfection, why do I feel that this Bai family master's martial skill, which doesn't seem to be proficient either, seems to be a bit more out of the ordinary than the proficient realm?" The young man naively thought that this was a martial skill of the consummate realm. The old man said slowly, "Within the realm of proficiency, there are 4 classes: proficient, subtle, out of mind, half-step to perfection, and then perfection after that. Only a supreme celestial pride like none other in 1,000 years can cross from proficiency to perfection in 1 step. If we say that we really want to cultivate martial skills to perfection, we must go through these 4 minor realms and climb up step by step before we can reach perfection. Among the countless powerful people I've seen, none of them have been able to cultivate their martial skills to perfection. And those who claim to have perfected their martial skills are actually stuck in the realm of half-steps to perfection, unable to cross over to the final step no matter what." The young man to the side asked curiously, "Then which level does the White family master's Heavenly Snow One Sword belong to?" The old man's eyes revealed a fine light as he said, "Into the micro." Chapter 80. When the thunder method comes out, the whole place is silent. Into the micro. The young man's pupils shrunk when he heard the entry in the old man's mouth. Then, a flash of despair appeared in his eyes. Even a proud son of heaven like the Bai family head plus the endless resources of the Bai family pushing him around. Was his famous stunt only in the subtle? Then how exactly do you have to cultivate a martial art to perfection? Without even having to think about it, he was definitely not that 1 in 1,000 genius. And Xiao Huang Chao, who owns the system, is this kind of person? He'd pressed on until now, and there was some kind of incoming and outgoing mess. Doesn't it only take a little bit of justice value to cultivate a martial art to proficiency, and then you can get to perfection? Is that hard? The young man sighed and looked up at the uncontested duel and said, "A mere purple-robed enforcer has even used his famous stance. It seems that he really wants to kill him in 1 move." This time the old man's opinion was the same as the young man's, and he nodded slowly, saying, "Bai Feng is trying to make an example out of him. Only a single move that kills in seconds will be shocking enough to deter other foolish martial artists." The young man asked, "Then can Jong Hong Xan resist this move?" The old man shook his head slightly and said, "Never. Jong Hong Xan was even more talented than Bai Feng back then, but he suffered a secret injury and his cultivation stopped. Stuck at the peak of the 5th rank, with no hope of breaking through to the 6th rank for the rest of his life. Plus, with Bai Feng's back to the Bai clan and his endless resources, the gap between the two isn't just 1 star. Many people on the scene felt the same way as this old and young man. It was only facing an enforcer in purple robes. The Bai family head actually did not hesitate to execute such a powerful and ruthless martial skill. It was really a bit of a big deal. It was simply like killing a chicken with a bull's knife. However, only Bai Feng knew best in his own heart that this opponent named Jong Hong Xan brought him an unprecedented sense of oppression and crisis. This feeling told him that the other party could definitely not be as simple as an ordinary purple-robed enforcer. It was highly likely that this person was hiding unfathomable strength. It's even likely that 6th-ranked martial artist. Thinking of this, Bai Feng couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air, not daring to be the least bit contemptuous. Go to hell! Only a furious cry could be heard from Bai Feng, which was like a thunderclap that resounded through the clouds, and in an instant, the entire heaven and earth changed color. The wind whistled and swept, lifting up the flying snow in the sky, and the snowflakes sprinkled down in a flurry, as dense as goose feathers. This violent wind and snow seems to be transformed into a ferocious and incomparable beast, opening its bloody mouth and revealing its hideous fangs, vowing to devour everything in the world. Wherever it passed, trees were uprooted and boulders were blown and rolled around, a scene of chaos. However, being in the center of the storm that raged and covered the sky, Jong Hong Xan stood like an unchanging mountain and did not move. He slowly stretched out a hand full of the vicissitudes of time, full of wrinkled old skin. In this instant, an invisible and qualitative but palpitating and chilling horror of the pressure as a tidal wave from his body suddenly released, to the surroundings of the rolling swept away. At the same time, the eyes that were already so deep that they seemed to be able to devour everything suddenly blossomed with essence. It was like 2 streaks of lightning that cut through the night sky, and one did not dare to look directly at them. Immediately afterward, only his mouth could be heard as he let out a deep and furious cry. Da! In an instant, a brilliant and eye-catching purple thunderbolt suddenly appeared in his palm without warning. At first, this thunderbolt was merely an extremely faint point of light. However, it was as if it possessed life, jumping happily in Jong Hong Xan's palm, flashing with a fascinating yet dangerous light. However, as Jong Hong Xan lashed out, the seemingly small and fragile thunderbolt instantly underwent a shocking change. It was only seen to have crazily skyrocketed at an unimaginable speed. In an instant, it transformed into a thick and incomparable electric python, snaking and hovering in midair. In the blink of an eye, this electric python had already split into countless purple thunderbolts of varying thicknesses, which intertwined and entwined with each other, quickly covering the entire sky. For a while, there were wild thunderstorms and deafening booms that resounded through the clouds. The dazzling and infinitely powerful thunderbolts continuously crossed the sky, as if they were going to tear apart the heavens and earth. Such a horrifying sight made one's heart tremble with fear, and one's soul could not help but tremble for it. At this moment, the entire sky has turned into an infinite sea of thunder, and Jong Hong Xan is standing alone and proudly on top of this sea of thunder, with one hand raised high above the violet lightning that flies in the sky and roars wildly. The whole person exudes an unparalleled majestic atmosphere, just like the legendary god of thunder descending into the world, which is awe-inspiring. In that instant, the thunder law was like a bright lightning bolt that cut through the dark night sky, suddenly descending into the world. The entire scene was suddenly plunged into a dead silence, as if time had frozen at this moment. The originally raucous and noisy environment instantly became silent. Everyone looked at Jong Hong Xan with jaws agape, their eyes filled with disbelief and deep shock. At this moment, Jong Hong Xan looked like a god king who had come from the ancient times. A chilling aura emanated from his body. Endless thunder power surrounded him, and these violent forces were like a raging and surging ocean that swept across the entire heaven and earth. The moment that raging blizzard met with the thunder, it was like a frightened beast that began to retreat in fear. However, Jong Hong Xan did not show the slightest sign of wanting to stop, as he continued to release a steady stream of even more powerful and wild thunderbolts. Everyone present felt fear from the depths of their souls, a fear that spread quickly like a plague. They watched the endless wind and snow gradually dissipate under the devouring of the wild thunder until it completely disappeared. Jong Hong Xan, on the other hand, stood steadily in the center of the thunder pool, his complexion as light as water, lightly opening his lips and slowly saying, "But that's all." Its voice was not loud, but it clearly reached everyone's ears, as if it carried an irresistible majesty. Everyone at the scene looked dumbfounded. How is this possible? Jong Hong Xan actually blocked the attack? This Tama is more than just blocking the Lord. I feel that if Jong Hong Xan wanted to, he could even kill the Bai family head with one move. Is this the Thunder Law? The real Thunder Law, the most destructive power, bar none. Thunderbolt. This is a true Thunderbolt Dharma King. The martial artist with the strongest single attack was the Sword Cultivator, but in terms of destructive power, it was definitely the Thunder Elemental martial artist. As for Jong Hong Xan, He was a top martial artist who had utilized the thunder element to the extreme. He's definitely not a 5th-ranked martial artist. Chapter 81, Absolute Zero. At that very instant, a dazzling ray of lightning suddenly burst out, as if the sky had been torn apart, accompanied by a deafening roar. The entire venue was instantly illuminated, and when this lightning spell appeared, the originally noisy and boisterous scene instantly became silent. Everyone stared in disbelief at what was happening in front of them. Among the crowd watching the battle from afar, there were 2 people, an old man and a young man, who stood out. They were farther away, but they were still able to clearly feel the powerful power fluctuations. At this moment, these 2 people were similarly stunned, their mouths so wide open that they could almost stuff an egg in. That young man muttered under his breath, "How is this possible? How could anyone in the world be able to perform such a terrifying lightning technique?" With a face full of shock, he turned his head to the old man beside him and asked eagerly, Master, what is going on here?" However, his master was also stunned at this moment, his entire body completely frozen, as if he had lost the ability to think. It was only after a long time that this old man slowly came back to his senses, his eyes still filled with shock and doubt. "No, it can't be," the young man asked, looking at his master's confused look. "Master, could it be that Jong Hong Xan has broken through the 6th rank by fluke and is a 6th-rank martial artist?" Jong Hong Xan had suffered a dark injury back then and his cultivation was stuck at the peak of the 5th rank, but after all, after so many years had passed, it wasn't impossible to have some chance and break through to the 6th rank by chance. After all, there is a precedent for resurrecting the dead, let alone a dark wound. The old man shook his head slightly. That windswept old man's eyes were tightly closed, his brow furrowed, and his mind was like a movie screening. Non-stop flashes of the thrilling scene when Jong Hong Xan unleashed the thunder spell. Only the sky was covered with dark clouds, lightning flashed and thunder roared, and a dazzling lightning bolt cut through the sky, as if it was going to tear the entire world apart. While Jong Hong Xan stood between heaven and earth, his hands danced and he mouthed the words. As he moved and the incantation sounded, countless thunderbolts erupted from his hands, like a group of furious dragons roaring and raging in the air. That roiling thunder carried a heaven-destroying power, and wherever it went, mountains crumbled and trees were instantly split into charcoal. The earth was also struck with a large pit that was too deep to see the bottom. Such a horrifying sight was simply creepy. The old man couldn't help but tremble, his body shivering like sifting chaff, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead. Although it was only a picture in his memories, the shock was deeply engraved in the depths of his soul, making him unable to calm down for a long time. The old man said slowly, "No, it's not the 6th order, not to mention the thunder technique. Just take the pressure he released before casting the thunder technique. The fact that he's a 6th order martial artist is the nail in the coffin. But this thunder law is really weird. Strong is a bit too outrageous. I remember Jong Hong Xan was a great thunder talent back then, and was hailed as the future king of thunder and lightning dharma. A ranked talent is already amazing, let alone A-ranked lightning techniques. But the talent that Jong Hong Xan is displaying right now doesn't even look like a rank. It's more like..." The old man stopped abruptly in mid-sentence. He couldn't say S rank because of that. S-class? Is that possible? But Jong Hong Xan does look somewhat like an S-class talent. The S-rank talent's lightning method was appalling. In martial arts, there is a world of difference between consummation and proficiency. This is especially true of S-rated talent and A-rated talent. If it was truly an S-ranked talent, I'm afraid I wouldn't even have the qualifications to look up to it. Shan Liang, who was in the middle of the crowd, was similarly shocked. His pupils trembled continuously, and at the moment Jong Hong Xan cast his lightning spell, he felt like he even stopped breathing. What is this? What is this? He was so shocked that he could no longer speak well. In the past, when he was enforcing the law and working together with Jong Hong Xan, he knew that Jong Hong Xan was very powerful, quite a bit stronger than himself anyway. After all, a former top genius. Even if he had suffered injuries, a thin dead camel was bigger than a horse. Shen Liang also naturally assumed that it was normal for Jong Hong Xan to be stronger than himself, even though both of them were at the peak of the 5th rank. But Jong Hong Xan had cultivated for so many years after all. It would be strange if he wasn't stronger than himself. Whenever he carries out a mission, Jong Hong Xan always seems to leave no stone unturned and calm. But at this moment, he couldn't help but curse in his heart. It's better than me, but it doesn't have to be so much better than me, does it? It's not even in the same league, alright. Equally more shocked. No, accurately speaking, it should be fearful. Was Bai Feng. Bai Feng thought he could kill Jong Hong Xan in one move, but he was beaten back and forth. After barely stabilizing his body, his pupils were filled with fear. He looked at Jong Hong Xan, who was standing in the middle of the thunder pool, and it seemed that the other party hadn't used his full strength yet. He opened his mouth slightly, realizing that his throat was dry. There was also constant lightning surrounding his body. In a short exchange of blows, he had already suffered some injuries, but none of the outsiders could see it. The Thunder Law is actually so powerful? Many questions rose in Bai Feng's mind. He had seen many Thunder Law martial artists. However, it was still the first time that he had fought against a Thunder Law martial artist who was evenly matched with him, and the power of the Thunder Law was far beyond his imagination. He swung his sleeve in a pretense of relaxation and said in a cold voice, "You've broken through the 6th rank?" After all, there were really a lot of people watching the scene, so they couldn't lose face. Jong Hong Xan could see the strong composure of Bai Feng away from the moment and couldn't help but smile slightly. It's just the 6th rank. It can be broken through at will. Many of the onlooker martial artists at the scene. In fact, Bai Feng's face sank. Fu Bris. Immediately afterward, he saw the gusts of sword intent around Bai Feng's body as if it were surging waves, once again rising wildly. This time, its might was several times stronger than the previous time. In an instant, a dazzling snow-white light bloomed above Bai Feng's hands, like 2 rounds of bright moon hanging in the sky. His face was grave, his eyes as stern as a sword, and he droned in a deep voice under his breath. "Humph, even if you have already broken through to the 6th rank now, what can you do? It's only the early stage of the 6th rank. How would my Bai family put a small character like you in their eyes?" At the time of the first encounter, it was indeed because I was a bit careless that I gave you the opportunity to take advantage of it. I will never make the same mistake this time. I will make sure you die on the spot. Speaking of this, the aura on Bai Feng's body grew stronger and stronger, as if a volcano was about to erupt, containing endless might and killing intent. Absolute zero. Bai Feng let out a furious cry, and many of the more knowledgeable martial artists immediately froze. This is another S-grade martial art. Unlike the S-ranked martial skill used by Bai long before, this martial skill is the Bai family's true family treasure. Absolute zero? One of the White family's 2 ancestral S-ranked martial arts? I've heard that the threshold for learning this S-class martial art is the 6th rank. Chapter 82, Pandemonium. The moment Bai Feng unleashed his S-class martial art, Absolute Zero, it was as if a heavy bomb had been thrown into the scene. It instantly caused an uproar, with cries of shock and murmurs. Everyone looked at Bai Feng in the arena with jaws agape, secretly marveling in their hearts. To be sure, most of the people present knew very well that Bai Feng had clearly thrown his life away by making this move this time, determined to fight for his life. Very different from those painless little fights before. At this moment, standing on the field facing each other were 2 6th-ranked martial artists whose strength was so powerful that it was staggering. Once a real life and death battle starts between them, it will definitely be a thrilling, immortal battle. It's no exaggeration to say, if these 2 top powerhouses really had no qualms about letting go of their hands and fighting in the center of this prosperous city, I'm afraid that the terrifying energy released would be enough to easily flatten the entire city and reduce it to rubble. Shen Liang's face among the crowd suddenly changed drastically, his face full of panic. Bad. This is going to be big. If 2 6th-ranked martial artists fought and caused excessive damage, he, the director of the Law Enforcement Bureau, would inevitably be held responsible. If there is a life and death, it's okay if the one who dies is Jong Hong Xan, but if it was Bai Feng who died, then the whole of Jinling would be in chaos. Jong Hong Xan is as good as dead. Purple-robed enforcer, 6th-ranked martial artist. This identity was weighty enough, and his death was bound to cause a commotion, and even the justice cleric's side would be slightly concerned. But it's just that one moment of commotion that naturally subsides after a while. But if it was Bai Feng who died, the consequences would be very different. Bai Feng was the head of the Bai family, and his family was powerful and disjointed. The Bai family had 4 or 5 6th-order martial artists on the surface, and it was unknown how much of their true heritage they had. 5th-rank martial artists were even more numerous. Add to that the many puppet forces manipulated by the White family, and the depth of their base was geometrical. All of these added up to almost half of Jinling City's heritage, and its terror could be imagined. Once Bai Feng died, all of these people would become unstable. Would they be in turmoil over resources and the position of the Bai family head? Or maybe they'll be in turmoil for Bai Feng's revenge? At that time, would they aim their conflicts at Jong Hong Xan, or against the Law Enforcement Bureau? These are anyone's guess. The General Law Enforcement Bureau was a watchdog in front of the White family, controlled at will by the White family. But it's not the same for other forces. This kind of 1,000-year inheritance family, the entire Jinling city, there are only 2 big families. The rest of the many first-class family forces are still afraid of the Law Enforcement Bureau. It was even said that the appearance of the Law Enforcement Bureau had greatly restricted their privileges as a first-class power and hindered their development. As soon as Bai Feng died, those first-class power families would be foolish and would not be sure to take the unfounded charge of malicious killing by the Law Enforcement Bureau to come and ask for punishment, and join forces to fight against the Law Enforcement Bureau. Thinking about this, Shen Liang had begun to sweat. Couldn't help but say, bad. This is really going to be the end. He desperately tried to think of what he could do to save the situation that was about to shatter. but his own strength was only at the peak of the 5th rank, so he was not capable of stopping this. 2 6th-order martial artists fighting to the death. I'm afraid that only those 1 or 2 old monsters in the entire Jinling city have the ability to stop them. If Zhong Hongshan can hold, Xin Liang muttered. At present, the best ending is that the two are evenly matched. Jong Hong Xan resisted this attack, and both sides realized that in this fight both lose and lose, and each lay down. This is the best case scenario. Of course, the premise must also be Jong Hong Xan. The axis of the character that can be slightly flexible. Just as Xin Liang fell into contemplation, without warning, the temperature around him steeply dropped by as much as hundreds of degrees. In an instant, the air seemed to have been frozen solid, and a suffocatingly terrifying coldness swept in like a surging tide, which was also mixed with a stern and incomparable sword chi, like a group of ferocious beasts roaring and ravaging wildly. In the blink of an eye, the originally normal environment was completely transformed into a silver-clad, icy land. When the many onlookers saw this scene, a look of extreme horror appeared on their faces. Some people exclaimed with trembling voices, This is actually a powerful cultivation of the middle of the 6th rank. Another person even speculated with a trembling voice, could it be that by Feng he has already broken through to the 5th level of the 6th rank? It's far more than that. Looking at the degree of execution and proficiency of this S-class martial skill, it has definitely reached the proficient level. After Bai Feng had revealed his true strength, those onlookers who had originally held the mentality of watching were suddenly flustered, and no longer had the slightest intention of continuing to watch. Fear spread quickly, and the crowd began to scatter like headless flies. In their hearts, they knew very well that if they didn't hurry to escape from this place of wrongdoing, and continue to stay and watch, then I'm afraid that there would only be one fate waiting for them, death. An old man and a young man who were watching the battle from afar were also dumbfounded at everything. Before Zhong Hongshan's lightning method finished shocking him, Bai Feng displayed the Bai family's deep heritage S-ranked martial arts, and it's still a top S-class martial art. The old man narrowed his eyes with a complex expression. I didn't realize that Bai Feng had already reached the 5th level of the 6th rank. With this kind of talent, I'm afraid that breaking through to the 7th rank in the future isn't completely hopeless. I'm afraid the White family's rise to power is unstoppable. The young man wrapped his arms around himself and shivered from the cold. One had to know that he was a martial artist of the 4th stage Qi and Blood realm with thick Qi and Blood. It was so far away, and you could still feel such a piercing chill. Master, is there such a big difference between S-class martial arts? The Tsang Long 9 heavens used by Bai Long and the Absolute Zero used by Bai Feng don't feel like they're even on the same level. The old man nodded slightly and said, martial skills and spirit weapons are the same. They are all external objects. How the quality is important. But what is more important is what kind of person uses it. For martial artists, the only thing that truly belonged to them was their talent, and this was the biggest watershed for all martial artists. Not to mention, even if it's the same S-class martial skill, this Absolute Zero itself is of a higher quality than the Tsang Long 9 heavens. Oh, the young man cast a curious glance toward the old man. The old man explained, first of all, the proficiency is not even in the same class. White Dragon is only a mere beginner, while White Maple has already cultivated S-class martial arts to proficiency, plus the two have different strengths. Can the power be the same? And there's another key factor. Do you know what the White family majors in? The young man replied, there are many martial artists in the Bai clan, and there are many cultivators of all types, but the most dominant is body refining, followed by sword cultivators. The old man nodded slightly. That's right, body refining and sword cultivation. The White family's two ancestral top S-ranked techniques, a sword cultivation technique and a body refining technique. Chapter 83, White Family Secrets. At this moment, in front of the solemn and heavy gate of the White family, a thrilling and exciting battle was in full swing. The crowds that had originally gathered around to watch the action, after sensing the terrifying pressure emanating from the battle, scattered in all directions in fear. However, there were still some bold people who stayed behind. They were either 5th-ranked powerhouses who were confident enough in their own strength, or a small number of 4th-ranked martial artists who were bold in their art. These men stood at a distance, nervously watching every move in the center of the battlefield. As for those martial artists below the 4th rank, they didn't even dare to approach the slightest bit, because in front of Bai Feng's fearsome and terrifying strength, even just a trace of the aftermath from the battle was enough to wipe them out instantly to ashes, and even their souls would have trouble escaping being devoured. On top of the hill further away, an old man and a young man secretly observed the battle. The young man couldn't help but ask with some curiosity as he heard his master talk about the Bai family's ancestral martial arts. Master, which two ancestral martial arts are they? Although the young man was also from Jinling, he had a special physique and a talent that was different from the norm, and he had been in seclusion for many years, so he knew very little about the outside world. The old man gazed into the distance and slowly said, "The ancestor of the Bai family was a generation of great heroes, known as the first sword of Jiangnan 1,000 years ago, a generation of mid to late 7th order sword cultivators with heavenly strength. It's said that old senior almost killed through the entire Jiangnan alone, and no one was able to defeat him." He slowly looked at his apprentice and said, "The reason why the 1,000-year inheritance family can be inherited for 1,000 years is that there are multiple 6th order martial artists, or a 7th order martial artist, guarding the family during these 1,000 years, and often, the ancestors of 1,000-year-old families have to be stronger than the average 7th ranked martial artist to do so. Do you know what this is about?" The young man thought for a moment and replied, "The birth of a super genius who can advance to a 7th order powerhouse is ultimately only a small probability. Even with the piling up of family resources, a family founded by a 7th order martial artist who recklessly smashes resources can at most only advance to a 6th order martial artist. To be promoted to a 7th ranked martial artist, even from a great family, one genius in a million. So in order for the family to follow up and always have a 7th ranked martial artist, the creator himself must be a powerful late 7th ranked martial artist in order to have that chance." The old man nodded his head in relief and said, "That's right, families tend to decline in the course of their heritage, not to mention being more powerful than our ancestors. Even if we don't regress, or don't regress too much, that generation of the family can be called a great success. This is also the reason why there are so many 7th ranked powerhouses and so few 1,000-year inheritance clans." Back then, the White family's ancestor, a mid to late 7th order sword cultivator, had a stunning talent, and under certain chances, he obtained the S-class martial skill Absolute Zero, deducing and cultivating it step by step, and even reached the peak of Exodus proficiency, and it was said to be only one step away from a half-step of consummation. With such talent, it is truly a generation of lords, but it is still a bit difficult to create a family that can be passed down for 1,000 years with such strength. But the ancestor of the Bai family had his chance added, and met a proud daughter of heaven, and the two were married. This woman's talent is even above that of the White family's ancestor, and her final achievement is set at the first level of the 8th rank. Listening to his master's account, the young man couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. 8th order? The wife of the White family's ancestor is actually an 8th order powerhouse. The old man nodded slightly. He was just as shocked when he first heard the news. His wife is a generation of physical cultivator, said to be a martial artist who walked out of some ancient clan, and the martial skill she cultivates, the S-ranked Dragon God 6 transformations, is the topmost S-ranked martial skill, and its quality is still above Absolute Zero. Having the blessing of this 8th ranked martial artist is what has made the Bai family a family with 1,000 years of inheritance. The young man kept nodding his head as if he were listening to a heavenly book. The old man continued, "Do you know that the Song Long 9 Heavens that the White Dragon performed earlier was actually just one of the 6 transformations of the Dragon God, a martial art derived from it?" The young man's eyebrows quivered in shock. "What? One of the stances of an S-ranked martial skill can actually evolve into a brand new S-ranked martial skill?" The old man nodded slowly. "The wonders of the martial arts are so varied that we can only glimpse a corner of it. That's why I say that the Divine Dragon 6 transformations is the most top-tier S-grade martial skill, but also due to the difficulty of its cultivation. It reaches the point where even the top geniuses who have a chance to advance to the 7th rank of martial artist will have difficulty cultivating one of the changes. It is said that since the millennia of inheritance, the Bai clan has only had one amazingly gifted physical cultivation martial artist who has cultivated the 6 transformations of the Divine Dragon to the introductory realm. The Bai clan had no choice but to disassemble the 6 transformations of the Divine Dragon and then simplify it, dividing it into several different S-ranked martial arts." The young man's mouth grew as big as an egg in shock. Even the disassembled and simplified martial arts skills were S-ranked. Just how powerful should this Divine Dragon 6 transformations be? Especially this is still a body cultivation martial art. If cultivated to great success, is it possible that this fleshly body can really be comparable to an ancient Divine Dragon? The old man continued. "So, that's why, while the White family's head is a sword cultivator martial artist, the main inheritance that has been passed down continues to be physical cultivation, followed by sword cultivation. This is because if the Bai family wants to recreate the elegance of their ancestors, there is only one path to take: physical cultivation. The Bai family cultivates a large number of physical cultivators just to look for this 1 in a million genius, and if they really can't go down the path of physical cultivation, only then will they choose to cultivate sword cultivation when they're at the 4th stage Qi and Blood realm. Back then, the White family's head, Bai Feng, was also like this, taking the path of physical cultivation. But no matter how hard he specialized, no matter what resources he smashed down, he couldn't cultivate the 6 transformations of the Divine Dragon. It even almost went off the rails before finally taking the path of sword cultivation. The youth came to a realization, and he couldn't help but lament. Even a genius of Bai Feng's level couldn't cross the threshold. Just what kind of genius can cultivate the Divine Dragon's 6 transformations? The old man felt that he had said too much and seemed to have struck his disciple a little, and comforted him. Your talent is no worse than Bai Feng's. If you have a great chance in the future, you have a chance to become a 7th rank powerhouse. There's no need to be discouraged. The youth nodded, but with a slightly complicated look. He couldn't help but yearn a bit for the Divine Dragon's 6 transformations. He himself was also a physical cultivator, with a special physique and exceptional talent. If he could get his hands on the 6 transformations of the Divine Dragon, what if he was that 1 in a million genius? If he could cultivate the Divine Dragon's 6 transformations, then a 7th ranked martial artist would definitely not be the end of the road for him. Thinking of this, a touch of greed surfaced in the youth's eyes, but feeling the bone-chilling icy wind in the air, greed immediately disappeared again. This is the heirloom of the Bai family, and the Bai family itself can't afford to mess with it. Chapter 84, The Sharpening Stone. Master, do you think Senior Jong Hong Xan will really be able to carry this battle? The lanky, muscular youth asked with a worried face. His concern was not whether Jong Hong Xan would be able to achieve victory, but whether the old man would actually be able to hold on in such an intense confrontation. One must know that even though Jong Hong Xan's lightning method was truly amazing, each thunderbolt seemed to contain a power like destroying the heavens and destroying the earth. However, this is not nearly enough to give him a solid win against a formidable opponent, because Jong Hong Xan was old. His body had long since lost its courage. Even worse, he had once suffered heavy injuries when he was young, and those old injuries had now become incurable dark diseases that always affected his strength utilization. Measuring from the cultivation realm alone, Jong Hong Xan was at about the early 6th stage. In contrast, his opponent, Bai Feng, had already attained the 5th level of the 6th rank. This huge gap put Jong Hong Xan at a distinct disadvantage right from the start. When it came to martial arts, the young man felt even more despair. He really couldn't think of any martial skill that could be comparable to the S-class martial skill, Absolute Zero. That was a terrifying skill that could be called invincible, and could instantly freeze everything around it into an ice sculpture, leaving people powerless to fight back. Taking all these factors into account, no matter how the comparative analysis is done, the final result seems to be destined that Jong Hong Xan will end up in failure. The old man shook his head and said, difficult. The burly youth couldn't help but spit. You even said before that Jong Hong Xan couldn't carry a single sword of the Bai family head. Ahem. The old man coughed twice in embarrassment and knocked one hand on his disciple's skull firmly. This time, there is absolutely no way Jong Hong Xan will survive. You don't even understand the horror of the S-class martial skill, Absolute Zero. The Ice Attribute Sword Dao martial skill fits perfectly with Bai Feng, and coupled with the Heavenly Spirit Ice Blade and a thick, solid, terrifying cultivation, no one will be able to defeat him. You know, when Bai Feng uses Absolute Zero, it's a challenge that can cross levels. Even a martial artist of the 6th order, 6th level must avoid the front line for the time being, and if he's not careful, he might be killed by him in return. It's not as if Bai Feng doesn't have the power to fight even against a martial artist of the 7th level of the 6th rank. Before the majestic and solemn gate of the Bai family, it had now completely turned into a scene of ice and snow. The biting cold winds roared and hissed madly like a herd of reined-in wild horses, as if they wanted to swallow the whole world into their frigid embrace. The extremely cold air was filled with a palpitating aura, which was wrapped in a killing intent filled to the extreme with sword intent. These sword intentions were like countless incomparably sharp swords, flying recklessly and crisscrossing in the air, and wherever they passed, even space seemed to be torn apart. The earth looked so fragile and weak in front of this powerful force, being hardened with huge cracks one after another that were too deep to be seen, like a hideous and horrifyingly huge mouth ready to swallow everything that came near. Being in the midst of this endless killing atmosphere, people could not help but feel a deep sense of despair welling up in their hearts. This feeling quickly spread to the whole body like a tidal wave, making every nerve tense up, not daring to have the slightest bit of slackness, because everyone knew that what was shown in front of them was precisely the terrifying power of the S-class martial art, Absolute Zero, that destroyed the sky and the earth. The two of them, Wong Yu and Li Shuya, who stood behind Jong Hong Xan's lofty figure, a shocking fact was discovered with a face full of astonishment. When they tried to mobilize the spiritual energy in their bodies, the feeling that should have been as smooth as flowing clouds and water disappeared without a trace. At this moment, it was as if their spiritual energy was being suppressed to death by an invisible force, and it was exceptionally difficult to operate, and their speed became extremely slow. It was like being stuck in a slimy swamp, where every inch forward required a tremendous effort. What's worse, it's getting worse as time goes on. In the end, their spiritual energy was almost completely stagnant, no longer able to flow properly. Faced with such a bizarre situation, Wang Yu and Li Shuya's hearts were filled with fear and anxiety. If it wasn't for Master's powerful sheltering power enveloping them, giving them a trace of warmth and protection, I'm afraid they would have had difficulty resisting the bone-chilling coldness brought about by this icy sky and snow, not to mention holding on for a few moments. I'm afraid it would have been difficult to support them even for a few breaths, only to see Li Shuya's eyes widen with horror, her lips trembling slightly, her voice filled with disbelief and fear. Is it difficult? Is it possible that? Bai Feng's martial skill is so terrifying that it's even capable of freezing spiritual energy? I tried to mobilize the spiritual energy in my body, but I found that they were as if they were being suppressed to death by an invisible force, and I was completely unable to exert them. Wong Yu, who was standing at the side, was also pale as paper, with bean-sized beads of sweat rolling down his forehead, as he echoed Li Shuya's words. It's not just spiritual energy, even the qi and blood power in our bodies seems to have been frozen, and the blood in our bodies is as if it has solidified into ice in an instant, so heavy that one can barely move. That feeling, it's really terrifying. It's suffocating, as if the whole world is going to swallow us up. Jong Hong Xan released his spiritual energy and protected his 3 disciples as he faintly said, Absolute Zero can even freeze time when cultivated to the perfect realm. This Bai Feng is still almost interesting. Li Shuya was filled with surprise. Freeze time? Is this really something a martial art can do? She didn't dare to imagine who could be a match if it really came to that. No matter how strong you are, when time freezes, you'll just be tied up and left for dead. Zhonghong Mountain towers majestically, and at the foot of the mountain is a raging, majestic rolling pool of thunder. The thunder pool was filled with thunder and lightning, and countless lightning bolts cut through the sky like countless hideous and wildly dancing thunder snakes, which twisted their bodies with their teeth and claws open, releasing powerful energy that caused heart palpitations. The lightning power in this thunder pool was extremely violent, and any object would be mercilessly devoured by it once it approached. And those thick ice and snow that originally covered the ground quickly melted and disintegrated the moment they touched the edge of the thunder pool, as if the ice and snow had encountered a natural enemy. They were simply unable to withstand this blazing and violent force, and in the blink of an eye, they turned into a puddle of water, and then evaporated and disappeared without a trace. Zhong Hongshan turned his head and said to his disciples, I'm going to weaken the resistance of the thunder pool and release some of the ice and snow into it, so you guys quickly run the thunder technique and thunder protect your bodies to resist the ice and snow erosion. Huang Chao, you haven't learned the lightning technique yet, so use your qi and blood to resist it. This will also serve to refine your body. The 3 disciples immediately understood what was going on. Master is trying to use the other side as a whetstone. Chapter 85, Sword Dao Talent Upgrade a Grade. The center of the thunder pool. The 3 disciples standing behind Zhong Hongshan. Upon hearing his words, without the slightest hesitation, he immediately began to mobilize the powerful force that was latent within the depths of his own meridians. Only Li Shuya's originally delicate and perfect body seemed to be wrapped and entangled by a mysterious purple thunderbolt at that very instant. The purple thunderbolt flashed with a dazzling light, as if it was a spirited purple snake, constantly traveling around her body. At this moment, Li Shuya was as majestic and unrivaled as a female god of martial arts that had descended into the world. She gently stood on her tiptoes and nodded the ground in a seemingly random manner, but it was such a simple action that caused her entire body to slowly levitate as if she had lost gravity. At the same time, her shiny black hair, which fell over her shoulders like a waterfall, also rose up under the influence of the purple lightning and fluttered wildly in the air, exuding a kind of mesmerizing charm. Careful observation could reveal that this thunder power controlled by Li Shuya was extremely similar to her master Zhong Hongshan. Whether it was from the color of the lightning or the energy fluctuations it contained, they all had a different and similar look. Xiao Huang Chao guessed that Li Shuya should be very similar to his master in terms of talent. However, the ability displayed by 3rd senior brother Wong Yu on the side was different from theirs. When Wong Yu unleashed the lightning within his body with all his might, the crowd only saw a blinding red light instantly filling the entire space. This was because Wong Yu's thunderbolt was not mere thunderbolt. It was also mixed with a rich power of qi and blood. This force of qi and blood mingled with the red thunderbolt, making the thunderbolt released by Wong Yu even more powerful and explosive. From afar, the red lightning looked like a ferocious and incomparable lightning beast was hissing up to the sky. It opened its bloody mouth, revealing its sharp fangs, emitting a gust of creepy and terrifying aura, which made people cannot help but feel a sense of trembling in their hearts. Seeing this, Xiao Huang Chao couldn't help but secretly speculate. A dual cultivation martial artist with physical cultivation plus lightning cultivation? It is not the more the better to cultivate the doorway, the more is not important, but the more the better. Cultivating too many different systems will, in turn, reduce you to a 4-pronged approach, unable to do anything. Therefore, except for the very few martial artists with exceptional talent, no one would choose to cultivate more. Except of course for monsters like Xiao Huang Chao. As for Wang Yu, the dual cultivation of body forging plus thunder technique was also beneficial. The two had many things in common. Having a strong physical body in order to carry more thunder power, the the two were not exclusive. There is no harm in practicing together except that the progress will be slower. Moreover, the upper limit of this type of cultivation was much higher than that of a normal false lightning martial artist. And this Wang Yu's physical cultivation style seemed to be slightly different. Wang Yu's path of physical cultivation is a bit different from the body refining martial artists I've seen. He seems to have some kind of beast blood in his body, looking honest and proper, but once he enters a fighting state, he is like a violent beast that has gone berserk. Martial artists with beast bloodlines were generally not weak in talent, except for very few special beasts. Most beast bloodlines were very suitable for the path of body cultivation. Moreover, Wang Yu was able to be accepted as a disciple by Jong Hong Xan, so his talent must not be weak. Xiao Huang Chao muttered, I remember. I used to learn about the advantages of beast bloodline martial artists over ordinary martial artists when I was at Tianhai City Martial Arts High School. In addition to displaying uncommon physical strength in the pre-cultivation stage, one can undergo a secondary awakening when one reaches a certain level of cultivation. When awakening, the talent has a probability of being upgraded and the purity of the beast blood in the body is increased, which is the strongest point of the beast bloodline. Xiao Huang Chao was suddenly able to figure it out. Why was Wang Yu the oldest? Yet he was so far behind the two senior sisters in cultivation. So this kid is a prospect. After the second awakening in the future was unlimited. As Xiao Huang Chao was pondering, he suddenly felt a piercing icy cold. The coldness entered within the body in an instant, and the spiritual energy began to dry up almost instantly. No, it's not depleted, it's frozen. Is this a martial art performed by a top martial artist? Xiao Huang Chao immediately used his qi and blood power, and his qi and blood power outwardly fought against the coldness continuously. Suddenly, Xiao Huang Chao felt a hint of a different kind of power in this icy coldness. The force wasn't strong, but it was constantly stimulating itself. Xiao Huang Chao suddenly froze. This is White Maple's cold ice sword intent. This sword intent was constantly stimulating Xiao Huang Chao. Suddenly, Xiao Huang Chao felt as if his B rank, 99%, talent bloodthirsty sword intent was about to break through the limitations. This Bai Feng is really a whetstone. Xiao Huang Chao felt Bai Feng's sword intent, and it actually made him realize something, only to see that he instantly collected the power of qi and blood in his entire body, and the originally surging power quickly returned to his body like a tidal wave. At the same time, a powerful and tyrannical bloodthirsty sword intent violently erupted from him. This sword intent was like a ferocious beast, spreading out in all directions with teeth and claws. In an instant, it was as if the surrounding air was torn apart by this violent sword intent, emitting bursts of sharp whistling sounds, and at that moment, the snowflakes that were falling in the sky were also affected by the sword intent. They no longer fluttered lightly. Instead, it was as if it was being manipulated by a large invisible hand, rapidly converging towards that bloodthirsty sword intent. In the blink of an eye, bloodthirsty sword intent and roiling snow intertwined and fused together. The icy snowflakes and the blazing sword intent collided and agitated with each other, producing a strange and shocking sight. The snowflakes transformed into countless tiny ice crystals under the impact of the sword intent, flickering with a cold light. The sword intent, on the other hand, became more and more severe due to the integration of ice and snow, carrying a piercing coldness that made people shiver. Li Shuya suddenly noticed her junior apprentice brother, putting away the power of qi and blood, in front of the sixth order powerhouse Bai Feng. Putting away the power of qi and blood to protect his body was tantamount to looking for death. She chortled nervously, Junior brother, hurry up and release the power of qi and blood, or you will. Before Li Shuya could finish speaking, he only saw an intense and dazzling light erupt from Xiao Huang Chao's body, and countless sword intent surged wildly, directly shaking the surrounding coldness away. The terrifying sword intent shot straight up into the sky. Li Shuya's pupils trembled. Is this talent evolution? Didn't you say you were honing the flesh? How come your kendo talent has evolved? Li Shuya had always been well aware that her adorable little senior brother possessed a marvelous physical talent, and his strong physique and tough sinews often made onlookers envious. However, just today, when she witnessed her senior brother displaying his astounding sword Dao talent, the shock in his heart was simply beyond words. Her eyes widened in disbelief as she stared before her. Although Xiao Huang Chao didn't have a sword, countless sword qi surged wildly. At this moment, she truly realized that her understanding of this junior brother was still far from deep enough, and the potential hidden in him was feared to be far beyond the imagination of the crowd. Surprisingly, the talent upgrades in the middle of a fight. Chapter 86 Unsullied Sword Body. At the grand and magnificent entrance of the White family, the atmosphere was so heavy that it seemed as if water could condense. Only Xiao Huang Chao sat with his legs crossed on top of the cold and hard ground, as if he was a statue and didn't move at all. However, as time passed, a creepy and terrifying sword intent surged out of his body in a steady stream, like an invisible storm sweeping around. Gradually, Xiao Huang Chao's body began to slightly hover in the air, about a few inches above the ground. Each breath was accompanied by strong fluctuations of sword intent, which spread out in all directions as if they were ripples. Wherever they passed, the ground that was originally covered with thick snow was instantly cleared out into an open space, and those crystal-clear snowflakes were stirred into the distance as if they had met a natural enemy. Bai Feng, who was standing not far away, witnessed this scene and had long been stunned. His eyes were wide open, his face filled with disbelief, his mouth slightly open as he muttered, "What the hell is going on here?" One must know that he was a 6th-ranked martial artist, and his strength was far above that of Xiao Huang Chao, who was only a 3rd-ranked martial artist in front of him. But now, the other party was able to resist the sword intent that he unleashed with all his might, not to mention that it even made him vaguely feel an illusion of being suppressed. This situation was truly unimaginable, completely beyond the scope of Bai Feng's cognition. Countless questions and confusion could not help but well up in his mind. Could it be that Xiao Huang Chao had hidden his true strength? Or had he mastered some mysterious and powerful technique or skill? Or was there some other unknown factor at work? For a while, various thoughts came and went, causing Bai Feng to fall into deep contemplation. Just as Bai Feng was filled with confusion and frowning, something unexpected happened. Only Xiao Huang Chao's originally stationary body suddenly began to bloom with dazzling light. It was as if a round of golden sun suddenly rose, instantly illuminating the entire space as bright as day. The light was so intense that Bai Feng had to squint his eyes and shield his hand from the glare in front of him. However, even so, he was still able to feel the huge energy fluctuations from that light. When the blinding light gradually converged and eventually disappeared, Bai Feng was surprised to find that Xiao Huang Chao's body had become completely transparent. At this moment, he was like a flawless piece of sheep's fat white jade. His body was crystal clear, without the slightest impurity or dirt, as if he was beyond the world, appearing extraordinarily sacred and extraordinary. What was even more shocking was that from Xiao Huang Chao's transparent body, an incomparably pure sword intent was constantly emanating. This sword intent was overpowering to the extreme, as if it was able to cut through all obstacles in the world. It was also pure and unadulterated, containing not a single distraction, but simply pursuing the ultimate in the way of the sword. Faced with such a powerful and pure sword intent, even Bai Feng, who had been practicing the sword for many years and considered himself accomplished in the art of swordsmanship, couldn't help but feel a sense of fear. He only felt that he was as small as a mole cricket in front of this sword intent, unable to fight against it at all. That sense of trembling that originated from deep within caused him to involuntarily take a few steps backward, and a fine bead of sweat even seeped out from his forehead. Bai Feng subconsciously took a step backward, and just at that instant, an aura suddenly flashed through his mind. It was as if he had uncovered the mystery that had been troubling him. It turned out that the fundamental reason why he had been so thoroughly suppressed by Xiao Huang Chao was surprisingly not because of the other party's powerful spiritual power fluctuations. One must know that after some exchanges and perception, Bai Feng had long since detected that Xiao Huang Chao was merely a 3rd-ranked martial artist. So what is the problem? Bai Feng's brows furrowed as he thought hard. Suddenly, his eyes snapped together as if he had thought of something. It was sword intent. That's right, it's sword intent. He finally realized that the key to him truly being suppressed without any power was none other than Xiao Huang Chao's amazing sword intent. Isn't this kid a physical cultivator? How could he also be practicing sword Dao at the same time? And by the looks of it, it seems that his attainments in sword Dao are not low. Bai Feng secretly speculated in his heart, an incredulous look on his face. He couldn't help but begin to re-examine the seemingly ordinary opponent in front of him. Bai Feng narrowed his eyes slightly, watching Xiao Huang Chao with full attention, try to find a break or pattern in it. However, as time passed, the surprise in his heart was growing, because no matter which way he looked at it, the sword Dao talent that Xiao Huang Chao had displayed far exceeded his imagination. It even gave Bai Feng a feeling of being inferior to himself. Could it be that his sword Dao talent is really not much higher than mine? No! Bai Feng suddenly felt as if he had been struck by a bolt of lightning as an aura crossed his mind. Instantly, he understood the truth of the matter, only to see his entire body frozen in place like a statue, his face filled with disbelief. Xiao Huang Chao actually possesses an A-rank sword Dao talent, and it's the exact same talent level as mine. This discovery shocked Bai Feng to no end, and he stared wide-eyed in deadpan at the figure not far ahead Xiao Huang Chao. However, what stunned him even more was yet to come. The reason his opponent was able to suppress him was actually, Xiao Huang Chao originally only had a grade B kendo talent, but just now in this life and death duel, he was actually as if enlightened. Epiphany of the true meaning of the sword road. In an instant, his B-level talent was upgraded to A level, thus erupting into an extremely powerful and terrifying force. It was with this sudden and powerful force that Xiao Huang Chao was able to temporarily suppress Bai Feng. Thinking about this, Bai Feng only felt that his heart had set off waves of shock, and his shock was hard to express. What kind of demonic, supreme genius is this? Surprisingly, He was able to comprehend the sword intent in the midst of such a dangerous battle where life and death hung in the balance, and successfully realized a breakthrough in talent to advance. Leap from a B to an A talent at the same level as your own. This kind of unimaginable thing was simply beyond the scope of all of Bai Feng's previous perceptions. What kind of A-grade kendo talent is this? Bai Feng was like an enemy. How could he not have imagined that one day he would use Absolute Zero to be used by his opponent as a whetstone for his disciple? What's more, he didn't expect that he would be suppressed by a mere third-ranked martial artist. Jong Hong Xan was also very surprised to see the change in his disciple. Talent upgrade? Ha ha ha. Jong Hong Xan broke out into a hearty laugh. He looked at Bai Feng and seemed to understand the other party's confusion as he said without mincing words. His talent is exactly the kind of talent that all of you sword cultivators can only dream of. Immaculate Sword Body. Chapter 87 Purple Heavenly Divine Thunder. This is exactly the talent that all of you have dreamed of. The Unsullied Sword Body. Jong Hong Xan's voice wasn't loud, but it accurately reached everyone's ears. Why did he unapologetically speak of his disciple's talent? Normally a piker would not be guilty of harboring a gift. Such decisions are gifted and usually hidden. Jong Hong Xan's purpose for not hiding was simple. It was because of strength. He was confident that he would be able to keep his disciple from growing up. After the Bai family shined their sword today, he believed that no one in the entire Jinling city would dare to make a move against Xiao Huang Chao again. Bai Feng's pupils fluttered violently, as if he had been struck by a bolt of lightning. His face was filled with shock, and his mouth was so wide open that he could even stuff down an egg. What? He exclaimed in disbelief, his voice filled with horror and astonishment. Immaculate Sword Body? How is this possible? One must realize that even though the Unsullied Sword Body and the talent he himself possessed belonged to the same A-rank talent, but there is a world of difference between the two. The Unsullied Sword Body is the most special and top-notch existence amongst the grade A talents. Anyone with this kind of sword body talent, no matter what kind of sword martial arts, will become easy to practice, as if it is as easy as picking up a bag. Moreover, the power of the martial arts they perform will increase exponentially, making them unattainable. As the saying goes, dustless and immaculate. The ultimate sword heart. Those who possessed the immaculate sword body had hearts as pure and flawless as the body of that precious sword, unadulterated and clear, and their comprehension of the way of the sword was able to reach a peak realm. In that instant, the originally dazzling and eye-catching light around Xiao Huang Chao began to slowly converge, gradually receding like a tidal wave. As the light diminished, his tightly closed eyes slowly opened. After this talent advancement, Xiao Huang Chao slowly stood up from the ground as if he had gained a new life. At this moment, his entire person had undergone a radical change, only to see that his originally slightly tan and rough skin had now become fair and smooth and delicate, like sheep's fat white jade emitting a warm luster. Underneath his pair of thick ink-like sword eyebrows were a pair of eyes as bright as stars, deep and sharp. Just by looking at each other, one could feel a sharp and incomparable sword intent coming out. Then look at his eyebrows, but also vaguely revealed a stern to the extreme breath, as if a world-class sword is about to come out of the sheath. Sharp, people dare not look directly. Such outstanding appearance and unique temperament made his whole person look transcendent and divine, as if he was completely isolated from this rolling dust. At this moment, Xiao Huang Chao was like an exiled immortal who descended from the sky into this earthly world. His every movement, every expression was so elegant and natural, and he exuded a kind of unspeakable nobility and majesty between his hands and feet. Everything around him seemed to pale before him, and he alone shone brightly. Bai Feng had mixed feelings inside. There was envy and jealousy, but more than anything else, there was anger. He himself fought Jong Hong Xan to the death. However, the other party used his own S-ranked martial skill, Absolute Zero, to act as a whetstone for his disciple. What's more critical is that it's really worn out. Xiao Huang Chao broke through the shackles and became the topmost A-ranked sword Dao talent holder in one fell swoop. Who else would have suffered from this? At this moment, Bai Feng seemed to have transformed into a lion that was furious to the extreme, and his eyes were filled with scarlet blood, as if they were about to drip blood. Only the heavenly spirit ice blade in his hand was seen waving recklessly in the air. A powerful and unrivaled sword she roared out, piercing straight through the sky. In an instant, the temperature between heaven and earth plummeted, chilling to the extreme. In the meantime, countless huge ice cones condensed from ice and snow emerged out of thin air. These ice cones were like an inverted iceberg, hanging high in the air, giving people a sense of endless pressure. What was even more shocking was that countless flakes of crystal clear snowflakes were also falling down. However, this seemingly beautiful snowflake had a hidden secret, and each snowflake contained the sword intent of the peak. Its power is astounding. When these snowflakes drifted to mid-air, they suddenly exploded in unison, erupting with an extremely terrifying force. It sent ripples through the air and kept reverberating back and forth. Bai Feng was already in a rage at this point, as he stared dead ahead at Jong Hong Xan, not far away, and let out a low and angry roar from the depths of his throat. Go to hell! This roar was like a lofty mountain instantly collapsing, and its sound waves rolled like thunder, echoing ceaselessly between the entire heaven and earth for a long time. Immediately afterward, only a sharp and ear-piercing air-breaking sound could be heard. One of those inverted icebergs in the air fell down sharply like a meteorite. From afar, they looked like a huge meteor crossing the sky, smashing towards the earth with a destructive momentum. Before these icebergs actually touched the ground, the land below had already been unable to withstand this terrifying pressure and began to crumble apart, with one after another huge deep pits appearing in front of people's eyes. Such a shocking and heaven-defying martial skill was simply going to cause this heaven and earth to collapse. Numerous martial artists stood in the distance and watched from afar. Each of them was pale and their bodies trembled involuntarily. Simply witnessing such a scene had already caused their hearts to despair, completely losing their courage and confidence to fight against it. Just as that frightening 6th-ranked 5th heavy martial artist was exerting all his strength to strike a fatal blow, above Jong Hong Xan's face, which had always been unperturbed, a touch of seriousness finally surfaced. However, the hint of seriousness passed in an instant, as if it were only a slight ripple in his mind, only to see him lightly lift one arm, and in an instant, the originally vast and boundless thunder pools around him that stretched for 10,000 meters looked as if they had been summoned by some mysterious power. It rapidly contracted at a speed that was hard to reach with the naked eye. In the blink of an eye, all the lightning power converged into his palm. These thunders surged madly in his palms, squeezing and colliding with each other, accompanied by a deafening roar. They were continuously compressed to the limit. Each thunderbolt contained a terrifying energy that was destroying the heavens and destroying the earth. And when such a large number of thunder gathered together, the power that erupted was beyond imagination. At this moment, Jong Hong Xan was like a deity controlling the might of heaven and earth as he slowly opened his lips and faintly spat out 4 words. Although the voice was light, it was like a thunderous explosion that reverberated throughout the space. As his words fell, the mass of extremely compressed thunder suddenly bloomed with dazzling purple light, illuminating the surrounding darkness, and its might was enough to make the mountains and rivers change color, and the sun and the moon lose their light. Purple Divine Thunder, Chapter 88 Extreme Elements. Purple Divine Thunder. Only a furious cry could be heard from Jong Hong Xan as he violently raised that thick and powerful arm. In an instant, the entire sky was enveloped in a dazzling and eye-catching purple light. Countless purple divine thunderbolts intertwined and weaved and flickered in the high sky like silver snakes dancing wildly, as if an earth-shattering thunder and lightning feast was being staged. These purple divine thunderbolts were like a hideous and terrifying dragon of lightning. They hovered and fluttered above the 9 heavens with teeth and claws, each twist of their bodies triggering a deafening rumble. The sound was like 10,000 drums, and like a landslide, which shook people's souls, as if they were going to be completely torn apart by the endless thunder in the next moment. And that extreme thunder was even pouring down in a surging manner as if the heavenly river had broken its banks. The rolling torrent of lightning instantly connected heaven and earth into a vast sea of thunder. Everything in this sea of thunder seems to become small and fragile. At this moment, Jong Hong Xan was steadily suspended in the air, and an unparalleled powerful aura emanated from his body. It was as if he was the master of thunder between this heaven and earth, the thunder god descending to the world. His eyes that were as deep as the sea were currently bursting out with 2 blazing thunder lights, as bright and dazzling as burning flames. Looking from afar, his entire person was like an insurmountable thunderous mountain, intimidating. Many of the martial artists who watched the battle had their legs shaking like sieves, their faces filled with fear. This is the purple heavenly divine thunder? Heavens, I only knew that Jong Hong Xan's lightning technique was strong and gifted, but I didn't realize that his gift was the legendary purple heavenly thunder. No wonder it's said that it's a pity Jong Hong Xan has a dark wound. This talent, if it's in full bloom, I can't even imagine how terrifying it is. I didn't expect to see the power of the violet heavenly thunder in my lifetime. The distant hills, an old man and a young man are still watching the battle. That unfathomable old man's face suddenly changed drastically after seeing Jong Hong Xan's purple heavenly divine thunder. This was much more frightening than seeing Bai Feng perform an S-class martial skill, Absolute Zero. Those deep eyes widened, his arms trembled uncontrollably, and his mouth opened slightly. It's actually purple heavenly divine thunder. I didn't expect that in the tiny Jiangnan province, there are still martial artists who possess the violet heavenly lightning. The old man traveled around the world and came to Jiangnan province to meet the young man, who was gifted and took him as his disciple. He was not a local of Jiangnan province and had nowhere to land, so he simply became the titular guest secretary of a certain first-class power in Jiangnan province. The young man looked up at his master and asked curiously, "Master, what's so special about purple heavenly divine lightning? Isn't that also an A-rank talent?" The young man hadn't been out long before he saw these big scenes. In his eyes both, Absolute Zero, and Purple Heavenly Thunder, gave him about the same level of shock. He didn't understand why his master was so shocked, even fearful. The old man slowly explained, "Do you know what it means to be an extreme elemental?" The young man nodded and said, among elemental martial artists. In addition to the difference between high and low talent itself for each element, there is also a difference in the quality of the element controlled by the martial artist. But generally, the higher the quality of the element, the higher the talent. At the same level of talent, the higher the quality of the element, the more powerful it is. Moreover, for every element, there exists an extreme element, which is the top of the line ability. The quality of the extreme elements has reached the upper limit of the elements, and there is no obvious gap between the different extreme elements, only that their respective attributes are different. There is no difference in quality as long as the elements are extreme, because only when the limit is reached can it be called an extreme element. However, there are functional gaps between different elements, and even between elements of the same species, because of their properties. Let's say, for example, the same wood attribute extreme element. There may be some extreme elements whose primary role is defense, and some extreme wood elements that are used for offense or healing, but none of them have any difference in quality. Hiss, the young man suddenly responded. Could it be that purple heavenly divine thunder is the ultimate element? The young man was greatly shocked, and as he looked at his master's silence, which was considered as acquiescence, he immediately pursued the question. But isn't extreme elemental only an S-rank talent? Jong Hong Xan is clearly A-ranked. The old man shook his head slightly and said, not all extreme elemental holders are S-rank talents, the only exception being purple heavenly thunder. Purple heavenly thunder is at the top of all A-class talents, bar none. Even the unsullied sword body, awakened by the sword cultivator whose talent was upgraded just now, can't be compared to purple heavenly thunder. Purple heavenly divine thunder is also recognized by all as the A-rank talent that is closest to an S-rank talent. Just because of that unparalleled destructive power, many S-rank talents that focus on killing cannot be compared. The young man's eyes were wide with disbelief. Then if the purple heavenly divine thunder is so strong, why is it still only an A-rank talent? The old man's deep eyes moved slightly as he seemed to have figured out a lot and said, the reason why purple sky divine thunder is only an A-rank talent is because it still has drawbacks. The violet heavenly divine thunder possesses unrivaled destructive power, and it even contains the power of the law of destruction within it. But the biggest drawback, too, is precisely because it's so powerful that it's out of control. The old man looked to his apprentice and asked, have you ever heard of a martial artist who was killed by his own talent? The young man shook his head in shock. The old man said, there is a precedent for the possessor of the purple sky divine thunder talent. Thousands of years ago, a supremely gifted thunder law martial artist failed to control the balance of the thunder law when using the violet divine lightning, and was directly killed by the violet divine lightning backlash, directly being backfired to death. There are also quite a few ancestors who possessed the purple sky divine thunder who were seriously injured by their own talent. The purple heavenly divine thunder is certainly powerful, but not many people can truly control it. If it weren't for the instability, purple heavenly divine thunder would inevitably be an A-rank talent. Perhaps Jong Hong Xan's difficulty in advancing in cultivation is not only due to the dark wounds left by that battle back then. It is highly likely that he has also been affected by the purple heavenly divine thunder in his body. The old man shook his head slightly and said, it's over. The young man looked at his master in surprise and said, who will win? The old man said faintly, is there any need to think about it? It can only be Jong Hong Xan. The young man spat. Master, but you just said that Jong Hong Xan will definitely lose and by foam will win. The old man's face reddened. He coughed twice, and a cerebral crash struck his apprentice's head with a crunching sound. Asshole, still talking back to master? I can tell that old man Jong Hong Xan actually hid the purple heavenly thunder? Chapter 89. Thunder rolled in the sky, as if a thunder dragon was dancing wildly between heaven and earth. Just as everyone was focusing their gazes on Jong Hong Xan, they only saw an incomparably powerful aura violently erupt from his body. Immediately afterward, a purple thunder light erupted from his body like a dragon emerging from the sea. This thunderbolt flashed with a dazzling light, carrying a heaven-destroying might that instantly shook the entire venue. At the same time, on the other side, Bai Feng had also executed the Bai family's ancestral S-class martial skill, Absolute Zero. However, when he saw Jong Hong Xan's terrifying purple heavenly divine thunder, a trace of timidity could not help but rise in his heart. He knew very well that this purple heavenly divine thunder was an extremely rare and powerful talent that could never be easily resisted. But at this point, it was already difficult to ride the tiger, and under the gaze of so many spectators, Bai Feng simply had no retreat to speak of. He gritted his teeth and glared at Jong Hong Xan, his originally neatly combed hair becoming disheveled due to overexcitement, completely lost the demeanor and manners that should be expected of him as the head of the Bai family. His face was as pale as paper, his eyes were covered in blood, and he looked unusually frantic. Jong Hong Xan, I'll let you die without a burial place today. Bai Feng roared, his hands dancing crazily, and an extremely cold chi gushed out from his hands in a steady stream. It collided and intertwined with Jong Hong Xan's purple heavenly divine thunder. In an instant, Electricity flashed and thunder roared on the field, and cold air overflowed, as if the end of the world had come. Countless ice and snow that sped like meteors, each piece wrapped with a stern and incomparable sword chi, and the violent and raging thunder that seemed to be tearing the sky apart, constantly intertwined and collided in the air. They entwine and merge with each other, creating a chilling picture. The earth trembled violently under the impact of this terrifying energy. It was like an enraged beast roaring madly. Many of the martial artists who had come to watch the battle were terrified and retreated backwards. Even though they had retreated to a full 20 miles away from the battlefield at the beginning, they could still feel the tremendous pressure from the terrifying aftermath. This pressure was so heavy that people could hardly breathe, and many of them could not even utter a word, unable to do anything else. These martial artists could only continue to desperately retreat, until they had retreated 100 miles away, before they finally felt slightly relieved. Looking at the intense battle scene in the distance, some people couldn't help but let out a gasp. Is this the legendary fight to the death between top martial artists? It's really terrifying. Meanwhile, on the ancestral ground of the Bai family, where generations of powerful ancestors of the Bai family were buried, the martial artists who were fortunate enough to be interred in this area had strengths that were at the lowest level of the 6th rank. Although they have long since passed away, their departed spirits have not dissipated and still silently guard the White family. Right at this moment, an extremely powerful force suddenly erupted from the White family's ancestral land. This power was like an invisible shield that quickly spread out, enveloping the entire Bai clan. It managed to withstand the terrifying aftershocks generated by the two martial artists' battle, preventing them from penetrating into the White family's interior. Otherwise, I'm afraid that the Bai family's magnificent ancestral home, which covered hundreds of hectares, would instantly turn into a ruin. Rumble, 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 came a loud bang. The sound was as deafening as if a million horses were galloping. Immediately afterward, another series of even more violent sounds kept coming from the distance. It was as if a lofty, majestic, towering mountain had blown up in a moment of shock. Accompanied by this loud sound, a dazzling white light like fireworks continuously blossomed in the air. It illuminated the entire sky as bright as day. These white lights intertwined with each other, forming a brilliantly colorful and haunting picture. Such a loud roar continued for several minutes before it gradually came to a halt, and the powerful fluctuation that originally filled the air with a destructive aura also slowly dissipated with the passage of time. At this moment, a group of onlooker martial artists were gathering at a place that was 100 miles away from the place of the incident. Each of them stared wide-eyed and tightly at the direction in which the fierce battle was taking place in front of them. The mind is filled with curiosity and anticipation. After all, such an earth-shattering battle, how exactly its final ending would be, was something that people really couldn't wait to find out. These martial artists could no longer hold back their inner urges, and one by one, they quickly approached the center of the battlefield. As time passed, the dust that was flying in the sky and covering the sky finally began to slowly dissipate. Gradually, people were able to see that the originally flat ground at the entrance of the White House had now suddenly appeared a deep and immense pit. The crater was as shocking as if it had been formed by an extraterrestrial meteorite after a violent impact. In the center position of that pit, only Bai Feng of the Bai clan could be seen kneeling on the ground in an extremely sorry state at the moment. His eyes were empty and lifeless, as if he had lost his soul, staring blankly ahead. His hair, which had been neatly and smoothly combed, had long since become disheveled, falling out haphazardly like a pile of weeds. The gorgeous shirt he was wearing had also shattered into countless strips of cloth at some point, barely hanging above his bruised and battered body. Not only that, his whole body was covered in dark blood, and some places were even oozing blood out. The whole person looked simply a miserable sight. However, when he then turned his gaze to the side of Jong Hong Xan who was fighting against him, the situation was very different. The old man was still standing steadily in place. The green-colored long shirt he was wearing was only slightly fluttering, and did not have too many torn places. From the beginning to the end, Jong Hong Xan's face always maintained the same calmness and composure, as if the thrilling and intense battle he had just experienced was nothing more than a piece of cake for him. Looking closely, one could see that the old man's body was almost unharmed, except for a slight bit of soiling at the corners of his clothes. The highs and lows are immediately apparent. Everyone was dumbfounded and filled with disbelief when they saw this scene. Although after Jong Hong Xan had cast the purple heavenly thunder, many martial artists had already concluded in their hearts. This Jong Hong Xan, who kept creating surprises, was slightly stronger than Bai Feng. After all, the purple heavenly divine thunder was just too shocking. But never would I have expected that Bai Feng would end up so miserably. Half of his life was beaten out of him alive, while Jong Hong Xan acted like a nobody. The gap between the two was like a chasm, causing many martial artists to be unable to accept it for a moment. The same 6th-ranked martial artist. The other side is still the Bai family clan. While you still have an injury, can the gap be so big? Chapter 90, 6th Order Perfection. The result of the battle between Bai Feng and Jong Hong Xan had finally come out. Many of the martial artists who had seen it from the beginning were unable to accept the result for a moment, but even more unacceptable was White Maple himself. He knelt in the center of the giant pit in a state of disorientation, his eyes filled with despair. It was a despair of absolute suppression. The others were just watching the battle and felt the incomparable destructive power of the violet heavenly divine thunder, and Bai Feng had felt it himself. As the head of the Bai family, Bai Feng was practically the emperor of Jinling City. Even if he looked at the entire Red Yen Empire kingdom, he would be able to say a few words. He had seen countless geniuses and strong people, even S-class gifted powerhouses. He had had the honor of witnessing the other party strike. He could be quite sure of that now. Even if it was an S-rank talent, its destructive power couldn't compare to the purple heavenly thunder. That terrifying sense of oppression was not even on the same level as the A-rank talent that he was so proud of. Nothing but despair is still despair. He could feel very clearly that if Jong Hong Xan did not withdraw his strength at the last moment, he would definitely die. There was no resistance. Before both sides fight to the death, Bai Feng then sensed that his S-ranked martial skill, Absolute Zero, couldn't compete with his opponent's A-ranked talent, Purple Heavenly Thunder. However, he was confident that his cultivation was a great deal higher than his opponent's. Jong Hong Xan was holding out as an early 6th rank martial artist, while he himself was a 5th rank 6th rank. After a martial artist had cultivated to the 6th rank, every step forward required a tremendous amount of effort, as well as a tremendous amount of improvement. Let's not talk about the small realm gap. Even if both of them were at the same 5th level of the 6th rank, they were still divided into the early, middle, and late 5th level. The different stages of the minor realms had a clear gap in the strength of the martial artists, not to mention that he was several small realms higher than Jong Hong Xan. Even if the other party's talent was higher than his own, it was absolutely impossible for him to lose, and it was such a complete defeat. Bai Feng's Dao heart was a bit unstable for a while. He slowly raised his head and looked at that purple-robed old man. The purple robes fluttered in the air, so blinding. Bai Feng's eyes were filled with anger and jealousy, but he was surprised to find that the old man was just looking at himself flatly. It broke him even more. That blandness, that ignorance. The other party had never taken himself seriously from the beginning, without ever thinking of himself as an opponent, as if he were just a slightly larger rock that he encountered while walking, and only needed to lift his foot slightly to step over it. Press doesn't care why he's here. Bai Feng raised his head woefully, looking desperately at the old man in front of him, his voice trembling as he asked, "What exactly is your cultivation?" Jong Hong Xan didn't hide anything and said lightly, "6th order perfection." The whole room exploded at these words. Not a few weights of the 6th order, but perfection. What does that mean? This meant that he was only one step away from being a 7th ranked martial artist. Enforcers will be granted black robes after they become 7th ranked martial artists. Become the only black-robed enforcer in the entire Jiangnan province. The black-robed enforcer's status was so honorable, and his power was even more frightening. If a black-robed enforcer appeared in a region, he was practically the ruler of that region. Even the headquarters of the justice cleric wouldn't be able to restrain him too much. Some law enforcement chief, some patriarch of a local family power. It's all bull asterisk 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 asterisk. The black robe. It means everything. The whole room was in an uproar. What? He's actually a 6th order perfection powerhouse. Holy, 6th order perfection? Doesn't that mean he's just one step away from the legendary 7th ranked martial artist? 6th order. Consummation? Fake, right? It does sound unbelievable, but when combined with his actual fighting, it's possible that he's not lying. Bai Feng is a martial artist of the 5th level of the 6th rank, and Jong Hong Xan must be a martial artist of the late 6th rank if he can easily defeat him so far ahead. 7th of the 6th order? 8th weight? 9th rank? It's all possible, and since he's a martial artist of this level, there's no need to lie about being perfect. So, he's really only one step away from the 7th rank. Shan Liang, who was in the middle of the crowd, his intestines were almost green with remorse. Big brother, you said earlier that you were a 6th order consummate martial artist. If you had said so, I would have been on your side. Hey, wrong side. A 6th order perfection and a thunder technique martial artist with the talent of violet heavenly divine thunder. Shin Liang didn't believe that Jong Hong Xan didn't have forces behind him. However, he had never seen the forces behind Jong Hong Xan appear, nor had he heard him mention it. It can only mean one thing. The family behind Jong Hong Xan is frighteningly strong. It was no longer an area that one could touch. If he or she fights to the death to stand on Jong Hong Xan's side and draw closer to him, at that time, if the other family was able to lift themselves up, there would no longer be any obstacles to their future flat footing. What's the white family of Jinling City? Shin Liang inwardly regretted to the extreme, pinched his thighs, and swore that in the future he would hold Jong Hong Xan's thighs to death. And Jong Hong Xan is a man of integrity. It's better to work for him than to help the white family with a clear conscience. Xiao Huang Chao, Li Shuya and Wong Yu, who were standing behind Jong Hong Xan, were greatly shocked. I didn't expect that my own master's strength would be so powerful. They all knew that master was a purple-robed enforcer, a 5th to 6th ranked martial artist. The bottom line is that they are all 5th ranked martial artists. Looking at the entire Jiangnan province, there were still very few 5th rank martial artists with a high status, but never would I have thought that the master would be the limit in the purple robes. The 6th order is complete, just one step short of a black robe. Among martial artists, every small realm difference in strength was a world of difference. The purple robe and the black robe, however, were two great realms apart. The two were not even martial artists from the same world. Xiao Huang Chao looked deeply at his master's back. Mental note: I'm afraid master has no fewer secrets than I do. Of the 4 disciples, I'm afraid that only that long-time shut-in eldest sister understands master a bit more. Jong Hong Xan, a martial artist with half a foot in the 7th rank. It also possessed such a heaven-defying talent as the purple heavenly divine thunder. Such a terrifying person would have been seriously injured by a 6th ranked martial artist back then? What about the family behind him if he's seriously injured? Could it be that it would leave such a terrifying genius unattended? Even if he had a dark wound on his body, he was still a 6th stage consummate martial artist. No family in the entire Red Yen Empire Kingdom would leave such a powerful martial artist unattended. Heavy mystery, puzzling. Bai Feng looked at Zhong Hongshan with red eyes. Even if he was unwilling to believe that the other party was a 6th order perfection, the facts were right in front of him. If the other party wasn't a 6th order consummate, how could they possibly defeat themselves so gently? No way. When you were at the peak of the 5th rank back then, didn't you suffer a serious injury that made it difficult for your cultivation to advance? You can only break through to the early stage of the 6th rank at most. How can you possibly cultivate to the complete 6th rank? Bai Feng hissed angrily, and asked the question that was confusing in many people's minds. Chapter 91, The 6 Transformations of the Divine Dragon. Hand them over. You clearly suffered a serious injury back then, so how could you possibly cultivate to 6th order perfection? Bai Feng hissed. Facing the questioning, Zhong Hongshan just said in a cloudy manner, I did suffer a serious injury already. That dark wound has never healed, making it difficult for my cultivation to advance. Difficulty in advancing is not an inability to practice. If it wasn't for the dark wound, your Bai clan wouldn't even be worthy of talking to me. Even your old ancestor who is cowering in the ancestral land is not qualified to see me. Zhong Hongshan's words shocked Bai Feng. The other party meant that he had cultivated from the peak of the 5th rank to the consummation of the 6th rank while having a dark injury. If he didn't have a secret injury, what cultivation level would he have now? 7th? 8th? Bai Feng didn't dare to think about it at all. What kind of terrifying talent was this? To be able to harden another great realm while having difficulty refining one's cultivation? If his body was in its peak state, he didn't dare to imagine what realm he was in now. I'm afraid that's really an existence that I can't even look up to. More critically, why did he know that the White family ancestor was still hiding within the ancestral lands? Although the Bai clan had always claimed to the public that the Bai clan's 7th order ancestor was still alive, but it's never been proven. Many people felt that the Bai family was just foxing around. But on the contrary, many people were really shocked. After all, no one dared to gamble on whether or not the White family really had an old monster of the 7th rank alive. What Bai Feng wanted was everyone's scorn. The White family's old ancestor was indeed alive and well, and was indeed a 7th ranked martial artist who was in seclusion right in the middle of the ancestral land. But the old ancestor was dying, with only his last breath left. With the old ancestor's life force, he could only strike once at most. Not until it was absolutely necessary for the White family to meet their doom. They would definitely not let the old ancestor take action. This was why Bai Feng had put out a smokescreen to the outside world, leaving them to their own internal speculation. This way, they were too afraid of the White family to make a move, and the old ancestor's last chance to strike could stay. They needed to allow the White family to give birth to a second 7th ranked martial artist before the old ancestor was completely seated. Even if there were no 7th ranked martial artists, with the number of 6th ranked martial artists in the Bai clan, they would still be able to retain their position as a 1,000-year-old inherited family. But they're about more than that. They're about the supremacy family. Only by having both a 7th ranked martial artist as well as several 6th ranked martial artists could one develop into a transcendent family. Of course, all of this was known only to the highest core of the White family. But the problem is, how did this Zhong Hongshan hit the nail on the head and guess that the old ancestor was hiding in the ancestral ground? Could it be masked? White Maple is more inclined to another speculation. Over there, Zhong Hongshan had sensed the presence of a 7th ordered ancestor. If that's the case, it's downright scary. The White family ancestral ground possessed a spiritual barrier that could isolate all the sense inside. That barrier was coalesced by countless deceased ancestors. It was simply not something that could be compared to ordinary magic weapons or spell formations, not to mention that Jong Hong Xan was only a 6th-ranked consummate. Even if a 7th-ranked martial artist came, he would definitely not be able to perceive the situation within the ancestral land. Bai Feng was shocked and terrified for a moment. Since you know that my Bai clan's ancestor is within the ancestral ground, you still have the audacity to come over and cause trouble. Bai Feng braced himself and roared in a deep voice. Jong Hong Xan calmly said, as a law enforcer, with the justice cleric behind me, believing in the laws of justice, I come to enforce the law. And what does it have to do with whether or not your family has a 7th rank? Bai Feng was almost on the verge of vomiting blood from Jong Hong Xan's anger. A mouthful of justice. A mouthful of coming to enforce the law. Who doesn't know that you're just here on purpose, talking about those cases? All of them are sesquipedalian, Bai Feng said in a deep, angry voice. Jong Hong Xan, don't bully people too much. Do you really want to overthrow our white family? Our Bai family has a large population, countless martial artists, and many joint forces. So the big deal is to fight to the death. Who's afraid of who? Tell me, what exactly is the purpose of your visit to the White family? Bai Feng practically had a showdown with Jong Hong Xan to start negotiations. If you me, I may not be able to beat you, but our White family is no slouch. The big deal is that we will fight to the death, and neither of us will be able to survive. But Bai Feng felt inwardly that there must be some other reason for Jong Hong Xan to come to the Bai family to pick a fight without warning. Otherwise, with Jong Hong Xan's strength, he wouldn't be here to talk nonsense with me and directly kill inside the Bai family. Perhaps the other party was also jealous of the existence of the White family's ancestor, but had a special mission in mind and had to tangle with the White family. Instead of doing that, White Maple thought he'd take the first step to give in. Do you want any heavenly treasures or do you need some assistance from the White family? You tell us your true purpose first, and we'll go from there. Jong Hong Xan saw that the other party had already shown their cards and the time was almost right, so he opened his mouth. The 6 transformations of the Divine Dragon. In that very instant, Bai Feng's face suddenly became extremely ugly. It was as if it was covered by a heavy layer of gloom, so gloomy that it seemed to be able to drip water, and above his cheeks were still stained with specks of blood that had yet to dry, which made his entire person look even more eerie and cold to the extreme. Only his eyes widened as he stared angrily at the person in front of him. That originally handsome face was now nearly twisted and deformed due to extreme anger. From his mouth came a roar. Jong Hong Xan, you don't want to drink to your honor. Do you really think I, Bai Feng, am afraid of you? Immediately afterward, Bai Feng took another step forward, exuding a palpitating aura all over his body. Continued the rant. Do you know what the 6 transformations of the Divine Dragon actually means to my Bai family? That is a peerless technique that has been passed down by our family for thousands of years, and is the crystallization of the wisdom and blood of countless forefathers. For you to open your mouth and take away the 6 transformations of the Divine Dragon in such a bold manner is simply a fool's errand. Only that Jong Hong Xan's face was cold. He didn't say a word, but his body violently erupted with a dazzling purple thunderbolt. These thunderbolts slithered and twisted like spiritual snakes, wrapping his entire body in them. As the lightning flashed, a palpitatingly terrifying destructive aura surged out like a tidal wave, as if it wanted to devour everything around it. This powerful aura was like a ferocious beast, pouncing towards the person opposite with open teeth and claws, clearly demonstrating and threatening him. Bai Feng immediately wimped out inside, saying, the 6 transformations of the Divine Dragon is the foundation of the White family's foothold. The difficulty of its cultivation and its power and quality are all above absolute zero. There's no way the Divine Dragon's 6 transformations can be given to you. How about this? The Divine Dragon's 6 transformations have spawned several S-ranked martial arts, so I can gift you 2 of them. How about that? Bai Feng was able to see that this Jong Hong Xan was not here to enforce the law, but to extort. After making such a big commotion, since the Bai family had lost, it was impossible to send this plague away easily. Just give away 2 S-ranked martial arts. The Bai family is big anyway. However, Jong Hong Xan just said lightly, Divine Dragon 6 changes. Hand it over. Chapter 92, Robbery at the Door. Dragon God 6 transformations. Hand it over. Jong Hong Xan did not have the slightest intention of retreating. His voice was not loud, but his attitude was very resolute. Hearing Jong Hong Xan's words, everyone was shocked. What? Jong Hong Xan actually wants the White family's Dragon God 6 transformations? This is the foundation for the entire Bai family to stand on. The top martial skill inherited from the old ancestors of the Bai family, passed down for thousands of years, more powerful than absolute zero, almost a martial skill that exists in legends. It is said that when the 6 transformations of the Dragon God is cultivated to perfection, the physical body can be comparable to a true draconic ancient dragon race physical body. This Jong Hong Xan really dares to take it. An old man and a young man watching the battle from afar. The old man and the youth were both filled with shocked amazement. Dragon God. Dragon God 6 changes? The master and disciple were just now discussing matters regarding the two ancestral martial arts of the Bai family, the Absolute Zero and the Dragon God 6 transformations. Absolute Zero was seeing the light of day. As for the 6 transformations of the Dragon God, the two of them didn't even hold out hope that they would be able to take a look at it. After all, its cultivation was far more difficult than Absolute Zero, an almost legendary level martial art. What do you mean by legendary level martial arts? That is, it only exists in the legends, and one can only fantasize about it, knowing very well that there is not the slightest bit of hope in one's heart. But now, when Jong Hong Xan spat out the words 6 changes of the Dragon God, his heart snapped. It seemed that the legendary S-class martial skill, Dragon God 6 transformations, was not so far away from him. The youth was also a physical cultivator, and his eyes were filled with greed as he said, "Master, what do you say? Do you think the White family will hand over the 6 transformations of the Dragon God?" The old man firmly believed that the White family would definitely not give it. However, he was too shocked to death to think that Jong Hong Xan had come to the Bai family for a door-to-door robbery. A little lost in thought for a moment, he said, I don't know." Far away, Bai Feng was greatly angered and rebuked in a deep voice. "Jong Hong Xan, do you know what the 6 transformations of the Divine Dragon means to my Bai family? You opened your mouth to say the 6 transformations of the Divine Dragon. Do you really think I don't have a temper?" Jong Hong Xan just said lightly, "Do you give or don't you give?" Bai Feng grimaced, knowing that Jong Hong Xan wouldn't be dispatched so easily this time. It was obvious that he was running towards the 6 transformations of the Divine Dragon. He's a lightning martial artist. Why has he set his sights on my Bai clan's physical cultivation martial skill? Bai Feng said in a deep voice. The 6 transformations of the Divine Dragon is fundamental to the Bai family, and for you to suddenly take it away is tantamount to taking away half of the Bai family's life. In the future, what face will my Bai family have to stand in Jinling City? Jong Hong Xan didn't say anything, he just stood there, the purple heavenly divine thunder on his body never stopping, constantly flickering. The purple thunder light was wrapped in a destructive aura. Very appalling, only to see Bai Feng's originally white face so gloomy at the moment that it seemed as if water could drip out of it. He clenched his teeth tightly and squeezed out an icy cold to the core sentence from between his teeth. Jong Hong Xan, don't bully others too much. Do you really think that my Bai family is already at the end of its rope and has no power to fight back? Immediately afterward, Bai Feng took another angry step forward and continued in a low and powerful voice. Humph, you're just a mere 6th order consummate realm. Do you really think you can act recklessly and lawlessly here? As he said this, Bai Feng secretly pondered in his mind that if he hadn't been pushed to the brink, he wouldn't easily move out the mysterious and unfathomably powerful 7th-ordered old ancestor of the White family no matter what. However, the situation is stronger than the people, and now it is a time when there is no alternative. Bai Feng could only shout in a hard voice. For your information, my Bai clan still has a 7th-order ancestor sitting here. If you dare to act recklessly again, I won't blame my family's old ancestor for being merciless. But right at this moment, Jong Hong Xan threw back his head without fear and laughed, his laughter ringing through the clouds and deafening the ears. When he had finished laughing, he violently stopped his laughter and responded with a domineering face. Ha 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 ha. Good. Since your Bai family has a 7th-ranked old ancestor, let him show himself quickly. Speaking here, a cold aura flashed in Jong Hong Xan's eyes as he coldly added, 7th order, can also chop. Only heard a loud boom, like a thunderbolt exploding in the ears. Bai Feng suddenly felt his brain go blank, as if time had stopped flowing at this moment. That sentence, 7th rank, can also be chopped, like a magic spell. It constantly echoed in his mind, causing his body to involuntarily start trembling. Those talented people who were able to cross over and defeat a 5th-ranked martial artist as a 4th-ranked martial artist, he had once witnessed them with his own eyes. And he had also heard of the legendary story about a strong person of the 5th-order perfection realm successfully defeating a 6th-order martial artist. However, at this moment, when he heard that someone had actually threatened to be able to kill a 7th-ranked martial artist at the consummation of the 6th rank, he was still shocked beyond words, because only someone like him who had personally experienced growing up step by step from a 6th-ranked martial artist. It was only then that he was most aware of the huge gap between the 6th and 7th orders that was like a rift valley that was difficult to cross. This gap was simply the contrast between the light of a glowing fire and the bright white moon, and could not be compared at all. Among the 6th order, the change in strength brought about by raising even a small realm was extremely significant, not to mention the difference of an entire large realm. However, when Bai Feng's gaze fell on Jong Hong Xan in front of him, yet he had to admit that the other party's strength was unfathomable. He only saw Jong Hong Xan with a straight posture and a self-possessed demeanor, exuding an unrivaled aura of confidence all over his body. Coupled with the powerful strength it displayed, it was even more so that people did not dare to underestimate it. For a moment, Bai Feng's heart was flooded with concerns. It's hard not to. No way. It was absolutely impossible for a 6th-ranked martial artist to defeat a 7th-ranked martial artist, but if the old ancestor really came out and still lost to him, then the White family would really be completely finished. Bai Feng suddenly came back to his senses. Yeah, what was I thinking? How could a 6th-ranked martial artist defeat a 7th-ranked martial artist? This Jong Hong Xan was obviously trying to scare himself. He was actually bluffed for a moment. He was able to beat himself easily. But what did that mean? 6th-ranked perfection beating up a 7th-ranked? You've got to be kidding me. Bai Feng had just regained some confidence when Jong Hong Xan's words once again sent his heart crashing to the bottom. Jong Hong Xan said faintly, but I've never used any martial arts. As soon as these words came out, Bai Feng's brain once again went blank. Yeah, Jong Hong Xan fought with himself. Even though he put his best foot forward, he used the S-class martial arts skill, Absolute Zero. The opponent had never used any martial arts techniques from start to finish, just using the Violet Heavenly Divine Thunder. That was merely his talent, cultivation, etc. These were the underpinnings of a martial artist, equivalent to a source of energy, and in order to explode that power, one needed to rely on martial arts, spirit weapons, and so on. Jong Hong Xan, on the other hand, had easily defeated himself without using anything. Did he? Does it really possess the strength to defeat a 7th-ranked martial artist? Chapter 93, Leave it to him. Bai Feng didn't dare to bet on it. Now in his eyes, Jong Hong Xan was like a deep pool of water. The sense of oppression brought to him even exceeded that of the sleeping old ancestor in the ancestral ground. Available at. Could it be that he really wanted to hand over the Divine Dragon 6 transformations? Although the 6 transformations of the Divine Dragon was a martial art, handing it over didn't mean that the White family had lost it. But for a 1,000-year-old inherited family to be blocked at the door and robbed of the family's core inherited martial skills, this kind of thing was too humiliating. I'm afraid that in the future, the Bai family will never be able to raise their heads in Jinling City again. Many of the other forces attached to the White family would inevitably betray when they saw such a thing. After all, the White family had lost the deterrent of their hegemony. Just as Bai Feng was getting tangled up, the old ancestor sleeping in the ancestral land suddenly awoke. He transmitted his voice to Bai Feng. Give it to him. 3 simple words made Bai Feng tremble. Old ancestor? Bai Feng was very appalled. Every additional word the old ancestor spoke was a huge drain on his own life force. The loss of life force could only be slowed down by hiding in the underground catacombs of the ancestral land. Bai Feng frantically called out to his old ancestor in his mind, but there was no response. Bai Feng's eyes and nose were watching, and after thinking about it for a while, he said, yes, this time, the White family, admit to it. I can hand over the Divine Dragon 6 transformations to you, and you can pass it down to your disciple. But absolutely no outsiders are allowed. This is the last piece of cloth on the White family. If one day, the Divine Dragon 6 transformations became something rotten, where would the face of his Bai family be? No problem. Jong Hong Xan agreed readily. A high-quality S-grade martial art. He naturally wouldn't pass it out. Even more so, he wouldn't have the bad taste to open up the cultivation method of the 6 transformations of the Divine Dragon to the whole country just to get back at the White family. Many of the onlooker martial artists stared with wide eyes, their faces filled with horror. What? The White family actually did hand over the 6 transformations of the Divine Dragon? This is a top S-class martial skill that has been passed down by the Bai family for 1,000 years. Doesn't the Bai family have a 7th-ranked ancestor sitting in their midst? Why are they still letting a 6th-ranked consummate martial artist ride over their head and, maybe, the Bai clan doesn't have any 7th-ranked ancestors at all, and this is all just them bragging. Yes, it's been more than 600 years since the White family last gave birth to a 7th-ranked martial artist, and the lifespan of a 7th-ranked martial artist is only 500 years, also counting the time that old senior cultivated to the 7th stage, counting back and forth. If that old senior is really still alive, he is estimated to be over 700 years old. Ordinary 7th-ranked martial artists can live for over 400 years at most. Those with a longer lifespan can live for 500 years, and with some life-extending heavenly treasures, they will be over 500 years old at most, and it's impossible for them to live for more than 600 years. It seems that the White family's 7th-ranked ancestor has really passed away, and that the White family is nothing more than a fox pretending to be a tiger. Jinling City's top family was actually blocked by a purple-robed enforcer. Hey, Jinling City this time, it's going to change. Jong Hong Xan's 4 men waited at the door. Bai Feng returned to the Bai clan's ancestral land for a long time before bringing out a copy of the Divine Dragon 6 transformations. It was a round crystal ball that looked like a bright star in the night sky, quietly placed there, yet it exudes a dazzling luster. It was as if its surface was shrouded in a thin layer of mist, making the glow appear both mysterious and fascinating. Upon closer inspection, several brilliant and colorful streams of light could be found inside the sphere. Like a nimble elf, it keeps spinning and jumping. These streams of light are so bright and colorful, red like fire, blue like the deep sea, green like emerald, interweaving and blending with each other. They form a beautiful picture. As the streams of light turned and jumped, the entire crystal ball seemed to come to life, like a small universe full of fantastical colors was being nurtured in it. Bai Feng reluctantly handed it over to Jong Hong Xan and said in a deep voice, "Bailiff Zhong, I hope you'll keep your word." Jong Hong Xan pocketed it and faintly said, "It's natural." A ridiculous and sudden farce that ended with the Bai family completely going soft. Jong Hong Xan's four were on their way back. He handed the Divine Dragon 6 transformations to Xiao Huang Chao and said indifferently, "This is my master's gift to you for meeting you." Although the three young apprentices had guessed that it was a martial art given to Xiao Huang Chao, however, when they really saw their master hand it over to Xiao Huang Chao, a few people were still inevitably a bit shocked. Even though master was a powerful martial artist of the 6th order of perfection, but this was, after all, a top-tier S-class martial skill, Divine Dragon 6 transformations. Even a 7th-ranked martial artist would go crazy when they saw it. Xiao Huang Chao was a bit flattered and was still a bit touched in his heart. "Master, don't you practice yourself? Even though you are a thunder technique martial artist, the strength of your physical body is also much stronger than that of other martial artists, and practicing the Divine Dragon 6 transformations will also help in the cultivation of thunder technique. And maybe practicing this will even heal the dark wounds in your body." Does Xiao Huang Chao want 6 transformations of the dragon? Fragrance. Very fragrant. It's crazy to want it. This was an S-class body refining martial art, and it was still the top S-class body refining martial skill. The 6 transformations of the Divine Dragon, after each transformation was taken out individually and simplified, could be comparable to S-class martial arts. This was not something that could be compared to a low-grade S-class martial skill like the 10,000 swords returning to the palace of the Sun family in Tianhai City, and I'm stuck at 99% of A rank. All it took was an S-ranked body refining martial skill to promote an S-ranked physical body talent. All in all, when looking at the entire Red Yan Empire Kingdom, he was among the top-ranked top genius martial artists. There are many A-classes, but I'm afraid there isn't even one S-class in the entire Jiangnan province, which is a real qualitative change. But you have to have a conscience to be a man. Jong Hong Xan had treated himself well, and he alone had fought for this martial art. Jong Hong Xan smiled gratefully and said, "The dark wound in my body is very special. You don't need to think about how you can cure me. Martial skills of this level are no longer useful to me." Xiao Huang Chao was a bit surprised. He didn't know if he was delusional or what. Why did he feel as if master was somewhat looking down on this martial art? This is the 6 transformations of the Divine Dragon. The White family's oldest ancestor was a 7th-ranked martial artist, while that sword cultivator's wife was an 8th-ranked physical cultivation powerhouse. This Divine Dragon 6th transformation, normally, a 7th-ranked martial artist couldn't even touch it. Only that 8th-order physical cultivator martial artist from the ancient clan with a strong background could possess it. A supreme martial art that only an 8th-ranked martial artist could access. And master was somewhat unable to look at it? Xiao Huang Chao was a bit confused for a moment. Zhong Hong Xan explained lightly, "And there are special requirements for the cultivation of the 6 transformations of the Divine Dragon, and one must have an S-rank physical body talent in order to cultivate it to perfection. Otherwise, a martial artist with even the highest talent will not be able to cultivate to the perfection realm no matter what." Li Shuya pouted and said, "Even if you don't cultivate to perfection, cultivating to proficiency is enough to hang most martial artists, right?" Zhong Hongshan shook his head and said, "No, for the Divine Dragon 6 transformations, cultivating to perfection is just the beginning. Only after consummation can we begin to cultivate the remaining 6 transformations. The 6 transformations cultivation is complete, transforming into a half-dragon." Chapter 94, God's Luck. Hearing his master's words, Xiao Huang Chao was curious. Half-dragon? He couldn't help but ask, "Master, why is it only a half-dragon? Isn't this Divine Dragon 6 transformations even more powerful than Absolute Zero? Can't it transform into a true draconic dragon?" Wong Yu and Li Shuya were equally very curious. Master had said that the minimum threshold for cultivating the 6 transformations of the Divine Dragon to perfection was an S-rank fleshly body talent. People like them, who were physically strong, but not physically gifted, could also learn, but brace yourself to learn the realm of proficiency or mastery, and it would also take a lot of energy, delaying the original Thunder Law cultivation. The 6 transformations of the Divine Dragon is good, but it pays for itself. They also weren't jealous of junior senior brother possessing the Divine Dragon 6 transformations. It was because both of them cultivated Thunder Technique, and Master was a Thunder Technique martial artist. Then Zhong Hongshan might treat them both badly? The heavenly materials and treasures used by Li Shuya and Wang Yu, and the martial arts techniques and methods of cultivation would only be better than Xiao Huang Chao, and definitely not worse than him. Zhong Hongshan explained slowly, "You guys underestimate the draconic dragon race too much. This world, it's much bigger than you think. not to mention the entire world. Just take the Red Yen Empire. This is definitely not like what you think it is. How strong is the order of justice? In your perception? Xiao Huang Chao was a bit surprised. Isn't that a knowing question? The Justice Cleric examines all martial artists in the empire and is the state religion of the Red Yen Empire. The strength is naturally unquestionable. Jong Hong Xan asked again. Then do you think the Justice Cleric is the most powerful force in the Red Yen Empire? Xiao Huang Chao thought for a moment and said, the strength of the Justice Cleric should be about the same as the strength of the imperial family of the Red Yen Empire. Jong Hong Xan nodded and said, the strength is about the same, but there are a dozen forces like the Justice Cleric in the Red Yen Empire. When these words came out, all three disciples were shocked beyond words. A dozen? How is this possible? Jong Hong Xan looked at the sky and seemed to notice a hint of something wrong, frowning slightly as he said, AI. As the great power descends, there are some things that you can know in advance. Martial practitioners cultivate, divided into 1 to 10 steps, but the 10th step is not the end of martial practitioners. Do you know what is above the 10th step? The three of them were a bit dumbfounded at the words. They had once fantasized about what existed above the 10th rank, but it was only a fantasy, as they had always believed that the 10th rank was the end of martial artists. Like many children, they wonder if they will go somewhere else when they die. Zhong Hongshan said, it's God. Above the 10th order, there are gods. The Justice Cleric is powerful because they have a divine inheritance, a family with 1,000 years of heritage, passed on for 1,000 years without decline. The Transcendental family has been passed down for thousands of years. Immortal families have been passed down for tens of thousands of years, and the deities of the Church of Justice have been passed down for over 100,000 years. There are more than a dozen forces with deity inheritances in the Red Yen Empire, and the angelic deity inheritance of the Justice Cleric can only be ranked in the top 10. More than 100,000 years have passed since the last god was born, and the 100,000 years of inheritance was interrupted in the middle because the heaven and earth's chi had dried up. In between, there were also many martial artists who cultivated to the 10th rank but were unable to pass on their deities simply because there was no divine chi, and the human race no longer had any chi to add to their fortunes. Xiao Huang Chao couldn't help but ask, why is this? The human race doesn't have God's chi to add to their body. Do the other races still have it? Zhong Hongshan answered, all the other races have them, except for the human race because more than 100,000 years ago, there was a great war between man and devil. In order to win, the human race has overdrawn the human race's divine race's chi, and the 100 gods have ascended. Within just a few decades, 100 gods were born to wage the final battle with the demon race. Listening to the history of more than 100,000 years ago, the master did not have any excessive descriptions, and the magnificence of that epic period could be felt in a few words. Xiao Huang Chao asked, and did the people win? Zhong Hongshan had a complicated look on his face. Miserable win. The demon race was sealed up, and all of the 100 gods fell, and in their final fall, they forged a final wall for the human race to prevent them from being victimized by other races. But the human race also lost their divine fortune because of this, and were never able to become gods again. The three young apprentices were all very appalled. Hundreds of gods, and surprisingly, it was still only a miserable victory. This was still a situation where the human race had overdrawn their future chi, and the demon race was chillingly powerful, and there are other races with deities watching. This world, it's more dangerous than they thought. Do you know why there are so many magical beasts in this world? These magical beasts are all creatures infected by the lingering scent of the demons back then. They are also by far our greatest enemy. The other races have gods, but the human race has no gods, and the situation is very serious. Xiao Huang Chao continued to ask, and does the witch order have anything to do with the demons? Zhong Hongshan nodded and said, yes. The demoness that the demoness cleric worships is one of the 100 or so deities of the demon race back then. After the end of the human-demon war, the demon race wasn't completely sealed, and the demoness was the only god who managed to escape. But the witch was also badly injured, and her strength plummeted. After the human-demon war ended, a number of 10th-ranked martial artists of the human race teamed up to hunt down the demoness, and ultimately forced the demoness into a desperate situation. Li Shuya couldn't help but ask, is the witch dead? Zhong Hongshan shook his head slightly and said, God cannot be killed by man. The witch was not completely killed. The Yuan Shen escaped her physical body, and one day, she will return for revenge. When the demoness returns again, the human race will meet its doom, and she will surely release those sealed demon deities. That's why the Red Inferno Empire, as well as the other empires, have joined forces to hunt down the remaining members of the Witch Clan, bound to find the reborn witch one step ahead of the Witch Clan, and snuff out the ones that haven't recovered into a full body of her. Listening to their master recount that history, all three of their faces became grave. Zhong Hongshan continued, but, recently the divine chi of the human race seems to have revived somewhat. More and more geniuses are coming out. Looking at his master's face full of sorrow, Xiao Huang Chao asked, "Isn't it a good thing that God's chi is revived?" Jong Hong Xan shook his head and couldn't help but sigh mournfully. A blessing and a curse. The revival of the human race's divine chi may mean that the human race's boundaries have become vulnerable and may be taken advantage of by other races. It could also mean that the seal of the demon clan has become weak. Or it could mean that the demoness has been reborn and is regaining her strength. In short, the great power will come, and the human race will surely be plunged into chaos and confusion once again. The only thing we can do at the moment is to quickly improve our strength and perhaps survive the turmoil. If it's really as I think it is, martial artists below the 8th rank won't have a chance to resist at all. If one cultivates to the 8th order, perhaps, there is still that slight chance of lingering. Chapter 95, Cultivating the 6 Transformations of the Divine Dragon. Xiao Huang Chao and the three of them felt a wave of pressure as they listened to their master's words. The turmoil was just around the corner, and his own 3rd order cultivation was simply not enough. Xiao Huang Chao had originally thought that he had a system and relied on it to slowly cultivate. In any case, we can cultivate to the 10th rank, slowly and slowly. Now it seems that he can't live with himself. Jong Hong Xan suddenly realized that he had said a bit too much and returned to the topic, saying, "You just asked why the 6 transformations of the divine dragon couldn't transform into a dragon. More than 100,000 years ago, the human race was not separated from the other races. The dragon race is one of the most powerful races, with multiple gods inherited within one race, and was the overlord of the ancient age. The physical strength of an adult dragon race is comparable to an 8th rank cultivator, and the strength exerted is comparable to a 7th rank martial artist. This means that a dragon doesn't need to cultivate from birth, and when it waits to grow up to adulthood, it possesses the power of a 7th ranked martial artist. The physical body is even crushing 8th ranked martial artists. What kind of terrifying strength is this? Cultivating the 6 transformations of the divine dragon to perfection, and then completing all 6 transformations and cultivating them to the great completion, is only equivalent to the strength of a half-dragon. That's because the 6 transformations of the dragon god is a crippled technique. Xiao Huang Chao was a bit surprised. Such a powerful martial skill, a supreme treasure that had been passed down by the Bai family for thousands of years, was only a mutilated martial skill. Jong Hong Xan said, "The complete martial skill should be called Dragon God 9 Changes, but the complete martial skill has long been lost, and although it's only a mutilated martial skill, it still belongs to the top S-class martial skill, and it's enough for you to use. A half-dragon's body is also enough to crush an average S-rank talented body cultivator." Xiao Huang Chao nodded. Although it was only a crippled martial art, it was enough to use on its own. Back at the Bell Mansion, a few people went back to rest individually. Both of them, Li Shuya and Wong Yu, had gained some insights from their master's battle earlier. Xiao Huang Chao also went back to the house and started practicing the 6 transformations of the dragon god. System, fill up the divine dragon 6 transformations for me. Ding, the host consumes 30,000 justice points to cultivate the 6 transformations of the dragon god. Xiao Huang Chao's eyes trembled. I'll rub it in. It takes 30,000 to cultivate to perfection? After the Sun family rebellion, Xiao Huang Chao had accumulated more than 100,000 righteous values and thought he could lie down. I didn't expect that this cultivation of a technique would require 30,000 points. This is too much of a pitfall. It seems like your own $100,000 or so doesn't hold up. The host starts practicing the 6 transformations of the divine dragon. In the first year, when you first got this martial art, you were in awe of it, and it was very difficult to cultivate. After a year of hard work, I still can't find the way to cultivate. Not to mention perfection. Just getting started is a bottleneck. You have a top grade of physical talent and have cultivated many cultivation martial arts to perfection, but this time you met your Waterloo at the introduction of a martial art, which has devastated you. In the 3rd year, you finally reached the introductory level of the 6 transformations of the divine dragon. At this moment, you realize that human beings are too small. Even martial artists, even high-ranking martial artists are still very weak. In front of the powerful dragons, human beings are fragile. Even the most ordinary dragons have a powerful strength comparable to that of the 7th rank. In the 8th year, you finally cultivated the 6 transformations of the divine dragon to the realm of proficiency, and you began to master some of the techniques of dragon fighting, and you can release a weak dragon pressure. Although very weak, but it carries the dragon's aura inside, and it is almost harmless, but it can frighten the souls of those low-ranked magical beasts to death. In the 28th year, you spent a full 20 years to finally cultivate the 6 transformations of the divine dragon to the realm of mastery, your body's chi and blood filling up and reaching its peak moment. You also gradually found that something is not right. Your own bloodline seems to evolve in the direction of the dragon. The pressure of the dragon in the body is becoming more and more powerful. At the same time, you find that you begin to become irritable and bloodthirsty. and there seems to be some kind of force in the powerful blood in your body that is trying to take control. In the 38th year, you still haven't cultivated the 6 transformations of the divine dragon to perfection, which has caused you great distress. It was not that he hadn't succeeded in cultivating for 10 years, but that he had simply failed to find any possibility of cultivating to perfection, and that the difficulty of cultivating this martial art far exceeded that of any martial art that he had come into contact with before. In your 39th year, while out on a mission, you accidentally lost control, which caused widespread destruction. This is the first time you've lost control, yet you're not surprised because in the past, during your practice, you've sensed that some kind of power is controlling, or influencing, you, several times before you teetered on the edge of losing control, but you relied on your strong willpower and resisted. But this time you didn't. After the loss of control, you were brought into the General Law Enforcement Bureau for investigation. While you pondered the cause, obviously, it was caused by practicing the 6 transformations of the divine dragon. The bloodline keeps evolving towards dragon blood, which makes it more and more difficult for you to control yourself, which puts you in a tangle. Should you stop cultivating the 6 transformations of the divine dragon yourself? You have not yet cultivated yourself to perfection. Previously, the master also said that the 6 changes of the dragon god is only a fragmented technique, but complete is the 9 changes of the dragon god, and cultivation to perfection is only the beginning. And now you haven't even started. You're already starting to resist, starting to lose control, so you choose to shut down. In the 43rd year, closed for several years, you did not engage in any cultivation. Every day you just sat next to the waterfall, listening to the sound of the water falling, so that your mind could be quieted down, and you began to think seriously, and to look inward. In the midst of constant thought, you finally quieted your mind. You have also found a way to cultivate perfection in the midst of continuous thinking. Humans are too weak in front of the dragons, and the power of the dragons obsesses the human race. And it's not the dragon's blood that really gets you out of control, it's your own endless greed. The power of the 6 transformations of the divine dragon is too powerful, and one is currently incapable of controlling this power. The power is too strong to be controlled, ultimately leading to nothing but one's own destruction. This point is like the purple heavenly thunder on the master's body. In fact, the purple heavenly lightning does not devour the martial artist. It is only that the martial artist himself is too greedy and constantly overdraws the power of the purple heavenly lightning, which ultimately leads to being devoured. In the face of great power and endless temptation, one must keep one's heart and restrain oneself. In the 53rd year, you perfected the 6 transformations of the divine dragon. Ding! The host has perfected the 6 transformations of the divine dragon, and the progress of the cultivation of the flesh talent has increased. Ding! The host's flesh talent cultivation progress has reached 100% to start evolving. The A-ranked talent indestructible body evolves into the S-ranked fleshly talent desolate ancient dragon body. In an instant, Xiao Huang Chao opened his eyes and endless terrifying power erupted from his body. The strong chi and blood power continuously fluctuated towards the outside of his body, and a dragon's roar continuously echoed. It's like a real dragon descending into the world. Chapter 96, Breaking Through the 4th Order Chi and Blood Realm. The 6 transformations of the divine dragon had been cultivated to perfection, and the physical body talent had also been upgraded to S rank. Xiao Huang Chao felt the changes in his body as a powerful stream of chi and blood continued to reverberate. Compared to the top A grade talent, it wasn't a level at all, and without relying on any spiritual power or martial skills, one's own physical strength alone was enough to crush a 4th stage chi blood realm martial artist. Just for a moment, at that very instant, Xiao Huang Chao's heart shook violently. A strange feeling surged through his heart. He clearly felt as if a long-sleeping beast was slowly awakening within his body, and a powerful and mysterious force began to gradually awaken. With the awakening of this power, Xiao Huang Chao only felt his chi and blood boiling around him, like surging waves surging madly within his body. It surged, coalesced, and rose up continuously. At the same time, a low and majestic dragon sound resounded in his ears. The voice seemed to come from the ancient times and shook his mind. Xiao Huang Chao's eyes couldn't help but tremble slightly as his heart screamed, "Not good! This cultivation that I have suppressed for so long can no longer be contained. It seems that I must break through this time." For a long time, he had suppressed his cultivation and stayed at the bottleneck of the 3rd stage of perfection, and although his strength was already not weak, he had never stepped into the 4th stage of the chi and blood realm. However, at this moment, after experiencing an upgrade in talent, it could no longer be suppressed. Only Xiao Huang Chao took a deep breath and fully guided the majestic chi and blood power in his body towards a higher level. That chi and blood power was like a runaway wild horse. Each charge was like a heavy hammer hitting an impenetrable city wall, trying to break through the shackles that bound it. Surprisingly, the breakthrough went exceptionally well. Xiao Huang Chao, who had originally thought that he would encounter many difficulties and obstacles, found that the seemingly unbreakable shackles had gradually become fragile under the continuous impact of the qi and blood power. In the end, only to hear click a crunch, the shackle completely broken open. Xiao Huang Chao suddenly felt a burst of ease, as if breaking free of 1,000 pounds of burden in general. Immediately afterward, the surging power of qi and blood quickly diffused to all corners of his body like a flood breaking through an embankment, nourishing his meridians and bones. The entire process was as fast as lightning, and in just less than a minute, Xiao Huang Chao had already managed to stabilize his cultivation at the 4th rank. At this time, his breath was even more majestic and powerful than before, and he exuded a palpitating pressure between his hands and feet. The 6 transformations of the Divine Dragon had been cultivated to perfection. Advancement to the 4th order Qi and Blood realm. Flesh talent upgraded to S rank. Under the triple enchantment, Xiao Huang Chao's fleshly body now reached an unimaginable level. He casually swung out a fist, directly hitting a loud rumbling sonic boom. Such a terrifying power that even he himself was a bit shocked. The space around him was almost on the verge of being compressed as he attempted to fully activate his Qi and Blood power. Although he was only at the 1st level of the 4th rank, no martial artist of the same 1st level of the 4th rank could stay around Xiao Huang Chao for long. Xiao Huang Chao stood there with a confident look on his face, as if nothing in the world could stop him from advancing. Even when facing that frightening 4th-ranked magical beast, he wasn't afraid in the slightest. One must know that this was an existence powerful enough to deter many experts, but Xiao Huang Chao was convinced that he didn't need to use a single ounce of his spiritual energy or martial arts. With pure physical strength alone, just a simple punch would be able to instantly kill its 4th-ranked magical beast. This powerful self-confidence was not without reason, but rather stemmed from his years of extreme refining of his physical strength as well as the combat experience he had accumulated from countless life and death fights. Xiao Huang Chao was surprised to find that the 6 transformations of the Divine Dragon was different from other martial arts. Almost all martial arts required the use of spiritual energy to catalyze them, and the power of Qi and Blood was only a supplement. The Divine Dragon's 6 transformations, on the other hand, could be activated with spiritual energy, but if the spiritual energy was depleted and exhausted, it could also be activated using the power of Qi and Blood, and in his current state, using the power of Qi and Blood to catalyze the Divine Dragon's 6 transformations was even stronger. Xiao Huang Chao looked at his system panel. Training, 4th order. Talents, S-rank Ancient Dragon Body, 10%. A-rank Talent Unsullied Sword Body, 1%. D-rank Talent Manipulation, non-upgradable. Breathing Technique, Class S Breathing Technique for Justice, Perfection. Techniques, S-Class Martial Arts Skill Divine Dragon 6 Changes, Complete. S-Class Martial Arts Skill Witches Him, Complete. S-Class Martial Arts Skill 10,000 Swords Return to the Sect, Complete. A-Class Martial Arts Skill Phantom Sword Dance, Complete. A-Class Martial Arts Skill Dragon Song Overlord, Complete. Justice Value, 100,034. There are still 100,000 points of justice left. These justice values, I guess it should be enough to finish cultivating the 6 transformations of the Divine Dragon. After the 6 transformations of the Divine Dragon had been perfected, each transformation still needed to be cultivated anew. This was also why Jong Hong Xan said that the 6 transformations of the Divine Dragon had only just begun after they had been cultivated to perfection. Xiao Huang Chao suddenly thought that when he cultivated the 6 transformations of the Divine Dragon to perfection, he had consumed 30,000 justice values, and he couldn't help but tremble with his brows. Should be enough? Xiao Huang Chao suddenly noticed that he hadn't stopped cultivating after upgrading his physical body talent to S rank, currently practicing at 10%. Martial artists' talents are categorized into 5 types of SADCD. Shouldn't S rank be the strongest talent? Why can I continue to train even after I've upgraded to S? Xiao Huang Chao thought about 2 possibilities. The first possibility should be the equivalent of the same martial arts, though at the same S rank, 10,000 swords, absolute 0, Divine Dragon 6 transformations, or even the complete Divine Dragon 9 transformations. These are all S-class martial arts, but there is a huge difference in quality. Perhaps, not only that, but talent as well. Currently 10% progress in cultivating S-rank talent. It should just be an ordinary S-rank talent. If the cultivation progress can be raised to 99%, it might be the topmost S-rank talent. And the second possibility, perhaps above the S-rank talent, there is also SS-rank talent. Xiao Huang Chao guessed so. System, help me cultivate the 6 transformations of the Divine Dragon. However, the system replies, ding, the host's 6 transformations of the Divine Dragon have been perfected and cannot be further cultivated. The remaining 6 changes can only be practiced by the host. Xiao Huang Chao's eyebrows trembled. Can only cultivate martial arts to perfection? It seems that the system's justice points aren't all they're cracked up to be. Xiao Huang Chao said darkly, forget it, just practice on your own. Currently, the physical body has already reached S rank. And if I want to continue cultivating, I can't touch those resources with my current ability. Currently, The most crucial thing is to cultivate the sword Dao, as well as obtaining more cultivation resources. Early the next morning, Xiao Huang Chao pushed open the door to the room, and sunlight poured into the room. Wong Yu, who was practicing in the morning, saw it and greeted him with a smile. At this time, Lei Shuya also yawned and pushed open the door of the room, seeing Xiao Huang Chao's unusual qi and blood fluctuations and marveled. Junior brother, you've broken through the 4th rank? Xiao Huang Chao smiled and nodded. Cultivating the 6 transformations of the divine dragon has yielded some insights, so I made a breakthrough. At this moment, Jong Hong Xan walked out of the room and faintly said, breaking through the 4th rank is just right, so you'll also be qualified to participate in the Red Yan Empire's Young Martial Artist Competition. Chapter 97 Red Yan Empire Young Martial Artist Competition. Young Martial Artist Competition? Jong Hong Xan's words surprised Xiao Huang Chao. It sounds like it's some kind of a match-up. After all, this tournament name was preceded by the addition of the Red Yan Empire. It means it's a national competition. The Red Inferno Imperial Kingdom had a vast territory, and Jiangnan Province was merely a small province in a remote area. Ranked at the bottom of the country in terms of overall strength, there are more powerful people out there, especially the imperial capital. Almost everyone is a martial artist, and there are countless powerful forces of all kinds. Thousands of years of inherited families are as numerous as dogs, and transcendent families become gone. Don't look at the Bai family as a 1,000-year-old inherited family in the Jiangnan province as a bully, or even a snake in the ground, an emperor of the earth in general. But when the Bai family arrived in Kyoto, they could only do so with their tails between their legs. Lei Shuya sniffed excitedly. What? It's going to start? Is it early this year? Ha ha ha, finally it's time to start. This ant is going to show off her skills. Jong Hong Xan nodded slightly and said, that's right, this session is early. The National Young Martial Artist Competition, which is held every 10 years, is open to martial artists within the Red Yan Empire, but on a few conditions. First, age under 50, and second, cultivation at the rank order. Due to the differences in cultivation levels, the lifespan of martial artists also varied. The average 4th-ranked martial artist could live to be 200 years old. 7th-ranked martial artists can live to be around 500 years old. However, regardless of longevity, the peak of a martial artist's cultivation was in the first 100 years. After the age of 100 years, the cultivation is basically fixed. Also want to have a breakthrough? Basically need big decades, or even 100 or 200 years, to slowly grind out a realm. Basically, if a martial artist cultivates to the 5th level of the 6th rank at the age of 100, then the upper limit of his life was estimated to be the 9th level of the 6th rank, probably less. If a martial artist was 100 years old and had cultivated to the 9th level of the 6th rank, then the probability is that he'll be a martial artist of the 9th level of the 6th rank or the 6th level of perfection for the rest of his life. There were only a very few martial artists who could continue to break through a great realm after the age of 100. Among the first 100 years, the first 30 or 40 years are even more important. How far a martial artist could go in the future. Basically the results could be seen at the age of 30 or so, unless a superb chance was encountered later in life. But none of these few are under consideration. That's why the Young Martial Artist Competition, with its under 50 limit, makes perfect sense. Talented martial artists from all over the country will compete on the same stage here. Many powerful martial artists of the 7th and 8th ranks had basically come to prominence in the Young Martial Artist Competition. The Red Yan Empire was too big, and most martial artists only knew the talented martial artists within their own provinces. It was not at all clear what kind of demonic freaks were hiding elsewhere. Not only that, the rewards for martial artists are even richer. Jong Hong Xan said without haste. Not only is the date advanced this year, the rewards taken out by the Red Yan Empire's royal family are even far greater than those of previous years. Perhaps they have also sensed the matter of the revival of God's Qi, and great chaos is coming. Once turmoil descends, no amount of heavenly materials and treasures will be of any use. Only powerful martial artists are the bottom line. They want to take advantage of this young martial artist competition to smash all their resources on the young talented martial artists and accelerate their training. This is an opportunity for you as well. Xiao Huang Chao couldn't help but lament. When I stayed in Tianhai City in the past, along with the 4 cities that make up the 5 cities, the strongest martial artist was only a 3rd stage consummate. Later on, the Sun family had broke through to the 4th rank Qi and Blood Realm martial artist and almost destroyed the entire 5 cities. At that time, the 4th rank was an existence that could only be looked up to. And looking at the entire Red Inferno Imperial Kingdom, 4th ranked martial artists are only just qualified to participate in the competition, or the youth group. Jong Hong Xan explained. Many martial artists below the 4th rank can directly participate in provincial martial artist competitions, and each city in a different province will in turn host a city martial artist competition. Let's take the southern province. For example, The entry requirement for the Jiangnan Provincial Martial Artist Competition is a second-ranked martial artist, and when you reach that requirement, you can directly participate in the Provincial Martial Artist Competition. And each city also organizes a martial artist competition and has no cultivation requirement, so anyone under the age of 50 can participate. Those who have reached the top 50 in the city rankings, even if their cultivation hasn't reached the second rank, can still be submitted to the Provincial Martial Artist Competition. This is more reasonable. The percentage of martial artists who could reach the fourth rank before the age of 50 was ultimately a minority, and even in many remote places, such martial artists were known as top geniuses. If there was only the National Martial Arts Competition, many martial artists would miss an opportunity to participate in the competition and gain rewards to improve themselves. Xiao Huang Chao asked, so martial artists who rank high in the province will be submitted to the National Martial Arts Competition? Jong Hong Xan shook his head and said, that's not the case, nationals and provincials are separate from each other. Only martial artists who have reached the fourth level of cultivation register directly. Otherwise there is no other way to participate in the national competition. Many martial artists whose cultivation has just reached the fourth rank won't get any very good rankings as long as they participate in the national competition themselves. Then they just give up the national competition and go to the provincial competition, where they can get better rewards if they place well enough. It's a trade-off. The nationals are a group of 4, which is just enough, counting your closeted elder sister. I'd like to remind you that the 3 of you are all 4th-ranked martial artists and are all in your early 20s. You'll be at a lot of disadvantage when you participate in the national competition. After the national competition is compared to a few rounds, there will be basically no 4th-ranked martial artists left, and at the very least, they will all be 5th-ranked martial artists. Even at the finals, a 6th-ranked martial artist may appear. But the good thing is that the nationals are not a one-bite race to the end, and stage prize awards are given out after each stage of the race. But if the 4 of you participate in the Jiangnan Province's Provincial Martial Artist Competition with your strength, definitely take the top spot and get first place. Although it's only provincial, the rewards for first place are equally generous. S-ranked martial arts, A-ranked spiritual weapons, S-ranked treasures. You can throw and choose one. Hearing Jong Hong Xan's words, several people couldn't help but get excited. These 3 supreme treasures were something they couldn't even think of. Lixia said excitedly, wow, this year the rewards are far more generous, so much more than before. I remember the last Jiangnan province's first place reward seemed to be only a grade martial arts. This time, they even directly took out S-grade martial arts, as well as a grade spirit weapons. Jong Hong Xan nodded and asked once more, I respect your choice. Will you compete at nationals, or provincials? As a reminder, the best result of the last Jiangnan province martial artists who participated in the national competition was the top 300 in the country, and the reward was only an A-grade martial skill. Lixia lifted her chest and said, provincial competition rewards are so good, then I can't even think about the first place reward in the national competition, ha ha ha. This young lady will surely take first place in the national competition. Xiao Huang Chao nodded and said, since you are qualified to compete for it, you must take full advantage of the opportunity. The 3 said in unison, we're going to nationals. Chapter 98 Tianshan Sword Sect, Desert Province. This was the province with the largest area within the Red Yan Empire's territory. Although it is the largest, the terrain is remote and barren, and the vast majority of the area is desert. Whether it was the economy, city construction, or the overall strength of martial artists, they all ranked in the bottom of the Red Inferno Empire, and even ranked lower than Jiangnan Province. However, martial artists with some insight knew that they should never underestimate the martial artists from the desert. Because of its remoteness and long history, it hid a number of ancient clans. The strength of an ancient clan martial artist could not be speculated with normal eyes. What is an ancient race in general? They are all families or clans that existed tens of thousands, or even over 100,000 years ago. They practiced the most ancient dharma, with martial arts that had been reformed through countless generations. The strength is unfathomable. Some of the ancient clans, perhaps already in decline, were not even as strong as third-rate clans, and there were some ancient clans that might be able to rival an immortal power like the Justice Cleric, or even have had godheads appear in their ancestry. In short, facing the ancient clan and the ancient clan's martial artists, one should never take it lightly. This was the consensus of all martial artists. In their eyes, it means mystery, but at the same time, since the ancient clans were all in a state of seclusion, they rarely showed their faces in front of the world. Therefore, it does not participate in the evaluation of the overall strength of the provinces, and it is only in the bottom of the list that the comprehensive strength of the Great Desert Province is ranked. The reason for this was also very simple. The strength of the ancient race was unfathomable and could not be assessed at all. Just this once, the eye-catching Red Yan Empire's Young Martial Artist Competition had actually chosen the venue to be held in the vast and sprawling Desert Province. The reason for this choice is not really complicated, it is a vast area and relatively sparsely populated. More importantly, its territory is dotted with vast deserts, towering mountains, and dense, flourishing jungles. This diverse and extremely expansive terrain is simply tailor-made for this great event. One must know that the strength of the martial artists who had come to participate in the competition this time was not to be underestimated. The worst of them had reached the level of the Fourth Order, and even more had stepped into the profound realm of the Fifth or even the Sixth Order. In the face of such an intense exchange of blows and duels between so many powerful people, if there wasn't a sufficiently spacious and open battlefield for them to display their fists and feet, the consequences would simply be unimaginable. However, this marvelous land of the desert province fulfills just about every need. Here, martial artists can utilize their strength and skills to the fullest without worrying about not being able to perform at full strength or accidentally injuring innocent people around them due to space constraints. Whether they are speeding like the wind in the endless desert, moving between the steep and dangerous peaks, or traveling through the deep and mysterious jungle, they are able to show their true strength as they wish. Xiao Huang Chao and his group, also accompanied by his master, came to the desert province to compete. The enrollment process was unusually simple since several people were in law enforcement. The young martial artist competition is for groups of 4, counting the mysterious senior sister who was in seclusion. There were just 4 of them. As for eldest sister, Master had already registered her for enrollment in advance. Even if she couldn't make it in time now due to her seclusion, it didn't matter. Just ask for groups of up to 4, and it's okay if someone doesn't show up for a while. Only Xiao Huang Chao and the others had to face a situation of 3 against 4. The martial artist competition adopts different competition systems such as team battles and will battles, but with either system, the more people on the team, the better, so 99% of the teams are 4 to a team. A group of 4 people arrived in the desert province after completing their enrollment. Arrangements were made to stay in officially designated accommodation. After 3 days of simple rest, it was time to get into the intense routine of the race. Xiao Huang Chao didn't rush to use justice points to raise his cultivation. Anyway, his cultivation can be raised anytime, anywhere, not bad for this moment. Moreover, he still needed to participate in the competition and was hiding his strength by not raising his cultivation for the time being. The other side of the desert province, within a luxurious residence, a middle-aged man with glasses, with fair and handsome skin, wearing a soft white robe and an elegant temperament. His name was Ningfeng, and he looked young and handsome, but he was actually close to 100 years old. It was a genuine 6th order perfection martial artist. At his age, participating in the young martial artist competition would definitely be impossible, but at less than 100 years old, he had reached the 6th stage of perfection, and it was highly likely that he would become a 7th stage martial artist in the future. He was an elder of the Tianshan sword sect, and had brought 4 disciples of the Tianshan sword sect to participate in the competition. The Tianshan sword sect was a genuine transcendent power, with several 7th rank martial artists within its main sect. There was even an 8th ranked martial artist who still had half a foot in the coffin. Located in the southeastern part of the Red Yen Empire, it was the local emperor of the land, and its comprehensive strength was incomparably strong. Ningfeng lifted his glasses and looked at the information in his hands, saying, "Tomorrow's opponent is a team from the Jiangnan Province Law Enforcement Directorate. A team of 4, but only 3 are present, and one of the players seems to be still in seclusion." Hearing the elder's words, a young martial artist slammed his fists together and said with great displeasure, "Is the team from Jiangnan Province so arrogant? Just 3 people? No fun. When the time comes, you guys don't get on the field. I can kill through all 3 of them by myself." The young martial artist exuded thick chi and blood power, clearly a physical cultivator, and with notable strength. For a physical cultivator to be able to worship the Sword Dao sect, it was obvious that his physical cultivation wasn't so simple either. Ningfeng frowned slightly and said, "Zhang Chang, don't be careless and take the enemy lightly. Although there are only 3 people on the opposite side, all of them are not weak. There are 2 martial artists who are at the early stage of the 4th rank, but their talent seems to be quite strong, reaching the 4th rank in their early 20s. They're just suffering from age. If they were all in their 40s, they'd probably be able to reach the late 4th rank, or even the 5th rank." The body-refining martial artist named Zhang Chang pouted and said with a face full of defiance, "Che, it's just a 20-something-year-old 4th-ranked martial artist. What's so great about it?" The female martial artist on the side mercilessly demolished the stage. "What order were you in your 20s? I remember you were 35 before you broke through the 4th rank, right?" Zhang Chang reddened his face and said in defiance, "So what? Martial artists look at strength, not talent. Geniuses die young more often than not. They might not even live to be 35. Since we're in the ring, swords and knives, who cares how old he was when he broke through to the 4th rank?" "Humph," Ningfeng continued. "One is called Xiao Huang Chao and the other is Wong Yu. Both of them are not enough to be a problem. but there is also a 20-something-year-old 4th-rank consummate martial artist in their team, Li Shuya. Upon hearing Li Shuya's cultivation, several people's faces stared, and even Zhang Chang couldn't keep his mouth shut. It was because he hadn't yet reached the 4th stage of perfection now that he was in his 40s, while others had done it in their early 20s. Even if he was as conceited as he was, he didn't have the confidence to defeat a genius martial artist of the 4th stage of perfection. Chapter 99, Lu Ruoi. Inside the hotel where the young martial artists of the Red Yan Empire Kingdom were staying, Ning Feng, the elder of the Tianshan sword sect, analyzed with the crowd the opponent they were about to face tomorrow, the Jiangnan Provincial Law Enforcement Bureau. 20 years old at the beginning of the 4th rank consummation? You're kidding. According to a normal martial artist, a perfect 4th order polished for 10 years to break through the 5th order. That genius Li Shuya of the Jiangnan Province Law Enforcement Bureau. It is estimated that with 5 to 8 years of polishing, he will be able to break through the 5th order. Doesn't that mean he'll break through the 5th rank when he's around 30? Heavens, breaking through the 5th rank at the age of 30. This is a top genius even in the imperial capital. Ning Feng nodded and said, that's right, so do you still think that you can kill through all 3 of them by yourself? That Li Shuya girl is indeed a bit tricky. At her age, she can still compete in 2 national martial arts competitions. The race is held once a decade and is limited to those under 50 years of age. However, there is no limit to the number of times you can participate. At Li Shuya's age, only in her early 20s, she could have participated twice besides this one. Attend one in your 30s and one in your 40s. Ning Feng said, in the future, Li Shuya's last trip to nationals will surely be a terrific result if her teammates don't drag their feet. It's highly likely to break into the top 50. As a clan elder who was nearly 100 years old, Ning Feng had seen a lot of things and had participated in 3 national young martial artist competitions back then. The first time was basically a round robin, and at that time he had only just broken through the 4th rank, barely meeting the requirements for participation. Second time in the tournament, same round robin. The strength had been enhanced considerably and the overall configuration of the team was very good, but the luck was very bad. Encountering a team from the imperial capital, directly killed through by one of the other. And the third time he participated in the competition was also his last. In the past 10 years, he had gained no small amount of opportunity and his strength had soared. He was very confident that he could at least make it into the top 50 for the last one. After all, the team from the Tianshan sword sect was very strong that time. Even if Ning Feng had gained a considerable amount of opportunity and his strength had risen dramatically, he could only be third in the lineup. His fellow teammates also included the top genius of the Heavenly Mountain Sword Sect who had finished his seclusion and was also the current Heavenly Mountain Sword Sect patriarch, defeated a large number of masters along the way. Instead, they ended up falling in the top 100 to 50 race. He thought it was the team's bad luck that they had met another strong team, but the eliminated ones realized as they watched the later matches that the team they met was not a strong dark horse team at all. It was even ranked at the back of the pack in terms of strength among the top 50 teams. With 4 people on a team, the top 50 teams are 200. That basically represented the most powerful group of young martial artists in the Red Yan Empire. Among them were imperial capital martial artists, heirs of immortal forces, and even quite a few hermit ancient clans. Each one was as strong as a monster. It was even said that it was luck that their own team was in the top 100. Therefore, Ning Feng's comment that Li Shuya might enter the top 50 in the last competition was very high praise. The martial artist named Li Chang remained unconvinced and said, "Humph, what's so great about reaching the 5th rank cultivation at the age of 30? It's not like our Heavenly Mountain Sword Sect doesn't have this kind of genius." As soon as the words fell, the crowd's eyes turned to a female martial artist sitting in the corner. The man, 32 years old, 5th order. The woman was seen wearing a short dress as white as snow, the corner of her skirt gently swaying like a white lotus in full bloom. Under the short skirt, the pair of white and slim legs were hidden, with beautiful and smooth lines, like a finely crafted work of art. You can't help but fall in love with it. Her 3,000 silky long hair was casually scattered behind her head, and as the breeze gently flicked, it added a few points of spiritual beauty. At the moment, the woman was sitting quietly on a chair to the side. With a graceful and elegant posture, she carried a long sword in her arms, its body flickering with a faint halo of light, as if it contained endless mysterious power and a powerful aura. The woman's eyes were tightly closed, and her expression was high and cold, like an iceberg, intimidating. Only dare to watch from afar, not to approach easily. It was as if just by getting a little closer to her, one could feel the temperature plummet around them, and the cold pierce their bones. Just at this time, I do not know where to come. A slight murmur, the woman seems to be aware of. Originally tightly closed eyes slowly opened, those long eyelashes fluttered slightly, as if a butterfly was lifting its wings to fly. When her eyes opened fully, everyone was caught by them. No matter how many times I see her, I'm still shocked by her looks. the eyes were as deep as the sea, as if they were harboring bright stars, glittering. It also looks like a clear lake with rippling water and beauty. Looking at that stunning face again, it was even more exquisite to the point of being impeccable. The skin is snowy and breakable, the eyebrows are like distant daisies, and the lips are like painted vermilion. The whole person seemed like a fairy descending from the earth without food, breathtakingly beautiful. Her name was Lu Ruoi, the personal disciple of the Heavenly Mountain Sword Sect Patriarch. It was called the first genius of the Tianshan Sword Sect in 300 years, possessing a top grade A sword talent, innate sword body. He has been able to manipulate flying swords as he pleases since he was young. With steady cultivation, the future is bound to break through the 7th rank. When Ningfeng saw Lu Ruoi, the worries in his heart instantly dispelled as he asked, Ruoi, tomorrow you will be the one to face Li Shuya, is that okay? Lu Ruoi said coldly, I alone can kill through their ranks. When she said it, no one would question it. Lu Ruoi's power was there for all to see. They had hardly ever seen anyone their age who could defeat Lu Ruoi. At the age of early 30s, he possessed a terrifying cultivation of the 5th rank. It's a disconnected lead compared to the other 3 on the team. Ningfeng's brows trembled slightly as he said, Ha ha, Ruoi, I certainly believe in your strength. But it's also the first time for your senior sisters and brothers to participate in the National Young Martial Artist Competition. So let them go on the field first and work out. And in the meantime, let them get used to this competition. You'll be the final finale, and Li Shuya will be given to you. Lu Ruoi held the long sword in her arms, those beautiful eyes filled with blandness and indifference, as if everything in the world was just passing clouds to her. I don't even need to use my sword when dealing with her. Martial artists below the 5th rank, whether they are at the beginning of the 4th rank or at the completion of the 4th rank, are not worthy of my sword. Ningfeng helplessly rubbed his temples. This Lu Ruoi is good at everything, but she's just too cold and arrogant. But she does have a high horse. Okay, let's follow that strategy for now. Their order of appearance shouldn't be too far off. Xiao Huang Chao, Wong Yu, and Li Shuya. Tomorrow, Zheng Chang will be in charge of taking care of Xiao Huang Chao, and Xiaodu will be in charge of dealing with Wong Yu. Any questions? Both were very confident. No problem. After all, their opponents were only at the early 4th rank, while they had both reached the middle 4th rank. Miling, your cultivation has reached the 8th level of the 4th rank. Would you like to challenge Li Shuya? Miling nodded. Although the other party is 2 small realms higher than me, I want to give it a try. I don't have to be weaker than her. Chapter 100, the national competition begins. The following day, the National Youth Martial Arts Competition opened. Thousands of years of inherited lineage geniuses, transcendent lineage experts, and hidden Godao development experts rushed from all over the Red Yan Empire Kingdom. 50 years old, 4th Order Master. The 2 restrictions directly screened out the vast majority of the Red Yan Empire's martial artists. The people who stayed behind were the absolute elite tier. Even the weakest 4th-ranked martial artist, under the age of 50, was definitely a national-level genius. Even looking a little more remotely, it's straight up a party of great power. This clash between top geniuses at the national level attracted the gazes of countless martial artists. Even those from other countries were secretly staring at this match in the Red Yan Empire. Jong Hong Xan led Xiao Huang Chao and a few others into the competition site. Xiao Huang Chao's eyes widened as he couldn't believe what he was seeing. In that instant, he was completely stunned by the imposing scene before him. The first thing that caught my eye was the huge building that towered over the clouds and loomed over the city. It was like an overwhelmingly sharp sword, thrusting straight into the clouds, as if it wanted to completely tear apart the layers and layers of dark clouds that were as thick as lead, stabbing out a hole through and through. The height of these buildings is staggering. When you look up, you can't see the end of them, and you can only feel a sense of oppression from the heights, which makes people not help but feel in awe. The walls of those buildings, on the other hand, were glittering with an icy metallic luster, as if they were a layer of impenetrable armor, revealing a piercing chill. Even though they were far apart, Xiao Huang Chao could clearly feel that coolness was penetrating into his bone marrow in strands, causing him to shiver. What was even more amazing was that this complex covered an astonishingly large area, and at a glance, it was boundless, as if there was no end to it. Such a huge scale undoubtedly highlights the strength of its Red Yan Empire and the importance it attaches to the national youth competition. Getting a little closer, Xiao Huang Chao saw the huge dragon sculpture that was carved out of the building hovering over it, with lifelike scales and dragon eyes that seemed to hide stars and death. A terrifying pressure erupted from the black dragon sculpture like a surging tide, sweeping skyward towards Xiao Huang Chao. The pressure was as heavy as a mountain, weighing him down to the point where he could barely breathe, and his legs were as heavy as lead, making it difficult to move a single bit. Jong Hong Xan flung his sleeve robe, and only then did Xiao Huang Chao gasp for air, like a drowning person who had just been fished out, and took several sharp breaths. Master, what is this? It's your first time here and you don't know this yet. The second senior brother on the side explained with a smile. It was an expert of the Red Yin Imperial Kingdom who fought with the abyssal demon dragon for several days and nights and killed it with great effort, and it is said that that place has now been transformed into a place of divine battle. This sculpture was sculpted by the descendants after the dragon corpse brought back by that expert. Senior brother was just looking into the eyes of that black dragon, right? This black dragon's eye is the eyeball that was snapped off from that dragon's corpse back then, and it's lit here to emphasize the Red Yen Empire's strong national power. Xiao Huang Chao couldn't help but smack his lips. Just a mere eyeball could shock his fourth-ranked self. He really didn't dare to think how strong this black dragon should be when it was alive. A low-ranked martial artist was nothing more than a grasshopper that would die with a glare to a black dragon, right? Jong Hong Xan put his hands behind his back and looked out of the world with an air of disdain. It's just a sinful animal. You will be able to kill them as if they were dogs in the future. Jong Hong Xan waved his hand, signaling a few disciples to quickly follow. The people who entered the tournament field next to them froze directly in place when they heard this. Not buddy, you people are looking immortal. Strength is not bad look, but blowing powerful cannot be blown like this. Ah, how many dishes? Drinking like this? Back then, the experts of the Red Yen Imperial Kingdom and this black dragon both turned the place where they fought into a place of divine battle, and low-ranked martial artists would be suppressed to death by the intertwined auras just by getting close to that place. What's your composition? Even the champion of the youth competition wouldn't dare to blow it like that. Who's this guy? He's not an old crook, is he? Jong Hong Xan doesn't care how the people in the back talk about it. If he thinks he can, then he can. Whether or not you can kill a sinful animal is not by talking about it, but by striking it with the heavenly thunder in your own hands. Xiao Huang Chao, when there's no competition in the martial arts competition, you can come over here to exercise your willpower. This black dragon's eyes aren't pure flutter. There's a bit more to it. Yes, sensei. Xiao Huang Chao agreed quite quickly with his mouth, but in his heart, he was not satisfied. My will is tied to justice, and this little black dragon helps less than a hair of justice value, but when the teacher gives the word, it's inevitable that I have to say yes, and it's up to me whether I do it or not. The human condition. Take it. Entering the venue, a few people were like walking into an alien space. The empty and incomparable place had bleachers, several rings, and each ring shone with a black metallic luster, resembling the color on the walls of the gate. This year's martial arts youth competition has made a bloody effort. The construction of this ring has been upgraded with high-grade materials that are resistant to blows. Li Shuya stretched, her full figure on full display. I know this. I didn't have time to attend last time, but follow the tournament very closely. I heard that there was a high-ranking martial artist who directly shattered the ring, directly causing the higher-ups to become enraged and strengthened the quality of the ring overnight. It is said that even a fourth-order powerhouse with full strength can only leave a small mark on it. Knock! Li Shuya was startled and hurriedly looked over. Xiao Huang Chao has one hand in the ring and one hand awkwardly greeting Li Shuya. This shouldn't have to be paid for. Li Shuya almost did a double take as she approached. A bright fist print in the ring. Body refining powerhouse, terrifying as it is. But we have to go. Don't let anyone see us. We can't afford it. The match was about to start, and only then did the people from the Tianshan sword sect slowly begin to enter the arena. And amidst the attention of all the people, they could only be seen slowly walking up to the stage, wearing a long, flowing shirt, as if they were walking from the middle of the snowy mountains, and the clothes were as light as clouds and mist. Their long hair flew wildly in the wind as if it had a life of its own. When they appeared in front of the crowd, the entire scene instantly boiled over. Cheers and roars rose and fell, wailing like monkeys in heat. However, the Tianshan sword sect's people had a cold face, as if everyone present owed them $25,000 or $80,000. Even then, the audience was still incredibly enthusiastic. On the contrary, there was very little applause on the side of the Jiangnan Provincial Law Enforcement Bureau. The people who looked favorably on them were virtually non-existent. Not even those who came from the Jiangnan province shouted for them. After all, the Jiangnan Provincial Law Enforcement Bureau was only in the top 300 last year, which is about the same as a fighter among cannon fodder. The Tianshan sword sect was different, but they had the transcendent strength of a seventh-order martial artist, and there were bound to be countless geniuses within the sect, and last year's results were even in the top 50, with about 300 of the top 50 dry. Anyone with eyes knows how to place a bet. The probability of the Tianshan sword sect losing is no less than the probability of the national soccer team toppling Argentina. Chapter 101 Zhang Chang's terrifying strength. The crowd all lamented that it was worthy of being a transcendent power, and the disciples who appeared on the stage were all notably strong, worthy of being the team that is expected to be at the top of the sword in this national youth competition. All of their appearances have a completely different aura. Just by looking at them, they are filled with a sense of oppression. I feel like my skin is trembling all over, and the station is so far away that I can feel the swords on like a sword. On the contrary, Those few people from the Jiangnan Province Law Enforcement Bureau look lazy and look like they're just here to fill up the numbers. There's nothing suspenseful about this game. How can a poor nook of the Enforcement Bureau beat the disciples of a transcendent power? At that moment, someone noticed that there was actually an alternative among these white-clad swordsmen. No, I'm not mistaken. Don't I remember that all the people from the Tianshan Sword Sector sword cultivators? What's with the mixing in of a man who's on the verge of bursting out of his shirt? This is clearly a body cultivator. Some knowledgeable martial artists instantly saw the problem. When these words came out, the surrounding martial artists instantly froze. My Chao? The Heavenly Mountain Sword Sect actually took in a physical cultivator as a disciple? How is that possible? Back then, I went to the Heavenly Mountain Sword Sect's disciple acceptance trial. And it's impossible to enter the Heavenly Mountain Sword Sect without comprehending sword intent. He must have cultivated a strong sword intent that strengthened his body like a physical cultivator. Is this the killer weapon of the Tianshan Sword Sect? An invincible martial artist who is comparable to a sword in body dual cultivator, combining the sharpest sword and the strongest shield into one? Too strong. Is this a genius? If I were his opponent, I don't even know if it would be worth it for him to pinch me to death with any of his fingers. Just as the martial artists watching the match were discussing it, information about the matchup appeared on the large electronic screen. Round 1, Wang Yu of Jiangnan Law Enforcement Bureau vs. Zhang Chang of Tianshan Sword Sect. As the battle information appeared on the big screen, third senior brother Wang Yu looked towards Xiao Huang Chao and the others, waiting for elder brother to explore first. After saying that, he stepped towards the top of the ring in the center that shone with metallic luster. Way to go, senior brother. Go senior. Xiao Huang Chao and Li Shuya, who were in the preparation mat, cheered Wang Yu on, even though they were facing a transcendent force but there was no tension in their faces. Although Wang Yu was not strong, but to be Jong Hong Xan's disciple there must be something extraordinary about him. It was just a transcendent power, not enough to make them take it seriously. And the one who appeared from Tianshan Sword Sect was Zhang Chang. He was dressed in a long shirt as white as snow, but his thin clothing could hardly hide the explosion of magnificent muscles. Each muscle was well defined, as if it had been carefully carved and contained endless power. As he moved, the muscle trembled slightly, emitting a palpitating aura. And the most striking thing was his long, fiery red hair that was like a burning flame. That long hair flew recklessly in the air, jumping and tossing like a blazing fire, as if even the air around it was ignited by its scorching heat. That muscle slugger came out. Could it be that Tianshan Sword Sect still has a backhand? Or is it that it came up as a king bomb, and directly strung together three of the Jiangnan Provincial Law Enforcement Bureau? I was silent, just a glutton for his muscles. This Wang Yu seems to be a physical cultivator as well. Look at his pace. It's calm and steady. He must have been practicing the body forging method for some time. Jiangnan Province Law Enforcement Bureau. These words taken out on pure no gold content. My next door neighbor who joined the first-class forces are stronger than the municipal director of the Law Enforcement Bureau. The law enforcement agency has to sit back in this talent-rich youth competition. That's right, last year's law enforcement bureaus all came to go through the motions, not to mention the top 3, not even the top 10, and none of the core disciples would compete in the name of the Law Enforcement Bureau. While the crowd was talking, the two people on the stage had already started fighting. Wang Yu stood there quietly, as motionless as a statue. However, the moment his eyes met with Zhang Chang, the languid temperament that had originally lingered in his body was like light smoke blown away by the wind, instantly dissipating without a trace. In its place was a pair of eyes as sharp as a falcon's, locking onto Zhang Chang with a deadly stare, as if he wanted to see through his body to the depths of his soul. At this moment, Wang Yu was radiating a chilling aura. This terrifying aura was continuously brewing and accumulating within his body, and the air around him seemed to have become heavy because of this aura. Zhang Chang similarly met Wang Yu's gaze without flinching. From the powerful aura displayed by the other party, he was able to clearly feel that the martial artist in front of him was definitely not as weak as the one described in the intelligence gathered yesterday. The corners of Zhang Chang's mouth rose slightly, outlining a rakish smile. Immediately afterward, he violently erupted his aura as if it was surging like a volcanic eruption, accompanied by the outbreak of this terrifying aura. The long shirt on Zhang Chang's body, which was as white as snow, unexpectedly could not withstand such a tremendous force and instantly burst apart, turning into countless fragments that floated in the air. As for himself, he was like a demon god descending to the world, a dazzling light emanating from his body, and his powerful chi and blood power rose up like a burning flame, going straight to the sky. The rolling blood chi even dyed the sky above his head a scarlet color, as if the entire world was shaken and enveloped by this powerful force. That's good. That's what makes the game interesting. Wang Yu revealed his white teeth and smiled back. You're lucky to have picked me. Oh, you mean you're the weakest? Zhang Chang glanced at the two in the ready seat. One looked like he had come to make up the numbers, leaning there with his eyes closed as if he was going to fall asleep the next moment. One sat cross-legged, his eyes filled with fear of his terrifying chi and blood power. Just these two? Zhang Chang said with some disdain. Asterisk 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 crushing you. Those two are nothing more than a backdrop for my string of three. Wong Yu, the last one who was this crazy should have crossed the Mona Bridge by now. Zhang Chang closed his lips tightly, not saying a word, his strong and powerful legs slightly bent, as if he was about to leave the string like an arrow ready to fire. At the very next moment, he could only see him lashing out, his entire body instantly bursting out like a bolt of lightning. Along with this amazing explosive force, Zhang Chang unexpectedly pulled out a shocking red wave of blood behind him. That blood wave was like a surging tide, sweeping in with an endless tyrannical aura, and wherever it passed, the air seemed to be torn apart, emitting a burst of ear-piercing whistling sounds. At this moment, the tyrannical chi and blood emanating from Zhang Chang's body was even more rampant, like a wild horse running wild, as if it was going to break through all the constraints and completely shatter this heaven and earth. This force that was so powerful that it was suffocating caused the surrounding spectators to turn pale and lean back in shock. My Chao, is this terrifying aura really something a fourth-ranked martial artist can achieve? This power of chi and blood will be able to shock and injure me. At the same time, the scarlet tyrannical chi and blood power quickly condensed into a bright red blood sword, like a life-threatening weapon summoned from the depths of hell. It sped straight towards Wang Yu's brow. Its speed was so fast that one could not react in time, and in the blink of an eye, it had closed in on Wang Yu's eyes. Chapter 102 Battle of the Fourth Order Physical Cultivators. Chi and blood boiling. In that instant, Wang Yu felt a powerful and suffocating pressure coming over him. He fixed his eyes and saw that Zhang Chang was radiating a terrifying power of chi and blood, just like a ferocious beast that was pouncing towards him with its teeth and claws open. In the face of such an appalling aura, Wang Yu did not have the slightest intention of retreating. His eyes snapped open as if he wanted to burn away all the obstacles in front of him. Immediately after that, he quickly crossed his arms across his chest in a defensive stance. However, this is not enough. As a furious roar came out from Wang Yu's mouth, the muscles of his entire body suddenly tightened up, and every blood vessel felt as if it had been set on fire, frantically surging with hot blood. In an instant, a tyrannical force of chi and blood gushed out from his body, as if a violent storm had swept through. The strength of this force was so strong that it actually made the surrounding air tremble. It blasted towards Zhang Chang with a mountainous momentum, colliding fiercely with the other party's surging power of chi and blood. The crowd were all staring at this scene with their jaws agape. No one had thought that Wang Yu would dare to take on Zhang Chang's fatal strike that was already poised and at full strength. The audience in attendance was dumbfounded. Is this Wang Yu crazy? He even wants to fight hard. See no child. This is the body cultivator has no brain and one tendon. This time do not know to avoid its sharpness. In the future, the child must become a sword cultivator with a flexible brain and great killing power. Simply out of his depth. That Zhang Chang's chi and blood waves are about to cover the sky. Even sitting in the audience can feel that terrifying pressure. And he's not even hiding. So much for genius. The audience scoffed at Wang Yu's behavior while in the VIP viewing box. Jong Hong Xan and an old man sat among them, leisurely watching the match below. Hua, this junior of the Tianshan sword sect's chi and blood power isn't low. This disciple of yours is going to suffer a great loss. Jong Hong Xan sat on the sofa in an old-fashioned manner. The old man on the side felt something was wrong. This old clock was a far-famed calf protector of their generation, and now his disciple was about to be ridden on all in ed. What's with the attitude of indifference now? Could it be this Wang Yu? The old man smiled and looked at the old clock. Good. It seems that this kid's strength isn't bad. I remember that this one called Wang Yu isn't not very good at cultivating his physique. It's nothing compared to the other perverted disciples you've received. Could it be that he's not at the early fourth stage? Old Zhong, say something. Is this kid not an A-rank talent? The old man was going crazy. The Zhong Hongshan in front of him was as steady as a mountain, not the least bit bothered by the chatter of the old man next to him. Finally the old man couldn't help the curiosity in his heart and ran to Zhong Hongshan. Old Zhong, let's make a bet. I'll bet that your disciple can't beat this kid from the Tianshan sword sect. Zhong Hongshan revealed a meaningful smile. What's the bet? The old man immediately frowned. Something was not right. How did old Zhong agree so quickly? But he couldn't care about anything else right now. His curiosity had been piqued. Bet on an S-ranked martial art. But just to be clear, you have to tell me why he won. How pointless to bet on an S-ranked martial art. Bet on a treasure you have. Ha! The old man stared at Zhong Hongshan at once. You kid counted on me? The old man gritted his teeth and returned. Good. Old Zhong revealed an expression like your old boy finally took the bait, causing the old man to feel bad. You're not really being set up by him, are you? But it's fine. He had talked to Ningfeng of the Heavenly Mountain Sword Sect before, and this kid down there with his chi and blood rushing through the sky could have a crushing stance. With old Zhong's disciple at the early fourth stage, it was bound to be difficult to overturn the situation. Come on, tell me, What's so great about your A-rank talented disciple? Old man Zhong didn't say anything, but just pretended to be high and mighty. My disciple, who knows thunder magic? What? This kid isn't a physical cultivator. The old man was shocked. Jong Hong Xan's thunder method that was a far-famed existence. He was an existence nicknamed the Thunder and Lightning Dharma King. Body fix plus ray fix equals the mighty Kai who can fire an electromagnetic cannon. The old man looked unbelievably at the target of the red chi waves impacting below and fell into silence for a while. He didn't know whether he was thinking about what treasures old Zhong had set his eyes on, or whether Zhang Chang's crushing stance could beat the thunder law that Jong Hong Xan had personally taught him. In an instant, the two ruthlessly collided together, emitting an earth-shattering roar. The berserk energy instantly exploded, forming an immense and incomparable energy vortex that crazily ravaged everything around it. At the edge of the ring, a transparent shield rose in response, flashing with dazzling light, doing its best to block this terrifying energy within the ring's confines. However, even so, the people in the audience were already able to deeply feel an almost fatal threat coming their way just by watching this intense duel with their naked eyes. Accompanied by the bursting of the energy vortex, the two figures flew out backwards in opposite directions as if they were kites with broken strings. Wang Yu fell to the ground, spitting a mouthful of blood out of his mouth, and his originally naive and honest face looked somewhat hideous and twisted at the moment. However, the bloodiness in his bones was completely inspired at this moment, only to see his feet stomping on the ground with force. The whole person was like an arrow out of the string, and sped towards Zhang Chang once again at an astonishing speed. On the other hand, although Zhang Chang, who was on the other side, had not been too traumatized by the thrilling collision just now, his heart was filled with horror at the powerful strength displayed by Wang Yu. He had never expected that this seemingly ordinary and uninteresting opponent in front of him would have a physical strength that was even more powerful than his own. Zhang Chang's eyes widened as he stared deathly at Wang Yu, who was rapidly approaching like lightning. He could clearly feel the powerful aura emanating from the other party, as if a volcano about to erupt, sending shivers down his spine. However, Zhang Chang did not have the slightest intention to retreat. Even though the blood that he had just swallowed still remained in his throat at the moment, he still clenched his teeth and forcefully stimulated the surging chi and blood power in his body to the extreme once again. In an instant, the meridians of his entire body were filled with surging power, and his entire body was as if it was on fire, radiating a dazzling light. Accompanied by a roar, Zhang Changxiang charged towards Wang Yu without hesitation. At the same time, he waved his hands repeatedly, and an incomparably powerful force shot out from his fingertips, transforming into a sky full of light and shadows that swept towards Wang Yu. These strong chi are like a wild dragon out of the sea, magnificent, or like a viper spitting out letters, tricky and vicious. Let a person cannot be defended. Wang Yu grinned in the face of such a ferocious attack from Zhang Chang. Only a flash of his figure was seen as he skillfully avoided those oncoming power chi attacks. Immediately after that, his palms flipped, similarly executing his own stunts. And for a while, the palm winds whistled, colliding fiercely with Zhang Qianqian's moves in the air, erupting in a series of deafening loud bangs. Chapter 103 Purgatory Black Inferno. The audience on stage was stunned. How the script in front of them was different from what they had imagined. The only possibility of thinking right was that Zhang Chang's strength was very tough, so it was no wonder that he could enter a transcendent force like the Tianshan sword sect, which only recruited sword cultivators, as a body cultivator. Is this really someone from the Law Enforcement Bureau? How can they be so strong? He has at least 10 years of power in that punch. As a physical cultivator, I've been there before, and such abundant chi and blood and sturdy flesh are the result of at least decades of hard cultivation. This one called Wang Yu is surprisingly so strong. I haven't heard of him before. Wang Yu is going to win. Zhang Chang can't hold on a bit longer already. Tianshan sword sect is the first to appear. It shouldn't be weak. I'm optimistic about Tianshan sword sect, only to see Wang Yu on the stage with his eyes wide open. His mouth roared, and his whole body's chi and blood instantly surged out like a volcano erupting, rushing straight into the sky. With a flash of his body, he transformed into a residual shadow and sped towards Zhang Chang with lightning speed. In the blink of an eye, Wang Yu had already chased Zhang Chang to the front, his right fist wrapped with endless power, smashing hard at Zhang Chang's face with an air-breaking sound. Zhang Chang hastily raised his arms and crossed them in front of him to protect himself, but the huge force still caused his figure to tremble and take a few steps backward. Wang Yu gained momentum, his left foot fiercely stomped on the ground, the whole person jumped up high, and his left leg swept out as if it was a whirlwind. The speed of this kick was so fast that Zhang Chang could not dodge it in time, so he had to bear this blow with his shoulder. Only heard a muffled bang sound. Zhang Chang was kicked to a stagger, almost fell to the ground. However, Wang Yu's attacks did not stop. After he landed, he once again bullied his way up, and his fists and legs fell on Zhang Chang as intensely as rain. Each move contained a terrifying power, hitting Zhang Chang with only the ability to fight back. without the ability to fight back. Right at this moment, Zhang Chang, who was originally at a disadvantage, suddenly shouted, and his body's qi and blood violently exploded out. A powerful aura rose from his body, actually shaking the air around him to the point of trembling slightly. Taking advantage of the gap when Wang Yu's attack slowed down a little, Zhang Chang swung his hands with force, forcing Wang Yu back a few steps. Immediately after, he turned his body and quickly distanced himself from Wang Yu, temporarily getting rid of the other party's entanglement. Zhang Chang stared at Wang Yu in death, and both of their bodies were already drenched in blood, but only Zhang Chang's breath was disordered, while Wang Yu's breath remained long. If this continues, Zhang Chang will definitely lose. You forced me to do this, a move that was going to be reserved for your next. Since you have the strength, I'll be merciful and let you endure this move. Zhang Chang violently let out a deafening shout, which resounded all around as if it was a thunderstorm from the flat earth. At the same time, it was only seen that the muscles of his entire body instantly became incomparably red, as if they had been scorched by a blazing fire, and shockingly, that originally bright red qi and blood power began to undergo bizarre changes, gradually turning from red to black. In the blink of an eye, these black qi and blood forces were as thick and deep as ink, as if they contained endless darkness and destructive power that seemed to be able to easily incinerate everything in the world. Looking at Zhang Chang's eyes, they were no longer normal human eyes at this moment, but two burning black flames emerged from them. This black flame jumped and flickered, revealing a chillingly terrifying aura. With the steep shift in Zhang Chang's aura, the air around him seemed to freeze up, creating an extremely oppressive atmosphere. Wang Yu, who was standing at the side, merely glanced at the black flame, and an unprecedentedly great fear and strong sense of threat could not help but rise in his heart. This feeling came rushing in like a tidal wave, making it almost impossible for him to breathe, and his body couldn't help but tremble slightly. Zhang Chang let out a sardonic smile and shouted sternly, "Purgatory Black Flame, go, my Chao." There are still experts. A shocking reversal. I thought Zhang Chang was going to lose, but it turned out that he actually converted the form of his qi and blood. Is this the depth of the Heavenly Mountain Sword sect? It's true that the disciples of transcendent forces are not to be underestimated, and weakness over strength abounds. Looks like Wang Yu is going to lose. This flame is weird. I can feel my body trembling. Xiao Huang Chao's heart couldn't help but jump when he saw this bizarre black flame. Third senior brother's qi and blood power would not have been able to sustain existence for a long period of time, and the gap between the realms at the early stage of the fourth rank was already very large, and now the opponent even had this kind of bizarre change. Lei Shuya, third senior brother, is somewhat falling into the wind. Junior brother, don't worry about your senior brother. This kid looks honest. He naturally knows to run if he can't beat him. Now that he didn't run, that means the black flame was within his resolution. Xiao Huang Chao glanced at Lei Shuya suspiciously, with some little belief in his eyes. Third senior brother looks honest. It can't be that you're big-hearted, can it? When Lei Shuya heard this, she was suddenly out of breath in her nostrils, and she also heard Xiao Huang Chao not call herself senior sister. One mouthful of senior brother. He was so angry. He's honest? Humph. You'll find out later. Milky little junior. Inside the box at this time, the old man stood gleefully dancing in front of Jong Hong Xan. Old thing, still want to pit me? I didn't expect it. This Zhang Chang still has a killer weapon. Ha 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 ha. After all these years, I can finally beat you once. Ha 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 ha. Bring it on. The old man walked up to Zhong Hong Xan and extended his hand in a condescending manner. Pull out your baby and let me have a good, long, hard look at it today. Zhong Hong Xan pushed him away. Hey, you people, trying to cheat, are you? Let me tell you, this kid's black flame has specifically absorbed a certain treasure tainted with the aura of destruction to gain this ability. Your disciple, absolutely cannot resist. Be honest and pull your baby out. Zhong Hong Xan just pointed slightly with his hand. Look, the old man looked over smugly, his mouth still chanting. What else is there to see? Are bound to lose. Hey I Chao. On the wide and sturdy ring, only a tyrannical and incomparably burning dark purple flame, like a ferocious beast pouncing on another equally aggressive black flame with its teeth and claws open. Wang Yu's qi and blood unexpectedly turned into dark purple flames. The two instantly and fiercely collided together, emitting a deafening roar, sparks flying everywhere, illuminating the entire dimly lit space. The originally noisy stands were plunged into a deathly silence at this moment. The spectators stared at the shocking scene in the ring with wide eyes, and even their breathing became cautious for fear of missing any of the wonderful moments. Chapter 104, Fighting for Your Life. The spectators in the stands were horrified, shivering and pointing at the two men on the stage. These two's qi and blood martial skills can actually change the shape of their qi and blood. It's simply terrifying. Is this a genius? Even if I could achieve their kind of majestic qi and blood, I would need to polish my body and strengthen my qi and blood for decades. Tianshan Sword Sect Zhang Chang's strength is already an expert in the fourth rank. I didn't expect that this unheard-of Jiangnan Province Law Enforcement Bureau could produce a genius who could compete with it. But even if that's the case, it's time for this enforcement bureau to stop here. How could someone from the Heavenly Mountain Sword sect take in a pure physical cultivator? A spectator on the sidelines was not convinced. Why can't we take them? Would a power reject a genius? The Heaven Mountain Sword sect is also thirsty for talent. What do you know? The rules of a transcendent power are greater than the heavens. Is this something that can be transgressed at will? The man said condescendingly as if he was one of the Heavenly Mountain Sword sect. Do you know anything about transcendent forces? If the rules are truly broken, then it must be that this body cultivator is so powerful that the rules of the Tianshan Sword sect must give way. If that's the case, this Wang Yu can't possibly be stronger than Zhang Chang even if he's even stronger. It's just green leaves after all. The surrounding spectators nodded their heads. Although the man's words were exaggerated, the reputation of the Tianshan Sword sect was there. It was still very likely that this person named Zhang Chang was still hiding his strength. The Tianshan Sword sect's people standing at the preparation mat also had a disinterested look on their faces. They were aware of Zhang Chang's strength, and although Zhang Chang was a bit reckless, his strength was considered to be the top combatant of the younger generation of the Tianshan Sword sect. Only Xiaoda's face was a bit unsightly. Wang Yu being the first to appear had already broken their plans, and Xiaoda was facing an even younger early 4th ranked player, Xiao Huang Chao. Being young meant being a genius, and the strength of a genius could not be surmised by common sense. His own strength was already inferior to Zhang Chang's, and now even if Zhang Chang won, it would most likely be a close victory. One is likely to encounter a full-state Xiao Huang Chao. Now Wang Yu's powerful display of strength caused him to pay attention to the teenager across from him. It was surprising that he could still find the time to cultivate above such a noisy battlefield, and his surging aura could even be felt. Is it hard to believe that by watching others compete, he gained enlightenment? Just then, it was as if Xiao Huang Chao had sensed Xiaoda's gaze. Xiao Huang Chao grinned, revealing his morose white teeth. Xiaoda's heart flinched. What a keen sense of perception. Just then, an amazing roar erupted from the audience. Xiaoda rushed to look into the middle of the ring. As expected, Wang Yu's chi and blood power at the early stage of the 4th rank was a bit weak afterward, and the color of his chi and blood was obviously fading, while Zhang Chang's thick chi and blood power of the mid-4th stage could still hold out. The purgatory black flame could hold out even longer. Seeing this, Zhang Chang's eyes flashed with a hint of joy and he shouted loudly, "Being able to fight me at this level is proof enough of your strength. You're only at the early stage of the 4th rank. I can still give you the decency to admit defeat now." Wang Yu was silent, just outputting. Zhang Chang's thick chi and blood power continuously ate away at Wang Yu's chi and blood power. Wang Yu's situation was becoming more and more dangerous. At this rate, losing was inevitable. Inside the VIP box, the old man slapped his thigh and jumped up with joy. "Almost gave you the old boy a run for your money. This disciple of yours is only at the early stage of the 4th rank. Even if he could fight against Zhang Chang's martial skills, he would only be able to admit defeat when his chi and blood power is exhausted. Well, old Zhong, you've got to lose me this time, right?" Jong Hong Xan didn't even look at him. "After all these years of losing, you're still like this?" The old man's eyes glared. "What do you mean? What about me? You're bound to lose this time. At this time you might as well go down and see when it's less harmful to step in and save your own disciple. This little apprentice of yours, is also stubborn. It's all like this and you still don't admit defeat. If you don't admit defeat your life will be lost." The old man couldn't help but shake his head, feeling some pity in his heart. Jong Hong Xan couldn't help but laugh when he heard this. "Do you feel so sure that my disciple is bound to lose? Do you not trust my apprentice? Or do you not trust me? What's there to see? How else can this be flipped?" The two high-ranked martial artists were arguing in the VIP box. The battle below was in full swing, and Wang Yu's situation was getting worse and worse. Ningfeng was watching the match from another VIP box, a little drink while critiquing the battle between the two. Zhang Chang fought a tough fight this time. It's not conducive to Tianshan Sword sect's image as a powerful force, but it doesn't matter. Zhang Chang wasn't able to establish his authority. The moment Lu Ruoi strikes, that's when my Tianshan Sword sect will become famous. Wang Yu, Jiangnan Province Law Enforcement Bureau. It's just a stepping stone for my Tianshan Sword sect. Ningfeng was very confident, but he was someone who had experience in 3 young martial artist competitions. A genius like Lu Ruoi was definitely one of the top 2 existences when placed in this competition. That 20-year-old Li Shiya, who was at the 4th stage of perfection, was nothing more than dirt in front of her. Just in the nick of time, he only saw a sudden flash of determination in Wang Yu's originally deep eyes. Immediately after that, his teeth clenched and he glared fiercely ahead, as if he wanted to completely tear the enemy in front of him apart. In the next moment, he did not hesitate to directly detonate his own chi and blood power. In an instant, a surging, volcano-like eruption of terrifying power erupted, accompanied by a deafening roar. The black inflammation even instantly collapsed under the impact of this powerful force, turning into countless black chi and blood power splashing around. At the same time, Zhang Chang and Wang Yu were both knocked backward viciously due to this tremendous impact. Their bodies were like broken sacks, drawing a long arc in the air before smashing heavily onto the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. However, what was unexpected was that despite suffering such a heavy blow, Wang Yu did not have the slightest intention of retreating. He used all his strength, and his entire body sped towards Zhang Chang like an arrow off the string. This is an A-ranked footwork. This person actually doesn't care about the disordered chi and blood going around in his body? Zhang Chang's pupils suddenly contracted to the size of pinpoints, and a strong sense of fear could not help but well up in his heart. It was obvious that Wang Yu was planning to win this round even if he was seriously injured. Zhang Chang is not intimidated. Wang Yu spared his life, I Zhang Chang cannot? The power of chi and blood condenses for me. Zhang Chang, his originally strong body was now even more taut to the extreme, as if a volcano was about to erupt. Every muscle in his body was as hard as steel, bulging with well-defined lines and explosive power. A trace of chi and blood power was flying through and swimming in his body as if it were a nimble swimming dragon. It was as if these chi and blood forces possessed their own life and consciousness as they flowed rapidly through the body. Zhang Chang's chi and blood power shot up to the sky. Chapter 105, Chi and Blood into Sword vs. Mountain Breaking Poem. An incomparably powerful force of chi and blood erupted like a volcanic eruption. However, what was different from the past was that the power of blood chi that erupted this time seemed to possess its own life and consciousness. Instead of rushing around in a disorderly manner as before, they echo and mingle with each other. These blood chi forces quickly came together in the air and began to intertwine and entwine continuously. Every trace of blood chi seemed to be manipulated by a large invisible hand, precisely and unerringly arranged and combined into a specific shape. Gradually, a clearly visible silhouette became visible. It was clearly an incredibly sharp longsword. As time passed, this sword condensed from blood chi became more and more solid, and its body flashed with a scarlet piercing light, as if it had just been fished out of a pool of fresh blood. And even more astonishingly, the bloody sword seemed to contain a mysterious and unfathomable power, causing one to feel a shiver just by looking at it. This Zhang Chang's chi and blood power has actually transformed into a long sword? Everyone present was dumbstruck and filled with disbelief. They had never imagined that someone could use their chi and blood power to such an out-of-this-world level that they could actually make it turn into a substantial weapon. When the crowd of the Tianshan sword sect saw the shocking scene in front of them, all of them were stupefied and stunned. The technique of transforming the sword into blood chi was not unfamiliar to them, and it had once existed like thunder and lightning. Thinking back to that year, when the Tianshan sword sect was still in a weak position, it had even encountered a joint siege by a number of transcendent forces. Seeing that the Tianshan sword sect was about to be torn apart by these powerful forces, and its industries that had been accumulated over the years were about to fall into other people's hands, just at this time of life and death, a respected elder stepped forward. With his own strength, this elder was able to harden himself against the immense pressure exerted by several 7th-ranked martial artists. The chi and blood around his body tumbled, and in the blink of an eye, the surging and raging chi and blood even condensed into a giant blood sword that penetrated the sky and the earth. The elder held a huge sword in his hand and his figure was as upright as a pine, just like a god of war descending into the world. With one person and one sword, they engaged in an astonishingly fierce exchange with those several elders of the same rank. That battle was a dark one, with no sun or moon. In the end, that elder managed to suppress several strong enemies with his amazing perseverance and superior sword skills, preserving the foundation and legacy of the Tianshan sword sect. However, unfortunately, this valiant and fearless elder gave his precious life in order to guard the sect's Taoism. Nonetheless, his miraculous and incomparably powerful blood chi transformation sword technique was able to remain in the Tianshan sword sect. However, how easy is it to cultivate this secret method? The difficulties and dangers involved are beyond imagination, so that only a few people have been able to actually practice it. There were even more rumors that this secret art was not only harsh on the cultivator, but the cost of using it was also extremely high. This terrifying pressure is the unique secret technique of that legendary elder from the Tianshan sword sect back then. I didn't expect that there would be an heir to this kind of secret art. When the Tianshan sword sect rises, it seems that the top 10 of this martial youth competition will inevitably have a part of the Heavenly Mountain sword sect. Is this the depth of a transcendent power? The mere appearance of a secret art gives me an unrivaled sense of wariness. There were even some surviving elders descendants of the transcendent forces that participated in the battle back then who saw this blood chi transforming into a sword and thought of their own old ancestors writing in their own autobiographies. Back then, the talented young man was so spirited that he stepped into the 7th-ranked martial artist and became a high-ranked martial artist in one fell swoop. However, when attacking the Tianshan sword sect, he was beaten by a dying elder with the chi and blood secret technique. That description, which his descendants remember well, reveals the word horror throughout. Even each word had a fragment of their old ancestors' Dao heart. The old man next to Jong Hong Xan also put away his playfulness. The news that the Heavenly Mountain Sword sect had produced a genius who had inherited blood chi to transform swords was news he had not gotten. On the contrary, as a know-it-all, he could better understand the terror of the secret art of blood chi transforming into a sword. It doesn't just kill the enemy, it devours the host's lifespan. Jong Hong Xan asked, "You also know that this kid knows the secret art of blood chi transforming into a sword?" The old man rolled his eyes. "If I knew, I would be an elder of the Heaven's Gate Sword Mountain right now. How could I have been told the confidential information about this kind of secret art? I thought that his purgatory black flame would be enough to make your disciple know what to do. Who knew it was a tiger pussy that recognizes death, and it's all been fought to this point. Hey, you're really not worried about your apprentice, are you? The killing power of this blood chi transforming into a sword can be ridiculously great." Jong Hong Xan just smiled. Could he not know his own disciple? This battle was sort of arranged by him to allow Wong Yu to make a breakthrough in the battle. The secret technique of blood chi transforming into a sword is equivalent to a strategic weapon. How could the people of the Tianshan sword sect spare him to come out and participate in the young martial artist competition? The old man watched Jong Hong Xan ignore him and thought to himself, could it be that the people from the Heavenly Mountain Sword sect have a more powerful genius? Most likely. The old man's eyes flashed with a hint of shrewdness. Jong Hong Xan just smiled and spoke blandly. If he of the Tianshan sword sect has geniuses, could it be that his disciple Jong Hong Xan isn't a genius? When the old man heard this, he circled around Jong Hong Xan several times with a suspicious look on his face. Only then did he mutter, "So brave? Is it from Jasmine Liang?" The old man said with a straight face, "Regardless of what you think, your disciple must pay more attention. One slip of the chi and blood into a sword could kill him." Jong Hong Xan looked at the terrifying sword of chi and blood that was locked onto Wong Yu and could not help but think secretly in his heart. Now that the pressure has been put in place, it's up to Wong Yu to break the barrier in his heart. Wong Yu's chi and blood surged around his body as he shouted, "Mountain breaking palm," only to see him take a deep breath. His palms fiercely pushed out flat forward. In an instant, a powerful force of chi and blood gushed out from his palm like a raging torrent, quickly condensing into a huge and solid palm. At the same time, the sharp longsword on the opposite side, which was formed by the convergence of chi and blood power, also sped forward with a thunderous momentum. Just at the moment when these two attacks containing terrifying power were about to collide together, time seemed to freeze. However, the next moment, when they actually came into contact, they erupted into a shocking roar. The entire space trembled, and the surrounding air was hardened and torn apart, forming an airwave visible to the naked eye that swept in all directions. And at this moment, Wang Yu's face suddenly turned dark red, clearly suffering from a backlash. Shockingly, the change was still there. A trace of purple blood began to slowly swim under his dark red skin, slithering like a nimble little snake. Wherever these purple blood passed, it gave off a bizarre and mysterious aura that made people shiver. Chapter 106. So what if chi and blood turns into a sword? Wong Yu strikes back. Terrifying energy clashes erupted with a bang, and the audience couldn't sit still in anticipation of who would actually win. Zhang Chang's move of blood chi transforming into a sword. Wong Yu definitely can't catch it, even if the power of the martial skill he unleashed just now shook the heavens and moved the earth. Yes, that was the Heavenly Mountain Sword sect's divine technique of protecting the sect back then. My old man once said back then, don't look at the current Heavenly Mountain Sword sect's current ranking amongst the transcendent forces is not very high, but if the martial skill of blood chi transforming sword finds a suitable inheritor, as long as that inheritor grows up, the Tianshan Sword sect's ranking will definitely enter the top 10 of the ranking of transcendent forces. The blood chi transformation sword is not an S-ranked martial skill as we perceive it. What he implies is the complete legacy of the elder behind that set of martial skills. When these words came out, the surrounding audience was still a bit skeptical. An S-ranked martial skill was not surprising among the transcendent forces. The man smiled coldly. Do you think that the legendary story of that elder is fiction? The crowd had remembered the legend of the Tianshan Sword sect that had just been said, and although it sounded very fervent, they actually didn't believe it too much in their hearts. After all, that power now exists. Such a story. Whether it is purely fictional they do not know, but if there is a similarity that is bound to be purely coincidental, I can tell you responsibly that that story is true, and my ancestors were the ones who fought in the war back then. What does that mean, you guys know? It means that the inheritance of that elder who is also a genius high-ranked martial artist, the one who cultivates blood chi to transform swords, is far superior to the other several 7th-ranked martial artists. They can all be 1 in a million. Absolute geniuses. So since Zhang Chang is his successor, Wang Yu will surely lose. So what if it's a genius? For that Tianshan Sword sect's elder back then, my ancestor only left behind this sentence. What's the word? There are many geniuses in this world, but the moment I met him, I called him a genius. The crowd was horrified at the words. A 7th-ranked martial artist who felt inferior to his own talent when he met that elder? The inheritance of blood chi transforming into swords was actually so terrifying? Elder of the Tianshan sword sect, Ningfeng leisurely sunk into the sofa. In this battle today, the name of the Heavenly Mountain Sword sect will definitely appear in the years of other transcendent powers. But so what? It's not just Zhang Chang, there's also a Lu Ruoi. I don't even know how we're going to lose the next transcendent power ranking. Ningfeng took a sip of red wine, his eyes gradually sharpening. This time, it's the stage for us to show our muscles. I just didn't expect that Zhang Chang would be forced to use a stance. A hint of helplessness appeared on Ningfeng's face, yet he remained arrogant. Obviously even told him before the match, there's no need to fight for a moment. Fight if you can beat him. Admit defeat if you can't. Next, Xiao Huang Chao, early 4th rank. Since Zhang Chang has exposed his strongest stance, let's fight to the end. Ningfeng drank the red wine in his hand in one gulp, his voice thumping the ground. Before he could put his glass back on the table, a pillar of blood chi shot straight up from the large transparent glass in front of him. Ningfeng frowned as he looked downwards, muttering under his breath, "What's wrong with this Zhang Chang?" Surprisingly, he erupted such a strong power of chi and blood that he doesn't want to fight 2-in-1? By the time Ningfeng took a look downwards, in that very instant, all eyes were drawn to the incomparably violent pillar of chi and blood. As for Wong Yu, who was in the middle of it, it was as if he had become one with this piece of heaven and earth, becoming the center of attention. At this moment, Wang Yu's entire body was bathed in that surging, rolling chi and blood like angry waves. His eyes had turned scarlet, revealing endless killing intent and majesty. The originally robust and sturdy muscles were even more elevated due to the filling of chi and blood, as if they were coiled around a gnarled dragon, filled with a sense of power. However, despite being under such a powerful state, Wang Yu's body could not help but tremble slightly. Obviously, it was not an easy task to control such a terrifying energy. However, he didn't have the slightest intention of retreating. Instead, he clenched his teeth and tried to keep himself calm. Slowly, Wang Yu raised an arm with difficulty. As he moved, the surrounding chi and blood seemed to be pulled in some way and began to converge towards his fingertips, only to see that he first slowly retracted the remaining 4 fingers, eventually leaving only a lone index finger pointing straight up to the sky. At the same time, the column of chi and blood that had been raging wildly was as if it had received an order to quickly shrink and coalesce, finally turning into a bit of dazzling light that rested steadily on the top of Wang Yu's outstretched index finger. At this moment, Wang Yu's body exuded an unrivaled aura around him, as if he was the only lord of this world, the king who reigned over the world. His slightly parted lips gently spat out one word: "town." Although this word was not loud, it contained infinite power, as if it could suppress all evil and darkness. Along with the sudden fall of that voice, only a bit of faint light was seen, as if it was a meteor suddenly passing through the night sky. With lightning speed, it quickly evolved into a huge and dazzling blood-colored Jin character. The word Jin seemed to possess endless pressure and power, and with a mountainous momentum, it ruthlessly suppressed Zhang Chang directly below. Zhang Chang's eyes were filled with horror as he looked up at Wang Yu, who was suspended in mid-air. In horror, in his heart, he could not help but secretly wonder, this Wang Yu had obviously had his chi and blood nearly depleted. How could he still be able to burst out with such a shocking powerful chi and blood force? What made Zhang Chang feel even more incredulous was that his peerlessly powerful chi and blood transformation sword was actually caught by the other party just like that. One must know that even though one's condition was poor at this time due to the previous fierce battle, that sword was by no means an ordinary strike. None of the mid-4th rank martial artists in the Tianshan sword sect were defeated by his move. Even if he was not in his peak state, he definitely should not be able to resist a martial artist who was only at the beginning of the 4th stage. However, before Zhang Chang could recover from his shock, Wang Yu's martial skill had already finished storing up its power, only to see that the majestic and vast chi and blood power like a rolling torrent like crazy together, in the blink of an eye will be condensed into that exudes the endless suppression of the meaning of the huge blood-red Jin word. The entire space seemed to tremble slightly because of this terrifying force, and the surrounding air was even squeezed to emit bursts of sharp and ear-piercing whistling sounds. Zhang Chang looked at the ever-approaching martial skill, and a certain invincible belief in his heart exploded with the fall of the word Jin. Chapter 107, Wang Yu Shang. Ningfeng stood there dumbfounded as if a spell had been cast on him, and it was as if his entire body had lost its soul. His eyes stared straight ahead at the ring, and his eyes were as motionless as if they were frozen. The empty goblet he had been holding in his hand slipped out from between his stiff fingers at some point and fell to the floor, only to hear a pop sound. This crisp sound was like a thunderbolt, instantly waking Ningfeng up from his trance and pulling him back to the cruel reality. How is this possible? Zhang Chang surprisingly lost. After using his chi and blood to turn his sword into a sword, he was overcome by weakness. Ningfeng muttered, again as if he had remembered something. Right, this kid is clearly running out of chi and blood power. How can he burst out with such high-quality chi and blood again? Something is wrong. Very wrong. However, Ningfeng didn't make much of a move because if Wong Yu had cheated, it wasn't his turn as a 7th ranked martial artist to care. This match definitely had the attention of martial artists of the 7th rank, or even higher. He was only a 7th ranked martial artist, so he would have to weigh his options if he wanted to cause trouble. Wong Yu, disciple of Jong Hong Xan. Ningfeng's teeth itched with anger. Truly worthy of being an innate acceptance sacred body. Any random body cultivator is someone who is hiding a big secret. It's almost gluttonous. Ningfeng's eyes swept across the room, and the moment he saw Lu Ruoi, some of his restless heart instantly calmed down. What was I thinking? A Wang Yu is just a thing. It's just a matter of a sword from Lu Ruoi, and that Li Shuya is just a 4th-ranked martial artist. It's not enough to worry about. Just as Ningfeng was somewhat skeptical of life, the old man in the opposite box was equally skeptical. The Heavenly Mountain Sword Sects had even sent out the inheritor of the Qi and Blood Transformation Sword, so how could they not even defeat one of Jong Hong Xan's junior disciples? This beaver? It's very unbeaver. Just as that old man, who had gone through many vicissitudes of life and had unconsciously added another wrinkle to his face, stood in place full of suspicion and began to have deep doubts about his own past perceptions. Suddenly, a sensation like a thorn in the back came from behind. It was a creepy, heart-stealing stare. Under the gaze of this mysterious and stern gaze, the old man only felt a tremor in his body, as if all the secrets in his body had nothing to hide. Zhao Wuya, isn't it time to settle the bill? The old man wanted to cry, and he even kind of wanted to kneel down on the spot. This familiar gaze, this familiar smile, everything was the same as it had once been. Owned and lost a bet again. Sinning, Zhao Wuya tearfully pulled out his own treasures, the 8 treasure compass, S-ranked martial arts techniques, high-level spirit weapons. A bunch of things appeared in front of Jong Hong Xan in a dazzling array. Then he turned his head to look away and cried out with tearful eyes. Take your pick. Don't tell me which one. I'll pretend I've never seen him before. Take him and you hurry. Baby, remember, this is the 15th time I've lost a bet to the son of a. Jong Hong Xan smiled as he pulled out the treasure he had long been eyeing. A bloodline fruit for his disciple. In addition to his higher strength, this kid Zhao Wuya's treasure hunting ability is also a masterpiece. Not only can you obtain resources and intelligence among the major powers, but you can also travel among the major powers with ease. Jong Hong Xan's eyes seemed to see the past, the great years. He himself stood firm on justice and was willing to do anything for the sake of the justice in his heart. So he did that great thing that shocked the world back then, gambling on their entire future and hopes. As for Zhao Wuya, he was his former teammate, and he had been warned countless times that too much rigidity is easy to break, and that he should be smooth and worldly when facing a powerful force, and not to confront it head-on. But the trajectory of life is tied to one's character, and my path is different from his. Zhao Wuya. What? Have you been eyeing my ING baby for a long time? I knew you were going to take out that baby of mine. Zhao Wuya looked at Jong Hong Xan with a wary expression. This asshole isn't trying to trick me with a treasure, is he? That can't be. Mustn't be. Remember what you said back then? I thought it was right, but that wasn't my path. Like now, I walk my path, you walk yours, and one day we will meet in the realm of martial arts. Zhao Wuya looked at Jong Hong Xan and said, What? Changed your routine this year? You don't need to play the tricky way to be melodramatic? I'm telling you, it doesn't work. These treasures are my life. I don't eat this. You don't want more. After saying that, Zhao Wuya disappeared with a whoosh. Jong Hong Xan looked out at the place where he had left. Just talking to myself. The law enforcement team from back then is now just you and me. Jong Hong Xan turns his head and walks back to the couch, ready to continue watching the match. Just in the moment Jong Hong Xan turned his head, his eyes were suddenly drawn to an object placed on the sofa. It was surprisingly a strange spirit fruit. This spirit fruit was like the size of an enlarged version of a lychee, but unlike an ordinary lychee, its surface was covered with mottled lines and raised spots, making it appear a bit rough and strange. However, despite its seemingly unremarkable appearance, when Jong Hong Xan gazed at it, he could feel a powerful and mysterious spiritual energy emanating from the spirit fruit in a steady stream. One could only see that the spirit fruit's circumference was flickering with dazzling spiritual light, as if it was a brilliant light intertwined together, forming a layer of brilliantly colorful light shield. As if these spiritual lights possess life, they jumped and flowed spiritually, causing the entire room to be illuminated brightly and warmly. Even more amazingly, just by taking such a glance, Jong Hong Xan felt that his soul seemed to be greatly nourished and enriched. It was as if an invisible power was being injected into his body, revitalizing his spirit and instantly sweeping away his tiredness. This spirit fruit was the legendary soul-mending fruit. This kind of spiritual fruit is an extremely rare thing in the world. It is said that only in a specific environment and conditions can grow and become. Moreover, due to its worldly rarity, it has always been a treasure dreamed of by many martial artists. Jong Hong Xan was silent for a while and put away the spirit fruit. His own teammates, They're pretty arrogant. Only to see Zhang Chang paralyzed on the ground like a puppet with broken strings, having lost consciousness and not knowing whether he was alive or dead. On the other hand, Wang Yu's condition was no better. He was panting and half kneeling on the ground, his body trembling slightly, and bean-sized beads of sweat kept sliding down from his forehead. That shocking strike just now seemed to have drained all the power of qi and blood from Wang Yu's body. At this moment, his face was as pale as paper, his lips were bloodless, and his originally gleaming eyes had become dull, revealing deep exhaustion and weakness. At this point, the referee, who had long been dumbfounded, came out to the ring and announced, somewhat shakily, Wang Yu Sheng, Chapter 108, to believe in the strength of transcendent forces. There was silence as the referee's voice rang out. Everyone couldn't believe what was happening in front of them. The Jiangnan Province Law Enforcement Bureau, which was still outside the 300th place last time, had actually defeated the super genius of the transcendent power in the first round, though their engagement was very exciting, and one could even say that they presented a very good duel. However, from the beginning to the end, they actually knew in their hearts what it meant to be a disciple of a transcendent power. But now someone had actually told them that even if you came from a mediocre background, you could only join the Enforcement Bureau to obtain resources. You can still have a chance to catch up with the geniuses who are of noble birth, or even born into transcendent power. This breaks the vast majority of perceptions of the laws of this world. This Wang Yu, is he merely an enforcer of the Enforcement Bureau? Impossible. Maybe he just joined the Law Enforcement Bureau and isn't a disciple of one of the major powers. This is just the first disciple to go on the field. According to the usual rule, the disciples who go on the field are all from weak to strong. Although he lost, his strength is there for all to see, and I can't even begin to think how powerful the disciples behind him are. That's the bottom line of a transcendent power. And the Enforcement Bureau? With all due respect, they ran into a transcendent force in the first inning and probably figured they'd put the top players out first, or at least be less likely to get through. The man commented dismissively. It wasn't as if this situation hadn't happened before last year. There had also been cases in the National Young Martial Artist competition where an ordinary power had strongly defeated a disciple of a super hot power in the first round. Everyone thought it was a dark horse team this time, but it turned out that the players who came out behind them were all trashier than each other. It was directly hit by the second disciple of the transcendent power to make his appearance. This time it's just history repeating itself. It dawned on the crowd that this had indeed happened. After all, the level of power was there. The things needed to cultivate a genius were vast amounts of resources, top-notch feats in martial arts and rich experience in the realm. One of these is indispensable. This also determined the ceiling of the geniuses that the major powers could cultivate. Thinking of this, the crowd looked towards the battle preparation seat of the transcendent power Heavenly Mountain Sword sect. Only a look of panic appeared on the faces of none of the three remaining people. Sure enough, Zhang Chang's defeat didn't affect the other team members' state in the slightest. They were still as relaxed and cozy as ever. Especially that young girl, dressed in white, holding a long sword in her chest, her indifferent eyes containing no emotion. Definitely the Tianshan Sword sect's true bottom card. The moment these words came out, everyone's eyes were drawn over. It was only that the pavilion young girl, her delicate body gently leaning on top of the wall of the preparation mat, clutched tightly in her arms was a long, chilly sword, its hilt encrusted with jewels emitting a mysterious and tantalizing glow. The young girl was wearing a long dress as white as snow, the corner of the skirt gently swaying with the breeze, just like a dancing butterfly wings as light and airy. Her eyes, which were as cold stars, revealed a palpitating indifference and detachment. It seemed that everything in the world was like smoke in her eyes, and no matter what kind of shocking things happened in front of her, they could not arouse her attention and interest in the slightest. She just stood there quietly, looking down on everything around her with a condescending, indifferent demeanor. The sunlight sprinkled down on her frosty and snowy skin, glowing with a faint layer of golden radiance, as if it was as crystal clear as a pearl, shining with a luster that made it difficult to look directly at her. The long black hair that fell like a waterfall was casually gathered together and tied with a simple ribbon, making her look even more elegant and unearthly. It was as if they were really fairies descending from the 9 heavens to the mortal world, beautiful to the core. At this very instant, everyone present couldn't help but look dumbfounded. Their gazes fixed firmly on this immortal-like young girl as if they were attracted by a magnet, couldn't move away from it anymore. Time seemed to have stood still at this moment, and the entire world was left with only that stunningly beautiful figure. As if the woman had noticed the gazes of the crowd, a glint flashed in her cold eyes. In just an instant, the long, chilly sword rose lightly by an inch. All the spectators instantly felt a cold, chilling flash of light, as if an icy dragon above the 9 heavens hissed angrily towards the crowd. Tyranny raged in the minds of the crowd. Lifelike ice dragons floated in front of everyone's eyes, spewing out cold air that seemed to be able to freeze even one's spirit. Wake up! A low voice exploded like thunder in the ears of the crowd. The illusions before everyone's eyes all shattered and returned to reality. It was then that the crowd broke out into a cold sweat, and it turned out that they had been pulled into an illusion without even realizing it. He was even almost seriously injured by the dragon's spit in the illusion. The voice high above seemed to be hesitating about something. And finally, in a long silence, a low voice came out with a few words. Never again. Everyone's eyes instantly focused on Lu Ruoi's body. Lu Ruoi's other fellow disciples also looked at Lu Ruoi with shocked faces. Surprisingly, she had pulled most of the audience present into the illusion by merely making few sword strikes. Lu Ruoi's strength was simply terrifying. Xiao and Mei Ling didn't feel alarmed when they saw Zhang Chang's defeat because even if they lost to that Xiao Huang Chao, who was at the early stage of the 4th rank, and Li Shuya, who was at the consummate stage of the 4th rank. It doesn't even matter. Ruoi Lu will cover for them. Any 4th-ranked martial artist was like dirt in front of him. This was their Tianshan sword sect's true bottom line. Shota said casually. Smiling, later on, I'll go up first to settle this Wong Yu and Xiao Huang Chao, so you get your spirits up and watch the battle between Li Shuya and I. Shota finished then laughed. Although Zhang Chan lost, but Zhang Yu is just a strong bao now. Maybe the two of us will be able to penetrate the 3 people from this Jiangnan Province Law Enforcement Bureau. When Mei Ling heard this, a small smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. You have to be careful. Zhang Chang could have fallen head over heels. If he had started with full force, this match would have been over a long time ago. Mei Ling's words were full of disinterest, even feeling that Wang Yu's victory was merely by his luck. Even though Wang Yu had displayed terrifying strength in the battle, even in Mei Ling's heart she was not impressed with Li Shuya. But it was a little girl of the 4th stage of perfection. If Xiao De had worn 2 in 1, he might have been able to consume half of her battle power. At 20 years old, he had reached the 4th stage of perfection, so how could he have any time to cultivate martial arts? There was a high probability that it was nothing more than a martial artist with an empty realm and no very powerful martial skills. Mei Ling skimmed her lips and said, in her mind, Elder Ningfeng thought a little too highly of them. Chapter 109, the battle is over. Next please. Xiao Huang Chao looked towards Wang Yu who was a bit tired on the field and turned his head to ask Li Shuya who didn't know what she was squatting for. Third brother won't let him down? Li Shuya shook her head, not knowing what she was thinking. Leave your senior brother alone if he doesn't come down. This kid isn't as weak as you are. Hearing this, Xiao Huang Chao's face darkened. Who are you looking down on? With my ING Dragon 6 on fire. I could up that Zhang Chang thing just now with one punch. That bull ******* chi and blood transformed into a sword can't even chop off a single leg hair in front of my S-class draconic dragon body. Floss my teeth at best. Xiao Huang Chao saw that his senior brother didn't come down, so he continued to be bored in the preparation mat with Li Shuya. Wang Yu, on the other hand, once again resumed that honest face and looked like he could go up and step on anyone twice. It was a far cry from just now when the battle was in full swing and the strands of hair stood up. Switch between the 2 states of full-level LV Ziqiao and first-level LV Ziqiao at will. The referee was a bit surprised that after a fight as intense as the one just now, Wang Yu was able to quickly adjust his state in a short period of time. Is he hiding something else? The referee's heart went straight to his mouth, and his hands didn't stop moving. He waved his hand, signaling that the Tianshan sword sect could continue on with their people. Shanda jumps into the ring with a big grin on her face, holding out a hand. He signaled the referee to hold his tongue for a moment. Wang Yu, you've just played all your cards in the fight with my senior brother Zhang Chang, haven't you? Although senior brother Zhang Chang is the inheritor of the blood chi transformation sword, he hasn't been cultivating for a long time, and his battle power is still below mine. I advise you that you'd better jump out of the ring right now. I'm not going to show any mercy just because you're consumed. Don't blame me if you hurt anywhere by then. Wang Yu gentlemanly stretched out a hand forward, slightly bending and bowing in the manner of a French gentleman. ******* me. Shota froze, then broke into a cruel smile. This is the first time I've heard of this request. Then I'll do my best to satisfy you. The referee calls for the match to begin. Shota's figure stormed back, quickly pulling away. He knew that Wang Yu was a physical cultivator, and he was bound to be at a disadvantage in close combat. He wanted to utilize his greatest advantage and use the gongfu he cultivated to teach Wang Yu a lesson. Wang Yu froze a bit as he looked at Xiaoda, who started running backwards before he could fight. That's a far cry from the harsh words you just put out there, isn't it? How about starting to run before you've even fought? I thought you were going to have a nice physical encounter with me. Wang Yu's gaze condensed and his legs snapped as he sped towards Xiaoda. He knew he couldn't give Shota any chance to catch his breath or pull away, but he had fought in front of him, and pulling away was bound to be a disadvantage. At this moment, however, Xiaoda appeared unusually calm, and the corners of his mouth rose slightly, revealing an imperceptible smile. Obviously, he had anticipated Wang Yu's attack and had prepared a full response. Just as Wang Yu was approaching Xiaoda, he only heard Xiao shouting with one hand pointing to the sky and the other pointing to the ground. Wong Yu, look at this move, charging long lance. As his words fell, the originally clear sky suddenly changed color as a huge blue vortex quickly coalesced and took shape in the air. The vortex was like a bottomless abyss, emitting a palpitatingly terrifying aura. Immediately after, a long lance with a black body and mysterious golden runes around it slowly emerged from the center of the vortex. This long lance was several feet long, and its tip flashed with a cold light, as if it was capable of tearing apart the void. What was even more amazing was that around the long lance, there was even a lifelike blue dragon surrounding it, their teeth and claws flailing, the dragon's hissing sound echoing in the ring. The whole scene was extremely spectacular. At the same time, the sky flashed with electricity and thunder, and a streak of lightning cut through the sky, echoing with the sky-charging lance, while the rushing lance made up of weak water carried a powerful aura like destroying the sky and destroying the earth. Just like a mountain peak descending from the sky, it smashed straight towards Wang Yu. Faced with such an incredibly powerful strike, Wang Yu's face could not help but become grave. However, he didn't retreat, but instead, he fully operated the chi and blood in his body in an attempt to ward off the attack. However, in front of the sky-rushing lance that flashed with mysterious runes, Wang Yu's figure was as small as a drop in the ocean, and there was nowhere to escape. Xiao couldn't help but have a smug smile at the corner of his mouth. This martial skill was incredibly powerful, and if an ordinary fourth rank was struck, they would either die or be injured, but it has a fatal flaw. The locking of the martial art of charging the sky lance requires the use of coordinates, and only when the target steps into the preset target, the activation of the martial art will lock the enemy. Therefore, Xiao was pretending to pull away, but in reality, he was luring Wang Yu to chase after him and walk on top of the prearranged coordinates. This way, he himself could settle this Wang Yu at the smallest possible cost. In the audience, looking at the amazingly powerful sky-rushing lance, those who boasted the Heavenly Mountain Sword sect instantly became complacent. What did I say? The depths of a transcendent power are unimaginable to ordinary people. The power of this charge heavenly long lance martial skill can even spar with a fourth-order consummate expert. This is the real genius of the Heavenly Mountain Sword sect. Only to see that the immense and incomparable rushing lance carrying the momentum of destroying the sky and destroying the earth, just like a roaring dragon, crashing into Wang Yu with a thunderous force. At this moment, Wang Yu's face was grave, and now it was too late for him to perform another stance. He condensed his entire body's chi and blood onto his palms and executed his masterstroke, the mountain-breaking palm. In an instant, a blood-colored light that was so dense that it was almost substantially erupted from Wang Yu's entire body, transforming into a huge blood-red palm that met the incoming raging sky-charging lance. However, the moment the two collided, a heart-pounding roar erupted, and the tyrannical energy turbulence spattered around like a volcanic eruption, and the surrounding space trembled violently. The crowd was horrified to find that the originally seemingly indestructible blood-red mountain-breaking palm unexpectedly began to crack under the impact of the sky-charging lance, and these cracks spread out quickly, covering the entire palm in the blink of an eye. With a crisp cracking sound, the once mighty mountain-breaking palm completely shattered into countless pieces and dissipated into the air, while the overwhelmingly powerful rushing lance continued to blast towards Wang Yu without any hindrance, as if it wanted to crush him in one fell swoop. Real men never look back at explosions. Xiao saw the scene in front of him, and his heart was already in full control. The victory in this battle was already undoubtedly his. Only the corners of his mouth rose slightly, revealing a confident and subdued smile. Then, with light and graceful movements, he turned to face those in the audience. Xiao slowly bent down and bowed deeply to the crowd at a standard 90° angle. He was like a famous actor who had just finished a great performance and was taking a curtain call. There was an earth-shattering roar from behind him. It was the powerful energy contained in the sky-charging long lance that had a violent explosion, and the surging airwaves swept away in all directions as if they were mountains and oceans. The fight is over. Next please. Chapter 110, Thunder Body Duel Cultivation. The Tianshan Sword Sex people are really powerful. This Xiao Da's skills are completely targeted at physical cultivators, and even the psychology of physical cultivators is clearly mapped out. Xiao Da strategizing to grasp the entire orientation of the battle. Every step of this Wang Yu is within his calculations. Hey, it's still too much of a pity. Listening to you. You are more optimistic about Wang Yu? Do you know the strength of the Heavenly Mountain Sword sect? I know. Then you still support Wang Yu? The man said with some tears in his eyes. Just now, a man opened a handicap, betting on whether Wang Yu could catch Xiao Da's 3 moves. That kid I know, is a Tianshan Sword Door blow, has been blowing Tianshan Sword Door how powerful. He opened the handicap, I rest assured. Absolutely no research. I have seriously investigated. This kid is the landlord's stupid son who knows nothing, but is just cheering for his favorite power to play call. How smart of you to place a bet to follow. The odds he offered were so high that I didn't hold back for a second and smashed a lot of money betting on Wong Yu to take it. If you win, the villa is by the sea. If you lose, see you on the rooftop. Who knows that this Wong Yu might not even be able to receive a single move. This energy fluctuation is really terrifying. A fourth stage consummate martial artist might even be seriously injured. The man next to her looked at her with some heartache, and there was no light in the man's eyes. Poor kid. 9 out of 10 bets. Just as the crowd was talking, the explosion of energy on the field dispersed, and a man lay straight in the ring. Shota stood behind him, keeping a smile on his face as he faced the audience. Yet he surprisingly didn't hear the referee's whistle for the end of the match. Shota turned his head in some confusion and looked behind himself. Straightening up, Wong Yu's muscles were torn and blood was pouring out. The power of chi and blood was even dimmer. Shota's newly risen guard was instantly reduced. It was important to know that any body cultivator whose chi and blood power was depleted would have their strength greatly reduced. Before Shota could relax for much longer, he suddenly felt that in the air, the activity of the water molecules had actually increased. Before Shota could understand what this anomaly was, Wang Yu had already stood up from the ground. Wang Yu stood quietly as he slowly stretched his hands out to the sides, and then his palms faced upwards, as if he wanted to take on the power from the sky. At the same time, his long, straight legs were tightly pressed together, and his entire body was like an erect human cross, looking solemn and mysterious. Just then, the eyes that had been slightly closed snapped open. Only a dazzling electric light instantly cut through his eyes, as fast as lightning, catching people off guard. Immediately after that, electricity began to flash non-stop in his deep eyes. A bright ray of light intertwined together, shining as brightly as the bright stars in the night sky. The strange sight was a shock to the senses, as if the entire world was illuminated by the electricity in his eyes. My Chow, this Wong Yu, actually stood up. It's useless. In front of absolute strength, his forces are not enough. Look, what's flickering around Wong Yu? At this instant, a shocking change suddenly occurred around the originally calm Wong Yu's body, only to see that the 128 orifices around his body unexpectedly began to flicker at the same time, just like the dazzling stars in the night sky. And along with the flickering of these orifices, an electric aura exploded and flashed madly around his body like a silver snake dancing wildly. These electric ons intertwined and entwined with each other, eventually converging into an incomparably powerful electric current that rapidly flowed along the 128 major orifices around Wong Yu's body. In the blink of an eye, these 128 orifices were linked together, forming a huge energy field. From afar, this energy field looked like a long sword of lightning light that had just been unsheathed, with its body flashing with a piercing light and emitting a palpitating aura. This lightning longsword looked extremely sharp, and the light at its blade was even more dazzling than the sun. It hovered silently in the air, trembling slightly, as if showing the world its unrivaled power and majesty. Just by looking at it, one could feel that it contained a terrifying power like destroying the heavens and destroying the earth, as if the entire world could be torn in half with a single swing. Xiao Da, who was on the side, changed his face drastically as his mind recalled that Wang Yu's master was extremely good at lightning techniques. It turned out that Wang Yu was not only a superb physical cultivator, but also a thunder law martial artist with the #1 offensive power. It wasn't just Xiao Da who couldn't stop cursing. Even the organizers of the tournament were somewhat unable to sit still. If Wang Yu was a powerful physical cultivation martial artist, then he was nothing more than an ordinary genius, and sooner or later, he would be defeated by those martial artists with strong offensive power in this young martial artist competition. But now that he had mastered the Thunder Law, which was the first of all the laws, then he would be in that echelon of the top geniuses of all the young martial artist competitions. Nowadays, Wang Yu was already a genius with no shortcomings, a supermodel hero combining warrior and mage. In the organizer's viewing room, several old men sat together silently watching the match, secretly contacting their clans. Whose disciple is this? To think that he's a thunder body dual cultivator. It must be fought for. This is a good seedling. If not from a family, it can be absorbed. A rare top genius. If you have the chance, recruit. Ning Feng, on the other hand, was pacing around the room with an ugly look on his face. I didn't expect that it was only the first battle, but the Heavenly Mountain Sword sect had suffered successive losses. I didn't expect the first Wang Yu to appear to be a thunder body dual cultivation martial artist. The unimaginably high battle power of a thunder body dual cultivation martial artist was so high that it was likely that only Lu Ruoi over here would be able to ensure that he was suppressed. The losses of Zhang Chang and Xiaoda are almost a foregone conclusion, and it's still unknown whether Meiling can beat Wang Yu. Could it be that this time the Tianshan Sword sect could only rely on Lu Ruoi alone? It's just ridiculous. Ning Feng took out the report analyzing the Jiangnan Provincial Law Enforcement Bureau and clenched it fiercely, crushing it. An early fourth stage is actually a lightning body dual cultivator. What kind of luck did that Jong Hong Xan have? It's only in 100 years that the Heavenly Mountain Sword Sect might receive such a disciple. On the Tianshan Sword Sect's preparation table, Mei Ling's face looked a bit bad. He himself was a 4th stage 8th ranked martial artist, but an early stage Thunder Body Duel Cultivation martial artist was also troublesome to deal with. And Shonda is almost certain to lose. Now we'll just have to see if Shota can wear him down with a vicious wave of strength. Then harvest the battlefield yourself. Mei Ling couldn't stop feeling sorry in her heart that she couldn't fight Li Shuya with her full strength. If it wasn't for the 2 4th-ranked martial artists in front of her, Mei Ling had 80% certainty in her heart that she would defeat Li Shuya. After beating Xiao Huang Chao, one's win rate with her could be 40 to 60, or even only 30 to 70. With that thought, Mei Ling shouted towards Shota, "Shota, use all your strength. This time we are representing the Tianshan Sword Sect." Chapter 111 Exterminating Divine Thunder. Mei Ling's voice reached Xiaoda's ears, who by now was remorseful. Just now, if he hadn't been careless and made up for it in time when he realized something was wrong. Now this Wang Yu should stay in the hospital to treat his injuries. Bah! It's just a Thunder Body Duel Cultivation martial artist. He himself is in the middle of the 4th rank. There is still hope. Just in the instant the thought flashed through his mind, Shota, like an agile cheetah, jumped backward, quickly pulling away from his opponent at a safe distance. At the same time, the movements of his hand did not stop at all. The speed was simply jaw-dropping, and could only vaguely capture a blurred remnant of a shadow crossing in the air. At this moment, the entire atmosphere in the ring became unusually grave, only to see that the tiny particles originally floating around seemed to be pulled by an invisible force, constantly converging towards the direction where Xiaoda was. The more these particles gathered, the more they gradually formed a cloud of energy that was too dense to be melted. And within this cloud, it seemed that there was some sort of heaven-destroying and earth-destroying powerful battle technique that was continuously brewing and fermenting. Time passed by, and finally, when Xiaoda completed the last incredibly complicated hand seal, he exhaled a deep breath of turbid air as if he was relieved. The brows that had been tightly furrowed also loosened slightly, but the stern color in his eyes did not diminish at all. Heaven and earth returned to one sword, along with Xiaoda's low and majestic roar ringing out. A tall and powerful figure suddenly emerged behind him without warning. This figure was like a god of war that had traveled from the ancient times, possessing a face as resolute and cold as a sword, exuding an incomparable domineering aura all over his body. What was even more amazing was that he was holding a huge sword in his hand, with a layer of violent and rampant terrifying energy fluctuations lingering on top of the sword. It was as if the entire world could be torn in half with just one swing. Seeing Xiaoda's martial skill with this terrifying battle power, the audience who had lost hope in Tianshan Sword Sect instantly believed in Tianshan Sword Sect again. With this kind of destructive power, this martial art was definitely S-grade. Even Xiaoda's proficiency had already reached proficiency. The Thunder Body Duel Cultivator had exceptional talent, but the age of the young martial artist competition was there. In this world, there were plenty of people who couldn't even do one thing well, and martial artists who cultivated in 2 directions at the same time were often prone to falling into the situation of being greedy and chewing on more than they could chew. Often it just looks strong in the early stages, and the later it gets, the more you can feel the huge gap with the specialists. Although this Wang Yu is a Thunder Body Duel Cultivation, he is too young. His cultivation attainments are definitely average, and it can even be said that Thunder Law is only slightly understood. After all, if the Ruoi Thunder technique is so good to cultivate, he wouldn't have hidden it until now to use it. That's right, this Wang Yu is probably a fake, looking strong, but actually a silver spear candle head. Look at the Tianshan Sword Sect's contestant. Just by taking a glance at that silhouette, I feel like my soul is being cut apart, terrifying as it is. Those who specialize in the way of the sword can kill with much more power than the thunder method. The people below the stage were talking, and Wang Yu on the stage seemed as if he didn't see Xiaoda, who was storing up his strength to cast spells. Right at this moment, the people under the stage realized that they could clearly see the originally hidden lightning ons in the individual orifices on Wang Yu's body surprisingly start to become thicker and thicker. It was as if a silver-colored scaly dragon was weaving and swimming within its body, and at the same time, a long sword glittering with dazzling lightning also seemed to be about to break out from among those orifices and appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Xiaoda stared at Wang Yu with a deadly stare and realized that the other party still had his eyes tightly closed without the slightest sign of opening them. His face grew more and more gloomy, a hint of ruthlessness flashed in his eyes, and he let out a furious cry under his breath. Heaven and earth returned to one sword. Chop! As this roar rang out, he only saw the gigantic silhouette behind him suddenly and violently open its own eyes. In an instant, a violent and rampant, destructive energy fluctuation swept out in all directions with a mountainous momentum, and wherever it passed, the void was trembling and distorted. This terrifying energy, as if carrying the force of 10,000 pounds, fiercely pounced towards Wang Yu, who looked like a tiny mole cricket at the moment. At this very moment, Wang Yu's tightly closed eyes suddenly opened like 2 bolts of lightning. only to see a dazzling and eye-catching electric aura bursting out of them, like a sharp arrow piercing straight through the clouds. In an instant, the entire heaven and earth changed color, and the originally clear sky was quickly obscured by the rolling dark clouds. The heavy dark clouds were like a ferocious beast, with its teeth and claws enveloping the land. At the same time, several thick and incomparable thunderbolts danced wildly in the air like wild dragons. They intertwined and collided with each other, emitting a deafening roar that was frightening. And in the midst of this thrilling scene, a long sword that flashed with brilliant lightning appeared in front of Wang Yu's eyes. In the face of such a powerful lightning longsword, Wang Yu was fearless, only to see that he stretched out a palm and steadily held it tightly. At that moment, his entire person exuded an incomparably majestic aura, as if he had become the absolute master controlling thunder and lightning between this heaven and earth. The gusty wind whistled past, causing Wang Yu's hair to fly wildly. His eyes widened in anger and he let out a violent cry under his breath. The heaven and earth returning to one sword? Today, I'll let you properly see how the truly powerful force between this heaven and earth really is. Immediately afterward, he bellowed again, exterminating divine thunder, give me annihilation. As his words fell, the lightning longsword in his hand violently blossomed with a piercing light, and a heaven-destroying and earth-destroying terrifying energy surged out from on top of the sword, blasting straight toward the front. Thunder and lightning intertwined with sword light, and each collision was deafening. Everyone was shocked by the scene before them. Wang Yu's lightning method was surprisingly terrifying as it was, and each divine thunderbolt seemed to have the full force of an early 4th stage martial artist. Under such a ferocious attack, Xiaoda's face became more and more ugly, and the clothes on his body were stained with more and more blood. The figure of the sword wielder behind him was also getting fainter and fainter, as if it was going to disappear in the next moment. Xiaoda's teeth clenched. He could not lose here. What stood behind him now was the honor of the entire Tianshan sword sect. He let out a violent shout. His palm heaved towards his chest, and a large mouthful of blood spurted out. The blood exposed to the air seemed to swim like a dragon, blending into the figure of the sword wielder behind him. In just an instant, the sword wielder's silhouette solidified again. Unlike before, the sword wielder who appeared this time was like a supreme general who had come from an ancient battlefield and had gone through countless life and death battles, and was covered in the blood of his enemies. He exuded a chilling aura of murder, which swept in all directions like a surging torrent, and wherever he went, the winds and clouds changed color, and the grass and trees were all frightened. Chapter 112, Scarlet Sword Bearer. The few old men from the official organization of the Young Martial Artist Competition immediately changed their faces when they saw the blood-colored sword wielder standing in the void. This is a sword wielder from the desolate ancient era. The Heavenly Mountain Sword Sect was actually able to find the offspring of a sword wielder? The concentration of the bloodline is actually capable of summoning a blood-colored sword bearer. An old man lost his voice and exclaimed, "This scarlet armor, the unique way of holding the sword. It's a sword wielder from the desolate ancient era. How did the bloodline inheritor of the desolate ancient sword bearer suddenly appear? Maybe it's the bloodline of the descendants of the desolate ancient sword bearer that has awakened." Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. This kind of high-ranking sword wielder's appearance is definitely the bloodline inheritor of a draconic ancient sword wielder. A group of high-ranking martial artists were shouting together without any image, no other reason, because the sword bearer of the desolate era was just too famous. He was known for his high level of swordsmanship for his horrific battles, a sword wielder of the ancient age, the first human to behead a god with the sword of mortal strength. History records that the battle was fought in the darkness of the sky, mountains and rivers were shattered, and the terrifying waves of energy seemed to annihilate the world. After 10 days and 10 nights, for the first time, the exalted gods were brought down to earth by mortals. The blood-covered god was eventually decapitated by the sword wielder. Although the sword wielder was severely injured, there was still no denying his strength in powerfully cutting down the gods in the first place. This battle completely reversed humanity's destiny as the masters of the gods, and completely brought humanity onto the stage of the desolate ancient era. Humans no longer exist as vassals and have gained survival from the battle of the gods. The powerful bloodline of the distant ancestor had been diluted in heredity, and to this day, no one from the once top bloodline had ever been seen. One of the purposes of their young martial artist competition was to find martial artists with ancient bloodlines. These types of martial artists were stimulated during high-intensity battles, and there was a high chance that they would be able to return to their bloodline. Decades of competition might not result in the appearance of one, but as long as a returning martial artist appeared, it was a successful investment. At this moment, the formidable power displayed by Xiaoda was striking, and this power clearly originated from the sword wielder's inheritance within his body that held a high concentration of bloodline. Not only that, but there are signs that Xiaoda may have begun to show signs of returning to his roots. Among the martial arts that Xiaoda practiced, there was a unique method that could summon a sword wielder with a higher degree of spirituality. This type of summoning was very different from ordinary martial arts, as only those with a high concentration of bloodline could perform such techniques. and the killing power of a sword wielder summoned by a highly concentrated bloodline could be considered terrifying to the extreme. They are like kings who reign over the world, instantly suppressing their enemies and delivering a fatal blow. As a martial artist continued to rise in rank, especially when Shada was promoted to advanced, his strength would take a qualitative leap. At that time, he would even be able to cross the boundaries of time and space, summoning those incomparably powerful sword wielders from the distant past to help him. This sword wielder from the desolate ancient era had been baptized through the ages, and his sword skills were heavenly, an almost invincible existence in the same class. Thunder Body Duel Cultivation vs Sword Bearer Bloodline, a clash of top talents. Xiao Huang Chao looked at his senior sister, a little confused in his heart. Having just entered the 4th rank himself and cultivated the Divine Dragon 6 transformations to perfection, his self-confidence was more or less inflated. Mentally, he silently positioned his battle power. Mysterious big sister, not making comparisons, haven't seen it yet. Lei Shuya, the battle power is formidable. This is not comparable for the time being. There was also a mediocre 3rd senior brother in his own sect. Figure it out. I, Xiao Huang Chao, am at least ranked 3rd in battle power among my fellow disciples. The 3rd elder brother looks like an honest person. The probability is that he is a body cultivator who is resistant to beatings, and his battle power is more or less inferior to that of my S-rank talent, the desolate ancient dragon body. As soon as the 3rd senior brother got into the ring, Xiao Huang Chao had been worried about whether or not senior brother Wang would be beaten to a pig's head, and when the time came, he would definitely go up to retrieve the scene. As a result, the 3rd brother pretended to be a pig and ate a tiger. As soon as you get on a martial arts competition, you just shrug it off and just do it. First body work then Ray, holding the opposite side down all the way. The aura that erupted from the battle was all enough to battle a late 4th stage martial artist. While Jong Hong Xan looked at Wong Yu's performance, he nodded with great satisfaction. The 3rd senior brother of the Thunder Body Duel Cultivation was a descendant he had high hopes for, and his talent was far higher than he had imagined. This young martial artist competition was the alchemy stone for him. Suddenly, a figure appeared inside the box. The visitor was none other than Ning Feng. Ning Feng's face was a bit less than pleasant as he said towards Jong Hong Xan, Jong Hong Xan, where did you receive such a good disciple? Even if the Thunder Body Duel Cultivation is not enough, the martial skill proficiency is also very high. Do you train disciples on a 24-hour basis? Jong Hong Xan had long known that this time, the Tianshan sword sect was led by Ning Feng. The circle of high-ranked martial artists was only so big, and they basically knew each other. The reason why Ning Feng had sought it out was of course because he knew that the odds were that Xiaoda was going to lose. Don't look at the fact that Xiaoda's aura was very fierce now, and he was on par with Wong Yu. But he knew that although Xiaoda had the bloodline of a sword wielder, he didn't know who Wong Yu was. He knew his teacher Jong Hong Xan, who was known as the King of Thunder and Lightning. How could the disciple he taught be weak in thunder law? Moreover, some time ago, he had beaten up the Bai family alone and forced the Bai family to back down. All of these were enough to illustrate his strength. However, as a leading elder, he was more or less unable to save face. A transcendent power, worn in two. The Heavenly Mountain Sword sect had come this time with the purpose of improving their ranking as a transcendent power. Jong Hong Xan turned his head to look at Ning Feng and said, "It's just a matter of teaching according to the material." The two men's gazes collided, Ning Feng's eyes shifting strangely, Jong Hong Xan's eyes seeming to hide mountains and lakes, rippling. Seeing this, Ning Feng flung out his sleeves and, looking down at the fighting road, "This disciple of yours is indeed outstanding, but our Heavenly Mountain Sword sect isn't a vegetarian either." Jong Hong Xan looked at Xiaoda, who was constantly being suppressed by Wong Yu, and smiled without saying anything. When Ning Feng saw that this disgraced disciple couldn't hold it together right now, he was a bit embarrassed on his face. Then I changed the subject. "This time, you guys have caused major damage to the reputation of my Tianshan sword sect. Although we were bound to win, losing 2 sets in a row in the first match has been nailed to the post of shame. Jong Hong Xan, you know that the world families and transcendent forces are targeting you, while the Tianshan sword sect's people aren't. If this matter is given an explanation, our clan will still maintain a neutral attitude." Jong Hong Xan looked at him with some amusement. "What makes you so sure you guys are going to win? There's also the targeting of the lineage. Do you think I, Jong Hong Xan, will be afraid? It's just them who are afraid. My Tianshan sword sect will lose?" Ning Feng said this with his mouth, but in his heart, he was binging. It seems that this Jong Hong Xan thinks highly of his disciple, Lei Shuya, to win against our Tianshan sword sect. Chapter 113, Reopening the Bet. Wong Yu vs Mei Ling. Ning Feng was a little disdainful. Jong Hong Xan had no idea what level of intensity the team sent by the Tianshan sword sect for the young martial artist competition was at this time. Even if it was placed in the previous calendar year, it was a top 10 existence. Jong Hong Xan went so far as to say that we wouldn't necessarily win. Did he think that just by relying on his 3 disciples, he would be able to defeat the Heavenly Mountain Sword Sect's countless heavenly prides that stood out from the countless heavenly prides of the Heavenly Mountain Sword Sect? It's true that people are getting old and their brains aren't working well. You think your disciple can compare to the geniuses of the entire Heaven Mountain Sword Sect? The 4 of them, they have gone through a brutal screening process to enter the young martial artist competition, the guidance of a high-ranked martial artist, the supply of resources from the sect. None of these things can be compared to you as an individual. So what makes you able to compare? You obtain the cultivation method of S-ranked martial arts when you go to the Bai clan. But in our clan, there are dozens of S-ranked martial arts. Jong Hong Xan didn't say anything and just watched the match silently. It wasn't that he felt Ningfeng's words were wrong. The resources he had to train his own disciples really weren't as good as the clan's. But so what? If resources are all it takes to raise a high-level martial artist, then there would be no gods in this world. Ningfeng, you have a lot of trust in Heaven's Gate Sword Mountain. So let's make a bet on who will win the next game. The bet is the S-ranked martial arts that you somewhat despise. Yes, Ningfeng agreed painfully. And the next one up was Mei Ling, who was a 4th-ranked, 8th-ranked martial artist. A late 4th-order martial artist fighting a pre-4th-order martial artist. How can this lose? Ningfeng quickly settled on a bet with Jong Hong Xan, and in the process he slumped into the middle of the soft sofa. His 7th-order vision could certainly see that Shota could no longer support himself, and even the sword wielder with a certain spirituality was once again illusory. As for Wang Yu, he also did his best, and in the 2 matches, he defeated 2 mid-4th ranked players at the early 4th rank stage. This kind of battle record could be called a genius among geniuses. Wang Yu, countless geniuses converged on top of the National Young Martial Artist Competition. I don't know why I came to participate. All I know is that they all called me a genius. However, an early 4th stage martial artist trying to defeat a late 4th stage martial artist was simply a fool's errand. Just as Ningfeng felt that he was winning, he saw Jong Hong Xan pull a piece of white paper from his sleeve and draw up a bet. With a smooth hand, he handed it to Ningfeng, signaling him to press his handprint. When Ningfeng looked at this piece of paper, he was a bit stunned. You dare to bet on this kind of sure-to-lose game? And why is it in black and white? I'm a 7th-ranked martial artist. Can I still play tricks on you? Never mind what you say. I can't beat you anyway. Right after the 2 reached a bet, Wang Yu manipulated the divine thunder that roamed the sky to have shattered the sword wielder's silhouette behind Shouda. It was as if time had frozen at the scene, plunging it into a deathly silence. Every single person's gaze was tightly locked onto that field of play, their hearts filled with disbelief and astonishment. Who would have thought that that seemingly ordinary and unimpressive member of the Enforcement Bureau, who was only at the early 4th stage of cultivation, surprisingly, he was able to defeat 2 mid-4th rank martial artists from one of the Transcendent Forces in one fell swoop with such amazing momentum? One must know that the Transcendent Forces were the top existences in the entire world of martial arts, and none of the martial artists in them were gifted and superbly strong. They received the most rigorous training from an early age, and are blessed with resources and opportunities that are beyond the reach of ordinary people. For the martial artists of these transcendent powers, fighting across small ranks was simply a routine matter. However, this battle today had completely overturned people's perceptions. Right at this moment when everyone was watching, Wang Yu stood quietly in the center of the arena, his figure looking incomparably tall and upright. The sunlight poured down on him, reflecting a faint layer of golden light. There was not the slightest hint of complacency on his face, only an extraordinary calmness and equanimity. Surrounded by countless pairs of surprised and admiring eyes, Wang Yu was silent and just kept showing his holiness in front of people. Next, the scene instantly erupted into a mountainous tsunami of sound as Wang Yu's name echoed throughout the venue. Now everyone was somewhat looking forward to whether this honest-looking youth in front of them could defeat the disciple of the transcendent power once again. The referee walked to the center of the ring with a complicated face and announced Wang Yu's victory. The referee likewise hoped that Wang Yu would continue to defeat the disciples of the transcendent forces and teach them how to respect others. But he got the information about the matchups, and Wang Yu was going to face next, the late 4th-ranked Mei Ling. When the referee read the information about the matchups, a 20-minute intermission began, but not a single member of the audience left the venue. The crowd was stunned by the message they had just received. The next player to appear from the Tianshan Sword Sect was unexpectedly at the late 4th rank. The difference between the early stage of the 4th rank and the late stage of the 4th rank was by no means a little bit. It could even be said to be a world of difference. The hopes of a string of 3 were just watered down in front of the crowd, and it puts the crowd in awe of the transcendent forces once again. It's too terrifying. That player called Myling actually has a late 4th rank. Yeah, there's one more contestant behind us, and if it's sorted from weakest to strongest, the last contestant is at least a 4th order consummate level contestant. It might even be a 5th ranked martial artist. How is it possible to be a 5th ranked martial artist at 50 years old? I'm only a 2nd ranked martial artist at 50 years old. Quite possibly, Is this the true strength of a transcendent power? Most of the people at the tournament were not either rich or wealthy, and they had more empathy for Wong Yu. It even felt that Wong Yu was representing them in challenging the transcendent power. And Miling's face was very unpleasant. Shota was just so useless. He wasn't interested in Wong Yu, and even felt that she was dirtying her hands a bit by taking on Wong Yu. Even if an early 4th-ranked player had some strength, how did he deserve to fight against himself? The only one worthy of fighting me is Li Shuya. Lu Ruo leaned against the wall and spoke blandly. Miling went all out. No one is allowed to win. I can help you clean up everyone, but the fact that you've lost so many games is simply a disgrace to the Tianshan sword sect. Miling dared to be angry and responded coyly. 10 minutes passed in the blink of an eye. Wang Yu honestly stepped into the ring while Mei Ling stepped into the ring. This handful of showmanship instantly drew stares. She loved the feeling of being watched, of being in the limelight. She looked at Wang Yu. I don't want to bully you into jumping yourself. Let Li Shuya come up. Only Wang Yu clenched his fists with both hands, raised his arms slightly, shifted his body weight down, and planted his legs firmly on the ground in a bow step shape. He took a deep breath, as if the strength of his entire body had gathered on top of the 2 fists that were about to strike. The entire person exuded a powerful aura, like a tiger ready to pounce on its prey, poised to strike. Seeing this, Mei Ling, who was standing on the opposite side of the room, couldn't help but frown slightly, a hint of displeasure flashing through her eyes. She lightly opened her vermilion lips and said, "Humph, since you are so ungrateful and have to compete with me, then I won't be blamed for showing no mercy." After saying that, the airflow surged around Mei Ling's body, and her late 4th order aura exploded as a fierce battle was about to break out. Chapter 114, The Woman Who Makes Even Storm Bears Tremble. Mei Ling held the long sword, only to see that its body was slender and sharp, flashing with an icy cold light. Above the hilt of the sword, countless lifelike snowflake patterns were carefully engraved, each one as delicate as if they were real. The entire long sword had a palpitating icy blue hue throughout its body, emitting a burst of bone-piercing coldness that would make one feel a chill welling up from the bottom of their heart just by looking at it. When the sword appeared in front of the crowd, the originally noisy audience stage instantly became silent. People stared at it with wide eyes and faces full of shock, as if they were hurt by its sharp aura just by looking at it. A moment later, I don't know who was the first to come back to their senses and screamed out in horror, "Oh my god, what kind of sword is this?" Surprisingly, it's so cold and compelling. As this cry of alarm rang out, others echoed it as if they were waking up from a dream, and for a while, the entire audience stage was drowned out by the rising and falling cries of alarm. I recognize this sword. Stone-cold words came out from among the people. I just saw that the man's face was very ugly, as if he recognized something. I didn't realize that she was the one I met in the first place. With that he explained. Back when I was still in the middle of the 4th rank, I took my crew to the Jedi Sky Ice Plains to make a break for it, to see if I could get my hands on something good. As a result, the Jietian Ice Plains were filled with snow at that time, and the sight was so obstructed that it was almost a case of reaching for the sky. The blizzard that day was just horrible. We got lost and then encountered a snowy mountain storm bear. The surrounding people were immediately startled. The Snow Mountain Tyrant Bear was a demonic beast with extremely strong combat power in the 4th rank. Above the vast and boundless, ice-cold and bone-piercing absolute sky ice plains, there lived a terrifying demonic beast that was feared by all, the Snow Mountain Tyrant Bear. This powerful creature, since it had just reached adulthood, possessed a strength that was enough to shock the crowd. Having already reached the late 4th stage, one must know that an ordinary 4th stage consummate martial artist could only be suppressed to death by it in front of it, unable to fight back. The most lethal weapon of the Snowy Mountain Bear is the pair of sharp and explosive power of the giant claws. Whenever it swung up its claws, it would bring up a harsh and powerful wind, as if it could tear through the void. Even those 4th order perfection physical cultivators, who were known for their physical strength, would have trouble defending themselves against such a ferocious attack. Often, after only a few short moves, the bodies of these physical cultivators would be easily torn apart like paper mache. In addition, the Snowy Mountain Storm Bear has an extremely strong sense of territory. This ice field is a sacred and inviolable territory for them, and any creature that dares to intrude into it will immediately arouse their alertness and hostility. Therefore, when people were unfortunate enough to meet with the Snow Mountain Tyrant Bear on the absolute sky ice plains, they had actually long since unknowingly fallen into the target of attack in the eyes of this giant beast. What awaits them next will be a brutal showdown of life and death. The man had a bitter smile on his face, as if the scene that day had caused him pain. We were unlucky and encountered more than just one Snow Mountain Storm Bear, rather, dozens of them. When the crowd heard this, their faces were horrified and they lost their voices. Dozens of them? Wouldn't that be no survivors? The man continued. Yes, with the strength of our team, encountering this Snow Mountain Storm Bear is bound to be 10 deaths. They were like swatting flies, charging our team to pieces, and my men were torn apart without even a scream. Only me and 2 other team members, Survived. Because just when I thought I was dead, I realized those storm bears hadn't found us. They were being chased. Chase and kill? How is it possible that the Snow Mountain Tyrant Bear is an overlord-level demonic beast in the absolute sky ice plains? And some martial artists have even said that there are 100 years of tyrant bears above the ice plains. There are definitely king-level demonic beasts present among the Snow Mountain storm bears. The man seemed to be remembering something. Storm Bear was indeed being hunted that day, and I realized something was wrong when Storm Bear left in a hurry. Stormy bears are extremely territorial, and any deviant is bound to be destroyed. Just as I was wondering, a man stepped out in the middle of the blizzard. She was slender and graceful, with perfect body proportions, as if she were an exquisite doll carved by Nuwa. She was veiled that day and couldn't see her face clearly, and in a haze I heard him ask where Stormy Bear had gone. My brain, long since in a daze, casually pointed in the direction Stormy Bear had left, but I remembered the sword she was wearing, which was also engraved with countless lifelike snowflake patterns, and those snowflake patterns looked like they were living on this sword. The crowd was staring blankly, a little dazed, and seemed a little afraid to look directly at this woman on the field. There was no lack of fourth-ranked martial artists in the surrounding audience, and they all clearly knew the terror of the Snow Mountain Tyrant Bear. The more this happened, the more unbelievable it was that the woman below, holding a long sword, was chasing dozens of Snow Mountain storm bears and killing them all by herself. There is only one thing that makes a snowy mountain storm bear run away: fear. The woman, who made even the snowy mountain storm bears tremble. Mei Ling on the stage had already given the weak a chance just now, and since Wang Yu was not going to leave, even if he died, it was still what he deserved. Mei Ling slightly closed her eyes. Her entire body is immersed in a mysterious and subtle world. Her breathing gradually became steady and long, and she exuded an elusive aura around her. Only the spike of the long sword in her hand, like a spirited dancer, gently swayed in the breeze, seemingly in anticipation of the moment when it would be unsheathed. As time passed, the aura on Mei Ling's body began to climb and build up. This aura was like a volcano that had been sleeping for a long time and was silently accumulating power, waiting for the moment when it would finally erupt. The further it got, the more surging this aura became, as if it contained an endless power of destruction that made people shudder. Wang Yu, who was standing on the opposite side of the room, had a grave look on his face, even though Mei Ling had yet to make a move at this moment, and even his eyes were still tightly closed. As a powerful body cultivator, he possessed a keen perception beyond the ordinary. Just as Mei Ling's aura continued to rise, Wang Yu clearly felt that every muscle in his body seemed to be deadlocked by an incomparably sharp sword blade. It felt as if there were countless sharp swords hanging above his head, ready to fall at any time to completely tear his entire person apart. In the face of such a terrifying pressure, Wang Yu did not dare to be the slightest bit careless. He stared at Mei Ling with all his concentration. He could not wait any longer. One must take the initiative and break the momentum she keeps building up. Only a bang could be heard. Wang Yu's momentum was as strong as a bamboo. The terrifying power of chi and blood pulled out a red pie chain. Chapter 115, A Sort of Shock and Awe. This Wang Yu's chi and blood power is actually still so solid. This Sun's is not to be underestimated. The strength of the Thunder Body Duel Cultivation is too strong. There's no match amongst the same rank. If this late fourth stage called Mei Ling is defeated, the face of the Tianshan sword sect is considered lost. Having 3 people pierced by an early 4th stage martial artist is indeed a pillar of shame for the transcendent forces. When the others heard this, they were not happy. Didn't you hear that old man just now? This is chasing after the Snow Mountain Storm Bear to kill it. How much strength does one have to do such a thing? Maybe he can even touch base with a 5th ranked martial artist. They are all geniuses. Could he, Wang Yu, cross the genius rank? I don't believe it. Most people think that Wang Yu can definitely beat Mei Ling. Today Wang Yu has created a lot of legends. Wang Yu's name is almost associated with the word reversal. On the other hand, those who thought that Wang Yu could not defeat Mei Ling felt that how could someone at the early stage of the 4th rank be able to defeat someone at the late stage of the 4th rank? Outsiders look at what's going on, but insiders look at what's going on. The master sitting on the sidelines interrupted their argument. This time, the Enforcement Bureau's players are more than likely going to lose. His outburst just now appeared to be as powerful as a rainbow, but in fact, he was forced to strike by the Tianshan sword sect's contestant who forced him to strike with his aura. This Heaven Mountain sword sect's contestant has an extraordinary understanding of sword momentum. Just after that person's words were finished, Wang Yu's chi and blood-rushing momentum was visible to the naked eye as it gave a lurch and even stagnated for a few moments. The face of the person who had just opened his mouth sank, as if he had sensed some sort of shift in aura on the field. The sword of the Tianshan sword sect player. It's coming. Just then, the situation on the field suddenly changed. Mei Ling, who had been standing quietly and unmoving, suddenly took a step forward. This seemingly simple step, but as if it had triggered an avalanche that shook the heavens and the earth. A powerful aura so cold that it chilled the bone marrow instantly exploded like a volcanic eruption. In the blink of an eye, the entire ring had been transformed into a world of silver and ice. Wang Yu's footsteps that were originally moving forward at a rapid pace came to an abrupt halt, and his face became incomparably grave. At this moment, every pore on his body clearly felt that the bone-piercing sword aura was constantly invading him. An unprecedented sense of great threat tightly enveloped him, making it impossible for him to muster the courage to take even half a step forward. A boundless sense of fear welled up within, as if the next moment he was going to be pressed to his knees by this aura. The raging sword aura was staring at him, and it felt as if he would immediately be pierced through his body by the overwhelming sword chi if he made the slightest movement. In his heart, he knew very well that the beautiful woman standing in front of him definitely had enough money to be proud and crazy. However, even so, he would never easily bow down and admit defeat, because at this moment, he is no longer alone. What he represented was not only his personal honor and disgrace, but also the face and dignity of the Jong Hong Xan lineage behind him, as well as the example and incentive given to his fourth senior brother Xiao Huang Chao. Thinking of this, Wong Yu could not help but open his eyes in anger, as if a blazing flame was burning in his eyes. This battle is not for the faint of heart. Immediately afterward, he erupted into a roar, and with a resolute will to go forward and look at death as if he were dead, he violently swung out his most powerful and forceful punch, Shake the Mountain. Facing this thunderous strike from Wong Yu, Mei Ling's eyes flashed a hint of disdain. His own fellow senior brother had already lost to him, and now only he, himself, could bring back the glory of the Tianshan sword sect. The sword power that she had already accumulated for a long time poured out without reservation at this moment, and for a while, the surrounding space even began to visibly tremble and distort because it could not withstand this terrifying power. An eerie and cold light was like lightning breaking through the night sky, instantly illuminating the entire heaven and earth. At this moment, time seems to be frozen and stagnant. Even the indistinct void seems to be imprisoned by this cold light. Mei Ling's thin lips flicked out, slowly spitting out two words: amazing, shocking. A sword is shocking. Ningfeng watched Mei Ling's powerful sword power rise up into the sky, and he couldn't help but feel a bit smug. This was their disciple from the Tianshan sword sect, the disciple that came out of the Tianshan sword sect. This sword momentum was utilized in such a pure manner. Even if that Wang Yu was in the same realm as Mei Ling, he wouldn't be an opponent. The power of the lightning attack is terrifying. So what? Tianshan sword sect, will cut it down with a single sword. Let you know that in this world, only the sword technique has the greatest killing power. Ningfeng was lying on the sofa, staring at Jong Hong Xan with a smirk on his face. His eyes flashed with a hint of complexity as he looked at the battlefield where the aura was like a rainbow and the brewing sword power was at its peak. And I don't know if this is right or wrong, Jong Hong Xan inexplicably said. When Ningfeng, who was next to him, heard this, it was as if he heard Jong Hong Xan admit defeat. In his heart, he was secretly happy. So what if Wang Yu was very strong? The prestige of the Tianshan sword sect was established from this moment. Let the world know that true geniuses would only be well developed in transcendent powers, especially the Tianshan sword sect. But at this time, there was no need to make a scene with Jong Hong Xan, and he immediately laughed. Elder Zhong is highly respected. If I feel that this bet is inappropriate, I am willing to break the bet with Elder Zhong. After all, the strength of the Tianshan sword sect is there. Ningfeng's words were insidious, and the prerequisite for breaking the bet was for Jong Hong Xan to recognize the status of Tianmen Sword Mountain. Since you've gone back on your word, it's fine to break the bet. But you, Jong Hong Xan, have to admit that Heaven's Gate Sword Mountain is very powerful. As an existence that had once spilled blood at the wrath of a piker, Jong Hong Xan's bowing down would undoubtedly elevate the status of Tianmen Sword Mountain once again. Jong Hong Xan just looked at the rushing sword momentum with deep eyes, and the hands behind them had long been clenched. As for Ningfeng's words, he hadn't listened to a single word. Xiao Huang Chao looked at senior brother Wang Yu's performance in the ring, and his heart couldn't help but feel nervous. The sword momentum was just too sharp. The gap in strength brought about by the difference in rank is somewhat more than compensated for. Even his S-class draconic dragon body felt a strong sense of danger. It seemed like there was a high mountain in front of him, and all of them were going to split this high mountain into two halves ruthlessly, and his own senior brother was facing this terrifying sword power straight on. Even though he had dual cultivation and thunder body, he wasn't enough to look at under this surging and sharp sword power. Xiao Huang Chao looked back at his senior sister. The juggler's sister has long since stopped leaning against the wall pretending to be a master of her craft, not in the usual juggling mood. Instead, he stood outside the guardrail, looking out onto the field with a worried look on his face, his hands gripping the guardrail with a death grip. Shuya Li, Xiao Huang Chao shouted softly, as if she hadn't heard it. Li Shuya's eyes stared straight at the rushing sword in front of her, muttering, "This stupid big guy, if you can't beat it, come down." What's the point of pretending when you don't have the strength? Elder sister, I'll go up and stab her to death with a sword. Chapter 116, The Attention of Transcendent Forces. The majestic mountains tower above the clouds, with undulating peaks that look like giant dragons winding and circling. Mountain clouds filled, like smoke like wisps, sometimes dense as cotton wool, sometimes thin as a light veil, to the whole mountain range covered with a layer of mystery veil. At the edge of the white clouds, an elegant flying crane soaring on wings, their posture, feathers white as snow, as if with this fairyland as one. And in this place that was like a paradise, the powerful existence at the top of the Red Yen Empire's list of transcendent forces was hidden within it. In the midst of those mountains, there was an extraordinarily high peak sticking straight up into the sky, and the terrain at its summit was open and flat, just like a natural viewing platform. At this moment, there was a group of people of prominent status gathered here, chatting away. Some of these people were dressed in gorgeous brocade robes, with elegant temperament, some were clad in battle armor, formidable, and some carried long swords, valiant. Hey, this year's young martial artist competition should have started, right? Yes, big brother, we took first place in the tournament before, and at that time, didn't you say that this tournament was too boring? The man with the long sword on his back said with a smile. It's a really boring game, but there's a friend I know who's in this game. He says a guy has picked off 2 players from the Overwatch powers in this match. What? The man clad in battle armor was stunned. He had fought the national youth competition, and the transcendent power murderers who participated in the national competition would all possess extremely strong battle power, and cross-stage decimation was possible. And surprisingly, a player who wasn't a transcendent power defeated 2 transcendent power martial artists. This whole thing is unbelievable. It was important to realize that the resources possessed by a transcendent power were by no means comparable to those of an individual. Anyone who could reach the point of being a genius of a transcendent power was definitely an extremely powerful existence. Didn't this year's tournament just start? Why is it playing so vigorously? Tell me the specifics, brother. The match between the Jiangnan Law Enforcement Bureau and the Tianshan Sword Sect. Ha? The people from the Law Enforcement Bureau abused the people from the Tianshan Sword Sect? How is this possible? Brother, don't you dare laugh. How many pounds of people in the Law Enforcement Bureau have not been weighed last time? Which province's Law Enforcement Bureau wasn't beaten 4 times? The man in battle armor couldn't help but said. After all, the geniuses of the Law Enforcement Bureau were indeed few and far between, and if they really appeared, they would most likely be pocketed by the justice cleric. You'll see. After saying that, the man with the long sword on his back pulled out his tablet and opened the National Youth Contest to watch the progress of the match. I'd like to see what's going on. It can't be that we've won the title once and it's now the age of the dark horse. Wouldn't it make it seem like our championship doesn't have enough gold in it? Before the man could finish his sentence, he saw Mei Ling on the tablet. Seeing Mei Ling's sword power that rose up to the sky, everyone felt as if they were at the scene, feeling the sharp sword aura with an extremely terrifying suppressive power. That's a move that I couldn't catch back then, one of them uttered in a somewhat dazed voice. The peer next to him shook his head similarly. Back then, they had both participated in the national youth competition, and it was difficult for their own selves back then to solve this amazing sword. Although they were the number 1 power in the ranking of transcendent powers, this did not mean that the young generation also possessed a very large gap. On the contrary, the difference in strength between the young generation among the transcendent powers was not as disparate as the rankings indicated. The geniuses in any transcendent power were all enjoying top-notch resources, and the gap in realms would not be very large, with only a few freaks being able to make sudden advances in their cultivation on the realm map. The ability to fight in real combat is different. Without a long time of martial arts polishing and combat experience, the gap is very big. Everyone here felt a bit unable to catch Mei Ling's such a powerful sword. Under the realm of the 4th rank, this move of Mei Ling's was close to the existence of the ceiling level of combat power. That Wong Yu, the disciple who pierced through 2 transcendent forces? Yes, that's him. This brat has some strength, but unfortunately, he has met Mei Ling. This sword power is just too shocking. It seems like I can feel the light of his sword cutting into my skin. Yes, there are just too many geniuses. I didn't expect to bump into them in the first match of this term. It seems that this is already the entire battle force of the Jiangnan Province Law Enforcement Bureau, or else they should be replaced. It's normal. The law enforcement agency sometimes sends their strongest on the field to earn a decent fight and leave. It seems like the Heavenly Mountain Sword sect is about to take off, to receive such a strong disciple. Harm, isn't our sect the same? The real geniuses are hidden away, and they even secretly have a sequence program in the clan. The one who wins the fight will be able to enter the sequence, enjoying the clan's top resources and power, and being treated the same as a holy son. Unfortunately, the ones hiding in the mountains are so perverted, they're almost demonic. A few people were chatting casually, and between the lines they already had a good idea of the outcome of the game. They worry more about the fact that it's time to re-rate the transcendent powers again. On that wide and towering ring, the atmosphere was tense to the extreme, with everyone gazing intently at the two people who were fiercely exchanging blows on the field. Just as everyone expected, Wang Yu's chi and blood power appeared so fragile and weak in front of his opponent's overwhelming sword power, as if it was just a piece of paper as thin as a cicada's wing. It simply couldn't withstand the onslaught of this powerful force, only to see that the sword light flickered with an endless tyrannical aura, sweeping towards Wang Yu with a mountainous momentum. In an instant, Wang Yu only felt like a flatboat in the gale force winds and waves, and could be completely swallowed up at any time. When it was too late, the tyrannical sword power crashed into Wang Yu's body without mercy. In an instant, his body trembled violently, and the originally abundant power of chi and blood fell apart at this moment, being torn apart hard. That terrifying sword power was like a runaway wild horse, recklessly rampaging through his muscles, wantonly destroying every inch of tissue and meridians. Almost in the blink of an eye, an intense and extreme pain surged like a tidal wave, quickly flooding Wang Yu's entire brain. The pain went deep into his bones, causing him to nearly faint, and the world in front of him began to blur. However, despite being in such a desperate situation, the fighting spirit in Wang Yu's heart was still burning brightly. He clenched his teeth and desperately wanted to resist this terrifying sword power, but his body had gradually lost control. Mei Ling's shocking sword, tyrannical sword chi annihilated Wang Yu. In the entire ring, she was the only one left, and the tattered clothes across from her. Mei Ling's eyes were indifferent, her long sword hanging down as she spoke blandly. Get in the ring and live or die at your own risk. Next, Chapter 117, Sneak Attack by Sword Sect Disciples. Xiao Huang Chao's brain went blank as he looked at the empty ring. A living, breathing human being was standing right in front of him a moment ago, and now a fight has knocked him out? Where's my ING brother? It was as if Xiao Huang Chao's heart was bubbling up one by one, and inside each bubble were memories with his third senior brother. He himself had only been with him for a few days, yet he had been so good to him that he had asked for nothing in return. Grass. Xiao Huang Chao grimaced as he took a step forward, his early fourth stage chi and blood blasting out. The objects around them were blown around. The fierce eyes seemed to devour everything. Cub's seed, come and die. Immediately afterward, with a turn of his feet, he pounced toward the ring like a sturdy cheetah. However, what was unexpected was that Li Shiya's movements were as fast as lightning. Almost the instant Xiao Huang Chao had just made a move, her figure had already appeared in the ring like a ghost. The second senior sister, who usually always wore a smile and gave people a sense of cordiality, was at this moment indifferent and bland. That originally white as jade face, but could not see a trace of blood color, pale as that legendary life-suppressing black and white, only to see Li Shiya holding a long sword tightly in her hand, which was glittering with a cold light, while she pointed the scabbard straight at Mei Ling, who was standing on the opposite side of the room. At the same time, a word slowly spat out from her mouth. Come. Although it is only a simple word, but the solemn killing atmosphere contained in it is coming out, so that people cannot help but be chilled. Even the person acting as a referee on the side had a darkened face and was secretly screaming in his heart. This aura, this is running to kill. With you two in such a state, why do you need me as a referee? I haven't even had a chance to yell out the start command on my end. Inside the box, Jong Hong Xan's two hands were pinched together in a deadly grip. The atmosphere inside the box was near freezing point. Ningfeng watched Jong Hong Xan's movements and somewhat dared not utter a word. At this time Ningfeng didn't dare to provoke him. After all, this was an era where martial arts were respected. What if he got himself beaten up by him? He couldn't beat him himself. So after thinking about it, Ningfeng decided to be the good guy who knew what he was doing. Jong Hong Xan muttered, could it really be that I'm thinking wrong? Jong Hong Xan's face looked much worse to the naked eye, as if his essence had been drained all of a sudden. Wang Yu's body hides a lot of secrets. Back then, even Jong Hong Xan's master did not penetrate Wang Yu's body in the end hidden what, but his master gave ways of probing. That was to look for that glimmer of opportunity to unlock the secrets within Wang Yu's body in the fight between life and death. This time, the young martial artist competition, the Tianshan sword sect is a good whetstone. No one expected that Wang Yu would be directly churned by the sword momentum, and he didn't even have time to strike himself. The broken clothes, the person who disappeared out of thin air, everything proved that Wang Yu had been crushed into oblivion by the sword. Just then, he then saw that his second disciple had popped into the ring. He took a deep breath, as if he was trying to expel the bitterness he was harboring in his heart along with this breath. Come back. The mid-air voice spread throughout the martial arts arena. However, Li Shiya didn't buy it and was wherever he wanted to be. It's not like Master won't let him. He has to avenge his brother now. Just then, a sentence was transmitted to Li Shiya in the void. Senior sister, go down. Li Shiya's face instantly turned black to white. The indifference on his face instantly disappeared, revealing an extremely surprised smile. Senior, you're not dead? Senior sister, I told you I have a great life. I'll be out in a minute, and when I do, I'm not my old self like this. Alright, senior brother, cheer up. Give her a beating. Li Shuya was all smiles, and ran down to the ring again in a puff of smoke. It was as if it wasn't she herself who had just screamed. Myling didn't know what was happening, but he saw that his opponent had jumped. The suffocating aura disappeared. She knew that she had just been afraid, and was a little shocked and angry. Shouted in the direction Li Shuya had left. Stop, I'm going to fight you. Li Shuya glanced at her and went down without hitching a ride. Myling frowned. What did ignoring her mean? Could it be that you look down on yourself? Mei Ling was instantly a bit annoyed, and the aura in her long sword exploded. 3,000 green silks flying in the air. I told you to stop. Sword chi drift. Only to see Mei Ling's petite body slightly leaning forward. Her feet snapped and she took a step forward. Her long, straight jade legs instantly tightened up, like a bowstring that had been drawn to full strength and was ready to fire. At the same time, the long sword she held tightly in her hand was raised in a smooth manner, pointing straight at Li Shuya, who was not far away. At this moment, it was as if all the power in Mei Ling's entire body was converging at this moment at one point, and through her arm she continuously injected it into the sword. As this powerful force surged, a dazzling and eye-catching sword chi erupted from the tip of the sword. This sword chi was like a bolt of lightning that cut through the night sky, carrying a heaven-destroying might as it sped towards Li Shuya at an astonishing speed. In the blink of an eye, a sharp whistling sound was emitted from where it passed, and the splendor of its light even reflected the surrounding space as bright as day. Seeing that this sword chi was about to ruthlessly hit Li Shuya's back, the great battle was about to start. My Chao, this Tianshan sword sex people even sneak attacked. So shameless, to go behind the back and hurt someone in the ring. The people from the Enforcement Bureau are going to be out of luck. If they are injured by this, they probably won't dare to ask the Tianshan sword sect for a claim. This is a snake and scorpion. This is all a full force strike. My Chao, shameless, no shaking billion. The surrounding audience shouted angrily. The terrifying sword chi came behind Li Shuya and was about to pierce her body the next moment. But the next moment it made the audience's angry roar choke in their throats. Li Shuya didn't even turn around. Just one index finger was just right on top of the raging sharp sword chi as if no one else was there. The tyrannical energy was annihilated in an instant. The scene is as silent as Sun been starting a fight. The silence of the scene made even his own heartbeat sound like a drum. The casual indifference of that finger was deeply reflected in everyone's mind. Lu Ruoi, who was sitting in the Tianshan sword sex preparation seat, suddenly opened her eyes, and a brilliant aura flashed across the bottom of her eyes. This Li Shuya, it's a bit interesting. Lu Ruoi let out a light laugh, having a little bit of anticipation for the next battle, but it's just a bit of fun, and in the end the winner must be yourself. Ruoi Lu closed her eyes again. The crowd only saw the sword chi that annihilated in an instant, and Myling, who was facing Li Shuya straight on, smelled death. Chapter 118, Thunder-Eating Beast. In Mei Ling's terrified eyes, Li Shuya's figure was no longer as simple as just a slender back. She was like a deity that resided high above the 9 heavens and looked down on all things in the world, emitting a chilling pressure in mysterious and unpredictable aura. The powerful sword chi that Mei Ling swung out with all her might was at the moment like a small insect that didn't know the heights of heaven, trying to disturb this powerful deity that was in slumber. As the sword chi gradually approached, the originally silent gods suddenly opened their eyes. In that very instant, an indescribably terrifying power erupted from her eyes. Mei Ling only felt a dazzling light flash before her eyes, followed by a mountain of excruciating pain. She felt as if her flesh had been instantly crushed by countless heavy trucks that had sped by, with heart-rending pain coming from every inch of her skin and every bone. At the same time, it was as if her soul had been thrown into the middle of a high-speed meat grinder, being mercilessly torn apart and crushed. At this moment, Myling deeply experienced an unprecedented sense of powerlessness and insignificance. In front of Li Shuya, she was just like an insignificant mole cricket between heaven and earth. Any resistance would be futile. It can only be at the mercy of the other side, fragile and vulnerable. Li Shuya, on the other hand, seemed as if it was nothing more than a casual, glancing blow. Li Shuya turned her head and grinned a big toothy grin. Your opponent is not me. Oh. Myling sniffed and instantly her body relaxed, as if she was drenched in sweat. The sense of oppression that Li Shuya brought to her was almost the same as that of the 5th-ranked Lu Ruoi. All the spectators at the venue were stunned. Is this the young martial artist competition? Am I on the wrong set? Is it really that strong? The sword chi that was all about to pull off a sonic boom was actually blocked by a single finger, and the sneak attack on that one didn't even return to the opponent's head. This edition of the young martial artist competition is too terrifying. It's like crouching tigers and hidden dragons. Look at that Lu Ruoi from the Heavenly Mountain Sword sect. She's a 5th-ranked martial artist, and just now she opened her eyes. It seems that this girl has already received the attention of the strongest person from the Heavenly Mountain Sword sect this time. This girl's strength is also and it's terrifying. It looks like there's a king versus king duel at the end. After Li Shuya left the ring, the referee then dared to step forward. He walked over to the pile of remaining, tattered clothing, only to raise his left hand high in the air, ready to blow the whistle that would decide the victor. However, something unexpected happened. The originally calm air was suddenly flooded with a circle of tiny ripples, just like the layers of water ripples caused by a stone thrown into a lake. A bright and dazzling golden light split the darkness from the air like lightning, quickly rippling out in all directions. These golden rays of light were like warm sunlight sprinkled across the earth, bringing with them a dense and vigorous aura of vitality. Under the illumination of this magical golden light, the city's originally dying flowers and plants began to grow wildly as if they had been given new life. They twig and sprout at a speed visible to the naked eye, grow bright green leaves, and in just a moment burst into colorful, delicate blooms, red like fire, pink like xia, white as snow, various colors intertwined together, constituting a beautiful picture scroll. The breeze, gusts of floral scent come to the nose, intoxicating, as if in a fairyland. A voice rang out, like a bell ringing early in the morning in a temple, shaking the 8 directions. I haven't lost yet. When Mei Ling of the Heavenly Mountain Sword Sect heard this, her face immediately changed. What's going on? This is Wong Yu's voice. Wasn't he annihilated by my stunning sword? How can you be alive? And the change of the surrounding plants was even more astonishing to everyone. The original yellowish grass was actually revitalized. Is this or what is going on? Is it a miracle? This must be a miracle. To make the grass grow instantly. This couldn't have been caused by that light just now, could it? Quite possibly. I have a bold idea. If I let that golden light shine on the top of my head, won't I grow hair? Are you a ing genius? And Jong Hong Xan on the top floor finally lowered his clenched fists and let out a long sigh of relief. Ningfeng's face didn't look too good. What was wrong with this Wang Yu? How can you come back from the dead? Could it be a talent for space? Hiding in space? That's impossible. Any talent in the space department must be reported to the state or be considered a traitor. Ningfeng couldn't help but speak. What is this? Your disciple? Ningfeng wanted to say something, but he didn't know how to ask, and he himself wasn't very clear on what was going on with Wang Yu right now. At this moment, an immense and incomparable shadow slowly emerged behind Wang Yu. The silhouette seemed to come from the ancient times, emitting a mysterious and majestic aura. It stood quietly behind Wang Yu like an unshakable mountain. This huge silhouette was snow-white all over, as pure and flawless as the snow-covered snow in winter. It held that huge head high, its gaze as sharp as electricity, seemingly able to penetrate through all illusions and fog. And above its head, there were 2 sharp horns growing, flashing with a cold light, giving an endless intimidation. Look at that pair of sharp claws, sometimes clearly visible, sometimes hidden in the void, hidden between the more mysterious and unpredictable feeling. Its body is as huge as a mountain, shaped like a giant bear, strong and powerful, but the head takes on the appearance of a giant dragon, majestic and domineering. Not only that, it was also densely covered with a layer of hard scales on top of its limbs, and these scales shone beautifully with colorful light under the sunlight. Mei Ling was taken aback. The Wang Yu in front of her had a completely different aura from before. Her body's aura had condensed quite a bit, especially the huge mountain-like silhouette that stood behind him. This extremely oddly shaped demonic beast silhouette gave Mei Ling a strong sense of oppression. Mei Ling snorted coldly. Even if Wang Yu had changed, it wouldn't hurt. It's all dirt in front of it. Her hand gently pulled a sword flower. Her expression was indifferent, and the blade of her sword pointed straight at Wang Yu, who was in midair. I'll give you a chance this time. Will I beat you until you're sent back lying down? Or will you admit defeat now and go down with honor? Wang Yu didn't pay any attention to him and just stretched out his right hand in a single-minded manner. He spread his 5 fingers apart, thunder brewing in his slender palms, as if the thunder in his hand was the Emperor of Thunder. The surrounding thunder and lightning were instantly attracted, and countless dark clouds followed as if they were seeing the Emperor. Chapter 119, in the 3rd round. Wang Yu won again. My Chao, isn't this Wang Yu dead? It's probably a swindle. Could it be that he dodged that sword momentum just now? This Wang Yu is too powerful. Could this be a spatial talent? He ducked into an alien space and dodged his opponent's sword before coming out? Could it be that Wang Yu he is a dual talent being? Does such a heaven-defying person really exist in this world? The audience all looked dumbfounded. This Wang Yu, who looked ordinary and thrown in the sea of people with no special features, was suspected to be a dual talent genius or a powerful physical cultivator. Those other transcendent forces that were concerned about the National Young Martial Artist Competition were concerned about the abnormality here at Wang Yu. Normally, the preliminary round of the National Martial Artist Competition would have multiple matches at the same time, with the winning team advancing to the next round. It's all about the underdogs crushing the powerhouses in this segment, and there won't be much of a ripple. This time, however, the strong team of the Transcendent Power was overturned by the weak team of the Provincial Law Enforcement Bureau. Not even the first member of the Enforcement Bureau retired. When Wang Yu died, Everyone thought that this was the normal way for things to unfold. If he remained standing on the field, then the Heavenly Mountain Sword sect did not deserve to call themselves a transcendent power. Now the other transcendent forces had learned that Wong Yu was actually still fighting. What are the people from the Tianshan Sword sect for? They can't even handle a law enforcement bureau's first one on the field? It's a disgrace to our transcendent power. Even if he is ranked lower amongst the transcendent forces, rather than not having fallen to such a state. It seems that the next power ranking can kick out the Heavenly Mountain Sword sect from the transcendent powers. There's no need to degrade the reputation of our transcendent powers because of a waste power. Oh, that's just it. Come and bring us a group of transcendent forces whose reputations are all screwed up. Inform your own family's team that the battle is to be fought quickly, and make a name for ourselves as a transcendent power. What about the Tianshan Sword sect match? Let's a few of us old things go and take a look together to see what this Heavenly Mountain Sword sect is up to. Yes, several of the elder-level figures who were present at the scene converged together, and together they prepared to head to the Tianshan Sword sect's competition venue. When they arrived in a hurry, the scene they saw in front of them made everyone's jaws drop and were shocked. The whole scene was as if it had gone through an apocalyptic catastrophe, presenting a shocking and wretched scene, only to see Mei Ling half kneeling on the ground, her body trembling slightly. She supported her faltering body with one hand gripping the hilt of her sword tightly, while the other dangled helplessly at her side. At this moment, Mei Ling was already completely disfigured. Her originally fair and delicate skin was burnt to a charred black color, emitting a pungent burning smell. An arc of lightning that flashed with dazzling light was like a nimble little snake jumping recklessly over her charred black body, each jump bringing a painful twitch and moan. Looking again at the ground not far in front of Mei Ling, it was crisscrossed with sword marks of varying depths, like a hideous and horrifying scroll spread out in front of people's eyes. Some of these sword marks were so shallow that they only left faint traces, while others were deep enough to reach the bone, causing people to suck in a breath of cold air. The most conspicuous among them was the deepest sword mark that stretched straight forward, which was like a huge dragon with teeth and claws, rushing straight towards the man in black coat standing not far in front of him. The surroundings of this sword mark were even more densely covered with other sword marks, which intertwined and entangled with each other, forming an intricate net that tightly enveloped the two. One of the old men asked with a frown, "What's going on? The little doll from the Tianshan Sword sect lost again?" By the looks of it, yes. The kid standing on the opposite side is Wong Yu. What a waste the Tianshan Sword sect is. The old man opened the mic with passion and even wanted to go to the ring instead of the Tianshan Sword sect. After so many years of being a transcendent power, it's surprising that they haven't cultivated a genius that suppresses all enemies. Pure and simple waste. With all these resources, feed them to a dog, and a dog can get on the field and play, let alone a human being. Have you been practicing swords like crazy all these years? The spectators next to them hadn't yet detached themselves from the horrific battle they had just witnessed. Suddenly, when he heard the old man next to him hurl a burst of insults at the Tianshan Sword sect, he was a bit displeased. What do you know about fighting in the heat of the moment, you old fart? You're talking about the Tianshan Sword sect. Do you know how powerful the Tianshan Sword sect is? Oi oi oi, old man. The young man on the side couldn't help but interrupt the fragrant-mouthed old man. Did you watch the match? And you're here to talk bad about the Tianshan Sword sect? The old man slanted a glance at the youth next to him and laughed disdainfully. When I was your age, I was already at the peak of the 4th rank. Asterisk 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 off back. It's better to let your grandfather talk to me. The young man burst into laughter instead of anger. Look at you talking that. People who don't know think you're so good. Do you know how strong this player from the Tianshan Sword sect is? When you were your age, you probably struggled to even pick up water to eat. The old man was instantly furious. His aura couldn't help but explode. His arm raised high. Good for you, you sharp-tongued thing. An old man on the side stopped him. After all, they were here to see what was going on, not to cause trouble. What's more, the organizers didn't allow a few of them to be so rampant. Not to mention the transcendent forces. Even the hidden ancient clan was here to curb their fronts. The old man asked as he smiled and suppressed his manic companion. This little brother. I don't know what happened here. How come the Tianshan Sword sect's people lost again? The youth felt a little more comfortable when he saw that old thing for the old man go to the back and come out a polite old man. Seeing the old man's polite questioning, he also began to explain. That man in black is called Wong Yu, a contestant from the Jiangnan Province Law Enforcement Bureau, and the one kneeling on the ground is Mei Ling from the Tianshan Sword sect. Originally, we all thought that the man called Wong Yu had been pulverized by the furious sword power. Who would have thought that with only one person in the ring? A few flashes of light and that Wong Yu appeared right where he was and even advanced to a mid-4th rank martial artist. The youth's eyes were filled with admiration and a hint of envy. As soon as he appeared, he summoned electricity from his hands. And then guess what? The sky and the earth suddenly changed. Dark clouds covered the sky. Thunder roared. Lightning flew across the sky. and the scene was like the end of the world. The thunder in heaven and earth all listened to that Wong Yu's commands, and that violent lightning is as meek as a kitten in front of him. That Heavenly Mountain Sword sex player is an absolute genius, but it's a pity that he ran into Wong Yu. This year's Tianshan Sword sect is very powerful. It's just a pity that they were born at the wrong time. As if the youth was lamenting the contestant from the Heavenly Mountain Sword sect, his eyes glanced towards the charred body. Chapter 120 Strength of a Fifth Order Martial Artist. The old man silently slipped something into his hand. The youth's recollection was momentarily interrupted as he looked down. I'm Chao, rich retired old man. The young man's smile grew noticeably wider, and he excitedly continued on backward. Wong Yu is really too perverted. He summoned the infinite thunderbolts that roamed the sky to constantly collide with her sword chi, forcing her into a dead end step by step. However, just as she was about to lose, she unexpectedly slashed out a sword that nearly broke through the heavens and earth, instantly splitting apart countless thunderbolts. That scene, it's like Pangu opening up the sky. When the several old men heard this, they glanced at each other and instantly understood each other's meaning. It wasn't that the Tianshan sword sect was too weak, it was that he had met the dark horse of dark horses. Go on, little brother. He cleared his throat and continued. This Wong Yu was really too powerful. When that sword that broke the heaven and earth appeared, we all thought that Wong Yu was still going to lose. As a result, he actually made a purple divine thunderbolt. That divine thunder is too terrifying. The entire ring is illuminated. I feel goosebumps all over my body from so far away. I really don't dare to think that if I were to stand in that position in the Heavenly Mountain Sword sect, I would still be able to find that part now. The young man looked around for a moment and then behind him. Truth be told, I heard the old man next to me seem to be saying that Wong Yu seemed to have gained a strand of some kind of chi after defeating her. The old man was god-awful, but I had a feeling he wasn't ordinary, and I made a note of that. What? How is this possible? The impatient old man spoke hastily. Did that old man mean that Wong Yu had obtained a strand of God's chi? Don't you whimper and look like you've never seen the world. Old man. The youth bristled with disdain. Several old men glanced at each other, all seeing shock in their respective eyes. The strength of this Jiangnan Province Law Enforcement Bureau's player was so terrifying that he could even get a strand of God's chi. Although this is hearsay, it is better to believe it than not. Wong Yu, the focus of attention. A few people's minds were already calculating how to inform the forces behind them to investigate Wong Yu's background. And the game continues, with Myling having been stretched out by the medical staff. Under the gazes of the crowd, Ruoi was like a light snowflake as she slowly floated down to the wide and solemn ring. She was wearing a long dress as white as snow, and the hem of that dress swayed gently with her movements, just like a pure white lotus that was in full bloom, exuding a mesmerizing and elegant atmosphere. Only her rosy, light lips were slightly parted, her voice crisp and clear. I have said long ago that I, alone, can sweep away all enemies. Lying on the stretcher, Myling's fingertips twitched gently, as if telling something, and instead of focusing on the others, she just naturally placed the long, cold, shining sword in her hand at her waist. Her left hand held the scabbard steadily, while her right hand was naturally behind her back, her entire body standing tall and erect. At this moment, Lu Ruoi's eyes were incomparably indifferent, as if the flurry of disturbances and grudges in this world had nothing to do with her. She stood quietly like that, exuding an invisible pressure around her that made people not dare to approach easily. Wang Yu stared at the woman in front of him. Her breath seemed like an ocean, not being able to see a bit of depth in the slightest. It seems that this time, we've really met an expert. Regardless, having just awakened the talent of the thunder-devouring living beast, one must not properly try out where one's caliber lies. His own master is still here, so he can't be beaten to death. Ruoi Lu frowned, not understanding why her opponent hadn't gotten off the stage yet. He had fought 3 rounds in a row. Even at his full strength he couldn't beat himself, so why was he still here? Change Li Shuya up. Electricity jumped in the center of Wang Yu's hand and thunder roared. Seeing his movements, Lu Ruoi instantly understood his answer and stopped speaking. She gripped the scabbard of the longsword in her hand and moved her right thumb upward slightly by a small amount. In an instant, a dazzling sword light crossed the sky like lightning, instantly illuminating the entire venue. Wherever that sword light passed, sword chi crisscrossed as if it was going to tear through the air. At this moment, Wong Yu, who was standing in the middle of the field, was staring at his opponent's every move with full concentration. However, when that sword light suddenly flashed by, his face instantly turned pale, and his eyes froze for a moment, as if time had stopped flowing. Lu Ruoi withdrew her longsword, followed by a flash of her body, like a ghost closing in on Wang Yu with a swiftness of thunder and lightning. Bang! Only to hear bang a loud sound came, deafening. It turned out to be Lu Ruoi used an extremely powerful kick, ruthlessly kicked at Wang Yu's body. This kick was so powerful that Wang Yu did not have time to react in any way, and was sent flying directly out of the ring like a cannonball. Just then, a sturdy figure sped out like lightning. In the blink of an eye, the figure had rushed to Wong Yu's body and steadily caught his body. At the same time, an incomparably powerful force erupted from its hands as if it were a raging torrent, fiercely blasting toward Xiao Huang Chao. Only a dull and extremely loud roar could be heard, as if the entire arena was trembling for it. On the other hand, Xiao Huang Chao, who was subjected to this terrifying impact, was like being hit by a heavy hammer, and his entire body involuntarily fell backward repeatedly. His footsteps were unusually heavy, and every step he took was like a mountain collapsing, and the ground trembled slightly with it. It was only after retreating dozens of steps that Xiao Huang Chao finally stabilized his stance and came face to face with the person who had struck. As for Ruoi, who was standing not far away, a hint of surprise flashed through her beautiful eyes. Subconsciously, she took a few more glances at Xiao Huang Chao and pondered in her heart. I used 80% of my strength in that kick just now. I didn't expect that this guy who only has the strength of the early 4th stage would actually be able to block such a ferocious attack just by taking a dozen steps back. Thinking about this, Ruoi became more and more interested in the match in front of her, and she couldn't wait to fight them. The audience on the stage who were just now praising Wong Yu for being a true genius instantly flaxed and froze. What the hell is going on here? How is it that the man who just roared with thunder and lightning like a true god descending into the world was kicked away without resistance? This isn't a fake game, is it? Chao. I want to report it. No, I just bet on Wong Yu to win and he's playing a fake match? This acting is too obvious. Fine. I'll go see if it's windy on the rooftop. But when the crowd saw the power of that kick, they instantly stopped talking. That kick almost went out of the mock ring. This was not a fake match. This was clearly a 5th-ranked martial artist tyrannizing a 4th-ranked martial artist. Chapter 121 Ruoi's debut. 5th order martial artist. In that very instant, realization dawned in the minds of the crowd. In front of her, this woman wearing a white dress like snow. Her real appearance is by no means as quiet and soft as her appearance shows. At the same time, Xiao Huang Chao stood steadily in place, his gaze like two sharp arrows, locked onto Ruoi. In an instant, the aura between the two violently erupted out, colliding and agitating each other like shocking waves. That invisible pressure actually made the surrounding air seem to become heavy. Vaguely, one could even see wisps of lightning rapidly traveling amongst their intersecting lines of sight, emitting a crackling sound. In just an instant, Xiao Huang Chao's aura was crushed. Although his aura was crushed, he remained undaunted. Xiao Huang Chao's eyes became more and more resolute, as unshakable as a rock. He slowly lifted his feet and began to take steps towards Ruoi Lu. Every time he took a step, the aura of his body would rise 1 point higher with it, as if it was a surging ocean wave, one wave higher than the other, constantly striking towards the peak. At this moment, Xiao Huang Chao deeply knew that the woman standing in front of him was by no means ordinary, and was definitely a deeply hidden and powerful character. Now that he had cultivated the 6 transformations of the dragon god to the state of great perfection after all the hard work he had gone through, it was the perfect time to do so right now. It can be used to properly test the results of this hard-won cultivation. Ruoi also came to be interested. This teenager in front of her, who looked 17 or 18 years old, had not only reached the early stage of the 4th rank, the aura he erupted had a fearless, tough and fearless will. Even if his own 5th order aura instantly suppressed him, he was able to raise his aura with his own will. Ruoi unexpectedly felt a strong sense of counter-control at that moment, as if his aura was about to erupt in the next moment. It was a bit interesting. Ruoi was curious about him. How strong was he? Ruoi's scabbard was lightly raised, pointing at Xiao Huang Chao. You, want to come up and fight me? Xiao Huang Chao didn't say anything, but just silently helped his senior brother to the battle preparation area. This kid is only at the early stage of the 4th rank. He definitely doesn't dare to enter the ring. That kick just now was definitely at the strength of a perfect 4th rank. If this kid goes on, isn't it a delivery? It's only that Li Shuya who still has a bit of a chance. Just now that kid was too young and struggled to catch a kick from someone else. Transcendent forces are still transcendent forces. The last player's strength is as terrifying as this. What window did God close for her? Why the hell didn't I see it? If you ask me, I'm afraid that Heaven's Gate Sword Mountain is going with the sword to the champion this time. Look, these few people plus a martial artist who might be a 5th order being. How many forces in the young martial artist competition can have such a powerful configuration? Bah! Heavenly Sect Sword Mountain, they are also worthy. Losing 3 games in a row is simply a disgrace to the transcendent power. Why don't they just remove the sect and change it to a 1,000-year-old family? A few of the older men next to him couldn't stop listening. Although they were shocked by Ruoi's sword light just now, they couldn't hold back a bit when they thought that the Tianshan sword sect had even lost 3 games in a row. Wasn't this bringing all their transcendent powers down with them? Now it was even more so that there was only one woman holding up the face of the Tianshan sword sect. If you can't even defeat a law enforcement bureau, what face do you have left to call yourself a transcendent power? I can pull 3 dogs in my clan to put up such a fight. A 4th order consummate martial artist was actually abused by a 4th order mid-stage martial artist. I really don't know what they've learned in the Tianshan sword sect. Little fists pounding on your chest? The people next to them looked dumbfounded. Were these gentlemen resenting the fact that they had lived too long? How dare you insult the transcendent power in public? Isn't this rubbing the face of Tianshan sword sect on the ground? It also stomped on the law enforcement bureau of the Justice Church in the process. The Tianshan sword sect blow in the audience was instantly displeased. You few old things have some virtue under your mouths. What do you mean the law enforcement bureau can't even beat them? You old thing. You get beat up even if you go on you. Do you know how powerful that Wong Yu Thunder Body Duel Cultivation is? It all gives your old man's few hairs a bit of growth. You kid, look at the hammer. Stop arguing. Li Shuya has struck. What? What? Get out of the way. Let me see. My lady warrior Sama. The elegance of that finger is simply a model for my generation. On the field, Li Shuya appeared in front of Xiao Huang Chao, stopping his ever-building up momentum. She knew that she had only just advanced to the 4th rank at this cheap senior brother. Although she was shocked that he was able to block Lu Ruoi's strike just now, one should know that just from the intertwining of martial artists chi alone, he or she had sensed that the woman in front of him was by no means at the 4th rank of martial artist. It was most likely a 5th-ranked martial artist. This kind of strong enemy can't be faced by a young master on the field. Xiao Huang Chao looked at Li Shuya with some confusion. Li Shuya smiled. Junior brother, this is a bit spicy. You can't eat it. Or do you need a sister to weigh it for you first? Xiao Huang Chao immediately cried and laughed. How at words came to Li Shuya's mouth how to change the flavor. Or I'll do it. And la, what kind of person am I? Your senior sister? Can I do something I'm not sure of? Not to mention that you're the junior brother. And this is not a scene you can yell at. Junior brother Zhao, stand to the side and have a good look at how your senior sister behaves today. Li Shuya's domineering hand waved in a righteous big brotherly manner, and told Xiao Huang Chao to retreat to the battle preparation seat. Xiao Huang Chao saw this and walked back afterward. After all, the game was still long, and sooner or later, he would have a chance to strike out on his own. Moreover, this Lu Ruoi gave herself too strong a sense of oppression. It was very difficult to deal with, and said Lu Ruoi, who was holding her sword sheath in her hand, stared at the way her fellow brothers over here were humbling themselves, annoyed in her heart. Lu Ruoi said with an icy cold voice, very interesting. When I was in the Heavenly Mountain Sword sect, everyone shunned me and were unwilling to spar with me, and you guys are different. In your eyes, it's as if I'm a bun to be taken with abandon and pinched by whomever you want. That's rare. Li Shuya laughed. How could I? You're a 5th-ranked martial artist. I just don't want my junior brother to get hurt. What a cute little junior brother. This mustn't be loved and cared for. Lu Ruoi just shook her head, her slender figure standing proudly in the wind. I don't know. I only sense arrogance in your words. I should teach you guys a lesson. As Lu Ruoi finished speaking, the scabbard in her right hand trembled slightly, as if she had long been waiting to come out and show herself. Ruoi Lu asked, do you want my punishment to be a hard beating or the removal of your body parts? Her words did not contain a trace of emotion, as if she was buying and selling pork in a food market, recklessly evaluating it. Chapter 122, Geniuses Think Differently Than Us. Do all of you from the Heavenly Mountain Sword sect like to give people multiple choice questions? Not strong in strength, not small in tone. You really think you're going to win at the 5th rank, don't you? Li Shuya spread her hands out and shrugged. I choose to beat the hell out of you, daring to hit my senior brother. She raised her right hand and a crisp ringing finger accompanied the lovely sound. Thunder formation. Rise. In that very moment, the sky suddenly changed color, and dark clouds rolled over and quickly gathered together, immediately followed by a dazzling and eye-catching lightning cut through the sky. Instantly intertwined and densely covered with thunder and lightning, the entire space seemed to be engulfed by this violent force, turning into an infinite ocean of thunder and lightning. Those thunderbolts were like a giant python that was twisting madly and surging recklessly. They entangled and collided with each other, and from time to time, they issued deafening roars. The thunder and lightning that kept mingling seemed to be brewing an even more violent thunder and lightning, and that originally wide and solid ring had also been covered by dense lightning at this moment, forming an extremely meticulous and gigantic power grid. This power grid flickered with a palpitating light, trapping Lu Ruoi, who was in it, tightly, making it difficult for her to get out. Even though Lu Ruoi possessed astonishing strength and terrifying sword chi, in front of such powerful thunderbolts, these thunderbolts were never able to get close to her by the slightest bit. However, hidden within this thunder formation was a destructive aura that was constantly accumulating and gradually climbing. This aura grew stronger and stronger, and even Lu Ruoi's sixth sense, which was sharp to the core, felt an unprecedentedly strong threat. She knew full well that if she continued to sit back and wait, she feared it would only get worse. Only Lu Ruoi's right hand was seen gently resting on top of the long sword at her waist, the spike at the hilt swaying slightly with the wind. Suddenly, only a clank sound could be heard. Lu Ruoi violently drew out her long sword, and in an instant, countless incomparably sharp sword chi surged out like a flood that broke the dike. These sword chi were exceptionally powerful, and each of them contained an endless amount of might. What was even more amazing was that these sword chi actually merged and coalesced with each other in the air, eventually transforming into a sharp sword with a chilling light. They were like meteors crossing the sky, and they sped straight toward Li Shuya with an unrelenting momentum. At the same time, the long sword in Lu Ruoi's hand blossomed with brilliant and dazzling sword light, illuminating the entire heaven and earth. At this moment, the long swords in the hands of all the martial artists present seemed to have been summoned by some sort of sensation, and they all began to hum. It was as if they were showing respect and submission to this king of swords. Sitting next to Jong Hong Xan, Ning Feng's wrinkled face was illuminated by the light of the sword, and his flushed aura was visible to the naked eye. The disciple of his own family had finally given himself a fighting chance. Ning Feng suppressed his excitement and spoke with a bemused expression. "Ah, old Zhong, this sword, what do you think?" Zhong Hongshan heard Ning Feng's desire to put on a show. "The strength of this sword is very possible, but the victory is not yet decided." Ning Feng was a bit displeased. The power of this sword chi could not be underestimated. When he was in the Tianshan sword sect, a single sword had lifted a small mountain. Zhong Hongshan even thought that his disciple might still win. "Hey, what do you mean by that, old Zhong? It's true that you've been a bit lucky in accepting disciples, but you and I both came from 4th and 5th ranked martial artists. Don't we also understand the gap between the 4th and 5th ranks? You'd better hurry up and let your disciple admit defeat and get off the field, so as to save yourself from unnecessary injuries." Zhong Hongshan turned his head and asked with a smile, "How many times did you win when you participated in the young martial artist competition?" Ning Feng immediately froze. Why was he asking this? Ning Feng was instantly arrogant, raising his head and chest, his chest clapping bonbons. "When I was at the 4th rank back then, I made my first appearance, and I made it to the top 100 in my first young martial artist competition. That's an absolute genius, and it's only in the top 100. The other transcendent forces are even more talented this year. Even if you guys squeak out of the line, it will be difficult for you to reach the top 100. Zhong Hongshan didn't answer and said, "It doesn't matter how far you actually go when you compete. It's what I'm trying to say." Zhong Hongshan said word for word, "The world of geniuses is different from ours." His mind recalled the day of enrollment. 3 teenage boys and girls in their 20s, catching chickens and ducks, starting pots of oil, sitting on little stools and drinking. Intentional. He pointed out that he was going to sign up for the young martial artist competition. There was a lot of chatter. Something about inspiring people to get out of the countryside. Something about vowing not to return. The finalists, the top 100, the top 50, the top 10, and the rankings will all be cut down by them one by one. In their eyes, it never occurred to them that they would stop at the very beginning of the martial arts competition. Even though their first game, against a transcendent power, Ning Feng froze, and within moments, he realized what was going on. A bit of a bitter smile at the corners of his mouth. "It turns out that I'm old enough to think that the top 100 are already unattainable. Back in the day, we boasted of our unlimited potential for 30 years. Even the most powerful opponents will have to compete. Nowadays, however, all they think about is that the strength gap is here, and failure is already inevitable." Ning Feng stopped speaking, while Zhong Hongshan also looked towards the intense collision under the field. The difference in strength between 4th and 5th ranked martial artists was like the difference between clouds and mud, and this was shown to the fullest at this moment, only to see that the power grid that Li Shuya had cast, the power grid that had originally flashed with dazzling light and was intimidating, under the impact of Lu Ruoi's powerful sword chi, it turned out to be just like fragile paper, and instantly collapsed. Accompanied by an earth-shaking roar, the violet energy generated by the rupture of the power grid shot out in all directions, like countless meteors crossing the sky. As for Lu Ruoi's sword chi, it continued to hurtle forward with a thunderous momentum. That sword chi and the lightning released by Li Shuya intertwined with each other, as if 2 wild dragons were fiercely entangled in the air. They sometimes entangled and collided, erupting into dazzling sparks. At other times, they each separated and quickly merged together, forming an indestructible force. However, the thrilling encounter didn't last long. Soon, Lu Ruoi's sword chi gained the upper hand, and it broke through the obstacles of the thunder and lightning like a bamboo, whistling straight towards Li Shuya. The surging sword chi carried an aura of destruction, leaving no doubt that it was powerful enough to tear everything to pieces. "The strength of a 5th-ranked martial artist is indeed different," Li Shuya exclaimed in admiration, but there wasn't the slightest bit of fear in her eyes. Her hands were slightly open, and a syllable came out of her mouth in a heated manner. Beam. Countless thunderbolts instantly condensed together, and countless long swords with a body of thunderbolts instantly condensed, arcs of electricity jumping within them. Go for it, great sword of treasure. Li Shuya pointed forward with her small hand, and countless thunder and lightning great treasured swords surged towards the sword chi. Chapter 123 Concerns of Other Forces. Below the arena, countless people cheered and screamed as the two players with extraordinary strength engaged in battle attracted the attention of countless people, many of whom were dressed in strange costumes. Someone with sharp eyes spotted them immediately. "Ai Chao, look guys, players from other transcendent powers have come to watch this match. That's a contestant from the Transcendent Power Xian Ice sect. Their sex costume is embroidered with snowflakes, especially at the cuffs and lapels. It's even more lifelike. The youths standing next to them are also extraordinary. They are also top geniuses coming out of a 1,000-year-old family. This match seems to have attracted a lot of attention. Even the top group of players have come to watch." Suddenly, someone lost their voice and screamed, "Look over there, that group wearing yellow robes, are they from the hidden ancient clan?" The crowd turned their heads, only to see several large, muscular men standing on the side of the audience. The men were half naked on their upper bodies, revealing solid, steel-like chests covered in sweat that glistened a little in the sun's rays. They were wearing yellow robes that fluttered gently in the wind like a golden cloud. The complexions of these men were as if they were bronzed by hot iron, exuding a sense of toughness and strength. Their faces were hard-lined and their brows seemed to hide endless vicissitudes and great suffering. One man in particular stood out, his eyes tightly closed, his lips slightly wriggling as he mouthed the words. It was obvious from his focused and reverent demeanor that he was silently praying or reciting some sort of scripture. "I know them. They're the team that almost won the championship last year. A hidden lineage of Buddhists, the Great Lohan Monastery. Their way of the flesh is extremely terrifying. The entire person is as if they are adamantine. Their body is covered in straight golden light, and their opponent's countless powerful battle techniques hit him without even breaking a piece of skin. The power of the Buddhist aptitude is as terrifying as this. It's possible that the martial skills of those hidden ancient clans were inherited from the ancient times. Last term I remember one of their martial skill thieves was so terrifying that they were able to break it with both fists, and that's how a supreme power's pride was caught off guard." The monks of the Great Lohan Monastery, who were being discussed, just stared silently at the performance of the field. As a member of the ancient clan, they were extremely proud, and it could even be said that in this match, no one other than their ancient clan deserved to take away this championship. However, right now, the battle between the Heavenly Mountain Sword Sect and the Law Enforcement Bureau was surprisingly in full swing. Two martial artists of the 5th rank of strength clashed madly, each strike powerful. The group of monks from the Great Lohan Temple all frowned tightly, looking into the distance with grave faces. One could only see a sword on rushing straight into the sky, like a huge dragon with teeth and claws, wanting to tear this heaven and earth apart. Wherever that sword blade passed, the void trembled, as if it couldn't withstand such an overpowering aura. And next to that terrifying sword aura, a thunder sword was flashing with a dazzling light. Above the sword, countless electric lights danced crazily like silver snakes, emitting crackling sounds. These electric lights intertwined and collided with each other, forming a brilliant and eye-catching grid that enveloped the entire sword. From afar, it looked like a star of thunder and lightning emitting endless power, which made people not dare to look directly at it. "Amitabha Buddha, senior brothers, can you catch this blow?" The older monk was the first to speak, and the younger monk beside him shook his head, knowing that the two people colliding on the field right now were both real combat power 5th order martial artists. The aftershocks of their casual exchanges were already terrifying. There's a world of difference between the 5th and 4th orders. A top 4th ranked martial artist might only be able to consume a little bit of a 5th ranked martial artist's strength. The fact that a top ranked 4th ranked martial artist like Li Shuya could fight hard against a 5th ranked martial artist was purely because the world of geniuses was something that mortals did not understand. People who break the mold are true geniuses, like Shuya Li. When everyone defaulted to the fact that Li Shuya was a 5th ranked martial artist, it was the one who could think that the girl who was controlling a terrifying girl of might, like a thunder emperor, was only 4th ranked consummate. This woman's thunder gives me a heart-stopping feeling, as if I might be incinerated by it if I dabble in it. One of the monks couldn't help but say, his right hand on his chest, a hint of fear flashing in his eyes. That's the legendary purple heavenly divine lightning. Its power is by no means ordinary. The older monk, true to his experience, could tell at a glance the origin of the divine thunderbolt used by the girl. Although he recognized the violet heavenly divine thunders, he was likewise a little afraid of how his disciple would beat this woman if he encountered her in a match. His eyes couldn't help but look behind him, at the monk who was still meditating with his eyes closed. Fortunately, this time, there was a 5th ranked martial artist in the Great Luohan Temple. I just don't know if I can compete with that girl. The old monk's eyes flashed with a hint of worry. Today's world is just like the chaotic world before the end of the day. The winds are rising and the clouds are unpredictable. In this vast and boundless world, Countless amazingly talented people have emerged like a rainbow. These geniuses not only came from those mysterious and ancient hidden families, but also included those powerful forces that were high above and beyond the earthly world. And even the great families that had been inherited for thousands of years had not been able to stay out of it. Everyone is caught in the middle of this huge storm that's coming. In the face of such a situation, no matter whether it is a hermit hiding in the deep mountains and valleys, or a hegemonic and powerful person who dominates a party, regardless of whether it was a 1,000-year-old family with a deep heritage or a newly risen upstart power, all of them were on standby, because in this chaotic world, whether it's a crisis or a rare opportunity, people need to go all out to deal with and seize it. Only the courage to meet the challenges, positive and enterprising people, it is possible in this surging wave of the time's neutral footing, break out of their own vast world. That old monk, his deep and wise eyes seemed to have traveled through the river of time and looked into the tragic scene of the future that was filled with beacons and smoke. In the midst of that earth-shattering battle, the various classes will undergo radical changes and turnover. Countless once prominent families will be destroyed under the merciless baptism of war and become the dust of history. However, there are also many little-known small family can be in this fierce battle of life and death of the emergence of the fire, reborn, and from now on the road to glory, writing their own legendary chapter. He couldn't see the future of the Great Lohan Temple. All he knew was that from now on, every opportunity they had at the Great Lohan Temple needed to be fought for. The winner of the National Young Martial Artist competition in front of him was one of them. Chapter 124, Genius is just the threshold to meet me. And not far from the monks of the Great Lohan Monastery, a tall middle-aged man with 4 young men sat in the audience. My God, these two are so powerful. To think that both of them are as strong as second senior brother. Yes, I had thought that the second senior brother was all 5th order. Last year's National Young Martial Artist competition 5th order martial artists could be counted on one hand, and this time we're bound to win the title. As a result, a whatsoever transcendent power has a 5th ranked martial artist. What's even more outrageous is that there's a 5th ranked martial artist in the Enforcement Bureau as well. Senior uncle, how come 5th ranked martial artists are suddenly worthless? The young man couldn't help but ask. This was the Young Martial Artist competition, where only those under the age of 50 could participate. In previous years, there were very few martial artists under the age of 50 who had become 5th order martial artists, and this year, there were countless existences under the age of 50 who had become 5th ranked martial artists. These people were all seedlings of high-end combatants, and if there were no surprises, they would certainly be able to, in the future, become high-ranked martial artists, and perhaps even beyond the grade. This was still a competition within the Dragon Yen Empire. If we were to put it in the entire continent, how many 5th ranked martial artists would there be? The middle-aged man frowned lightly. Such a high quality and high number of 5th ranked martial artists emerging meant that the world had entered the era of the Great World Advent. He sighed softly to himself. The Great World, it has come. Their sorrow is nothing more than how their power should be preserved in this great world. Vested interests always want the world to run the same as it still does, and they enjoy the best cake in the world. Yet history repeats itself, and no one stays on top of the world. Throughout the long river of history, no matter when the great world comes, the first to be impacted is bound to be the old forces that originally stood. Only their dumping can bring about the rise of more forces. As a whale falls, all things are born. The Gurkhas are a product of the times. Leave a bloodline at the peak of the power, and become a new power in the afterlife with a complete legacy. Even if they tumble under the great world, there is still a glimmer of opportunity to rise to the afterlife. At this moment, the atmosphere on the field was tense to the extreme, with everyone holding their breath and staring intently at the duo who were fiercely exchanging blows, only to see Li Shuya's body flickering with dazzling lightning. Each lightning contains a heaven-destroying power, and its speed is as fast as lightning. In a flash, it can bring the momentum of thunder and lightning to blast out. At the same time, the long sword in Lu Ruoi's hand danced like the wind, and the sword she inspired above the blade was like a spiritual swimming dragon, as if it possessed its own consciousness and life, rampaging across the entire ring. They either assaulted from a tricky angle or turned into a dense sword net enveloping down, attacking and killing Li Shuya in all directions. The thrilling duel had gone on for dozens of rounds as time went on. Despite the amazing strength displayed by both sides, neither could easily defeat the other. At this moment, fine beads of sweat oozed from both of their foreheads and slid down their cheeks. However, their faces were flushed with a faint blush due to their inner excitement and thrill, making them look more and more delicate and attractive. It's a chess match. Ruoi Lu had wanted to end the match a long time ago, but her proudest tactics failed on Li Shuya's body. Her sword skills evoke the most craved desires of one's heart, causing one to fall into a state of illusion. The more you crave, the deeper you fall. However, she had drawn her sword long ago, and her sword skill pointed directly at Li Shuya's soul. Who knew that Li Shuya's will was like iron, not affected at all, and couldn't even delay a little bit the speed of her hand rubbing the divine thunderbolt. This made it a little hard for Lu Ruoi. Unlike Li Shuya, she was very excited. Ever since she stepped into the realm of fourth order perfection, no one had ever been able to make her fight with all her firepower. This battle made her feel a long-lost and hearty feeling, and Li Shuya felt in the dark that this might be the opportunity for her to break through the 5th rank. Just see Li Shuya. Jade hand waved violently. In an instant, beside her body actually appeared out of thin air dozens of more, emanating a mysterious purple lines of the talisman. These talismans were as if they had been given life, floating lightly in mid-air. Each talisman was carefully outlined by pure energy, with smooth and dynamic lines. Those dozens of talismans were neatly lined up in front of Li Shuya, as if they were well-trained soldiers waiting for parade. Suddenly, a dazzling ray of electricity shuttled rapidly between the talismans, so fast that it resembled a mighty long dragon darting recklessly between them. Immediately afterward, Li Shuya did not hesitate to stretch out her slender jade finger, gently pointing it, and accurately pointing it on top of the talisman located in the very center position. At this very instant, a tyrannical and extreme purple lightning erupted like a volcanic eruption, sweeping toward the front with an astonishing momentum. At the same time, Li Shuya's beautiful eyes shone with a palpitating purple light. Her vermilion lips lightly opened and she mouthed the words, "Purple heavenly divine thunder, destroy." As her words fell, the originally neatly arranged dozens of talismans suddenly burst open, transforming into dozens of majestic long dragons, surging upwards with a heaven-destroying power, and swooping straight at Lu Ruoi on the opposite side. In the face of such an appalling attack, Lu Ruoi's face instantly became grave as she felt an unprecedented sense of threat from this powerful aura. She knew very well that she could not afford to be careless at this moment, and that the slightest mistake could lead her to a place of no return. Lu Ruoi made an instant decision, gripping the long sword in her hands tightly with both hands and holding it across her chest. Subsequently, she quickly changed into a series of extremely complex and exquisite hand gestures, and along with the execution of these gestures, the surrounding air seemed to become heavy, and a breath as thick as a large mountain began to converge in a steady stream. In the blink of an eye, the long sword in Lu Ruoi's hand trembled violently, emitting a burst of crisp chiming sounds. Lu Ruoi's face was cold as she snapped. The momentum of the mountains. Rise. Above the body of the sword, countless illusory sword shadows even faintly emerged, densely intertwined together, forming a dense and impenetrable sword net. A mountain-like silhouette presented itself behind him, a long sword hanging high above the mountain as if it was trying to suppress the earth, and a thick and heavy aura gushed out. The mountain's silhouette stood ready to meet the coming onslaught. The disciples of the transcendent forces on the stage didn't dare to open their mouths to speak. The battle power of a 5th-ranked martial artist was truly heaven-destroying. I don't dare to think that if I were to go on the field, that one bolt of electricity would be enough to seriously injure me. This young martial artist competition seems to be the world of the 5th rank. That mountain void of Lu Ruoi's is as if it's a real mountain. If she offers this move, I can only stand in place as a penalty. At this moment, those disciples profoundly understood one sentence. Genius is just meeting my threshold. Chapter 125 An Ant Seeing the Sky. The National Young Martial Artist Competition of the Dragon Yen Empire gathered the top geniuses under the age of 50 from all over the country. The importance that the Dragon Yen Empire placed on the competition was reflected in the rewards of the competition. The longer the tournament is held, the more rewarding it becomes. The 1,000-year-old families, transcendent forces, and hidden ancient clans in the Dragon Yen Empire all failed to resist the temptation of the competition's rewards and participated in this encounter between geniuses and geniuses. None of these geniuses are one in a million. You practiced martial arts at the age of 5, became a first-rank martial artist at the age of 6, and at the peak of the first rank at the age of 8, you fought all the same rank. You have the idea that the world is nothing more than that, but you still choose to painstakingly cultivate martial arts to increase your combat power. At the age of 10 you broke through to a second-ranked martial artist. At 14 you reached the peak of a second-ranked martial artist, and no one among your peers was your enemy anymore. Your painstaking cultivation of martial arts skills and also finally paid off as you defeated the strongest person in your county's martial arts school. You're famous and red hot. The people of the county call you the county's best hope. The name of your genius begins to spread. The county becomes your first stop. You meet a mentor who tells you that the world is a big place and you should get out and see it. You went out of the county and came to the city. At the age of 14, at the peak of the second order, you were stunned. But there still exist geniuses who are almost as good as you, who can hook you up if they put in the effort. You lament that the big city is really full of talent, but unfortunately those people continue to call you a genius. You keep it up. 15-year-old third-ranked martial artist, 18 years old in the middle of the third order, 22 years old late third order. At the age of 30, he stepped into the rank of fourth order martial artist. At the age of 40, he reached the middle of the fourth rank of martial artist. Your reputation as a genius is firmly established at the municipal level, and those who stand around you are overshadowed by your genius-like brilliance. Even the name of genius was resounding at the provincial level. But you still remember the words of that good teacher you once had, that there's a big world out there and you should see it. Registration for the National Youth Martial Arts Competition is open. You're ambitious and you won't return until you get a ranking. Stepping onto the field, you meet talent from all over the country. Here, it is as if you have entered a top-class exam room where everyone in the exam room is as good as you are in math, English and math and science. It should be hard to tell you apart on this test. You are secretly determined to beat them this time and become a national-level genius. At this time, there came a group of people who stepped into the examination room with scientific papers, international competitions, and rankings in national competitions. It's like the stars meeting the moon. Just for a moment you lost your shine. You don't even get to interact with them. It's as if you've been working for over 40 years just to come to this arena and meet these dazzling white moons. A genius martial artist who achieved the 5th rank at the age of 32. I thought it was the strongest genius you had ever seen when you stepped into the late 4th rank. There was simply a world of difference between a 5th-ranked martial artist and a 4th-ranked martial artist. But when you're looking at Shuya Li, you realize that, if you don't enter the 4th order, you see her like a frog in a well seeing the moon in the sky. If you enter the 4th order, you see her like an ant seeing the sky. At this moment, it was as if a piece of something was missing inside many of the martial artists who were watching the battle. It was repeatedly crushed and ground down in the martial arts sparring match between Lu Ruoi and Li Shuya. Lu Ruoi's face was a bit ugly. She didn't understand why Li Shuya, a 4th-stage consummate martial artist, could possess the strength to fight hard against her. One must know that after the 4th rank, every time a martial artist ascends, it is a leap in life form. This was why it was often difficult for high-ranked martial artists to be crossed over. Lu Ruoi's eyes widened slightly as an unspeakable shock surged in her heart. She clearly felt the surging, as if shocking waves, powerful battle force from Li Shuya, as well as the endless energy that never seemed to be exhausted. One could only see a divine thunderbolt cutting through the sky, whistling from the 9 heavens above. They carried a heaven-destroying might, as if they were going to split the entire world in half. These divine thunderbolts were clearly targeted, and they blasted viciously straight towards Lu Ruoi. However, in the face of such a terrifying attack, Lu Ruoi did not retreat by half a step. With a wave of the long sword in her hand, an incomparable sword chi suddenly shot out. The sword chi was as swift as lightning, surprisingly cutting the divine thunderbolt with a thunderous force before it could actually fall. In an instant, the broken divine thunder transformed into countless electrical awnings that flew in all directions, violently rubbing against the surrounding air and emitting crackling noises. For a time, lightning danced crazily in the air, interweaving a chilling picture, and Lu Ruoi's sword chi was also crisscrossing, like a silver-white scaly dragon weaving and soaring through the void. The two collided and entangled with each other, erupting in a burst of earth-shattering reverberations. The entire space was shaken by this powerful force, as if it would collapse and shatter at any moment. The shadow of the mountain was incredibly thick and heavy, and it was also protecting Lu Ruoi's safety. Lu Ruoi only felt as if she was wrapped up, and she was not allowed to get out of this power grid. Himself is being led by the nose by the other side in this battle. She understood that what she had to do now was how to bring the pace of the battle to her side. In that instant, her originally calm water-like eyes suddenly became sharp as a falcon, gazing tightly ahead. At the same time, her delicate hand, which was as white as jade, once again pressed steadily on the side of the scabbard. In an instant, the scabbard began to tremble slightly, emitting a low and subtle buzzing sound, as if it was whispering something to its owner. The crowd fixed their eyes on it, only to see that the pattern on top of the originally plain and uninteresting scabbard was as if it had been enchanted, suddenly undergoing a shocking change. Those lines and veins quickly twisted and intertwined. In the blink of an eye, it transformed into a kaleidoscopic, colorful and ever-changing strange shape. Lu Ruoi, who was standing in the same place, then took a deep breath, then slowly closed her eyes, trying to calm her mind down and enter an ethereal realm of no thoughts and no thoughts. She knew very well that the next shocking sword she was about to wield would be the key turning point of this fierce battle, directly determining the final victory or defeat, only to see that the long, cold, glittering sword in Lu Ruoi's hand began to tremble slightly, as if an invisible force was being injected into it in a steady stream. Her eyes were focused and stern, and her whole body's aura gradually climbed to its peak state as the longsword trembled. Suddenly, Lu Ruoi droned as the longsword in her hand swung out violently. The speed was simply dazzling. Only heard a light sound of swish. A dazzling sword light instantly burst out, like lightning breaking through the night sky, illuminating the entire heaven and earth. In an instant, space was illuminated as bright as day by this sword light. The light was so blazing that even the air around them seemed to be on fire, emitting gusts of searing heat. And under the shroud of this sword light, everything became visible. The heavens and earth seemed to fall silent while Lu Rui's voice swirled in the wind. Broken Memory. Chapter 126. Thousand-Year-Old Family. Xiao Family. Amazing. This sword light is completely different from the one just now. This Lu Ruoi's sword. I remember. It's the Tianshan sword sect's famous sword, the Inquiring Heart Sword. What? The Questioning Heart Sword? This I know. This is one of the elders of the Tianshan sword sect. When he was red hot with an extremely strong hand of swordsmanship, none of his peers dared to prey on him. It's just that obsessed with swordsmanship she's never enjoyed the pleasures of ordinary people, not even in a relationship. With the comforting advice of a fellow student and the advice of a best friend, when she had achieved great success with the sword, she chose to go traveling the world. Soon after, she met a man, and the two fell in love with each other as they admired each other on their companionable path. Time flies, the years go by like a song, and 2 years passed quickly for the two of us, and that period was like being in a honeypot. It makes it hard for her to pull herself out at all, but the thing that she's hiding her identity is tormenting her. Just when the elder of the Heavenly Mountain Sword Sect was ready to identify himself and bring him into the Heavenly Mountain Sword Sect, that man even exploded his role first, stating that he was a sword son of the Cloud Mountain Sword Sect, and that he had come down this time in order to experience the red dust. He told the elders of the Tianshan Sword Sect that he was happy with his life with her, and that it was one of his happiest times. However, he meant that the elder of the Heavenly Mountain Sword Sect was but a mere mortal, and that it was already the greatest blessing of his life to be allowed to enjoy this romance. It is said that at that time, the elders of the Tianshan Sword Sect were instantly furious and their hair stood on end. They thought it was a gentleman of their choice, but they didn't expect it to be a denizen. Countless memories of being together came flooding back, instantly drowning the elders of the Heavenly Mountain Sword Sect, watching the denizen about to leave and go to his clan to tell his brothers and friends. This red dust adventure was a success. I feel like my state of mind has improved quite a bit again. And then there's that girl. She's very moist. These words swirled around in the heart of the elder of the Tianshan Sword Sect. Shame, anger, sadness, countless emotions surged through his heart, and the elder of the Tianshan Sword Sect chopped out a shocking sword. That man then disappeared from this world, and the elders of the Heavenly Mountain Sword Sect left a message at that time. What's the word? The man paused, pulling up his volume as if mimicking the scene. In that quiet valley, a dazzling sword light shot up into the sky, only to see that mountain peak instantly split in two. The silhouettes in the distance were also annihilated in the sword light, and the woman slowly flew up, murmuring, "This sword, let's call it Broken Memory." The man said, "This sword of this Lu Rui's is a famous stance from the hand of that elder." The people around him were dismissive. "Your bull ting me. If it's really as powerful as you say, then look at the field. Is Li Shuya still standing in the same place?" The man snorted and laughed. "You think that the Cloud Mountain Sword Sect's sword son is dead?" The crowd was shocked. What did that mean? Did that sword fail to kill the Cloud Mountain Sword Sect's sword son? Why is that sword called Broken Memory? There was yelling all around. "Don't dilly-dally, just say it. I've waited for the flowers. Hurry up." The man stopped selling and explained, "Because he cuts people's memories and traps them in them. A legendary, soul-attacking sword art." What? Surprisingly, there is such a secret technique. The people next to him were shocked, not expecting this sword to be so vicious. The man pointed at Li Shuya and said, "Look guys, is that woman on the other side standing still? It's not that she doesn't want to move, but she's been hit by Lu Ruoi's broken memory. Right now she should be trapped in her memories." This match, it was won by the Tianshan Sword Sect's people. Now, we just need to wait for Lu Ruoi to cut through these divine thunderbolts to end the match. Next to that man stood the others who were going to participate in the contest. They stood very far away with obvious wariness. Several people couldn't help but laugh when they heard the words of the man who was constantly bragging. They were contestants from the Millennium family, and the next battle was between them and the winner of this battle. Both of these two are too strong in battle. We won't be able to fight well in the next round no matter who we meet between the two of them. Indeed, the difference in battle power between the 4th and 5th ranks is just too great. At that moment, the man standing in the center opened his mouth. The man was dressed in a green coat, 180 in height, with a, "What's the rush? This battle is not yet decided. There's no way Li Shuya is this weak. How could he have been defeated so easily with that palm that shattered Lu Ruoi's sword chi earlier?" The people around them immediately had a bitter look on their faces. This year's National Youth Martial Arts Competition is kind of coming to a head. The next one was to face one of these two, a 5th Order warrior. Just imagining it gives you a bone-chilling chill. The man in green looked at the few people behind him with some confusion. "What do you mean, big brother?" "I mean, we might consider packing up and going home. Tomorrow, we'll be facing a 5th-ranked martial artist's battle power. We won't be able to beat it at all." The man in green had his hands behind his back, his eyes looking down at the stage. "No, they won't be our opponents tomorrow." A few people instantly lit up. "We changed opponents? It seems the family knew we were going to lose badly and changed our opponents specifically for us." The man in green just spoke blandly. yes and no. It certainly won't be the two of them we're up against tomorrow. I read fervent wariness in Li Shuya's eyes. In this one, it's inevitable that one side will lose. Li Shuya, a 4th-ranked martial artist. Even if he can cross the ranks against ordinary 5th-ranked players, how can one try to defeat a 5th-ranked expert without paying a price? We have only one opponent. The young man waved his hand widely, pointing his finger at the lone player at the preparation table, Xiao Huang Chao. Well, aren't we going to win then? This Li Shuya is seriously injured, and the second senior brother is also going down in a string of 3, so it's estimated that they're both going to be seriously injured. Looks like we can pick up the win tomorrow. The man in green nodded silently. The balance of victory had tipped in their favor. They were already short of men, and now the main combatants were all injured. With only one early 4th-stage martial artist left, how could he fight against a team? The man in green was from the Xiao family, a great family that had stood for 1,000 years. He was Xiao Tingfei, the leader of the younger generation of the Xiao family. This family has weathered the storms and witnessed countless ups and downs, but has always maintained a strong strength and lofty status. Xiao Tingfei's heart now had only one thought in mind. The Xiao family will surely start from me, Xiao Tingfei here, and rise to become a transcendent power in the world. However, when his gaze inadvertently swept over the two people in the ring, a trace of fear that was hard to hide flashed involuntarily in his eyes. It was a deep reverence for high-ranked martial artists that originated from instinct. Even though his own talent was outstanding and his cultivation was quite extraordinary, he couldn't help but feel a hint of timidity deep down in his heart when faced with these two existences in front of him with breadths as deep as the sea and strengths as profound as the sea. But the first race brought two of the most powerful men on the same track together, making him feel the hand of fate. This must signify the unstoppable momentum of the Xiao family's takeoff. The Jiangnan Province Law Enforcement Bureau and the Tianshan Sword Sect can only be my stepping stones. Chapter 127, Ask the Heartsword hardly controls Li Shuya. Big brother, something's not right. Xiao Tingfei's little brother who was standing there saw the situation under the field and hurriedly shrieked. Lu Ruoi's sword light penetrated the sky, illuminating the surroundings, while that Li Shuya's movements were obviously stagnant, and the roaming divine thunder seemed to have lost its command. Instantly disorganized. Big brother, look, Lu Ruoi is actually walking towards Li Shuya with a sword. What's this situation? Could it be that Li Shuya has been undermined by Lu Ruoi? Xiao Tingfei was shocked when he saw this scene now. The head simply couldn't figure out what the hell the one called Lu Ruoi was doing. Couldn't she see the divine thunder in the sky? Right at this moment, Lu Ruoi was like a fairy descending to the mortal world, standing between heaven and earth in a graceful manner. It was only seen that she was holding a long sword in her hand that was flashing with cold light, and there were hidden streams of light and color flowing above that sword body, and around her. The sky was filled with divine thunder intertwined like silver snakes dancing wildly, forming a palpitating web of thunder and lightning. However, Lu Ruoi, who was in the midst of this horrific scene, appeared exceptionally calm and collected, as if she was an idle person strolling leisurely in the rain. Her indifferent face was without waves, as if the fierce and incomparable battle just now had nothing to do with her. Her eyes were as clear as water, so calm that it was hard to imagine what kind of thrilling fight she had just experienced. At the same time, those divine thunderbolts that were originally raging and unstoppable unexpectedly seemed to have suddenly lost their sharpness and power when they approached Lu Ruoi. They no longer roared madly, but became docile, as if they were suppressed by an invisible force, and could only slowly hover and dance around Lu Ruoi. Countless spectators in the viewing gallery screamed in shock, and everyone at the scene was shocked. Lu Ruoi's sword light unexpectedly suppressed Li Shuya to death. It was as if the battle was going to be decided in the end. Inside the VIP viewing box, Ningfeng crossed his arms and looked down at the field, forcing himself to hold back his throbbing nerves. What was happening now showed him the goddess of victory smiling down on him. This sword light of Lu Ruoi's he had seen before. Even if a 6th-ranked martial artist ate this sword coldly, he would be shocked by this broken memory sword and be shocked for an incense burner's time. Not to mention Li Shuya, who was a 4th-ranked martial artist. As long as she was hit by this sword light, her defeat was already inevitable. Ningfeng looked at Jong Hong Xan with some complacency. What do you say, old man? Willing to bet? Ningfeng was already winning at the moment, even though there was only one person left in his Tianshan Sword Sect's team, Lu Ruoi. When Li Shuya summoned the roiling divine thunder, he still looked a little less than good, but with today's developments, he has nothing to fear. He didn't believe that a 4th-ranked martial artist could get rid of the shock of the broken memory one sword. This sword was not as simple as simply creating an illusory realm. It contained a mysterious and profound power that could cut right into the depths of your memories, just like a masterful explorer, to be able to accurately capture, in that vast sea of memory fragments, the fears that you have hidden so deep in your heart that you don't even want to touch them easily. It would then magnify this fear infinitely like a relentless magnifying glass, causing it to fill the entire illusionary space. In this world of illusions built by fear, You have nowhere to run but straight into the scares and awe that are usually buried deep. Each moment is a harsh interrogation of the heart, causing you to confront and dissect the most vulnerable parts of yourself. This torment comes not only from the outside world, but from the trembling of your own soul. The true power of this sword did not lie in how superb the sword technique itself was, but in the deep exploration and merciless questioning of the inner self that it provoked. It forces the martial artist to look straight into the dark corners of his or her mind, to challenge the shadows of fear that they once thought could be avoided forever. Only when a martial artist has enough courage and tough will can he or she win this thrilling battle of the mind, thus breaking through and moving to a higher level of martial arts. If it was normal, this sword was actually helping the martial artist to firm up his path as a martial artist, but this was a tournament field, a battlefield where every second counted. Every second wasted is a minute wasted opportunity to get stronger. That was why Ningfeng thought that this Li Shuya was bound to lose. Jong Hong Xan's face was unchanged, as if he hadn't seen Ningfeng's face squeezed into a chrysanthemum with laughter. Ningfeng, I've never worried about my own disciple before, Ningfeng said with a smirk. I know, who would dare to injure Elder Zhong's disciple? Your old man's calf protection is known far and wide. Don't worry, our Tianshan sword sex Lu Ruoi has a measured hand. Zhong Hongshan just shook his head. His eyes seemed to contain a star as he spoke blandly. That's not what I'm talking about. Rather, my disciple. I never thought he would lose. Before Zhong Hongshan's words fell, the situation on the field changed drastically. Ruoi Lu had just gotten close to Li Shuya and was ready to end the fight. Only Li Shuya's eyes, which were originally somewhat dull, suddenly exploded with palpitating electric aura. The electric awnings flashed and jumped in the air as if they were substance, and the piercing light made it almost impossible to look directly at them. And right at that moment, a deep and mysterious purple light flashed swiftly under her eyes like a meteor streaking across the night sky. In an instant, Li Shuya's entire body's aura changed abruptly as if she had snapped back from some kind of trance state. The electric aura that had originally surrounded her body was now like a powder keg that had been ignited, and it surged wildly. A thick purple thunderbolt intertwined and entwined with each other, forming a huge grid that wrapped her tightly within it. These purple divine thunderbolts seemed like they possessed life, constantly emitting crackling and exploding sounds, emitting a terrifying aura like destroying the heavens and destroying the earth. Under such a powerful pressure, Lu Ruoi, who was standing not far away, only felt that breathing became difficult. She subconsciously wanted to move a little closer forward, but when she had just taken a step, an invisible force slammed into her body, causing her to retreat backward one after another. The tyrannical purple lightning and Lu Ruoi's sword chi collided together, forcing Lu Ruoi to retreat back and forth. In just a few steps, Lu Ruoi had already been forced back to a place a full 5 meters away from Li Shuya, and even so, that chilling aura still made her not dare to come the slightest bit closer. Lu Ruoi's eyes widened, her face filled with disbelief. One must know that just now, she had used her most proud stance, the questioning heart one sword. This sword move had always been unbeatable, and even when facing opponents whose strength was much higher than his own, he was able to achieve unexpected results. However, at this moment, Li Shuya actually easily broke free from her sword stance in such a short period of time. It was simply heavenly. Chapter 128, Out with the Sword. When you cut down all enemies in the world. Li Shuya looked at Lu Ruoi, and the shock in Lu Ruoi's eyes was taken in by Li Shuya. She smiled dismissively. I thought it was some powerful stance. It's not a sculpture. You don't have a move? Then it's my turn. Only to see Li Shuya lightly flinging her jade arm, and instantly, countless divine thunder talismans glittering with mysterious light appeared out of thin air around her body like heavenly maidens scattering flowers. Silk electric light like a nimble elf. In those thunder symbols wandering jumping, a closer look. Each trace of electric light actually transformed into a lifelike teeth and claws of the thunder dragon. These thunder dragons roared and hissed as if they wanted to break free and charge straight at their enemies. And at this moment, the might emanating from this divine thunder talisman was even more powerful and palpable than before, as if it could destroy the heavens and the earth. Just now, in the face of Lu Ruoi's overwhelmingly powerful ask heart sword, Li Shuya not only did not have the slightest intention to retreat, but instead, at the moment of life and death, her state of mind once again broke through, and her comprehension of the thunder law advanced by another layer. At this moment, her aura was like a rainbow around her, just like a thunder god descending to the world. Catch it! I'm not going to hold back any longer with this move, so if you have any tricks, hurry up and use them, Li Shuya daintily bellowed, her clear and pleasant voice resounding throughout the ring. She unabashedly declared to Lu Ruoi that this next strike would be her full-force outburst and her strongest killing move. In fact, just now, when Lu Ruoi used the questioning heart one sword, Li Shuya did have a slight advantage. However, she wasn't the kind of person who didn't know how to be thankful for what she had done or what was right and wrong. But now they are in the ring. This competition represents not only their personal victory or defeat, but also about the glory and disgrace of the forces behind them. Therefore, Even if there was gratitude in her heart, Li Shuya would never show any mercy, because victory is incredibly important at this moment, and the only way to live up to the expectations and trust of the people behind us is to win this game. Only to see Li Shuya's hands rapidly forming seals and chanting under her breath. A mysterious and ancient spell flowed out from between her lips. In an instant, a thunderous and tyrannical aura swept out in all directions with a mountainous momentum like a surging torrent. That terrifying thundercloud was like a huge beast that had been dormant for millions of years, finally awakening at this moment, and was wantonly releasing its chilling power. A lifelike, toothy and clawed thunder dragon was weaving and swimming in the thunderclouds. Their bodies were athletic and their scales and armor shone with dazzling thunder light, and from time to time, they issued deafening roars. Not only that, there were also a few majestic thunder qilin that appeared and disappeared in them. They were surrounded by crackling lightning, and wherever they went, the void was torn out with a black crack. In the blink of an eye, this sky-covering thundercloud completely shrouded the entire gigantic ring. Li Shuya, on the other hand, was as light as a 9 heavenly maiden descending to the earth, hovering in mid-air. At this time, the originally sunny sky suddenly started to drizzle, and the rain dripped and pounded on the ground, making a crisp and pleasant sound. "Ha! Why is it raining for a good reason?" Someone in the crowd shouted in surprise. "Heavens, could it be that this Li Shuya is actually powerful enough to manipulate the weather?" The other man said with a face full of incredulity. Countless tiny raindrops fell from the sky in a flurry, gently covering the ring, the stands, and the preparation seats like a thin layer of gauze. In an instant, the entire competition venue was covered by this hazy rain curtain, like a dream. However, a closer look reveals this. Each drop of rain that traversed the thunderstorm seemed to contain endless energy, as if there were several spiritual thunder dragons hidden inside. These crystalline, glittering raindrops with hints of electricity were like dense artillery shells that came crashing down. At this moment, Lu Ruoi, who was in the center position of the ring, was standing there quietly, not moving at all. Her beautiful face was expressionless, but her eyes revealed a hint of helplessness. Obviously, she had realized that the strongest sword she had made earlier had lost its proper power. Now she was like a helpless lamb that could only watch the butcher with the sharp blade approaching step by step, and the machete hanging high in the air was emitting a palpitating cold light, as if it would mercilessly sever her slender neck in the next second. I didn't expect a fight like this in the first match of the National Young Martial Artist competition with a 5th-ranked martial artist. But can one lose? Now that the last face of the entire Tianshan sword sect was on himself, was he going to stop there? Lu Ruoi tightly gripped the long sword in her hand, which flashed with a cold light, like a silver dragon coiled in her hand. The sword robe of the Heavenly Mountain Sword Sect that she was wearing was currently being blown by the raging wind, making a fiery sound as if she was dancing with the storm. The tyrannical wind swept in like a ferocious beast, whistling. The wind was laced with electric flashes of raindrops that crackled and splattered the ground. Above his head, the thick black clouds were like a heavy mountain, pressing down heavily on the earth, as if carrying the momentum of destroying the city. Ruoi Lu let out a deep breath and muttered, "I've been learning the sword for dozens of years, but I've never been pushed into such a situation. And the more I do, the more I realize that I'm cowering." When the sword technique that I thought I could battle all enemies was blocked by someone, surprisingly, my heart only had fear and dread. One's fear of failure. Fear of failure. Instead of enjoying the fight with your opponent, learning the sword isn't like that. I'm reminded of a quote from the cover of that sword codex. Those who practice the sword should cut down all enemies in the world. To this day, I realize that those who learn the sword should dare to be the first, and alone courage can cut down all the enemies in the world. And the first thing you cut is your own fear. Lu Ruoi raised her head, her eyes looking straight into the air at the figure whose hair was dancing wildly in the wind, Li Shuya. One could only see that her posture was light and graceful, as if she was a fairy on the ground, yet her eyes revealed an endless battle intent and a stern aura. In that very moment when the two of them were staring at each other, it was as if an ancient and mysterious sword sound came from the distant sky. The voice was low and majestic, as if it had traveled through the long river of time and space, resounding with the vicissitudes of age and the precipitation of power. Immediately afterward, a shocking scene occurred. Everyone on the scene suddenly felt the swords they wore around their waists begin to tremble uncontrollably and emit a wailing sound. Some of them were even unable to suppress the swords in their hands, only to hear a clear sword sound continuously resounding, one after another, intertwining into a bizarre and shocking music. "What's going on? Why is my saber trembling incessantly?" Someone shouted in panic. "I feel it too. Gosh, it's like my sword is trying to break free. I can't control it at all." The other man responded with a look of horror. "What the hell is going on here? My sword is doing the same thing, and it keeps making sword sounds." More and more people noticed the anomaly, and the stands were thrown into chaos. Chapter 129, Master, I haven't disgraced you, have I? And just then, an even more amazing sight appeared. The long swords of the crowd broke free from their masters and surged out towards the sky as if they were attracted by some powerful gravitational force. These precious swords quickly converged together in the air, intertwined and fused with each other, and finally formed a huge and incomparable long sword. The long sword exuded an ancient and mysterious aura all over, as if it was not cast from ordinary metal, but a divine weapon from the ancient times. Ningfeng saw the immense, incomparable longsword, and saw the complicated bronze patterns that surfaced on the longsword. Surprisingly, he froze for a moment, and lost his voice in shock a short while later. Grip it! It's the ancient sage's sword. How did the shadow of this sword surface here? Could it be the sword art that Ruoi Lu learned? Impossible. There is no such sword art in the Tianshan sword sect. Ningfeng's entire body froze, his eyes rounded and his mouth slightly open, as if he had been cast under a spell of immobilization. Standing motionless in place, the scene that happened in front of him was like a bolt from the blue, splitting straight into his heart. It completely shattered his original inherent concepts, causing his three views to be shocked and subverted like never before. The silhouette of the ancient sage's sword emitting a mysterious light was as if it had traveled through time and space from distant antiquity, quietly hovering in the air, revealing a palpitating pressure. Ningfeng's eyes widened as he stared dead at the shadow, his heart filled with disbelief and consternation. One must know that even the Tianshan sword sect, which had a long history and had been passed down for centuries, had never recorded about this shadow appearing in its vast sea of canonical texts. All along, people can only peep and imagine the appearance of the saint's sword in the ancient times through those ancient books that have been passed down and have not known how many years of vicissitudes. However, at this moment, this legendary shadow had actually appeared in front of him for real. Countless thoughts instantly flashed through Ningfeng's mind to explain what was happening in front of him. However, an extremely frightening conjecture crossed his heart like lightning. Could it be that it was because of Lu Ruoi? This amazing woman, was her exceptional talent even able to cause the ancient sage's sword to sense her, thus causing this shadow to appear in the world? Thinking of this, Ningfeng couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air, and in his heart, he actually felt a bit of awe for Lu Ruoi. Jong Hong Xan also walked over and looked at the huge silhouette floating in the sky. He looked at the sword shadow with a grave expression on his face. Although that sword shadow was composed of 10,000 swords, however, the pressure it emitted was extremely terrifying, causing him to feel a surge of fear in his heart and couldn't help but tremble all over his body. Ancient sage's sword? Why has it surfaced here? Jong Hong Xan looked at the two people in the ring with some confusion. One was floating in the air, surrounded by electric aura. A person stood on top of the ring, the fierce sword chi enveloping her. The raindrops wrapped in thunder and lightning could not enter her circumference by half a step. However, both of them were building up a powerful momentum, as if they were going to stab through the sky the next moment. Jong Hong Xan rubbed his brow. No matter why this shadow came, this is natural to have a high top, but these two little guys down there are enough to drink a pot of water even if they let go. Ningfeng, the old boy, looked like he had lost his soul, so I guess he couldn't be relied on. It's really add up to be a master. Jong Hong Xan dodges and waits close to the ring. The two people under the stage were keenly aware of the powerful chi entangled with each other, as if two giant dragons were circling and intertwining in the air. Where their gazes met, sparks seemed to burst out, and a blazing battle intent burned in the eyes of both sides. Li Shuya stared tightly at Lu Ruoi, who had a relaxed face across from her, but her eyes were incomparably determined, and suddenly laughed out loud. The voice was as loud as a flood bell. Ha 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 ha, that's just it. Do you really think you're already invincible? I'll tell you what, there's a mountain to climb in this world. If you run into this girl today, count yourself unlucky. You'd better obediently go back and practice hard for another 2 years. Her words were full of provocation and disdain. Immediately after that, Li Shuya shouted, Lu Ruoi, catch it. Watch my move. 10,000 thunder silence. Accompanying her cries, the originally gloomy and depressing black clouds suddenly seemed to be ignited, from which countless divine thunderbolts glittering with brilliant golden light violently rushed out. These divine thunderbolts cut through the sky at an astonishing speed, leaving behind an eye-popping crack, as if the entire sky was going to be torn apart alive by them. At the same time, the violent and raging energy was like a surging torrent, directly bombarding towards Lu Ruoi. In the face of such an appalling attack, Lu Ruoi did not flinch, only to see the scabbard in her hand begin to emit a subtle cracking sound. A trace of cracks gradually spread out, as if it was simply unable to withstand the impact of such a terrifying and overwhelming force. Even the spike of the sword shook and swung violently under the gusty wind, as if it would be ripped off at any moment. She murmured, the failure of the questioning heartsword has made me re-examine myself, and I didn't realize that I was on the wrong side of the sword path until now. My invincibility is the invincibility of strength, not the invincibility of will. Now I will be the invincible of the will. She took a deep breath and endeavored to channel the chi flow that was running around in her body so that it would converge in all parts of her body and be continuously injected into the long sword in her hand. In an instant, An incomparably powerful aura erupted from her body like a volcano about to erupt. Finally, Lu Ruoi gripped the hilt of the sword with both hands and violently pulled it out. This sword is called Sword Opening Heaven's Gate. Only heard clank a crisp sound. The cold light of the sword body instantly out of the sheath. With an unrelenting momentum of determination to meet the overwhelming golden divine lightning, everyone was somewhat looking forward to who actually won this battle. The world seemed to fall silent the moment the sword chi collided with the divine thunder. A blinding white light flashed in the sky, and a tyrannical aura erupted from the center like a tsunami. The shields protecting the stands were distorted by that tsunami of breath. Thick smoke shrouded the whole place, and Jong Hong Xan appeared in front of him, waving his big hand to disperse the smoke around him. At this point above the ring, Li Shuya is standing on the left side with her hands in her pockets in a very handsome manner. Lu Ruoi, on the other hand, was a bit of a mess, with her clothes torn in parts. She was half kneeling on the ground, barely managing not to completely collapse thanks to the support of the long sword in her hand. Li Shuya smiled and looked towards Jong Hong Xan, and when she saw that her master had arrived, she immediately smiled and revealed her 2 tiger teeth. Master, how was it? Didn't embarrass your old man. Chapter 130, A 1,000-Year-Old Family. The scene was silent, as if time had frozen in this moment. The crowd's eyes were wide open, their mouths slightly open, their faces full of disbelief. The scene that happened in front of them was just too shocking. Everyone's eyes were focused on the ring. Those 2 figures, Lu Ruoi and Li Shuya. Just now, those 2 extremely terrifying energies violently collided, and the powerful impact that erupted caused the entire space to tremble. And such a shocking scene was actually triggered only by a 4th-ranked consummate and a 5th-ranked martial artist, which was truly beyond the imagination of everyone present. At this moment, there were 2 people standing silently in the ring, and the atmosphere around them seemed extraordinarily grave and depressing. Although the Tianshan sword sect had unfortunately lost in this battle, and had even been miserably defeated by the other party's one person who had consecutively defeated 3 disciples, at this moment, in the eyes of all the spectators, the Tianshan sword sect had not stooped down to submission because of this, especially the Lu Ruoi who stood straight there with a long sword in her hand. She was like the spiritual pillar of the Tianshan sword sect, resiliently and unyieldingly supporting the dignity and glory of the entire sect. Although Lu Ruoi was already unconscious, she was still stationed at her sword, as if she was an undefeatable mountain. Even in defeat, she never fell, never gave in, her sword, still standing upright, as if guarding the glory of the clan. And Li Shuya, standing opposite her, had her hands in her pockets and looked indifferent. Meanwhile, Ningfeng followed Jong Hong Xan's lead as he slowly walked into the arena. At this point, both sides of the battle were exhausted to the extreme, and the winner of this fierce duel was already clear. Ningfeng's gaze complexly turned to Li Shuya, whose hands were casually inserted into her pockets, and a trace of shock that was difficult to conceal quietly flashed through the depths of his eyes. This young girl was able to defeat a strong 5th-ranked martial artist with her own strength, which undoubtedly showed her talent and potential beyond the norm. It's just a shame, such an amazingly talented and gifted person was not his own disciple. Thinking of this, Ningfeng couldn't help but secretly sigh in his heart. Although he could tell that the current Li Shuya looked cool and could even talk and laugh, she was actually running out of gas and had reached her limit. But that doesn't overshadow her genius. This day, no matter what, had established her position in the martial arts world, and she, in turn, will continue to move forward to a higher pinnacle. This battle was destined to go down in history as an eternal legend of the National Young Martial Artist Competition. Jong Hong Xan nodded and walked next to Li Shuya, extending a hand. Li Shuya was flabbergasted for a moment and then laughed. Hey, master underestimated me. I'm a great genius with a perfect 4th rank. Isn't it easy to beat a 5th rank? No need to help. I can walk on. Jong Hong Xan glanced at her and smiled. Damn girl, only her mouth is hard. At this time, Xiao Huang Chao also walked up, and the referee had already announced the final winner before the participants could enter. Master, Li Shuya Shi, Xiao Huang Chao asked cautiously. Now Li Shuya's face was pale. The master came over also not looking too good, and for a while Xiao Huang Chao didn't know how bad Li Shuya's situation was. After all, the 4th order was the reverse of the 5th order, and winning the fight couldn't have been easy. Before Jong Hong Xan could open his mouth, Li Shuya said with a big grin, junior brother, who am I? Isn't that Lu Ruoi a handful? Don't look at her and I fighting back and forth. That's because sis let her. Otherwise I'd be rolling in heavenly thunder. Who could stop it? With that, Li Shuya lifted her chest and thumped it twice. See, from now on, you'll have a sister to cover you, so don't worry about walking horizontally. Li Shuya, wipe your nosebleed that's running down first, Xiao Huang Chao said without a trace of anger. That, senior brother, there's no need to care about these details. Li Shuya was embarrassed. Just now the last of her strength was used to pat her chest. Now she couldn't even lift her hand. and Jong Hong Xan saw through Li Shuya's current situation at a glance. He waved his hand, signaling Xiao Huang Chao to go up and support him. Your senior sister is holding on for dear life, and there's no shame in her aura. Hearing this, Xiao Huang Chao rushed to support Li Shuya, fearing that he would fall to the ground if he wasn't careful. Master, this is your disbelief in my strength. Before Li Shuya could finish her sentence, her head tilted and she collapsed onto Xiao Huang Chao's body. Give it to your senior sister to eat. Jong Hong Xan fished out a bottle and handed it to Xiao Huang Chao. He looked towards Li Shuya, who was lying on Xiao Huang Chao's body, and couldn't help but sigh. That's the kind of person your senior sister is, defiant and a stickler for moving forward. Encountering a 5th-ranked martial artist in the first round, it's surprising that this situation has to be met. Your senior brother is the same. Knowing that he can't beat them, he still wants to fight. Well now, your team is now down to just you as a full combatant. There's still the battle with the 1000-year family, the Xiao family. In a few days, your senior brother and sister will more than likely not be able to recover in the next few days. It seems that you guys have some bad luck in this year's young martial artist competition. Jong Hong Xan sighed again. Although this participation in the young martial artist competition and using it as a form of training was spearheaded by him, however, at the moment, eldest sister was not present, which made Jong Hong Xan not have too much expectation for the few of them to be able to go far in the tournament. However, to his surprise, just as the game had begun in the first inning, they had unexpectedly encountered an opponent that could be considered a top team, and such a situation had really created some unhappiness and annoyance in Jong Hong Xan's heart. At this moment, only Xiao Huang Chao spoke with a bashful face. It's just a lineage that has been passed down for 1000 years. What's so scary about it? I can pick it off alone. His words were light, as if the matter was just a trivial, unmentionable matter to him. Hearing these words, Jong Hong Xan turned his head to look at Xiao Huang Chao, frowning slightly as he admonished. Huang Chao, you have only stepped into the 4th rank realm not long ago now, and your own strength is still unstable. This competition is rightly regarded as an experiential journey to gain insight and experience. Then, Jong Hong Xan continued to explain. You have to know that although this 1000-year-old family is not as powerful as those transcendent forces, the deep heritage they have deposited over the long years is by no means something that ordinary people can easily surpass. However, in the face of Jong Hong Xan's painstaking persuasion, Xiao Huang Chao was unmoved, and there was no harm in having a strong enemy in front of him. Without the slightest hint of fear showing in his firm and unshakable tone, he responded decisively. Master, please don't worry. Disciple's mind is made up. I will definitely take the field. Chapter 131, Concern of the Hidden Ancient Clan. Not far away, Xiao Tingfei, the unicorn son of the 1000-year-old Xiao family, couldn't stop the excitement in his heart. The moment he saw Li Shuya fall, he knew he had guessed right. The fight was a close one, with Li Shuya losing the fight at the same time. This means that the Gangnam Provincial Law Enforcement Agency will only have one person available to play in the next game, and the rules of the game do not allow teams to have substitutes. In the next match, it was the Xiao clan in full bloom versus Xiao Huang Chao, who only had one early 4th rank left. At the very beginning when he saw the grouping, Xiao Tingfei realized that it was deliberately arranged by the organizing committee. Let there be only one strong team in each group, either a transcendent power or a hidden ancient race. This would ensure that every transcendent power or hidden ancient race would be able to make it out of the lineup. Eliminate the weaker teams first, with the stronger teams bumping into each other later in the tournament. I had thought that the Xiao family's 1000 years of accumulation, even if it was not comparable to the accumulation of a transcendent power, it was still considered to be a big tree with many branches and leaves. The disciples of the transcendent powers were just like the disciples of the Xiao family, enjoying the remaining shade of their ancestors under the big tree. There won't be too much of a difference in battle power. When Ruoi took the stage, Xiao Tingfei's heart fell to the bottom. It turned out that he had been too arrogant. Just when the 1000-year family was excited about the fact that the family had produced a few 4th-ranked genius martial artists within 50 years of age, the transcendent forces had long since cultivated 5th-ranked martial artists. After the 4th order, each order is a cloud of difference. Even if one were to pour out the entire reserves of a 1000-year-old family, it would still be difficult to create a 5th-ranked genius martial artist within 50 years of age. But who would have thought that a small law enforcement bureau would bring him such a big surprise? Xiao Tingfei couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth as he looked down at the picture of the master in disciple's favor. Jiangnan Provincial Law Enforcement Bureau. It's time to kick you out in a few days. Enjoy the warm moment now. The other talented martial artists of the clan on the side chimed in behind them. Brother Tungfei is really too strong. This Lu Ruoi actually really fought Li Shuya. There's not much pressure left in the group stage this time. The Jiangnan Province Law Enforcement Bureau only has one early 4th-ranked player left, so it's simply not enough to fear. Getting out of the group stage means our Xiao family is in the top 100. Thanks to Brother Tingfei's wise leadership, we have this chance to get out of the line. The people on the sidelines were frantically patting their asses, and Xiao Tingfei was also very flattered. The talented disciples together this time were a group of geniuses with an eye for talent. For better or for worse, after entering the top 100 this time, the family's reputation had been further enhanced, and with another effort from his own ancestor, wouldn't becoming a transcendent power be just around the corner? By then, I, Xiao Tingfei, will have a top 100 record in the National Young Martial Artist Competition, the biggest contributor to the Xiao family's rise to transcendent power. Direct genealogy on a single page. The people from the other teams standing next to them heard their horses' asses and sneered a few times in disdain. Speak out and mock them. Hey, 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 the Xiao family isn't full of guys with brains no bigger than ants like this, is it? Did you guys not see the way that Xiao Huang Chao was all ready to rush out and do battle with a 5th-ranked martial artist? You guys think he's an ordinary early 4th-stage martial artist? You guys don't think that he really can't defeat your Xiao family, do you? That person had poisonous eyes and saw Xiao Huang Chao's behavior at that time with a single glance. He was very concerned about this Jiangnan Provincial Law Enforcement Bureau, and he had a vague feeling in his heart that this Jiangnan Provincial Law Enforcement Bureau was likely to be the biggest dark horse in this group. If it's a dark horse, how can it be tripped up by a minion? Xiao Tingfei sniffed, and immediately said ironically, it's just an early 4th-stage martial artist. How powerful can he be? Could it be that you are also an early 4th-stage martial artist? So can you fight me? Xiao Tingfei could see the strength of that person, early 4th stage. He sneered. What a snarling dog and cat jumping out to snarl. Having seen too many battles of geniuses, do you really think that crossing the ranks is as simple as eating and drinking water? Innocence. How could any genius grow quickly without the cultivation of a large amount of resources? What do you rely on when you don't use resources? By their once-in-a-decade epiphanies? All of them are already children of the world, but they can say such childish things. How could the resources of the Law Enforcement Bureau be comparable to the Millennium family? It's not even comparable to a second-rate family. Xiao Tingfei's lapdogs also looked at the man, and when they saw the Law Enforcement Bureau's clothing on him, they immediately began to yin and yang. Who did I think it was? Turns out it's someone from the Law Enforcement Agency. No wonder it's helping law enforcement. Hey, all of you Law Enforcement Bureau are so powerful. Aren't you at the early stage of the 4th rank? Come and have a couple moves with me to see the strength. When you come out to hang out, you have to have strength and background. Oh, you have nothing, so you are a little yakuza. You guys, the man's face instantly changed, and his aura began to float. The people around them rushed to pull them apart. There's no fighting around here. Moreover, on such occasions, the Law Enforcement Bureau itself belonged to the fatherless and motherless, and the Millennium family absolutely crushed the Law Enforcement Bureau in such matters. Do we need someone from the Church of Justice to step in even for a brawl and a fight? A group of people from the Xiao family looked at the Enforcement Bureau man with disdain. The contempt in his eyes was overflowing. But it's normal. Martial artists. Strength is honored. The rankings of the previous National Young Martial Artist competitions were set out there, and those with high strength naturally spoke with hardness. A minion is a life of being bullied. A farce soon ended when the crowd persuaded the. Just as the crowd was getting up to leave and the scene was gradually becoming cold, only one person was still sitting steadily on top of the audience, like a silent statue. This person's gaze was as deep as the sea, and it contained an obscure emotion that was hard to grasp. Looking more closely, he saw that the clothing he was wearing was very special, with a beautifully embroidered pattern of dragons flying and phoenixes dancing on it. The dragon and the phoenix were lifelike, as if they might break free at any time, whistling out from the clothing and going up to the clouds. This vivid and vibrant embroidery work is truly amazing. Law Enforcement Bureau of Jiangnan Province, Lei Shuya. Suddenly, the man murmured out the name softly, the corners of his mouth rising slightly, revealing a meaningful smile, before whispering to himself, kind of. As soon as the words left his mouth, he slowly stood up, moving with grace and ease. He took unhurried steps toward the exit, his figure fading away. However, what no one expected was that not long after he had just left, another person stood up next to the originally empty seat. The man stood up, his clothes a little dirty. He was oblivious to it, just patting the dust that stuck to him. There was some delight in the flesh. I didn't expect to have the honor of patting the feet of the young master of the hidden ancient clan. It's truly a triple blessing. It's great to give up a seat, pad your feet, and get the resources for your own cultivation. The people of the hidden ancient clan are truly trenchless. The man pulled out the bottle from his own pocket and looked left and right. Hey, that's not right. I seem to remember that their team is also playing today. In a flash, the man seemed to have thought of something, and his pupils shrunk slightly. The one just now, surprisingly, didn't go to the game. Is this the arrogance of the hidden ancient clan? A lesser man would have leveled you. Chapter 132, Opening. Jiangnan Province Law Enforcement Bureau 100x odds. Time passed in Xiao Huang Chao's cultivation. The second National Youth Martial Artist Competition belonging to the Law Enforcement Bureau of Jiangnan Province arrived. Jiangnan Province Law Enforcement Bureau vs. the Xiao family, a 1,000-year-old family. The first battle of the Jiangnan Province Law Enforcement Bureau was against the pinnacle of transcendent strength, displaying an extremely uncommon combat power. In the end, he even overcame a 5th-ranked martial artist with a 4th rank. The name of genius instantly spread throughout the young martial artist competition. The popularity of the Jiangnan Province Law Enforcement Bureau had directly reached a terrifying point. The game hasn't even started yet. The entire auditorium was packed. Buy it and leave it. Buy it and leave it. Will the Xiao family, a 1,000-year-old family, win? Or will the Jiangnan Provincial Law Enforcement Bureau, a dark horse that comes along once in a century, win? On the audience stage, the outcome of this match has already been handicapped. Hey, didn't they say that the people from the Jiangnan Province Law Enforcement Bureau are especially powerful? Why are the odds of betting on the Jiangnan Province Law Enforcement Bureau to win so high? You wouldn't be drinking fake wine at home, Mr. Banker? This isn't some brat out for charity, is it? Ha ha ha, it's really possible. The dark horse this time even directly eliminated the transcendent power. It's too powerful. That's still a transcendent power with a 5th-ranked martial artist. Guys, hurry up and bet on the Enforcement Bureau to win. And win this dealer by the seat of his pants this time. Someone throws up their arms and shouts for someone to come over and buy a win for law enforcement. Just then, someone uttered a curse. You guys are cuties, are you? Don't you know that both of the law enforcement agency's participants are in a state of serious injury and have yet to recover? And that only one member of the team can appear in this battle? Really think these handicappers are cuties? The man in a black robe looked disdainfully at the few people who were ready to bet on the Enforcement Bureau to win. The crowd sniffed and looked sideways. Only that man was clad in a black robe, which was embroidered with hot-stamped patterns, the complexity of its patterns dazzling the eyes. Those embroidery as if it has life, vividly presented in the material above. And even with the man's movements and slightly swimming, as if to break free from the clothes. Look at the upper right corner of this black robe. There is a dragon in phoenix, magnificent embroidered the word Xiao. This character is like a calligrapher waving a brush and splashing ink. Each stroke contains infinite power and charm. On the man's back was a large Xiao character. This character occupies the entire space on the back. And what is particularly striking is that the vertical bar above the character Xiao is a machete that is as black as ink. What was even more peculiar was that the light around it seemed to be swallowed by the long blade. It was as if the dark, sharp knife was right in front of him. So it's the Xiao family. He said it was and is true? Grip it. The Jiangnan Province Law Enforcement Bureau actually only has one person who can fight. No wonder the odds are still so high as a dark horse team. I thought it was the Xiao family that had produced some kind of supreme genius, and I searched the internet for half a day. Is the one who can fight that 4th order perfect? If it's that 4th order perfection, then it's a sure win. The one from the Xiao family smiled disdainfully. Fate's favor is on our Xiao family's side. The 2 bruisers from the Jiangnan Province Law Enforcement Bureau have already fallen, and they are bound to lose under our Xiao family. He and his boss had watched the entire battle that day, and he knew that those 2 players were truly terrifying, and the more so, the more fortunate he felt. Those 2's battle power was heavenly, and the stronger they were, the less chance they had of winning. But who would have thought that they'd bumped into a transcendent power in the opening round? That was an existence that was even more terrifying than a 1,000-year-old family. The accumulation of thousands of years was nothing in front of them, and might even be only one hair of 9 oxen. The bottom line was so rich that it could even raise a waist to a high-ranked martial artist. But even so, the transcendent forces were still defeated. But fortunately, such terrifying opponents had all been seriously injured. Fate is so ingenious. There is no way out of the mountain, but there is another village in the darkness. The next round's opponent was their Xiao family, with only one person left in the battle, and only at the early 4th rank. Isn't this a jerk? How could a jerk be a match for their 1,000-year-old family? The man thought so. This match, other than their Xiao family and the transcendent forces, everyone else was not enough to worry about. As long as you beat this dark horse, getting into the top 100 is easy. For the reward, it's all well deserved. The people around them were instantly in an uproar when they heard this. Grip. Yes, both of them are seriously injured. Recovering for 3 days is definitely not enough. Isn't that the end of it? The dark horse team only has one lame leg left to walk on. Pressure bet. Pressure bet. I'll bet on the Xiao family to win. What waves can an early 4th stage make? Do you really think that a 1,000-year-old family is made of clay? That's right. I was thinking about watching Dark Horse blow everything up. Who knew Dark Horse limped and pressed the Xiao family? I'm also betting on the Xiao family to win. I'll press too. I believe in miracles. Boss bet me $100 on the Jiangnan Provincial Law Enforcement Bureau, and another $1 million on the Xiao family to win. The people around them called the bet, deeply afraid that they would follow and get a mouthful of soup. At that moment, A young man with a straight figure wearing a black hoodie walked over, and when he saw the hot bets over there, the corners of his mouth rose a bit. Not bad, not bad. I knew there'd be some smart S opening. Let me see what the odds are on us winning. The visitor was none other than Xiao Huang Chao in disguise. Soon, Xiao Huang Chao walked out with a joyful smile. Fantastic, it's a cutie. We're saved. The opener adjusted the rate due to the number of bets placed. Odds on Shaw to win, 1:1. And the odds of betting on the Gangnam Provincial Law Enforcement Bureau to win are 1:100. That is, as long as the Jiangnan Provincial Law Enforcement Bureau wins, the person who bets on it will return it 100-fold. Xiao Huang Chao directly pressed a couple of small targets, but then it gave the opening to the people who were subdued, and it was surprising that there were little cuties dare to bet so much in the Jiangnan Province Law Enforcement Bureau. This could be a dumbass who doesn't know that the Jiangnan Provincial Law Enforcement Bureau's important battle force has folded. The people around them also shouted in shock, exclaiming whether the man had forgotten to pour the water out of his head when he woke up last night. Until Xiao Huang Chao left, the people around him were still talking about this man, and the opener's mouth split open with laughter. The money he's going to make this time is the money of these douchebags. He knows the inside story. The two Jiangnan Provincial Law Enforcement Bureau have not recuperated. This time it is impossible to go on the field. The only one to go on the field is only one person, Xiao Huang Chao. Then the Jiangnan Provincial Law Enforcement Bureau's chance of victory is 1 in 10, or even a certain defeat. The Thousand-Year Family is no minion. Although the Jiangnan Provincial Law Enforcement Bureau has a slim chance of winning, what kind of people are betting? Gamblers. When the gambler sees the odds, he just wants to believe in miracles and expects a high payout. That's why he intentionally lowered the odds of the Xiao family's win and infinitely raised the odds of the Jiangnan Provincial Law Enforcement Bureau, earning money from this group of stupid elk gamblers. Chapter 133, Xiao Family Ancestor. Sky-splitting mad sword. The game hadn't started yet, but a lot of big names had already arrived. The uproar caused by the last battle had already attracted the attention of many bigwigs this time. Above the ring, the green-tiled, white-walled box sat quietly atop it. It is like a pearl set between this peaceful world, exuding a unique charm. When you walk into the box, the first thing that catches your eye is the clumps of emerald green bamboo. They are upright and slender, with luxuriant branches and leaves, as if they were the green guardians of this space given by nature. Breeze, bamboo leaves rustle, seems to be whispering the story of the years. A small, delicate stone arch bridge spans a crystal-clear stream. The bridge has been baptized by wind and rain, but still strong as before, quietly carrying people to and from the footsteps. Under the bridge, the gurgling stream flows slowly like a silver ribbon, reflecting the blue sky and white clouds and the bamboo flowers along the shore between the ripples. A crystal-clear water droplet fell from a high place and smashed into the calm water surface, making a clear and pleasant sound, just like a big pearl falling from a jade plate. Along with the sound of this crashing water, the whole picture is filled with endless zen. One cannot help but think of the old poem, A Small Bridge Over a Flowing River. What you see in front of you is just like a vivid landscape painting, which makes you mesmerized and forget to come back. Several old men sat together in this ink-painted box, making tea around the stove. Hey, I didn't expect a few of you to be here this time. At least it's a genius of our Justice Church. Isn't it normal for me to come? An old man in a black robe said. I'm looking forward to it. The old man who was pouring the tea couldn't help but shake his head. You, as usual, are terribly short of words. I'm afraid to give the day away when I'm with you. Much obliged. After all, it's an old man of the hidden ancient clan. Ha ha ha. The old man pouring tea. Why? Who do you guys favor in this fight? Naturally, it's one of my order of justice. The Law Enforcement Bureau is nothing more than a branch of the Justice Cleric, so don't you dare put gold on your face. Humph, that's also under my order of justice. The tea-pouring old man couldn't help but laugh. Your Justice Cleric has had a treasure for a long time. Why don't you cherish it? These few people can be trained by Jong Hong Xan. I reckon that the kid named Xiao Huang Chao is no ordinary person now. A trace of unnaturalness flashed across the black-robed old man's face as he hemmed and hawed. You all know, there's a lot of things you can't help but do. Ha ha, that Xiao Huang Chao. I read his profile, and the information shows that it's nothing out of the ordinary. But yeah, in law enforcement, the cleaner the profile, the more wrong it is. A hint of shrewdness flashed in the black-robed old man's eyes. He knew that the boy's information was definitely tampered with by Jong Hong Xan, but it doesn't bother him. It's not a clean bottom he's after. It's allegiance to the Justicialist Church. The world needs the Justicialist Church to maintain order. I think that Xiao Huang Chao mostly has a few strengths, but they're facing the Xiao family, so this game is probably a bit up in the air. The black-robed old man laughed. It hangs in the balance. But since you're here, aren't you expecting something to change? Silent old man on the sidelines. Xiao family ancestor. Strong. Yes, the Xiao clan's oldest ancestor is truly astonishingly talented. At these words, the crowd fell silent. Yes, the Xiao family ancestor was dead, but his might had long been imprinted on this heaven and earth. The story of Zhao's ancestor, the legendary figure, is still being told today. Thinking back to that year, the entire world was plunged into a state of panic and chaos when extraterritorial forces attacked as ferociously as a raging tidal wave. And at this time of life and death, the Xiao family ancestor stepped forward, like an impregnable mountain, facing dozens of enemies whose strength was equal to his alone. On that day, the sky was darkened by the battle, the earth trembled under the violent impact, and even the towering mountains and rivers crumbled and collapsed in this earth-shattering battle. The crowd looked far away from the distant extraterritorial battlefield, and from time to time, the roar of the Xiao family's old ancestors' arrogant and unruly roar came from their ears, as if a burst of thunder broke through the sky, only to see the Xiao family's old ancestor holding his mighty heaven-cutting madness blade in his hand. Each swing brought up a gust of wind whistling, the blade flashing, and in the end, it even caused several enemies to perish in the fountain of death. His head full of 3,000 silver strands fluttered wildly in the wind, and his entire body was like a burning silver flame, fluttering in the sky, and his eyes, which were originally stern and incomparable, were now transmitting a chilling cold light that made people shudder. The Xiao family's old ancestor's entire person and that heaven-stopping mad knife had become one. The knife was a person, and the person was the knife. His silhouette was like a ghost traveling through the enemy lineup, encountering God to cut down God and Buddha to cut down Buddha. No one can stand in its way. However, the prolonged and intense battle eventually caused the Xiao family ancestor to gradually exhaust himself. But even so, he remained standing, guarding the home behind him with the last of his strength. In the end, the Xiao clan's oldest ancestor used up the last ounce of strength in his life and died standing with his sword. But shockingly, none of those surviving enemies dared to come forward to take a step near his remains. They either gazed in horror at the body that had passed away but still exuded endless majesty, or they were in awe of this valiant and fearless martial artist. There were even some powerful people from outside the domain who, despite their different stances, couldn't help but be impressed by the Xiao clan ancestor's feat and expressed their heartfelt admiration for him. The Xiao family should have been a transcendent power, but it was a pity that the Xiao family's old ancestor died while being suppressed by hostile forces, and finally fell to a 1,000-year-old family. This was the price of the Xiao family's old man's madness, but the Xiao family's sword technique's legacy was unbroken. As long as a supreme genius appeared one day, being able to inherit the Xiao family ancestor's heaven-slashing blade technique and reascend to the transcendent power was but a matter of days. This was also the reason why they were the three who had come here, whether or not an heir to the sky-splitting blade technique had appeared in the Xiao clan. Although it was a sword technique from a long time ago, the battle results from that year were just too illustrious, and even now people still feel in awe of him. It included a couple of them old guys. The tea-boiling old man said as he saw that the match below was about to begin. Here, the Xiao family is out. The black-robed old man said with some irritation. The Xiao family's is just crazy. Look at that dress. It's made according to the style of the Heavenly Chopper's wild blade. There's even a hint of the Heavenly Chopper's wild blade's aura. Only the Xiao family's contestants' faces were cold, and everyone's aura seemed to be as harsh as a knife carving. They walked into the arena step by step, and each step was greeted by a mountain of cheers from the crowd. No other way, there are too many people betting on it. On the other hand, on the side of the Law Enforcement Bureau, Xiao Huang Chao took off his cowl, a robe of a law enforcer, and pushed two side-by-side wheelchairs in front of him. The two men in the wheelchair smiled brightly and warmly. Chapter 134, I only believe in my fist and the sword in my hand. The two with big smiles were naturally Li Shuya and Wong Yu. They were both supposed to be recuperating in the hospital, but they both couldn't be bothered to come to the scene anyhow. Li Shuya had long ago thought of a reason for herself. Don't be afraid, junior brother, even if you can't beat us, you can't lose the prestige. We both go in the wheelchair to cheer you on. And senior brother Wong Yu was more careful, even thought about how to get there, and had even arranged for a joint wheelchair to make it easier for Xiao Huang Chao to push them both together. That's how the two finalized their appearance. Xiao Huang Chao's first time standing in the ring, the picture was tied to two wheelchairs. Although Xiao Huang Chao disliked it on his lips, there were still a few touches in his heart. That's what a team is all about. No hooking up with fellow brothers. While Jong Hong Xan on the side looked at the three of them, an involuntary smile appeared on his face. Although the trio's appearance was a bit nonsensical, Jong Hong Xan felt relieved. Back then, he stood alone in front of the worldly family, empty in front of me, empty behind me. Now his inheritors, even if they were severely injured, could stand together and face their opponents, and that was enough for him. Xiao Huang Chao suddenly ran over and attached himself next to Jong Hong Xan's ear and said, Master, later you. The Xiao family players on the opposite side flashed a trace of scorn in their eyes when they saw the two seriously injured ones pushing wheelchairs on the opposite side. Xiao Tingfei saw that these two were in wheelchairs, and a large part of his hanging heart dropped. It's true that the two didn't recover well, so they definitely won't be competing. That leaves only Xiao Huang Chao. A trace of contempt flashed under Shouting Fei's eyes. Early 4th order? Not even worthy of being my opponent. At that moment, a nearby player came over and whispered, "Boss, those two masters on the opposite side don't seem to be on the field, so only the one called Xiao Huang Chao. Are we still following the original plan?" Xiao Tengfei waved his hand dismissively. "He's not qualified to make me fight. Proceed as planned. You guys go first, and I'll press for the finale. It's just an early 4th ranked player, so I'll leave it to you guys to sort it out." Yes, the match began with the two of them, Li Shuya and Wang Yu, sitting in the reserve seats. Li Shuya shouted, waving the two hands she could still move. "Little senior brother, cheer up. Win the fight and we'll go back to drink a good tonic." Wang Yu also yelled from the side, "Go senior." Xiao Huang Chao heard the two senior brothers and sisters cheering from the side, and a smile appeared on his face. "Don't worry, a bunch of mongrels. Wait till I take you to the finals." In the audience, some people were happy and some were sad. Li Shuya and Wang Yu came in a wheelchair. They really can't participate in the competition. It's over. It's over. I bought quite a lot of Jiangnan Province Law Enforcement Bureau to win. It's okay, it'll pass. I've got a spot on the rooftop. Buddy, want to come? Save you a spot. There's only one early 4th order player and you all dare to press. You deserve to go to the rooftop. Ha ha ha, I stud Shaw family win. Even if the odds are low, so what? I still earn a lot. Someone asked, remembering the person who had just come in and bet on a couple of small targets. That cutie in the smock. Where'd that go? I remember him betting several small goals on law enforcement to win. This won't be crying on the rooftop. You don't say. It's really possible. The bookmakers are probably going to be happy and stupid. So outrageous odds that there really are little cuties. Fooled. The dealer was already happy. He was going to make hemp on this opening. Quite a few people took a gamble and bet on the Jiangnan Provincial Law Enforcement Bureau to win. And the damage to the Law Enforcement Bureau's combat power has now become a reality. As long as the Jiangnan Provincial Law Enforcement Bureau lost, he was going to make a fortune. The dealer's grin went to the back of his head at the thought. Ha ha ha, probably digging a hole somewhere to bury himself. Hey, why is Jong Hong Xan walking towards us? Isn't he their master? Why is he sitting on our side? This direction. Is this looking for a banker's bet? The crowd's eyes were drawn to the purple-robed enforcer's clothes, and as they watched, Jong Hong Xan sat down next to the opening dealer. The crowd was a bit puzzled. As a purple-robed enforcer, and was able to enjoy VIP-level treatment from above. How come you came to watch the game in the general admission section? People didn't dare to ask, but the voices calling for the Xiao family to beat up the Law Enforcement Bureau were also much smaller. Only a portion of the gamblers who bought enforcement to be eliminated in the first game are still whispering BB. The majesty of the purple-robed enforcer instantly suppressed the entire scene. But Jong Hong Xan didn't understand why Xiao Huang Chao wanted him to watch from here, and not far from here. Only a man was seen sitting in the audience. He was dressed in a long shirt that was as white as snow, and the chest of the long shirt was embroidered with a pair of delicate and small dragon and phoenix designs that were lifelike. At the moment, the man was gently inverting a string of small, delicate amber beads in his hands. Those beads were crystal clear, like a bright gemstone, emitting a charming luster. Looking closely, inside each bead seems to hide dragons. They were in different postures, either hovering and flying, or roaring with their heads held high, as if their lives were in rhythm. Right beside this man sat a woman dressed in green. She was tall and straight, just like a pavilion of green bamboo. At this moment, her eyes were slightly closed as she sat quietly on top of the stands in a unique sitting posture of 5 elements toward the sky. Between her knees, a long, light green colored sword lay across her. The sword's body was long and slender, and the hilt seemed to be inlaid with 10,000 years of bamboo, flashing with a faint cold light. The powerful aura emanating from this male and female duo spread out in all directions like surging waves, so much so that the spectators in the circle around them were so frightened that they only dared to stand and watch the match from afar, and no one dared to come close to where they were and sit down. The woman spoke blandly. How is it that the captain of the last National Youth Championship winner has time to hang out here at the elimination tournament? The man smiled back. The captain of the runners-up is here for the view. Can't I come? The surrounding people were horrified when they heard this. No wonder these two had such a terrifying aura that made people feel uncomfortable. They were actually the captains of the first and second place winners of the last National Youth Competition. Amit Ba, I didn't hear anything. The people around them rushed further away, far enough away that they couldn't hear them come to speak. The woman continued. The fact that a 5th-ranked martial artist has fallen, or a transcendent power, is enough to make me come? Isn't your Kunlun hidden dragon vein capable of observing the destiny of the Earth's chi? Are you still afraid of a genius of the 4th stage of perfection? Nonetheless, do you know what it takes to tell fortunes? The woman smiled disdainfully. It takes a strong mind and an articulate mouth. You call yourselves the Heavenly Market Hidden Clan, but you have little sense of reverence for destiny. The woman stroked her sword with one hand. We believe only in our fists and the sword in our hands. Chapter 135, Black G-Luck. The man just dished out the amber beads in his hand and stopped arguing about this. Counting lives is counting lives, and since it is counting lives, it is natural to pay the equivalent price. Then it's too much of a loss to be okay with fortune-telling. Might as well come and see it with my own eyes. After all, I won't be able to do anything else in the fight now. Godly and boring. After the woman finished speaking, she stopped speaking and turned her head to look above the ring. Although the man from the Kunlun hidden dragon vein had a smile on his face, a trace of gravity flashed in his eyes. His talent was extremely special, not an awakening, but an inheritance, a talent that could only be passed down by the core disciples of the hidden dragon lineage, the Kunlun eyes. The hidden dragon vein of Kunlun, which observes the earth's chi from below and heaven's numbers from above, is never a false statement. The last time he came to see the three of them, Li Shuya and Wang Yu had purple chi rushing behind them, which was the chi of the great world genius. All people in this world have their own chi. Ordinary people were white chi, while martial artists were usually yellow chi, and the more talented the martial artist, the darker the color. True geniuses on the other hand had purple chi, such as Li Shuya and Wang Yu. If he grows up, he will be a big man. However, when his eyes turned to Xiao Huang Chao, he only felt a shiver run through his body. Only saw that Xiao Huang Chao quietly stood in place. Behind him was actually a dense black gas shrouded, like an infinite dark abyss will tightly wrap him in it. The black gas tumbled and surged, seemingly containing endless evil and mysterious power. Intimidating. Su Shihong's eyes widened as he stared deathly at the bizarre scene in front of him, and a strong wave of fear and uneasiness couldn't help but well up in his heart. That black gas was like a big invisible net that covered all the colors, making Xiao Huang Chao's entire body look airy and terrifying. Xiao Huang Chao surprisingly didn't have any colors that represented qi. Su Xiang felt a piercing chill rise up from his spine and instantly spread throughout his body. The chill was like an electric current that rushed straight to his ceiling, causing him to shiver involuntarily. At the same time, he realized that his body had become abnormally stiff, as if it was imprisoned by a powerful force, unable to move in the slightest. Su Shihong's heartbeat became more and more violent, almost jumping out of his throat. His hands began to shake uncontrollably, and cold sweat continued to break out on his palms. At this moment, he felt as if a god from the underworld was coldly watching him, and that gaze was as sharp as a knife, enough to penetrate his soul. That day, he couldn't move until all the spectators had left and the darkness before him departed. Going back to his head, he actually dared not have a single thought to explore that black chi. Thinking of this, Su Xiang couldn't help but recall the words his own master had said when he passed on his talent to him. This world has too many mysteries. Even the number one hidden ancient clan in the world is nothing more than that. Yes, master, there are just too many mysteries in this world, Su Xiang said silently in his heart. Taking a break from the memories, he looked to the ring. Okay, Xiao Huang Chao, now show me what you're made of. Let's see what a black airhead really looks like. By this time, the referee had already finished announcing the Xiao family's order of appearance. Xiao Xiang, Xiao Yi, Xiao Xintong in the finale, Xiao Tingfei. And the referee couldn't help but raise the corners of his eyes when he saw the order of appearance of the Jiangnan Province Law Enforcement Bureau. The Jiangnan Province Law Enforcement Bureau's appearing contestants are Xiao Huang Chao. The whole room was in an uproar when these words came out. I didn't expect the Jiangnan Provincial Law Enforcement Bureau to be decisive to this extent, even arranging for Wang Yu and Li Shuya, who were sitting in wheelchairs, to be on the field to pick up the pieces were all given up. This also means that as long as Xiao Huang Chao can't stand until the end, the Enforcement Directorate of JNP will be eliminated. Xiao Huang Chao wore a law enforcement robe and came on the stage with a flourish. Xiao Xiang followed suit. Xiao Xiang, 47 years old, mid-4th rank martial artist. Xiao Xiang, sin value, 799. In order to maintain the name of genius, when he was at the peak of the 3rd rank, he chose to abuse and kill his own relatives to please the gods, and succeeded in obtaining a breakthrough in his own talent. And at the age of 40, he hunted down and killed the geniuses of other families to obtain a large amount of cultivation resources. Xiao Huang Chao sighed. Good news, met another big client. Bad news, you can't slaughter him now. Xiao Xiang had his hands behind his back and his eyes were haughty. I'm a mid-4th stage. My rank is higher than yours, and I'm not going to bully you by giving you a head start. After saying that, Xiao Xiang used the legendary divine technique, come over here. Xiao Xiang looked at Xiao Huang Chao with contempt. A message from Xiao Huang Chao surfaced in his mind. Less than 20 years old, got out safely after being involved in the witchcraft incident, suspected to be protected by Jong Hong Xan. He had revealed a suspected A-ranked kendo talent in the Battle of the White Family. Cultivation of martial arts unknown. The sword Dao talent was very high, and it was likely that he cultivated sword techniques with great killing power. But to what extent could someone less than 20 years old cultivate martial arts? The martial arts he himself was currently practicing were only a few years at the highest realm. and there was still a long way to go before he became proficient. So what if you're a 4th-ranked genius under 20 years old? Without a war chest it's nothing more than an ATM for yourself. Xiao Huang Chao smiled. Walking in the Jianghu he likes this kind of person the most. No strength, hard to pretend. Thanks a lot. Well, you'll have to catch it. Xiao Huang Chao said with an unchanged face while his left foot slowly moved a small step backward. The body slightly crouched down. The center of gravity sunk, while the hands were quickly raised like eagle claws, tightly clenched into fists, and placed on both sides of the chest, making a stance of momentum. Accompanied by his rhythmic deep breathing, a palpitatingly powerful aura gushed out from his body like a dike-breaking flood, instantly spreading out. The air around them all seemed to be stirred by this aura, forming a circle of ripples visible to the naked eye that spread out in all directions. Only heard avalanche. A loud bang suddenly rang out, as deafening as a landslide and tsunami. Immediately afterward, a figure as fast as lightning and shaped like an arrow sprinted straight toward the front at an astonishing speed. Fixing his eyes, the visitor was actually Xiao Xiang. At this moment, Xiao Xiang's face was twisted to a somewhat hideous and ghastly extent, and his eyes were staring at Xiao Huang Chao with a ferocious light. The corners of his mouth were even hung with a wild and unruly smile that sent shivers down one's spine. Under his breath, he shouted, "Foolish child, today I am mercifully teaching you a lesson. Never easily believe a single word your opponent says." Soul-breaking fist. The audience looked dumbfounded. Didn't Xiao Xiang just say to let him have one move? How did you launch the attack so quickly? Li Shuya almost jumped up from her wheelchair in anger, a small face covered in frost. Damn it, stinking shame. Said we'd let a move go. Wong Yu also had a grave expression on his face, not expecting the other party to be so shameless. I can't believe the fight was a dirty trick. Chapter 136, one punch and you're down. In just a split second, Xiao Xiang arrived at Xiao Huang Chao's side, his long grim fist heading straight for Xiao Huang Chao's face. Xiao Xiang's eyes flashed with viciousness. Boy, don't blame me. I can only say that the resources rewarded for winning a fight in the national youth competition are just too much. By beating you, you are winning an entire game. And even more so, you will be rewarded with 10 times the amount of resources. Kid, don't blame anyone for being wasted by me in this life. Blame it on your own incompetence. In your next life, reincarnate as an ordinary person. Xiao Xiang's martial arts skills are very sinister. Soul-breaking fist. The knuckles are blackened when the martial art is used after successful cultivation. It was a martial art bestowed from one of the gods he secretly served, and was not rated in the mortal world. Anyone who has been hit by 3 soul-breaking fists will be dispersed within tens of days. Those with weak souls will be broken with a single punch. But as he approached, he was stunned to see Xiao Huang Chao's eyes. Surprisingly, he didn't have the slightest fear or trembling, and his eyes even had a hint of teasing. What's going on here? Xiao Huang Chao's eyes, which did not contain a trace of temperature, stared at Xiao Xiang. How can someone who abuses his parents be a man of honor? You said it, Xiao Xiang. When Xiao Xiang heard this, his face changed drastically, and his body trembled as if he had been electrocuted. One's biggest secret was revealed. At that moment, the wails of his immediate blood relatives at that time seemed close at hand, crawling hideously out of his heart to tear him to pieces. No way. There's no way anyone could have known. He roared wildly in his mind that this was something he had done so stealthily that no one had found his trail. No one could discover the location of the crime. Xiao Xiang's eyes were instantly tyrannical, and the ferocious blood aura seemed as if it was going to overflow from his eyes. In that case, then you have even less reason to live. Die for me. Xiao Xiang took a deep breath, and the power that surged like a torrent within him once again surged and coalesced. He clenched his fists tightly, and a layer of black light so thick that it was almost materialized gradually rose on his fists. The light was like a viscous liquid that slowly flowed while emitting a palpitating aura of destruction. This aura was like a ferocious beast that was opening its fangs and eyeing for prey, as if it might pounce on the other party and tear them to pieces at any time. The aura of destruction was so intense that spectators far from the battlefield felt intense discomfort. What kind of martial skill is this? It's terrifying. The Xiao family actually has such a talented person. This terrifying oppressive force. Xiao Huang Chao is still too tender. After all, he's only a teenager. This is going to be taught a hard lesson by the old geezer. Ha ha ha. I bet on the Enforcement Bureau to lose in the first game, with odds as high as 1 to 4. Good job Xiao Huang Chao. Keep standing there and don't move. Su Xing in the stands frowned slightly when he saw the sticky, incomparably black fist mane. What kind of weird martial art is this? The woman on the side echoed. I haven't seen it either, but I don't know what's going on. But I have a strong feeling of disgust in my heart. Su Xiang nodded. His heart felt the same, even feeling a hint of a sense of threat. As a 5th order martial artist, or the best of the 5th order, one shouldn't feel threatened by a mid-4th order martial artist anymore. However, in the face of such a powerful might, Xiao Huang Chao, who stood on the opposite side of the room, only had the corners of his mouth slightly raised. Young man, be calm, Xiao Huang Chao said with a light smile. Before the words fell, the originally calm aura on his body suddenly changed radically. In an instant, an overwhelming and unrivaled sharpness erupted from his body, as if a supreme sword was about to be unsheathed. At this moment, Xiao Huang Chao's entire body had become sharp to the extreme, and the air around him was stirred up because of this aura of his. He stared intently at Xiao Xiang, his body leaning forward slightly. Xiao Huang Chao felt a bizarre aura from that black fist mane. There were too many bizarre things in this world. He decided not to use his physical body to take it hard. Dragon's voice, sword slash. After stumbling through countless editions, he blended his martial arts skills, combining the chi and blood from the A-ranked martial arts Dragon's voice hegemony with his sword skills. The chi and blood power of his body coalesced into a sword stance with strong killing power. The sharp sword chop instantly collided with Xiao Xiang's fist aura full of destruction. The energy collision instantly swirled, and the black and blood-colored lights were both in opposition to each other. This son's fleshly body is surprisingly so strong as well. The power of chi and blood is as terrifying as this. The early stage of the 4th rank was actually able to have a fight with the mid-stage of the 4th rank who struck out of nowhere. Jong Hong Xan's disciples are still not to be underestimated. The crowd couldn't help but sigh with emotion. An early 4th stage junior disciple wasn't much of a character to chew on. Seeing the situation on the field, Xiaowei and Xiao Xintong could not help but look at Xiao Tingfei who was sitting on the side with his eyes closed and resting. Xiaowei said directly, "Captain, Xiao Xiang can't seem to solve Xiao Huang Chao. Why don't you let him come down and I'll handle him?" Xiao Tingfei didn't even bother to raise his eyelids and said casually, "It's just that he can't suppress it. Doesn't he still have the pills given by the family? I want infallibility." Xiao Tingfei snapped his eyes open and stared at Xiaowei with a deadly stare. Xiaoyi's pupils shrunk, as if there was a long, pitch-black knife heading straight for his own face, seemingly to split himself open. He fell back and bowed his head, not daring to speak, and Xiao Xiang on the field looked very bad. Originally he was planning to sneak attack and quickly solve the fight. I didn't expect this kid to anticipate it, and even had the feeling of a cat playing with a mouse. And it's amazing that he knows his biggest secret. This made it very difficult for Xiao Xiang. Xiao Xian hastily stepped back and withdrew his own fist. He had a fierce look in his eyes, as if he were a cobra that might bite at any moment. His goal wasn't to defeat, but to kill, and he was looking for an opportunity to do so with a single blow. Seeing that the other party had actually withdrawn the palpitating black fist aura, Xiao Huang Chao directly stomped his foot into the ground without saying a word. An incomparably powerful force erupted from beneath his feet, propelling him like a discharged cannonball, bursting toward his opponent at an astonishing speed. And as he rushed forward, countless air currents flowed regularly from his slightly open mouth as if they were being manipulated by a large invisible hand. Each flow of air carried a unique rhythm, as if playing a mysterious and exciting piece of music. Just as these air currents kept weaving in and out, a faint golden glow suddenly flickered in them. Although it was only a brief moment, it exuded an incomparably majestic and holy aura. Official S-Class Breathing Method, Justice Breathing Method. With the full force of the Justice Breathing Method, Xiao Huang Chao's already terrifying aura around him instantly erupted like a volcano. At this moment, it was as if his entire being had become one with this heaven and earth, becoming the master of this space. And behind him, a dazzling mock ring was instantly pulled out with a thunderous sonic boom. Serious punch. Chapter 137, Xiao family player high on drugs. Fighting again. Faced with such an appalling scene, Xiao Xiang couldn't help but be shocked. One must know that he was only an early 4th stage martial artist. However, the movement speed displayed by Xiao Huang Chao in front of him was too terrifying, far beyond the scope of his perception of the strength he could possess at this stage. Seeing that the enemy had already rushed to the front in the blink of an eye, Xiao Xiang didn't dare to be the slightest bit slow, and hurriedly mobilized all the strength in his body, crossing his arms in front of him, ready to meet the upcoming fierce attack. The audience was in an uproar. Grip. That ing backfired? So fierce, so handsome, so adored. This is the beginning of the early 4th order chasing after the mid-4th order? This terrifying aura. Xiao Huang Chao is by no means an ordinary 4th ranked martial artist. I can't help but be scared just by looking at the battle power of this punch. And Su Xiang was even more shocked as he screamed out. His face twisted up and his eyes seemed to be glaring out. The woman next to her sat as usual, as if nothing in the world could shake her. Grip it. What the hell? The woman next to him couldn't help but raise an eyebrow at the disturbance. Is this Su Xiang sick? The pale green longsword was instantly sheathed and hung in front of Su Xiang. She didn't blush very well and cursed under her breath. Su Xiang, you funny man, go away and be funny. Don't ruin my high and cold image. Behind her, a person from a hidden family. Walking outside was the family's reputation. Never reveal your nature. The 5 hearts to the sky sitting position sit so long that the buttocks hurt to death, just to maintain the image of the hidden world clan outside. As a result, this popped up next to her and roared, taking her with her to disgrace her. I should have known not to talk to him earlier. Su Xiang looked at the longsword floating in front of him, and a cold sweat could not help but flow from the corner of his eyes. Hurriedly resumed his seat. Only the extremely fast beating heartbeat and slightly trembling corners of his eyes were signaling his inner unrest. He was a little disbelieving. The Xiao Huang Chao under the stage just now was covered in black qi that instantly transformed into a golden color. Moreover, that golden qi was like a giant dragon coiling in the sky, rocking up to the clouds. In hell, Su Xiang dared to swear to the heavens that he had never seen this kind of qi luck in his life, and the golden hair was evil. What kind of path is this Xiao Huang Chao? On the side, Shi quietly spoke up silently. You see, this Xiao Huang Chao is something. With the strength of this punch, a normal mid-4th stage wouldn't be able to catch it. The proficiency level of this martial skill is at least proficient, not to be underestimated. 18 years old I think, Su Xiang said with a smile. Awesome indeed. I'm curious about him. Shi quietly lowered her head, her eyes squinting. Yo, curious. Enough of this nonsense. I'm going to start maintaining the pussy. After saying this, Shi quiet continued to sit up, his long sword resting on top of his legs, and on the field at the moment. Xiao Huang Chao whacked the backward Xiao Xiang to the ground with a single punch, and the dense cracks were like a spider web. Xiao Xiang was lying right in the middle, alive or dead. The whole room was silent. The audience stared up at the top of the ring with wide eyes, their eyes full of disbelief. Holy, I'm losing so fast. This Xiao Huang Chao has some strength. What a fierce little brother. Everyone around was surprised at Xiao Huang Chao's strength and even suspected that Xiao Huang Chao could wear 4-1 in this match. Just then, a middle-aged man spoke out. It's hard for him to win. A martial artist's chi and blood is limited, and he won't be able to last long with this explosive fighting style. And the Xiao family isn't a cutie pie either. They are arranging for the weak ones to go first this time, consuming Xiao Huang Chao. And if they all lose, then their strongest ones will reap the rewards. When the middle-aged man said this, the people around him instantly understood that the probability of getting out of the line was low. Xiao Huang Chao didn't care about this and just signaled Xiao family to continue on with the people. But Xiao Tengfei didn't have the slightest intention of letting the following players move. It was just an indifferent opening. Xiao Xiang, it's time to come out. Hearing this, Xiao Huang Chao was a bit surprised and looked towards the place where Xiao Xiang was lying down. Only Xiao Xiang climbed up with a gray head, and blood was still flowing from the corner of his mouth. Xiao Huang Chao, I didn't expect your kid to have this strength, but our Xiao family isn't a vegetarian either. Xiao Xiang's stern roar resounded in the ring, and the muscles on his body, surprisingly, wriggled with the naked eye. Xiao Huang Chao frowned. Taking your meds? Only Xiao Xiang's face became unusually hideous and twisted at the moment as he gritted his teeth and said, Humph, it doesn't matter even if I need to pay a huge price this time, as long as I can defeat you completely. Even if I have to spend a whole year recuperating, I'm willing to do it. Accompanied by the fall of the words, the originally smooth aura on Xiao Xiang's body suddenly began to fluctuate violently. At first it was only a slight undulation, but in the blink of an eye it was climbing like a raging wave. Directly broke through the bottleneck of the middle stage of the 4th order, and the 4th stage of the 4th and 5th, until it arrived at the realm of the late stage of the 4th order before stopping. At this moment, Xiao Xiang was like an enraged flood beast, exuding a chilling pressure all over his body. His body's chi and blood surged like a volcano about to erupt. That powerful and incomparable aura was like a dike-breaking flood that exploded out, instantly filling the entire space. And around its body, it was surrounded by a circle of terrifying airflow that was as black as ink. These air currents rotated at high speeds, emitting bursts of sharp and ear-piercing whistling sounds from time to time, as if they were going to devour this heaven and earth. Xiao Huang Chao, watch the move! Xiao Xiang's eyes widened in fury, and his mouth let out a terrifyingly harsh cry. The sound of this drink was deafening, penetrating people's hearts. Even the surrounding space seemed to be unable to withstand the impact of such a powerful sound wave, slightly trembling up, producing a ripple visible to the naked eye. In the next moment, Xiao Xiang's figure flashed, and his entire body sped out as a bolt of lightning. The speed was simply unbelievable, bringing up a series of long black shadows and whistling winds behind him. At the same time, he had a long, cold, glittering sword in his hand at some point, its body flashing with a cold light under the sunlight. With his forward momentum, a black whirlwind suddenly formed and swept toward the front at an astonishing speed. Wherever it passed, the void shattered, as if even space was about to be torn apart alive by this terrifying force. The terrifying aura crashed into the ring's protective shield in waves, and the surrounding spectators couldn't help but be scared. Xiao Xiang has unexpectedly broken through to the late 4th level. Xiao Huang Chao is going to be finished. He's just exploded, so he definitely won't be able to catch this move. This sort of Xiao Xiang's has at least been cultivated to the proficient realm, equivalent to a casual strike of the 4th order perfection. This is the heritage of a 1,000-year-old family. It's a pity that Xiao Huang Chao is from the Law Enforcement Bureau. In this round, It looks like we're going to lose. The people from the Transcendent Power Tianshan Sword Sect, who had been carried away by the Law Enforcement Bureau a few days ago, also came to the arena, and they roared when they saw the Xiao family powering up. Xiao family? Them hard. Everyone in the Tianshan Sword Sect knew that the Xiao family was preparing to impact the Transcendent Power, and they were allowed to win but not lose. If he lost, he would not be able to get the top 100 results of the National Young Martial Artist Competition, and would never be able to be promoted to a Transcendent Power. Chapter 138 Explosion. Xiao Xiang, who sacrificed his life. Senior brother Wang Yu's brows furrowed as he watched from the preparation mat. Senior sister, does this Xiao Xiang have some kind of grudge against junior brother? Although the words he said weren't ruthless, the moves were extremely vicious, all life-fighting martial arts. I don't know. Junior brother was just a genius from an ordinary city before. How could he come into contact with someone from a 1,000-year-old family? Even if there is a chance to get in touch, people don't look at us mudbloods. That's odd. Xiao Xiang was pretty normal when he came on. Now he's all running for the fight. Hey, is this important? Shouldn't you have reminded junior brother of the name of the person opposite the sinister to be victimized? Li Shuya knocked Wang Yu's head in dissatisfaction. I can't understand what's going on in his head. Such an honest-looking guy with so many ideas. Li Shuya opened her mouth and was ready to remind her junior brother that the opposite side was an old coin. But it turned out that Wang Yu said, if I can realize it, surely little master can. Pull back. Junior brother doesn't have as much heart as you do. Li Shuya bristled, not preparing a reminder. Wang Yu didn't say anything, just a fake smile, his face beating wildly. Xiao family. The box where the Xiao family elders were. Several clan elders were satisfied with Xiao Xiang's performance. Although Xiao Xian is a bit older, he is still very careful in his work. The proficiency of the martial arts learned is also not bad, and being the first one on the field in this competition brings out the momentum of our Xiao family. Oh, that's right, go all out to suppress the opposite side. Xian is playing so hard across the street, and Tang Fei isn't even on yet, so it looks like the top 100 is secure this time. This time, our Xiao family will definitely be able to enter the ranks of transcendent powers, several clan elders had said with relief. But thanks to the Jiangnan Provincial Law Enforcement Bureau for clearing the obstacles. Talk to the people down there and give the Enforcement Bureau the decency to save the enforcers from hanging around the door every day. Yes, clan elder. Clan elder look. Just then, one of the guards noticed that something was wrong with the battle in the middle of the ring. Xiao Xiang, who had struck ferociously, was unexpectedly cupped by a large hand made of Xiao Huang Chao's chi and blood. The clan elder leisurely teared up, spat tea froth into his teacup, and said blandly, "Little fire long ago when you said, do not do things too anxious, encounter big things to have a quiet breath, do not stagger, when you go out you are all the face of the Xiao family, again, be still, ha. It's still the Mo Xian clan elder who will be able to teach his disciples, and he doesn't even forget to teach his disciples to have the quietness of a great clan at this time of the year. Yes, clan elder Mo Xian is truly dedicated to the Xiao family." The clan elders next to him also marveled, all waiting with kind faces for Xiao Sihua to speak. The guard named Xiao Sihua swallowed his saliva, and his afterglow swept over the battle in the ring. The voice trembled a little. It's no good, clan elder. Xiao Xian is going to lose. Xiao Moshuan, a mouthful of old tea spray guards a face, jumped up in place, said, What did you say? Let's see. How is it possible that Xiao Xiang is the elite of our clan? How can he, a tiny enforcer, beat our clan's elite? Several clan elders also rushed to the viewing area to check out the situation. A look was dumbfounded. Xiao Xiang's sword, which had exploded with all his might, was actually pinched to death by Xiao Huang Chao's blood chi hand and could not be moved. This. The quality of this little doll's blood chi power is surprisingly so high. Could it be that he also has a powerful body refining martial arts talent? It's really scary. It looks like Xiao Xiang can't hold out any longer either. It doesn't matter. We still have Tang Fei. Aren't you guys clear about Tang Fei's strength? That clan elder had a proud look on his face. Tang Fei was the one who brought him out, and the excellent talent that Tang Fei had displayed had brought him to the top of the clan as well. Yeah, and there's Tempest. Elder Moshuan is still blessed. Elder Mo Xian has trained his disciples well. Look at Tang Fei. He doesn't even forget to cultivate even when he sits on the stage. When Xiao Moshuan heard this, his face instantly improved. Xiao Xiang's face twisted under the stage, not expecting to be blocked by the other party even though he was high on drugs and striking out at full force. Xiao Xiang made a snap decision. He must kill this kid here today, even if it involved the Law Enforcement Bureau or even the Justice Cleric making an appearance. He himself would still have to make a move. He knows too much. Xiao Xiang's already cold face suddenly flashed with a hint of determination and ferocity. His hands clenched his fists tightly and the muscles of his entire body trembled slightly due to his extreme exertion. At this moment, He was frantically compressing the entirety of the energy he had gathered in a way that was beyond the imagination of ordinary people. "Give it to me, Pop!" With Xiao Xiang's roar, those energies he had gathered began to collapse and expand dramatically, like that singularity at the Big Bang, endlessly absorbing all the energies around him, only to hear a loud boom. That massive energy, as if a volcano eruption, instantly erupted. The powerful impact, as a ferocious beast, instantly tore Xiao Huang Chao's blood-chi big hand. In an instant, the entire space was violently distorted by this terrifying energy fluctuation, and a black crack loomed in the void, spreading rapidly in all directions. That originally imposing blood-chi hand instantly became shattered under the impact of this berserk force, turning into countless blood-red fragments that splashed around. All the spectators present were stunned by the scene in front of them, their faces filled with disbelief. Are all the children of the world's families so ferocious? This kind of fight is simply hurting the enemy 1,000 times and damaging themselves 800 times. It's too terrifying. That energy vortex seems to possess the power of destroying the heavens and destroying the earth. It feels like even this space is going to be completely shattered by it. The battle power of the late stage of the 4th rank is truly terrifying as it is. This is completely fighting for his life. This Xiao Xiang is also too desperate. Xiao Xiang was closer to the center of the explosion than Xiao Huang Chao and definitely suffered more damage than Xiao Huang Chao. However, at this time, Xiao Huang Chao's chi and blood were somewhat disorganized by the explosion. Xiao Huang Chao cursed in his heart. "You big man, high sin value people are just hard on themselves. Such a big energy shock said to blow up." Before Xiao Huang Chao could slow down, a silhouette rushed out from the explosion. His ragged clothes barely covered anything, and his body was covered in countless wounds, cut by the violent energy impact. It was bloody and even lost an eye. The visitor was none other than Xiao Xiang. Li Shuya grabbed the wheelchair with a death grip, and the special wheelchair almost broke. Asterisk 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 this. Do you have to fight for your life in a match? It's a ing punch to the gut. Referee or not? Wang Yu is also very anxious. One hand to appease the elder sister. The other hand gripped the wheelchair armrests. Palms are sweaty. Chapter 139, Game 1, Xiao Huang Chao wins. But a match is a match, and as long as one side hasn't conceded defeat, the referee can't stop the proceedings. In the eyes of the Empire's top brass, a martial artist is one who has the heart to fight, even to the point of death. That's why the National Youth Martial Arts Competition has a certain mortality rate. Now that it was little brother on the field, he himself had no right to decide whether to admit defeat or not. Even for himself, during the last battle, he was similarly forced into a desperate situation, still not admitting defeat. "Senior sister, don't worry, we have to trust junior brother. Young master just came of age." Li Shuya looked at Wang Yu with heartache in her eyes. Wang Yu was stunned. So his junior apprentice brother was so young. A mountain of cheers roared behind them, as the ruthless performance of the Xiao players instantly stirred the blood of the crowd. "Charge, that's the way to fight. Shake it off and just do it. What do martial artists play with if not their lives? Play with bulls? Young master of the Xiao family. Bloody, Xiao Huang Chao has made a big mistake this time, and his defeat is assured. Still too young. Xiao Xiang's wrestling style is vicious, but equally unexpected. The more the two exchanged hand-to-hand combat, the more dangerous it became. Xiao Xian even had blood in his mouth, and in his hand he held the blade of the sword that had shattered during the violent explosion. Whether it's a success or a failure depends on a shiver. Xiao Xiang arrived in front of Xiao Huang Chao in a flash, and in an instant, Xiao Xiang's steely eyes met Xiao Huang Chao's eyes. As expected, there was some panic and anxiety on Xiao Huang Chao's face. But between this life and death struggle, no one waits for you to calm down. Xiao Xiang endured the sharp pain in his tendons and veins. A mouthful of blood spurted out, blocking Xiao Huang Chao's vision of the sharp blades glittering with cold light flashed by, as if even the air was going to be cut open. A hint of smugness flashed across Xiao Xiang's face, and in his mind he could already imagine the sound of a sharp blade cutting through flesh. He was aiming directly at Xiao Huang Chao's heart area, and as long as he sliced in, huge amounts of heart blood would instantly gush out. Just now he had secretly hardened the broken sword blade with poison. As soon as the skin was cut, the toxin would spread quickly, and even if it didn't kill him from blood loss, the toxin in his system would kill him. Xiao Xiang knew that this was his only chance to silence himself. If the battle ended, the other party's 18-year-old talented young man would inevitably be under the strict guardianship of the justice cleric, and then he would have no more chances. Die. No one can know about those things. It wasn't my doing. Xiao Xiang was a little crazy at the moment. His original purpose of participating in the competition was to obtain the resources rewarded by his family to enhance his martial arts cultivation, but Xiao Huang Chao had actually dug up the torn bottoms he had once hidden from nowhere. That represents the mediocre and sinful past one had. You're a genius yourself. Never a genius. It was just a late awakening. So how could it be the kind of waste that was stuck at the third rank threshold for entire decades? In the next moment, before Xiao Xiang finished venting the roar in his heart. The scene in front of him made his pupils shrink. Hardened broken blade. Shattered. How is this possible? Isn't he a sword cultivator? Wasn't his master Thunderbolt Dharma King? How did it break? Xiao Huang Chao looked at Xiao Xiang in front of him, and the sin value on his head slowly flipped. Sin value, 799, 800, 810, 847. Trying to cut the heart of the fourth order Xiao Huang Chao with a broken blade quenched with poison. The poison follows the flow of blood from the heart all over the body, and there is no cure for medicine in stone. Xiao Huang Chao revealed a mouthful of large white teeth and looked at Xiao Xiang and said, "Sorry, I'm a physical cultivator, and thanks for the opportunity." Chance? What do you mean? Xiao Xiang felt bad when he heard this and flew to try to escape from this place. The teenager in front of me seems to be transformed into a devil from hell at this moment. Stretching out pitch black. Incomparable chains wanted to seize his soul and bring him into that 18th-floor hell to suppress him. Xiao Huang Chao's body aura skyrocketed. Drive me. Only a loud sound was heard, as shocking as a thunderclap, and that majestic aura suddenly exploded out. A huge dragon shining with bright golden light rose up into the air, rocking upwards as if it was going to break through the clouds. Xiao Xiang, who was in the vicinity of this golden dragon, did not have time to make any reaction at all, and just like a fragile leaf, he was instantly and fiercely rushed out by this powerful impact. At the same time, the broken blade in front of Xiao Xiang was also involuntarily wrapped up in this tyrannical and unrivaled aura. The blade began to tremble violently, emitting a haunting hum as if it was under great pain and pressure. Right at this moment, an extremely cold-bladed light suddenly flashed by, as fast as lightning, making it almost impossible to catch its trajectory. In the next moment, this bladed light had already pierced through Xiao Xiang's mouth with unerring precision, mercilessly cutting off the root of his tongue. Xiao Xiang's face immediately revealed a look of extreme horror, and his face that was still quite rosy became as white as paper in an instant. With no blood to speak of, he stared at Xiao Huang Chao in front of him with wide eyes, incredulously, his heart filled with fear and despair. An extremely frightening thought quickly formed in his mind. Xiao Huang Chao actually knew that this broken blade was quenched with severe poison, and he tried to kill me. However, at this moment, Xiao Xiang was no longer able to utter even a single word to express his inner shock and anger, for his tongue had been completely severed by the harsh broken blade, and blood gushed out from the wound, staining the lapel of his chest. Even worse, Xiao Xiang was well aware that the potion he had taken earlier, which was capable of temporarily raising his realm, was about to pass its efficacy. Once the drug wears off, strong after effects follow. He remembers the feeling well, general weakness, dizziness, and even the possibility of losing consciousness altogether. If he couldn't tell others about his poisoning before the medicine ended, the tragic end that awaited him would surely be a coma to death. However, his own body had been injured by the qi just now that had injured his 5 organs, and the only thing that awaited him was unconsciousness. What a ruthless heart! This mischievous brat! Xiao Xiang cursed in his mind, but can only watch Xiao Huang Chao's cold face gradually far away, while he slowly fell into the darkness. The field was silent. From Xiao Xiang decisively blowing up the raging energy in front of him to rushing out of the explosion range and killing back with the broken blade, the crowd was so nervous that they didn't dare to breathe. This kind of competition between life and death was hot to watch. The whole place was silent. Even the sound of the fan sign that hadn't stopped shaking being blown by the wind was clearly visible. The spectators who believed that the Xiao family of the 1,000-year family was bound to win the first round could not believe it. The Xiao family. This lost the first game? Xiao Xiang was actually defeated by that golden dragon aura. No, it isn't. A spectator on the sidelines explained. It's not about how powerful Xiao Huang Chao's move was just now, but Xiao Xiang was meant to lay down his life, and it was all or nothing. Unfortunately, he failed. The man was a little sorry that the money he had bet on the Xiao family to finish the game had gone down the drain. Chapter 140 All the Evil, the Xiao Family. The referee suspended in the air saw that Xiao Xiang had lost consciousness and directly declared Xiao Huang Chao the winner. Xiao Tengfei waved his hand, signaling his crew to go up and save the day. Xiao Xintong rushed up to check on Xiao Xiang. After all, they were all members of the same family, and when Xiao and Xiao Xintong saw Xiao Xiang's body up close, their hearts couldn't help but be shaken. There was only not a single piece of good flesh in Xiao Xiang's body, and one of his eyeballs had fallen out. Blood was even flowing out of his mouth. The limbs were even twisted at strange angles. Although for martial artists, these are recoverable. But the current tragic situation caused a nameless fire to rise in Xiao and Xiao Xintong's hearts. In this match, they were the representatives of a 1,000-year-old family. They could lose, but they could not be humiliated. Xiao Xintong stood up and shouted, "If you can defeat him, why are you humiliating him like this? Is it because you don't put our Xiao family in your eyes?" This was her first time participating in the National Young Martial Artist competition. She was angry that from the moment she stepped out of the Shaw house, whoever it was treated them like guests. Any competitions that they had participated in had also been on point, and they wouldn't let the Xiao family lose in a way that was too undignified. This time, the Xiao family demanded a sure victory. But the Xiao family must not be humiliated. Xiao Huang Chao looked at the woman with an amused look on her face, dressed in Lolita and wearing a cute hairpin on her head. Guild value on the head, guild value, 860. 3 years old in order to soul favorite killed genius sister. 4 years old began to rectify the kindergarten. 5 years old in order to seize the treasure secretly abetting others to harm. 6 years old epiphany to cultivate the talent of licking dog. Do you know the story of the gun shrimp and the goby? She's a gun shrimp with a machete. Good lord, is your Shaw family all evil? Auntie, are you talking to me? You. Xiao Xintong barely caught her breath. She may be in her 40s, but the one in the clan who sees her and doesn't say something about a great beauty? Those little ones within the clan were looking at themselves like they wanted to eat them. What the are you calling me? Mom? Xiao Xintong's eyes were chilling, and a cold and stern aura instantly rose. Cub seed. I wonder if your skin is as tough as your mouth. To let you live one more second is to make the world unfortunate. You injured my Xiao family members to this point in the battle. The Xiao family will not let you go. Xiao Xintong wanted to kill him right now, but she had been soaking in the vat of deceit for too long. Subconsciously, he lifted the Xiao family out. 1,000-year-old family was not a minion, but 1,000-year-old power entrenched in one place. A small law enforcement bureau person. When he heard that the Xiao family was going to target him, the one who was scared wasn't trembling in fear? Xiao Xintong suddenly wanted to take a closer look at the somewhat condescending, and even a little disdainful, face on the opposite side. When the game is over, how should you look when you realize the strong strength of the Xiao family? Young man, what have you got? Xiao Xintong laughed softly at the thought. Xiao Huang Chao was too lazy to communicate with them, just a bunch of losers trapped in a well. He held out his own hand, clenched it into a fist and turned it upside down, slowly extending his own thumb, and wiggling it playfully from side to side. The audience on the stage was stunned when they saw this scene. This Xiao Huang Chao has guts, to provoke the Xiao family in front of so many people. It's bloody brilliant. When is a young man not crazy? Just for this I'm backing Xiao Huang Chao, but you're not allowed to support him. God of wealth. I'm betting on it. Arrogant. Someone else ranted from the sidelines. This is the Xiao family. Winning or losing is a match, but taunting will piss off the Xiao family. The Xiao family is also known for being a careful family, so he'll definitely be retaliated against if he messes up like this. How can a genius fight against a great power? Just another fallen soul of a genius that fell under a great power. It's good to know what's going on. That's right. The fourth rank is nothing more than a middle power in front of the Xiao family. Li Shuya saw the gesture. It was a joyous moment. Junior brother is so handsome. That old across the street is green in the face. The old thing still wears Lolita and pretends to be young. Yuck. Wong Yu held his forehead at the side. His own senior sister is a bit unreliable. The way she looked, it was clear that she wanted to do the same thing the next time she fought. Trouble. Master, you should be able to handle the pressure, right? When Xiao Xintong saw this gesture, her beautiful eyes stared in anger and crossed her eyes. Good guts. You really think no one can rule you? With a wave of her hand, a long spear covered in pitch black whistled. The aura that seemed to break through everything instantly erupted. Wild dragon stab. A terrifying pressure instantly descended, dispersing the martial skills Xiao Xintong had condensed. The match hasn't started yet. Who gave you permission to strike without authorization? The crane-haired old man descended from the sky with his hands behind his back. White robes fluttered in the wind. It was the 5th-ranked martial artist, the referee of this match. Xiao Xintong's face flushed red when her martial skill was interrupted, and she stared at the crane-haired old man with an unkind expression. Although senior is the referee, it's a bit inappropriate to interrupt a martial art out of hand, isn't it? My father, Xiao Badian, has told me about the rules of martial arts judges. The crane-haired old man shifted when he heard a certain word, but maintained his referee's demeanor. You took an unauthorized strike. I'm just aborting it on behalf of the rules. Xiao Xintong's eyes were like a cold ambush viper waiting for the right moment to bite you hard. That would be my mistake. That's the end of this matter. The injured man is off the stage and the players are ready to go. The crane-haired old man coughed and spoke. Xiaowei hurriedly brought Xiao Xiang down, and he didn't dare to provoke this big sister. Xiao Huang Chao watched the scene happening in front of him, his mind translating the dialogue. Old man, how dare you? How dare you act wildly in this ING arena? I'll teach you a lesson. Xiao Xintong, my father is Xiao Badian. Elderly man, grip the grass. Iron plate. Elderly man, sorry, just that is the rules of the field of play, and I have nothing to do. Go back and do not tell your father Xiao Xintong, you think I'll let you go? Wait for your death. Old man, it seems that Xiao Badian is indeed powerful. This old man has at least a late 5th order martial arts strength and is still scared to death. the old man immediately announced when he saw that Xiao Xiang had already exited the arena. Match 2. Now on. Then he left the scene in a blaze of glory. Xiao Xintong looked at the old man's back as he left and murmured, "Dead old man, go back and prepare for the aftermath." Xiao Huang Chao couldn't help but sigh as he looked at the changing sin value on Xiao Xintong's head. What an evil man. This is trying to slaughter this old man? Not a single fine quality of respect for the elderly. The top of Xiao Xintong's head had changed. Sin value, 870. Dissatisfied with Zhang Qingliu's outburst at the racetrack, he plans to murder Zhang Qingliu's family. What about too many big clients? So greedy. Chapter 141 Black Flame of the Extermination Level. Xiao Xintong withdrew her sight with cold eyes and stared at Xiao Huang Chao on the field. The pitch-black lance in his hand steeply exploded with black flames. The flames were terrifyingly incomparable. As if it was going to burn this space to collapse, the pitch-black flames even swallowed the light. Little, get off now. I can still spare your life. Otherwise, it's an easy bump on this field. Xiao Huang Chao looked at Xiao Xintong's smiling face and reached out to beckon. Xiao Huang Chao, are you pretending to be a big shot? It's written on your brain that you're going to kill me. When Xiao Xintong saw that he wasn't prepared to step down, she instantly revealed a happy smile. That's a brave little brother. In the next instant, Xiao Xintong directly disappeared in place. A residual shadow swished and instantly appeared at Xiao Huang Chao's side. Demonic flame, wild dragon stab. Countless air currents gathered at the tip of the gun. Black flames intertwined with the air currents like a high-speed rotating drill that was going to tear everything apart in the next moment. The lance wrapped in pitch-black flames appeared like a ghost at Xiao Huang Chao's waist, and the next moment it was about to pierce through his body. Xiao Xintong wasn't a cutie either. She saw the fight between Xiao Huang Chao and Xiao Xiang clearly. Xiao Huang Chao's flesh must have been practiced. The flames on his own lance specialized in breaking the defenses of body cultivators. The lance stabbed in with no real feeling. False. Xiao Xintong immediately withdrew her own strength and carefully surveyed her surroundings, and Xiao Huang Chao appeared at the place where Xiao Xintong had just stood. The moment the black flames came out, the audience erupted into a terrifying roar. Grass. This flame is terrifying. Even space is distorted. It feels like the temperature in the arena has risen. There's something scary about this battle prowess. Wearing Lolita, looking quite cute, striking out at Tyrannosaurus Rex level, too fierce. An audience member couldn't help but shudder. I've seen this flame before. That was the first time in my life that I had an extermination. What? Exterminate the team. The audience around them couldn't sit still at this statement. Many people form a party to explore the secret world or to get resources. The team will explore secret areas within their capabilities, and the extermination of the team, which means that the secret world is abnormal. Meet this flame and the team is extinguished? It's horrible, isn't it? The crowd waited for his follow-up. The man continued. At that time, I was a third-ranked martial artist who joined a fourth-ranked oriented high-level hunting team. We mingled in all the major secret realms, and that time in the Demon Tower secret realm, we encountered a terrifying situation that the Demon Tower secret realm rarely encounters once in 100 years. Suddenly the sky went dark in the secret realm, and in the twinkling of an eye the sky fell apart and a magic tower rose up. All magic towers have a treasure at their spires, and at that time, the captain felt that the abnormalities of this secret realm of magic towers were both a danger and an opportunity. Then he led all the members of the Fourth Order to prepare to seize the treasures on a magic tower. I was only at the third rank and was left where I was, and I watched them go to the magic tower with this black flame. It was as if the man had recalled some horrible scene, and his eyes were filled with fear. That was the first time I felt the insignificance of human beings. The captain was a Fourth Order consummate physical cultivator, just one wave away from advancing to a Fifth Order martial artist. But when the captain and the others approached that black tower and prepared to collect the flames on it, it was as if the flames were enraged, and the aura of death, of destruction filled every inch of space in the blink of an eye. That black flame was nothing more than a breath of air, as if it just expanded and contracted, and all my teammates were reduced to ashes. All that was left was my captain wailing in agony, a sound that sounded as if it were an eerie cry coming from the 18 circles of hell. I don't know what happened to my captain. All I know is that he killed himself. All those present were too frightened to speak. A Fourth Order consummate physical cultivator. That was a martial artist that needed to constantly sharpen their will and physical body. An absolute will-powerful existence amongst martial artists of the same rank. Physical cultivation, like Mighty Kai in Naruto, endlessly hone the flesh and will to break the limits of the body. Even so, that Fourth Order perfection physical cultivator was actually tortured by that flame and committed suicide. No wonder Xiao Huang Chao dodged the shot just now. This flame is so powerful that the Xiao family managed to get it. The heritage of a 1,000-year-old family. Ah, just the treasures alone can crush me to death. Right, well I guess I can only have the broken sword in my hand until I die. How can this win? This specializes in Xiao Huang Chao. He's the physical cultivator. This black flame has been domesticated. That power must not be as terrifying as what that person said just now. Otherwise Xiao Xintong would already be dead. Jong Hong Xan, who was sitting on the sidelines, couldn't help but sigh in his heart when he heard the audience's discussion. That's how the lineage is, monopolizing resources and constantly strengthening itself. Their own power was unbeatable in front of them, not to mention that they had 1,000 years of accumulation. He himself even had to fight the White family in order to get an S-rank suitable martial art for his disciple. And the White family was nothing more than an unimpressive force in the eyes of the Xiao family. S-class martial arts techniques were probably all placed in rows in the Xiao family's book depository, and some of them had even been collecting dust for 1,000 years. But now I'm in. My apprentice is in. Everything will be different. Jong Hong Xan looked towards the relaxed Xiao Huang Chao on the stage. For some reason, he always had a premonition when he saw his young disciple. The world of the future would be turned upside down because of him, and the monopolies of those lineages would go up in smoke. The path to promotion for all will be as if it were a well-traveled road. All the secret realms will be open to the public, and there will be no more worldly families oppressing ordinary people, and there will not be a situation where justice is no longer righteous as it is now. Justice is no longer a slogan, but a spirit that exists in everyone's heart. Thinking of this, Jong Hong Xan's unsmiling mouth pulled out an arc. I, Jong Hong Xan, want to see such a flourishing world. In the preparation seat, Wang Yu's eyes had a slight gravity in them. As a thunder-body dual cultivation martial artist, even from such a distance he could still feel the wariness of his flesh. It was the bloodline inside him that was transmitting the feeling of fear. There's something wrong with this black flame. Isn't it just a color-dyed flame? Li Shuya asked with some confusion. Wong Yu was speechless. Do you want to guess why the flame can change colors? Flame can't play dress up. Sister, it's because of the temperature. The temperature. This flame is very threatening to body cultivators. Senior brother is a body cultivator and was restrained. The martial realm isn't as high as the opposite one either. This can't be prepared especially for us by these sinister people of the Xiao family, can it? I've heard that this group wants to impact the transcendent power. If we lose at our hands, there's no hope of surpassing the power for a few years. Wang Yu said with a grave expression. Then junior brother is in danger. The Xiao family will definitely put out their full strength to prepare for the battle. Chapter 142 Gunpoint vs. Sword. On the field, the appearance of black flames raised the temperature in the ring by a few degrees. Xiao Huang Chao looked at the black flames that were nearly distorting space with a surprised expression, and his S-rank fleshly talent, desolate ancient dragon body, felt a dangerous tingling sensation. The mind races. No wonder the children of the world's families were able to fight in this genius-heavy tournament. Even if you possess top-notch martial arts talent, worldly children are kryptonite to the death, and dead poor people can't really beat them with just their mutations. Luckily I'm poor, but I'm also wall-hanging. The level of danger I sense from my S-rank flesh talent isn't very high, so I can try this black flames later to try the strength. Xiao Xintong looked at Xiao Huang Chao, who was standing motionless and thinking on the opposite side of the room, and thought that Xiao Huang Chao was already afraid, a scornful smile on her face. What? You know you're scared now? You're still a bit of a pick. Xiao Xintong's lance is pointed at the law enforcement bureau's ready seat. Now roll yourself down and save a dog's life. I suppose your genius brain can figure out where you're going to live? Xiao Huang Chao set up his fist stance, his eyes staring, and his aura instantly rising between one breath and the next. S-class breath of justice. Auntie's speech is quite interesting. I don't know that the hand kung fu practice can be better than the mouth. Xiao Xintong's chest shook violently when she heard this, obviously furious at hearing the word big mother again. Good. Gritting her teeth and letting out a few good sounds in a few syllables. Xiao Xintong's mid-4th rank battle power was in full swing. It was only seen that her chi and blood surged around her body, stirring like a shocking wave. That powerful aura of the mid-4th stage exploded out, as unstoppable as a volcanic eruption. An incomparably powerful gun intent that could break through all things in the world was instantly incorporated within the long spear in his hand. At this moment, the lance was already wrapped in black flames. From afar, it looked like a black dragon with teeth and claws circling and flying in the air, from time to time emitting bursts of low hissing sounds, chilling the heart. Silent gun duel. Accompanying this furious cry from Xiao Xintong, her figure violently leapt high into the air, clutching the long spear burning with black flames in her hand. Waving it up was actually like a huge swimming dragon tossing and roaring in mid-air. Berserk and incomparable strength continuously surged into the lance, making the might on top of the lance more and more horrifying. Go! Another clear and loud chortle rang out. In an instant, the black dragon that was visualized by the lance carried the might of destroying the heavens and destroying the earth, and sped straight towards Xiao Huang Chao with the force of a thunderous thunderclap. Wherever it passed through, everything became silent, as if time and space had frozen at this moment. Even the air seemed to have been drained away by this terrifying force, creating a bizarre vacuum. Grip grass. This is the power that only S-class martial arts have. Not only that, this Xiao Xintong has also cultivated the proficiency of her S-ranked martial skills to the proficient realm to have this kind of power. This Xiao Xintong has actually cultivated S-ranked martial arts to this level. Xiao Huang Chao is only 18 years old. He definitely can't spell martial arts proficiency. Then why isn't he hiding? What's he standing there for? The man was looking at him like a little cutie. Like looking at the man who just spoke. Eat what you need to eat. Don't be bitter. The old man on the side was as discerning as a torch. And he was the one who judged the proficiency of the martial skill just now. How can it be a simple martial skill? If I'm not mistaken, this shot incorporates Xiao Xintong's gun intent and locks onto Xiao Huang Chao. The more Xiao Huang Chao dodges, it will only allow this gun intent to keep building up momentum and then be broken through everything. The surrounding audience was stunned, not realizing that the situation was so dangerous. Holy, is this that raw? The pearl in the palm of the second head of the Xiao family. If she's not powerful, who is? Growing up, she grew up drinking agar jelly. Then does Xiao Huang Chao still have a chance to win? Just now that bookmaker opened the market again. Betting on Xiao Huang Chao to win the final match has 200 times the odds. I bet 1 million. I bet on Xiao Huang Chao to win the fight. The old man just shook his head. This move would have had a chance to be dodged without the lock of the gun's intent. Now that he had the gun intent, the only thing Xiao Huang Chao could do was to resist the blow. How can an early 4th stage receive the full force of a mid-4th stage strike? You've seen too many cross-stage battles to understand the gap between the middle and early 4th stage. The old man just shook his head, sighed, and stopped speaking. It was as if he was pitying the birth of genius, and as if he was sighing for himself. Inside the VIP box, several clan elders of the Xiao family were sighing. This is also one of my Xiao family's unicorns. This gun intent is sharp to the extreme. The realm of the silent gun technique has even reached proficiency. Late bloomers. This energy, if I were at the 4th rank, less than consummate, will be seriously injured. Let's see how this kid fights. There are only 2 ways for him to go nowadays. Either admit defeat or admit death. The clan elder uttered these words, and the atmosphere within the box was instantly solemn. Xiao Huang Chao's behavior of injuring Xiao Xiang of the Xiao family and taunting the Xiao family had already caught the attention of the Xiao family. Xiao Xiang, who they had high hopes for, was actually sent flying like a dead dog. It enraged them. This is not hitting Xiao Xiang. This is clearly hitting our Xiao family in the face. Xiao Huang Chao only felt his countless gun shadows appearing around him, sealing off all his retreats. He was endowed with the idea that the older woman had a gun. Kinda underestimated her. Xiao Huang Chao took a deep breath, and his body's qi and blood surged wildly like a raging torrent. The advantages of the S-rank breathing technique were displayed at this moment, as the S-rank breathing technique provided Xiao Huang Chao's seemingly ordinary body with endless energy. As his qi and blood rolled violently, the law enforcement robe on his body, which symbolized supreme authority, was also blown around by this terrifying aura, and his eyes became even sharper than ever, in which there was a flash of a sword on that looked like it was able to cut through all things in the world. At this moment, Xiao Huang Chao, the whole person was like a world-class long sword that had just come out of its sheath, exuding a chilling cold light and coldness. Immaculate sword body. Activate. Only to see his hands set out a pair of powerful and unrivaled sword fingers, one pointing towards the sky, the other towards the ground. In this instant, the terrifying energy that originally filled the surroundings seemed to be pulled by some mysterious force, quickly converging together and condensing into a crystal-clear transparent long sword in the blink of an eye. These long swords were densely arranged in the air, each of them flashing with a palpitatingly cold light and emitting an appalling aura that was enough to shock people's hearts. 10,000 swords. Break for me! Accompanied by Xiao Huang Chao's roar, the sword finger in his hand violently charged straight towards the sky. In an instant, countless sword chi crisscrossed like a runaway wild horse, heading towards the gunman pressed in front with a mountainous momentum. The tip of the spear against the sword's blade. Chapter 143, Jong Hong Xan, I admit defeat on behalf of Xiao Huang Chao. The might of Xiao Huang Chao's sword technique was like a landslide and a tsunami, with powerful fluctuations suppressing the 4 directions. The audience was dumbfounded. Is this the kind of fluctuation that an early 4th order can do? I'll believe you when you say he's perfected the 4th order. What did this Xiao Huang Chao grow up on? This sword skill has such terrifying power. I seriously doubt this is a giant blue star OL. We're all just NPCs here to make up the numbers. They're the real protagonists. Dude, don't doubt it. We're NPCs. I'm convinced. This sword skill has such power. The rank is bound to be A rank, and may even reach S rank. Is it as simple as drinking water for geniuses to cultivate S-ranked martial arts? With this terrifying power, the realm of the martial skill can't be lower. At 18 years old, you can cultivate S-ranked martial arts to above the proficient realm? The audience looked at me and I looked at you, eyes full of shock. The more you look at each other, the more you look like a human machine. For people like them, even if there were S-ranked martial arts in front of them, I'm afraid that it would take several years to cultivate and get started. even wasting away for an unknown amount of time was unable to get started with S-ranked martial arts. And the old man who knew what he was talking about was so excited that he was trembling by now, and the cane in his hand was almost thrown away. Gramps, what's wrong with you? The people around them asked when they saw that old man's excited behavior just now. The old man stood up trembling and opened his mouth to the nationalist. My enthusiastic horse. This Xiao Huang Chao even has a talent for sword Dao. I can't believe I'm seeing such a genius in my twilight years. Martial arts talent? Old master, you said he also has a talent for sword Dao? Isn't this fellow cultivating his physical body? Just now, that longsword of a not-so-low grade was shattered by his flesh. Old master, you mean that this Xiao Huang Chao is a dual talent cultivator like his senior brother? Gosh, does this even let anyone live? The old man nodded. This was indeed a sword Dao talent that strengthened the power of his sword move. My father once told me that practicing the sword is different from cultivating other techniques. It is the most mindful, the purer the state of mind, the more people can cultivate their sword skills to the extreme. Xiao Huang Chao's sword skill realm is by no means usual. It's likely that it has exceeded proficiency. What? S-ranked martial skill proficiency exceeds proficiency? How is this possible? The old man ignored the skepticism of the bystanders and continued. He's only 18 years old this year, and yet he's able to practice an entry-level sword skill at such an age. He must be the legendary grade A sword Dao talent Immaculate Sword Body. Even if one has the Immaculate Sword Body, wanting to cultivate sword techniques to such an extent is not as simple as eating and drinking water. There are talented people in the rivers and mountains. The old man lamented. The older a person gets, the more they wish they could see those talented upstarts. The audience on one side of the room, on the other hand, looked like they were being played out. Their eyes were dull and they were close to foaming at the mouth. Terrifying fleshly talent, Immaculate Sword Body, an S-rank sword skill at the subtle realm, early 4th stage, 18 years old. Their mouths murmured these words. Whichever word is given to anyone individually is absolute genius, but now all these words are surprisingly descriptive of one person, especially since he's only 18. What do normal people do at 18? In delivering cold medicine to his childhood friend next door who has a cold shushing, anxious in Budo class about whether or not he'll get into Budo University, calling from the shelter of my parents. What's the difference between an average 18-year-old teenager and playing house compared to Xiao Huang Chao? The 5 words, terrifyingly talented, kept hitting every viewer. And above the ring, the two men stored up their strength and collided together. The tyrannical energy scattered in all directions, and the black flames wrapped around the lance were also shattered at this moment, scattered into little bits of sparks floating around. Xiao Xintong's face changed drastically, not expecting Xiao Huang Chao to be able to catch his own full force strike, and even shatter the black flames that he didn't have a very high degree of control over directly. From the terrifying force coming from the body of the gun, Xiao Xintong realized that the young man in front of her had extraordinary battle power. This son must not be kept. Xiao Xintong's first thought was this sentence. To be able to fight herself at the age of 18, this talent was simply terrifying. The scattered black flames drifted to Xiao Huang Chao's body, and the stinging sound of skin and flesh being scorched rang out. Sharp pain surged into Xiao Huang Chao's cerebral cortex like a tidal wave. Unfortunately, it was useless. In front of Xiao Huang Chao's daily edition, the will that has long been worn into steel can naturally withstand this pain. To Xiao Huang Chao's surprise, he felt a slight tremor in the progress bar of the desolate ancient dragon body. This black flames, surprisingly, could increase the completion level of one's S-class draconic dragon body. Xiao Huang Chao's mind was racing to use this black flame to enhance himself, when the next piece of black inflammation fell on his body. Xiao Huang Chao's miserable screams suddenly rang out, like the screams of a worker who had been forced to open the door and beat him up in the morning 8. The energies of the 10,000 swords returning to the sect were instantly destabilized, and the energies that collided with each other exploded with a loud bang. A voice hit the ring like a cannonball. Xiao Xintong, who was suspended in mid-air, wore a joyful expression. Good. It seems that this black flame is really useful. Xiao Huangchao's energy instability just now seems to be the black flame searing his flesh. In that case, I'll be polite. A hint of ruthlessness flashed in Xiao Xintong's eyes, and the black flames of the lance instantly surged. Prepare to stab the lance in your hand into the place where Xiao Huangchao smashed down. Terrifying power brewed in Xiao Xintong's hands. When Li Shuya and Wang Yu saw this scene, their eyes plummeted and they shouted frantically, "Junior brother, admit defeat." Jong Hong Xan also can't sit still. This Xiao family is clearly trying to kill Xiao Huang Chao. The aura of a 6th-ranked martial artist rose to the sky as Jong Hong Xan appeared above the ring, and before he could make a move, 8 6th-ranked martial artists appeared in the 8 directions around him. The powerful auras of the 8 were connected together by some sort of formation, deadening Jong Hong Xan's descent. Jong Hong Xan, don't do anything irrational. I concede for my disciple. Jong Hong Xan's low voice rang out. No way. Only the person in question can admit defeat. That's the rule. From the distance came a neutral voice. and it was none other than the Xiao family elder, a 6th order perfection martial artist. At this moment, he had a furious look on his face, and just now, he learned that Xiao Xiang had actually died. This news instantly ignited the anger of the Xiao family elders. This Xiao Huang Chao has an evil mind and deserves to die. If he doesn't admit defeat himself, his death will be good for peace in the world. The Xiao family elder snorted coldly, his wide sleeves flung out with a thud. Jong Hong Xan looked at the referee with an expressionless face and asked, "Referee, on behalf of Xiao Huang Chao, I concede defeat. It's time to call the match." The referee looked to the Xiao family with a difficult look on his face. According to the rules of the tournament, it is required to admit defeat in person to do so. The atmosphere on the field immediately stagnated as the intimidating pressure of a 6th-ranked martial artist ravaged the entire field, and as Xiao Xintong watched what was happening above her, a hint of smugness flashed in her eyes. "This is the Xiao family. If I want to kill, how can you old man stop me?" Xiao Xintong slammed the lance in her hand down with a roar, and the raging black flames seemed to sound the death knell of death. Chapter 144, Just Teaching a Fly a Lesson. Seeing the junior below stabbing out with his spear, Jong Hong Xan's face instantly changed, and the appalling aura of a 6th-ranked martial artist instantly unfolded. The 3,000 silver threads were like a silver snake, and electricity flashed on each of them. Purple thunderons flashed under Jong Hong Xan's eyes. "Since you dare to touch my disciples, then I'll show you today. What do you mean by purple heavenly thunder?" Jong Hong Xan's back stood upright like a mountain. His hair danced wildly, and his purple thunder aura emitted a destructive aura, as if he wanted everything in the world to be destroyed. The 8 6th order martial artists around them were like enemies. This terrifying aura caused all 8 of them to feel a deadly sense of threat, as if they would be bombarded by terrifying thunder in the next moment. They all operated their own breathing techniques and stared at Jong Hong Xan's every move. The auras of the 6th-ranked martial artists kept colliding in the air, and space was like the surface of a lake that had a stone thrown into it, constantly distorting. The powerful auras collided, and the Xiao family elder felt like he was about to suffocate. He couldn't help but back away a good distance before the threatening feeling of death in himself disappeared. The Xiao family elder looked at Jong Hong Xan as if he was going to fight for his life and smiled as he stroked his beard. "So what if you're strong in battle? Without a backer it's just a martial artist. As long as he dared to make a move today, he would definitely not be able to walk out of this arena." A flash of pleasure flashed in the clan elder's eyes. Although he was a 6th-ranked martial artist, he had relied on his family's countless resources to pile him up. Outside genius only reminds him of his own. It was as if he had already seen Jong Hong Xan kneeling on the ground dying. So what if you're a genius? It's just a speck of floating dust in front of the Xiao family. The clan elder had his hands behind his back, as if he had seen through everything in the world, floating like a worldly man. Just then, Xiao Huang Chao's voice came from below. "I won't lose. Master doesn't have to care about me." The voice was hoarse, as if it had used up all its strength. When Jong Hong Xan heard this, the martial skill he was running gave a lurch, and the crackling purple electricity disappeared into the air. He knew that this little disciple he had taken in was not the reckless type. Since he was not seriously injured and unconscious, he naturally had his own solution. Jong Hong Xan gathered his own aura and was about to sit back in the audience. The 8 enforcers were instantly relieved. None of them dared to imagine if they could have held on for a few seconds without losing if they had really struck out just now. The aura that Jong Hong Xan had just erupted in that instant was really chilling them to the bone, as if they were facing a 7th-order big brother. What they couldn't believe was that they didn't even dare to entertain the thought of making a move in their hearts at that instant. But in the next instant, they only felt cold all over. Jong Hong Xan was like a bolt of lightning, pulling out shadows in the air and appearing in front of the Xiao family elders in the blink of an eye. In the eyes of the Xiao family elders who stared at him with bronze bells wide open, he waved his hand in a big wave. A bucket-thick thunderbolt instantly struck the Xiao family elder's body, and the Xiao family elder didn't even react, only letting out a miserable scream as he was struck down by the thunderbolt. Jong Hong Xan withdrew his own hand blandly and looked at the 8 enforcers with cold eyes. "It was just a shot to teach the flies a lesson, and did not interfere in the match, so your fellow officers can just continue to maintain order." After that he floated back to the audience blandly. The several ring enforcers didn't dare to say anything more, the corners of their eyes twitching a bit. "Enforcer, just kidding. What do I dare mind? That lightning strikes me just once would be enough." The farce was over, and the enforcers left quickly with some trepidation, and the audience couldn't help but sigh at the sight of such a poised Jong Hong Xan. Damn, the master has guts. The disciple also has guts. Look at Xiao Huang Chao down there being burned by the black flames and crying like a ghost and not even shouting to admit defeat. His master is too handsome. Not only does he protect his calf, but his strength is also so strong. That what's his name Xiao clan elder, he was suppressed with one hand. Jong Hong Xan back then he was a rare genius in the world. He was like a night pearl coming out of the sky, powerful, upright, kind to people and to the world. AI. It's just a pity that when he was at the peak of the 5th rank back then, he was seriously injured by a mysterious 6th rank martial artist, interrupting his path of advancement. Asterisk 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 asterisk. So legendary? Becoming a 6th ranked martial artist even after having his path to advancement interrupted? How terrifying must his talent have been back then? The audience didn't realize that this unassuming looking old man was such a genius. No wonder the disciples he took in were all more raw than one another. First, it was a string of 3 for the Thunder Body Duel Cultivation, and then it was a disciple of the 4th order reverse felling 5th order. Now this is unruly Xiao Huang Chao. Was that black inflammation-baked wailing refused to admit defeat? Jong Hong Xan's aura was too terrifying, and the crowd only dared to sneak a peek. Turning his eyes, he turned his attention back to Xiao Huang Chao, who was rolling around in the black flames. Miserable screams rose and fell, resonating throughout the competition venue. What was unexpected was that Xiao Huang Chao had held on for several minutes without surrendering, and that black flames had the feeling that they were going to be extinguished. This Xiao Huang Chao's willpower is too firm, isn't it? Terrifying talent paired with terrifying willpower. This son has the posture of a great emperor. Just listening to his screams gave me goosebumps. This black flame is simply terrifying. This black flame is pretty much consumed. It looks like the situation is going to be reversed. Do you take people Xiao Xintong as a little cutie? Ah, she definitely won't sit still. Seeing how persistent Xiao Huang Chao was, many viewers felt admiration for him and even turned to fan and started cheering for Xiao Huang Chao. Hang in there, Xiao Huang Chao. You can definitely win. What's this black flame? You can definitely buck the trend. At this moment, Xiao Xintong stared at Xiao Huang Chao, who had been burned for a few minutes, and her heart was also a bit shocked. She knew the power of this black flames. She had tested it with one of her toys. That toy that he had nurtured to the peak of the 3rd rank committed suicide directly after being tainted with the black flames in agony. Even a look of relief could be seen on his face. But this Xiao Huang Chao was able to hold out for so long, even making the black flames fade a few points. If he escapes this, he will surely suffer a lot in the future. Xiao Xintong understood that she couldn't be a sitting duck. If she let Xiao Huang Chao escape from this demonic flame, it would inevitably be another vicious battle. Might as well pour in all the magic flames. Wipe him out here directly. Thinking of this, Xiao Xintong pulled out an incomparably black magic flame seed. With a pull of his hands, the waves of inflammation instantly skyrocketed, covering Xiao Xintong's somewhat heartbroken face, completely consuming this supreme treasure. Even she couldn't help but feel a flesh pain. Gosh, there's still this terrifying black flames on this. This dose, this ing could be cremated for Xiao Huang Chao. This is the bottom line of a 1,000-year-old family. Xiao Huang Chao didn't lose this one unfairly. This dam that is running to win Xiao Huang Chao. This is clearly want to Xiao Huang Chao. If you can't beat them, then admit defeat. Xiao Huang Chao don't do anything stupid. Chapter 145 Demonic Flame Forging. S-Class Flesh Talent Desolate Dragon Sacred Body, 35%. However, to the crowd's surprise, Xiao Huang Chao, who was screaming miserably in the black flames, became arrogant. Just this? That's it? This flame is just enough to burn my feet and wash them. Waste of the Xiao family. That's not all you're capable of, is it? Auntie, if I come out, I will make you fly. Aha! Get some intensity on it. That's where it's at. Miserable screams mixed with gibberish flew through the air, and Xiao Xintong's eyes were ice cold. Xiao Huang Chao took a bite out of Big Mother and kept bringing up Xiao Xintong's age. Little. Burnt to ashes, you only have one mouth still hard. Xiao Xintong gritted her teeth and threw all of the demonic flames all over. Die in endless agony. The demonic flames that trapped Xiao Huang Chao instantly skyrocketed by several points, and the originally somewhat dim flames were instantly inflamed, as if they were going to burn through this heaven and earth. Xiao Huang Chao's miserable screams rose and fell once more, and he didn't even have time to put in a hard word. The scene was silent, and everyone was expecting Xiao Huang Chao to hold on and break through the limits of his own will. Yet inside that little bridge and waterfall box, the old man looked into that black flames with an unbelievable face. How is this possible? The old man sensed that Xiao Huang Chao's life force in that black flames was even stronger. What's happening here? The appearance of that black flames made the old man a little surprised. It was obvious that someone had weakened the original power of this flame as a way to make it suitable for use by 4th-ranked martial artists. And when Xiao Xintong pulled out that seed, the old man understood that this black flame had an even more terrifying fire. That was why the old man knew that this flame was definitely a huge threat to a 4th-ranked martial artist. But why did Xiao Huang Chao feel like a fish out of water in it instead? The old man was puzzled. And at this time, Xiao Huang Chao, he was lying in the black inflammation as if he was in a hot spring, and the cell phone beside him kept repeating the screams he had just recorded. AI, Shu Tan, the S-rank flesh talent is truly terrifying. To think that a flame of this intensity is needed to upgrade it. Xiao Huang Chao was still a bit grateful to Xiao Xintong in his heart as he looked at the progress bar of his rising S-Class Desolate Ancient Dragon Body. 10%, 14%, 20%. What a nice guy. A pillow for a snooze. 24%, 25%, 30%. When the progress bar of the S-class draconic dragon body reached 30%, the flesh's absorption speed of the black flames changed violently. Small sips of water suddenly changed to pumps of water. Bad. How does the body suck so hard all at once? In an instant, the black flames swayed violently, and in the next moment all the black flames were absorbed by Xiao Huang Chao's flesh. Ancient dragon body, 35%. Xiao Huang Chao, hold on. When the flesh can't hold on, the will take you to break through. Go for it. Come out and show them what it means to be a genius. Asterisk. If you can come out alive in this black flame, I'll bet my entire fortune on you to win. All the cheering came to a screeching halt, as if the videotape had suddenly cut out, and for a moment the arena was clear even to the sound of breathing. All the crowd could see was a man in a law enforcement robe, clutching a quivering lance in one hand and slipping a cell phone in the other. His screams were still playing on his cell phone. Grip it. The first audience member popped the nationalist, and one after the other. The nationalist spat it out. The scene was a bird's eye view. No, I thought he was going to be burned to a crisp, and you're telling me he actually seemed to be enjoying himself in there? This was cheated out by Deja when he was a kid, and he's going to be cheated out of his tears by you when he grows up. Why is he so strong? I love it so much. Xiao Huang Chao, you think I'm miserable, but I'm actually pretty cool. Xiao Xintong was also dumbfounded. The scene in front of her couldn't believe it. Xiao Huang Chao surprisingly didn't even burn through his skin, and he could even feel that the aura emanating from his flesh was even stronger. Xiao Huang Chao didn't expect this black flame to be so unabsorbable. This can't be. This is absolutely impossible. The first one to collapse was Xiao Xintong. Such a terrifying black flame had failed to injure Xiao Huang Chao. What was in front of her directly broke through her mental defenses. Xiao Huang Chao came to Xiao Xintong with a flash, and a kick with a whistling sound instantly hit Xiao Xintong. Panicked, Xiao Xintong folded her hands together to harden herself against the kick. A miserable scream instantly rang out, and in an instant, Xiao Xintong heard the sound of her hands' bones breaking. The flesh-enhanced Xiao Huang Chao's strength went even further, and his next kick directly sent Xiao Xintong flying. He muttered, "Thank you for the gift of nature." Xiao Xintong no longer had the courage to resist. Her pride was directly shattered. Or maybe she's scared that if she keeps fighting, she'll lose her life. She was the golden young lady of the Xiao family. How could she fight for her life with a mudblood? Admit defeat. I admit defeat. The scene erupted into a mountain of cries. Xiao Huang Chao! Xiao Huang Chao! Xiao Huang Chao! The corners of Jong Hong Xan's mouth revealed a smirk. When his own disciple uttered those words, it was only when Jong Hong Xan, who was concerned, sensed that Xiao Huang Chao's vitality below the ring was exuberant like fire. There was no such thing as being knocked into a downward spiral. Pressing himself to stand up for him, he just didn't expect that he would be able to utilize the black flame to enhance his physical body talent. Jong Hong Xan looked at Xiao Huang Chao, and the more he looked, the more satisfied he became. The White family's 6 transformations of that divine dragon were not a loss at all to him, and the faces of a few people from the Xiao family became very ugly. Now Xiao Huang Chao has worn 2 in 1, and even Xiao Xiang is dead. Xiao Tingfei's face was very unsightly. This was the second battle of the national youth competition that he had led the team in, and it had come to this. It's a huge blow to his reputation. No more playing it cool and calm in the ready bench. Xiaowei was next, and if he lost, even if he won the match himself, he would surely be scolded when he returned to the clan. Xiao Tingfei looked at Xiaowei with cold eyes. In this one, only victory is allowed. Xiao Tingfei added coldly, when you get a chance, kill him. Captain. Xiaoyi's body is tall and powerful. His muscles are like gnarled dragons tangled together, with clear lines and full of power. The Xiao family's special battle uniform even perfectly outlined his immense muscles. His eyes were fiery as he stared at Xiao Huang Chao. His heart had long been a bit pressed. He was a physical cultivator, and when he saw a physical cultivator like Xiao Huang Chao, his heart had long been filled with raging battle intent. Only the fights between physical cultivators and physical cultivators were fist to fist and filled with violent beauty. Xiaowei couldn't help but lick the corners of his mouth as he secretly thought in his heart, how could a wasteful big miss like Xiao Xintong defeat you? Just a piece of trash who's afraid to even put his life on the poker table and play with people's hearts. Only an outlaw like me could take your head off with my own hands. Xiao Huang Chao, you should be able to give me a good fight. Chapter 146, what are you so crazy about? A first-ranked martial artist? Inside the box, the black-robed old man's eyes were stunned, as if he was still recalling the flame. What's wrong? You were yelling just now, the black-robed old man said. The origin of that black flames is not simple. Its characteristics, the mold, is most likely from the legendary demonic flame that burns everything. The surrounding old men were instantly startled and looked at the black-robed old man with disbelief. You can't make this up. How can this legendary object be present? Only the crazies in the witch church believe that everything in the legend is true and fight to find that. If this is a demonic flame, then his power is by no means something a fourth-ranked martial artist can master. In the face of his old friend's skepticism, the black-robed old man merely shook his head. It's impossible for me to be mistaken. It is written in the Church of Justice that this flame is pitch black and has the ability to specialize in will. It intertwines fire with evil and scorches all sins. That is to say, the more sins a person is tainted with, the more sustenance this fire has, and the power grows geometrically. It was born in sin itself, and the sins of the earth are its sustenance. The fire is most likely artificially weakened. The black-robed old man said decisively. What you mean is, the Xiao family has mastered this demonic flame? Quite possibly. However, any kind of spiritual creature that exists between heaven and earth must have its survival nutrients. So how does the Xiao family know how to feed the demon flame? The black-robed old man spoke with his hands behind his back. Then the only way to find out is to take a trip to Xiao's house. Oi 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 oi. The old Qin Justice Synod won't be able to care about these things. The world families are now united in their power. It's not the time to look for the door to turn the other cheek. The black-robed old man's tone was stuttered, half unable to say anything. But this kind of evil spirit is bound to require a large amount of evil substances in order to. Old Chan, an old man on the side interrupted the black-robed old man in a deep voice. You're just a black-robed enforcer of the justice cleric. Do you think that your teammates, or anyone else for that matter, would be willing to accompany you to challenge a 1,000-year-old family? Look at Jong Hong Xan, the peak of the 5th rank. So what if he has the Zhong family at his back? It wasn't still the path of promotion that was interrupted by a 6th-level powerhouse. And this interruption was a decade of silence and silence. Have you ever seen Zhong Hong Xan pop up and clamor again? Old Chen, the spine of the justice cleric has been broken. You should stop thinking about enforcing the law for justice. What you should do is to work hard to improve your strength. Strive to keep yourself alive in the great world to come. The gray-robed old man sitting next to him persuaded the black-robed old man, couldn't hide the doubt in his eyes. Knowing his old friend's nature and willingness to give everything for the morality of his heart, he joined the Order of Justice, while he himself joined the Transcendental Forces. How did it turn out? I'm already at the peak of the 7th rank, and I'm just one step away from being an 8th-ranked martial artist, and with the help of the resources of a transcendent power, I may not be unable to break through to an 8th-ranked martial artist. On the contrary, what about the genius who was known as the #1 in the Dragonitis Empire back then? Back in the day, he was so spirited that he said he was going to show the world what he had in mind. With a wave of his hand, he refused the solicitations of countless transcendent forces and even hidden clans, and resolutely joined the Church of Justice. After joining the Righteous Order for so long, he was now only at the early 7th stage of martial arts strength, and the dark wounds on his body were even more numerous. The 8th rank was like an unattainable mountain to him. What's the point when in a little while he'll be holding his moral righteousness and turning it into a puddle of dirt? Isn't cultivating the martial arts path to set out for higher ground? What's the use of that so-called moral bull *********? This world is meant to be a place of the weak and the strong. Sacrificing one's own future to punish others for their evil is simply foolish. As an old friend, I must pull him. The gray-robed old man just kept looking at old Chen. The black-robed old man no longer said anything, but just quietly looked at the match below. The old fellows within earshot continued to discuss Zhong Hongshan's disciples, and the words dripped with the desire to obtain geniuses to maintain the prosperity of the family. Chen Lao couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Thoughts of what the Xia family might have done kept forming in his mind. Oh holy sea of justice, how long will you wait until you realize the justice you speak of? I, Chen, am an old man. Do I still have a chance to see the teachings of the Church of Justice spread throughout the world? The referee had already announced Xiao Huang Chao's victory, and Xiaowei couldn't wait to enter the ring. He was seen craning his neck from side to side, shaking it off and leaping hard, slamming down on top of the ring with a loud thud. Huge muscles and streamlined musculature appeared in the middle of the crowd. Xiaowei was dripping with hardened beauty. Kid, you're a little lucky. The old man is getting an itchy hand, and I didn't have a decent opponent the other day. You're different. You make me feel almost warlike pleasure. I hope you can last a few more punches. Xiaowei revealed his morose white teeth. His smile was cold and evil. Xiao Huang Chao, go for it. I pressed you to last through the 3rd set. Give me a tough fight. The Xiao family's children on the side couldn't help but laugh out loud, their eyes full of mockery of ignorance. Winning the 3rd set? Do you know about the sequence battle within the Xia family? Everyone who isn't over 50 years old can compete for the Xiao family sequence, and only the top 5 will be crowned family sequence geniuses. Every year, 5 geniuses are chosen from the challengers to challenge the sequential sons, and the winner stays to become the new sequential son. The sequence sons will enjoy the top resources of the Xiao family. That's why the battle for the sequence is extremely fierce every year. Many even died horribly in the battle of the sequences. and Xiao Yi is the sequence son of this session. Sequence ranking, second inch. It's only the second. Just Xiao Huang Chao's strength just now can definitely beat him. Ha 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 ha. What do you know? The Xiao family's son frowned and chided. I was present at the battle where Xiao Yi became the second in the sequence. He was bathed in blood and fought until he went crazy. My cells were screaming just standing on the audience stage. On that day, he stood on top of the ring like a god or a demon and tore the previous sequence's second sequence's sun in half. Since then, Xiao Yi has been sitting firmly in the second position of the sequential sun. Xiao Huang Chao? A physical cultivator? It's like a child playing with dumbbells in front of Xiao Yi, blowing it out of proportion. So how did the first two lose? The third, fourth, and fifth ranked people in the clan sequence are over 50 years old, or else it wouldn't even be Xiao Yi's turn to make a move. The Xiao family's children looked at the few spectators with contempt. Third order martial artist. Second order martial artist. Second order martial artist. Piece of. No wonder he has no eyes. Audience member, what the hell are you doing being crazy about a first-ranked martial artist? Chapter 147. How can you beat me in practicing martial arts day and night? On the field, the referee stood in the center of the arena, his eyes sweeping over each of the two competitors. The expression was serious. Friendship first, competition second. Please uphold the principle of fair play and respect for the opponent to compete. Now, the match officially begins. As the referee's words fell, Xiao Yi's body, which had originally appeared to be standing easily and casually, snapped taut, as if a cheetah ready to go. The muscle lines of the whole body are highlighted, exuding a strong sense of power, only to see his paws violently stomping on the ground. The whole person was like a discharged cannonball rushing towards Xiao Huang Chao on the opposite side. The speed was staggering. Xiao Yi's voice was surprisingly faster than his. Kid, let me test your physical cultivation strength. In the blink of an eye, the two of them were already close to each other. Xiao Yi's casserole-sized fist rapped with a strong wind, smashing straight towards Xiao Huang Chao. Only heard a muffled bang sound. The violent clash of fists to flesh resonated throughout the arena. Under this strike, Xiao Huang Chao felt a mountainous and terrifying force surging. He was secretly shocked in his heart. He did not expect Xiao Yi's strength to be so strong. However, at this moment, there was no time for him to think more. As he hurriedly gritted his teeth and exerted all his strength in an attempt to resist Xiao Yi's thunderous attack. I'm a 4th-ranked 8th-ranked physical cultivation martial artist. If you don't bring out your full strength, you'll die. Oh. Xiao Yi smiled and threw a vicious punch as if he was a gentleman signaling the lady to go first. Xiao Huang Chao certainly knew that he couldn't be so kind and warned him to be careful. The sin value above his head had already told Xiao Huang Chao what he was. Sin value, 720. After awakening the A-rank physical body talent blood battle berserker body, he takes pleasure in killing people and bathing in blood, abusing countless martial artists, men, women and children, is trying to break through the A-rank flesh and blood talent in constant extreme battles. What a ing full complement of villains. Fortunately, he had just raised his S-rank fleshly body talent Desolate Dragon Sacred Body to 35%, and his recovery power had greatly increased by a lot. This was the only way to withstand the violent fists that were raging like a storm. After Xiao Yi hammered hundreds of punches, he looked at Xiao Huang Chao who had no pressure in his moves and revealed a satisfied smile. Sure enough, I was right about you. He only saw Xiao Yi steadily set down his horse stance, clenched his hands into fists, and set up his fist stance, and the whole person's temperament changed abruptly. The original lazy and casual appearance instantly disappeared, replaced by an unprecedented focus and seriousness. His eyes were as sharp as a falcon's, locked tightly ahead. At the same time, a powerful and unrivaled aura violently erupted from his surroundings, as if a mountain was rising up to the sky. It was then that a shocking scene appeared. Behind Xiao Yi's back, a huge martial monk shadow that was tens of meters tall slowly emerged. This martial monk was like a Vajra descending into the world, exuding an endless pressure. Suddenly, the martial monk's eyes snapped open. In an instant, a dazzling burst of golden light exploded, illuminating the entire ring. Immediately after that, the martial monk also set up a boxing stance that was exactly the same as Xiao Yi's, and that heaven-destroying aura was just like a surging tsunami, impacting everything around him one wave after another. Big Dipper's fist. Xiao Yi let out a shocking roar from his mouth, and his voice resounded through the clouds. With this furious shout of his, a terrifying shockwave instantly swept out with a mountainous momentum, and wherever it passed, the air was torn into countless fragments, emitting sharp and ear-piercing whistling sounds. Xiao Huang Chao, who was standing on the opposite side of the room, couldn't help but suck in a mouthful of cool air when he saw the scene, secretly marveling in his heart. What kind of monster is this guy? The strength of this fleshly body is simply beyond imagination. Although this fist technique definitely didn't look like it was of a high rank, with this amazing martial arts aura, its power was already enough to rival those top S-rank martial arts. The audience on the stage recognized the origin of this martial art at a glance. Grass. This Xiaowei is too strong, isn't he? This Big Dipper Fist of Heavenly Dipper is only a B-grade martial skill, but in his hands it has such a terrifying power. I'm convinced. I've practiced this move. I can't even blow leaves. He blew my wig away with one punch. Is that the difference between a genius and me? I just threw a punch. Sorry about your wig, I couldn't blow it back with the wind of my fist. The muscles are so fierce. I like them so much, but I'm afraid he could kill me with one punch. The old man who critiqued everyone in the last inning stepped forward. Xiaowei, he has entered the realm of realization with this punch. The old man continued. This punch, which has already reached the realm of the infernal level, coupled with the addition of his own fleshly body talent, has directly summoned the shadow of the one who created this fist technique back then. The strength is simply terrifying, worthy of being the sequential son of the Xiao family. It is rumored that those who have a heavenly fist technique can communicate with their master ancestor and obtain the pure essence of the technique, thus speeding up the rate of comprehension of the technique. It seems that this Xiaowei is this fist technique passerby. Someone off to the side asked with a shaky voice, is the son of a worldly family really so terrifying? The power of this punch can be so great. Does that Xiao Huang Chao still have a chance to win? The old man shook his head inside. A person walking on this road of life is not as fast as someone else pushing with a cart. Not to mention the fact that the road taken by the children of the world will always be the most suitable for them. Ordinary people, on the other hand, are in a constant state of trial and error. Becoming a martial artist is difficult. Advancing is even more difficult. And those who go to the next level of the martial realm are even more difficult. The people around him couldn't help but feel sour in their hearts when they heard it. In their eyes, Xiao Huang Chao was their own. Ordinary people who silently fought and grasped any opportunity to death. If even the geniuses among the ordinary people couldn't fight the children of the world's families, then how could they? Even if they thought in their hearts how Xiao Huang Chao could possibly beat the Thousand Years family, as they kept raising the stakes for the Xiao family, they will all secretly invest hundreds and thousands into the handicap of Xiao Huang Chao Shang silently. This little bit they didn't think about winning money. They thought about the glimmer of hope in their hearts, representing the hope of their common man. At this point the scene was in a doldrums and turned as if something had happened. An earth-shattering roar of frenzy erupted, only to see the same tens of meters high virtual image appear behind Xiao Huang Chao on the field. That person was wearing a yellow law enforcement robe with sword brows and starry eyes. Surprisingly, it was Xiao Huang Chao himself. A large and a small person set up a boxing stance, and the ferocious spiritual energy instantly ravaged the entire field. Fighting against Xiaoyi's Big Dipper hegemonic fist, Xiao Huang Chao grinned his big teeth towards Xiaowei. How can you beat me in practicing martial arts day and night? This punch, after decades of sleepless days and nights of practice, I finally had an epiphany on a rainy night. A move into the punch. A move into the punch. Xiaoyi's face changed drastically. He did not expect that the opposite party had created their own boxing style. Xiaoyi's body instantly tightened, unconsciously increasing the output of his own qi and blood power. This punch, catch it. Specializing in the king's fists. Chapter 148 Blood Battle Frenzy Body. Open. Tyrannical spiritual energy instantly surged out, and as Xiao Huang Chao's specialized king's fist blasted out, heaven and earth seemed to wail. The large Xiao Huang Chao behind him had cold eyes and blatantly threw a punch. Bang! Xiao Huang Chao's gigantic statue that looked like substance brazenly punched Xiao Yi's gigantic statue directly and disorganized it. Xiao Yi's face was full of incredulity. It can't be. How is this possible? How could my full-force punch from the late fourth stage be repelled by a punk? Fresh blood spilled out of Xiao Yi's mouth. Just now when the giant statue exchanged blows, the riotous power of qi and blood directly injured his 5 viscera and 6 bowels. Blood traced the corners of his mouth and ran down his body. He spat blood out of his mouth, and his body became reddish with every breath, as if he were a boiled shrimp. Xiao Yi's body turned red and stared playfully at Xiao Huang Chao. Then he burst out. Ah! Give me the gel ah! The phantom behind him instantly solidified. His figure skyrocketed, and in the blink of an eye it once again became several meters larger. Xiao Huang Chao's phantom became a small doll in front of him. Xiao Yi's body was red as if it was poured with blood, and even the last clarity of his eyes was covered with scarlet. In the blink of an eye his Dharma phase was also crawling with that scarlet, and the originally solemn martial monk became a bit evil. Coming. Big brother Xiao Yi's physical body talent. The Xiao clan martial artist screamed, pointing his finger at the spectator who had just said that Xiao Huang Chao could defeat Xiaowei. Towing the line. What do you muggles know? My Xiao family's Xiaowei is the inferior replacement of the S-class fleshly talent interdictory battle body, blood battle frenzy body, which is only recorded in legends. Once the flesh talent is opened, Yi's strength will increase by several more %. What does he, Xiao Huang Chao, take to defeat? Watching the people in front of him go silent, he was suddenly as proud as a victorious rooster, and the audience had long since been stunned by the phallic appearance that covered the sky. This phantasm, It breathes a sense of demonic strangeness. My mind will be affected just by looking at it. That Xiao clan martial artist just now said that this is an inferior replacement for an S-rank talent. The Xiao family is worthy of being a 1,000-year-old family. The Sequence Sun's talent is surprisingly so terrifying. This is not even an A-grade flesh talent. It's enough to be comparable to an S-grade flesh talent. This Dharma phase is like a god. It's amazing that the battle power of a 4th-order physical cultivator can reach this level. Wong Yu under the stage also looked somewhat incredulously at the gigantic phantom that covered the sky. This Dharma phase actually gives me a few feelings of being unbeatable. This Xiaowei should not be underestimated. His strength is truly terrifying. Junior senior brother has only just entered the 4th order. Wang Yu said in a grave tone. Junior brother's battle power wasn't weak either. But this Xiaoyi's fleshly talent was unexpectedly so terrifying. It could even directly add strength to his martial technique phantasms. Plus the fact that he had a much higher quality of chi and blood power in the late 4th stage itself. I hope junior brother won't fight hard. We'll come back next time if we can't win. At this moment, the scarlet phantasm in the field was like a berserk beast, and its thick and powerful arm was continuously swinging out heavy punches at a dizzying speed. When each punch was struck, it would emit a deafening, as loud as a flood bell, and its power was unstoppable, as if it was able to open up mountains and crack rocks in a heavy and incomparable manner. Xiaowei was already in a state of insanity. The entire person had fallen into a state of near madness. Only his eyes were red, and a strong fury aura emanated from his body. Facing such a ferocious attack, Xiao Huang Chao didn't dare to slack off in the slightest. He crossed his arms to resist this ferocious attack. Xiaoyi's strength enhancement was terrifying. In front of that stormy fist of the Scarlet Dharma phase, Xiao Huang Chao's Dharma phase instantly fell apart and dissipated into points of starlight in the air. At this moment, the gazes of the crowd were all focused on that huge blood-colored figure. All they could see was that this behemoth was swinging its fists non-stop, wildly blasting ahead. Due to the speed is too fast, even Xiaoyi's own figure is hard to see. Only that one from the center of the punch exploded horrible ripples, such as ripples spread out in all directions. Wherever these ripples passed, the air was twisted and distorted, bringing up a burst of ear-piercing whistling sounds. At the same time, the protective shield around the entire venue trembled violently from the impact of this powerful force. Each impact triggered a low humming sound that resonated throughout the room, intertwined with the roaring sound generated when the blood-colored figure threw a punch. It unexpectedly formed a symphony full of violent aesthetics and shocking to the heart. Fight back. If you can't do it, just admit defeat. Why are you holding out for nothing? Damn. Do geniuses grow up in heavenly treasures? How the hell do you win? Discussions rose and fell, and the big brother of the opening next to Jong Hong Xan seemed to see some business opportunity. I didn't expect this Xiao Huang Chao is quite capable of fighting. The audience actually kinda wants him to win. The dealer rubbed his chin. Can I use this opportunity to make another buck? Hey, there. Lao's eyes face upwards and one hand points to the sky. Big Smart thought of a good idea. I can organize a cheering event. Betting on Xiao Huang Chao to win will get you one loudspeaker cheer. If you win, it's also returned tenfold. This group of cuties, it looks like they all want Xiao Huang Chao to win, so I'll just make a little money alone. With that thought, Big Smart started pounding away, pulling out the several loudspeakers he had been yelling on and shouting towards those around him. Now temporarily start a campaign. Bet on whether this Xiao Huang Chao can win or not. If you win, then you can get 10 times the rebate, but also have a chance to have a loudspeaker cheering oh. At this statement, a bare-chested big brother around directly over the pressure of $1,000. Holding a loudspeaker is to roar. Xiao Huang Chao, you damn. I pressed $1,000 on you. You have to give me a hard beating on these worldly geniuses. With a big brother leading the way, a number of people instantly came over to place their bets. Hit me hard, boy. Baha Yaro. I pressed $10. You have to pay me if you lose. I pressed $200. I pressed $400. More and more people came over to press their bets, and the big brother who opened the market was smiling from ear to ear. This Xiao Huang Chao is really my fortune tree. How many small goals are going to earn me after these games? Next time you have a project, be sure to ask me to work with you. Jong Hong Xan, who was on the side, frowned at the giggling opening brother next to him. I'm a bit confused about the youngsters nowadays. Are they so aggressive in their gambling? His disciple would not be defeated so easily. Although Jong Hong Xan didn't know what Xiao Huang Chao was up to, his talent for sword Dao hadn't been displayed until now. If he didn't even use this, then he must not have given his full strength. And Xiao Huang Chao's vitality is very strong at the moment, even getting stronger. Jong Hong Xan's eyes were abruptly stunned. This kid, was he using Xiaoyi's pressure to break through? Chapter 149 Desolate Dragon's Sacred Body First Appearance. Heavenly punishment. The opening brother on the side saw Jong Hong Xan sitting next to him and knew that this was the big brother who had just made a move. But he didn't balk at all and instead took the initiative to speak. Old sir, Xiao Huang Chao is your disciple, right? Can I trouble you to let me get acquainted with Xiao Huang Chao after the match is over later? I for one would very sincerely like to get to know him. The opening brother's eyes were sincere and fervent as he looked at Jong Hong Xan. Well, he'll come forward to get to know you. Jong Hong Xan casually replied back, having guessed why his young apprentice had asked him to sit here. Really? The opening brother's eyes glowed, not realizing that his fortune tree wanted to actively get to know me. Is it because of my genius brain? Then should I give him some of the money I earn? Jong Hong Xan looked at the kid who had been giggling and had no idea how much money he also owed to the stupid son of the landlord's family. Jong Hong Xan turned his gaze to Xiao Huang Chao, wondering what backhand his disciple had prepared, actually betting on himself to fight through a team alone. The original ancient well of his mind also rippled, and his heart actually had a few moments of anticipation. His own protege was about to perform a feat that he had not even been able to do back then. The raging storm of punches lasted for 10 minutes before Xiaowei dispersed the Heavenly Dipper hegemonic fist's phantom. Xiaowei floated in the air. The Xiao character on his body seemed to glow with some sort of demonic light under the blood infiltration. As for Xiao Huang Chao, his arms were crossed, his muscles were torn, blood was smeared all over his body, and he was still vaguely recognizable as a human being. Little master. Li Shuya couldn't stop her tears from flowing out when she saw her junior brother in this state. I didn't think the junior brother would be able to hold out to such an extent, taking every punch with his flesh. Senior sister. Something's wrong. There's something wrong with junior brother's body. Wong Yu was also startled when he saw the scene. However, Wong Yu, who was thick and careful, noticed that Xiao Huang Chao's flesh was actually glowing with a golden light, and the blood had actually formed some kind of mysterious pattern on his body. Li Shuya sniffed and looked over. Xiao Huang Chao's body wasn't trembling. Drops of blood were falling from his body, and underneath him was a large puddle of blood. In an instant, Xiaowei rushed over like an arrow off the string, while Xiao Huang Chao was motionless, as if he had lost all vitality. Xiaowei was getting closer and closer, his scarlet eyes full of desire for violence, as if the desire to tear everything apart was flowing through his blood. Tear it up! Tear it up! Those who stand in the way, die! Xiaowei roared, his hands violently pounding into Xiao Huang Chao's stomach as if he wanted to tear it apart from it. Duong! A sound of clashing fine iron resounded through the ring. Xiaowei was instantly conscious of the pain and looked up, right into the pair of crystal clear eyes. What's going on? Xiao Huang Chao said with a smile as he squeezed his hand. I was wrong about your Xia family being all good. 10 minutes ago. Ding! The desolate dragon's sacred body is being quenched, and the degree of quenching will enhance the completion of the S-rank talent desolate dragon's sacred body. Xiao Huang Chao was just about to ruthlessly ravage Xiaowei when he heard the system's beeps and was instantly delighted. This Xiao family are all good people, all thinking that my desolate dragon's sacred body is not fully cultivated, all trying to give me a boost in strength. When Xiao Huang Chao thought of this, he let his own fleshly body be continuously tempered in the Big Dipper explosive fist. Current completion level, 35%. Ding! The desolate dragon's sacred body senses the bald donkey's aura. The anger value surges. The desolate dragon's sacred body's quenching speed increases by 50%. Ding! Desolate dragon's sacred body tempering degree, 37%, 39%, 40%. Ding! The desolate dragon's sacred body cannot feel the pressure and can no longer continue to be quenched. It looked like Xiao Huang Chao had shed a lot of blood, all of which was waste blood discharged during the quenching process. The punch didn't even manage to break his skin a bit. The strength of the S-rank flesh talent was evident. Time to cut back. Xiao Huang Chao violently stretched out a hand and squeezed Xiaowei as tightly as an iron vice. In an instant, a powerful, unrivaled and palpitating aura surged out from his body and shot up to the sky. That breath was like substance, transforming into a dazzling, golden yellow light that was bright and brilliant. Immediately after that, a lifelike, majestic golden dragon unexpectedly slowly emerged from Xiao Huang Chao's body. This gigantic dragon danced with its teeth and claws, its head raised towards the sky, its mouth emitting a deafening roar that resounded through the clouds. Its massive body exuded an incomparable pressure that seemed to be able to tear apart the entire world. With the appearance of the golden dragon, the originally clear sky suddenly became dim, and thick dark clouds rolled in like a tidal wave, quickly converging together to form a black canopy. A streak of lightning cut through the sky, accompanied by rumbling thunder, as if it was heaven's wrath and punishment for this golden dragon, vowing to destroy it completely. However, in the face of such a terrifying heavenly might, the golden dragon was fearless. It once again threw back its head and let out a long whistle, its voice piercing through the gold and cracking the stone, penetrating straight into the heart. Afterward, it turned violently and recharged into Xiao Huang Chao's body with a thunderous momentum, disappearing without a trace. And at this moment, Xiao Huang Chao, surrounded by a layer of faint golden light, was like an undefeated god of war, radiating a chilling majesty. This is the vision that appears from an S-class talent, but why is it different from other people's visions? The lightning in this black cloud is so terrifying. It carries the aura of destroying the celestial beings. Could it be that this vision is meant to destroy the golden dragon that Xiao Huang Chao was carrying just now? What exactly is the talent that Xiao Huang Chao has awakened? And why did he attract heavenly thunder? The old man in the VIP box couldn't sit still either. This is the heavenly punishment induced by surpassing S-class talent. After so many years, someone will finally be able to awaken beyond the S-class talent. This son is by no means idle. If he resists the heavenly punishment, this Dragon Yan Empire will surely have a place for him. Several old men looked at each other with unbelief in their eyes. Each rushed to send a message to the forces behind them. Only the black-robed old man, his eyes were glowing. As the crowd was surprised, the oldest brother who opened the disc had begun to tremble at the sight of this horrific vision. This Xiao Huang Chao is so fierce? I'll open the market at 100 times the odds? The picture had already appeared in the opening old man's mind. Xiao Huang Chao stretched out his hands with his palms facing him. Xiao Huang Chao, do you know why I only picked one lotus when there were 10 in the pond? Opening, bro? Xiao Huang Chao, you picked 9 lotuses. The opening of the old brother's heart wanted to cry, and his eyes silently glanced at the old man sitting beside him like an old monk in meditation. Purple clothes and purple-robed enforcers. Before the word run could even surface in his mind, he was cut down by the purple-robed enforcer's sword. The opening of the old brother consoled himself. It's okay, Xiaowei A-level talent. The late fourth order to pin down a Xiao Huang Chao is not a handful of it? It's impossible to lose. Xiaoyi's continuous screams came from his ears. The opening old man's face twitched. Chapter 150, The Xiao Family's Anger. On the field, Xiao Huang Chao stood straight, his muscle lines evident, each muscle seemingly carved naturally. The golden proportions of the body drew a scream from the crowd of women present. On the other hand, Xiaowei on the side was unarmored. Scarlet blood drenched him, and the whole person had lost consciousness. A string of 3. Most of the spectators were silent now. No one had expected that a kid at the beginning of the 4th rank would actually be able to challenge the entire 1,000-year family team by himself. But Xiao Huang Chao is about to do it, right down to the last Xiao player. It would be able to accomplish the first achievement of one person punching through a 1,000-year-old family in the young martial artist competition. At this moment, the Xiao family elders, each of their faces did not look good. Bang! The marble table set in front of the Xiao family elder was instantly hammered to pieces. What a bunch of losers. How could they let an early 4th stage martial artist beat them like this? Are the family's resources fed to the dogs? It's a pig that can become a 4th ranked martial artist after eating so many resources. Them bunch of losers. Xiao family veterans were all filled with anger. This time the Xiao family was strung out 3 times and was considered to have lost a great deal of face among the 1,000-year-old families. Even if Xiao Tingfei beat Xiao Huang Chao in the end, it would still be difficult to retrieve his honor. This battle that had been strung out in bunches of 3 was destined to affect the Xiao family's centennial plans. The resistance to the recent plan to advance to a transcendent power was bound to increase greatly. This son's strength is not bad. The vine child does not know how much grasp. Should we secretly? Must not. The experts of the Dragon Yan Empire are all staring at this match. We must not make a move. So we're just going to let this farce continue? The Xiao family elder's eyes were ruthless, like a hungry wolf in the mountains. An ordinary enforcer who messed with our Xiao family. How could we let him off easily? Another clan elder mentioned hesitantly. This Xiao Huang Chao is Jong Hong Xan's disciple. Jong Hong Xan recently made a big mess of the Bai family, showing notable strength. His strength may even have reached the 7th order. So what? The voice of the leading Xiao family elder was icy cold. He's just an outcast of the Zhong family. What is he without the Zhong family? If he dares to block our Xiao family, just like back then, we'll interrupt his cultivation path once again. Send a message will the clan, tell the clan's old ancestor what happened here, and let his old man decide. Yes. When the several clan elders who were originally not confident in their own strengths heard this, they immediately stopped panicking. They are happy as can be to not have to go out and gnaw on difficult bones. The Xiao family's old ancestor was a martial artist of 7th rank strength, and Zhong Hongshan was nothing more than an ant in front of him. Now summon Xiao Tingfei and tell him to get it to death. These 3 losers, one was killed even after taking the elixir, one actually cowered in battle, and one didn't even have the chance to take the elixir. It's really a disgrace to the Xiao family. The clan elder leading the group said sternly, his eyes changing unpredictably, his heart already filled with rage. He was the one who brought the team here this time, and Xiao Tingfei was also trained by him. The loss of this battle could not only affect Xiao Tingfei's future alone, but he, the clan elder leading the team, would also be punished. Even resources will be affected later on. The ancestors of the family only look at the results, not the process. No matter how dirty the means you use and how nasty the practices are, the old ancestors don't care. All they want is for you to crawl in front of them and fulfill the task they gave you. Xiao Tengfei opened his eyes looking straight at Xiao Huang Chao. At this moment, he had already received the message from the clan elders. He flashes a cruel smile as he prepares to wait for the referee to call him to the ring. On the side, Xiao Xinton's eyes flickered. Fear and cowardice intertwined in her eyes. What flashed through her mind was Xiao Xiang's dead face in the scene where she had faced Xiao Huang Chao's cold and murderous eyes directly. The voice trembled. Big brother Tengfei. This person is a bit of a demon. You must be careful. Xiao Tengfei glanced at Xiao Xintong, disdain flashing in his eyes. If it was before, she was still a proud daughter of heaven, and behind her even stood an old Xiao family ancestor. He had originally had a slight crush on her, but now he seemed to be nothing more than a waste of space. Surprisingly, the heart of martial arts was broken by a punk from the Enforcement Bureau. How could such a loser be worthy of himself? Xiao Tengfei stood up, his posture erect, and the Xiao family's combat uniform set off his extraordinarily handsome and dashing appearance. It's just the lowest kid who got lucky and ascended to the gates of the heavenly palace. I will show him the difference between a mortal and a god. After saying that, Xiao Tengfei made a jump and landed firmly on top of the ring. The audience instantly recognized that this was the Xiao family's current supreme genius of fame. This is Xiao Tengfei. It looks like it's pretty much the same nose and mouth as us. What the hell do you know? Why did I dry bet my entire fortune on the Xiao family to win? Because I know Xiao Tengfei is participating in this match. It's said that Xiao Tengfei is the body of an absolute martial god, cultivating martial arts that are not comparable to ordinary people. 10 years of practicing S-ranked martial arts for you may be equivalent to half a year of people's hard work, and it's not even as much as what they understand in one epiphany. What? It's actually a martial god physique? Then his martial skill proficiency shall not be godly. Yes, his battle power is definitely the strongest amongst his class. Does the Xiao family, a 1,000-year-old family, still lack S-ranked martial arts techniques suitable for him? Just you wait. This Xiao Tengfei's strength is estimated to be just below that 4th-order consummate martial artist from the other day. Heck, just that martial artist in the wheelchair. I simply can't imagine how Xiao Tengfei can lose a 4th-order consummation plus martial god's body to beat an 18-year-old at the beginning of the 4th order. Even if he has a string of 3, I still don't think he has the slightest chance of winning over Xiao Tengfei. Is this Xiao Tengfei really this strong? Some viewers who wanted Xiao Huang Chao to win couldn't help but ask. Nonsense. This strength gap is too big. Can a child with a dagger hurt an adult? It doesn't even have the strength to break the skin. There was silence in the audience. At this moment, the referee on the field recognized at a glance that this was the Xiao family's unicorn son, Xiao Tengfei, and didn't say much more. Just waved his hand and announced the start of the match. Xiao Huang Chao and Xiao Tengfei stood on one side each. The auras of the early 4th stage and the perfect 4th stage constantly clashed. Their sleeves fluttered, but their bodies remained still. Xiao Tengfei looked at Xiao Huang Chao in front of him and spoke indifferently. You have some strength and some luck. Let those 3 losers fulfill your reputation and hang the Xiao family on the pillar of shame of a 1,000-year-old family. It even spoiled the Xiao family's 100-year plan. You must die in this ring. The murderous aura in Xiao Tengfei's eyes flashed and his aura soared. One palm opens the sky. The mountain-like aura quickly gathered and formed a huge palm in the air, falling down with a loud bang. Chapter 151, Xiao family Qilin's son, martial god's body. The Xiao family elder, Xiao Dongzhang, who had come with the group, saw the mountainous palm, and his eyes instantly lit up with joy. I didn't expect this disciple of his to raise his proficiency in the S-ranked martial skill palm opening heaven by another notch, raising it from the into the subtle level to the Exodus realm. This martial skill was specifically targeted at those who were physical cultivators, and it had an extremely strong killing effect on the power of qi and blood. See how this Xiao Huang Chao can hide. Xiao Huang Chao didn't panic. He saw raging killing intent in Xiao Tengfei's eyes. He added on to his martial arts skills day and night and gained quite a bit of experience with them. With just a glance, he could tell that this palm specialized in breaking the physical body. The powerful spiritual energy of the perfect 4th rank was like a raging and surging torrent that rapidly converged and condensed in the air, eventually transforming into a huge palm that covered the sky. This palm contained endless power and a terrifying aura, and it slashed viciously towards Xiao Huang Chao with a mountainous momentum. However, in the face of such an astonishing attack, Xiao Huang Chao didn't change his face or his heart, and he didn't even show the slightest hint of panic. Empiricism kills. I'm not a mere bodybuilder. Humph. Is it possible to assume that I'm just a single-celled cultivator just because my physical body is strong? Are all Xiao family members single-celled animals? Xiao Huang Chao snorted coldly, swung his hands violently, and bellowed under his breath. Phantom sword dance. In an instant, Xiao Huang Chao's body glowed with light and countless sword shadows emerged out of thin air. These sword shadows were densely intertwined, forming a dazzling ocean of swords. Each sword shadow flashed with a cold light, carrying the force of 10,000 pounds as if it was able to tear through the void. And each sword shadow was wrapped in surging sword intent. sweeping in like angry waves. With a slight point of the sword finger in Xiao Huang Chao's hand, those countless sword shadows instantly fused into one, turning into a bright and dazzling sword light. Like a roaring dragon, it whistled and rushed towards the huge palm that came at him head-on. Only a loud bang was heard, as deafening as a bolt from the blue. That huge palm and the sword light ruthlessly collided together, and an unrivaled energy fluctuation erupted between the two. For a time, the sky and earth changed color, the wind and clouds stirred, and the surrounding air was squeezed and twisted and distorted by this powerful force. In the midst of this intense exchange, that seemingly indestructible huge palm unexpectedly broke apart in a flash, turning into bits of spiritual light that dissipated into the air. And the sword light is not reduced. Continue to Xiao Tingfei sped away. Wherever it passed, everything was reduced to pieces, and a shocking scene happened. The huge palm coalesced again and pinched fiercely towards Xiao Huang Chao's sword light. The crowd exclaimed, "This terrifying martial skill proficiency!" Instantly reenacting the same martial skill. This martial skill of Xiao Huang Chao. The proficiency of this martial skill is also terrifying to the extreme. It was able to instantly shatter Xiao Tingfei's martial skill. You have to know that Xiao Tingfei's martial skill proficiency is definitely not low, and the quality of his spirit power at the 4th stage of perfection makes it out. This Xiao Huang Chao isn't weaker than his physical body in terms of sword Dao talent either. Amazingly talented. The sword light and the spiritual power palm collided crazily, and a spiritual power storm erupted open in the air, the huge fluctuations seeming to distort space. Xiao Tingfei indifferently took a step forward, and black chi and blood power rose up. At a young age you actually have some sword intent in you. You can make me a little more serious. Xiao Tingfei's hands were slightly bent, making a kind of false grip, as if he was holding some mysterious and powerful treasure tightly in his palms, only to see his lips lightly open and slowly spit out a few obscure syllables. Wind and thunder break. In an instant, a dazzling light burst out from his hands, and immediately afterward, a long blade with a body glittering with lightning appeared out of thin air. The long blade was like a divine weapon in the hands of the god of thunder, with thunder light wrapping around it, crackling and snapping, emitting a palpitatingly terrifying aura. As Xiao Tingfei swung his arm, the long blade slashed forward violently, and instantly, a powerful and incomparable lightning saber blade surged out like a flood that broke the dike. These blade-ons carried unrivaled might, slicing through the void, and wherever they passed, the air was torn apart, emitting ear-piercing bursts of sound. The momentum of this knife was simply like the thunder from the 9 heavens descending to the mortal world, and like 10,000 horses galloping and whistling, its power could be described as destroying the heavens and destroying the earth. The violent blade power was like thunder and lightning, sweeping toward the front with a mountainous momentum, making people feel as if the entire world would be completely chopped up under this blade. When the spectators on the sidelines saw such an astonishing scene, all of them had their jaws dropped and their pupils contracted dramatically. They marveled in their hearts. This is actually another S-ranked martial skill. How many S-grade martial skills has this Xiao Tingfei fellow cultivated? And looking at the proficiency of this martial skill that he executed, it's obvious that it's already surpassed the realm of entering the subtle. Someone couldn't help but speculate. Could it be that all that he has cultivated are top-notch S-class martial arts? The moment these words were uttered, an uproar immediately resounded around them. It was important to realize that for an ordinary martial artist, it was never easy to cultivate an S-ranked martial art. The introductory phase alone often takes years or more of hard work, and if one wanted to raise the proficiency of a martial art up, it was even more necessary to accumulate and hone it for years and years. Take the once famous Sun family head, Sun Badian. He had exhausted his entire life's efforts until just before his death, and only managed to break through the S-class martial skill 10,000 swords returning to the palace to the proficiency realm. From this, it could be seen just how difficult it was for ordinary martial artists to cultivate martial arts. However, today, Xiao Tingfei was able to execute multiple S-grade martial arts so easily, and the proficiency of each of them had reached an extremely high level. The body of the martial god was as terrifying as this, and Xiao Huang Chao unexpectedly blocked all of that sword light. The crowd hit their eyes and something even more surprising happened. Countless Xiao Huang Chao appeared around Xiao Huang Chao, each holding a long sword made of spiritual energy in their hands, blocking the raging lightning blade. If Sun Badian were alive right now, his eyes would probably be glaring out. Isn't this the 10,000 swords that he's practiced all his life? The skillful realm could only separate hundreds of sword-holding shadows, while the sword skill consummate Xiao Huang Chao had hundreds of sword-holding shadows that came to life just by casually executing them. Even these sword-wielding shadows could actively block the blade. The audience, on the other hand, looked dumbfounded. Does this damn thing even let people live? Xiao Huang Chao's martial skill. It's another S-class martial skill that surpasses the inferior grade. Did they start practicing martial arts since they were born? Why is it that I haven't even gotten started with S-ranked martial arts yet? Could it be that Xiao Huang Chao is also a martial god physique? The ability to comprehend martial arts has greatly increased? Xiao Huang Chao, I'm sorry, I'm adding a bit of physical fitness. Chapter 152 Xiao Family's Knife. The elders on the scene, the representatives of the major powers couldn't sit still. Is this Xiao Huang Chao really only 18 years old? From the time he came onto the stage until now, the proficiency of any of the martial arts he has performed is beyond our imagination. An old man said with a frown. The people around them likewise sensed that something was wrong. How can an 18-year-old possess so many martial arts with super high proficiency? Knowing that I've only mastered a few martial arts at the proficiency entry level up until now, one of the elders showed up directly. At 18 years old, the talent beyond S-class is so terrifying. They had all watched Xiao Huang Chao's talent for drawing heavenly punishment that he had displayed just now, but they just didn't expect this talent to be so perverse. Cultivating martial arts was as simple as drinking water. If his martial realm was raised, his combat power would directly soar. This group of representatives of big powers only wished that the bigwigs of their own powers would hurry over to snatch them. Xiao Huang Chao's such a terrifying talent was bound to attract the attention of other forces. There's no time to lose. It's first come, first served. In the stands, the two captains of the hidden family had gravity in their eyes. The talent displayed by Xiao Huang Chao had already exceeded the level of unusual geniuses that even their hidden world clan couldn't match. Su Shihun's frown was so furrowed that it could have caught a fly. How could such a demon appear in the world? Do you have someone in your team who cultivates martial arts particularly fast? How is that possible? Shur quietly spoke without a word of humor. You and I are both the celestial pride of the hidden world clan. Of course we know that the world's heroes are like a river, but in the end, we are the only ones who become high-ranked martial artists. This Xiao Huang Chao's talent is truly terrifying, but without enough resources to support him, he has no chance of reaching our realm. It's different. It's special. Shur quiet looked at Su Xiang with some confusion. This kid's strength was far from ordinary. Even he was no match for him. The eye for people is even sharper. Every member of his own team was a fourth-stage consummate martial artist, but in his eyes, they were not worth mentioning, and there was even a slight contempt. Why are you so bullish on a genius who climbed up from the bottom this time? A few civilian geniuses could appear in every national young martial artist competition. However, they were all slow to advance on the path of martial arts due to the lack of resources for subsequent martial arts advancement, even if those geniuses had joined more powerful forces behind them. But how can you get resources without putting in the corresponding effort? Plus, thousand-year-old families were bound by bloodline, and core resources would only be given to direct descendants. Although the transcendent power was in the form of recruiting disciples, those core disciples were all cultivated from childhood, and the loyalty of the sect was even far more than that of a thousand-year-old family. It's not your superhuman talent that these people are looking for, it's your loyalty. A civilian genius like Xiao Huang Chao would of course spark competition from all the major forces, but they were all afraid that a rival force had recruited such a genius. But how could a power that took in a genius actually train him? The first priority of all powers in cultivating geniuses must be loyalty. Su Xiang, his origin has already determined his future path, so what if he is a supreme genius? In the end, he'll just turn into a shovelful of dirt first. Su Xiang stopped speaking, believing what he saw with his own eyes. If the rules of how this world was supposed to function were like this, thousand-year-old families, transcendent forces, and hidden clans monopolizing all kinds of resources for martial practitioners' cultivation, the promotion speed of civilian martial practitioners would be far less than that of the descendants of these families. Then certain people come along to break that rule. Su Xiang even had some expectations in his heart. He was looking forward to the world becoming interesting, looking forward to what the world would become after the rules of the monopoly of the lineage had been broken. It is the emergence of a new monopolized family. The rules remain the same. It is the emperor who takes turns to be the emperor, and today it is his turn. It was still an even distribution of martial arts resources, with each martial artist receiving the same amount of resources, or some other form. Su Xiang didn't know that in his Su clan's historical records, the situation of a multitude of lineages had already lasted for tens of thousands of years. In this process of historical advancement, countless geniuses had come forward to rebel against the oppression of the lineage. How did it turn out? When a certain lineage was defeated, instead of granting amnesty and distributing the resources, he would pocket all of them and establish a new lineage. Shur is quiet. You know, I'm looking forward to his growth, more than anyone else. Shur quietly glanced at Su Xiang, wondering if he went out and got hit by a car. Why are you acting so strange today? She stopped dwelling on that and said, in the current situation, this Xiao Tingfei really doesn't have much of a chance of winning. Did you bet on the one opened by that Cheng family kid just now? Missed the 100 times odds. How much would I make if I bet at all? Su Xiang looked towards the young master of the Cheng family who was being watched to death by Jong Hong Xan. He was just sitting there motionless, eyes blank. I think he might be beaten to death by his old man this time. Su Xiang had seen that Xiao Huang Chao had pressed a lot of himself to win. Hey, Xiao Tingfei is still hiding something. Shur quietly points to the ring with one finger. Only Xiao Tengfei could see Xiao Tengfei retracting his frantic attacking blade awnings. He floated in the air, his Xiao family combat uniform hunting in the gusty wind, and the Xiao character behind him was as black as ink, like a real sword. Xiao Tengfei's eyes stared at Xiao Huang Chao and he gave a light laugh that was devoid of any warmth. I didn't expect that there would be a day when I would fight the early 4th stage in a back-and-forth battle. You're kind of the first to push me this far. As soon as Xiao Tengfei's words fell, he only saw his entire body tremble violently, and a powerful energy that was as black as ink and as deep and endless as a raging wave erupted out of his body. In an instant, the surrounding air seemed to be solidified by this terrifying energy, becoming heavy and oppressive. At the same time, a cold, piercing and creepy aura suddenly filled the air. It's as if countless pairs of invisible hands are tightening their grip on people's throats, making it hard to breathe and making their hearts beat faster. Just then, a cold light suddenly flashed. It was an ancient and worn long knife that cut through the dark as ink energy in front of him. This long knife looked like it had gone through vicissitudes of time. Its body was covered with mottled rust, and those dark red bloodstains were like old scars set on it, shocking to the eyes. However, despite the fact that it appeared so tattered and torn, it exuded an unrivaled and terrifying pressure that sent shivers down one's spine. Under close observation, one could find that the shape and style of this long knife had a few similarities with the long knife engraved with the word Xiao on the Xiao family's combat uniform. It was just that in comparison, it had more of a mysterious and unpredictable aura, as if it was hiding an endless power. Chapter 153, Divine Dragon 6 Transformations vs Heavenly Saber Technique. Xiao Tengfei stepped out of the pitch-black wave of energy, holding the hilt of his sword in one hand. Tyrannical, crazy, and overpowering aura instantly erupted. Flying sand and stones, pitch-black energy covered the sky, and the crowd only felt their eyes suddenly darken. The elders of the other 1,000-year world families couldn't sit still at once. It's the Xiao clan's heaven-cutting berserker blade. The Xiao clan's heaven-slashing frenzied blade has actually chosen an inheritor. It seems like the Xiao family's advancement to transcendent power is imperative this time. Such a terrifying and overriding aura. It wouldn't be the blade technique created by the Xiao clan's old ancestor who fought the extraterrestrial berserkers in the first place. Not only did the Xiao family produce an A-grade martial talent peerless martial god, but they also mastered the Xiao family's peerless sword technique. This rising momentum, the gazes of several elders of millennia-old families and transcendent forces met in the air, and again, quickly and silently, he withdrew his own gaze. For a moment it was as if some sort of consensus had been reached, and Su Xiang from the hidden ancient clan also looked grave. The Xiao clan's old ancestor saber technique was praised even by the clan's old ancestors, even evaluating it in addition to the martial arts and breathing techniques that had been passed down from the clan to the present day. None of the gong methods created by later generations of clan elders or even old ancestors could compare to the Xiao family's old ancestor's gong method. It could be seen how talented the Xiao family's oldest ancestor was, and now the Xiao family's supreme blade technique had unexpectedly appeared in the world as well. In Su Shihong's eyes, Xiao Tengfei's purple light had a hidden tendency to glow red. Could this be the meaning of the emergence of a supreme genius? Su Xiang silently recalled in his mind the talking novels he had read. The rise of any protagonist is accompanied by bloodshed and the fall of lineages. He must get acquainted with Xiao Tengfei when he has the chance. As for Xiao Huang Chao, there was little certainty in his mind to determine exactly why Xiao Huang Chao's chi was black, and why did the chakra change from black to gold and back again. But he knew that red was the chi of a supreme genius. Jong Hong Xan looked towards the imposing genius Xiao Tengfei on the field. The heart murmured, "This is the true heavenly pride, the competitors on your path to growth. Battles between heaven's pride are very cruel and bloody. The king becomes the loser. Xiao Huang Chao, what would you choose?" The old men of the several great powers who were high up in the last box looked at the mottled long blade and mumbled a few words, but none of them came out of their mouths. Finally, the black-robed old man looked at Xiao Huang Chao. There seemed to be a touch of pity in his eyes. It was a pity that Xiao Huang Chao seemed to have been somewhat born at the wrong time this time. If he had been given the chance to grow, he might not have lost. The great world begins. The old men present were incomparably silent, and only this voice accompanied the sound of running water, lingering on. When the black-robed old man heard this, a hint of complexity flashed in his eyes. He himself had already notified the justice cleric to come and escort Xiao Huang Chao, a civilian genius. But the strength gap in this battle was so wide that the victory had already been decided by the time this sword appeared. A battle between geniuses was not simply a matter of victory or defeat. Behind this is involved the most mysterious dispute of chi that is hidden behind the dispute of the great world. In the great world, in the battle of geniuses, the winner would plunder the loser's chi to enhance their own. And the battle of geniuses is inevitable. And the geniuses that should be born will meet each other in the guidance of the underworld. Battle. Looting the chi. The black-robed old man said silently in his mind. I hope you won't fall flat on your face just because of a lack of chi. Things happen. The entire audience felt as if the sword was right in front of them when they saw the overwhelmingly powerful and broken sword. and the strong sense of oppression pressed them so much that they didn't dare to take a breath. They all realized that Xiao Tengfei was different, and the Cheng kid jumped up and down with joy. Woohoo! I didn't realize that Xiao Tengfei was hiding a killing move. I don't have to lose all my money. Ah ha 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 ha. The Cheng family boy stood up and crossed his arms to look at the ring. The raging aura couldn't hurt him in the slightest. Even the will was not affected in any way. At this moment, Xiao Tengfei on the field. Even his black eyes appeared to be mottled with the shadow of a long sword. Xiao Tengfei's ice-cold eyes looked at Xiao Huang Chao, and his mouth spat out a few bites. This blade, I originally saved for the captain of a certain hidden ancient clan. Now it seems cheaper. Dying under this blade, you can be considered to have no regrets in death. The sky-splitting slash. After saying that, Xiao Tengfei directly disappeared into thin air. The mottled long sword seemed to possess a soul as if it instantly disappeared and appeared in the air. In the blink of an eye, the body of the longsword surged out with a lingering blade intent, and countless mottled long swords appeared in the sky. Each of the long knives had a blade intent that cut through everything. The realm of human swords. Those on stage who knew what they were doing exclaimed. The most central ability of the Heavenly Saber technique was the ability to unite with the Heavenly Saber maniacal blade. I didn't expect Xiao Tengfei to make it this far, worthy of being a martial god's body. The Xiao family's heaven-slashing blade technique is a hellish martial art that is claimed to be more difficult than S rank. It's a human sword. Xiao Huang Chao is hopeless. Yes, it's a sure loss. If Xiao Tengfei's proficiency in the heavenly slashing blade technique hadn't reached the point where the human blade was united, there would still be a slight chance of winning. Ha ha ha. Well, it's almost time to go to the rooftop and blow off some steam. Countless long swords were right in front of him, and the sharp aura had already made Xiao Huang Chao feel a great pressure. This Xiao Tengfei also has a few strengths. Surprisingly, he can achieve the unity of human swords. Xiao Huang Chao's eyes were fixed on the identical modeled long swords in the sky, trying to find the one that was a human sword and directly break through the state of human sword unity. Unfortunately, this martial skill was too perverse, and each blade had the exact same aura and vibe. The blade buzzed, and under the pull of qi, 10,000 blades came down. Xiao Huang Chao took a deep breath. 2.5 years of cultivation, and it's still time to go all out. His pupils instantly turned golden, and 2 small dragons loomed in his pupils. Desolate dragon sacred body, open. Unsullied sword body, open. 10,000 swords return. Countless long swords rushed up to the sky, but in the huge strength gap, the long swords were like hardened tempered glass meeting a die-casting machine. It was shattered in an instant. Xiao Huang Chao did not look the least bit alarmed in the face of this situation, only to see his eyes slightly closed. The meridians in his body, as if pulled by an invisible force, began to run rapidly along an extremely mysterious and complex route. Suddenly, Xiao Huang Chao let out a deafening bellow from his mouth. Divine Dragon 6 changes. As this roar rang out, a cloud of dazzling to the extreme golden light suddenly erupted around his body, piercing one's eyes almost to the point of being unable to open them. And in the midst of this bright and dazzling golden light, countless gigantic dragon shadows were faintly visible whistling out from within Xiao Huang Chao's body. These dragon shadows were slightly illusory at first, but under the continuous illumination of the golden light, they quickly became solid as if they were real. They circled and flew in the air with their teeth and claws open, and each of them exuded a hauntingly terrifying aura. At the same time, a heaven-shaking dragon roar sounded one after another, like a burst of thunder exploding between heaven and earth, shaking the surrounding air with a circle of ripples visible to the naked eye. The pair of huge dragon eyes were even flickering with icy and bone-piercing cold light, staring dead on at the worn-out black blade that was speedily descending in the sky. Chopper? I'd like to see if you can cut through my perfection-grade Divine Dragon 6 transformations. Chapter 154, Old Ancestor, Only Victory is Allowed. A long, pitch-black blade was instantly linked together, blade intent intertwined, and the sky of the ring revealed a giant black blade that cut through the world. The blade was incredibly sharp and dark with drops of blood. The golden dragons facing directly at the black blade rushed up to the sky in unison. Golden light and black intertwined together, and a huge amount of energy exploded in the air. Countless golden dragons collapsed under the terrifying blade awnings, and the black blade still towered high in the air. The hanging hearts of the Xiao family elders outside the arena were immediately lowered. At this pace, Xiao Tengfei should win. Luckily, it was Fuji who was slightly better. Yeah, this Xiao Huang Chao kid is really a bit of a devil. He actually masters so many S-class martial arts. Can Jong Hong Xan, a wastrel, get his hands on so many resources? This son is only 18 years old. It's really appalling. Are there any arrangements on the old ancestor's side? As soon as these words came out, many elders looked at the leading elder, Xiao Dongzang. Xiao Dongzang opened his mouth. Old ancestor has already made up his mind. We just need to do a good job of settling in after the match. Has the old ancestor come? My Xiao family has a disciple dead. For S sake, This Xiao Huang Chao is simply not putting our Xiao family in his eyes. How dare he assassinate the Xiao family's children? When the clan elders mentioned Xiao Xiang, all of them were suddenly filled with anger. The older generation's path of martial arts had come to an end, and the hope of life was in the bodies of these juniors. The young people who could come to the National Young Martial Artist Competition were all the leaders of the Xiao family, and these clan elders certainly liked it. Quiet. Xiao Dongzhang's words instantly quieted the somewhat chaotic scene. He knew that this group of clan elders were bound to want to make a move, but the old ancestor hadn't given him a clear answer either. If the old ancestor didn't make a move, their group was not qualified to call Jong Hong Xan's bluff. The White family experience is still fresh in my mind. Thinking of this, Xiao Dongzhang's eyes moved to Jong Hong Xan in the audience. The eyes were obscure. What's going on? How come Xiao Huang Chao's aura has skyrocketed another knot? At this moment, the Xiao family elder who was paying attention to the battle on the field suddenly exclaimed. When Xiao Dongzhang heard this, his heart was in his throat and he hurriedly looked over. It's not like even Xiao Tingfei is going to lose, is it? On the field, Xiao Huang Chao's desolate dragon sacred body was at full battle power, and in an instant, the golden dragon silhouette instantly solidified quite a bit. The black blade hanging high in the sky was shaken somewhat illusory by the powerful impact. Everyone in the room couldn't sit still. What kind of talent does this Xiao Huang Chao have to be able to go head-to-head with the Xiao clan's heaven-slashing mad blade? Nay, the old man is uneducated, and a sentence of holding grass travels the world. If it weren't for the ring protector blocking the vast majority of my breath, I'd be on my knees right now. With this fighting strength, let alone a 4th-ranked martial artist, a 5th-ranked martial artist can even touch it. The battles are cool. This year's National Martial Artist Competition is extraordinarily good to watch, and every scene is a battle between geniuses. Just the battle intensity of this team from the Jiangnan Province Law Enforcement Bureau has caught up with the final. When you say that, I remember. There's another player in the Enforcement Bureau who hasn't even made a move. The crowd was shocked at the words. There are 3 known members of the Jiangnan Province Law Enforcement Bureau: Body and Thunder Dual Cultivation Genius Wong Yu, 4th Order Reverse Degradation 5th Order Li Shuya, and 4th Order Pervert Zhao Huang Chao. Just these 3 members are already bursting at the seams, and it's surprising that there's still one talented player who hasn't made an appearance. The Law Enforcement Bureau team is also too confident to assign one to the field with a loss of 2 combatants. You don't say. Zhao Huang Chao has already started to suppress Xiao Tingfei. How could it be? The sky-splitting blade technique is a mastery that was poured out by the Xiao clan's old ancestors' life's work back then. The Xiao family's children angrily rebuked the surrounding audience who criticized the Xiao family's martial arts. The Jintian blade technique brother Tang Fei has practiced it to the realm of the unity of human blades. A single blade can split mountains and break the sea. Even the clan elder's suppression of his cultivation is not a match for him. After the Xiao family's children finished blowing to the audience and saw their dumbfounded looks, they immediately raised their necks proudly, just like a cockerel that had won a fight, turning his head to continue to watch Xiao Tingfei's valor. But when he turned his head, his pupils tightened. Where did the black blade in the sky go? How did you become the one with the swarming dragons circling around? A horrible thought crossed his mind. Brother Tang Fei, defeated. Zhao Huang Chao looked to the other side, only to see Xiao Tingfei holding a long, pitch-black sword, his face unsightly. He grinned and hooked his finger towards Xiao Tingfei. In the sparring match just now, Zhao Huang Chao had already fallen into a disadvantage. Under the pressure of the black sword chopper, the righteous breathing technique unexpectedly formed a resonance with the 6 transformations of the divine dragon, and in the blink of an eye, all the dragon's shadows instantly solidified, annihilating the black blade shadow that cut through the void. Zhao Huang Chao was a bit surprised. I didn't expect that the divine dragon's 6 transformations would resonate with the justice breathing method at this time. Could there be a connection between the 2 of them? For the time being, he couldn't find any clues. But Zhao Huang Chao still wanted to experience that feeling of martial arts resonance again at that pressure. It's up to this Xiao Tingfei to give it a go. Xiao Tingfei, who was standing in the distance, breathed heavily. Obviously making the human sword unity was not a small exertion for him either. But what terrified him was that his heaven-slashing slash had been blocked by Zhao Huang Chao, or even a counterattack. Xiao Tingfei's eyes trembled slightly. He was already a bit scared. Now that he was empty behind him, he now held himself against more than just 100 years of greatness, the chance to advance to transcendent power, also carrying all the glory of the Xiao family. His mind recalled the day he left from Xiao's house. Amidst the rolling mountains, he stood in the palace at the highest point of the Xiao family, surrounded by clouds and mist, just like a fairyland. Xiao Xuantian, the old ancestor of the Xiao clan, who was the contemporary head of the family, led him to the steps of the palace. Xiao Xuantian waved his big hand, dispersing the clouds and mist, revealing the rolling mountains. See that shortest peak? It was at that peak that the first-generation old ancestor led the clan to settle in the first place. Our Xiao family's journey to this highest mountain peak is the result of the efforts of countless forefathers. One step at a time, It's what made the Xiao family what it is today, the 1,000-year-old family that it is today. Xiao Xuantian looked higher up, his eyes wanton. I really like a concept from this era called historical inevitability, where people make history. The growth of our Xiao family into a monstrous power is a historical inevitability, and our generation has its own historical mission, and we are about to create a new history. As long as we enter the top 50 of the national youth competition, our Xiao family will no longer be a 1,000-year-old family, but a transcendent power. Our accomplishments are left to the pen and ink of future generations. Tong Fei, you and I are destined to be written in the Xiao family's family history. A word that made Xiao Tingfei's heart boiling with blood. He wanted to be the most colorful in the Xiao family history. Just like the Xiao family's old ancestor who created the heaven-slashing blade technique in the first place. Xiao Xuantian looked into Xiao Tingfei's eyes and carved out a sentence in the depths of his mind. In this battle, only victory is allowed. Chapter 155, I'm a Xiao family history promoter. Xiao Tingfei's eyes lit up with a blazing fire, and he squeezed the black knife in his hand deathly tight. He murmured, but his face grew grim. How can I, Xiao Tingfei, fall in this place? I'm the promoter of the Xiao family's history. No one can stop the Xiao family from becoming a transcendent power. As soon as the words fell, the long sword, which was as black as ink and emitted a mysterious aura, suddenly trembled violently, as if an invisible force was breaking free from its bonds. One could only see strands of black mist so thick that it was almost materialized, escaping from the blade in a steady stream, like agile snakes and pythons winding and twisting in the air. In an instant, an overwhelmingly powerful blade light suddenly cut through. Its speed was mind-bogglingly fast, and it instantly flashed in front of Xiao Huang Chao's eyes. This blade light was like lightning cutting through the night sky, carrying an unrivaled might and chill that made people shiver. Xiao Huang Chao cupped the blade light with one hand. His veins rippled for a split second, and the blade light scattered in all directions. Show some strength. What's the difference between this level of attack and scratching an itch? Xiao Huang Chao's arrogant voice was not disguised at all, and the faces of the Xiao family members present immediately became very ugly. This was simply holding the last face of the Xiao family down and rubbing it on the ground, as well as repeatedly ravaging it with his feet. Right at this moment, only a deafening popping sound could be heard, just like thunder from the nine heavens exploding in the ears. The black long sword that was already bizarre and incomparable was even more astonishingly changed at this moment. Uncountable black tentacles were madly surging out from the body of the sword. With lightning speed, he was tightly entwined with Xiao Tingfei. In the blink of an eye, these black tentacles completely merged into his body, becoming one with it. A set of battle armor as black as night quickly took shape, wrapping Xiao Tingfei's entire body tightly, without leaving a single gap. This set of battle armor was hideous and horrible in shape, emitting a palpitating pressure, as if it was something of a demon god from the nine hells. The only thing that could be seen was the pair of scarlet eyes that were exposed through the gaps in the battle armor, flickering with a heart-stopping light, like two burning flames. The audience saw this scene and were too tense to breathe, as a sense of oppression like a shocking wave came at them. The viscous, dark aura seemed to take their souls captive. How many people has this Xiao family killed with that knife? What a terrifying blade. It actually pulled Xiao Tingfei's strength up again. The martial artists who had eyesight discovered the dreadfulness of that blade. The Xiao family's children were shouting from the side, and they were still like frosted eggplants when they saw Xiao Tingfei being knocked away just now. What the hell do you guys know? This is the ING grand finale treasure passed down from my Xiao family's ancestors. Only people with the Xiao family's bloodline can use it, and it will only follow if the Xiao family's unicorn son is born. The audience that had been listening to Blow Awesome couldn't sit still. You mean, Xiao Tingfei is a Qilin Z? Then how come he's still fighting back and forth with an early fourth stage? You know. The Xiao family's son immediately turned red and stammered a retort. Xiao Tingfei couldn't hear these arguments and didn't care. His eyes were only on the Xiao family's centennial plans. At this moment, Xiao Tingfei's entire body was shrouded in this darkness, and the only thing that was still clearly visible was the long black blade in his hand that was raised above his head. As he continued to inject his own powerful strength into it, the energy contained in this long sword became more and more terrifying, only to see that the dark red bloodstains on top of the blade, which were originally dull, actually began to slowly dissipate, as if they had been swallowed up by some mysterious force. Zhen Tian, heaven beheading stance, break the vault of heaven. Xiao Tingfei let out a roar from his mouth, hissing and resounding. At the same time, he gripped the hilt of the blade with both hands and fiercely slashed out a fierce slash towards the void in front of him. At that moment, an immense and incomparable black saber blade whistled out, wrapped in sky-destroying energy and rushed straight into the sky. Wherever it passed, space broke apart, air currents rolled back, and the entire heaven and earth changed color. The compressed airflow surged wildly. Xiao Huang Chao stood motionless in the air, his black hair fluttering in the wind, his law enforcement robe hunting, like a demon god standing proudly in the world. The blade that broke the dome of the sky cut across the sky, 100 meters, 10 meters, 1 meter. In the blink of an eye, he arrived in front of Xiao Huang Chao, and was about to split him in half in the next moment. It was as if the cells of his body were trembling. The justice breathing method was working rapidly, and the great crisis was like a huge catalyst. Thoughts were running at high speeds, and the operation pathways of the Divine Dragon's 6 transformations continuously surfaced in his mind. A small dragon swam rapidly inside the body, and cellular activity was mobilized all over the body. No, why isn't Xiao Huang Chao moving? He must have been shocked by Xiao Tingfei's strength. The knives are splitting the neck. The audience held their breath. The blade's aura skyrocketed in a single slash, and they all understood that this would be the key to victory or defeat. At this moment, countless sharp little dragon silhouettes emerged around Xiao Huang Chao. Between one breath and the next, the essence around his body would skyrocket by a few points. Ding! You have successfully comprehended the 6 transformations of the Divine Dragon and the breath of justice between the great horrors of life and death, creating a new martial art. Congratulations on completing the creation of an S-class martial art, the Divine Dragon Fist of Justice. Xiao Huang Chao's eyes widened, his essence light exploded, and the less than half a meter blade instantly stopped moving. Xiao Huang Chao's fist pushed against the blade's awnings. Seeing this, Xiao Tingfei gritted his teeth. The second stance of Heaven Beheading. Break the crowd. The 3 styles of Heaven Beheading. Break the void. The 2 blade-ons cut through space and instantly appeared in front of Xiao Huang Chao. Xiao Huang Chao didn't say anything and just threw a single punch. Even he himself didn't know how heavy his punching power was right now. And the self-created S-ranked martial skill Justice Divine Dragon Fist would even increase his punching power to a terrifying level. Xiao Tingfei only saw countless fist shadows appearing in front of the blade awnings. Raging waves of fist intent following waves. How is it possible? How could someone comprehend both sword intent and fist intent? I don't believe it. Xiao Tingfei's eyes widened in anger as he pulled out the pills he had prepared on his body and swallowed them. Even at the cost of intense after effects, I will cut you down. Just as Xiao Tingfei's pills went down, his pupils tightened. The blade shattered. In an instant, Xiao Huang Chao, whose body was covered in soaring golden light like a Vajra, appeared in front of Xiao Tingfei. It's time to end it. Under Xiao Tingfei's horrified expression, Xiao Huang Chao's fist wrapped in dragon chi and landed on top of the armor with a loud bang. The black blade in his hand suddenly wailed and trembled violently. It wasn't that the black blade wasn't strong, but Xiao Tingfei's energy wasn't enough to support the armor to withstand Xiao Huang Chao's punch. Spray! A sound like muffled spring thunder rang out, and a black shadow in the sky slammed into the ring like a missile. With the audience's eyes trembling, Xiao Huang Chao stood in midair, covered in golden light, like an out-of-this-world god. Chapter 156, Xiao Clan Ancestor. Arrived! Xiao Huang Chao stomped on Xiao Tingfei's chest, causing blood to spurt from his mouth. In that wave of sparring just now, Xiao Tingfei had already overdrawn his fighting strength, and the pill he had just swallowed didn't work before he was hammered out. Xiao Tingfei looked at Xiao Huang Chao with a face full of resentment, and blood kept coughing out like it didn't matter. The many clan elders in the VIP box flew out. Sonny boy, how dare you, quickly release my Xiao family's children. Humiliating my Xiao family's children in public is looking down on my Xiao family. The leading clan elder Xiao Donzong was completely unsettled at this point. His face was covered in dark clouds and his eyes were gloomy, staring dead at Xiao Huang Chao. Xiao Huang Chao didn't even look up, just stormed up and kicked Xiao Tingfei out of the ring, pulling straight lines of blood above the ring. In this tournament, it's rivalry when you get on the field. Xiao Huang Chao patted his shoes as if something dirty had stuck to that foot just now. Your Xiao family is quite interesting, only allowing your people to kill with their hands and not allowing others to fight back? Xiao Huang Chao looked at those Xiao family elders with a mocking expression. How dare you? You have no honor. The Xiao clan elder let out a bellowing cry, and the aura of a 6th order martial artist instantly suppressed Xiao Huang Chao. The Xiao family had been warned 4 at a time, and they, the older generation, had long held their fire. Now this Xiao Huang Chao even dared to provoke them. He simply didn't know how to die. In the audience, there were law enforcement robed martial artists with their feet in the void and their hands behind their backs. The visitor was none other than Jong Hong Xan. His 6th rank martial artist aura instantly erupted. The Xiao family elders suddenly had a stutter, and the pressure on Xiao Huang Chao disappeared without a trace. The aura of the 6th stage of perfection suppressed the Xiao clan elder almost instantly, and several other clan elders hurriedly erupted their own martial artist auras. This is the National Young Martial Artist Competition, not your Xiao family's territory. Jong Hong Xan opened his mouth indifferently, his stern eyes roaming over them like knives. Jong Hong Xan's 6th order consummate aura pressed down on a few people, and the collective faces of the Xiao family elders were unsightly to the extreme. They wanted to speak out and rebuke. The immense pressure gave them no chance to open their mouths. They were already high on Jong Hong Xan in their hearts. and they didn't expect this old man's strength to be even more terrifying than they had imagined. One person was able to suppress their 6 clan elders. The referee saw that Xiao Huang Chao had kicked away the Xiao family's contestant and announced to Game 4, Xiao Huang Chao wins. The whole room was crying and laughing at the same time. Laughing was their way of witnessing the amazing feat of a civilian martial artist piercing through the 4 world families in one go. Crying because they all snuck in and bought Xiao's winning handicap. Surely there is no smile on the faces of those who bet big. Ooh, gambling is risky. Mom, I'll never gamble again. Move over, there aren't enough spots on the rooftop. Is the front jumping? Ah, don't laugh. I damn if I don't jump, the debt collectors are coming. Xiao Huang Chao really gives us powerless martial artists a long face, just to give the children of the world family a hard slap in the face. People have masters too. Unlike you, enforcers can have any good origins. When they were young they were probably raised on chaff just like I had. Those elders of the Xiao family are so arrogant. They directly rushed out to strike at Xiao Huang Chao during the match, and the referee didn't even stop them. The referee is only at the 6th rank. The Xiao family is a bit crazy, but they do have the capital to be crazy. Xiao Huang Chao looked at the clan elder who had just struck out at him, his eyes rippling. The strong wantonly trample on the weak. This is the law of this world. Even if he was a genius himself. So what? The Xiao family still dared to make a move in a national level specification competition. What if you don't have a master? Should one be forced to bow down and admit defeat? Ridiculous. Xiao Huang Chao's eyes swept over all the Xiao family's clan elders, and the sin value on everyone's head was frighteningly high. There are even a couple of sin values that have broken 1,000. Very good. All villains. A few things, sooner or later one day to pack you. I'm not going to say anything about what's west of the river and east of the river. There are similar talking books in this world that tend to attract hate. Xiao Huang Chao swept his system. Ding, you've killed Xiao Xiang. You've gained 4,000 points of justice. Ding, you defeated Xiao Xintong with a sin value of 860 head-on, gaining justice value, 1,000. Ding, you face a mob with a sin value of over 1,000. You are strong and unyielding. You show the pride of justice, and you gain the value of justice, 1,000. Kill Xiao Xiang. Get the exchange secret realm, unique to Xiao family, Jintian secret realm. Mall exchangeable item, flesh and blood fruit. Note, there are unknown dangers in this secret realm, so please be careful where you go. Current justice value, 210,034. Not bad. It also dropped the Xiao family's unique secret realm. Surprisingly, there existed an existence that the system could not optimize. There must be a great terror inside, but it should be fine to explore carefully. After all, if the Xiao family can go there, so can I. Jong Hong Xan alone suppressed several of them. The arrogance of the Xiao family was directly doused. He turned his head and took Xiao Huang Chao and the wheelchair atmosphere group with him and left the arena. The Xiao family elders stood in place and stared at each other, their faces reddening. One of them cursed in a low voice. Damn Jong Hong Xan, how dare he disregard our Xiao family. Xiao Dongzong was silent for a while, and then he unexpectedly smiled as the corner of his mouth hooked. Back then he was just so proud. So what if he was a genius? Jong Hong Xan's talent was truly terrifying. Back then, he was interrupted in his cultivation path by the combined efforts of several 6th order powerhouses, and he didn't expect that he would still be able to cultivate to the 6th order consummation, even that overpowering aura. It was as if he was standing in front of a 7th ranked martial artist. But as he said, so what if you're a genius? In the face of absolute strength, it is just a broken tile on the eaves of the house. A gentle push will be shattered. The ancestor of my Xiao family has arrived. The corner of Xiao Dongzong's mouth couldn't help but hook up, and the human like several Xiao family elders realized it at once. Is it the old ancestor coming? The clan elder asked with a surprised look on his face. Xiao Dongzong nodded. His own purpose of calling out to the old ancestor was twofold. First, Xiao Huang Chao's talent was truly terrifying. Not only his sword Dao talent, but his physical body talent was also terrifyingly high, to the point that he even attracted heaven's punishment. Second, the Xiao family may be about to lose. There was only one way to stop it, and it required the old ancestor to come and decide. The rules of the National Young Martial Artist Competition. The elimination rounds are held in groups, with one team coming out of each group. The winner moves on to the next round and the loser is eliminated. Xiao Dongzang looked at Jong Hong Xan's departing back and thought in his heart, do you think that the Xiao family will advance if you win? The winner advances. What if the winner dies? Jong Hong Xan, I'd like to see if I can protect your disciple under the old ancestor. It wasn't that Xiao Dongzong hadn't considered the consequences. This matter might have attracted the attention of the justice cleric. After all, it involved a top-tier purple-robed enforcer. But this person is Jong Hong Xan. There are a lot of people in the Justice Church who hate him. Chapter 157, you can go. But he stays. Jong Hong Xan took the few of them and darted along as if something was chasing them from behind. Seeing her master's frown, Li Shuya couldn't help but ask, Master, what's going on? Why are we running so fast? Yes, Master, don't we have a competition in a few days? Wong Yu was equally puzzled. Jong Hong Xan was silent for a moment before speaking. 1,000-year-old families, transcendent forces, and hidden ancient clans are all one and the same. There may be good people among them, but they're all definitely bad people mostly. The talent displayed by Junior Apprentice Brother has far exceeded the imagination of these lineages. They couldn't help themselves, and the fact that the Xiao clan stepped in is proof of that. Master is afraid that they will find a higher-ranked martial artist to cut off your path of cultivation. When these words came out, several people's faces immediately changed in horror. They had followed Jong Hong Xan for many years, even from childhood. Never before had I heard the word fear on my master's lips. He had always stood in front of them like a god of war, blocking out all the storms, and even when he had gotten into big trouble outside, he had been able to fix it in his hands. Even when he was bullied in the White family, he still dared to lead them to retrieve the situation. But now, Master, he says he's afraid. When Xiao Huang Chao heard this, he was immediately shocked in his heart, realizing that the talent he had displayed was just too terrifying. The saint in front of people has forgotten that the wind will destroy the wood when it grows taller than the forest. He looked over at his master's stony face and suddenly realized something. Why is Master so skillful? There's even something so skillful that it hurts. Master, back then you. Jong Hong Xan looked towards Xiao Huang Chao, the corner of his mouth raising a far-fetched smile. Yes, back then, Master. My cultivation path was interrupted because of this. Li Shuya and Wang Yu immediately looked at Jong Hong Xan, not realizing that Master had such a past that even they did not know about. Master, could it be that the injuries on your body were left over from that time? It was as if Li Shuya had remembered something. Jong Hong Xan nodded. I come from the transcendent power Zhong family, but even so, back then, I was too dazzling because of my genius glow, causing all the major powers to set their eyes on me. A trace of disdain flashed across Jong Hong Xan's face. They know that I'm the firstborn son of the Zhong family, and they don't dare to make a blatant move against me. Several great clans have joined together and sent out several sixth-order perfection martial artists to surround me. Xiao Huang Chao's body went cold as he listened, and his heart sank to the bottom. Worthy of being an evil person with a sin value of over 1,000. This kind of shamelessness could be done. Jong Hong Xan continued. At that time, I swore to fight to the death in blood, but how could one person defeat so many enemies? They interrupted my path of cultivation and put a trumped-up title on me. Was it you who over-enforced the law and maliciously beat and killed a male son of a family? Li Shuya asked carefully. When this matter was spreading, it caused Jong Hong Xan's popularity to plummet. Jong Hong Xan nodded. Back then, the son of that worldly family wantonly burned, killed, raped, and pillaged, and when he bullied a middle-aged man, I couldn't look away and taught him a lesson. That night, as if they were wolves that smelled blood, this group of worldly families killed the children of the worldly families and then threw the heads at me. To say I did all this is ridiculous, pathetic. Jong Hong Xan, who was caught up in his memories, laughed to himself as if he had remembered something. Everyone thought to eat the evils of youthful indiscretions. Even the Zhong clan thinks the same way, already dissatisfied with me joining the justice cleric, and now they are even mocking me for eating my own evil, blaming me for the fact that if I grow up well in the Zhong clan, I will become a powerful person in the future. Xiao Huang Chao listened to the story and always felt that something was not right. Master had injured the world's children, so they used it to make trouble. But did the world's children recuperate from their injuries in a hotel? Thinking of this, Xiao Huang Chao was suddenly chilled. Master, that lineage is also involved in this siege? Jong Hong Xan nodded. All three disciples immediately felt an inexplicable chill wrapping itself around them, cold and piercing. I didn't expect this group of worldly congregations to act so coldly and mercilessly. The son of that worldly family may even be the biological flesh and blood of the person who struck out. What's the difference between that and eating human blood buns? Jong Hong Xan silently looked at Xiao Huang Chao, his eyes full of expectation. It's okay, when we get through this storm, Master will get you a mask and bide your time. This world's bull ***** rules. We masters and disciples would like to talk about them. Jong Hong Xan looked up to the sky and laughed, and the gloom in the hearts of several people was dispelled. He was also relieved that he had persevered through all those years of being invalidated. Having felt sorry for himself, having given up on himself, he didn't think it was a big deal. Just a bunch of friends who couldn't see him dying pulling up. What he really felt gratified about was these 4 disciples he had taken on. They were like spiritual seeds that they had left behind in this world, and sooner or later they would become great trees that would turn this bull ***** family upside down. I'm too old to do it myself. I don't know if I'll see that day. Further on is the Qinhuang mountain range. It will be safe there. Jong Hong Xan flew with all his might, and in no time, he had run out of the city and was on his way to the Qinhuang mountain range. At that moment, there there seemed to be rolling thunder in the air. Ha ha ha. Which little child is laughing wildly here? Disturbing this honored one. A black dot appeared in the sky in the distance, blinking into the sky. The old man had a head of black hair flying recklessly in the air, a black combat suit, hands behind his back. The words behind the combat suit were ghostly, and the meaning of the sword was contained within it. The visitor was none other than the Xiao family. Jong Hong Xan's face sank and his heart sank. The thing he was most worried about had still happened. What's more, I didn't expect that the one who came was directly the Xiao family ancestor. The latecomer was so deep in his feelings that he couldn't help but let out a loud laugh. Please forgive me for disturbing the old ancestor. Jong Hong Xan's posture was put very low, and was even a bit solicitous. Li Shuya and the others didn't look too good. When had their master done such a thing? Even back then, when he was interrupted from his cultivation path, he probably left standing and mocking those powerful people. Now it's groveling as if it's begging. The old man smiled in a harmless way. Old ancestor is naturally not the kind of person who is petty, and the matter of juniors bothering me can naturally be brought to an end. Then junior won't disturb senior's pleasure. I'll leave first. Jong Hong Xan breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed it wasn't what he thought. The old man smiled as he looked down at the few people below with a few moments of reckless indifference in his eyes. You can go, but he has to stay. A sentence like lightning struck into Jong Hong Xan's heart. He seemed to freeze in place for a long time. Chapter 158 Arrival of the Black-Robed Enforcer. Jong Hong Xan master and disciples froze in place. The dazzling sun hung in the sky, but they didn't feel a bit of warmth. A piercing chill seemed to arise out of nowhere, stabbing a few people with goosebumps. The smile on the Xiao family's old man's face was as if it was the scythe of the god of death, which would fall on the heads of several of them in the next second. Jong Hong Xan looked up, his aura no longer collected. The fiery aura burst out. Late 6th rank. 6th rank consummation. 7th rank. Jong Hong Xan no longer hid his cultivation. The aura of a 7th ranked martial artist instantly caused the Xiao family ancestor to look a little sideways. Oh, weren't you interrupted from your cultivation path by me back then, and still managed to cultivate to the 7th rank? The old man seemed to emote truly worthy of being hailed as a genius who was expected to surpass a 9th ranked martial artist. When Jong Hong Xan heard these words, his enemies met. The fists in his hands were clenched in death, and threads of purple electricity instantly overflowed from his body. Xiao family. Good. Very good. I didn't realize that you were the one who broke my cultivation path back then, and now you even want to come and break my disciples. You guys are really putting this old face completely out of business. The Xiao family's old man seemed as if he hadn't heard, his cat-like vertical pupils staring indifferently at Jong Hong Xan. Back then, because of the Zhong family, I left you a dog's life. I didn't expect that you would still be able to come to this point now. I really underestimated you. After saying that, the Xiao family's old man's aura changed, and the raging blade intent instantly erupted. The terrifying aura was like a Tarzan pressing down on the four people, and it was as if they couldn't catch their breath. Jong Hong Xan's face changed wildly. He didn't expect that he had bided his light and hid it for decades, and even became a 7th order martial artist to flaunt it, just to get revenge one day, on the group that broke his limbs that rainy night. I didn't realize that one of them was the Xiao family ancestor, and it's an 8th order powerhouse. The Xiao family's old ancestor looked at Jong Hong Xan with a hint of mockery in his eyes. Weren't you still at the 6th rank when you were at the White House a few days ago? How come you're a 7th ranked martial artist today? There was a flash of surprise in his eyes. Back then, when I talked to you about the 6th order perfection, you wouldn't be taking it seriously? Waiting for us to retaliate after displaying your strength? The Xiao clan's ancestor looked at Jong Hong Xan's eyes and changed, instantly realizing that his guess was right. Ha 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 ha. I didn't realize that the kid back then was still so naive. Ha ha ha. Today I'll still give your Zhong family face. Take your disciple and get out. He stays. The Xiao clan's old ancestor had just started as if he was stating some sort of fact, pointing at Xiao Huang Chao with a raging murderous intent that stabbed at him like a sharp sword. Jong Hong Xan's cultivation to the 7th stage of hiding proved that he still hadn't stepped out of the shadow of that year. Even if it was the 7th rank now, it still wasn't enough to look at in his eyes because his martial heart had already been shattered. Without the sharpness of the year, the invincible aura, Jong Hong Xan will always be a waste. Now, it's Xiao Huang Chao who has to be dealt with. Jong Hong Xan stepped forward and wrapped Xiao Huang Chao behind him. He showed his attitude with his actions. The Xiao family ancestor bared his teeth and stretched out one hand to give it a hard squeeze. The blade intent rushed towards Jong Hong Xan like locusts, and the void was flooded with ripples, and behind each ripple was clearly an otherworldly world. This sword intent shattered space with a mere stroke. Jong Hong Xan's face was heavy as the purple heavenly divine thunder danced wildly like silver snakes, gathering into a protective shield. The raging blade intent ruthlessly impacted on the lightning protection shield, and in just an instant, the thunder snake wailed and the protection shield shattered in response. Countless divine thunderbolts struck the blade intent like waves, constantly consuming it. 10 meters. 5 meters. 1 meter. The blade intent dissipated in front of Jong Hong Xan's brow amidst the countless divine thunderbolts. Xiao Huang Chao looked at his own master, his own elder brother and sister. None of them said to give themselves up, and their eyes even comforted me. It's really funny. It's better if one of you dies. Do you guys want to be buried with me? The old man was born to die, and this ed-up world needs to stay on its own. Maybe it's back to Blue Star? Xiao Huang Chao looked at the figure standing in front of him, his purple law enforcement robes already torn and tattered by the overpowering blade intent. Hands trembled slightly, even as his body shook. How come the figure is still a little blurry? Oh, it's the ing sand in my eyes. Xiao Huang Chao raised his sleeve as he wiped it away and stepped out with one foot. Xiao family really ing waste. Beat the little one to the old one. Can you point billion? You want me, don't you? I'm standing here today. The Xiao family's old ancestor looked at the youthful teenager and the corner of his mouth hooked. Like, it's really too much like, you master and disciple. It's simply a mold carved out. All the same with invincible momentum. This kind of abuse. Oh no, this feeling of breaking geniuses. I just love it so much. The corners of the Xiao clan's old man's mouth hooked into a wry smile as he flipped his large hand and grabbed it. The space around Xiao Huang Chao seemed to be like concrete, holding him in place as he flew towards the front of the Xiao clan's ancestor. Fear was in the air, and every bit closer was like the boom of a death knell. Li Shuya and Wang Yu were glaring angrily from below, but the pressure of an 8th order martial artist against a lower order martial artist, even if master had already blocked part of it, the aura of an 8th order martial artist still pressed them so hard that they couldn't move. Right at this moment, a long sword pierced through the clouds like a sharp sword, shattering the Xiao clan ancestors' control over Xiao Huang Chao. An old man in a black-robed law enforcement uniform arrived at the scene, Qin Showdown, a 7th-ranked black-robed law enforcer. Jong Hong Xan saw him coming and drank at him. What are you doing here, old thing? Chen Showdown glanced at Jong Hong Xan. His purple law enforcement robe was strewn with slash marks, blood was gushing out, and his silver hair was dark red. Jong Hong Xan, isn't your kid's favorite to act high and mighty? How come you got beaten up like this today? Chen Showdown laughed and mocked Jong Hong Xan. It's a ing plaything. Get thee out of here. Jong Hong Xan cracked his mouth. A body of rotten wood can also protect a moment of wind and rain. You're not the only one. Jong Hong Xan cherishes talent. Chen Showdown opened his mouth blandly, his black law enforcement robe hunting in the wind, as if he was taking a solemn oath. At the side of the Xiao family's old ancestor, Xiao Xuantian looked at the two with interest. You two don't think that 2 7th ranks joining forces will be able to stop me, do you? Jong Hong Xan stood beside Chen Showdown. Old thing, it's been a long time since we fought together since you were wasted. Yeah, well, unfortunately, the other old guy went off to help me find a life-renewing treasure. The two looked at each other, smiles spreading across both of their lips. It was as if Jong Hong Xan had seen the time when he was young. They were young then, lying together under the shade of the old acacia tree, talking about their imagined future. He is full of vigor and righteous indignation, and he dares to pull down the emperor by the death of 1,000 cuts. Stinkin' 3 guys trying to make the world a better place. Fortunately, to this day, they still share the same dream. The sun was warm that day, the breeze was not dry, and the grass danced around. Jong Hong Xan lay there in the remaining shade and watched the freckled spots of light spilling between the branches and leaves. In his heart, he thought that in the future, if he could die in battle for the ideals in his heart together with his brothers, it would not be a romantic thing. Chapter 159, The Witch Church's People Strike. Just as the Xiao family ancestor was about to strike to exterminate the 2 mole crickets in front of him, several streams of light arrived in the middle of the battlefield in a flash. Among them were the transcendent forces, the great figures of the millennial families of the various forces. When they heard that a supreme genius had appeared in the National Young Martial Artist Competition, they all hoped to recruit this genius, but when they arrived on the scene, they were confused. They felt the violent energy fluctuations and thought that it was a 7th-ranked martial artist fighting here, but they didn't realize that the Xiao family ancestor was also here. Why is the old Xiao family here? Doesn't he have to sit in the Xiao home base? What's the purpose of coming here? The same question appeared in the hearts of many forces. Seeing that all the major powers had come, the Xiao family ancestor also curbed his killing intent. The 2 7th-ranked martial artists in front of him were both difficult bones to gnaw on. There was no need to consume with them on their own. The snipe will only benefit the fisherman. He was very clear about the purpose of his trip, which was to exterminate Xiao Huang Chao and not let any potential enemies of the Xiao family grow up. Also send the Xiao family's team into the top 100 and become a transcendent power. He didn't care what the process looked like as long as the result was achieved. Thinking of this, the Xiao family ancestor directly stepped on the void and left as a stream of light. Jong Hong Xan and Chen Showdown were instantly relieved. The Xiao family ancestor's 8th rank oppression was simply too strong, and even 2 people joining forces wouldn't be able to block it for long. Any martial artist who became a high-ranking martial artist was not an ordinary genius. And the high-ranking martial artists of the big families even mastered more high-ranking martial techniques. Jong Hong Xan and Chen Shouda both returned to Xiao Huang Chao and the few of them, preparing for them to go and hide in the Qin Wang mountain range first. Xiao Huang Chao looked towards the various streams of light lingering in the air, and he knew it in his heart. The people from the major powers that came were likewise harboring their own agenda, but if it wasn't for them, the Xiao family ancestor wouldn't have left. What the Xiao family ancestor was afraid of was if he was injured, would the other forces choose to join forces to finish him off? The group was like hyenas, smelling blood and pouncing on it to tear it up and get the food they needed. Xiao Huang Chao suddenly understood the things his master had set on the way. He was assassinated by all the major powers. Maybe not just a few, but all of them stepped in. In Xiao Huang Chao's eyes, the representatives of the major powers that appeared under the stream of light all had a sin value close to 1,000. Only Chen Shoudao's sin value showed only 10. With such a small sin value, committing a crime is no different from stealing a neighbor's watermelon. None of the others are any good, if not all evil. It's as if the only way to climb high in the world is by dirty tricks. Jong Hong Xan and Chen Shoudao showed a very low stance and politely declined their invitations with the major powers. Xiao Huang Chao managed to receive meaningful looks from them. He clicked on his system, and the killing intent that the Xiao clan's old man had shown him just now caused him to feel a sudden sense of urgency. Nowadays, what he needed most was to improve his strength as soon as possible. Originally, there were unknown risks in the Xiao family's secret realm, and Xiao Huang Chao didn't even plan to go. Now it seems like that's the only place to improve your strength quickly. There are systems that fail to optimize things. I just don't mess with them. Thinking of this, Xiao Huang Chao opened his system store. The first one in the list is, exclusive to the Xiao family, the secret realm of the Heavenly Chopper. Requires justice value, 100,000. Note, there are unknown risks. Please proceed with caution. I didn't realize that the Xiao family's unique secret realm would cost 100,000 points of justice value, and there was still an inexplicable crisis. Xiao Huang Chao couldn't help but feel a little more cautious in his heart. It was better to wait until he was at the 6th or 7th rank to go to this secret realm. He didn't expect the secret realm that Xiao Xiang, a 4th-ranked martial artist, entered to have such high specifications. Xiao Huang Chao exited the system and glanced at the senior brothers and sisters around him. Li Shuya and Wong Yu were a bit silent. The Xiao family ancestors' unrelenting strike just now seemed to have affected them greatly. I don't know what's going on in my head. Xiao Huang Chao looked at the two men's gloomy faces and patted their shoulders and laughed. Senior brother and sister, what's going on here? We've come back from the dead, isn't this something worth celebrating? Come on, smile. After saying that, Xiao Huang Chao grinned a ghostly face towards the two senior brothers and sisters, who saw Xiao Huang Chao's hilarious appearance and burst out in a poof of laughter. Li Shuya collected her smile and said with a little cry, "It's fine. Senior sister is just a little sad that she is incapable of helping master." Wang Yu also nodded in silence. They were considered to be raised by their master. Just now, when they were facing the 8th-ranked martial artists, they did not have any ability to resist, just like lambs to the slaughter, which made it very difficult for them. Senior brother and sister are already very strong. It's just that we still need a little time to grow. Let's let the old guy top it for a while longer. It's fine, come what may. Later on give this old man old age to repay him. Save us from saying we're heartless as juniors. When Wang Yu and Li Shuya saw Xiao Huang Chao's happy-go-lucky mood, they immediately followed suit. When Jong Hong Xan heard this, he immediately came to Xiao Huang Chao's side, allowing Chen Shoudao to deal with the major forces. Now that the Xiao family ancestor had left, all the other major forces that came were not enough to be feared by the 7th-ranked martial artists, and there was no fear of them having any bad intentions. If you can't beat me, can't you run away? You kid, don't throw me in a martial arts retirement home when the time comes. Jong Hong Xan laughed and cursed. Xiao Huang Chao turned around to see that the wounds on Jong Hong Xan's body were still spilling blood out, and he almost couldn't help but feel a sourness in his nose. This old thing, he didn't even have time to treat the injuries on his body, still busy with the major powers. Damn it, no one's ever been this nice to me. Jong Hong Xan, I tell you, even if you are good to me, I will still whack you. Xiao Huang Chao sucked in his nose and cursed under his breath. Damn, what's wrong with a good case of the sniffles? Suddenly, there was a fluctuation in the void, and demonic claws glowing with black light suddenly appeared. The devil's claws were wrapped in thick black gas, tearing through the void and appearing behind Xiao Huang Chao, pointing straight at his heart. The evil aura immediately caused the faces of those present to change drastically. What's going on? This aura is giving me a few shivers. It's the Witch Order. That's the unique martial skill of the Witch Cleric. The Witch Cracking Claw. It's a high-ranking Witch Cleric. A man screamed in horror as he saw the void being torn apart. The Witch Church had pioneered a number of martial arts techniques on the void, and there were plenty of sneaky killing techniques. The signature is the Witch's Rift Claw, which can lock the target of the attack, and the space around the locked person will be solidified. Xiao Huang Chao's pupils suddenly shrunk. The devil's claws in front of him exuded cold killing intent, and the gusts of space fluctuated as if it was his beating heart, violent and incomparable. A wave of energy came from the void firmly locking Xiao Huang Chao in place, and he could only watch as that devil's claw touched his skin. He hurriedly clicked on the system, redeeming the secret realm of the chopping sky. Ding! The host's redemption was successful, and the secret realm of the heavenly chopper has been redeemed. Is it time to travel to the secret realm immediately? Proceed at once. Ding! Abnormal fluctuations in the surrounding space have been detected. Teleportation of the secret realm is aborted. Wait for the spatial fluctuations to return to normal and teleport immediately. Xiao Huang Chao's heart sank to the bottom. Oops. Chapter 160, The Witch Church Hidden in the Shadows. Not far from the Qinhuang mountain range, the Xiao clan's old ancestor stood in the air, surrounded by a person who was shrouded in black mist. The man raised one hand in vain, and the space in front of him was unexpectedly shattered. Xiao Xuantian looked at the one beside him with a scornful face. Old ancestor Xiao, there's no need to worry. You and I are now allies. We won't make a move against your Xiao family. The voice was hoarse, as if it were a broken bellows ringing. Although the black mist man's back was turned to the Xiao family ancestor, he seemed to be able to see the Xiao family ancestor's expression. Xiao Xuantian sneered. You people of the demoness cleric are truly demonic. This kind of martial skill that kills people through space can also be created. If it wasn't for misbehavior, how could it have been beaten by everyone? The black-robed man's hoarse laughter rang out. Ho 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 ho, everyone's a crybaby? You worldly families are all quite willing to work with us. Only the obstructive righteous order is full of hypocritical benevolence and is dedicated to stopping the rise of the witch order. The Xiao family ancestor's eyes went cold, and he stopped speaking at once. The black mist man continued. When our witch clan becomes orthodox, we will definitely befriend your lineage. The Xiao family's old ancestor was shocked when he heard this. You have found a way to defeat the Justicariat? Ho ho ho. We feel the oracle of the witch Sama. What? The Xiao family's ancestor couldn't sit still at once, his eyes flickering. It was said that the justice clergy and the witch clergy were both forces established by God, and it was thought that this was all a falsehood. Who doesn't have a lofty reason for establishing power? Only the group of cuties from the witch's order. As soon as they hear a whisper about the witch lord they flock there in a brainstorming rush. Humongous and fearless. Xiao Xuantian knew that this person in front of him was definitely a big shot of the witch church, and his strength was not below his own. It was as if he was waiting for something here. Was he waiting for me? Xiao Xuantian's mind began to recall the circumstances in which he had encountered this person. After encountering Jong Hong Xan and his group, he chose to leave after an unsuccessful strike and continued to look for an opportunity. As a result, he hadn't left far before he encountered this person shrouded in black mist who made a move to stop himself. He stops himself. He says he's going to kill Xiao Huang Chao, and the Xiao family failed miserably at his hands, and asks if he wants to help him. Just provide the coordinates of Xiao Huang Chao's current location. Xiao Xuantian thought of this and immediately put his heart down. It appeared not to be waiting specifically for himself, but hiding among the group of people watching the game. How else would you know that Zhao's team was pierced by Xiao Huang Chao alone? The Oracle of Lord Witch? Did he tell you the opportunity to advance to godhood? Xiao Xuantian pretended to say without thinking. Oh, how could the great Witch Sama begrudge this? What we want is the descent of the Witch Sama, to bring eternal love to this world. O great Witch Sama, your devout followers await your return, and may your light be spread throughout the world forever. The black mist man suddenly threw up his hands in agitation and shouted, Eternity your ass. Just look at the things you Witch Church do. Can it be the ING things that bring the world's gospel? The Xiao clan's old ancestor glanced at the 8th-ranked martial artist who had gone crazy at the mention of Lord Witch, with a disdainful look on his face. Bunch of crazies. The person hidden in the black mist looked towards the Xiao family ancestor, and the corner of his mouth hooked into a bizarre cold smile. Xiao family, you will be the first sacrifice to welcome the return of our Lord. This is your highest honor. On Xiao Huang Chao's side, the magic claws that shattered space were already close to touching Xiao Huang Chao's chest, and his back was dripping with cold sweat, but he could do nothing about it. Even the system he relied on the most dropped the ball at a critical time. The only thing to do now was to pray for a good birth in the next life. Suddenly, a huge force struck, the space around him creaked, and Xiao Huang Chao was directly thrown out, flying out horizontally. His eyes were still captivated by the devil's claw, only to see behind him Jong Hong Xan standing where he was. Divine thunder streaked across the heavens and earth, blocking the devil's claws. But how could a 7th-ranked martial artist who hastily met the attack be able to block a deliberate strike from an 8th-ranked martial artist? The roiling divine thunder seemed like papier-mâché energy, and was instantly pierced through by the black claws. In an instant, the black claws pierced through Jong Hong Xan's chest. Xiao Huang Chao's eyes plummeted, and intense fear exploded in his mind like a thunderbolt. He saw the hole that opened in his chest, saw the master's smile as he turned his head. The world seemed to fall silent for a moment, the humming drawing him out of time, out of space. For a moment the world became a blur. Xiao Huang Chao's chest surged with immense sadness, roaring out a soul-warping roar. Ding! Detected that the space in the host's region is stable. The heaven-beheading mystic realm has begun teleportation. The world in Xiao Huang Chao's eyes shut down instantly, plunging into darkness for a moment. Roll your eyes and reboot. The vast, sprawling earth only saw the figure of a man running around frantically as countless demonic beasts killed Xiao Huang Chao with red eyes. The demonic beasts were greeted with tyrannical outbursts of punches, kicks, and blazing sword shadows. Each time, it harvested the lives of a large wave of demonic beasts. The man's face was icy cold, as if he had lost all emotions. A natural killing machine in general. Ding! Host kills a 4th order rhinoceros tiger beast. Cultivation increased. Ding! The host has killed a 4th order blizzard demon wolf, and his cultivation has broken through to 4th order perfection. Ding! Host kills a 4th order rhinoceros beast. Cultivation increased. Ding! The host has realized the essence of martial arts. His cultivation level has broken through to the 5th rank. Ding! The host kills a 5th order draconic lizard. The draconic dragon body gains a trace of ancient bloodline. Draconic dragon body, 42%. Xiao Huang Chao charged through the countless demonic beasts, and the large number of demonic beasts that existed in the Xiao clan's heaven-shattering mystic realm were reduced to his experience. More ants biting more elephants. The pounce of countless magical beasts had long ago caused Xiao Huang Chao's body to be bruised and bloodied, but it was as if he couldn't feel his own pain, and he just kept charging, killed until Xiao Huang Chao was exhausted. He stopped and gasped for air. Calm down, calm down. Time in the copy is not lost in the outside world, and venting your emotions on your own is completely unhelpful. One must save the teacher. One must save the teacher. System, is there any way to save my teacher? Ding! Inquiring. There exists an S-class body-shaping grass in the heaven-shattering mysterious realm, which can be used by 8th-ranked martial artists to recover from flesh injuries. Note, there are creatures in the area where the body-shaping grass exists that cannot be optimized by this system, so the host should not go there. Host, please don't go there. Hosts, please do not go. Xiao Huang Chao looked at the system. Bright red prompted 3 times not to go to the tip. The heart cannot help but palpitate. Lead the way. A crimson dotted line appeared in Xiao Huang Chao's eyes, guiding towards the north. Recuperate and leave immediately. No matter what was really up ahead, I had to get my hands on the body-shaping grass. Even if the King of Heaven stops in front of me, I'll fight my way through. Chapter 161 Gold Coin of Destiny. Mocking Destiny's authority. Xiao family. Before the Heavenly Chopper Mystery Realm, the man in the black robe stood at the entrance of the secret realm, and the old man on the side stopped him. An old man of the 6th rank martial artist guarded the entrance to the secret realm. The old man asked, snapping his nose, I didn't get a notice that the secret world was open today. The black-robed man just glanced at him, and the old man's pupils instantly dilated. An invisible force detached him from the ground, and a black shadow appeared at his neck. The secret realm of the Xiao family, the heart's blood of the direct descendants of the Xiao family. Oh, the world's family this way. The black-robed man pulled a portion of blood from his robe and poured it into the incense burner set before him. The red aura of the incense burner flickered, and a wormhole-like door appeared in front of the black-robed man. The black-robed man twisted his head and glanced at the old man, who was instantly strangled. Rotten and decaying flesh has no business being a tribute to the witch-sama. After saying that, he stepped into the secret realm without looking back. Entering the secret realm, the endless forest appeared in front of the black-robed man, and in the distance was the setting sun hanging high above the sky. It was as if it was fixed in place and would never fall. The black-robed man trembled with excitement. It has long been recorded in the Witch Order that the Witch Lord took down her own God's Eye in order to redeem all beings and transformed it into a sunset that never sets. That sunset is the eye of the Witch-sama. It was a moment he had waited too long for. I've been looking forward to this moment since the day Miko-sama sent down the oracle, and this is the power of the gods. Lord Witch's physical body was indeed in this secret realm. The black-robed man made a solemn bow towards the setting sun, and a blood-on suddenly appeared in front of him, connecting the misty depths of the forest's northern part. He didn't stop for a second, and hurriedly followed the blood awnings as they darted away. As they passed through the forest, the black-robed man seemed to have a mysterious power attached to him, and none of the magical beasts present in it dared to pounce on them. As if the black-robed man was a great fear, the magical beasts with red eyes felt the fear that existed deep in their genes. Occasional ho-ho laughter emanated from the black robes, like a broken bellows. The sound was particularly oozing in the silence of the incomparable secret realm. Not long after, the black-robed man arrived at his destination. What came into view after the maze was a lofty mountain with a bizarre peak pointing downward and a foot pointing upward. Upside-down mountain, and the peak was deep in a canyon haunted by red clouds, like a knife-cut cliff in front of the black-robed man. the black-robed man's body trembled even more, as if he was going to fall the next moment. Lord Witch, oh great Witch-sama, your devout followers await your return, and may your light be spread throughout the world forever. A shaky voice echoed through the canyon. The crimson clouds rolled up steeply, expanding and contracting like a heart, as if responding to the black-robed man. Seeing this scene, he removed his black robe, revealing his decaying body. The black-robed man was covered in skin and bones, and his flesh and blood seemed to have disappeared. At the heart, however, the beating was extraordinarily intense. He reached toward his heart, his hands like sharp thorns, grasping at his heart. The flesh was sliced through like tofu, no heart blood spurting out, only a gold coin wrapped in blood gouged out of the heart. As could be seen from that hole, the heart in it had long since withered away, like an old man walking on crutches in the twilight of his years, beating slowly to an extreme. The blood on the gold coins quickly disappeared, revealing the original appearance of the coins. On one side of the gold coin was engraved the Supreme Throne, the golden throne to which the lengthy steps led, and behind which the sky-scraping trees seemed to be still swaying. The reverse side is engraved with a long sword, and underneath the long sword is a broken-down wall of untold gold coins. Power and desire are perfectly displayed on this gold coin, and Vari's gold coin of fate. The possessor has the power to mock fate once. The black-robed man trembled as he threw the gold coins into the deep, bottomless canyon. The canyon seemed to have no bottom, and was slow to land gold coins. The black-robed old man crawled aside on trembling hands and knees, not in the least estimating the pus that kept dripping from his heart. Muttering, how can a decaying body be a tribute to the Witch-sama? Xiao Huang Chao followed the guide to a cliff, the front of which was shrouded in a mist. The hints in front of him told himself that the mysterious body-shaping grass was under this cliff. Looking at the knife-carved cliff, Xiao Huang Chao pulled out two long swords and slid down the cliff, not paying the slightest attention to the clouds around them beating as if they had hearts. On his hands and knees, Xiao Huang Chao quickly arrived at the center of the cliff and found the black plasticine grass floating in the wind in the middle of the cliff. When he saw the black grass, Xiao Huang Chao's tense mind finally relaxed. This secret realm could be different, with unknown dangers. There is no deeper human fear than the fear of the unknown. Xiao Huang Chao hurriedly took one step at a time, pulling the long sword out of his hand and plunging it into the cliff, constantly approaching the body-shaping grass. In a short while, he picked the body-shaping grass. The clouds at the bottom of the cliff seemed to come to life, and heat waves rolled in between each breath. Xiao Huang Chao's complexion was endowed, and his spine felt as if a slippery snake had slid across it, raising a patch of goosebumps. Something's not right. Xiao Huang Chao put the body-shaping grass into his pocket, and with a strong effort from both hands, he thrust the long sword into the cliff fiercely, and with a prancing motion, his feet stepped on top of the long sword. Storing up his strength, he jumped and darted up through the cliff on his hands and knees. Using his strength, one could only see bursts of dull and loud thunder coming from time to time between the thick clouds below. The rumbling resounded through the sky, as if a long-sleeping beast had been awakened and was roaring angrily, venting its dissatisfaction and anger. Along with this deafening thunder, the stones that had been standing quietly on top of the cliff began to get restless. One by one they tumbled down in droves, making a crackling sound as if a sudden mini-earthquake was in progress. Those stones collided and jumped over each other, and some even fell directly into the bottom of the deep, bottomless valley, raising a cloud of dust. The whole scene was frightening, as if the end of the world was imminent. Did I rake this grass to cause this? Why does it suddenly feel like the secret world is collapsing all of a sudden? Xiao Huang Chao was still thinking in his heart that since he had already gotten the herb that could save his master's life, there's only a second difference between the time the secret world went out and the time it came in. The experience monsters here are certainly not to be missed. Any additional point of strength was good for himself now that he had broken through from the 4th rank to the 5th rank, but that's not enough. Not enough to fight by himself against that group of 7th rank martial artists who viewed him like an ant. Xiao Huang Chao thought in his heart. His figure had already jumped out of the cliff, like an arrow originally returned. Not paying the slightest attention to the fact that the fog in front of the cliff had dissipated, revealing the inverted mountain that seemed to support heaven and earth. Chapter 162 Sky-Splitting Mysterious Realm. Burial Place of the Gods. The secret realm of the chopping sky. The thin, black-robed man held on to his last breath as if he was about to witness the greatest miracle in the world come to pass. Clouds rolled over, inverted mountains crumbled, and the earth trembled madly. The inverted mountain that towered over heaven and earth rustled and dropped large chunks of stone, revealing chains as thick as a man's that were intricately intertwined within it. Each one was lost in the endless valley. The moment the chains appeared, golden light exploded, and it was as if the entire heaven and earth were plunged into a golden world. The root chain instantly straightened and snapped. Unbridled and open laughter resounded through this heaven and earth. Ha ha ha, God of justice. Even if you cut me down and seal me, what can you do? I can still get back into this world. All the chains completely crumbled, and a black shadow that covered the sky rushed out from the valley. The world turned black all of a sudden. The black-robed man looked excitedly at the giant in front of him. A look of fervor and excitement filled his eyes. Lord Witch-sama, I am your most loyal follower. Welcome back. The witch's head had risen higher than the cliff, and her huge eyes turned nimbly as she stared at the black-robed man. Believers in embodied artifacts. That black-robed man had fed Invari's gold coin of destiny with the essence blood of his entire body, tainted with the aura of a divine artifact, and even in her full state she might not be able to save it. You have been saturated with the scent of the artifact, and I cannot save you. The black-robed man's eyes burned with even more fervor as he listened to the Demoness-sama's comforting words. The pinnacle produces false embraces. The twilight witnesses the true apostle. Witch-sama, I would like to die and become your apostle. The witch's eyes glanced at the man with pity. Even if she herself was resurrected using the artifact, she was now in a weakened state. How could she have the ability to transform him into her apostle? The witch's large hand swung, cupping the black-robed man and stuffing him into her mouth as if he were a snack. It was chewed to pieces in 3 or 2 strokes, and the screams were unceasing. An 8th-ranked martial artist just tastes good. It's time to get out now. A cold smile curled up at the corner of the witch's mouth. She knew that this was the heaven-shattering mysterious realm. She just didn't know that it was now under the ownership of the Xiao family. This was the cage that the god of justice had built to trap her back then. The first line of defense set up by the god of justice. I don't know how many years have passed, but the seals in this cage have long been riddled with holes. The witch was just about to charge up into the sky and leave this cage. Ha! The witch eeped softly, as if she had found something amusing. The torchlight gaze spanned thousands of kilometers and stared at Xiao Huang Chao. For a moment, Xiao Huang Chao felt as if he was being targeted by a savage beast. The crisis of life and death suddenly descended. Every cell around his body seemed to be screaming, and fear exploded in his heart. System, leave the secret realm. Xiao Huang Chao made a decision on the spot. Just now that terrible vision he did not pay the slightest attention to. The sky collapsed. There is a high top. There was only one thing he had to do now. Become a high-ranked martial artist. Now his realm has reached the late 5th stage, but the current situation was not enough to support him to continue brushing up his experience. Ding! Transmitting. Xiao Huang Chao's figure suddenly disappeared, as if it was a projection from an otherworldly world. He didn't even notice that a black feather attached itself to his back as he teleported away. The witch looked toward the location where the Xiao Huang Chao had left, her eyes seeming to pierce through space. Funny little guy. Smells good. The witch is poised. Enchanting orchid finger grazed the tip of her nose. Little brother, when I'm recovered, I can come find you. After saying that, the witch walked towards the entrance of the Xiao family's secret realm. The mountain-like body walked on top of the earth, trembling with every footfall. The witch's skin was dry and shriveled, and her hair was cloaked like a ghost that had come to life from the 9 hells. Xiao family. The other 2 old ancestors who were cultivating felt an inexplicable malice, and immediately the chi running in their bodies was interrupted. What's going on? The other old ancestor did the same, his heart palpitating as he felt uneasy. Where's Xiao Xuantian? Did something happen to the family? The 2 men looked at each other, both seeing the unease in the other's eyes. Could it be an enemy invasion? No, we can't just sit here and wait. Go out and look. The palpitation was nearly from the depths of his bloodline, intense and fearful. The 2 old ancestors immediately flew out from the deep mountains where they were in seclusion. The sun is shining and there are no clouds. Everything in the Shaw household was thriving as usual. Where did Xiao Xuantian go? The surrounding Xiao family children who were practicing saw the old ancestor come out and hurriedly asked, "Hey, it's the 2 old ancestors, Xiao Badian and Xiao Longjiang. Aren't the old ancestors in seclusion? Could it be that old ancestor Heaven Seeker has left to notify the other 2 old ancestors to come out of seclusion? Not so much. There should be some important guests coming to our Xiao family, right?" A few people whispered, and the old ancestors who weren't too far away heard it in their hearts. Why is seeking heaven out? Old ancestor Badian inquired as he fished out a sun from the crowd of cultivators below. That disciple saw the old ancestors frown and said with great fear, I don't know. I only know that not long ago the old ancestor suddenly received a message and then left from the Xiao sacred temple. As if the disciple had thought of something, he hurriedly explained. It seems to have something to do with the Xiao family's loss in the national youth competition. There was some puzzlement in the brows of the 2 old ancestors. What was the point of old things going to intervene in a match played by a junior? In case a rival clan suddenly attacked, the damage to the clan's interests could be huge. This was all secondary to the fact that seeing everything as usual outside. The 2 men's hanging hearts dropped quite a bit. Xiao Longzhuang thought, it seems that nothing happened outside. Luckily it was a false alarm. The secret realm of the chopper. As if Xiao Longjiang had thought of something, he hurriedly asked, is the secret realm of heavenly decimation open today? The disciple replied respectfully, the heaven beheading mystic realm opens once every 5 years, and nowadays, It should be clan elder Xiao Duan guarding the entrance to the mystic realm. Seeing that all the arrangements were in place, the two elder ancestors were instantly relieved. Right at this moment, high up in the mountains in the distance, demonic flames rose up into the sky, and the entire sky was instantly dyed red. The two old ancestors turned their heads to look, and their pupils instantly shrank. Oh no! It's the secret realm of the chopping sky. The bad thoughts in Xiao Longzhuan's heart burst out. When he was young, he had read in his family's secret codex that the reason why so many heavenly treasures as well as powerful demonic beasts existed in the heaven-beheading secret realm was related to the sunset that never fell, and that spooky sunset is rumored to be the eye of a certain great man. Growing up, Xiao Longzhang had also understood that the more he drew out his cocoon, the more he could feel the divine nature of the heavenly chopper mystery realm. The Xiao family's climb from a third-rate family to its current position had a huge relationship with the heaven-shattering mystic realm. Xiao Longzhuang recalled this and had a bad guess in his head. Maybe that eye is the eye of a god, and the secret realm of the sky chopper is the burial place of the gods. Chapter 163, Old Thing, who will be my bodyguard if you die? The two old ancestors immediately rushed towards the place where the demonic flames rushed to the sky, only to see that the exit of the heaven-splitting mystic realm was propped up tremendously. The portal that was originally only 2 people high was directly propped up to tens of meters high. The two men looked at each other, both seeing gravity in the other's eyes. How does Xiao Xuantian watch over the family? He's still out there after such a big incident. Xiao Badian couldn't help but curse. Xiao Longzhang also had rage in his heart. If it wasn't for Xiao Xuantian, this little cutie had run out. How could the Xiao family's secret realm have gone so wrong? There's no need to say anything more about complaining. The most important thing now is what to do about it. Grandma, how do I know what to do with it? Now that this secret entrance has become like this, I suspect that something is coming out. Xiao Badian couldn't care less about his old ancestor's image and broke into a shout. Evacuate the family first, Xiao Longzhang said in a deep voice. He felt bad inside, as if the next moment was going to be a big disaster. Ha. Does running work? A delicate voice came out from the secret realm. There was a moment of disorientation in the eyes of the old ancestors, and their bodies couldn't help but take a few steps towards the entrance of the secret realm, before the two old ancestors trembled and broke free from the illusionary realm. Immediately realizing that he had been compelled, he blushed profusely. What a guy! I'm an 8th-ranked martial artist. I can't believe that my mind would be controlled by a single sentence. Xiao Longzhang's back was already drenched in sweat, but he couldn't run now. Only with 2 8th-rank martial artists together would he have the best chance against the unknown enemy. In the midst of the two men's wide-eyed pupils, the mountain-like body squeezed out of the narrow teleportation entrance. The entrance to the secret realm flickered as if it couldn't carry such a terrifying energy transmission. Mountain-like body, wearing a dark red dress with an intricate pattern engraved on the waist, and a fair face with extremely 3-dimensional features. Out of place was the hair, as if it had just come back from a vacation in a 3-country country, dirty and dry and burnt. The two Xiao family ancestors, at the sight of this appearance, couldn't help their bodies from trembling. It's all too familiar. This look. Each of the witchcraft strongholds that had been destroyed under their hands had a statue of the likeness before them. Run! Xiao Badian roared out in a breathless manner and immediately turned around and flew. His body frantically gave him warning that the man in front of him was not to be trifled with. Xiao Badian trembled in battle. If he didn't run before, it was because he didn't want to delay the resources provided to him by the Xiao family because of the destruction of the heavenly closing mystic realm. But now, the person appearing in front of us is likely to be the legendary God, the god of the witch. Who believed in the witch when the witch order was first established? Xiao Longzhang also flew away and fled, hating that he had grown 6 feet. When facing this body straight on, that life-level aura crushed it, and oneself seemed like an ant in front of her. The witch smirked at the two that flew away. I have been counting for 10,000 years, waiting for this moment. You, the Shaw family, are the first step I've taken, so how can I let you get away with this? After the witch finished speaking, black ripples were cleansed around her body, instantly spreading to the entire Xiao family. Everyone's faces changed drastically at once. What's going on? My essence blood is draining away. Mine too. Ah! Those with a low martial arts realm were even directly smoked into human jerks. All over the mountains, terrifying essence blood was emerging from the heads of countless Xiao clan's children, like a blood vessel connecting to the witch. The two 8th order old ancestors did the same. How? Xiao Beishan's eyes were horrified. The scene in front of him simply terrified him. Essence blood surges appeared on top of his and Xiao Longzhang's heads, as if huge veins were rapidly draining their essence blood. Xiao Longzhang also felt the horrifying speed of his own essence blood draining away, and death seemed to be close at hand. Let's fight him. The Xiao family's children instantly reddened their eyes, and the bloodlust that flowed through their bodies was instantly aroused as they felt the passage of life. With a face enjoying the essence blood from the countless Xiao clan's children, the heaven-slaying mystic realm behind her was similarly raging to instill essence blood into the witch. Her hair was fleshy and full, oily, and the strands were revitalized, flying through the air like swimming dragons. The two 8th-ranked martial artists instantly rushed in front of the witch. To flee is to die, to fight is to die, but there is a chance of survival. The two elder ancestors instantly made a choice and joined forces to crush the demoness. The dragon fights in the wild. Bastard fist. Both of them erupted their strongest strikes at the same time. The 8th-rank battle power shook the sky and earth, and heaven and earth changed color. The witch laughed softly and with a wave of her large hand, the energy gathered by the two instantly dissipated. Your Xiao family, borrowing my flesh and blood to rise to power. It's time to return it. The two men's hearts sank, and great despair instantly flooded in. They had thought that the discovery of this secret realm was a gift from the heavens to the Xiao family, not realizing that it would end up being someone else's dowry. Is this the price of all the gifts that fate has bestowed, long ago marked in secret? The two old ancestors smiled bitterly, their eyes rapidly dimming. In the dull eyes of the two men, it was the Xiao family that was like a hell on earth. The uncountable number of dried corpses that had had all their essence blood drained out of them, and the crumbling of the secret realm that they had relied on for 1,000 years. The witch watched this, a smile tickling the corners of her eyes. The surging essence blood caused her battle power to climb, and for a moment it was as if she had returned to that year. Tens of thousands of years ago, she was defeated by the god of justice, and her godhood was all split apart by the sword of judgment. While recuperating from her injuries, she gets a glimpse of the future in some mysterious cave. The future resurrection will give herself the chance to take control of the world and shine the light of the witch on the whole world, laying out 10,000 years to nourish a party's power with its own flesh, waiting for the right opportunity to resurrect. She thought of the boy who had just left with a mysterious authority. You must be good yourself, eat him well. The more the witch thought about it, the happier she became, and the corners of her mouth curved up in a terrible arc, the extremely upturned corners of her mouth grotesque. I saw it, the hope of the Most High God. Qinwang Mountain Range. Xiao Huang Chao disappeared in the eyes of the crowd and reappeared in the blink of an eye. The aura on his body had unexpectedly reached the peak of the 5th rank. The strong men whose eyes were staring at all this happening suddenly had a green light in their eyes. Secrets. Heavenly secrets. Jong Hong Xan's body is dead, and their hearts are stirring. Xiao Huang Chao arrived in front of Jong Hong Xan with a flash. Jong Hong Xan looked at this kid in front of him. His eyebrows were clear. He would rather bend than bend, and he was very much like him back then. Ho ho! Well, live. The sound of a broken bellows rang in Xiao Huang Chao's ears. What followed was a handful of mysterious black and white grass that was shoved into Jong Hong Xan's mouth. The mysterious black and white grass melted in the mouth, and the damaged flesh began to repair. Jong Hong Xan's pupils were wide and unbelievable. His consciousness was blurred just now, and now he felt the restoration of life. Old thing, who the hell will be my bodyguard if you die? Xiao Huang Chao held back the tears of being moved and yelled. Chapter 164, Throne of Order. Not far away, the body of the person hidden in the black robe trembled as he let out a terrifying laugh. Ho 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 ho. Xiao Xuantian, the old ancestor of the Xiao clan, asked with a frown. Did you get it? How come I didn't see you get the kid back? Elder Xiao, it's already been won. I can already feel the light of Lord Witch. The black-robed man spoke strangely, as if in mockery. What a bunch of crazy people, saying crazy things all day long. Xiao Xuantian frowned and wanted to leave. Regardless of whether this black-robed man got it or not, I still need to check on Xiao Huang Chao myself later. The 8th rank striking out at a 4th-ranked martial artist had only a very small chance of missing though. Xiao Xuantian turned around and intended to leave, but he didn't expect the black-robed man to directly open his mouth to stay. Old ancestor Xiao, where do you want to go? What's it to you? You can't leave now, the black-robed man said lightly, as if stating a fact. Xiao Xuantian's heart was instantly irritated, and he stared dead at the demoness clerical elder who was shrouded in black mist. What if I just have to go? The only thing that responded to him was an impossibly dark cage. In the middle of the cage, the black-robed man let loose a wild laugh. The witch Sama has descended. The world will be embraced by the witch, and all shall receive the gift of the witch Sama. Xiao Xuantian's tyrannical punch exploded. Asterisk 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 the witch church. At the same time, scarlet wolf smoke appeared in many spheres of influence, rocketing upwards, as if it were some kind of coordinates. What's going on? Why is there a wolf smoke in the territory? Men, go quickly and find out what's going on. Look, what's that? Under the crowd's horrified gazes, the wolf smoke twisted like an abyssal beast opening its mouth, and the witch stepped out with one foot. What a devout believer, preparing such a large amount of blood food just after the resurrection. The divine aura instantly exploded, sweeping across everything. Countless essence blood danced like wild snakes straight towards the witch, and the hair behind her grew more and more demonic. Jong Hong Xan's body recovered, directly attracting even hotter eyes, fiery eyes as if they were about to set both of them on fire. The elders of the major lineages quickly exchanged glances and determined their course in just an instant. Kill Jong Hong Xan and Chen Showdown first. The secret can be yours. With such an increase in strength and a mysterious herb that could bring the dead back to life, such a great secret was worth their efforts. The elders surrounded Jong Hong Xan's few people stealthily. Jong Hong Xan was still recovering, but Wong Yu could see their intentions. He said in a low voice, "Master, something's not right. The major powers are surrounding us." Jong Hong Xan hid his eyes, a blinding spurt of desire. The pipsqueak is not guilty, but the biker is guilty. Xiao Huang Chao's sudden martial arts realm suddenly turned into the peak of the 5th rank, and he also brought back a herb that was at the level of bringing the dead back to life. These elements were enough to make a 7th ranked martial artist tear his face off. Jong Hong Xan's face changed. When it came to interests, the people in front of him would turn into jackals and tigers. Oh no! The special on Huang Chao caught their attention. Huang Chao, these are all 7th ranked martial artists. You and your senior brothers and sisters stand back a bit. His eyes sank and he spoke gravely. All of you should think clearly. If everyone here makes a move, someone is bound to reap the benefits. The people gathered around laughed and, it's not the fisherman that matters. It's the opportunity to be the fisherman that matters. Do it! In an instant, several streams of light rushed over viciously. Jong Hong Xan directly stepped on the ground with both feet, and with a little bit of both feet, he directly took off, and the ground under his feet cracked like a spider web. In this scene today, it's a fight or a fight. Only by defeating this group can we get a chance at survival. Half an hour of frantic fighting. The sky was constantly thundering, the wind was blowing furiously, and the strong battle power of the 7th ranked martial artists even caused the sky and the earth to suddenly change. 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 fell from the sky. 4 were seriously injured. 8-2 was made into 4-2. Another half hour passed, and the 2 streams of light came crashing down, smashing the ground with smoke and dust. Jong Hong Xan coughed up blood and Chen Showdown broke his arm. Xiao Huang Chao's eyes suddenly shrunk. The situation was not good. Now Master and Chen Showdown looked like they were at their limits, while the few in the sky were still in very good shape. There were only 2 things he could do now. 1. Leave his senior brother and sister behind and run on his own, spreading out the firepower of the 7th ranked martial artists and creating an opportunity for Master and Chen Showdown to behead them. The risk was the possibility of being killed by a 7th ranked martial artist. 2. Wait for death where you are. Wait for your master to be defeated and go down to be with him yourself. Xiao Huang Chao whispered towards Wong Yu and Li Shuya. Their target is me. He will leave first. You guard the master. Junior. Wong Yu looked at him with an inexplicable expression. He knew that this was the best method at the moment, but for Junior brother, facing the pursuit of a 7th ranked martial artist was a matter of life and death. You were laughing and joking a moment ago, but now you're facing life and death? Xiao Huang Chao spared a smile. It's only a mere 7th rank martial artist. I, Xiao Huang Chao, am the man who wants to be the strongest. By the way, where did those 7th ranked martial artists fall just now? I'll see if I can make up for it to gain justice value. The gap in strength made Xiao Huang Chao extremely hungry for justice values. Now is the time to have a hanging pie. Just then, a black dot appeared in the distance, and in the next instant it arrived on the scene. Little brother, I'm coming for you. Oh, terrifying magical sounds swept across the battlefield, and everyone was as if they had been pressed the static button. Creepiness flooded Xiao Huang Chao's soul, as if something terrifying had appeared here. He looked up and his pupils plummeted. A terrifying body of tens of meters, dressed in a long dress, with a face that couldn't be more familiar. It was the witch. Unlike the stone sculpture, the hair behind the witch was bright and colorful as if it were about to drip. 2 more were tied behind 2 strands of hair, a stream of hair like a conduit for blood. That person is Xiao Xuan. Jong Hong Xan's face changed drastically and his soul trembled tremendously. He and Chen Showdown had been dealing with those crazy batches of the witch church for years and knew that they had been committed to resurrecting the witch, stirring up the entire continent. I didn't realize that the crazy lot had really resurrected the goddess of magic. Run! It's the witch! Jong Hong Xan yelled in fear, prompting each and every one of them. The dying appearance of Xiao Xuan behind him even made despair well up in his heart. The witch looked at Jong Hong Xan with interest, and a single strand of hair ghostly stuck into the 4 in the air and the severely injured martial artist's underground. A legacy of justice? Unfortunately, it's too weak. Jong Hong Xan and Chen Showdown were bitter in their hearts. In today's situation, even if the Justice Church stepped in, it might not be able to stop the witch. Maybe only the divine surrender ceremony can handle it. The wildly dancing strands of hair were about to zap into the Jong Hong Xan duo when a divine sword broke through the air and severed the strands of hair. The witch's 2 fingers clamped down on the golden divine sword, and the sword trembled as it tried to break free from its confinement. The witch narrowed her eyes and, Excalibur of Justice. When he finished speaking, he held the sword and casually threw it, slamming it into the ground with a loud bang. The smoke dispersed, leaving behind only a deep, bottomless pit. Here comes a group of essence-blooded people. The witch licked her lips. She felt the flavor of the justice god. It was light and fragrant. In the sky, a throne emerged as if it had descended to the earth from the 9 heavens, and the chains of order leered under the throne. It's the order throne of the Justice Synod. The Justice Synod has come. Chen Shouda didn't take his eyes off the witch. The several 7th-ranked powerhouses that he had fought with in full swing just a moment ago were now like a hanging scarecrow. Lifeless. It's a gap in the level of life. The corners of his mouth said bitterly, God, it's too strong. The current Justice Church doesn't stand a chance. Chapter 165, Justice Judgment. Fall of the Gods. The throne of order descended as if to subdue the witch. Jong Hong Xan's eyes were heavy. The throne of order was the war artifact of the knights in the order of justice. All men are equal under the order. But for some reason, fear flickered in Jong Hong Xan's eyes. The head of the Knights of Justice wore golden armor and held a golden greatsword as he stared indifferently at the giants below. Knights of Justice, attack! In the previous centuries, the justice clergy and the witch clergy dogged their brains out, and now that their witch has been resurrected, the justice clergy must go on the warpath. If the witch was allowed to recover to her peak, none of the people from the justice cleric would be able to escape. When the throne of order appeared, Xiao Huang Chao was like a ghost harvesting those few controlled 7th-rank martial artists. Xiao Huang Chao indifferently harvested lives, and the system's voice in his heart kept ringing out. Justice value skyrocketed. All 8 of them had broken 10,000 sin values combined, providing hundreds of thousands of sin values directly. Xiao Huang Chao's desire to obtain justice values wasn't his only goal, but rather, he wanted to obtain these secret realms dropped by the elders of the major powers. Only the secret realm could allow his strength to increase rapidly. In order to improve his strength, he was not afraid to take great risks to harvest the justice value. It's the only way to improve your strength at the moment. Ha, little brother, you're a bit impatient. Xiao Huang Chao had just killed the 8th one, when the space around him was as if it had frozen, and he himself was directly locked in space, and a hairline appeared in front of Xiao Huang Chao like a ghost. When a thief steals my essence blood, it is to be returned. The witch didn't put the throne of order in her eyes in the slightest and directly targeted Xiao Huang Chao. Xiao Huang Chao's heart is cold. This is so big in the sky order throne you don't fight. You me. The head of the Knights of Justice's eyes showed a trace of anger. The old Knight order has arrived. You ignored me? Throne of order, open. The throne of order hanging in the air rumbled towards the demoness to suppress her. Black runes appeared on the throne, and powerful sealing power surged towards the demoness. The strands of hair that rushed towards Xiao Huang Chao were also suppressed from moving and stopped at the tip of his nose. Ding! Strong magical girl fluctuation detected. The power of justice awakened. The god of justice descending in. System dad, I knew you'd save me. The heavy pressure in Xiao Huang Chao's heart instantly disappeared, and he was finally relieved. When his own master's heart was ripped out and the witch descended, the string in his heart was always taut. Drop! Insufficient descent conditions detected. Ding! Do you choose forced descent? Note, the host's physical body is not strong enough to support the descent of the god of justice, and forced descent will result in the collapse of the physical body. Drops. Please ask the host to make a choice in 3 seconds. Xiao Huang Chao was silent as he looked towards his elder brothers and sisters who were watching, as well as Jong Hong Xan who still had blood around his mouth. I don't want to be a savior either, but I don't have a choice. Forced descent. Ding! Confirming the forced descent, the god of justice is descending. Outside, Jong Hong Xan erupted at the speed of sound as he approached Xiao Huang Chao, and the throne of order in the sky gradually crumbled in the witch's evil smile. Xiao Huang Chao's eyes were lifeless, like puppets, as he reached out and cupped the witch's hair. The witch who was teasing the knights instantly felt that something was wrong, and with a sweep of her right hand, she directly slapped the throne of order away. The once divine artifact bruised and battered at this moment. Blood spurted out of the mouth of the knights riding him, their eyes wide with horror. They could all be 7th-ranked powerhouses, utilizing secret techniques to manipulate divine weapons together, even stronger than 9th-ranked powerhouses manipulating divine weapons. Surprisingly, he was sent flying by a casual slap from the witch. They are an inherited family that has been following the secret orders of the God of Justice for generations, waiting for the witch to come out for generations, in an existence known only to the successive popes of the Order of Justice. Surviving in the Knights, they are known as the Huntresses, but they didn't realize that even their manipulation of the God of Justice's throne of order wouldn't be enough to fight against a god-ranked magician. Chief, the young man of the clan was the first to tense up and looked at the Knights leader, who was also the patriarch of the Huntress clan, with a horrified face. Within the clan, everyone says that we are the destined clan of the God of Justice, and it is clearly stated that we are the Order of the Hunting Gods. The difference in the power of the gods was so great. The Demon Hunter clan's patriarch gritted his teeth and shouted in a stern voice, "We have no way back, only forward. Catalyze the Order throne with all your might." Just then, a golden light descended from the sky. enveloping Xiao Huang Chao in it. What's the situation? I don't know, but this scent, it's so familiar. The witch looked at the pillar of light with disgust, the hair behind her coalescing into a sharp sword. The witch cupped one hand, divine power condensed, and ruthlessly slashed at the light pillar. The golden light unexpectedly had a tendency to collapse. Want to descend? No way. The witch turned and gathered another sword, splitting the golden light and trembling. Patriarch Zhao Kaijiang stared at the golden light and saw a certain figure floating in the pillar of light with tears in his eyes. The mind recalls the day he took over as patriarch. From now on, the Demon Hunter clan's patriarch position will be yours. I don't believe it. Matriarch, you can. Come, child, you are strong, and you will lead our clan and fulfill the mission we were meant to fulfill. The old patriarch smiled and touched the current patriarch Zhao Kaijiang's head. The next thing I'm going to tell you is something that only successive matriarchs can know. A long time ago, our ancestors were chosen by the God of Justice to say that we would fight alongside the God of Justice and protect the coming of the God of Justice. Patriarch, this isn't right. Aren't we the race chosen by the gods to hunt the gods? Foolish child, gods are only gods to kill. Our true mission is to guard. My own self at the time didn't understand why the gods needed us to guard them, and made a pact with my people a long time ago? Zhao Kaijian's thoughts returned to the present, looking at the pillar of light in front of him, so it was waiting for today. The Zhao clan was fortunate not to be dishonored. Zhao Kaijiang let out a stern roar and, throne of order, battle force, battle power all the way. The knights behind them erupted with the same roar, their veins rippling with full output. The mottled throne of order in the high sky erupted with black flames, and a chain of order, tainted with terrifying black flames, rushed towards the witch. The witch's face changed, not expecting this group of mole crickets to drive the throne of order to such an extent that it made her a little bit scared. The long sword in her hand steeply remained unchanged, and an enlarged version of the Fong Tian paint halberd appeared in her hand, flowing multicolored light in the halberd. The square heavenly painted halberd swept fiercely towards the order throne. The suppressive force was shattered by the square heavenly painted halberd, and several cracks even appeared on the throne. Once, twice, 3 times, 9 blasts, and the throne of order in the way burst into flames, the mortal-dominated artifacts directly annihilating in the face of divine power. The people of the Knights of Justice sprayed blood furiously the moment the throne of order burst into flames. It was the artifact they had sacrificed day and night, and the artifact shattered and damaged itself. The witch wasn't even looking at them. The square sky painting halberd directly swept across the light pillar, determined to split everything. Zhao Kaijian looked back to his people, dead and wounded, sweeping across their faces, fear, despair, dread wrapped up in them. He was equally desperate. The divine descent hadn't ended yet, and the artifact had already shattered. Jong Hong Xan, Wong Yu, and Li Shuya froze in place, and the power of God terrified them. The world is shrouded in a sea of fear. Ding! The divine descent is complete. Just then, the pillar of light suddenly exploded, and Xiao Huang Chao lowered his head, holding the square sky painting halberd in one hand. The people around them didn't dare to take a big breath. The scene in front of them was unbelievable. What happened? Wasn't this kid 5th rank just now? How could he block the witch's attack with one hand? This. Only Zhao Kaijian knew what was going on. The God of Justice descended. Witch, long time no see. The witch gritted her teeth and returned. Better not. Xiao Huang Chao's voice was like a big yellow bell that rang through the sky. How can I kill you again if I don't meet? Back then, the sword failed to cut through all of you, allowing a portion of your divine soul to remain in the world, compelling people and even feeding on human greed and anger to grow yourself. The witch sneered. Do you think I'm the same person I used to be? The witch's sword. The long flowing hair instantly transformed into a long sword, with intricate patterns sealing the blade as if it were flowing emotions. Xiao Huang Chao no longer spoke. He was a divine descent while the witch was a resurrection. The source of this world's selfishness is the witch, and order can be restored by killing the witch. Xiao Huang Chao frowned as he felt the rapid collapse of his flesh. Sword come. A long sword arrived at Xiao Huang Chao's side in a flash from the sky. Buzz. There was a hum in space, and the Excalibur of Justice became very large, hanging over the witch's head. At this moment, the witch's body all seemed small. Judgment. All of the witch's flowing hair fell out, forming a 1,000-machine umbrella over her head. Justice. I'll see how you kill me. Terrifying divine power surged into the divine sword of justice. The sword chi streaked across, and the divine sword dazzled like the sun. Zhao Huang Chao looked at the witch and spoke blandly. I am different from you. You borrowed a divine artifact to resurrect your godhead in tatters. But I, the complete godhead, descended. The witch's pupils suddenly dilated, and she roared shrilly. Justice, you're crazy. You'll die for sure if the godhead descends. Excalibur locked onto the witch and pressed down on her. Her body began to tremble, her eyes terrified. I didn't realize that the God of Justice would be so determined to descend to the Godhead to kill her as well. The descent of the godhead will mean the death of the gods, yet justice belongs to the soldiering of the disintegrated divine souls carrying the godhead, but the divine soul will dissipate, and at that time the divine soul will become ownerless. The divine sword crushed the demoness with a roar, instantly crushing her divine soul and flesh, and heaven and earth were clear. The body of Xiao Huang Chao was also left with only his head. He looked to the knights in the air, a smile on his lips. Well done. After my death, the witch's heart for influencing people will cease to exist, and I want you to usher in the future of the order. After saying that, he dissipated into a wisp of smoke. The sun was blazing hot, and a neat legion in the air saluted in the direction Xiao Huang Chao had disappeared. It was as if Jong Hong Xan and the others were missing a piece in their hearts. He's gone? Everything seems like a dream. The descent of the gods and the disappearance of the youngest brother were like slides flashing through that mind of theirs. People can't cry when they are extremely sad. They walked to the ground where Xiao Huang Chao had disappeared as usual and stuck a sword in it. Sit and talk. The knights saluted silently for an hour and turned to leave. Without Xiao Huang Chao's sacrifice, there would be no descent of the gods. Now that their mission is accomplished, what awaits them is adherence to the final arrangements of the God of Justice. Jong Hong Xan. Several people got up and left. No one shed tears, just one step and 3 turns back when they left. Decades passed by in a flash. In the city of Tianhai, countless streams of light streaked across the sky. So many high-ranked martial artists flying by. Is this something big happening? You don't even know this. Are you still from Tianhai City? Last time I saw our Tianhai City mayor all in front of his house, hoeing the ground for him. Hold the grass. The mayor hoes his fields? Where does the big man live? I'm not trying to hug the big man. I'm just simply itching to hoe someone's field. Pull back. I heard from my nephew who works at the city council that old man was the one who destroyed the existence of the witch church back then, and the mayor is considered to have climbed the ladder. A group of people were sitting in the shade of a tree relaxing and gossiping. Harm. And that's not all. All these years the lineages didn't dare to bully us commoners because this old man enacted the law of justice and order. There is a set of binding rules for both the lineage and the common man. Back then, the Sun family, which was as popular as ever, violated the order law and was directly judged by the order throne. Hearing this, the people around them became even more curious. Who the hell is this guy? I don't know who this man is, but I think he's a representative of the order, and with him we common people have a chance to get ahead. When these words came out, the people around him immediately agreed. Since the promulgation of the law of just order and the thunderous enforcement of the justice cleric, the worldly families had honestly handed over the secret realms they controlled in their hands, controlled by the order of justice. It is open for all to explore together. Yes, before the lineage monopolized everything and we could only be cows and horses. Now even the sons of the lineage don't dare to bully us. My son recently got into Star River University. Where would my son be if it were before? Old Zhang. Your son can do it. Star River University is the best university in the Red Yen Empire. Ha ha ha. Congratulations. A separate courtyard not far from the shade of the trees, with lush flora and fauna outside and a bustling front door. Jong Hong Xan had just arrived from the core of the Justice Synod, walking into the other courtyard. The old man's eyebrows were all smiles amidst the congratulatory crowd. Old Zhao, congratulations, you've got a good grandson. Jong Hong Xan greeted him. Since the end of that battle, the Justice Cleric changed its decadence and reformed drastically, and Jong Hong Xan and the others were reused. The knights Zhao Kaijiang even became good friends with Jong Hong Xan. Zhao Kaijiang saw Jong Hong Xan coming and walked towards him with a loud laugh. Hey, old Zhong, you're here. Today my grandson was born. I haven't thought of a name yet. You are more knowledgeable than me. Help me out with a better name. After Zhao Kaijian finished speaking, he pulled Jong Hong Xan and walked into a room with a spirit tool baby protection shield. Just walking into the room, Jong Hong Xan's entire body froze in place as if he had been struck by lightning. How is that possible? This kid. Why does this kid have the vibe of Wong Nest? Jong Hong Xan took 3 steps to the side and hid his eyes. The baby was ugly. Nothing hairy. But the scent was familiar. Is this a rebirth? Old Zhong. Look at this child. Don't his eyebrows look a bit like mine? What do you think would be a better name? Hey, old Zhong. What are you crying about? The boy saw Jong Hong Xan coming and blinked his still open eyes at him. Jong Hong Xan muttered. Just call him Xiao Huang Chao. This name is good. I told you that old Zhong is a man of culture. It's only right to look to you for a name. Hey, aren't you ashamed? Why are you crying over the birth of my grandson? At your age, you don't pay attention to your image. No wonder you don't have a daughter-in-law. Go, wipe your face, have a good drink with me today. End of book.